Under the cover of night, a raft drifted gently on the rolling waves. A faint light shone from the raft, and a man could be vaguely seen squatting on it, grilling fish. Just then, he suddenly felt the raft beneath his feet shake violently, and he lost his balance, almost falling. He quickly looked around and saw a huge white shark with a mouthful of sharp fangs violently ramming into the raft. Seeing this, Lin Chen felt a surge of fear, but quickly, his strong will to survive overcame it. Without hesitation, he grabbed the spear lying to the side, steadily approached the edge of the raft, aimed, and thrust it fiercely into the white shark's head. The blow pierced the great white shark's flesh, and blood instantly stained the sea red. Enraged, the great white shark became even more ferocious, opening its blood-red jaws to tear at the raft. Seeing this, Lin Chen didn't hesitate to draw his spear and thrust it into the head 3 more times. The continuous heavy blows finally overwhelmed the ferocious sea beast, and Lin Chen successfully killed it. Having narrowly escaped death, Lin Chen gasped for breath. The world before him was a mysterious sea area where survival resources were extremely scarce, and sea monsters roamed freely. Not long ago, all the surviving humans in the world were transported here by some unknown force, and everyone started with only a small raft. Lin Chen had tried various methods to return to his original world, but all his efforts were in vain. This sense of powerlessness made him feel deeply desperate. However, at that moment, a mechanical notification sounded in his mind. Received Lucky Guarantee System. Effect. The 10th homogeneous action will definitely trigger the Lucky Guarantee effect, which can obtain high-level resources, god-level equipment, etc. The voice was like a ray of dawn breaking through the darkness, rekindling hope in Lin Chen, who had been in despair. After killing the great white shark, Lin Chen suddenly heard a system notification. Congratulations on killing the dangerous creature, great white shark. You have obtained a black iron treasure chest. Immediately afterwards, a system announcement that resounded throughout the entire survival world sounded 3 times in succession. Announcement to the entire region. Lin Chen has killed the dangerous creature white shark, becoming the first survivor to kill a dangerous creature. Title: Crisis Vanguard. The 3 consecutive district-wide announcements finally came to an end. Lin Chen looked at the projected notification that popped up on his bracelet, his face revealing an uncontainable joy. Crisis Vanguard. This title is awarded to the first survivor to bravely face danger, paying tribute to your courage. Wearing this title grants the Danger Sense ability. In this survival world, once the problems of water and food are initially solved, the most deadly threat is the unpredictable dangers lurking in the shadows. Now, with the ability of danger perception, Lin Chen's chances of survival have undoubtedly been greatly improved. He was overjoyed and couldn't hide his excitement. Oh right, where's my black iron treasure chest? He suddenly remembered the item he received as a system reward and looked around for it. Finally, he found the black iron treasure chest on the white shark carcass floating on the water. Lin Chen carefully stepped onto the massive white shark carcass and dragged the treasure chest back to the raft. When his gaze fell once more on the enormous, terrifying carcass of the sea monster beside the raft, a thought quietly surfaced in his mind. The flesh of this great white shark should be edible, right? He picked up his spear and carefully cut off a piece of fish. The system notification reappeared. White shark meat. Average quality. Consuming it can improve physical condition. This meat is from a dangerous creature. It is recommended to cook it thoroughly before consumption. Eating it raw may cause mania. Looking at the description of white shark meat, a mature and clear plan gradually took shape in Lin Chen's mind. Just then, a few beeping notifications sounded. Su Yun had sent him a private message. Su Yun. Lin Chen. Is that you, the Lin Chen in the system announcement, just now? Did you kill white shark? Lin Chen simply replied, yes. Su Yun was incredibly excited. My God, you're amazing. Are you a fighter? Or a reclusive martial arts master? Lin Chen replied, I was just lucky. Then, he changed the subject and got to the point. Let's not talk about that anymore. I have a plan for you. I'm planning to sell white shark meat. It has to be cooked before it can be eaten, so fire is essential. You should burn more planks. You should be able to sell them for a good price. Also, do you have any extra mud or sand on your raft? Mud and sand are also necessary for starting a fire. At the same time, a system notification popped up. Lin Chen, request for white shark meat in a targeted transaction. Lin Chen added, keep this piece of meat. Without your iron block, I couldn't have killed the white shark. You deserve some credit for this too. Even before Su Yun offered to gift him the military dagger and sent him a trade request, Lin Chen had already recognized her importance as a friend. Moreover, without the iron block provided by Su Yun, he wouldn't have been able to forge this crucial spear. Su Yun deserves at least a third of the credit for killing the white shark. Lin Chen plans to use the white shark meat to exchange for supplies, so naturally, he won't forget to include her in this plan. The white shark meat he sent weighed about 100 pounds, roughly 1/10 the size of the entire white shark. Meanwhile, Su Yun, upon seeing Lin Chen's targeted transaction request, was so excited she almost jumped up. This is a whole piece of white shark meat. If you were to trade it, you could get at least several thousand planks or palm leaves. And Lin Chen just gave it to her. Lin Chen is a friend worth making. Su Yun reaffirmed this thought in her heart. If I ever have anything good in the future, I will definitely share it with him, she secretly resolved. Su Yun accepted the trade request, and the white shark meat landed heavily on her raft, causing it to shake. She immediately took out her military dagger and began to process the precious piece of meat before her. At the same time, Lin Chen also began to implement his sell meat plan. He opened the public chat interface, which was filled with shock, panic, speculation, and heated discussion. He completely ignored this irrelevant information and quickly sent out his own message. Lin Chen, selling white shark meat. It can improve physical fitness and clear the meridians. Also selling a small amount of tinder. The white shark meat must be cooked before eating, otherwise it will cause poisoning. I'm also buying the blueprints. If you have the blueprints, DM me. The news immediately attracted widespread attention throughout the district. Following closely behind, Su Yun also spoke out. Selling burning planks requires no kindling and can be used immediately after purchase. Selling mud and sand can be used to make stoves, keeping the fire from getting wet and making it difficult to extinguish. Lin Chen's statement about killing a great white shark after eating an ordinary quality fish successfully ignited everyone's imagination and desire. Thanks, boss. I'm going to buy great white shark meat right now. Lin Chen also reminded everyone, half of the raft's surface is dry, making it very easy to ignite. Be careful when starting a fire. You can build a stove with mud and sand, and make a frame with wooden planks when building it. Of course, there were also some jarring noises in the chat interface. In any world, unusual sounds are always difficult to completely avoid. The white shark is so big, and Lin Chen only sells a little bit of meat each time. He must be making a fortune. A bunch of idiots, still being grateful. Lin Chen completely ignored the noise. He was busy cutting up white shark meat. Lacking precise weighing tools, he could only cut the meat by feel and put it on the trading shelf after judging that the size was appropriate. The shelf has 10 compartments, each capable of holding a maximum of 10 items. Lin Chen first filled the first 2 compartments, keeping them ready to be restocked. The third compartment held only one piece of meat, but the piece was noticeably larger than those in the first 2 compartments. The 3 compartments each have a different price. The first compartment costs 20 planks or palm leaves. The second compartment costs 4 plastics, and the third compartment costs 1 iron block, labeled larger white shark meat. White shark meat quickly became a bestseller throughout the region. Except for the third slot, which sold out a little slower. The first 2 slots were almost instantly sold out as soon as they were restocked. Lin Chen then sent Su Yun another message, asking her to join in the sale, and sent her another large piece of meat. The two began working together to cut costs. Lin Chen sold the meat openly, while Su Yun chose to sell it anonymously. With their cooperation, the supply of white shark meat finally caught up with the demand. On the other side of the ocean, a man stood filled with remorse. That man was Wang Defa, the one who had sold the blueprints for making the spear. If I had known that the spear could be used to kill white sharks, I would never have sold the blueprints. Wang Defa thought through gritted teeth. His emotions grew increasingly agitated. No, I also deserve credit for killing the white shark. Without my blueprints, how would Lin Chen kill the white shark? I must get a share of that white shark meat. Thinking of this, Wang Defa immediately sent Lin Chen a private message. But he waited for a long time, and Lin Chen ignored him completely. Thinking that Lin Chen was acquiring hundreds or thousands of supplies every second, while he, the so-called white shark kill contributor, could only watch helplessly, Wang Defa was consumed by jealousy. Driven by jealousy and resentment, Wang Defa went to the public chat channel to try to expose Lin Chen's selfish and hypocritical side. He wrote a long article accusing Lin Chen of how he tricked him out of the blueprints and recounting his subsequent experiences. Lin Chen is not a kind person at all. He is just a greedy capitalist. However, his remarks did not stir up a storm of public opinion as he had hoped. Instead, they immediately drew fierce rebuttals and accusations from many survivors. Scammed. Boss Lin gave you 59 planks, 62 palm leaves, and 7 meters of rope. You call that being scammed? This was clearly a normal transaction. Besides, you want to sell those blueprints for 100 planks and 100 palm leaves? Where's your shame? Just as everyone was caught up in the frenzy of buying up white shark meat, Lin Chen quietly added a new item to the shelves, igniting the entire scene once again. Wooden spears, inferior quality, made from planks or palm leaves were now available, and the price was ridiculously low, affordable for almost everyone. The public chat exploded instantly. Lin Chen announced, "Just got a blueprint for a wooden spear and made a batch. Selling at a low price, hoping it will give everyone more confidence when facing the white shark." The message sent survivors flocking to the chat. A weapon requiring only a plank or palm leaf was practically a dream come true. Soon, people discovered why this weapon was so inexpensive. Wooden spear, inferior 0.9 meters long, attack power 13, not recommended for melee use. Durability, 10 to 10. Description, the perfect choice for spearing fish. With only 10 durability points, it's clearly a disposable item. But considering its extremely low price, most people are happy to accept this feature. Rewind 5 minutes. Amidst the district-wide buying frenzy, white shark meat remained in short supply. Lin Chen's hands moved with lightning speed, and in less than an hour, he had cut and sold out the meat from the entire white shark. Only a huge skeleton remained, which was recycled by the Raft and converted into more than 200 fish bones. He did not keep the white shark meat as a reserve food, because his raft was already piled high with high-quality fish meat and an excellent electric eel. He no longer bothered with ordinary quality meat. After finding a moment, Lin Chen opened the black iron treasure chest. Black iron treasure chest, 99% chance of obtaining an ordinary or lower quality item, 1% chance of obtaining a good quality item. He unfastened the clasp, and the moment the box lid opened, a system notification popped up. Box opening, 1 to 10. Opening boxes can also accumulate lucky points? Awesome. Lin Chen quickly checked the contents of the box. A total of 30 ocean coins and 2 crafting blueprints. Although they were just 2 shoddy blueprints, one of them was the blueprint for making a cheap wooden spear. The spear was extremely cheap to make, even cheaper than toilet paper. 2 spears could be made from a single plank. The key difference was that the spears could be sold, while toilet paper was completely unwanted and simply rotted on the raft. It's worth mentioning that the wooden spears produced by the crafting station were quite different from the version Su Yun made herself. The wooden spears produced by the crafting station had sharp tips and strong attack power, but their durability was extremely low, while the wooden spears made by Su Yun by hand, although not as sharp, were durable enough to still be used after stabbing 2 fish. Lin Chen sells wooden spears for the price of a plank or palm leaf, making almost no profit. But his real purpose is not to make a profit, but to accumulate a lucky safety net. During his previous sale of white shark meat, he received a total of 7 pieces of metal, as well as a mountain of planks and palm leaves. To store these supplies, he had to quadruple the size of the raft. When the crafting progress reached 9 to 10, Lin Chen took out another blueprint from the treasure chest. Construction blueprint, buoy, inferior, 10, place 1 every 20 meters. It will leave a trail, but may be affected by water currents. Single buoy durability, 50 to 50. Construction requirements, 5 plastic, 50 rope. With buoys, he could explore the ocean while fishing with nets without worrying about getting lost. Lin Chen immediately made a set. Buoy, ordinary, 10. 1 buoy every 30 meters, not easily disturbed by currents. Single buoy durability, 130 to 130. It's sturdier now, it should last a long time. He put the buoy into the storage box next to him. Looking at the mountain of various supplies on the raft, Lin Chen frowned slightly. There are too many supplies. I'm too lazy to sort them. I might as well just farm a bunch of buoys. These things will definitely come in handy later. Without further ado, Lin Chen began frantically manufacturing buoys, making wooden spears 9 times, attaching them to frames, making buoys again, and making wooden spears again. He worked continuously for over an hour. He ultimately produced 1880 ordinary buoys and 120 good buoys. After a short rest, Lin Chen glanced at the black iron treasure chest beside him, a thought suddenly occurring to him. Can this be recycled? He scanned it with his bracelet. Recycling. 2 planks, 1 iron block. Lin Chen checked the number of iron blocks he currently possessed. Through selling the white shark meat and recycling the treasure chest, he had obtained a total of 7 iron blocks. Iron blocks are too scarce. I wonder if there will be a way to obtain them in large quantities in the future. He then opened the panel of the Lucky Guarantee system, and suddenly a brilliant idea came to him. Chapter 11 Smoked Meat Technique. Lin Chen suddenly had an idea. Since opening treasure chests can also trigger a lucky draw, wouldn't it be faster to just buy up unopened treasure chests? With this idea in mind, he immediately posted a buy request in the chat channel, hoping to quickly acquire some wooden barrel chests. However, reality soon gave him a harsh lesson. Other players replied that chests were items that could not be directly traded. Although the items inside the treasure chest were tradable, the chest itself couldn't be listed for sale, shattering Lin Chen's hopes. Some joked in the chat that Lin Chen probably just wanted to enjoy the fun of opening chests. Others suggested he should just buy the useful items directly. Seeing the screen full of comments, Lin Chen had no choice but to accept reality. He sighed and muttered to himself, "It seems I'll have to go out to sea to find the treasure chest myself." It was already past 11 p.m. Lin Chen closed the interface on his bracelet, lay down on the raft, simply covered himself with palm leaves, and prepared to rest. Suddenly, a private message notification sounded. Lin Chen had already turned off messages from strangers. The only person he could message was his friend Su Yun. Su Yun sent a photo of her mountain of supplies, along with the message, "Thanks, a very fruitful day." Lin Chen smiled and casually replied, "You're welcome. By the way, do you need any boxes?" Su Yun, who was just about to rest, was startled awake by Lin Chen's message and sat up. She looked down at the resources piled on the raft and realized that the ropes couldn't hold them up any longer. Boxes were indeed urgently needed for storage. Before she could even reply, Lin Chen sent a trade request, 200 boxes, free for her. Su Yun was stunned. Although she knew Lin Chen had abundant resources, this was incredibly generous. Giving away 200 boxes for free, who could accept such a favor? She checked her inventory and found nothing of value to give in return, except for the plastic. So she initiated a trade, exchanging 500 pieces of plastic for 50 boxes as a small token of her appreciation. Lin Chen replied directly, "Don't give me anything, my boat is already overflowing." He also attached a photo of a densely packed pile of supplies. Lin Chen said that they were friends, and helping each other was only natural. He added that if Su Yun had any good stuff in the future, she could share some with him. After reading the message, Su Yun's nose tingled and her eyes reddened. She feared she could never repay this debt of gratitude. A thought suddenly popped into her head. Why not simply offer herself in return? But then, her face flushed crimson. "Don't think like that. Lin Chen is definitely not that kind of person. He doesn't even know what I look like." Lin Chen urged her again to accept the deal quickly, as he wanted to go to sleep early. Su Yun blushed, clicked the accept button, and only said thank you. Lin Chen then replied with good night. After the transaction was completed, Su Yun got up and began to organize the supplies. 200 boxes were left on the raft, and she still had a lot of resources to pack. At midnight, the bracelet automatically popped up a weather reminder. Today is cloudy, with temperatures ranging from 22 to 26 degrees Celsius, a light breeze, level 2. And it's the second day of the newbie protection period, with resource refresh rates doubled. Su Yun yawned, feeling sleepy. "I'm too sleepy, I'll tidy up tomorrow. Anyway, the wind isn't strong, it won't blow it away." She casually spread out some palm leaves to make a bed, lay down, and fell asleep. The first thing Lin Chen did after waking up in the early morning was to check the fire. He stuffed some straw paper into the stove, then added palm leaves and a wooden board, and soon the fire was reignited. Then, he took out the drinking water he had saved up the night before, along with the cut-up pieces of electric eel meat, preparing to make breakfast. The weather was humid, and meat didn't keep well. Lin Chen had tried keeping fish alive by putting them in a tank filled with seawater, but all the fish died. He had no choice but to use the dead fish as bait for future catches of the same species. Although the bait didn't have an entry, someone in the chat channel had confirmed its effectiveness. He didn't use the thunder eel meat as bait because it was a high-quality ingredient, and using his fishing rod for catching exceptional fish was too risky. While eating the thunder eel meat, he planned to start a new day of crafting activities. Let's try for a good quality fishing net today. It's too difficult to trigger the lucky guarantee of +3, but +2 is still somewhat hopeful. Sure enough, after making 5 ordinary fishing nets, he finally got a good fishing net with a +2 rating. Lin Chen excitedly read the description. High probability of catching ordinary fish, low probability of catching good fish, consumes 3 durability points per hour, and it is recommended to collect the net after 2 hours. He grabbed the fishing net and swung it around, surprised to find that he had thrown it much farther than yesterday. It's not that the net is lighter, it's that I'm stronger. Lin Chen realized that his physical abilities had improved once again. After consuming 2 exceptional fish, his physical fitness noticeably improved. He was no longer the slightly chubby office worker he once was. Looking at his muscular physique, Lin Chen secretly rejoiced. At this rate, I'll become a Superman sooner or later. However, he calmed down and realized that the improvement in his physique seemed to be gradual, and the later effects wouldn't be as obvious as the initial ones. Satisfied, he cast his fishing net and prepared to go out to sea to search for the treasure chest, only to discover a major problem. The raft was too big to row. The raft had now expanded to over 100 square meters, far beyond what a single plank could move. Lin Chen had no choice but to reassemble it, using 8 extension planks to build a smaller raft for longer journeys. At this moment, Su Yun sent a good morning greeting, and Lin Chen replied with good morning. Su Yun then reminded him, "The system sends a notification every day at midnight. Remember to check it." She also shared her experience with smoked meat, saying that the fish she smoked last night was successful and could be stored for more than a month. She asked Lin Chen if he knew any methods for preserving meat, and even offered to help him process white shark meat, along with a design for a stove and the help of providing mud and sand. However, Su Yun's suggestion gave him an idea for preserving high-quality ingredients. Lin Chen told her that he had also tried smoking meat last night, but the result wasn't very good, and he planned to improve the oven when he got back. Su Yun was stunned when she heard this. "Weren't you on the raft?" Lin Chen explained that because the large raft was too heavy to row, they temporarily built a small raft for the journey. He then initiated a trade. Buoy, ordinary, 500. Lin Chen said that Su Yun's raft was getting bigger and bigger, and she needed to bring a buoy for navigation when going out to sea, otherwise she would easily get lost. Su Yun was completely stunned when she saw the transaction information. She had only wanted to share her smoking technique, but Lin Chen not only knew it, he also gave her 500 buoys in return. This favor was becoming increasingly difficult for her to repay. She accepted the deal, said thank you, and decided to set sail. She decided to leave the things on the raft for later. A gentle breeze wouldn't blow them away. She made up her mind to find the treasure chest in the wooden barrel. As she built a small raft in preparation for setting off, she thought to herself, "If I find anything good this time, I'll definitely give it to Lin Chen. I can't keep taking things from him for nothing." Chapter 12 Capitalists. After a brief chat with Su Yun, Lin Chen switched back to his private message list to check the response to the drawings he received last night. He expected quite a few people to provide drawings, but when he actually clicked in, Lin Chen's expression darkened. Thousands of private messages came in from strangers, but very few were actually related to the blueprints. The vast majority were just requests for resources. Lin Chen casually clicked on a few to check the meager amount of blueprint information, and the more he looked, the more disappointed he became. For example, someone sent him a low-quality blueprint for a fake Fujizu artifact, demanding a piece of white shark meat or dozens of planks and palm leaves. Outrageously expensive. Lin Chen looked at the blueprint and scoffed. What would a grown man like me do with this? Then, he scrolled through more than 30 transaction requests, becoming increasingly annoyed and feeling like he was wasting his time. He sighed and said to himself, "I might as well go look at some pretty women." As he spoke, he opened several private messages with pictures, clicking on them while thinking he could change his mood. As soon as he opened the app, Lin Chen was instantly engrossed. A dazzling array of revealing pictures and bunny ear selfies filled the screen. He gritted his teeth and forced the page to close. No way. If I keep looking at this, I might as well not go out today. I'm wasting too much time. Lin Chen forced himself to calm down and opened the public chat interface to see how everyone had fared last night. The channel was buzzing with discussion, everyone sharing their experiences of the great white shark attack the previous night. A lot of information was being shared. Survivors reported that the great white shark launched 7 waves of attacks, each wave biting off a plank of the raft. Others said their crafting station fell into the sea, suffering heavy losses and becoming completely useless, making it impossible to continue crafting tools. Some people mentioned the inferior wooden spears Lin Chen sold. According to tests, if you didn't hit the great white shark's weak point, it would take 28 stabs to repel it. The problem is, most people simply couldn't get that many spears. Some said they only managed to get a dozen or so, and in the end, they could only watch their rafts get eaten. When Lin Chen started selling wooden spears, it was already the 4th wave of the white shark attack. Some people bought spears to fight back for the sake of convenience, but ended up spending money and losing their rafts. There were many accusations in the channel, with some saying that Lin Chen was ripping people off and demanding refunds. Lin Chen glanced at it and skipped over it. He wasn't interested in explaining. He was more concerned about the number of online chat participants in the upper right corner, only 4243. This number shocked him. It meant that at least 5,000 people had died overnight from the white shark's attack. Lin Chen had initially thought the death toll might be in the hundreds, but he never expected it to be a full half. He was deeply disturbed. After all, the great white shark's attack pattern had a flaw. The interval between each attack was more than half an hour, giving them ample time to repair the raft. If they diligently gathered resources during the day and built 3 planks of wood, they could withstand an attack for one night. Yet so many people still died. Lin Chen quickly figured out the reason. These people had probably traded their meager resources for white shark meat and wooden spears, leaving them with no money and inadequate defenses. During his previous promotional activities, he claimed that he killed a great white shark while eating ordinary fish, and that a wooden spear could provide a sense of security. These words inadvertently fueled people's desire to survive and led them to misjudge the methods of survival. In retrospect, those unintentional words had directly claimed the lives of thousands. Lin Chen stared at the screen, suddenly feeling as if his hands were stained with unseen blood. He took a deep breath and murmured, "This is the capitalist, killing without leaving a trace." He finally understood why people in the channel were cursing him and realized that their anger wasn't unfounded. But now that the man was dead, asking him for a refund, compensation, or distribution of supplies, it was simply unrealistic. Lin Chen lowered his eyes, his voice low and somber. "I'm sorry, but they chose this path themselves. Don't blame me for coming back as a ghost if you die. This is a world where everyone is fighting for survival. Only those who survive have the right to speak." After closing the chat window, Lin Chen's mindset shifted somewhat. Just as he was preparing to continue his journey, Su-Yun sent him a private message, saying she had found a black wooden barrel treasure chest and attached a picture. Su-Yun joked with emojis, saying she was going to chase after the chest and would share any good stuff with Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at her message, and a slight smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. She was also one of the sellers of white shark meat, but because she was anonymous, no one was chasing after her to hurl insults. He silently hoped that Su-Yun would never realize that she had indirectly affected the lives and deaths of others. Lin Chen replied to her, "Good luck." Then, he boarded the small raft he had prepared and began his journey. Before setting off, he set up all the ordinary fishing nets on the raft, each priced at 40 palm leaves or 8 plastic sheets. The price wasn't high, but at this moment, probably no one could afford them. To his surprise, he had barely walked 50 meters when he received a notification that all the fishing nets had been sold. Sold in the same second? Did one person sweep them all up? Lin Chen was wondering when Su-Yun sent him a private message. "I just saw someone selling fishing nets. I bought them all, and I'll give you 4. Lin Chen, don't buy it. I set up the fishing net. Just ask me directly." Su-Yun was stunned, then blushed with embarrassment. She clearly wanted to help Lin Chen, but she ended up buying what he sold. Lin Chen explained that he had already obtained the blueprint for a regular fishing net, and he still had more materials than he could use. Su-Yun quickly changed the subject, saying that the black treasure chest she had just opened was of the black iron grade. Lin Chen was also surprised. He had to admit, this girl was indeed very lucky. Then, Su-Yun sent another message, saying she had provided a high-quality blueprint, a blueprint for making a fishing rod. Lin Chen's eyes lit up when he saw the information. The blueprint used animal bones, seaweed, rope, and iron blocks to create a practical tool. He immediately offered to buy it, but Su-Yun insisted on giving it to him as a return gift. Lin Chen had no choice but to accept. He asked Su-Yun if she had ever seen seaweed, and she said she had seen a few seaweed beds while diving yesterday and could go down and collect them later. Lin Chen reminded her to be careful while picking seaweed, and Su-Yun replied with a picture of her thigh with a military dagger strapped to it, along with a playful emoji. Although the focus of the photo was the dagger, her fair and slender legs were even more eye-catching. Lin Chen only suggested that it would be more convenient to tie it around her waist, completely ignoring her implication. Su-Yun bit her lip and muttered softly, "Is this guy even straight? His legs are so beautiful, and he doesn't even say a compliment." After sending the last message, Su-Yun said she was going to go offline. Lin Chen stared at the picture she sent, somewhat lost in thought. Once she gets the seaweed, I'll be able to make a regular, or even an excellent fishing rod. With the help of a lucky draw, I might be able to catch a legendary fish. Chapter 13: Fishing for the Legendary Creature. The Enchanting Mermaid. While waiting for Su-Yun's reply, Lin Chen didn't rest. He continued to explore the sea in his small raft. After paddling for about 5 kilometers, he finally discovered the first legendary treasure chest in a wooden barrel in his survival journey. He immediately threw out the plastic hook, but it slipped past the edge of the barrel, leaving him with nowhere to grip it. As Lin Chen approached, he muttered to himself, "Looks like this kind of treasure chest can only be pulled up manually." So he brought the small raft closer to the barrel and pulled it onto the raft by hand. A notification popped up, "Rotten wood barrel treasure chest. 99% chance of yielding inferior items, 1% chance of yielding common items." Lin Chen recalled that the treasure chest he obtained from White Shark yesterday was a metal box-shaped one. What's the difference between the wooden barrel treasure chest and that other kind of treasure chest? He opened the barrel with questions in mind, and a system notification immediately popped up, Obtained. Rice ball x1, fish bait base x3, stone dagger, inferior quality. Chest opening progress. 2 to 10 compared to the previous treasure chest that could yield ocean coins and blueprints. This barrel clearly didn't contain much. Lin Chen thought that perhaps the biggest difference lay in whether or not he could obtain ocean coins. Although he didn't know the specific uses of ocean coins yet, since they were called currency, they would definitely be useful in the future. He inspected the spoils. First was the bait base, which could be combined with other materials to make bait without needing a blueprint. The quality was determined by the materials used. Second was the stone dagger, which had low attack power but was small in size, making it more convenient than a spear for cutting fish or handling debris. Finally, there was the rice ball. Lin Chen took a bite and frowned. This stuff is awful. Inferior food couldn't compare to top-grade fish and meat at all. He simply hung the rice ball on the trading shelf, priced at just 1 wooden board, hoping to clear out his stock. Just then, Su Yin sent a private message. Got it. Immediately following was a trade request, seaweed x40. Lin Chen smiled and accepted. Thanks. Having obtained the seaweed, he quickly returned along the buoy and immediately went back to the base raft to study the blueprints. To accumulate enough crafting attempts, he first made 18 wooden spears, then added seaweed, fish bones, iron blocks, and rope. Sure enough, the crafting was complete, triggering a lucky draw that increased the quality by 3. Obtained. Fishing rod, excellent. The entry states, can fish without bait. A fish is guaranteed to bite within 10 minutes. Guaranteed catch for common fish. 60% success rate for exceptional fish. Lin Chen was overjoyed. 1 shot, 1 kill. This +3 quality made him so excited, he almost spun around on the spot. Next, he began making bait. First, craft 18 wooden spears, then place the base ingredients and thunder eel meat together on the crafting table. Upon completion, a lucky draw is activated, increasing the quality by 1. You will receive 2 perfect fish bait. The description states that this bait has a high probability of attracting excellent or lower quality fish, and a small probability of attracting perfect fish. However, there wasn't much electric eel meat left, and only a third of the bait remained. Lin Chen carefully put away the materials and then went to the raft to try fishing. This time, he didn't use the perfect bait but instead tried the effect of the remaining electric eel meat. Unexpectedly, after 3 consecutive casts, he caught only low-quality fish and didn't see a single good one. He frowned and muttered, could the fishing enthusiasts in the public chat be wrong? To verify, he tried using high-quality fish meat, but the fish still bit the hook. He decided to try fishing with a bare hook for the last 2 casts. Fishing progress, 9 to 10. More than an hour later, it was finally the 10th time. Lin Chen took out the perfect bait, his spirits lifted. It's time to trigger the lucky draw. He cast the line with great anticipation. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed, and his heart began to race. The range below excellent is so large, could I possibly catch a low-quality fish? Just as he was lost in thought, the fishing rod suddenly dipped sharply. Lin Chen immediately reeled in the line. Fishing completed, guaranteed catch triggered, quality increased by 2. Obtained. Tide charming mermaid, legendary. Description, soul-stealing succubus, death diva, nightmare of the sea. She has had countless names. Lin Chen stared in disbelief. A mermaid. The creature hanging on the hook was actually a mermaid girl with a graceful figure, her exquisite curves perfectly outlined. 2 seashells on her chest were faintly visible, and her fishtail shimmered with silver light as it swayed, making her seem like a dream. The hook was caught on her lips, but she easily removed it and slowly swam towards Lin Chen. As she drew near, Lin Chen saw her face clearly. Her hair was as black as ink, her lips as red as fire, and her eyes, like autumn water, held a deadly allure. The golden scales on either side of her neck added a touch of mystery. At that moment, she was like a fairy from the water, breathtakingly beautiful. She pointed to the grilled fish at Lin Chen's waist and made a soft, ooh 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 sound. Lin Chen immediately reacted, took the grilled fish off his plate, and tossed it to her. The mermaid took it and chewed it carefully, revealing a satisfied smile. That radiant smile almost made Lin Chen forget to breathe. He suddenly remembered the allure mentioned in the mermaid's description and dared not look at her anymore. He closed his eyes and silently recited, "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form." He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down and then opened his eyes. The mermaid continued to stare at him, her eyes full of confusion. Lin Chen tentatively asked, "Can you understand me?" "Not if you can." The mermaid looked at the grilled fish in her hand, then nodded gently. She is indeed intelligent. Although she couldn't speak, she could already make basic responses. Lin Chen didn't dare to treat her like a pet, rashly. An existence of this caliber could be a serious matter if angered. He carefully considered his words before speaking. Do you like this fish? If you'd like, I'll grill it for you every day. Would you like to come with me? If you'd like, nod. If you wouldn't, shake your head. Chapter 14. Foodie Little Ing. Little Ing blinked her eyes, her gaze clear and innocent. She looked at the grilled fish in her hand, then at the steaming, excellent-grade grilled fish in Lin Chen's hand. Less than 2 seconds later, this legendary mermaid nodded without hesitation, her face full of anticipation as she whimpered, "Ing ing ing." Lin Chen couldn't understand what she was saying, but there was no need to translate. She was probably expressing interest in the grilled fish. He readily tossed the last few grilled fish over to her. Seeing her enjoying the food, Lin Chen jokingly asked, "Do you have a name? Or should I just call you Ing Ing Ing?" Xiao Ying shook her head while chewing, indicating that the name wouldn't work. Lin Chen thought for a moment. How about I call you Xiaoing? The mermaid immediately showed a satisfied expression, nodding as she ate, her tail gently patting the water's surface, appearing exceptionally happy. Now that the name was approved, Lin Chen ignored her and continued fishing. After finishing her fish, Xiaoing swam around Lin Chen's raft, her movements agile and incredibly fast, estimated to be at least 2 meters per second. She swam with ease, as if strolling on the water. Lin Chen deliberately placed a few low-quality fish near the raft, but Xiaoing glanced at them and ignored them completely. She's definitely picky, he thought to himself. Then she leaned against the raft, propping her chin on her hand, quietly watching Lin Chen fish. Sunlight shone on her fair skin, making it glisten, and water droplets streamed down her collarbone. The scene was simply unfair. Lin Chen glanced at it and immediately looked away, muttering to himself, "I can't look, it's too tempting. How can I have such thoughts about a fish?" Just then, the fishing rod twitched slightly, drawing his attention back. Another hour passed, and he had reached his 10th fishing attempt, his lucky draw about to be triggered. Little Ing seemed impatient too, constantly splashing water and making ooh 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 noises, urging Lin Chen to get down to business. Lin Chen simply stopped fishing and turned to pull in the net. The fishing was complete, the lucky draw was triggered, and the quality increased by 1. The result was good. He caught a total of 21 fish, 16 of which were of good quality and 5 of excellent quality. Lin Chen wanted to see if Xiaoing could accept good quality fish, but Xiaoing pointed to the stove. "It still needs to be cooked? Okay, wait." He sighed, feeling like he was a chef for the merfolk, and he even had to bring his own ingredients. But he also knew that this was a legendary quality product, so investing some effort was worthwhile. He skewered the fish with a wooden spear and placed it on the stove. The stove wasn't enough, so he asked Su Yun for 10 portions of mud and sand to build a second stove. Once the fish was grilled, Lin Chen didn't rest. He started making more fishing nets. Half an hour later, he had made a total of 54 ordinary fishing nets and 6 good ones. His luck was pretty good. Lin Chen placed the fish in front of Xiaoing, who started eating without hesitation. At the same time, he used the small raft to cast all the nets out. When Lin Chen returned to the large raft, Xiaoing had already devoured all the fish and was lying on the sea sunbathing. Lin Chen continued fishing, aiming to trigger the lucky draw again. Time slowly passed, and after 9 fishing attempts, he baited his hook with the precious perfect bait. Xiaoing smelled the bait and swam over again. Lin Chen was startled. "No, no, no, you can't eat this." He quickly explained, "This bait is for catching even tastier fish. If you eat it, you won't be able to catch anything better." Xiaoing nodded, seemingly understanding, and instead of grabbing the bait, swam around the hook. Lin Chen was worried she would interfere with his fishing, but the fishing rod's description said, "A fish will definitely bite." So he didn't intervene. Suddenly, the fishing rod jerked. The catch was complete, the lucky draw was triggered, and the quality increased by 1. He obtained thorn shadow grass devouring fish, perfect. A dark green shadow darted out of the sea, violently pulling the fishing rod almost out of his hand. Lin Chen exclaimed, "Didn't we already catch the fish? Why is it attacking?" He gripped the fishing rod tightly, discovering that the fish's strength was comparable to his own enhanced power. The thorn shadow grass thrashed about in the water, seemingly wrestling with Lin Chen. Then, it suddenly turned and charged toward Xiaoing. Xiaoing was right near the hook and had no time to react. Her arm was bitten. Wah! She thrashed her tail in pain, trying to pull the fish away, but couldn't budge it at all. Little Ing cried, tears streaming down her face, as she swam to Lin Chen for help. Seeing that her arm had been bitten, Lin Chen immediately drew his spear and fiercely stabbed the thorny grass at the fish. The first thrust didn't penetrate, only piercing the fish's scales. Startled, he fired several more shots, hitting the fish perfectly while it was still biting. Finally, the thorny weed released its grip and lay dead on the surface of the sea, belly up. Little Ing angrily punched the dead fish with her small fists, whimpering to vent her emotions. Lin Chen looked bewildered. Aren't you a legendary fish? Your combat power is so weak. He suppressed his titso, tu chow, a Chinese internet slang term for sarcastic or critical comments, and checked Xiao Ying's wound, finding the bite mark quite deep. But that wasn't the most important thing. He quickly checked the fish's information. Thorn shadow grass devourer. Perfect quality, carries deadly toxins. A high-grade antidote must be taken within 2 minutes of being bitten. Lin Chen was startled, relieved that he hadn't been bitten. But what about Xiao Ying? He turned his head and saw that Xiao Ying's arm had completely healed. Even the wound was gone. You weren't poisoned? Xiao Ying made 2 innocent, ing-ing sounds, seemingly unaware of what had happened. 5 minutes had passed since she was bitten, but she was perfectly fine. Lin Chen could only speculate. Perhaps as a legendary fish, she is immune to these toxins. Truly a legendary creature. He placed the thorn shadow grass devouring fish on the stove to grill, thinking that such a dangerous fish might actually taste quite good. Xiao Ying leaned against the side, her eyes shining as she stared at the stove, even drooling. Lin Chen flipped the fish over, watching her speechlessly. This mermaid can actually drool. She eats so much. How can she be so dense? He sighed, rubbing his forehead. Chapter 15. Trying to tread water. Lin Chen still had a portion of bait base left. He could use the thorn shadow grass devourer's flesh he had just caught to make a high-quality bait, and might even have a chance to make a legendary one. However, he chickened out. That perfect quality thorn shadow grass devourer had almost dragged him into the sea. If he really caught a legendary fish, he might not even be able to keep the raft. He glanced at the little merman licking its lips beside him, secretly relieved. Thankfully, the first legendary fish he caught wasn't a fighter, but a little glutton focused on eating. If he'd caught a fierce mermaid wielding a trident, he probably would have been fish food by now. Lin Chen sighed. One can't be too greedy. You have to eat one bite at a time. It's not too late to challenge those tough guys when you have powerful weapons in the future. He then made another discovery. Although the great white shark was only of ordinary quality, it was extremely powerful because it was a dangerous creature. Even ordinary fish of slightly higher levels weren't necessarily without aggression. Lin Chen recalled the chill he'd just felt. He guessed it was the sense of danger brought by the title. From now on, whenever I feel this chill, something bad is likely going to happen. I need to be more vigilant. After summarizing the process, Lin Chen turned back to grilling the fish. This thorn shadow grass devouring fish wasn't large, about 70 centimeters long and 30 centimeters wide, with little meat, but its quality was exceptional. Only after the system notified him that the fish was cooked did Lin Chen take it down. Just as he was about to eat, Xiao Ying leaned in. Lin Chen looked at her. You eat half, I'll eat half. Lin Chen took out his stone dagger and cut the fish in half. As soon as he cut through the skin, a fragrant aroma wafted out, a blend of subtle vanilla and lemon notes that made his mouth water. He handed the front half to Xiao Ying, keeping the back half for himself. Taking a bite, the fish melted quickly in his mouth, its rich ocean flavor and delicate texture instantly captivating. But before he could even enjoy his newfound joy for a few seconds, Lin Chen sensed something was wrong. A surge of intense energy began to churn in his abdomen, then gradually spread to his limbs. His arms became stronger, his mind cleared considerably, and even his vision and hearing became exceptionally sharp. His lower limbs reacted even more dramatically, as if some inexplicable force was surging wildly within his body. Lin Chen blushed, quickly crossed his legs, and loosened his pants, trying to alleviate the feeling of exploding. Xiao Ying curiously leaned over to look, but Lin Chen immediately avoided her gaze. No, this fish's buff is too evil. Fortunately, the energy came quickly and subsided quickly. If it hadn't dissipated, Lin Chen was really afraid something bad would have happened to him. The key was that he didn't know if he could bring himself to harm the fish. He glanced at Xiao Ying's beautiful fishtail and felt sweat beading on his forehead. This perfect fish has a powerful aftereffect. Lin Chen simply laid down on the raft for a while, letting the energy in his body slowly dissipate. He also felt a little sticky on his body, probably because his body had expelled some impurities. I haven't taken a shower since I got here. Now's a good time to wash up. He had only taken 5 swimming lessons back then, and could only do the breaststroke. He had only swum about 20 meters in the pool. He was too weak to go into the sea before, but now things were different. His physical fitness had improved significantly, and he was confident that he could swim 50 meters without getting out of breath. Just to be on the safe side, he tied 2 50-meter-long ropes around his waist. After making sure they were secure, he went to the raft, took off his shirt, and prepared to enter the water. Like taking a bath in a public bathhouse, he slowly lowered his legs into the water, then gradually let the seawater cover his entire body. This time, he mustered his courage and opened his eyes underwater. What greeted his eyes was a bottomless, pitch-black sea, an oppressive feeling that made his heart race. Lin Chen suppressed his fear, tried to float flat on his back, and then began practicing treading water. He remembered watching others tread water in the pool before and tried to imitate it for a while. After practicing for several minutes, he still couldn't get it right. Not only did he not learn, but he also felt his body slowly sinking. Just then, he heard a familiar voice. Ing. Lin Chen looked up and saw Xiao Ying swimming quickly towards him, grabbing him tightly, and then rapidly rising to the surface. Her movements were swift, her skin pressed against Lin Chen's, smooth and cool to the touch, like fine silk against his skin. Two snow-white mounds pressed precisely against his chest. Even with the seashells obscuring them, their softness and elasticity were undeniable. Xiao Ying held him tightly, burying Lin Chen's face in her arms. She swam back to the raft, dragging Lin Chen along, until she finally let go after placing him on the raft. Wah! Lin Chen scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. Although he couldn't understand what she was saying, he could roughly guess what she meant from her tone and expression. Little Ling probably thought he was drowning and quickly jumped into the sea to save him. Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Although this mermaid wasn't very strong in combat, at least she was an excellent swimmer. With her around, what was there to fear about drowning in the future? He explained earnestly, I didn't drown, I was practicing swimming. If I were really drowning, I would be thrashing around like crazy. Wah! Lin Chen was speechless for a moment, unable to explain the difference between drowning and practicing. He could only gesture and say, if you see me floating on the water or making this gesture in the future, it means I'm fine and you don't need to save me. Eek! Whether she understood or not, Lin Chen waited for the internal heat to subside before practicing again. I could hold my breath for 3 minutes without a problem just now. It seems my body has really strengthened. I'll go ask an expert how to tread water first, so I don't have to flounder in the water again. Thinking of this, he immediately opened the chat channel and sent a message to Su Yun. Chapter 16 Blueprints. Bow and arrow set. The sun was about to set, and the sky was tinged with a golden-orange hue. Su Yun hadn't received a message from Lin Chen for most of the day and was currently paddling her small raft, following the direction of the buoys towards the base camp. Today, she hadn't been catching much floating debris, but had spent the entire day exploring the sea, with a clear goal, finding treasure chests. She paddled 15 kilometers that day and collected a total of 7 rotten wood barrel treasure chests, plus 1 more advanced black iron barrel treasure chest. Compared to yesterday, there were significantly more floating objects on the sea today, and even the number of treasure chests had doubled. But after opening them, aside from the first black iron treasure chest, which barely yielded anything, the rest of the rotten wood treasure chests were just a bunch of scraps. For her now, food and drink were plentiful, and she had piles of planks and palm leaves, but she lacked only blueprints and rare materials. Su Yun rowed her boat, recalling her harvest while opening her private message interface. Why hasn't he contacted me yet? The previous message was from Lin Chen 5 hours ago asking for silt, and the message before that was from 8 hours ago, discussing seaweed trading. It's been hours, isn't he bored? I even sent him a picture of my legs, and he hasn't reacted at all. Thinking of this, Su Yun couldn't help but frown. She suddenly remembered that yesterday, many girls posted explicit photos on the public chat, and some even directly posted their locations to flirt. Her face flushed slightly, and an absurd thought popped into her head. Could it be that Lin Chen is chatting with them? Although she was very confident in her looks and figure, no matter how good her leg photos were, they couldn't compare to those photos where she was dressed extremely scantily. Men are all the same. They can't go straight when they see a pretty girl. She recalled her experiences on Earth. Walking down the street, whenever she appeared, all eyes were drawn to her. Almost no one could ignore her presence. She sighed, looking at her private messages with Lin Chen, feeling a little depressed. Should I send him some more revealing photos? The thought had barely crossed her mind when her cheeks instantly flushed red. What am I thinking? Su Yun, wake up. He treats you like a friend, and you're trying to seduce him? She looked down at her reflection in the sea, as if reflecting on herself. Su Yun, stop with your unrealistic fantasies. Let's head back. A private message notification sounded. Su Yun immediately opened it and saw a message from Lin Chen. Can you teach me how to tread water? I only know how to do the breaststroke, and I want to learn something practical. Seeing this message, Su Yun's lips instantly curled into a smile. So what if you have a lot of photos? When it really matters, I, the professional swimmer, have to step in. She quickly typed out the techniques for treading water, listing all the details and key points clearly. Lin Chen replied, "Thanks. If you haven't returned to the raft yet, hurry up, it's getting dark, and it's not safe at night." Su-Yun's face lit up when she saw the message. "He's concerned about me," she quickly replied. "I'm already heading back, thanks for your concern." Before the sun completely set, she increased her paddling speed. Night fell, and all around was pitch black. Lin Chen had already returned to the raft, his gaze fixed on Xiao Ying, who was still swimming leisurely in the water, his expression somewhat complicated. "This fish is really no match for me. What if a great white shark comes along one day? What will she do?" He couldn't very well jump into the sea to protect her. That would be suicide. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and decided to get a weapon for Xiao Ying as well. The crafting was completed, and a lucky draw was triggered, increasing the quality by 1. Obtained, spear good. Spear, good length 1.9 meters, attack power 112, durability 410 to 410. Although it wasn't excellent quality, it was better than nothing. Lin Chen handed her the spear. "Here, use this to take care of any bad fish that come along." Wah! Little Ling looked confused, but Lin Chen was too lazy to explain. He trusted she could understand the movements. "Anyway, the ocean is dangerous. You need to learn to protect yourself." Then he began to haul in the fishing net. He retrieved a total of 60 fishing nets. He didn't even glance at the low-quality fish, anonymously listing them all on the trading platform. The remaining 6 good nets performed exceptionally well. He was incredibly lucky, getting 59 good, 21 excellent, and 3 outstanding fish. Little Ling watched with wide eyes, practically drooling. Back on the large raft, Lin Chen started grilling, keeping 1 outstanding and 3 excellent fish for himself, feeding the rest to Little Ling. Meanwhile, Su-Yun was already eating dinner. She was gnawing on a piece of smoked shark meat. She tied her bayonet to the rope, gripped her weapon tightly, and was ready to fight at any moment. Lin Chen could take down a white shark, so I should be able to too. But didn't that shark run away at half health? How did he finish it off? She thought about it carefully and figured that Lin Chen had most likely used some method to restrict the shark's movement before slowly killing it. So she sent a message asking, "How did you kill the great white shark yesterday? How did you trap it when it tried to escape?" Just as she sent the message, she heard the sound of the sea crashing against the shore. She turned her head and looked. Sure enough, tonight's visitor was another great white shark. Su-Yun gritted her teeth. "I'm not afraid of you. I'll let you gnaw on a couple of planks first. Once Lin Chen teaches me the techniques, I'll make sure you can't make a sound." She swung her military dagger, hitting the target 5 times before stopping immediately and patiently waiting for Lin Chen's reply. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's group had also been attacked by a great white shark 10 minutes earlier. This shark came directly from where Xiao Ying was dozing off. Lin Chen shouted a warning. "Xiao Ying, get out of the way." But to his surprise, the great white shark bypassed Xiao Ying and headed straight for the raft. Huh? It doesn't bite mermaids. Before he could think further, the great white shark had already bitten into the plank. Lin Chen skillfully executed his attack, first stabbing the creature in the head, then its eye, and finally, seeing it about to escape, rushing forward to deliver a fatal blow to its throat. "Congratulations on killing the dangerous creature, White Shark. You have obtained a black iron treasure chest." Opening the chest, the system notification reads, "You have obtained 30 ocean coins and 2 low-quality blueprints." Lin Chen rolled his eyes, as expected of an unlucky player. Just as he was about to casually toss the blueprints aside, his eyes suddenly lit up. The blueprints contained a primitive grass skirt crafting blueprint and a primitive bow and arrow crafting blueprint, including a bow, bone arrows, and stone arrows. Lin Chen immediately checked the material requirements. Primitive grass skirt, 5 palm leaves, 1 rope, primitive bow, 1 plank, 10 fish intestines, bone arrows, 10 planks, 20 feathers, 5 animal bones, stone arrows, 10 planks, 20 feathers, 5 stones. Lin Chen slapped his forehead. If I'd known fish intestines were useful, I shouldn't have thrown away those fish entrails. Only fish of a certain size or higher have entrails. He turned to look at the carcass of the great white shark beside him. This guy's belly must be full of stuff. No sooner said than done. He quickly dissected the shark and, sure enough, pulled out a long string of fish intestines. System scan notification, exactly 10 portions. Perfect. Make the bow immediately. Chapter 17 Wooden Spear sold at cost price. Crafting complete. Lucky guarantee triggered. Quality +2. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the new weapon in his hand. This is the first time he has crafted a high-quality bow with a +2 bonus, boasting an attack power of 78 and a range of 120 meters. Paired with good arrows, its output will definitely be explosive. The system's description is quite direct. I'll shoot it all. Lin Chen was inwardly applauding. He turned and opened the trading system, starting to search for the keyword feather. The result was that the product was completely empty. No one had ever listed it. Lin Chen guessed that someone probably caught the bird but didn't scan it with a smart bracelet and had no idea that feathers were also a valuable resource. So he decided to post a hint in the public chat and ask if anyone had seen birds. Just then, a private message notification popped up. It was sent by Su Yun. She wanted to ask Lin Chen how he killed the white shark. Lin Chen hesitated. Should he tell her that the spear he's holding is of excellent quality? Just as I was thinking about how to reply, I suddenly heard a series of urgent, whimpering sounds coming from the side of the raft. Lin Chen looked up and saw that Xiaoying had gotten into trouble again. She drifted into the middle of the fishing net, tangled up like a dumpling, her limbs flailing wildly, unable to move. You stupid fish. Lin Chen quickly pulled the fishing net back and untied her in a few moments. Little ancestor, don't swim in that area. That's all where I cast my fishing nets. Xiaoying nodded repeatedly, looking embarrassed. Lin Chen looked at her, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. That's right. Even that exceptional fish couldn't break through a regular fishing net, so the great white shark probably can't either. With this idea in mind, he immediately replied to Su Yun, use a fishing net. Ordinary fishing nets can trap great white sharks. Su Yun seemed to have suddenly realized something, her head practically popping out of its head. She quickly took out the fishing nets she had mistakenly bought that morning and, while the great white shark was still observing, scattered them along the edge of the raft. But her raft was too big. A few sheets were simply not enough. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chen sent a targeted transaction. Ordinary fishing nets X30, none. Su Yun immediately replied, thank you. As soon as she got the 30 fishing nets, Su Yun immediately wrapped them around the entire edge of the raft. At this point, the white shark began its second wave of attack. It lunged forward, but as soon as it got close, it got entangled in the net. Su Yun was overjoyed and grabbed the meteor dagger to stab wildly. A few minutes later, a system notification popped up. Congratulations on defeating the dangerous creature, the great white shark. You have obtained the black iron chest. Yeah. Su Yun jumped up with joy, just like a child. She pulled the fishing net back, dragging the white shark carcass back, and also managed to retrieve a black iron treasure chest. She thought to herself, thanks to Lin Chen's help, I should give him this box as a return gift. Open the box and obtain Ocean Coins X30. Tent Blueprints, Ordinary. Common Diving Suit Blueprints. So she sent another targeted transaction request. Ocean Coins X30, plus Tent Blueprint and Diving Suit Blueprint, no other items. Note, return gift. Let's rewind half an hour. Lin Chen was frowning as he looked at the chat screen. The entire channel is in complete chaos right now. I have 2 great white sharks here. This is practically hellish difficulty. I had just finished repairing the raft when they came and bit off a quarter of the planks in one go. Please, kind souls, lend me some planks. I don't even have a workbench anymore. I can't do anything. Forget about it. There used to be people selling raft planks in the market, but now that they hear about the great white shark, they've all taken them off the shelves. Why do I only have 1 great white shark? Is it because I killed one last night? Some speculate that the number of great white sharks is related to the last battle. Before Lin Chen could even speak, the channel was already in an uproar. Someone said, brothers, don't be afraid. I've found a way. You can fight off the white shark without a wooden spear. Tie a rope around it. Hit it with your weapon until it's half health, and it runs away. You make it sound so easy. I opened 4 crates and didn't get a single weapon. I'm willing to pay a high price for weapons. Suddenly, someone said to Lin Chen, boss, hurry up and sell the wooden spears. I can't hold on much longer. If Lin Chen doesn't make a move soon, the entire channel will be wiped out. Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, another message popped up, completely igniting the powder keg. Don't buy Lin Chen's. Everyone should buy my Song Army's wooden spears. I can make them too, and they're genuine. While the Song Army was making wooden spears, they were also frantically smearing Lin Chen. He made a fortune yesterday by selling shark meat. He's a capitalist who profits off human suffering. We must unite and boycott him. After reading this statement, Lin Chen's face darkened completely. A business war, is that it? Lin Chen typed a paragraph with an icy gaze. 1 plank or 1 palm leaf in exchange for 2 wooden spears. 500 spears in stock will be replenished as soon as they are sold out. No limit tonight. The news caused an instant uproar on the channel. The price has been halved, and we can even exchange palm leaves for it. Moreover, Lin Chen has several thousand units in stock, ensuring ample inventory and replenishment as needed. The Song Army was preparing to put more wooden spears on the shelves when they discovered that no one was buying any of them. His face darkened, and he opened the public chat. Chapter 18. Looking at beautiful women can prolong life. Song Jun was so angry that his face turned black. When he saw that Lin Chen was actually selling wooden spears at cost price, he couldn't help but swear. Doesn't he need to make money? Why is he doing charity work? He had just opened a few wooden barrel treasure chests during the day and excitedly unlocked the wooden spear crafting blueprint, thinking he could make a fortune that night. However, Lin Chen's actions completely ruined his plans. What's even more infuriating is that Lin Chen also opened up the option of exchanging palm leaves for spears, which is practically giving everyone the green light. The Song army's defenses were completely breached. He immediately sent a private message to Lin Chen to argue, saying things like vicious competition and disrupting the market. Lin Chen was busy mass-producing spears and painting fishing nets when he saw Song Jun's private message. He curled the corner of his mouth and replied with a cold message. Don't you know who started this indiscriminate attack on me? If you were just doing business honestly, I wouldn't bother with you. But since you insist on using foul language, do you expect me to apologize for kicking you? Don't worry, from now on, you won't be able to sell a single wooden spear. Upon seeing this reply, Song Jun was so angry that he gritted his teeth and wanted to back down to change the situation. But as soon as he finished typing the apology message and clicked send, a red exclamation mark popped up. He was blocked by Lin Chen. Damn it, this madman. On the other side, Lin Chen remained calm throughout and continued mass production of wooden spears. Occasionally, buoys and fishing nets will also appear, making it extremely efficient. Crafting complete. Lucky draw triggered, quality increased by 3. Hey, another one with a +3 net. Lin Chen looked at the excellent fishing net in his hand with some surprise. It was extremely durable and had powerful performance. Excellent fishing nets can automatically catch fish of good to excellent quality and also reduce the danger, so you don't have to worry about encountering any fish that bite the net. The more of this stuff, the better. Lin Chen carefully put it away and continued working on the web. Thinking about Su Yun's situation, he guessed that she should also be able to trap the white shark with a fishing net. If that doesn't work, it's probably because there aren't enough fishing nets. Next time, I'll suggest she cast more nets to overlap. Just then, a private message notification popped up. Su Yun sent 2 messages. The first message was an emoji and an image. Successfully killed the great white shark. The attached image shows the carcass of a great white shark, tangled up in a fishing net like a rice dumpling. The second message is a transaction request. 30 ocean coins plus tint blueprint plus diving suit blueprint. No other items. Note, return gift. Lin Chen smiled and readily accepted. He also took the opportunity to check the materials used to make the 2 new blueprints. A standard tent requires 15 pieces of leather, 20 pieces of seaweed, and 8 pieces of rope. A standard diving suit requires 5 pieces of leather, 9 pieces of seaweed, and 3 pieces of waterproof fabric. Lin Chen immediately replied with a message. Congratulations. Don't forget to recycle the white shark's intestines. They can be used to make a bow. Fish intestines are quite useful. Su Yun. Okay. Immediately afterward, Su Yun sent another long message, her tone full of worry. She said that the people in the public chat were talking nonsense and didn't know any better. You're not lying. They bought it voluntarily. Besides, back then, white shark meat was only 20 planks away from being expensive. What happened to those people has nothing to do with you. It's just that this world is too cruel. Su Yun had actually set Lin Chen to be on her favorites long ago, so she could see his messages immediately whenever he spoke in the public chat. She knew what Lin Chen was doing and understood that he wasn't actually making money from this. Instead, he was using his resources to help everyone get through the crisis. Lin Chen must feel so guilty. That's why he's working so hard to help people. The more she thought about it, the more heartbroken she became. A transaction is a matter of mutual consent. White shark meat is so rare, it's only worth that price. What's there to be upset about? These ungrateful wretches are infuriating. Lin Chen replied, Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. Su Yun, however, did not believe it. He's definitely putting on a brave face. He always says he's fine when he's actually injured. Su Yun imagined all sorts of scenarios and suddenly began to worry that Lin Chen might suppress his emotions and eventually break down. This won't do. I have to comfort him. But how do I comfort a man? She held her face in her hands and thought about it, only to realize that she had absolutely no experience. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a girl post a revealing photo on the public screen. Lin Chen. Su Yun. I've heard that looking at beautiful women can relax you and even prolong your life, which is supported by scientific research. She fell into deep thought. Should I do it too? Lin Chen was still browsing the internet at lightning speed. Tomorrow we'll also put ordinary fishing nets on the market. As long as we advertise that they can trap great white sharks, people will definitely scramble to buy them. We can also clear out our inventory while using the buoys and make a quick buck from the supplies. He became happier and happier the more he thought about it, and he kept chuckling. In just half an hour, Lin Chen had made more than 70 fishing nets, which were neatly stacked to the side. Wooden spears are also being replenished frequently, but the purchasing speed is astonishing. It's obvious that someone is repeatedly buying up goods, probably to stock up in case prices go up tomorrow. Lin Chen said there would be no limit to the supply tonight, so he kept his word and continued making them. Meanwhile, the Song army was completely defeated. His wooden spear was completely rendered obsolete. Lin Chen sells at half the price, with consistent quality and overwhelming production volume. Song Jun himself knew that continuing would be a waste of effort. The key is that the amount sold tonight is enough to last most people 2 or 3 days. By then, the treasure chests will start producing weapons again, and the demand for wooden spears will decrease. It's over, it's all over. Song Jun sat by the raft, watching as Lin Chen's wooden spears were looted from the rack, then restocked, and then looted again. His eyes gradually filled with despair. In a fit of anger, he kicked over the pile of wooden planks and supplies. As a result, the item fell directly into the sea, and he had to use a plastic hook to retrieve it bit by bit, leaving him in a very sorry state. Lin Chen, you just wait. One day, I will kill you with my own hands. Chapter 19 Underwear Pattern Exchange. Didi. Lin Chen was busy brushing the wooden spear when he received a private message from Su Yun. Did she discover some new material while scanning the great white shark? Lin Chen quickly checked. Su Yun. The picture shows her face directly, with a stiff smile. The picture shows her standing at attention, a full-body shot. Lin Chen's inner thoughts. Wasn't she supposed to scan the white shark? Why is she posting a selfie? But the selfie is actually quite nice. No, it's really very nice. But why would she suddenly send herself a selfie? Lin Chen silently saved the picture, then asked, "What are you doing?" Su Yun was staring intently at the projection screen, eagerly awaiting Lin Chen's reply, when she suddenly saw these 4 words and couldn't sit still any longer. What does Gao Meo mean? I'm trying to comfort you. If a girl sends you a selfie, even if you don't like it, you should at least comment on it. Even a perfunctory comment would be fine. Lin Chen, has the white shark been scanned? Any findings? Straight man. Su Yun pedaled hard on the raft to the side of the white shark's corpse and activated her bracelet to scan it. Scan the outer skin. Obtained, 20 leather. Su Yun remembered that the tent needed leather to be made. She then began scanning the other parts. Obtained, 10 grease. Obtained, 5 fish bubbles. Get. So many supplies. I didn't realize I wasted so many resources yesterday. Su Yun gave all the supplies she had scanned from the white shark to Lin Chen. Su Yun, if you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have known that white shark had so many materials on him. Lin Chen, this survival game has no game guides, so you have to explore everything on your own. It's normal to miss things. Lin Chen glanced at the materials Su Yun had sent and was quite shocked. He casually made a tent. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +2. Excellent tent. A 3.3 meter base, 2.8 meter height conical tent that, once secured, can withstand winds up to force 8 and has some waterproofing, capable of withstanding heavy rain. Durability, 2,000 to 2,000 hours. Description, this thing doesn't block sound, so don't make too much noise. It's waterproof. Lin Chen was originally thinking about what a tent could be used for, but after seeing the entry, he immediately had an idea. If I cut this tent open, wouldn't I be able to get waterproof material? The bracelet cannot directly scan items generated by the crafting table, but it can scan items that have been scrapped. Because the excellent quality tent was too durable, Lin Chen also made a normal quality tent and a good quality tent with a +1 rating. Tents of ordinary quality are not waterproof. Only those of good quality or above are waterproof. Lin Chen grabbed the excellent long spear and began to sabotage the well-maintained tent. Once the durability is reduced to 0, use the wristband to scan and recycle the waste. Obtained, 5 waterproof materials. Obtained, 2 ropes. Obtained, for nails. Hiss. Lin Chen discovered an incredible way to farm materials. If we ever run out of high-level materials in the future, we'll just farm low-level items and then scrap and recycle them. With the waterproof fabric, Lin Chen made a diving suit. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +2. Excellent wetsuit. Provides good insulation, protects the skin, and offers buoyancy. Durability, 580 to 580. Description, it's warm inside, snug, and very comfortable. With a wetsuit, the difficulty of diving is greatly reduced. Lin Chen put the diving suit back into the box with satisfaction, and then continued producing wooden spears. Lin Chen didn't stop producing wooden spears until midnight, when the weather forecast for the third day of survival popped up. Weather forecast. Today will be mostly cloudy with temperatures ranging from 24 to 30 degrees Celsius, a light breeze of level 3, and long days and short nights. Note: today is the last day of the new player protection period, and the amount of supplies on the sea has doubled again. Starting at 2400 hours tonight, the survival phase will officially begin. Survival forecast. The environment for the next day will be sunny. In the chat interface, many people have already begun to speculate on the main challenges that will need to be overcome in the next stage. The white shark attack these past 2 days hasn't even been the actual survival phase yet. I can hardly imagine how terrifying the actual survival phase will be. A sunny day should be characterized by high temperatures and strong direct sunlight. Everyone should prepare sunscreen in advance. I went to the beach for half a day and my skin got sunburned. When I got home, my skin started peeling. It was terrible. You can build a shed like I did, using planks, palm leaves, and rope. Image. I don't want to get tanned, because I won't look good in the pictures. Does anyone have sun protective clothing or other sun protection items? Girl, this is a survival world, not a vacation to the Maldives. You're lucky to be alive, let alone wearing sun protection clothing. The temperature has been high during the day these past few days, and I've been working under the sun all day, sweating buckets. My clothes are no longer wearable. I've started running around naked. Anyway, I'm all alone on this ocean, so nobody can see me. My clothes were unwearable, so I used my wristband to scan and recycle 2 pieces of fabric and a piece of leather. I don't know what they'll be used for yet, but I don't have any pictures of me running around naked. I made a grass skirt by wrapping palm leaves around it, and it looks pretty good. When the topic of clothes came up, Lin Chen remembered the blueprints he had just received. Original grass skirt, crafting requirements, 5 palm leaves, and 1 rope. It's very cheap. The market for clothing should also be huge, since palm leaves have a rough surface and would be very uncomfortable to wear. With this in mind, Lin Chen immediately took action. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality increased by 1. Ordinary coarse cloth crotch pants. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality increased by 1. Coarse cloth heart-shaped garment. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +2. Men's boxer briefs are good. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +2. The breast wrap is in good condition. Lin Chen discovered that the props for making and upgrading the original grass skirts were not exactly the same, but appeared randomly. After the quality improvement, all items are now underwear. No outerwear or trousers are available. These clothes are all one size fits all. The shorts Lin Chen was wearing were smelly and sticky, and after going into the water today, they became soaking wet, making them extremely uncomfortable to wear. With the new underwear, Lin Chen couldn't wait to put it on. That feels good. Just as I finished changing and turned around, I saw a beautiful figure lying on the side of the raft, her full, snow-white breasts draped over the raft plank, looking at me curiously. Lin Chen. Never mind. Judging from the fish's expression, she probably doesn't understand either, since mermaids don't have that kind of organ. But next time I'll change my clothes in the tent. It feels weird to have Xiaoying watch me take off my clothes. Lin Chen looked away, pretending not to notice Xiaoying. He opened the chat interface and started posting promotional messages. Lin Chen. Selling men's and women's underwear, entry-level terms, coarse cloth crotch pants, coarse cloth undershirts, buying blueprints. If you can't send it via private message, just message me in the group and I'll send you the blueprint/entry-level terms directly. Also buying feathers, bring your price. The second night's great white shark attack had just ended, and everyone's supplies were probably running low. Underwear wasn't a survival necessity, and most people wouldn't trade their remaining supplies for it. Therefore, Lin Chen did not put it up for sale, but instead directly requested to exchange it for blueprints. Many people probably have good blueprints, but are unable to make them themselves due to a lack of materials. Lin Chen was perfectly capable of taking over this part of the blueprints. The message was sent out, and someone replied very quickly. The blueprints for Lin Chen's stone dagger, would you like to buy this? Lin Chen's standard quality fishing rod blueprints. Boss, I want 2 pairs of pants. Brother Lin Chen, can I change into a different set of underwear? Menstrual cloth pattern. Don't even think about it, upstairs. What use would a man like you, Boss Lin, have for sanitary napkin blueprints? Besides, yours requires fabric to make, which is too expensive. Boss, take a look at my aphrodisiac formula, Lin Chen's essential male enhancement product. The comment upstairs is even more ridiculous. In this world, Everyone's just a person on a raft. Who needs your aphrodisiac? Do you want Boss Lin to take it and then die of suffocation? Boss Lin Chen. Farming is the true way to survive in this game. Small nursery blueprints. Chapter 20 Menstrual Cloth Pattern. Lin Chen bought several items that he considered valuable, such as a small nursery and a prescription for male enhancement. The last item wasn't something he needed. He was just curious about it. Because everything else is called a blueprint, but this is called a prescription. Finally, while going through the messages to check for any omissions, Lin Chen set his sights on the menstrual cloth. He didn't know what menstrual cloth was until he saw the message below and realized that it was the ancient sanitary napkin. This is a product with high demand. It will definitely have a big market in the future. So Lin Chen decided to buy the blueprints for making menstrual cloths as well. The woman selling the patterns for menstrual cloths was named Li Lulu. Lin Chen vaguely remembered the name. She seemed to be the one who publicly supported him that morning and even posted screenshots as proof. Upon opening his private message box with Li Lulu, Lin Chen discovered that she was actually a female bodhisattva who had sent him revealing photos. Such a white rabbit, such a deep cleavage. And those legs, I could admire them for a year. In the photo, Li Lulu is sitting in a semi-reclining position, with the angle shifting from her neck downwards and one leg raised high. One photo perfectly showcases the advantages of her chest and legs. This woman is a master of photography. She knows how to perfectly showcase her figure's strengths. Lin Chen subconsciously licked his lips. However, he did not take any further action. Lin Chen, I want the menstrual cloth pattern. Send me the application for the targeted transaction. Li Lulu was lying naked between two palm leaves. Her clothes were soaked with seawater and felt sticky and uncomfortable, so she simply took them off. After seeing Lin Chen's message, she immediately pulled out all her drawings and found that only one was somewhat valuable. Left with no other option, she had to send out the drawing. To be honest, she herself wasn't confident about the deal, since sanitary napkins are only needed by women, and Boss Lin was obviously a man. Didi. When the private message notification sounded, a flash of disgust crossed Li Lulu's face. Because the people sending her private messages are most likely those dogs she's stringing along. These dogs are all stingy. Every time Li Lulu asks them for supplies, they only give her a piece of wood or a palm leaf, and they will also take the opportunity to ask Li Lulu for a custom-made photo. Fortunately, little by little, Li Lulu managed to keep 8 or 9 men hooked up with her at the same time, and each time she was able to reap a good profit. She opened her private message list, and the next moment, Li Lulu excitedly jumped out of the palm leaf. Lin Chen actually replied to me. She was extremely excited. As early as last night, after the white shark meat and wooden spear incident broke out, Li Lulu immediately made her stance firm. We absolutely must stand on Lin Chen's side. Because she knew all too well that standing with useless people would only drag her down, and that only by being with rich people like Lin Chen could she survive better. In this world, morality is useless. Whoever controls the resources is the righteous one. Tonight's events perfectly illustrate this point. Lin Chen only needed to make a slight move to once again overturn public opinion across the entire district. This also proves that Li Lulu's choice was correct. Li Lulu still remembers that in a hit comedy movie on Earth called The Richest Man, after the protagonist became rich, his brothers served him like dogs and were able to rise to prominence as well. Even being Lin Chen's dog is a million times better than being a goddess to these losers. I'm going to be Lin Chen's dog. I'll rise to prominence with Lin Chen. Li Lulu quickly replied to the message. Brother, you're so kind. Your sister has always been your strongest supporter. Look at the screenshot of my message in the public chat. Thank you for taking in my drawings. I will definitely contact you as soon as I have anything good in the future. Because Lin Chen replied to Li Lulu's message, Li Lulu was able to continue sending messages to Lin Chen even though she was not his friend. Li Lulu. Brother with the pitiful expression in the picture, can I buy another pair of underwear using other materials? My clothes are all ruined after being soaked in seawater. The picture shows a semi-transparent white shirt stuck to my chest after being soaked in water. Lin Chen. Currently, we only accept blueprints for exchange. They will be available for purchase later. Li Lulu was not discouraged when she saw that Lin Chen did not react to her photos. At least he replied, which means there's hope. Li Lulu first obediently sent the transaction to leave a good impression, and then continued chatting. Then I'll look forward to Brother Lin's future lingerie listings. Brother Lin, do you need lingerie models? I can help you with promotional images for free. Lin Chen stopped replying. After receiving the blueprints, he quickly closed his private message list. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. A knife hangs above the word form. Amatba. Lin Chen silently recited this, shifting his attention. These women are all trying to seduce me. What's the point of just posting photos? You can't do anything with them. In the end, I had to do it myself. In the end, it all came down to me paying for both money and effort. I'm so ripped off. Lin Chen turned his head and looked at the blueprints he had just acquired. Basic crafting requirements for menstrual cloths. 1 piece of cloth. I don't lack fabric. I can get fabric just by recycling underwear. Menstrual cloth can be mass-produced. Oh right, I need to send 2 sets of underwear to Su Yun. Su Yun got the seaweed, the tent, and the wetsuit. Also, give her some menstrual pads while you're at it. She's a girl, she'll definitely need them. Lin Chen began to take action. First, they tore apart several pieces of clothing, then scanned them with a bracelet, and produced menstrual cloths. Finally, they sent them to Su Yun along with 3 carefully selected sets of underwear. On the other side, as a special contact for Su Yun, every message from Lin Chen would be directly sent to Su Yun's bracelet, ensuring she wouldn't miss a single one. Su Yun naturally learned that he was selling underwear. Su Yun began exploring the sea from the very first day she came into this world, and her clothes remained constantly wet. She had wanted to change her clothes for a while. Su Yun felt a warmth in her heart when she saw the transaction request that Lin Chen suddenly sent. Lin Chen really hasn't forgotten me. He cares about me. Then, a look of surprise appeared on Su Yun's face. Because Lin Chen not only sent underwear, but also 3 menstrual pads. Su Yun calculated that her period was about 4 to 6 days away. This man is so considerate. Su Yun hugged her underwear, a shy expression on her face. This is underwear that a boy gave me. Su Yun felt a strange sense of ambiguity. Didi. The private message interrupted Su Yun's random thoughts. Lin Chen, here's another tent. Even though I'm all alone on the sea, it feels weird to change clothes in the wild. That's so thoughtful. Su Yun felt her heart melting with warmth. On the other side, after finishing the transaction, Lin Chen put the other blueprints into the crafting table and began to study. Basic requirements for creating a small nursery plot. 20 soil, 5 wooden planks. Inferior tourniquet manufacturing requirements. 10 seaweed. Besides the blueprints, there was also a prescription. Common male enhancement recipe. Requires a grinding table to prepare. Preparation requirements. 1 unit of male enhancement herb. 1 unit of golden tuna powder. The need for plants suggests that there will be opportunities to go to land in the future, Lin Chen guessed. But these things will need to be explored further in the future. It's a pity we didn't get any feathers. It seems that no one has encountered the bird yet, or perhaps someone did encounter it, but couldn't shoot it down. Let's see if we can get it on the 3rd day. Lin Chen set up the high-quality tent, spread a bed inside with a pile of fabric, and slowly lay down to sleep. Chapter 21 Good Bow and Bandages. On the 3rd day, there were even more supplies on the sea. Lin Chen was awakened early in the morning by a ing sound. He opened his blurry eyes and stepped out of the tent. The first thing he saw was Xiao Ying, who was secretly opening a box on the raft to look for fish. How did you get on the raft? Xiao Ying has no legs and her lower body is a fish tail, so she can only move by supporting her body with her hands. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Xiao Ying immediately began to excitedly flick her tail, pointing at the fish in the box and gesturing wildly. Hurry up and grill some fish. Looking at the fish in Xiao Ying's hand, Lin Chen immediately understood what she meant. That gluttonous girl. Lin Chen watched helplessly as Xiao Ying thrashed about on the raft, her large, wicked breasts jumping up and down, making Lin Chen, who was already in an abnormal state after waking up that morning, even more abnormal. He bent over and went to the stove, lit the flames, and began to grill the fish. Didi. Su Yun. Good morning. Su Yun. Today is also a day full of hope. Lin Chen. Good morning. Lin Chen. Application for targeted transaction. Standard buoy 500. No other buoys available. Note. For reconnaissance. Su Yun. No need. No need. I retrieved all the buoys I deployed yesterday when I returned to port. Lin Chen. We'll need it eventually, so it's good to have extra. By the way, if you see any seabirds, please keep an eye out for them. I need feathers. Su Yun. No problem. After a brief chat, both parties began their exploration for the day. Lin Chen retrieved the fishing net he had cast the night before, catching a large number of good and excellent fish. After grilling them, he went to Xiao Ying's side. I got up early this morning to grill fish for you. Shouldn't you repay me in some way? Littling Eek? If you encounter shallow waters or find clumps of seaweed later, help me collect some seaweed and mud. For each time you collect it, I'll give you an extra grilled fish as a snack. Under Lin Chen's prompting, Xiao Ying finally nodded blankly. He then boarded a small raft and took Xiao Ying out to sea. Littling, there's a wooden barrel over there. Eek! There's a wooden barrel over there too. Eek! With Xiaoing around, Lin Chen no longer needs to drive 1 or 2 kilometers just for a wooden barrel treasure chest. As the ship sailed further and further away, Lin Chen guessed that he might be approaching land. Because the depth of the sea below is decreasing, Lin Chen can now vaguely see the seabed, which means he is only about 100 meters away from it. Didi, Suyun, I can see land. There are so many seabirds near the coast. Image. Lin Chen once again envied Suyun's luck. Lin Chen, the island is definitely richer in supplies than the sea. Remember to turn on the scanning function of your bracelet. Some flowers, plants, and trees may have special uses, so you can collect them and take them with you. Suyun, okay, I'm going to the island now. I'll send you some of the good stuff I find later. 5 minutes later. Suyun, application for targeted transaction. Feathers 50 none. Lin Chen was surprised. Birds are flying creatures, so killing seabirds is no easy task. Lin Chen, how did you kill the seabird? Suyun, I didn't kill it. The body was found on the beach where we landed, and it had bite marks on it. I suspect there are other dangerous creatures on the island. Lin Chen immediately became nervous for Suyun. You can't get hurt. I'm still waiting for you to help me gather supplies. Lin Chen gave Suyun the fine spear that Xiaoing had placed on the raft. Lin Chen, keep it safe, and be sure to pay attention to safety. Suyun was stunned when she saw the transaction information. This was the first time she had seen a high-quality item, and it was also a very powerful weapon. She knew that Lin Chen had the blueprints for ordinary spears, but she didn't expect that the spear she made would be of high quality. Is Lin Chen really that lucky? The 1 in 10,000 chance at the crafting table actually happened to trigger right when he was crafting a weapon. This weapon might be the only one of good quality in the entire region. Lin Chen entrusted it to me so confidently. He must trust me a lot to do that. Suyun's lips unconsciously curled up into a smile. She picked up the rifle, feeling even more confident about the upcoming island expedition. Xiaoing didn't care too much about the spear being taken away, because in her opinion, fighting was something humans could handle, and this thing was just a burden to her, so she usually kept the spear on the raft. But after a while, Lin Chen left another high-quality spear where she had left it. Xiaoing, we need to return to base. Lin Chen changed direction and paddled the raft. He obtained the feather and prepared to return to the crafting station to make bone arrows. Make a bow and arrow set for Suyun to increase her safety. Also, have her bring back some feathers. Lin Chen quickly rowed the raft back to shore. Suyun tied the raft to a rock with a rope, then took her good long gun and walked alone into the island. There are still many seabirds circling near the beach, but once you walk a kilometer into the island, you can hardly see any seabirds anymore. These seabirds seemed to be afraid of the island's presence and dared not approach. Suyun noticed this and gripped the spear even tighter. She shared the situation here with Lin Chen. Lin Chen, don't go any deeper. I'll bring you a bow when I get back, just to be on the safe side. Lin Chen quickly rowed the raft back to the base. Suyun obediently stopped advancing and retreated to the wide beach. She searched for bird carcasses on the beach, scanned them, and then sent them to Lin Chen. The bird meat was all of poor quality and worthless, so Suyun left it all on the beach. About half an hour later, Lin Chen's transaction request came through. Bow, good. Bone arrow, average 30. Bandage, average 10. None. Suyun's eyes widened immediately. A bow of excellent quality. Could it be that Lin Chen triggered the 1 in 10,000 probability again? Suyun couldn't help but envy Lin Chen's luck. A normal quality bone arrow only deals 12 damage, but when combined with a good quality bow, its total attack power reaches 90, making it incredibly powerful and far surpassing a normal quality bayonet. Lin Chen thoughtfully tied the bone arrows with rope for easy carrying. In addition, there are bandages. Common bandages can quickly stop bleeding within 5 seconds and allow the wound to scab over. They cannot stop bleeding from major arteries, such as the carotid artery. Description: stop spraying, or there won't be a single drop left. The bleeding stopped in 5 seconds, which is quite an amazing effect. With a good bow and bandages, Suyun felt confident about her upcoming exploration. Suyun, thank you. Wait for my good news. Lin Chen, be careful. Lin Chen was also very curious about the things on the island, but he was more worried about Suyun's safety. My precious girl can't get hurt. Without you, who's going to send me high-grade materials? Who's going to send me new blueprints? On the island, Suyun carried a bow and arrows on her back, held a long spear in her right hand, and dragged a cheap fishing net on the ground as a bag in her left hand. A military dagger and bandages were tied around her left waist. After making sure everything was in order, she strode towards the depths of the island. Chapter 22 Air Bubbles. Suyun proceeded cautiously, and as she ventured deeper into the island, the surrounding bushes became increasingly dense. She kept the scanning function of her bracelet on and collected many flowers and plants with special names along the way. For example, the male sunflower and the shade grass. She also encountered some trees whose names were scanned, but the trees were too large to carry away, and the recycling function could not be used to decompose them outside the raft's range. As they ventured deeper into the woods, Suyun suddenly heard a soft rustling sound coming from within. She immediately became alert, put down the fishing net, held the gun in both hands, and looked warily toward the source of the sound. A few seconds later, a dark figure suddenly leaped out from a bush. Suyun's breathing almost stopped at that moment. The dark shape before them was none other than a gray-black wolf. Ordinary people who grew up in modern society have never faced such a beast. In her panic, Suyun immediately raised her spear with both hands and thrust it forward. She had never practiced any martial arts, but everyone knew that at this moment, she had to use a spear to keep her distance from the wolf and absolutely could not let it get close or pounce on her. Fortunately, this wolf didn't seem to be very intelligent. When it saw Suyun's spear coming at it, it didn't dodge and just ran straight into it. With just one strike, the wolf's health bar, now reduced to only 2/3, was revealed above its head. Upon seeing the wolf's health bar, Suyun couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This wolf's health points are much lower than a great shark's. The wolf bumped into her spear, and the shock traveled from the tip to her hand, making Suyun's palm go numb. Under the intense collision, Suyun could feel that her strength was much stronger than before, perhaps due to the enhancement from the good spear, or perhaps from the boost from eating a lot of ordinary quality fish. Suyun didn't have time to think too much. The wolf's health bar gave Suyun great confidence. She swung her spear and thrust it forward again. By sheer coincidence, the shot hit the wolf's eye. The wolf let out a mournful howl, then turned and ran away. "Don't run," Suyun shouted, but the wolf had already run several meters away. In this jungle, Suyun dared not pursue them. She took out her bow, drew an arrow, and shot it. "It's crooked." The second arrow went astray again. Helpless, Suyun could only watch as the wolf gradually disappeared into the distance. This bow and arrow is so difficult to use. Suyun retrieved the 2 arrows that had missed their mark and continued forward. The next moment, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. From the depths of the distant, dense forest came the howls of wolves. At least 3 wolves. Suyun immediately ran outside without looking back. 1 wolf is manageable, but 3 or more are simply beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. She dropped the fishing net and ran desperately toward the beach. A sound came from the woods behind. Suyun felt like she was racing against death. She arrived at the beach, panting, jumped onto the raft, swung her spear to cut the ropes binding it, grabbed a plank, propped up the raft, and quickly fled the island. Just as she had fled about 7 or 8 meters from the island, 5 wolves sprang out from the dense forest, their green eyes fixed on her. One of them was the one that Suyun had chased away. Looking at the 5 wolves on the beach, Suyun felt like she had survived a disaster. But soon, to her surprise, she discovered that the wolves had actually gone into the water and were swimming towards her. "I can't beat you on land, but you're no match for me in the sea." Suyun immediately drew her bow and arrow. The wolf was slow in the water, which gave Suyun ample time to aim, greatly improving her accuracy. Her first target was the wounded wolf. Suyun drew her bow to its fullest extent, and the bow and arrow pierced the air, ending the life of the wounded wolf with a mournful howl. "Congratulations on defeating the dangerous creature, Coyote. You have earned 5 ocean coins." Then came the second wolf. Suyun fired 6 arrows in succession, missing 1, and finally killed him. After the second wolf fell, the remaining 3 coyotes were already close to the edge of the raft. Suyun put down her bow, picked up her spear, and stood on the raft to shoot from above. The coyote had just pawed onto the raft when Suyun stabbed it with her spear. A good quality spear deals considerable damage. 3 shots are enough to take down a coyote. Under Suyun's repeated jabs, all 3 coyotes quickly collapsed at the edge of the raft. "Congratulations on defeating the coyotes. You have obtained the black iron chest." A system notification appeared, and a black iron treasure chest landed directly on Suyun's raft. As her adrenaline began to subside, Suyun collapsed onto the raft, feeling utterly exhausted and unwilling to move at all. She breathed a sigh of relief and took a picture of the coyote's carcass. "Suyun, I'm so good at making these pictures. If I break them down later, I can probably make a wolf fur coat." "Lin Chen, are you injured? Do you need bandages?" Suyun smiled and replied, "It's all right. Me, the Valkyrie. These wolves didn't even touch me." "Lin Chen, Valkyrie." "Suyun, It sounds like she's praising herself, but the adjective feels a bit off. Su-yun lay down on the raft, enjoying the peace of surviving the ordeal. Fortunately, she encountered a small coyote. If she had encountered a real wild wolf, she might not have been able to escape. Time to pack up the spoils. She rowed the raft to the coyote carcasses, collected them one by one onto the raft, and then began to decompose them. Obtained 5 leather. Obtained 3 wolf bones. Obtained 5 fur. After dismembering all 5 coyotes, Su-yun opened the black iron treasure chest. Rewards: 30 ocean coins. Air balloon basic crafting blueprint. Basic requirements for making an air balloon: 10 fish bubbles, 1 rope, 1 piece of plastic. Isn't this just an oxygen tank? Su-yun excitedly shared the blueprints for the air balloon with Lin Chen. Su-yun, application for targeted transaction. No blueprints available for making air balloons. Su-yun, you have a lot of fish bladders, I'll give you the blueprints. Lin Chen was equally excited when he saw the air balloon blueprints. In this ocean world, exploring the ocean is a must. Sufficient oxygen is essential for diving. Lin Chen took the blueprints and jogged to the production table to begin production. Su-yun, if you're diving with air bubbles, you must be careful not to ascend or descend too quickly. You should pause for a while after reaching a certain altitude, otherwise your lungs will burst. Although Lin Chen is not a professional diver, he has heard of some cases of lung damage caused by scuba diving. There are significant differences in diving techniques between freediving without an oxygen tank and scuba diving with an oxygen tank. Scuba diving requires divers to have a sufficient understanding of scuba equipment, otherwise, accidents are very likely to occur. Su-yun, I'll compile some precautions for scuba diving and send them to you when I get back. Please don't go into the water rashly. Diving is very dangerous. Lin Chen, yeah, don't worry, I'm afraid of dying, so I don't usually go into the water easily. Lin Chen was telling the truth. He couldn't possibly go into the sea with air bubbles before he had mastered the skills of scuba diving. Chapter 23: Fishing Nets and Buoys on Clearance Sale. Although Lin Chen himself doesn't use air bubbles, that doesn't stop him from making them for Su-yun. Su-yun is a professional diver. Lin Chen made 2 ordinary air bubbles and gave them to Su-yun. An air bubble can store 5 minutes worth of breathing air. Taking 2 air bubbles into the sea at once is the limit, because more than that will cause the user to float on the surface and not sink. After all, this is not an oxygen tank made of metal, but just an air bubble made of fish bladder, which has strong buoyancy. Su-yun wanted to return the high-quality spear and bow to Lin Chen, but Lin Chen refused, saying that Su-yun, being a girl, needed these weapons for self-defense. After a brief chat with Su-yun, Lin Chen began creating the lucky backup plan for the air bubble. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +3. Superior oxygen cylinder. Its oxygen content is sufficient for normal breathing for 90 minutes. Description: my body is filled with the scent of loving you. When the +3 enhancement was triggered again, Lin Chen was both pleasantly surprised and somewhat disappointed. Because he definitely won't need the oxygen tank in the short term. No matter how high the enhancement level is, it won't make a difference. Never mind, half the day is already over. It's time to sell the fishing nets. With most of the day gone, and people having collected supplies all day, they should be able to afford fishing nets. Lin Chen, after 2 nights of battling the white shark, you all probably know that it will run away when its health drops below half. But I successfully killed it on the first night. Does anyone want to know the secret? The answer lies in this fishing net. Entry: ordinary fishing net. Simply cast a regular fishing net before a great white shark attacks, and it will entangle the shark, leaving it unable to escape and at your mercy. I'm now selling regular fishing nets at a low price, hoping that everyone will no longer be passive when facing a great white shark attack. 1 great white shark, 1 black iron treasure chest, at least 10 days worth of food, and a large amount of special materials. High-level materials such as leather and grease can all be obtained from great white sharks. And to kill a great white shark, all you need is a simple, ordinary fishing net. Lin Chen put hundreds of ordinary fishing nets on the shelves, priced at 39 planks or 40 palm leaves, or 1 iron block. The reason for slightly favoring the purchase of planks over palm leaves is mainly because too much money was spent on making the wooden spear last night, and the number of planks is now significantly lower than the number of palm leaves, so Lin Chen needs to make a balance. But to Lin Chen's surprise, the income from iron blocks today was quite astonishing. Iron resources, which were previously scarce in the entire district, have now become the most frequently traded type of resource. Lin Chen guessed that it might be related to the increase in marine resources, as many people had successively collected advanced materials. Besides that, there is another reason. Planks and palm leaves are essential for survival, while iron blocks are considered advanced equipment. Most people were still struggling to survive and didn't need iron blocks for the time being, so they preferred to exchange iron blocks for large quantities of planks and palm leaves. Lin Chen's message immediately caused a huge uproar. Lin Ji's version, even if he shouts himself hoarse. I'm a big fan of Lin Ge. Considering both durability and the shortest harvest time, an ordinary fishing net is worth at least 3 times more than a low-quality one. The cost of a low-quality fishing net is only 20 palm leaves. A regular fishing net is so effective, it can even trap great white sharks, and it only costs twice as much as the low-quality one. This price is incredibly affordable. Although I don't know the exact cost of a regular fishing net, the price that Boss Lin is selling it for is definitely close to the cost price, and he might even be losing money. Actually, I also got the blueprints for a regular fishing net today. The cost is 36 palm leaves, 20 palm leaves, and 8 ropes. Boss Lin's price is indeed not expensive. I originally priced it at 50 palm leaves, and I felt it was definitely worth that price, but I didn't expect Boss Lin to sell it so cheaply. Sigh. I originally wanted to make some money with this fishing net, but now I can only make less. Upstairs, don't be discouraged. If it weren't for Boss Lin's promotion, telling everyone that ordinary fishing nets can trap great white sharks, people might not be willing to buy your fishing nets. Nowadays, everyone has plenty of food, and few people would spend 50 palm leaves to buy a regular fishing net just to catch ordinary fish. But many people will definitely buy your net to hunt great white sharks. With low profit margins and high volume, you'll actually make a profit overall. Thanks to Boss Lin for helping us lower the market price and for showing us the way to kill the white shark. From now on, if anyone dares to call Boss Lin a capitalist, I'll curse them to death. Has anyone ever seen such a conscientious capitalist? Lin Chen smiled with relief. This is what a good leak looks like. He took a sip of water and looked at the pile of buoys on the raft. Once the craze for ordinary fishing nets is over, I'll start selling buoys. The widespread availability of ordinary fishing nets will eliminate inefficient anglers and fish catchers, and the fishing industry will be taken over by ordinary fishing nets. You've cast your fishing nets. You can't just stand guard by them forever. Hee hee. After seeing that most of the fishing nets on his shelf had been sold, Lin Chen contacted Su Yun to help him put the buoys on the shelf for sale. In the public chat, Su Yun wrote, "Low-price buoys for sale. No more getting lost on your way home. Even while fishing with nets, you can still sail far. A set of 10 buoys. Each set only costs 35 plastic. Although the amount of plastic is small and difficult to hook, after 2 consecutive days of survival consumption, plastic has become the most useless thing in people's hands. When people saw that they could exchange plastic for buoys, many were tempted. Su Yun, the targeted transaction application will send the proceeds from the sale of the buoys to Lin Chen. Su Yun, why do you collect plastic? I feel like there's not much you can make from plastic. Lin Chen, plastic is the only industrial-era product among the 3 major resources in the early stages, and it will definitely be used on a large scale later, so let's stock up on some first. It doesn't matter if it's not used, since we need plastic to make buoys anyway. If the technology in the survival world had advanced to the level of modern society, plastic would truly be ubiquitous. After making a fortune with fishing nets and buoys, Lin Chen glanced at the sky. It's almost completely dark. Lin Chen forged another good spear and tossed it to Xiaoying. Then, he picked up the excellent spear and went to a spot near the center of the raft, where he grilled fish while waiting for night to fall. Didi, it's news about Su Yun. Lin Chen, tomorrow is the official survival phase. Are you nervous? Since the two became acquainted, Su Yun has regarded Lin Chen as her only partner in the survival world, as well as her only chat partner. Whenever she makes a discovery or has an idea, she immediately sends a message to Lin Chen to share it. Lin Chen looked at the excellent long spear, excellent bow and arrow, superior oxygen tank, diving suit, and the littling floating around in the sea, entertaining herself. Not panicking at all. If even Lin Chen needs to be nervous, then everyone else might as well just wait to die. He replied, "It's all right, just a little bit." Su Yun, actually, I lied today. Lin Chen, what's wrong? Su Yun, when I first encountered those 5 wolves, I was almost scared to death. Those were wolves. When I was a child, I was even afraid of dogs, let alone wolves. Su Yun, but when I saw that all 5 wolves were dead, I suddenly felt very calm. It was as if nothing was a big deal. Su Yun, oh right, I discovered today that I've become incredibly strong. When the coyote first pounced on me, I just shot it back. I was shocked myself. Su Yun, it must be the ordinary fish you gave me that worked. I'm a true female warrior now. I'm not even afraid of wolves. What in this world can scare me? Lin Chen watched as Su Yun sent a long string of messages to herself, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. It's clear that Su Yun is a girl with a strong ability to recover on her own. Su Yun, why aren't you saying anything? It feels really weird that I'm the one talking to myself. Lin Chen, I'm farming items. Su Yun, what items should I use? Lin Chen, application for targeted transaction. Fishing nets are in good condition. Lin Chen, it's working. Here you go. Su Yun was completely dumbfounded when she saw the fine fishing net that had landed in her hand. How come Lin Chen is so lucky? First a good spear, then a good bow. Now it's a good fishing net again. This is the third high-quality item we've acquired today. No, this fishing net wasn't obtained by luck. Lin Chen specifically farmed it. Lin Chen has been selling ordinary fishing nets. He must have made a lot of fishing nets to produce this excellent one. Without hesitation, he gave himself the excellent fishing net and the spear and bow. These were items with a 1 in 10,000 chance of being crafted. Su Yun suddenly felt like crying, so moved she wanted to cry. Lin Chen is so good to her. If I can meet him offline in the survival world, I will definitely repay his kindness. Chapter 24 Excellent Construction Hammer. Dangerous creatures may approach at night. Before midnight, everyone stayed nervously in the center of the raft, wary of the dark sea. Today is the last day of the newbie period, so hopefully nothing unexpected will happen. Someone asked a question in the fair chat. Then he was quickly met with a barrage of criticism. A jinx. Besides those who were terrified, there were many who possessed weapons or had stockpiled large quantities of wooden spears. They were already looking forward to the scene after they killed the great white shark. Lin Chen ate the grilled fish while keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. Suddenly, the sound of huge waves came from one direction. Lin Chen looked over and saw a huge black shadow breaking through the waves. Something's not right. The great sharks we saw before weren't this big. Lin Chen picked up the excellent bow and knocked an excellent bone arrow. When the dark figure reached the edge of the raft, Lin Chen was able to see it clearly. It's still a great white shark, but it's at least twice the size of the original great white shark. An adult great white shark. Lin Chen was surprised, but he did not panic because of the unexpected turn of events. Adult great white sharks are simply larger and have a longer attack range. But Lin Chen now possesses an excellent bow and arrow. Although Lin Chen's archery skills were a bit off, the sheer size of an adult white shark meant that he could hit it within 10 meters, even with his eyes closed. He drew back the bowstring, and the bow and arrow, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound, instantly pierced the body of the adult white shark. A health bar appeared above the white shark's head. This arrow dealt a total of approximately 1 to 6 damage to its health. It's not that strong. A good bow paired with good arrows has an attack power that is only a dozen points lower than that of a good spear. 5 more arrows would be enough to kill this adult great white shark on the spot. Lin Chen drew his bow again. He discovered that the adult great white shark in front of him was already under the control of the well-prepared fishing net he had cast around the raft. Its huge body thrashed about in the net, but it couldn't move at all. Lin Chen was essentially shooting at a giant fixed target, and the distance between them was only 10 meters. Even the most off-target archery skills would hit the target 100% of the time. Bow and arrows were fired one after another. Congratulations on defeating the dangerous creature, Great White Shark. You have obtained Black Iron Chest too. Double the profit. Lin Chen retrieved the Black Iron treasure chest. After searching throughout the day, he has now opened 8 to 10 boxes. This wave will make a total of 10. Opening the first treasure chest yielded 30 ocean coins and a good kitchen knife. Although he obtained a good weapon with a low probability of success, to Lin Chen, it was just a kitchen knife. The second treasure chest is the real highlight. Unboxing complete. The lucky draw effect activated. Quality increased by 1. Woohoo! Rewards: 30 ocean coins, common crafting table blueprint, good building hammer blueprint. Looking at the information on the 2 drawings, Lin Chen rubbed his eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief. Wow, am I really that lucky today? The original crafting table allows you to learn and craft items of common quality or lower, while the regular crafting table, in addition to the original, allows you to learn good blueprints and craft good quality items. If the +3 lucky draw is triggered again, a perfect quality item can be crafted. The effect of the construction hammer shocked Lin Chen even more. Construction hammer. Use the construction hammer to unlock the building system and construct building structures such as foundations, walls, roofs, and windows. The construction hammer can also be used to repair or demolish buildings. Production requirements: 30 wooden boards, 30 palm leaves, 30 plastic, 10 iron blocks, 10 cloth, 10 leather, and 10 waterproof materials. Building a construction hammer requires a lot of resources, which ordinary players certainly cannot afford, but Lin Chen can build a site. He immediately took the blueprints to the workbench. First, make 18 wooden spears to reach the required number of attempts. Then make a regular crafting table. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality increased by 1. Crafting table is good. Allows you to learn crafting blueprints of excellent quality and below, and craft items of excellent quality and below. No durability limit. Lin Chen didn't have high requirements for the crafting table. Good quality was enough, so he didn't continue to try for the +2 lucky draw. Then came the construction hammer. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +2. Looks like today really is my lucky day. A hammer, about the size of an arm and shimmering with blue light, appeared on the workbench. Lin Chen excitedly picked up the construction hammer to examine its detailed functions. Construction hammer. Excellent. Use this item to unlock the building system. Scan resources with the construction hammer to store them in its internal space. There are 50 slots, with a maximum of 200 items per slot. Resources in the hammer are automatically consumed when building or repairing. Materials are automatically recovered when dismantling buildings. No durability limit. Note, the space inside the hammer can only hold standardized items. A burning light flashed in Lin Chen's pupils. This is simply a magical artifact. Not only can it be used for construction, but it can also be used as a personal space. 50 + 200. That's enough to hold 10,000 items. Lin Chen no longer needs to worry about having too many supplies. He opened the building interface, his excitement practically written all over his face. The superior-grade construction hammer can build structures of superior quality, such as alloy panels, thermal insulation walls, etc. However, many of the materials required to make these structures are ones that Lin Chen has never seen before. He turned his attention to the architecture section, which featured good and high-quality content. Wow, they can actually build finished ships directly. Or powered sailboats, longships, 3-section sailboats, pirate ships. It can even be equipped with artillery. That's amazing. However, the cannons need to be manufactured separately using a crafting table, and I don't have the blueprints for that yet. But I can already build some of the ordinary boats, like galleys. Lin Chen was already eagerly anticipating it. He used his construction hammer to scan and store the supplies that were originally stored in the box, and also collected a lot of high-level materials and destroyed and recycled them. It took him more than half an hour to gather enough materials for a set of oars and sailboats. 3,000 wooden planks plus 500 ropes plus 200 cloth plus 50 iron blocks plus 30 waterproofing material. Construction complete. Please select your landing point within 10 minutes. The construction hammer pops up a notification and projects a shadow. When the projection is blue, it means that buildings can be released in that area. Lin Chen ran to the raft and aimed the construction hammer at the sea. The projection of the oar-powered sailboat turned blue. This is it. Pressing the button on the construction hammer sends a galley sailing ship crashing into the sea. This galley is a modified version of a survival game. It is approximately 12 meters long and 5 meters wide and has 1 sail. As Lin Chen stepped onto the oar-powered sailboat, a notification automatically popped up on his wristband. The oarsman control panel is now open. Lin Chen can freely raise and lower the sails using the projection on his wristband. However, once the sails are furled, if the boat needs to be moved, Lin Chen himself must come to the helm and row the oars. It takes tremendous strength to propel a rowing sailboat forward. An ordinary person would have to exert every ounce of strength to row it. However, Lin Chen was able to push it easily after the fish meat was improved to an excellent and perfect quality. From now on, the oar-powered sailboat will be my main vessel. I can completely abandon the raft. There is a construction hammer as a personal storage space, and the oarboat also has a large open space to place stoves and other facilities. The ship is surrounded by barriers, so there is no need to worry about supplies scattered on the deck falling into the sea when the wind and waves are not too big. The first thing Lin Chen did was to move the good production table onto the oarsman. He then returned to the raft with a construction hammer and activated the demolition mode. With just a gentle tap, a wooden raft plank breaks instantly, and all its materials are recycled into the construction hammer space. It's actually zero-loss recycling. Just as Lin Chen was collecting the materials for the raft, a beep-beep sounded. It's news about Su Yun. Chapter 25 received rave reviews. Su Yun. Lin Chen, the great white shark tonight is huge. I feel like ordinary fishing nets can't trap it. Did you manage to trap it over there? My great white shark just ran into the good fishing net. I've already killed it. Here's the good fishing net and bow and arrows back to you. Go and kill more great white sharks. Lin Chen. No need to return it to me. I can kill the image. Oh right, here you go. This is the blueprint for this thing that I just got. Lin Chen, application for targeted transaction. The construction hammer is good. The crafting table is average. Su Yun stared in disbelief at the information in the transaction. How can Lin Chen be so lucky? Not to mention the ordinary quality crafting table, an item that every survivor will need in the future. The construction hammer alone was enough to shock Su Yun. A construction hammer is like a portable storage space, and it also unlocks the building system in this survival game. In the future, houses can be built on rafts to protect them from wind and sun. Perhaps the raft can even be converted into a large ship. While Su Yun was in awe, Lin Chen was comparing the differences between a good construction hammer and an excellent construction hammer. An excellent hammer can directly build finished boats of excellent quality or below, while a good hammer can only build small fishing boats of ordinary quality. Or you can use various architectural structures to assemble your own ship. However, that requires some professional knowledge. Lin Chen put away the good construction hammer. He decided to wait until tomorrow during the day to take them out for sale. Tomorrow will be a scorching sunny day. When everyone is half dead from the sun, someone will definitely be willing to spend a lot of money to buy a construction hammer, which can then be sold for a good price. Lin Chen opened the chat interface to check, and sure enough, it was filled with a sense of dejection. This game is so unfair. Before, the great white shark could only take away 5 points of durability with one bite. But today's great white shark can take away 13 points of durability with one bite. And it bites so frequently. Even a regular fishing net can't hold it. My newly bought regular fishing net was completely destroyed. If one net isn't enough, then two will do. The great white sharks didn't come out of my net last time. So this time I'll cast 2 nets, one low quality and one ordinary. I'm betting the great white sharks will come from this direction this time. Upstairs, I advise you not to do that. When a great white shark bites, it bites with both nets stacked together. No matter how many you stack, it won't help. Don't ask me how I know. I've already lost 2 nets. Then I've wasted my money buying this ordinary fishing net. What a waste. While your fishing nets are still intact, you should put them away and wait until you need to catch fish. Hunting great white sharks is not something that ordinary people like us can do. A great white shark can bite through 2 boards at once. Who can withstand that? Gentlemen, little white shark. Taken down. Image. Hey, could the expert upstairs teach us how to do that? Actually, the principles are all the same. Great white sharks will flee when their health drops below half, so I whittled its health down to almost half during the first attack. Then I cast a regular fishing net and waited for the second attack. If the great white shark gets caught in the fishing net a second time, we must seize the opportunity to attack immediately. This plan is simple and straightforward, but it has 3 strict requirements. First, the great white shark must pass over your fishing net, otherwise all subsequent operations are meaningless. Second, the fishing net must have full durability, the reason for which should be self-explanatory. Thirdly, regarding weapons, I personally recommend having at least one weapon with 40 attack power or higher, which you can use as a flail with a rope attached, or you can have a large number of disposable weapons like wooden spears that you can quickly launch, compensating for the lack of attack power with the frequency of attacks. This way, you can kill the great white shark before the fishing net's durability runs out. The expert's tutorial is simple and easy to follow. In the last attack, I had already whittled down this great white shark's health by almost half, and now I'm just waiting for it to walk through my fishing net. If it doesn't walk through my net, I won't attack it. Brothers, calm down. What if this great white shark doesn't leave the net? You'll just be wasting a whole bunch of planks. Try to drive it away if you can. We need to be realistic about our strength and not force things. Fortune favors the bold. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. Tonight, I will kill the great shark. Lin, the big boss, revealed that the reward for killing a regular white shark is a black iron treasure chest. What's the reward for killing this great white shark? Can anyone tell me? 2 black iron chests. The reward is double that of a regular white shark. I'll risk it all. Tonight, I'm going to kill the great shark. Is Boss Lin Chen still selling wooden spears tonight? I only had 14 wooden spears saved up yesterday, not even enough to repel the white shark. Brother Lin Chen, sell some more wooden spears. Things could change tonight, and many people don't have enough. Haha, I've killed a great white shark too. Selling great white shark meat. It'll give you more energy when you hunt great white sharks. Lin Chen glanced at the number of people in the chat interface. 3,987 people. Those who survived the first 2 nights are not useless. Although the dangerous creatures were stronger tonight, quite a few players still managed to kill the white shark. Lin Chen secretly hoped that these players could survive, otherwise no one would buy his goods. A shrewd capitalist inevitably desires a relatively peaceful world, because death and war only bring unpredictable variables and a reduction in the number of people exploited. Except for arms dealers. He put another bunch of wooden spears on the shelf and then spoke in the public chat. Lin Chen, the price of wooden spears will remain the same tonight. Supply will continue until 10 p.m. Boss Lin. Thank you, Brother Lin. Long live the forest god. Lin Chen looked at the messages flooding the screen, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Wooden spears alone are not enough, because today is the third day, and many people have already received weapons and no longer need wooden spears. Lin Chen's goal is to squeeze every last drop of resources out of everyone. Lin Chen, selling a standard quality crafting table, an essential item for future survival. I'm also giving away my original crafting table, only one available, and only for those who don't have one. If you need one, take a picture on your raft to prove you don't have a crafting table, and I'll pick one to give away. A basic production station may not earn you much money, but it can earn you a lot of positive reviews. Capitalists also need credibility. Last night, it was precisely because of the problem with his reputation that Lin Chen was almost attacked by the Song army. Although he managed to win back the score with his strength, it also made Lin Chen more vigilant. In the future, as more and more people collect various blueprints, many things will not necessarily be unique to Lin Chen. Take, for example, the market competition for ordinary fishing nets today. When two or more players are selling the same item at the same time, competition is inevitable. A price war will only result in neither side making money, just like the current wooden spear market. Therefore, the future market competition will be about how well merchants are perceived. Whoever is more popular with the public will be the one the public prefers to buy from. Lin Chen's act of gifting the original crafting table undoubtedly garnered him another wave of positive reviews. Of course, before selling it, Lin Chen had already transferred all the crafting patterns he had learned to the new crafting table. The newly released standard production tables were also purchased in large quantities. This item is essential for survival. Without the advanced crafting station, you can only buy advanced items on the market at a price higher than the original price, which will result in a significant loss of resources over time. Lin Chen noticed that many players had already obtained crafting blueprints for high-quality items. It is foreseeable that a large number of high-quality items will appear on the market in the near future. Chapter 26, Xianxian Mutual Aid Association. The beginner period is over. The sun is shining brightly. The scorching sun will last for 10 days. Sunny day 1 weather forecast. Sunny, temperature 33 to 37 degrees Celsius, light breeze, long days, and short nights. The next phase will be announced in 7 days. Midnight. Today's weather forecast is out. Despite it being nighttime, the air temperature did not drop at all. On the contrary, it continued to rise. Lin Chen had already built a house on the oarsman using a construction hammer, with windows on 2 sides for ventilation. He used high-quality, thick wooden walls and tiled roofs in the construction. A wooden roof frame was built under the roof, and a layer of wooden ceiling was installed under the roof frame, creating an air gap between the roof and the ceiling to block the heat from the sun above. To improve insulation, Lin Chen also added a layer of mud coating to the outer surface of the thick wooden wall. Finally, Lin Chen placed 4 boxes in the 4 corners of the room, filling them with seawater. It was 37 degrees Celsius on the first day, and I estimate it will break 40 degrees Celsius tomorrow. Sigh, if only we had an air conditioner. But air conditioners have a lot of prerequisites. We also need an electrical system. Lying on the fabric bed, Lin Chen slowly fell asleep. A bright, sunny day, the first day. As soon as Lin Chen got out of bed, he felt the heat of the blazing sun. The high temperature at sea is a humid high temperature. Walking in such an environment, you will feel sticky even if you don't sweat. Lin Chen opened the chat interface as usual to see if there was any new information. Why are there more people? The total number of people at the top of the chat interface has suddenly changed to 21,457. It's 6 a.m., most people haven't gotten up yet, and there are only a dozen or so people chatting in the chat interface. Lin Chen checked and realized that the system must have merged several regions around 3 or 4 a.m., when everyone was sound asleep. Didi. Early in the morning, Su-Yun sent her greetings as usual. Su-Yun, good morning. Would you like some tea? Lin Chen was puzzled, and the next second, Su-Yun brought the tea over in a plastic bottle. A few leaves were floating in the plastic bottle. Peppermint, average quality, can be used to make tea, to clear heat and quench thirst. Such a wonderful thing exists. Products with system-defined descriptions and a quality level above average are bound to have remarkable effects. Lin Chen picked up the bottle and drank it all in one gulp. A refreshing coolness flowed from my body to my limbs, dispelling the discomfort caused by the rising temperature. As expected of ordinary quality tea. Lin Chen asked, "Good morning. How is this tea made?" Su Yun. Entry. I picked the peppermint on the island yesterday, but I was in such a hurry yesterday that I left a lot of flowers and plants on the island without taking them with me. I plan to go pick more today. Lin Chen. Be careful. Su Yun. Hee, don't worry. I got the turtle shell shield and the common seashell leggings from killing a great white shark yesterday. As Lin Chen looked at the description of the tortoise-shell shield, an image of a Spartan warrior inexplicably flashed into his mind. One hand holding a spear, the other a shield. Su Yun. The goddess of war is setting off. Wait for my good news. Su Yun built a small fishing boat last night using a good building hammer. The fishing boat is about 5 meters long and about 1.2 meters at its widest point. It is generally shuttle-shaped and equipped with a paddle system, making it much faster than a raft. The fishing boat also had a small sail, and since Su Yun was heading towards the island with the wind at her back, she could take advantage of the wind. Lin Chen put away the fishing net he had cast and began his daily fish grilling process. Xiaoying, breakfast is ready. He came to the side of the boat, threw down the grilled fish, and Xiaoying caught it in one bite. Why is this mermaid so dog-like? While grilling the fish, Lin Chen refreshed the trading market to see if any high-quality items had been listed after the crafting station sold out last night. Huh? What the heck is this? Lin Chen found a large number of wood carvings called Xianxian Mutual Aid Association medals. These wood-carved medals are all self-named props, indicating that someone is mass-producing these items. What idiot did this? The early stages of survival are so precious, and they used that time to carve this thing. Lin Chen opened the chat interface and quickly understood the reason. Xianxian refers to Su Xianxian, an idol on Blue Star. After entering the game, this person used his fame to quickly organize a team of over 1,000 people, named Xianxian Mutual Aid Association. Members of the association agreed to help each other and share resources. The organization didn't seem to have any effect on the first day, but starting from the second night, it began to show good results. Members with weapons within the organization passed them around within the mutual aid group, enabling most players to repel the white shark. Furthermore, under the supervision of Su Xianxian and some mutual aid association administrators, these players who received weapon assistance dared not hoard the weapons and refused to return them. Because if someone tries to monopolize weapons, they will be blacklisted by the entire Xianxian Mutual Aid Association. After the second night, Xuanxuan's Mutual Aid Association became famous and attracted a large number of players to join, with the number of members exceeding 4,000, which accounted for almost 2/3 of the total number of survivors in that area. When trading, members of the Mutual Aid Guild will first list their items on the free market and set a relatively high price. If someone wants to buy the item, they need to contact the seller privately and show their Xianxian Mutual Aid Guild badge, and then the two parties will conduct a targeted transaction. If someone is blacklisted by Xianxian Mutual Aid Association, it means that they will be unable to purchase affordable items or receive weapon support from Xianxian Mutual Aid Association. To prove that one is a member of the Xianxian Mutual Aid Association, one needs to purchase a wooden badge with the name Xianxian Mutual Aid Association from Su Xianxian or other Mutual Aid Association administrators. The administrators will engrave the member's name on the badge and issue it to the member. However, with the merger of various regions, the number of members in the Xianxian Mutual Aid Association decreased, its influence plummeted, and it became difficult to continue to control the situation. The Mutual Aid Society's administrators and loyal fans are trying to use the same method to expand the Xianxian Mutual Aid Society's operating model from a small area to a larger area. Xianxian Mutual Aid Association is led by the national goddess Su Xianxian. Participants can enjoy low-price transactions within the association and experience fairness and order. Su Xianxian? Is that the Su Xianxian I know? That's right. It's her. Friend, would you like to join our mutual aid society? We help each other out, and by joining, you can enjoy our weapons support to help you defend against attacks from dangerous creatures. Internal trading within the Mutual Aid Association is regulated, preventing the sale of exorbitantly priced items. Furthermore, our Xianxian Mutual Aid Association possesses a large number of advanced blueprints. Advanced items are only sold to internal members, including ordinary distillation jars, ordinary fishing nets, and ordinary fishing rods. Simply purchase a special medal from Su Xianxian or other administrators to join the Xianxian Mutual Aid Association and enjoy weapon support, affordable trading, and high-level items. Xianxian Mutual Aid Association has killed 11 great sharks to date. Join us and never fear the dangers of the night again. Lin Chen got a general understanding of the Mutual Aid Association's operating model. Although there are still many loopholes in the management methods, it is already quite remarkable that a reciprocal organization with several thousand people could be established within 3 days under such harsh conditions. The existence of this organization is undoubtedly beneficial to ordinary survivors, but it had no effect on Lin Chen. Even their so-called advanced props were nothing more than trash that Lin Chen could throw away at will. You can advertise however you want, just don't interfere with my making money. Lin Chen continued grilling the fish, treating the matter as mere amusement and quickly dismissing it. Chapter 27 Beastman. Su Yun steered the fishing boat, which moved 10 times faster than the raft when the wind was favorable, and sped towards the island from yesterday. This island is surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides, with only one side being a beach where one can land. Su Yun moored the fishing boat in the shallows, swam a short distance into the beach, and then tied the fishing boat to the rocks with a rope. She glanced at the beach, where several more seabird carcasses lay on the sand. Su Yun remembered that she had clearly collected all the seabird carcasses yesterday. It seems that coyotes are not the real danger on this island. Just like yesterday, Su Yun first collected seabird carcasses on the outskirts and gave them to Lin Chen so he could make bow and arrows. Holding a tortoiseshell shield in one hand and a fine spear in the other, with a construction hammer hanging at her waist, she slowly walked into the dense forest. The dense shade in the woods makes it slightly cooler than the outside temperature. Su Yun carefully looked around before taking each step, keeping her pace low. Rustle. The occasional rustling of the wind through the trees would make Su Yun stop and look around warily. She moved slowly, following the path she had taken yesterday, and found the fishing nets that had been abandoned on the island. The fishing net was trampled into the mud by the foot of a large creature, and the flowers and plants inside the net were crushed. Why does this footprint look so much like a human foot? Su Yun's palms had started to sweat without her realizing it. Despite possessing advanced weaponry and equipment, she was, after all, just a girl raised in a modern, civilized society. No, I can't be afraid. This world is full of dangers, and I can't stay in my comfort zone forever. I must overcome my fear. Su Yun continued to explore the island. Soon, the woods thinned out, and a clearing appeared before Su Yun. In the middle of this area, there was a fire made of firewood. Is someone here? Could it be that there are indigenous people in this world? Su Yun hid in the woods, not revealing herself rashly. She discovered that there were large footprints everywhere around the fire, exactly the same as those she had seen in the dense forest before. Su Yun huddled in a bush, secretly observing, and soon she knew who the footprints belonged to. Savage. The creature before them was clearly a humanoid being, but it was much larger than a normal human, almost 3 times the size of a normal adult male, and about 5 meters tall. This wild man was covered in yellow and black hair, except for his limbs and face. This camp must be a savage camp. The savage had returned to the camp. Su Yun huddled in the bushes, not daring to move, for fear of being discovered by the huge savage. She tried turning on the bracelet and scanning from a distance. Beastmen, dangerous creatures. They seem to have become increasingly frenzied due to their long-term consumption of raw flesh from dangerous creatures. Compared to humans, they are more like wild beasts. Hint, the beastmen use tools. Su Yun was startled. Since the system has already marked this as a dangerous creature, it means that the humanoid thing in front of us is extremely dangerous. The beastman carried a coyote carcass on his shoulder and a leather bag in his hand. When it put down the bag, Su Yun realized that it was filled with all kinds of flowers and plants, as well as some small animal skin bags containing powder and seabird carcasses. The beastman used its large stone dagger to cut open the coyote's belly, poured all the flour and herb powder into the coyote's stomach, then picked up a wooden spear and pierced the coyote's body from the base of its tail to its neck, hanging the entire carcass over a fire to roast. The flames ignited the coyote's fur, which burned and emitted a foul odor, but the beastman paid no heed. Upon seeing the fire, they immediately lifted the wolf carcass off the fire and took a bite of its charred fur and undercooked meat. Blood, mixed with charred fur, stained the beastman's mouth. It looks absolutely disgusting. But the beastman seemed to be enjoying himself, eating raw meat while swinging his legs. Su Yun suppressed her nausea, secretly took the bow off her back, and slowly backed away. The beastman seemed to be engrossed in the pleasure of eating, unaware of the commotion in the woods. Su Yun retreated to a distance of about 100 meters from the beastman before she drew the bowstring. A distance of 100 meters is within the bow's maximum effective range. But Su Yun might not be able to hit the target. Although the beast-like humanoid was very large, Su Yun was not confident in her archery skills. She took a deep breath, held it, and aimed. A mysterious feeling instantly filled her body. At this moment, The bow in her hand seemed like an extension of her limbs, and she handled it with complete ease. What's going on? Su Yun was stunned for a moment. Could there be a hidden skill level system in this game? I shot 5 wolves yesterday, so my archery skill level increased. Su Yun was secretly delighted. This time, she was absolutely confident that she could hit the beast man. Once you hit the beast man, you can see its health bar and then determine whether you can defeat it. Su Yun released the bowstring, and the bone arrow shot out with a whoosh, drawing an arc in the air before finally landing on the beastman's thigh. The beastman's head lit up with a health bar. This arrow had only taken away 1/10 of its health. Su Yun immediately put away her bow and ran away. This thing is definitely not in the same league as a coyote. It can't fight it at all. She ran towards the beach at full speed. Behind him, the beastman was shot in the thigh by a hidden arrow and immediately let out an angry roar. It grabbed the tool bag next to the fire, scanned the area, quickly spotted Su Yun's location, and then ran after her. Fortunately, Su Yun had already created a 100-meter gap and was the first to run away. By the time the beastman reacted, Su Yun had already run 200 meters away. She rushed out of the dense forest and headed straight for her fishing boat. Once aboard the fishing boat, he cut the rope with a single shot and quickly moved away from the shallows. On the beach, the beastman chased it all the way to the shallows until the seawater covered its lower body, at which point it stopped its pursuit. Seeing that the beastman had stopped chasing, Su Yun picked up her bow and arrow, turned around and drew the string. My turn. But the next moment, the beastman pulled a weapon from his leather bag. Slingshot. Su Yun sensed something was wrong. After shooting the bow and arrow, she immediately dodged behind the ship's sail and mast. At that moment, the beastman launched an attack, and a fist-sized rock slammed into the hull of the fishing boat with a bang. Fishing boat durability, 290 to 300. It's alright, it can hold up. Su Yun immediately made a judgment, using the mast as cover, and drew her bow again. The two sides engaged in a long-range firefight. The beastman's attack frequency was much higher than Su Yun's, but their accuracy was slightly worse. Su Yun, although she needed to aim, hit the target almost 100% of the time. Unlike ordinary dangerous creatures, this beast-like human seemed completely unaware of the danger. After Su Yun fired 9 arrows, the beastman's health was reduced to 1 to 10, but it continued to shoot at the fishing boat. Just as Su Yun drew her bow to shoot her 10th arrow, a fist-sized rock suddenly came hurtling towards her. Smack! The powerful impact slammed into Su Yun's cheek, almost shattering her bones. Su Yun's cheek immediately swelled up, and she could no longer open her left eye, but she still stubbornly drew the bowstring again. The 10th arrow missed. 11th arrow hit. Congratulations on defeating the dangerous creature, Beastman. You have obtained a bronze chest. Chapter 28 Mechanisms and Fans. Ouch, that hurts. Su Yun covered the left side of her face, enduring the pain as she removed the bandage. She didn't know how to bandage, so she could only apply it to her face. A few seconds later, Su Yun felt her facial skin tighten. Her fingers trembled as she gently touched the left side of her face. There was a scab-like patch on my left cheek. Su Yun suddenly felt a chill in her heart. Am I going to be disfigured? No girl dislikes beauty, and Su Yun is no exception. Disfigurement is no less devastating to a girl than disability, especially when it happens to a young and beautiful girl. Su Yun's fingers trembled uncontrollably. Didi, Lin Chen, how are things on your end? Have you encountered any danger? Su Yun suddenly felt dazed. In this world, Lin Chen is her only friend. She could only confide in Lin Chen. Su Yun, I might be disfigured. Lin Chen was stunned when he received the message. Disfigurement. Lin Chen remembered the selfie Su Yun had sent him before. Although her expression was stiff, it was easy to tell that she was a very pretty girl. It would be such a pity if such a beautiful girl were disfigured. My lucky girl absolutely cannot get hurt. Lin Chen, wait for me a moment. 10 seconds later. Lin Chen, application for targeted transaction. Excellent bandage. High-quality bandages scab over wounds in 3 seconds and remove scabs in 10 seconds, restoring skin to its original condition. Su Yun saw the bandages Lin Chen brought and immediately applied them to her face. A cool sensation penetrated the skin, relieving the burning pain and reducing the swelling. Su Yun silently counted down, adding 4 or 5 seconds to the countdown, before eagerly reaching out to touch it. It feels smooth to the touch. She opened the selfie function on her bracelet and pointed it at her left cheek. It's back. Not only has the wound fully healed, but my skin is also in much better condition. You can't tell at all that I was tired from working these past 2 days. How amazing! Su Yun pinched her cheek in surprise. Looking at the remaining bandages in her hand, she suddenly realized something. How could Lin Chen have superior grade bandages? Suyun was about to ask, but quickly stopped herself from doing so. This should be Lin Chen's secret. If he doesn't tell me on his own initiative, I shouldn't ask him about it. But in fact, Lin Chen had already prepared an answer. Suyun risked her life to explore for supplies and even shared the good stuff with Lin Chen, so Lin Chen naturally had to provide support from the rear. After learning that Suyun was injured, Lin Chen decided to stop hiding his advanced props. However, he wouldn't reveal the existence of his second system, which guarantees a lucky break, but instead attributed everything to showing. He turned on the camera function on his wristband, then leaned over to the side of the boat and shouted, "Showing!" The little eagle, who was playing in the sea, heard the shouts and, thinking there was food, excitedly swam towards the oarsman. "Want to take a picture?" This word seems to be a bit beyond Xiaoying's comprehension. She obediently stopped at the side of the boat, watching curiously as Lin Chen raised his arm and then made a V sign with his other hand. "All right, go have some fun." Lin Chen dropped a grilled fish, and then Xiaoying ran off again. This mermaid is starting to look more and more like a dog. Lin Chen kept Suyun in suspense. "Lin Chen, want to see the mermaid?" Suyun was stunned when she saw the message from Lin Chen. Mermaid? Although it was shocking, in this world, anything is possible. Lin Chen, picture. Upon seeing the picture, Suyun was so shocked that she covered her mouth. It really is a mermaid. So beautiful. The man in the picture is so handsome. The man's face occupies the left half of the picture, while the other half is a mermaid on the sea. The photo is half handsome and half beautiful, leaving Suyun unsure which to look at first. She was stunned for several seconds before she came to her senses. "Suyun, what a beautiful mermaid. How did you meet her?" "Lin Chen. She was right next to me when I woke up." "Suyun, were your high-end props also a gift from the mermaid?" "Lin Chen, yeah. Xiaoying often brings me good things from the seabed. With her around, my luck improves, and the probability of triggering a lucky critical hit increases. By the way, Xiaoying is the name I gave her." "Suyun, what a lovely name. Xiaoying is so pretty. Can you take a few more pictures of her?" "Lin Chen, no problem." "Little Ling." After shouting, Xiaoying swam back. After snapping a few photos, Lin Chen said, "Okay, that's all. Go play now." Little Ling happily munched on the grilled fish. This time, she didn't swim away immediately, but waited in place to see if there was any more grilled fish to eat. So Lin Chen took the opportunity to take a few more photos. After sending the photo to Suyun, Lin Chen instructed, "You have to keep it a secret for me, okay? This is my biggest secret." "Suyun, don't worry. It doesn't really matter whether it's kept secret or not." Xiaoying kept swimming around on the surface of the sea. If she were to encounter other people's ships on the high seas in the future, Xiaoying's existence would definitely be exposed. It's impossible to hide it from the public. It's better to proactively expose something than to discover it passively. Lin Chen asked, "Did you encounter some dangerous creature just now?" Suyun recounted her experience and sent Lin Chen the entries about the beast man and the bronze treasure chest. Bronze chests can yield items of good quality. "Suyun, guess what I got from the bronze treasure chest?" Judging from his tone, he must have gotten something good again. Lin Chen once again envied Suyun's luck. However, considering the dangers Suyun encountered, these good things were entirely deserved by her. Survival games reward every brave survivor. Lin Chen could tell this from the description of the title Crisis Vanguard. Suyun, application for targeted transaction. The mechanism and fan are in good working order. This cooling device can keep the fan running automatically for 1 hour after one rotation of the mechanism. Crafting requirements: 5 wood, 5 palm leaves, 3 iron blocks, 2 leather. It's an absolute lifesaver in the summer when there's no electricity. Suyun didn't keep the drawings for herself, but immediately sent them to Lin Chen. "Suyun, I'll send you all the blueprints from now on. If you're lucky, you'll be the one to do it." "Lin Chen, no problem. I'll send it to you as soon as possible." Lin Chen took the blueprints and walked to the workbench. After completing the first 9 rounds of crafting, begin crafting the mechanical palm leaf fan. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality increased by 1. Excellent electric fan. Features 1 to 3 wind speeds and requires electrical connection. Durability, 90 to 90. Description: hoo-hoo. Looking at the double-ended socket extending from under the electric fan, Lin Chen felt somewhat helpless. Things from the electrical age cannot be used until a generator is found. Just as Lin Chen was about to throw the electric fan into a corner to gather dust, a sudden inspiration struck him. There's something that can generate electricity. Thunder eel. Lin Chen quickly went outside to check the fishing nets that had been cast earlier. After hauling in 6 good fishing nets and 2 excellent fishing nets in succession, Lin Chen finally caught another electric eel. He dragged the electric eel back to the room with a fishing net, then cut off the plug of the electric fan with a knife and connected the wires inside directly to the electric eel. The next moment, the electric fan started spinning. It's done. Chapter 29, Turning on the air conditioner. The fan word, bringing coolness to the stuffy room. Add 1 and it becomes an electric fan. Add 2 and it becomes an air conditioner. Lin Chen made a mechanical fan again. I kept trying until the 5th time. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +2. Excellent air conditioning features 5 modes: cooling, heating, ventilation, air blowing, and dehumidification. Lin Chen cut the air conditioner's power cord, unplugged the electric fan's power cord, and connected the air conditioner's power cord to the thunder eel. The moment the air conditioner was turned on, the electric eel suddenly wilted. The air conditioner stopped working as soon as it started blowing a gentle breeze. It seems that the thunder eel's power is insufficient to support the air conditioner. Let's catch a few more and see. Under the blazing midday sun, Lin Chen retrieved all the fishing nets. Although the air temperature is only 37 degrees Celsius, the body surface temperature is definitely higher. There was no shelter from the sun on the open sea. The sun beat down directly on the skin, creating a scorching sensation. Lin Chen drank another half bottle of peppermint tea. Even if the air conditioner works, it's only effective indoors. When you're outside, you still have to rely on peppermint tea. Lin Chen pulled the fishing net containing the electric eels back into the house. There are a total of 7 electric eels. Lin Chen gathered them into a box, then poured in a small amount of seawater and plugged in the wires. At level 4, the air conditioner can barely operate, but can only blow a weak breeze. At level 6, the air conditioner can operate normally. It's done. Under the combined discharge of the 6 electric eels, the air conditioner started to operate. A cool breeze blew out from the air conditioner vent, and the refreshing feeling seemed to open up all the pores on Lin Chen's body. To prevent the cold air from escaping, Lin Chen built a heavy wooden door for the room and also sealed the windows with a layer of semi-transparent paper. Although the indoor lighting has dimmed, it is also cooler. I wonder how long these 6 electric eels can last. Lin Chen knew that marine life couldn't survive in the box, so he had to change the power supply regularly. This is a bit troublesome. Let's send Su Yun an electric fan and a thunder eel. The air conditioner consumes too much electricity. Lin Chen initiated the targeted trading. Biologically powered electric fan, self-named prop, no item. Lin Chen, the electric eel has a very strong electric current, so don't touch it directly. I've already connected the wires for you, so you can use it directly. Su Yun was completely shocked when she saw the electric fan. She was startled when she saw that the electric fan's power cord was connected to a high-quality electric eel. The electric eel exploded the moment it landed, the current blasting a patch of blackened wooden floorboards on the fishing boat. However, this amount of electricity is not enough to reduce the fishing boat's durability. Lin Chen, I've tried it. These fish won't survive in a box, even if you fill it with seawater. So if the electric eel runs out of power, you can just grill it and eat it. Exceptional quality fish. Su Yun couldn't imagine how miraculous the effects would be after she ate the electric eel meat. She turned on the electric fan, but only on the lowest setting. She noticed that when she turned it on to the second setting, the electric eel became noticeably tense, and the electric arcs on its body became larger. In order to use it for a longer period of time, Su Yun only dared to use the first gear. The light wind at level 1 was enough for her. She used a construction hammer to build herself a fang-shaped sunshade and enjoyed the coolness brought by the electric fan. I should also return the favor to Lin Chen. She gave Lin Chen all the freshly picked flowers and herbs, as well as the powder she found in the beastman's leather bag. These herbal powders come in many varieties, all of ordinary or good quality, and each has unique effects. Among them, at least 3 can clear heat and quench thirst. After accepting the gift, Lin Chen immediately brewed himself a bottle of herbal mint tea, sipping tea and enjoying the air conditioning. This is a comfortable life. It was noon, the time when the sun was at its strongest. I might as well take a nap before going out to avoid the hottest time of day. The electric eels have already begun generating electricity at full power. Unlike a power source, these things cannot be stopped. From the moment they were dredged up, they were destined not to live for long. So Lin Chen simply lay down and enjoyed the rare coolness. On Earth, he has a habit of scrolling through his phone before bed. But in this survival game world, he can only browse the chat interface to see if there's anything new or interesting. After half a day of promotion, the Xinxian Mutual Aid Association has expanded to 8,000 members, according to their own statistics. However, this is still far from sufficient compared to the current total population of the region. Without a certain level of influence, their blacklisting and punishment policy will lose its effectiveness. The survivors in the merged new area clearly do not agree with the Mutual Aid Association's operating methods. You guys are really greedy, selling a wooden medal for 5 planks or palm leaves. One plank can make at least 30 or 40 medals like yours. What's the point of joining you? Are you going to make a bunch of useless people share the resources I painstakingly collected? And you even have to hand over the weapons for centralized control? I'll fucking swear. All the good stuff will be taken by you bunch of administrators. Face reality. This is a survival world. Put away your celebrity aura and show some real skills to attract us to join. Otherwise, why should I follow you? Your mutual aid society has thousands of members, and you've only killed a dozen or so ordinary white sharks. Is that something to brag about? Have you ever killed a great white shark? We've killed at least dozens of great white sharks in our area. Hey bro upstairs, I don't think much of this mutual aid group either, but isn't killing dozens of great white sharks a bit much? You can't brag like that. There are 2 big shots in our area who have also killed great white sharks, but those 2 big shots have high damage weapons. Hey, you think I'm bragging? Well, I'll prove it to you. I just saved these yesterday. Pictures, 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 pictures. These are all photos of great white sharks being killed in our district last night. There are over 20 photos to prove it, and many more that weren't taken. Have you seen that white shark meat in the market? It was all put up by people from our server before the server merge. White shark meat is almost the same price as cheap fish in our server. Wow, brother, there are so many big shots in your area. I'm impressed. Is there anyone willing to give me directions and help me out? I'd like to pay my respects. I killed a great white shark last night. The person in this photo is me. It's a selfie, but if you want to get in touch with the big shots, I suggest you go directly to Brother Lin Chen. Brother Lin is the best. He killed a great white shark on his first night. We all learned from him. Wow, that's amazing. There's someone this powerful. Hello, Brother Lin Chen. I'm Zhou Xiao, known in the underworld as Hunter Dog. I once single-handedly took down an entire branch of the Green Snake Gang in Hong Kong. But I'm definitely no match for you, Brother Lin. I couldn't beat that shark, let alone the great white shark from last night. Does Brother Lin Chen accept apprentices? I want to learn Kung Fu from you. In this revealing photo, the Mutual Aid Society model is more beneficial to the weak. The strong not only do not receive help when they join, but also have to sell items to other members at a lower price, thus reducing their income. Most of those who survive 3 days as beginners aren't brain dead. They've adapted to the primitive way of life. They won't panic like they did when they first arrived in this world, nor will they seek refuge with a group. Many people gradually develop ambitions after adapting to life in this world. Anyone with ability would not lower themselves to join a mutual aid society and accept the management of a useless celebrity. They want to carve out their own niche in this world. Lin Chen lay on the fabric bed and looked at the chat interface for a while, but didn't see any valuable information. Then he browsed the trading market for a while, and feeling a little sleepy, he turned off the bracelet projection and slowly fell asleep. Little did they know, his name had already spread throughout the newly merged district of 20,000 people. Chapter 30 Sunshade Raft. Su Xianxian, a well-known singing idol on Earth, reached her peak upon debut and has contributed many hit songs to the music scene. These songs have spread throughout the country, and almost everyone knows them. No one can deny her achievements in the art of singing, but in this world, survival is the first principle. Art is something we only need to think about after our basic needs for food and clothing have been met. At this moment, Su Xianxian was sitting on the raft with a frown, staring intently at the information on the chat interface. Several administrators within the mutual aid group were also sending her private messages. After the districts were merged, the influence of the Mutual Aid Association was greatly weakened. Those who were previously blacklisted by the Mutual Aid Association can now purchase supplies from people in other districts. Being blacklisted poses no threat to them at all. After the merger, all kinds of items are being sold in the market, and the high-level items that the Mutual Aid Association has internally no longer have an advantage. There are people outside selling ordinary crafting tables, which are essential items that we don't have, so we have to purchase them from outside. Many members of mutual aid societies would rather sell their products to outsiders than provide them to their own members at a low price. Su Xianxian wasn't stupid. On the first day of the survival game, she used her fame to gather a large group of people and form a mutual aid association. Then, she accumulated a lot of resources by selling metals and gathered high-level items into her own hands through unified management, thus gaining control of the upper-level wealth. Compared to the laborious process of using hooks to retrieve supplies from the sea in exchange for resources, Su Xuanchuan's method of harvesting wealth from the lower classes through organized means is more efficient and less strenuous. Su Xianxian could have continued to profit in this way for a long time, but after the district merge, the increase in population impacted the mutual aid association's operating model. To continue operating under this model, we need to expand the number of members in the mutual aid association to at least 70% of the total population. Xianxian Mutual Aid Association's first expansion occurred after the White Shark attack. The sharing of weapons enabled most of the members to successfully repel the White Shark, and the association's reputation soared from then on. A sensational event must occur, or the production method of important props must be mastered in order to attract people to join. Su Xianxian is thinking about how to expand enrollment. At this moment, a message from a subordinate caught Su Xuanxuan's attention. Awning construction drawings. A standard quality awning requires only 20 palm leaves and 5 planks, making it extremely inexpensive to build. Su Xianxian immediately took possession of the blueprints and began mass production. Since the blazing sun began to shine, Su Xuanxuan's skin had already turned red from sunburn in just half a day. As a celebrity, she is a talented actress, but she also takes great care of her appearance. My delicate skin has never been so severely damaged. The high temperature and strong sunlight irritated her skin, causing both pain and itching. At this moment, a sunshade would greatly alleviate her difficulties. This sunshade is about 2.5 meters high, with a 2.2 meter square base and an overall cone shape. She placed the sunshade in front of the workbench so she could concentrate on production while in the shade. Then, she went to the public chat to start promoting. New product for Xianxian Mutual Aid Association. Awning. Priced at 50 palm leaves plus 20 planks. The price for members of the Mutual Aid Association is only 25 palm leaves plus 10 planks. New members, please note that when you message me to purchase, please show your membership badge in the first message, otherwise I will not reply. After the news was released, she gave 3 sunshades to the administrator who provided the blueprints for free as a contribution for submitting the blueprints. She also granted him the privileges of a secondary distributor, allowing him to purchase sunshades from Su Xianxian at production price. The availability of sunshades has undoubtedly brought good news to many people. Before the availability of sunshades, the sunshades on the market were all homemade. These homemade sunshades were not only very small, requiring people to curl up inside, but their quality was also not guaranteed, and they often collapsed at the slightest touch. There is no after-sales guarantee in this world. So many quality disputes have arisen, and people are cursing each other in the chat interface. Many people would rather endure the sun than buy these homemade sunshades with no quality guarantee. However, the awnings produced by the system do not have this problem at all. After the sunshade provided by Xianxian Mutual Aid Association was put up, it became very popular. After all, not everyone is a craftsman who can build a satisfactory sunshade by themselves. With the launch of the sunshade, the number of members in the Mutual Aid Association surged by 2,000 in just half an hour. From then on, the total number of members of the Mutual Aid Association exceeded 10,000. Although many people did not fully abide by the Mutual Aid Association's internal rules, Su Xianxian did not care at this time. It's normal for things to be a bit chaotic during the expansion phase. Once the number of users has increased, we can gradually regulate and order the situation. Within half an hour, more than 4,000 sunshades were sold, an astonishing number. But soon, the market for sunshades was dealt a heavy blow. Because Lin Chen woke up. Seeing the booming sales of sunshades, Lin Chen saw a new business opportunity. He decided to temporarily refrain from selling the construction hammer. Sunshade rafts for sale. Lin Chen, I'm selling pictures of sunshade rafts, made with a good construction hammer, quality guaranteed. Price, 30 planks or palm leaves, or 10 plastic, or 2 iron blocks. I'm also selling fishing boats, priced at 300 planks or palm leaves plus 10 iron blocks, and includes a sunshade canopy for the driver's seat. Custom orders are accepted. Just message me or I'll reply to you via private message when I see your message. The first picture clearly shows a sunshade raft shaped like the Chinese character fang. Below is a raft plank, and above is a wooden wall and a wooden roof. With just 3 simple planks, a movable sunshade raft is formed. The second picture shows a fishing boat with a wooden roof over the driver's seat for sun protection. Brother Lin is truly amazing. He managed to get his hands on such equipment. This construction hammer is simply a divine weapon. Boss Lin's design is really great. It's ventilated on 3 sides, providing both shade and good sailing conditions. And it can even be customized. So thoughtful. My raft planks are a bit too big to paddle with, so I was just about to build a smaller raft specifically for outings. And then I saw Boss Lin's message. What a coincidence. Brother Lin, I have a suggestion. Could you make it a bit taller? It seems like it's only 1 meter tall, so I can't stand up. Brother Lin has opened up customization, so if you want one that stands up, go ahead and customize it. Do you know that if you increase the height by 1 meter, you need to lay more roof tiles on top to effectively block the sun? Anyway, I always row my boat sitting down, so I'll just have this short one. Indeed, if it were a meter taller, the price would be much higher. I estimate it would at least double. I guess Mr. Lin designed this low sunshade raft so that everyone could afford it. Haha, shorter ones are better, they're not expensive. I can afford them. We're still struggling to survive on the raft, but Brother Lin has already gotten on the boat. This fishing boat even has a one-click net casting function. It's so convenient. Brother Lin Chen, I'd like to customize a larger one, with a 3x3 base and top, and a wall along the outer edge. Brothers, the boss just replied to my private message. He said the roof can only extend 2 meters from the wall. Unless you pay more for a higher-grade heavy wooden wall, the roof can extend 4 meters. Or you can put the wall in the middle of the raft, which will solve the roof problem. The boss asked me to tell you all so he can reply to each of you individually. I envy the person upstairs who can help Brother Lin. Brother Lin Chen, I want a raft that is 3.3 meters high and 2 meters wide, with the walls in the middle. Brother Lin's sunshade raft is much better than those lousy mutual aid society sunshades, and it's cheaper than a sunshade. They want to sell a sunshade for such a high price, they're crazy for money. For true mutual support, you have to look to my Brother Lin. Su Yun, buoy clearance sale. Newcomers, come check it out. Buoys, so you won't get lost on your way home. Each set of buoys is only 35 plastic. Entry, ordinary buoys. After the beginner period ends, in order to store more and more supplies, it becomes inevitable for survivors to expand the size of their rafts. Paddling such a large raft is not only strenuous, but also extremely inefficient. A small raft specifically designed for outdoor use has become a necessity. Buoys have therefore become a necessity. Lin Chen put 20 standard 1 sunshade rafts on the shelf, and then began processing custom orders. Survivors who buy the standard model can only expand the raft plank, but the walls and roof above cannot be expanded. They can only have it customized by Lin Chen. The sunshade rafts instantly became a hot-selling item. Fishing boats are expensive and considered high-end products at present, so few people can afford them. Only a dozen or so were sold, but Lin Chen still made a considerable profit. It's better to have more people. You can make money when there are more people. The population surged after the merger, creating enormous market demand. Lin Chen had to acquire 2 excellent construction hammers to store supplies. I've already sold the sunshade raft and fishing boat, so the good construction hammer can't be sold through me, otherwise it might affect my reputation. I'll have Su Yun sell it in a few days. Lin Chen was processing the custom messages people were sending when a private message caught his eye. Su Xianxian, application for targeted transaction. Plank 300, iron block 10, ordinary fishing boat. Chapter 31 I don't know, you should ask Brother Lin. Lin Chen rejected the trade request. Lin Chen, application for targeted transaction. Sunshade fishing boat, self-named item 300 planks, 10 iron blocks. Transaction notes. Transactions can only be initiated by me, unless you don't want the sunshade I'm including. Su Xianxian accepted the deal, went to the raft, and lowered the fishing boat. Seeing the fishing boat made her acutely aware of the technological gap between herself and Lin Chen. How can Lin Chen have so many good things? What makes him so special? The awning business that had just started within the Mutual Aid Society hadn't even fully taken off before Lin Chen snatched it away. Many people who paid deposits for sunshades are still waiting in line for production, and now they are all demanding a refund of their deposits. There was also a group of people who had already completed their transactions who came over and demanded a refund. In order to maintain stability within the Mutual Aid Association, Su Xianxian had no choice but to grit her teeth and return the deposits she had already received to these people. However, those who had already completed their transactions were naturally not entitled to refunds. Because of this incident, many people started clamoring to leave the Mutual Aid Association. Many negative comments about the Mutual Aid Association appeared on the public chat. It's all Lin Chen's fault. No, we have to get Lin Chen into the Mutual Aid group. This guy is too popular. Taking advantage of the transaction with Lin Chen, Su Xianxian sent a private message. Hello Lin Chen, this is Su Xianxian. I would like to invite you to join our Mutual Aid Association. You can serve as the vice president. 200 words omitted. After sending the message, Su Xianxian waited for more than 10 minutes, but did not receive a reply from Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't want to pay any attention to her. Because her sunshade business was taken away, Su Xianxian already harbored resentment towards Lin Chen, and now her anger flared even more. But she was completely helpless against Lin Chen. Lin Chen is someone she must win over. Since Lin Chen initiated the transaction request, which was counted as a reply. Su Xianxian sent Lin Chen another message, trying to invite him to join the mutual aid group. I waited for more than 10 minutes, but there was still no reply. You dare to play dead with me. Lin Chen, you just wait. Lin Chen's list of private messages from strangers is a mess. After the servers were merged, more than 10,000 people suddenly flooded in, and many of them sent private messages to Lin Chen, causing his list of strangers to instantly reach 999. Some were asking for a deal, some were sending lewd pictures, some were being provocative, some were trying to curry favor, and some even started calling Lin Chen daddy. There's too much news, and a lot of it is messy and confusing. Helpless, Lin Chen had no choice but to repost a message in the public chat. There's too much nonsense in my private messages. Please just message me in the public chat. Haha, I knew it. After I posted the picture of killing the great white shark, a bunch of sluts sent me private messages with pictures of themselves. Now I can't even look at my list of strangers' private messages. It's all spam. I bet Brother Lin is getting even more spam than I am. Hey bro, you're all talk and no action. You just say you have some sexy pictures, but how are we supposed to know if they're real or not if you don't post them? Just post them and let us all have a laugh. My intuition tells me that Brother Lin is an upright person. Brother Lin would never be like you bunch of stinky men. Food and sex are human nature. Being attracted to beauty is innate. What does it have to do with being honest or dishonest? Seconded. By the way, does anyone sell iron blocks? I'll buy them for 20 planks or palm leaves. Brothers, it's so hot. You should watch less unhealthy stuff. Too much internal heat is bad for survival. We're already in this damn world, so we should live one day at a time and enjoy ourselves as much as we can. I believe my goddess would never use her beauty to obtain resources. Hey bro, who's your crush? Let me find out for you. It's so hot. It's only the first day of the scorching sun, and it's already this hot. In a couple more days, just relying on shade won't be enough. I really miss my air-conditioned room. I'm almost dying of discomfort. I can bear the heat, but the heat and humidity are unbearable. I sat on a wooden plank to fish for half an hour, and there's already a bad imprint on the plank. We live at sea all the time. Are we afraid of getting rheumatism? Has anyone found any items that can help with rheumatism? I think it's highly unlikely that we'll get sick in this world. Haven't you ever eaten ordinary quality fish? If you have, you'll find that fish in this world can help improve our health. White shark meat for sale. 20 planks or palm leaves per piece. I saw this morning that it was only 13 planks or palm leaves. How come the price has gone up? Things are valued for their scarcity. This morning, you saw the price of white shark meat in our area. We've killed so many white sharks in our area, and many people still have ordinary fishing nets, so ordinary quality fish meat isn't worth much here. But you guys, well, I won't say much more. Indeed, since the districts were merged, people have started buying regular quality fish. We operate a free market and will adjust prices promptly based on supply and demand. The effects of regular quality fish are absolutely worth the price, so please rest assured. I heard that ordinary fishing nets in your area have always been only 39 planks. I wonder if they're still available for sale now. You'll have to ask Brother Lin about that. The price of 39 planks is what Brother Lin said. It's a discounted price he gave us yesterday. The current price of ordinary fishing nets is based on your market price, which is 50 planks or palm leaves per net. How much does a regular crafting table cost? I can't find it in the market. Ask Boss Lin. It seems that only Boss Lin can build the standard crafting table. Lin Chen, is that amazing? How does he have everything? I heard he also sells clothes, and they're all made of fabric. Has he found a reliable way to obtain fabric? I don't know. You should ask Brother Lin. Those who survived the first 3 days had adapted to primitive life, and the chat channel was the only place for everyone to communicate and have fun. People treated it as a place to watch entertainment. In this world, a boring life needs some excitement. Bang! A loud bang suddenly came from the sea. A huge wave splashed up and crashed onto the deck of Lin Chen's oar-powered sailboat. Lin Chen hurriedly went out of the room. The deck outside was already soaked by the waves, and the stove was also wet. Lin Chen ran to the side of the boat and searched for the culprit. A huge whale almost brushed past his boat and swam away into the distance. White moon whale, neutral creature. This whale is the size of 50 adult great white sharks. Luckily, it's not a dangerous creature. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If a dangerous creature of that size were to attack humans, probably no one would survive. Eek! Little Ing emerged from beneath the sea, holding a shiny object in her hand. Lin Chen was overjoyed. Could it be that my little foodie has finally decided to help me gather supplies? Chapter 32 Spirit Salt, Copper or Zinc Ore. Little Ing swam to Lin Chen's side and held up the shiny stone in her hand. Spirit salt, a compound from the deep sea, used to garnish food or to manufacture compounds. It needs to be ground into powder before use. In this world, creatures of average quality or above are delicious in themselves and nutritionally complete, so salt as a seasoning is unnecessary. But this spiritual salt in front of us is clearly not simple. Its main function should be to produce special compounds. Although the spirit salt cannot be used for the time being, Xiao Ying's initiative to pick up supplies is clearly commendable. So Lin Chen gave her an excellent grilled fish. Well done. Lin Chen patted Xiao Ying's head, like petting a puppy, feeling a sense of accomplishment from raising her. He gazed at the departing figure of the white moon whale. Perhaps this spiritual salt was brought up from the seabed by the white moon whale. What might be on the seabed? To survive at sea, one cannot avoid exploring the seabed. Lin Chen put on his diving suit, tied a rope around his waist, greeted Xiao Ying, and began his second diving experiment. Perhaps because the white moon whale had just visited, the underwater environment was in disarray, with large amounts of sand and gravel being washed away by the seawater. Lin Chen did not carry an oxygen tank, but instead used free diving. With his current physical condition, he can move freely in the water for 10 minutes without any problem. He tried practicing treading water. With the wetsuit, he was able to float on the water with ease. Next, Lin Chen took the initiative to dive down, and in the 5th minute, he finally touched the seabed. Large amounts of spirit salt were scattered on the ground. Besides the spirit salt blocks, there were many other metallic-like objects that Lin Chen had never seen before. Copper ore can be smelted into copper ingots. Zinc ore can be sintered to make zinc ingots. Methane hydrate, combustible ice from the seabed, an excellent energy source. Did the moon whales bring all of these up from the seabed? Lin Chen was overjoyed. These items look like powerful resources for the later stages of the game. At this moment, the fact that the flames were extinguished by the white moon whale was nothing. The white moon whale was the colorful deer in Lin Chen's heart, a symbol of good fortune. He made a gesture to Xiao Ying, who quickly grabbed Lin Chen and rose rapidly back to the surface of the sea. Xiao Ying, this is for you. Lin Chen handed the construction hammer from his waist to Xiao Ying. Go and bring back all those metal blocks down there, those bluish red and bright silver stones, and those ice blocks too. If you bring them all back, I'll give you an extra premium-grade grilled fish. Xiao Ying picked up the construction hammer and, without the slightest hesitation, rushed towards the seabed. It's good to have someone to help. Lin Chen returned to the ship and reignited the fire. There were 12 matches left. Lin Chen put the remaining matches into the box. He kept important items that he didn't need to carry with him in a fine box in the room. Excellent chests are extremely durable. Even if the galley is destroyed, the chest will not break. Relight the fire and start grilling the fish. Lin Chen moved the stove to the doorway of the room so that he could enjoy the cool breeze from inside, while ensuring that the heat from the flames would not enter the room. Didi. Lin Chen was grilling fish when he received a private message from Su Yun. Su Yun, I received Su Xuanxuan's invitation. Did you receive yours? Su Xianxian. Lin Chen opened the list of private messages from strangers. He remembered that this female celebrity had bought a fishing boat from him, but Lin Chen only regarded her as an ordinary buyer and did not pay any further attention to her afterward. At that time, Lin Chen was busy helping someone customize a sunshade raft, and after the transaction was completed, he didn't have time to check the private messages sent by Su Xianxian. I then focused on the public chat content and never opened the list of private messages from strangers again. After Su Yun's reminder, Lin Chen reopened his private message interface with Su Xianxian. As expected, the female celebrity also invited me. Lin Chen. She invited me too, but I was selling custom-made rafts before, so I didn't pay attention. Su Yun. Do you want to join their mutual aid group? Lin Chen. I won't join. Su Yun. Then I won't join. I feel like they're only after my buoy business. Until more advanced navigation equipment becomes available, buoys will be the only way for people to find their way home after sailing dozens of kilometers at sea. Therefore, the buoy business is a long-term business. For Su Xianxian, if she could bring Su Yun into the Mutual Aid Association and turn the buoy into a discount item for the association, it would attract more people to join. Su Yun, I just saw someone selling a recipe for a grinding table. I saw many flowers and herbs that needed to be ground into powder before when I was collecting them, so I bought it. Su Yun, application for targeted transaction. The grinding table is well made, but the drawings are not available. Su Yun, by the way, do you still sell your regular crafting station? And bows and arrows too. I saw quite a few people in the chat have discovered the island and encountered dangerous creatures. Su Yun, those dangerous creatures are very strong. In close combat, it's almost impossible for us humans to defeat them. We have to use ranged weapons like bows and arrows. Right now, bows and arrows can fetch a good price. Su Yun. By the way, about the archery proficiency I mentioned before, have you tried it? Lin Chen shot and killed a great white shark last night, but when he tried to aim at it today, he didn't feel the familiarity that Su Yun had mentioned. Lin Chen. The increase in proficiency may be related to the number of creatures killed. I've only shot one great white shark, and I don't feel anything special yet. I may need to kill a few more dangerous creatures. He opened the trading interface and checked the average price of various ranged weapons. As a result, there wasn't a single long-range weapon available for sale in the entire region's arms market. It seems that long-range weapons are in short supply, or rather, people who have acquired long-range weapons are unwilling to sell them and prefer to keep them for themselves. Lin Chen produced a batch of ordinary quality bows and arrows. Bow price, 20 planks. A set of 10 arrows, priced at 25 feathers and 10 stones. Lin Chen has no shortage of fish intestines and animal bones. He casts nearly 100 nets at a time each time he sets them, so he never lacks fish intestines and animal bones. But he lacked feathers and stones. After listing the item, Lin Chen went to the public chat and started promoting it. Arrows are now available. Effective range is 70 meters. Target targets from a distance. Master the kiting technique to easily kill powerful monsters. Brother Lin's messages always amaze me. He can even make bows and arrows. I just saw a flock of seabirds flying in the sky, and I was worried about what to shoot at them. Brother Lin posted a message to sell goods. Although I can't afford it, I have to support him. I've set Brother Lin as a special contact, and I'll dedicate my daily posts to supporting him. Where do I get feathers and stones? I've never seen these things before. There are rocks on the island, everywhere. There are also rocks on the seabed, but not as many as on the island. If you can dive, you can go and look for them on the seabed. I just landed on an island, and there were many seabirds flying around it. There were also quite a few seabird carcasses on the beach. Hey buddy upstairs, be careful. Don't go into the island. There are dangerous creatures there. I just ran into a bear, but luckily I ran fast. Boss Lin must have encountered a dangerous creature, and he wants us to kill it, which is why he put out the bows and arrows. He's both powerful and kind. I love him. Why are the bows and arrows selling so fast? I'm still collecting seabird carcasses, save some for me. Bows and arrows are great. Whoever has the fastest hand speed gets to use them. How many treasures does God Lin still have that he hasn't revealed yet? I feel like God Lin is everything. I'm getting jealous. Don't be jealous. If you had the ability to kill the white shark on the first night, maybe you could too. Lin Chen is a god. We ordinary people can't compare to him. Even if someone told me right now that Lin Chen was enjoying air conditioning, I would believe it. Lin Chen, air conditioner? You mean this? Image of an air conditioner. Chapter 33, Orange Shade Soup. Boss Lin actually has air conditioning. The air conditioner indicator light is still on. He has electricity. What's going on? We're still surviving in the wilderness, and Brother Lin has already entered the electrical age? Are we really playing the same game? Let's just rename this ocean survival game to Lin Chen's Adventures in the Ocean World. Hey bro, do you sell air conditioners? I can't stand this sun anymore. Hey upstairs, even if a big shot is selling it, you still need enough money to buy it. Air conditioners are modern products. I don't think they'll be cheaper than a fishing boat. And you can't just buy an air conditioner, you also need electricity. I think that guy was right. Lin Chen is a god. We ordinary people can't compare to him. Let's just live our hard lives peacefully. After the servers were merged, the number of players surged, and the chat interface became much more lively. Lin Chen, air conditioners are not for sale at the moment. I will put them on the shelves as soon as I find a stable power supply. But I have something else here. A fan, which is already on the shelves. The machine includes a fan and is priced at 5 iron blocks plus 5 leather. One operation provides an hour of automatic fanning. Who wouldn't love a fan like that? If the appearance of the bow and arrow could only bring joy to some survivors who landed on the island, then the release of the mechanical fan was a celebration for all players in the entire region. With a fan, sunny days will be much more bearable. For a time, the sales of mechanical fans were several times faster than the speed of arrows. While mechanical fans and bows and arrows were selling like hotcakes, Su Xuanchuan's eyes were already red with tears as she watched the chat interface, filled with enthusiastic cheers. Damn Lin Chen. It's all because of you that the Mutual Aid Society's expansion has completely stalled. Without new members joining, Su Xianxian has no income. At the same time, she dared not take the resources of the existing members. Because the Mutual Aid Society is already on the verge of collapse, harvesting the resources of existing members at this time would cause the Mutual Aid Society to disintegrate immediately. Since entering this world, Su Xianxian has never actively collected any supplies. Relying on her popularity and mutual aid groups, she easily harvested thousands of supplies. But now, the Mutual Aid Society is defunct and no new people are joining. Su Xianxian lost her source of income. She asked each of the Mutual Aid Society administrators if they had collected any useful blueprints or props. But the replies were all no, or still collecting data. These guys are all incredibly generous when it comes to taking money, but they're all incredibly lazy when it comes to actually doing the work. I refuse to believe that after searching for so many supplies, you haven't found anything of value. Just as Su Xianxian was getting angry, she suddenly received a private message from a stranger. Sister Xianxian, I found a prescription on the island that can make a soup to relieve summer heat. I happen to have all the herbs in the prescription, and I've already made one. It works really well. The prescription is called orange shade soup. Sister Xianxian, if you see this, please reply to me. I'm your fan, and I can only send one private message. Oomph. Yet another fan trying to trick me into adding her to their friend list. Su Xianxian scoffed disdainfully. She had long considered using her prescription to make medicine to cool down and relieve heat stroke, but it didn't work. These prescriptions all require the raw materials to be ground into powder before processing. There is no grinding table available now, and the powder ground by hand simply cannot meet the system's standards. But upon seeing the entry for Qingyin soup sent by the other party, Su Xianxian couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that this person has a grinding table? Or did he achieve the system's standard by hand grinding? Su Xianxian hesitated for a moment. If it weren't for the fact that I was transported to this wretched place, you lowly people wouldn't even deserve to be my friends. Although she felt disdain, Su Xianxian had no other choice at this point. I'll trust you this once. If you dare to lie to me, I'll block you immediately. Su Xianxian replied to the fan's message. Hello. Thank you for your support. Could you show me your prescription? Oh my god, Sister Xianxian replied to my message instantly. I'm so happy. This is the prescription for orangine soup and the other herbs I need. I'll send them to you now. Sister Xianxian, can we add each other as friends? Orange shade soup, average quality. Sweet and sour, refreshing and cooling. Body temperature drops by 2 degrees Celsius 4 hours after consumption. Preparation requirements. 1 part orange juice, 3 parts silver tree sap, 1 part drinking water. It's actually true. Production can be achieved without a grinding table. Su Xianxian immediately judged the value of the drink. Lin Chen's mechanism fan is useful, but it can only be used in a fixed position. Survivors can't stay in one fixed position on the raft and enjoy the fan all the time. They're moving around most of the time. And the orange shade soup can directly buff the human body, making them cool wherever they go. This thing is more valuable than a mechanical fan. Su Xianxian seemed to see hope for the Mutual Aid Association's resurgence. She promised the fan who provided the recipe and ingredients for orange shade soup that she would promote him to an administrator of the Mutual Aid Group once the soup became a big seller. Oh my god, I'm so happy. Thank you, Sister Xianxian. Looking at the messages from her fans, Su Xuanchuan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. My fans are so easy to fool. I don't need to give them anything substantial. A simple thank you is enough to excite them for days. As a professional singer and idol, Su Xuanchuan's company had trained her in a complete process of how to exploit her fans. Some of these methods involve special techniques like manipulating fans, which can help filter out high-quality fans who are willing to spend money on their idols. Su Xianxian made a bowl of orange juice soup and tried drinking it. A cool sensation instantly spread throughout my body. How amazing! She could feel as if there was an almost invisible film on her skin, which insulated her from the heat and kept her cool. This stuff is sure to sell like hotcakes. Su Xianxian immediately sent a message to the fan. Could you help me collect some more raw materials needed for the prescription? Thank you so much. I can send you a copy of my exclusive photo album. Only you can have it. Okay. I'll go pick them right away. The herbs only grow on the island, and Su Xianxian couldn't possibly go and collect them herself. She didn't want to face terrifying, dangerous creatures. Meanwhile, Su Xianxian notified the administrator to collect information on the orange fruit and silver tree fragments, and to purchase them immediately if they were found on the market. We'll start selling them once we've collected 100 copies. Limited supply each day, sold only to members of the Mutual Aid Society. Humph. Su Xianxian thought happily. It was as if I could already see the supplies flowing into my raft again. This is how smart people play. Those at the bottom will never understand what business and management are. They only know how to survive in the wilderness in a barbaric way. This is the difference between me and people from the lower class. Su Xianxian recalled a conversation she had with a business tycoon during company training and felt a surge of pride. If you want to get rich through hard work, you'll only suffer your whole life. Only by learning the techniques of capital operation can you become wealthy. Chapter 34 Thrusters. On Lin Chen's or sailboat, a blueprint is being read by a well-designed workbench. Make it. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +3. The grinding table is upgraded to alchemy table. Alchemy table perfection. The essence of alchemy is equivalent exchange, processing basic alchemical materials to create advanced alchemical tools. Description: shaking and wobbling. When will I ever be able to use the +3 bonus effectively? What's the point of adding +3 to this thing? Lin Chen briefly learned how to use the alchemy table. By placing the basic ingredients into a round bowl, they can be ground into powder or extracted into juice. The processed materials are placed into the pipe inlet, where they can be mixed inside the pipe, and the resulting items flow out from the pipe outlet. Unlike crafting tables, alchemy tables do not require blueprints or even recipes to use. Survivors can freely combine various raw materials, but whether the final medicine is effective or has side effects cannot be guaranteed. Therefore, the safest approach is to prepare the medicine according to the prescription. Lin Chen didn't want to mix and match ingredients haphazardly and end up poisoning himself. However, some things do not require a recipe and can be used alone. For example, peppermint powder can be brewed directly into tea, and osmanthus juice can also be drunk directly. Both of these have the effect of clearing heat and quenching thirst. However, its effects are certainly not as good as those of ready-made medicines prepared according to a prescription. Lin Chen only had one prescription, a prescription for male enhancement. He happened to have both male yang grass and golden tuna powder. Making. Obtained. Common male enhancement powder. Pharmaceuticals. 1 to 10. Male enhancement powder. Restores a man's invincible glory. Please dilute with water and take half an hour in advance. Note: it must be taken immediately after dilution as it is volatile. Lin Chen. Unfortunately, only the production of finished drugs can be considered pharmaceutical manufacturing. He went to the marketplace to search for a prescription. There are many prescriptions on the market, but many of them have strange effects, and very few are actually effective. Lin Chen spent several minutes filtering and narrowed it down to 3. Chaotic Eam powder, ice skin pills, and powerful spinach sauce. The first two are for clearing heat and relieving summer heat, while the last one is for enhancing combat power. Unlike blueprints, prescriptions are not unique and can be copied infinitely, so they are inexpensive, costing only 5 wooden boards or palm leaves. Lin Chen bought it and immediately tried it. Chaotic Eam powder, average quality. After ingestion, body temperature decreases by 5 degrees Celsius, but willpower is reduced. Duration: 2 hours. Ice skin pills, standard quality. After consumption, the skin surface is protected from sunlight, preventing sun damage. Duration: 2 hours. Mighty spinach sauce, good quality. Greatly increases strength for 5 minutes after consumption. After the effect wears off, a period of weakness ensues. Lin Chen made 3 portions, leaving the last lucky draw for Dolly spinach sauce. Power-up pills, excellent quality. Significantly increases strength after ingestion, lasting for 20 minutes. After the effects wear off, a period of weakness ensues. Besides Bingji pill, the other 2 have side effects. Inside the room, the electric eel began to weaken, and the air conditioner, lacking sufficient power, stopped delivering cold air. Lin Chen went outside, took a dose of Guanyin San, and then swallowed a Bingji Wan. In an instant, the sun seemed less glaring, and my body felt much cooler. That feels so good. I suddenly really want to go back to sleep. The sudden coolness made Lin Chen want to rest, but when he entered the room, the low temperature inside, combined with the drop in perceived temperature caused by the chaotic Eam energy, made Lin Chen suddenly feel cold. Didn't I just take a nap? Realizing what was happening, Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise. The side effects of this chaotic Eam powder are quite severe. This stuff directly affects the mind, so I should eat less of it in the future. Lin Chen closed the door and dumped the half-dead electric eels from the box into the fire. Let the fish be burnt. I'm too lazy to grill it. I can just throw away the burnt outer layer and eat the inside. He strolled around the side of the boat for a while, then sat in the driver's seat. So many people in the chat have discovered the island. I want to go explore it too. Lin Chen set his action goals for today. But the next moment, looking at in front of him, Lin Chen frowned. Why do I have to push this, or myself? Is there any device that can row automatically? Lin Chen didn't want to row the boat himself. Then he suddenly thought of an electric fan. Why don't I use an electric motor to row a boat? If you replace the blades of an electric fan with the blades of a propeller, then it's just a propulsion device. Lin Chen thought he should take immediate action, But instead of doing it himself, he organized his thoughts and went to the public chat to find someone who understood motors and could build propellers. Among the nearly 20,000 people, there happened to be a man who claimed to be an engineer named Zhang Qinwei. He said he could make wooden propeller blades by hand, but he needed to check the size of the motor first. Lin Chen generously gifted him an electric fan, telling him to take it apart and study it himself. The response was that the motor of the electric fan was too weak and it was uncertain whether it could drive the propeller blades. So Lin Chen gave him another air conditioner. Uses high-power motors for air conditioner compressors and fans. Zhang Qinwei replied that he could give it a try, and that he would deliver the materials once they were completed, with the project expected to be finished by tonight at the latest. Lin Chen readily agreed. Then he picked up a fishing rod, sat down on the side of the boat, and began to fish. The effects of the Wan Yin San wore off after 2 hours. What did I just do? I actually fished here for 2 hours. I also gave away an electric fan and an air conditioner. As the effects of the Yin dispelling powder wore off, Lin Chen suddenly awoke. He recounted the events of the past 2 hours, from when he made plans to set off to find the island, to when he became too lazy to row. The brain can completely forget its original action plan without the brain even realizing it. The side effects are terrifying. I will never take Wan Yin San again. This stuff shouldn't be called disorderly Yin powder. It should be called waste powder. One bite, and you'll instantly become a piece of trash. Didi. Zhang Qinwei. Boss, the parts are finished. Please check if they work. I don't have a power supply here, so I can't test them. The propeller is made of wood, so its strength might not be enough. I bought some adhesive from the market to reinforce it. I removed the motors from the electric fan and air conditioner. I was worried one wouldn't be enough, so I connected them together. If the power supply is powerful enough, it should be ready to use. Zhang Qinwei. Application for targeted transaction. Self-named props for propellers and self-named props for air conditioner and electric fan scraps. Lin Chen looked at the propeller, which consisted of 2 motors connected together, that landed in his hand, and was taken aback. It seems there are advantages to being lazy. If I weren't lazy, I probably would never have thought of using an electric motor and propeller to propel a boat. Disorderly Yin powder may make people lazy, but it won't make them stupid. Because of laziness, people will try every means to create more advanced tools to help them be lazy. With advanced tools, there is greater efficiency. Therefore, the conclusion is, the lazier you are, the more efficient you are. When Zhang Qinwei was designing the propeller, he seemed to have considered the ease of installation and thoughtfully prepared a hook for Lin Chen to install it quickly and easily. After installing the propeller, Lin Chen retrieved all the fishing nets he had cast earlier, catching a total of 8 electric eels. After the power is turned on, the propeller begins to rotate. The galley had already lowered its sails and was slowly moving forward only by the propeller. It's done. Chapter 35: The Launch of Chaotic Yin Powder. This Zhang Qinwei is good. He built the thing in just 2 hours. Lin Chen greatly admired the engineer's work efficiency. Crafting a propeller by hand in 2 hours is no easy feat. Lin Chen, your propeller is usable. I'll send you an air conditioner and an electric fan later, and you can build another one. Just name your reward. I'll also reimburse you for the money you spent on the prescription. Zhang Qinwei. Boss, can I add you as a friend? Lin Chen. No problem. This isn't considered compensation. You can propose compensation again. Zhang Qinwei. Thank you, boss. In that case, would you mind if I wanted a mechanical fan and 2 pairs of men's underwear? The prescription is for my own use, so you don't need to reimburse me. Lin Chen. Application for targeted transaction. Insulator fan. Good 2. Men's boxer briefs. Good 4. Air conditioner. Excellent 1. Electric fan. Good 1. None. Lin Chen. 1 fan and 2 pairs of underwear is the price of a propeller set. I'll order another set. Also, I'd like to hire you as my personal engineer, with room and board included, and I'll give you a fishing boat as a bonus when you join. Zhang Qinwei. Thank you so much, Boss Lin. I'll definitely work hard. Lin Chen. No need to thank me. I admire your skills. Zhang Qinwei. Thank you, boss. I will definitely work hard. Lin Chen. Contact me if you encounter any difficulties. Lin Chen. Application for targeted transaction. Sunshade fishing boat. Self-named item 1. Good fish 5. None. Zhang Qinwei. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Zhang Qinwei's technical skills are beyond question. This is why Lin Chen decided to invest in him. In this world, engineers who only understand theory and can only read blueprints but cannot practice are useless. Only practical engineers like Zhang Qinwei have a future. As long as this person is of good character, Lin Chen will definitely not lose money investing in him. With the propeller, Lin Chen no longer needs to row manually. While sailing on the oarsmanship, Lin Chen opened the chat interface to check the latest news. Xianxian Mutual Aid Association's cooling and thirst-quenching orange shade soup is only available for internal sale. With such a large market demand, she only put 100 units on the shelves. She probably lacks raw materials. Lin Chen's guess was basically accurate. Su Xianxian did not use a grinding table when making orange juice, as the efficiency of hand-squeezing orange juice is far inferior to that of systematic processing. It takes about 3 oranges to make 1 standard serving of juice. Meanwhile, the source of the silver tree debris is entirely dependent on survivors scraping it off the silver tree. It is extremely inefficient. Lin Chen looked at the chaotic powder and ice muscle pill in his hand and hesitated for a moment. Should we sell the disorderly powder? Fine, let them sell it. I explained the side effects beforehand, but they still want to use it, so don't blame me. In the chat channel, Lin Chen, selling Luan Yin San and Bingji Wan, essential artifacts for resisting the scorching sun. Warning, please use Luan Yin San with caution, as it has side effects. Compared to Qingyin decoction, Luan Yin powder has a better cooling effect, reducing the perceived temperature by a full 5 degrees. Furthermore, Bingji pills fill the gap left by Qingyin decoction. Qingyin decoction cannot prevent the harmful effects of sunlight on the human body, while Bingji pills can. Lin Chen put 30 doses of each of the 2 finished medicines on the shelves. It sold out instantly upon release. The market for heatstroke remedies is booming right now. The highest temperature on the first day was only 37 degrees Celsius, but the perceived temperature under the sun definitely exceeded 40 degrees Celsius. Many people survived the midday heat today, but are pessimistic about the continued sunny days to come. Therefore, when people see ready-made heatstroke relief medicines appearing, they frantically rush to buy and hoard them. Lin Chen glanced at his post count and sent another message. Those who bought the Luan Yin San should be careful. You must not take Luan Yin San indiscriminately, as it has side effects. Currently, the raw materials are limited, and we can only produce this much. But don't worry, I've already gone to collect them. Brother Lin is so gentle. I love him so much. Don't worry, boss. The side effects of the chaotic powder are all listed in the description. Everyone knows that. It just weakens my will to move, right? My will to survive is super strong right now. I don't believe it can weaken me. I've undergone professional training, and my willpower is absolutely unwavering. I'm absolutely confident in that. The side effects of the chaotic powder won't affect me at all. Seeing everyone's stubbornness, Lin Chen smiled with relief. You'll know once you've eaten it. Taking the Luan Yin San is equivalent to turning into a useless person for 2 hours. In these 2 hours, all I can do is slack off, relax, and sleep. I can't get anything else done properly. With its sails up, the oar-powered sailboat sped along, propelled by the wind and its propulsion system. Taking advantage of the free time the boat was sailing, Lin Chen held a limited-time rerun of underwear and lingerie, as well as a clearance sale of menstrual pads. Didi, Su Yun, do you still have any Luan Yin San or Bingji Wan? Lin Chen, I still have ice skin pills, but I'm out of chaotic powder. I'll give you some ice skin pills. Su Yun, is the problem with the lack of raw materials for the Luan Yin San? What are they lacking? I'm currently near an island, so I can go back to the island to collect them. Lin Chen, it's not because of a lack of raw materials. The chaotic powder has side effects, so I didn't make too much. Su Yun, I saw it too. My willpower is weakening, but I can handle it. I have a very strong will. Lin Chen, I don't recommend you try it. This decline in willpower is not as simple as it seems on the surface. It will subtly modify your thinking, making you forget your original purpose and choose a field that makes you comfortable. This has nothing to do with how strong your willpower is. It's that your thinking has been directly modified. Lin Chen, application for targeted transaction. Ice Skin Pill 20, Thunder Electric Eel 1, none. Although Su Yun couldn't quite understand what it felt like to have her mind directly altered, since Lin Chen had told her not to take the random powder, Su Yun believed that Lin Chen wouldn't lie to her. She carefully removed the fan's power cord from the previous electric eel and connected it to the new one to keep the fan running. Superior fish meat. Seeing the nearly dead electric eel, Su Yun couldn't wait to put it on the grill and start grilling it. After I finish eating this exceptional fish, I'll go explore the island again. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, but the day was still long and the night was short under the blazing sun, which showed no signs of setting. You can also take another stroll on the island before nightfall. Just as Su Yun was planning her next island trip, a shadow appeared on the sea in Lin Chen's sight. Seabirds could be faintly seen circling in the sky. There's still time. We can explore the island. Lin Chen glanced at the sky, moored the oarsman about 50 meters from the shore, then put on his gear and set off for the island. Eek! Xiaoying, keep an eye on the boat. I'll be back in an hour. Eek. Chapter 36 Burning the Island. Deep Cave Water Spiders. There were bird carcasses on the beach, and the island was surrounded by a dense forest. It was exactly as Su Yun described. Could it be that all these islands are replicas? No, it shouldn't be exactly the same. Su Yun encountered coyotes and beastmen on the island, while others in the public chat encountered bears and venomous snakes. The dangerous creatures on each island are different. Holding a fine spear and carrying a bow and arrows, Lin Chen carefully stepped into the wooded area. The next moment, a chill ran through my body, as if ice water was being poured down my head. Run! Lin Chen's first thought was to run. The ability to sense danger has been triggered, indicating that a dangerous creature is in front of you. Without hesitation, Lin Chen turned and ran. Whether the dangerous creatures on the island are bears or coyotes, Lin Chen doesn't want to fight them head-on. Humans are not naturally suited for fighting. When fighting these dangerous creatures at close range, you may get injured regardless of the outcome. If you are not careful, you may get a bone bitten off or a piece of flesh torn off, which is considered a minor injury. Lin Chen's strategy from the beginning was to lure them to the beach and then attack them from a distance on the boat. This is the safest option. As Lin Chen ran, he listened carefully to the sounds behind him to try and determine what kind of creature it was. Buzzing. A bad feeling suddenly rose from the bottom of my heart. Lin Chen glanced back and saw a dark swarm of bees behind him. Black-scaled bee swarms. Extremely territorial, they will actively attack anything that enters their territory. They carry a paralyzing virus, which they typically use to paralyze their targets and bring them back to the swarm to be eaten. Why did I run into this thing? Insects are undoubtedly the most difficult creatures to deal with among all living things. They are small in size, numerous, and densely packed, making them impossible to defend against. It's even poisonous. Lin Chen quickly fled to the beach, then plunged into the sea and began to dive deeper. He stopped after diving about 5 meters underwater and turned back to carefully observe the movements of the black-scaled bees. Countless black-scaled wasps remained on the sea surface, afraid to touch the seawater. Luckily, this thing can't dive. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. In his line of sight, Xiaoying was approaching from underwater. With Xiaoying's help, Lin Chen's speed underwater increased significantly, and he quickly escaped the swarm of bees. The bee swarm lost its target and began to return to the island. Call. After hiding underwater for 7 or 8 minutes, Lin Chen surfaced, took a deep breath, and then exhaled slowly. This swarm of bees is terrifying. The beach is shaped like the Chinese character Ren, with cliffs on both sides. The top of the run is the only entrance into the island. However, with a swarm of black-scaled bees blocking the entrance, Lin Chen was unable to enter the island. Should we abandon this island? Looking towards the island, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. If you can't beat them, set them on fire. If we burn the whole island down, no matter what kind of dangerous creature it is, it will all die. He went to the stove and pulled out a piece of wood with a burning tip. Xiaoying, take me to the island. Lin Chen, holding the burning wooden plank high like a charging warrior, arrived at the beach under Xiaoying's escort. He then took the bow and arrows off his back, took out straw paper from the construction hammer, wrapped it layer by layer around the arrowhead of the bone arrow, and then soaked it in oil to make the straw paper stick together. After making 10 oil arrows in succession, Lin Chen picked up a burning wooden board, lit it one by one, and launched them. A high-quality bow has a range of up to 170 meters, allowing Lin Chen to shoot into the dense forest from the edge of the beach. The rocket entered the forest, and within 2 minutes, black smoke could be seen slowly rising. Lin Chen smiled and said, Xiaoying, let's go back to the boat. Back on the ship, Lin Chen steered the oared sailboat about 10 kilometers away from the island. He took out a charred electric eel from the stove, moved a stack of wooden planks to use as a chair, and sat by the side of the ship, quietly watching the distant island fire. Within just half an hour, the fire on the island had become uncontrollable. The scorching sun fueled the spread of the fire, and within an hour, the entire island was engulfed in flames. With such a large fire, the dangerous creatures inside should have been mostly burned to ashes. I didn't receive a kill notification, which means the system determined that these dangerous creatures weren't killed by me. It's a bit of a shame. I won't be able to get the treasure chest. The herbs will probably be burned as well. A massive fire not only took the lives of dangerous creatures, but also the island's medicinal resources. Just as Lin Chen was admiring the fire on the island, a ball of flame suddenly burst out from the island. What the hell is this? Lin Chen picked up his bow and arrow in surprise, ready to fight at any moment. The creature came to the surface of the sea and used its forelimbs to slap the seawater, splashing water to extinguish the flames on its body. It hurtled toward the oarsmen at an astonishing speed, and Lin Chen finally got a clear look at it as it drew near. Spider. So big. This spider has 8 slender legs that support its body as it walks on the water's surface. Its torso is very small, and from a distance, it looks like 8 slender supports supporting a small black. The distance is too far, the bracelet cannot scan it. The next moment, a chilling sensation assaulted Lin Chen's senses. Danger alert. The spider suddenly sprinted towards the direction of the oarsmen. Lin Chen drew his bow and aimed at the direction from which the spiders were attacking. A high-quality bow and arrow combination can deal over 300 points of damage with a single shot. The arrow hit its mark, and a health bar appeared above the spider's head, leaving it with less than half its health remaining. Lin Chen fired his second arrow swiftly, but it only dealt damage to 1/10 of Lin Chen's total health. Clearly, this spider had been burned by flames and lost most of its health. Lin Chen quickly drew his bow and fired the third arrow, but by then the spider had already reached the side of the boat. With a slight bend of its legs, it easily leaped onto the deck. Looking at the spider, which was even bigger than himself, Lin Chen experienced the terror of facing a dangerous creature for the first time. Deep cave water spider, Lord-level dangerous creature. It lives in the pools of water in caves. When hunting, it uses its webs to bind its prey and drag them back to its cave to eat them slowly. Note, your home has been destroyed, and you are currently in a berserk state. Your attack power and movement speed have increased, and you cannot be knocked back. The water spider in the deep hole suddenly drooped its body, and a grayish-white spider silk suddenly emerged from its lower abdomen. Warning by the danger sensor, Lin Chen immediately threw out his bow, rolled backward behind the stove to avoid the spider silk attack, and at the same time pulled out a half-burnt wooden board from inside and threw it at the spider. The deep-hole water spider leaped away from the burning wooden planks, but this gave Lin Chen time. Lin Chen opened the door and slipped inside. A sharp spider leg pierced the paper window, but fortunately the window was small enough that the deep-hole water spider, which is larger than a human, could not enter through it. Bang! A loud crash rang out, and the durability of the thick wooden wall instantly dropped by 20 points. This spider is much smaller than an adult great white shark, yet it is more destructive. Engaging in close combat with this creature is tantamount to suicide. But staying in the room all the time is obviously not a solution. While using a construction hammer to repair the structure, Lin Chen forced himself to calm down and think of a solution. Bang, bang, bang. The spider launched a series of attacks, striking 3 times in just 2 seconds. This attack frequency is far superior to that of a great white shark. Lin Chen suddenly recalled the spider's movements when it avoided the burning wooden planks. Insects are afraid of fire. Lin Chen took out grease and straw paper to make an oil arrow, lit it with a match, and then went to the window to aim. The deep-sea water spider is large, and the rocket easily hit it through the window damaged by the spider's legs, causing flames to quickly ignite along the spider's legs. The next moment, the deep cave water spider raised its other leg and swung it like a knife, severing the burning leg. Then it quickly moved to a new position and began to attack the roof frantically. That's a blind spot for arrows. The roof's durability was rapidly deteriorating. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, picked up some grease, and splashed it inside the house. Pick up the construction hammer and switch modes. Tear down. Ceiling removal. Roof removal. Suddenly, the water spider that had stepped into the deep hole fell into the room, only to see Lin Chen standing at the door, holding a lit match in his hand. Set fire. The flames spread rapidly from Lin Chen's feet, quickly filling the entire room. Lin Chen pushed open the heavy wooden door, left the room, and then picked up the construction hammer. Build a roof. The building is generated with a single click, and the roof panel is completed instantly, completely sealing off the house. Inside the house, a raging fire was burning, and the thick wooden planks were slowly crumbling due to their lack of durability. The cave spider pounded rapidly against the thick wooden wall, trying to break free of its confinement. The thick wooden wall collapsed under the high-frequency attacks of the deep-hole water spiders and the burning flames. A metal railing wall suddenly appeared before the deep-hole water spider's eyes. Lin Chen built a larger metal fence around the original cabin, turning the deep cave water spider into a prisoner. Upon seeing the water spider that had escaped from the wooden house, Lin Chen raised his bow once more. Congratulations on defeating the Lord-level dangerous creature, Deep Water Spider. You have obtained a golden treasure chest. Chapter 37, Lord's Biological Gene Sample. Call. Lin Chen breathed a long sigh of relief. They survived. The iron cage in front of us has another name in the gaming world, the Dragon Trapping Room. Lure the boss in with your body, Then use your first mover advantage to escape from the cage and lock it up immediately after the boss enters, trapping and killing the boss. The fact that they gave us a golden treasure chest means that this cave spider is an exceptionally dangerous creature. Creatures of exceptional quality are indeed terrifying. Lin Chen dismantled the iron cage and took down the golden treasure chest. Golden treasure chest, 90% chance of obtaining an excellent quality item upon opening, and 10% chance of obtaining a superior quality item. The probability of getting good items from chests is higher than from black iron chests. That's good news. Lin Chen did not open it immediately. It's only worthwhile to open these high-level treasure chests if you've already accumulated enough lucky points. Lin Chen turned on the scanner and began retrieving the body. Obtained, line 300. Obtained, 50 shells. Obtained, 1 water spider gland. Acquired, 5 photoreceptor organs. Obtained, 30 water spider blood. Obtained, deep cave water spider claw 1. Obtained, 1 Lord's biological gene sample. Get. There are many materials on the deep hole water spider. Water spider gland, superior quality, disposable item. It can spin a cocoon underwater, creating a sealed cocoon large enough to accommodate 1 person, containing oxygen. When the oxygen content drops below 16, dissolved oxygen in the water will automatically replenish the cocoon through its structure. Photosensitive organ, excellent quality. Material, can be used to make night vision devices or other optical instruments. Water spider blood, excellent quality. An alchemical raw material that requires an alchemy table and higher quality tools of the same series for processing. Lord's biological gene sample, a special item, the key to unlocking the island's secret treasures. Lin Chen was very interested in the term, island treasure. This spider is probably the final boss of the island. Looking at the island still engulfed in flames in the distance, it's estimated that the fire won't be extinguished anytime soon. We'll have to wait until the fire is out by tomorrow before we can enter. Not only was the island on fire, but Lin Chen's ship was also on fire, and the fire was already out of control. The fire had spread inside the ship, and burning grease had also flowed into the space between the bottom deck and the deck, making it impossible to extinguish with seawater. Lin Chen had no choice but to use the one-click demolition function of the construction hammer. Due to the reduced durability of the hull, dismantling a single piece cannot recover all the materials. Only a small portion can be recovered. The stoves on the deck and the propellers at the stern all fell into the sea. Besides the motor and other items that fell into the sea, the box Lin Chen had placed inside the house was also burned to a crisp. The items inside the box burst out and became part of the flames. The crafting table won't be damaged, but it will fall into the sea. Fortunately, the water isn't deep here, so Xiaoying can retrieve it. Lin Chen used a construction hammer to build a wooden raft, which he temporarily used to place the crafting table. The losses are severe. Forget it, I might as well sell some goods. I haven't harvested these new leeks after the server merge. After harvesting them, I can upgrade my equipment. Lin Chen posted a message on the public screen, selling ordinary crafting tables, men's and women's underwear, menstrual cloths, bows and arrows, ordinary and good quality distillation jars, fishing rods, fishing nets, ordinary long guns, mechanical fans, ordinary bandages, and fishing boats. Custom orders are not accepted at the moment. Due to the large variety of goods, the shelves cannot display them all. If you need any, please send a transaction request directly. If you cannot send a request, please let me know in the public chat and specify which items you need. Product prices are as follows. Click to expand. Is Boss Lin having a massive clearance sale? What's going on? Is Boss Lin short of cash? How could a big shot like him be short of money? I estimate he has tens of thousands of supplies on his ship. At least the number of planks and palm leaves must be over 10,000. That's a conservative estimate. I'd put it at least a few 100,000. Is the big boss planning to build something that requires special materials? Could you give us a hint? Let's not worry about what the big shots do. We'll just buy as much as we can from their clearance sale. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let's stock up on supplies, underwear, and arrows. The more the merrier. Finally, we girls have the items we need. Thank you for taking care of us female survivors. Does Brother Lin take in puppies? Here's a picture of a very well-behaved puppy. Brothers, I see black smoke coming from somewhere at sea. I'm planning to row there tonight. The wind direction isn't great in the picture, but I should be able to get there in one night. Wait for my update. Is the guy upstairs about to discover a special spot? I'm so envious. Could it be other survivors starting the fire? After all, we've entered the main survival phase, and everyone should start meeting each other. The smoke in the picture is so thick, it's definitely not someone warming themselves by a fire. I'm a firefighter, and I've only ever seen this much smoke during forest fires. I suspect it might be an island over there that's on fire. Setting the mountain on fire? I really want to try that too. After I've explored all the areas on this island, I'll set it on fire. Great idea. I'll go burn them right now. There's a swarm of mosquitoes at the entrance to this dense forest, making me too scared to go in. I'll go burn them right now. Brother upstairs, don't be impulsive. You don't want all those herbs on the island? There's also a lot of timber, and maybe there are other good things inside. If you set it on fire, it will all be gone. They can't even get in. How are they supposed to gather the herbs inside? Waiting for your news, brother. If you succeed, I'll set the island on fire too. In the chat interface, everyone was discussing the news that Lin Chen had suddenly launched a massive clearance sale. Didi, Suyun, are you having any difficulties? Do you need my help? Lin Chen took a picture and replied, the ship's gone, but I'm making some supplies. Suyun, are you alright? Do you have any more high-quality bandages? I still haven't finished using the ones you gave me this morning. Lin Chen, no need. Nobody's injured. By the way, would you like some spider meat? Excellent quality. Image caption, deep cave spider meat. Suyun was stunned when she saw the entry. Exceptional quality. Lord-level dangerous creature. Lin Chen actually killed such a terrifying being. Suyun could hardly imagine how powerful a lord-level dangerous creature must be. Adult white sharks are ferocious enough, but they are only of average quality. Beastmen are tough and can use weapons to attack from a distance, but they are only of good quality. Lin Chen was facing an exceptional level opponent. 2 levels higher than the beastmen. 3 levels higher than the white shark. Lin Chen, there should also be a lord-level dangerous creature on your island. Don't mess with it. Suyun, The fact that Lin Chen's ship was destroyed means that his battle with that lord-level dangerous creature took place at sea. In Suyun's mind, Lin Chen's fighting ability far surpassed her own. He was not only heavily equipped, but he was also in a 2-on-1 situation at sea because he had a legendary mermaid helping him. Even so, his ship was still blown up. This is enough to illustrate the terror of a lord-level dangerous creature of exceptional quality. Suyun was well aware of her own combat abilities. If she were to encounter such a terrifying being, she would definitely perish on the spot. Lin Chen's news instilled fear in Suyun about the island, making her afraid to go there. At this moment, Suyun saw the content of the discussion in the public chat. Suyun, I saw in the chat that you can set the island on fire. Even if there's a lord-level creature on the island, I can burn it to death. I'm planning to give it a try. Lin Chen, please don't. Chapter 38 Selling Superior Meat. Lin Chen wiped a cold sweat from his brow as he read Suyun's words. My lucky girl, don't you dare do something stupid. Lin Chen, the lord-level dangerous creature I encountered escaped from the island because I set it ablaze. I was about 10 kilometers away when it locked onto me. If it weren't for my danger sense, I might not have detected it immediately. Image, the burning island. Suyun, is a lord-class being that exaggerated? It can detect enemies over a 10-kilometer radius. I understand. Don't worry, I definitely won't provoke it. But if I search along the outer edge of the island, I probably won't encounter a lord-class one. Lin Chen thought for a moment. Then he remembered the description of the deep cave water spider. Lin Chen, not necessarily. Lord-level dangerous creatures also come out to hunt, so there's no guarantee we won't encounter one. Suyun, however, I don't see any news about this in the public chat. It seems like no one has encountered a lord-level character. Lin Chen, you can't survive against a lord-level opponent. So how can you send messages in the public chat? Suyun, that makes sense. After Lin Chen said that, Suyun just wanted to get as far away from this island as possible. Lin Chen asked again, would you like spider meat? The best quality. Although she knew that high-quality meat must have many benefits, Suyun found it hard to bring herself to eat it, looking at the hairy spider legs in the picture. If it weren't for the electric eel, Suyun might have tried to force herself to eat it, but with the electric eel, there was absolutely no need to eat this thing anymore. Suyun politely declined Lin Chen's offer of spider meat. Suyun didn't eat, and neither did Lin Chen. With so many delicious and high-quality fish available, who would want to eat this disgusting spider meat? Lin Chen entered the public chat channel, selling premium quality meat. One bite, and you'll instantly become a muscular hunk. Eddie Peng's physique will no longer be just a fantasy. Deep cave water spider meat. I personally grilled it, and it's already cooked for everyone. You can eat it directly after buying it. No need to start a fire. Price, 20 iron blocks. Limited to 30 pieces. Exceptional quality. I checked my eyes again and again to make sure I wasn't seeing things. It really is exceptional quality. And it's meat taken from a dangerous creature. I'm still outsmarting Xiongda and Xiong'er, and Lin Chen has already started killing dangerous creatures of the excellent level. It's not just of excellent quality, it also has a lord-level prefix. This spider might be even stronger than an ordinary excellent ferocious beast. Hey upstairs, show some respect. How dare you call Brother Lin by his full name? Stop smearing Boss Lin upstairs, and don't bring that fan culture stuff into the world. Boss Lin has always been kind and amiable, and he always wins people over with virtue. Every time he speaks in the public chat, he is focused on selling products and building his career. He never cares about this kind of empty fame. Men who are focused on their careers are so handsome. I really want to date one. Are you sure you want to date a man with ambition and not a man who is already successful in his career? Although the quality is very high, this spider meat looks rather unappetizing. What time is it? Stop being so picky. This is top quality meat. If we miss this opportunity, who knows when we'll get another chance to eat it. If I didn't lack iron blocks, I would have bought it already. Brothers, the mukbang has started. In 2 minutes, I'll reveal the benefits of this exceptional meat. Everyone, you don't need to wait 2 minutes anymore. I've already eaten. Let me show you the before and after pictures of my transformation after eating. Brother Lin was right. I instantly became Eddie Peng's physique after eating. No, upstairs, if you're going to show off your muscles, fine, but what's with that bulge in your lower body? Here's a symbol/emoji for you to figure out. You'll understand once you eat the superior meat. I want to buy 2. Why is it out of stock? Does Boss Lin Chen still have spider meat? I can offer twice the amount of iron blocks. You're already this upset after just 1 bite? Lin Chen, do you want to see some of your sister's private photos to vent your frustration? Your sister is very generous, you know. The price of 20 iron blocks is not cheap, but with more than 10,000 people in the entire district, there will always be someone who can afford it. Lin Chen glanced at the remaining number of people in the area, 14,542. On the first day of a scorching hot day, the temperature wasn't even dangerously high, so how could so many people have died? Lin Chen scrolled through the chat and realized that the problem was most likely on the island. Many survivors discovered the island and went ashore to explore, only to be killed by the dangerous creatures on the island. When he saw someone suggest burning the island down, and many people wanted to try it, Lin Chen quickly edited a message to try to stop these guys from doing something reckless. If this idea is widely put into practice, Lin Chen will lose at least 1,000 potential customers. Lin Chen, I don't recommend that you burn down the island. This deep cave water spider appeared after I burned down the island. The flames forced it to leave its habitat, so it appeared with an enraged state effect, and its strength and speed were enhanced. The deep-sea water spiders immediately located me after appearing and attacked me and my boat, which were 10 kilometers away. The picture shows my boat now. In the picture, Lin Chen is standing alone with his back to the camera on a raft that is only 2 by 2 in size. There is only a crafting table and a few building hammers on the raft. The background of the picture is a burning island. So it turns out Boss Lin's ship was blown up. No wonder he suddenly started selling goods on a large scale to make money. Brother Lin's back view is so handsome. Does Brother Lin need a little girl accessory? A legal little girl, please. Running 10 kilometers to locate the enemy. That's an incredible athleticism. As expected of a Lord-level beast, I don't have the guts to provoke one. The bow and arrow on the boss's back looks so cool. Is it a modern bow? It feels like it's in a completely different league from ordinary bows on the market. I suspect this is a high-quality bow. This bow is so different from the bows on the market, it's at least 2 grades lower. Even with such powerful equipment as Brother Lin, he almost couldn't win, so there's no way I could have won. I was originally planning to burn down the island, but thankfully Brother Lin reminded me. Thank you, Brother Lin, for saving my life. Oh no, it's already burning here. What do I do? Help! Help! Run! The boss only said that the Lord would be able to track you within 10 kilometers. Try running 11 or 12 kilometers. Maybe if you run far enough, the Lord won't be able to find you. This fire has burned a large area in just 10 minutes. I reckon it'll set the entire island ablaze in another 10 minutes. I'm about 50 meters from the shore right now, and even if I paddle like crazy, I can't paddle more than 2 kilometers. Something's coming out. In half an hour, my raft can only paddle a maximum of 2 kilometers. I'd better not do something reckless. Don't even mention rafts. My fishing boat has gone as far as 10 kilometers. Is that guy upstairs still there? His name has turned gray. It's at least 200 meters from the dense forest to the sea, plus he was 50 meters from the shore. That's 250 meters away, and less than 10 seconds after he started speaking, he was gone. Have you all forgotten what Brother Lin said? The deep cave water spiders he encountered ran 10 kilometers across the sea to attack the ship. I don't need to explain how strong their mobility is, right? Everyone, let's give up on conquering the island. The Lord Beast is definitely not someone we can mess with. The person upstairs is right. Many of us have never even killed the weakest of the ordinary ferocious beasts, the little white shark, let alone a lord-level ferocious beast of superior quality. Have you ever thought about this? Burning down an island isn't a new idea. Many people could probably come up with it, and it's easy to implement. But so far, only boss Lin Chen has survived after burning down the island. With the discovery of the victims, everyone completely lost hope in the idea of burning the island. A living, breathing life proved that Lin Chen's warning was correct. There are lord-level dangerous creatures on the island, and no one but Lin Chen can defeat them. People who used to treat islands as resource points are now filled with fear of them. At the same time, Lin Chen's status in people's hearts has risen to a new level. Chapter 39 Pirate Ship. After issuing the warning, Lin Chen continued to busy himself with processing the transaction. He crafted 5 construction hammers specifically for storing supplies. As darkness fell, Lin Chen had to temporarily halt the transaction. He couldn't survive the night on just a raft. Lin Chen picked up the superb construction hammer and began selecting a vessel. I've decided on you. Pirate ship. Oar-powered sailing ships are high-quality finished vessels and do not possess offensive capabilities. The pirate ship was a high-quality finished vessel, 10 times the size of a galley. It had 16 cannon ports for mounting cannons, and the hull was protected by iron plates on all 4 sides. Lin Chen currently has no shortage of iron resources and can fully afford the expenses of building pirate ships. Make. Buildings constructed with a building hammer cannot trigger the lucky draw guarantee. They can only be generated directly. Construction complete. Please select your landing point within 10 minutes. The next moment, a huge pirate ship landed in front of Lin Chen. Just as Lin Chen was pondering how to board the ship, a rope ladder suddenly appeared in front of him. Climbing up the rope ladder to the ship, the pirate ship's control panel appeared on Lin Chen's wristband projection. Please draw your pirate flag. That's unique. Lin Chen drew a pair of crossed skulls on the panel, then drew another skull on top, and finally added a straw hat. Completed. Click to confirm, and a pirate flag instantly rises, fluttering in the sea breeze. Lin Chen looked at the flags fluttering high with satisfaction, then walked inside. The pirate ship has 2 decks. The first floor is small, with only a captain's cabin and a kitchen. The captain's cabin is where people usually rest. It has a soft, large bed with a quilt on top. Lin Chen no longer has to sleep on a bed made of piled-up fabric. The kitchen is where fire is started, and it's thoughtfully equipped with fuel storage space. Combustible materials can be stored inside, and then ignited from the outside when needed. Lin Chen placed a large piece of seabed combustible ice inside, then closed the partition of the storage space. The second deck is spacious, and apart from the 6 cannons on the deck surface, the remaining 10 cannons of the pirate ship are all located in the inner cabin of the second deck. Meanwhile, the ammunition depot and storage room are also located on this floor. Lin Chen checked the current number of cannons projected on his wristband, 0 to 16. If an attack is needed after the cannons are installed in the future, it can be operated directly through the wristband. The pirate ship will automatically load shells and aim. Very convenient. Lin Chen was very satisfied with the new ship. He rearranged the new ship. He put up a sunshade at the helm, placed several fine chests in the storeroom, and piled all the newly made stills in the galley. To make it easier to have a foothold on the sea after disembarking, Lin Chen also built a small fishing boat, which he tied to the pirate ship with ropes, and usually sailed with the pirate ship. Didi. Zhang Qinwei. Boss, the thrusters are ready. Lin Chen received a new thruster, but the original thruster was no longer usable. Galleons are small and can be propelled by propellers, but pirate ships, which are much larger, can only sail by wind power at present. As for the small fishing boats, they are used for landing. Lin Chen then gave the thruster to Su Yun. Since there was no thunder eel, Su Yun could only leave the thrusters idle for the time being after obtaining them. Lin Chen anchored the pirate ship on the sea and used the ship's one-click net casting function to spread fishing nets all around the side of the ship. Night had fallen, but the fires on the island still blazed fiercely, illuminating half the night sky. Lin Chen set up the production table on the deck and continued to produce and sell goods. Lin Chen. The clearance sale continues. If you don't know the products and prices, check my previous posts. Lin Chen monopolized many high-demand items, such as underwear, fans, ordinary crafting tables, and ranged weapons like bows and arrows. The district currently has a total population of 13,912, which is a huge market. Even if Lin Chen keeps producing, he will never be able to meet the market demand. But unfortunately, only Lin Chen can make these advanced props, especially props that require fabric, such as underwear and menstrual pads. Currently, there is no reliable way to obtain fabric. There are only 2 ways to get fabric: open chests or buy underwear or menstrual pads from Lin Chen and then recycle them. During mass production, Lin Chen also triggered many lucky bonuses of +2 and +3. Add 3. Get a pair of excellent men's pure cotton underwear. Add 2. Get the feel-free sanitary napkin, excellent. +3. Obtain the excellent long spear. +2. Excellent crafting table achieved. Good things are never sold. Lin Chen keeps all the props of excellent quality or above for himself. As for items that were not needed, such as sanitary napkins and women's underwear, they were all given to Su Yun. These things would only take up space in the box if placed next to Lin Chen. Because he was constantly trading, Lin Chen kept a close eye on the messages in the chat channel. As night falls, dangerous creatures begin attacking the survivors once again. There's danger on the island. Dangerous creatures come out at night. I was busy grilling fish when a wolf suddenly swam onto my raft, giving me quite a fright. Image, wolf carcass. There were more than 14,000 people before nightfall, but now there are only 12,000 left. Everyone be careful. I don't have any islands around here, but I did encounter a swarm of piranhas. Fortunately, these small fish are low-quality ferocious beasts, so they're quite easy to deal with. If they dare to jump on me, they're dead. I've already cut down 7 or 8 piranhas. It's just a bit of a pity about my raft. 3 pieces of it have been bitten off. I also encountered piranhas. They were small, but there were so many of them. They chewed up my fishing net. My net, which I had left in the water for 4 hours, is gone just like that. It's heartbreaking. It's good that they didn't bite your raft. These little fish are like termites. They even bit my raft off. My fishing boat, which I just bought today, has had half of its durability destroyed. Is there any way to stop them? Go and lure them with your body. The piranhas will attack you first, and they will only bite the raft when you are out of their attack range. Tie 2 planks to your arms to lure them to bite you, and then wait for them to jump on and kill them one by one. Why haven't I encountered any dangerous creature attacks? Is it because I burned down the island? Lin Chen approached the boat with curiosity and looked down. Where's the fishing boat I just built? Where's the fishing net I just cast? Gone. Upon closer inspection, a group of small fish were seen actively circling the pirate ship. Piranhas, dangerous creatures. Though small in size, they possess an astonishing bite force. Lin Chen's fishing boat had long been destroyed by piranhas. However, the pirate ship's hull was covered with iron plates, which the piranhas couldn't bite through, so Lin Chen never received any news about the pirate ship's durability dropping while on board. A fishing boat is worth hundreds of dollars worth of supplies, and you've just swallowed it all up. Hateful. Lin Chen took out his bow and arrows and fired wildly at the school of fish below the boat. Kill the piranha. Kill the piranha. Kill the piranhas and obtain the rotten wood treasure chest. There were quite a few piranhas near the bottom of the ship, but they were not concentrated. Lin Chen shot more than a dozen arrows, but only hit 3 of them. As Lin Chen drew the bow again, a sense of familiarity suddenly came from his hand. Your skill level has increased. As Lin Chen's archery skills improved, his feel for the bow and arrow became better. However, in the darkness of night, with dim lighting, hitting the piranha still depended on luck. Lin Chen's bow is of excellent quality. Even with the worst arrow, it can kill a piranha with a single shot. Therefore, Lin Chen didn't care at all about the cost of the arrows. With the 21st piranha shot down, 7 more rotten wooden treasure chests appeared on the sea surface. The pirate ship's deck was about 10 meters above the sea. When Lin Chen drew his bow again, his vision seemed to be suddenly magnified by a magnifying glass. In the dim starlight and the distant firelight of the islands, he could clearly see the piranhas leaping below. Call out. An arrow was fired and hit its mark precisely. Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised to see his archery skills improve. Could it be that my archery proficiency has leveled up again? With a few more arrows, the remaining piranhas were dealt with. Destroy the piranha swarm and be rewarded with a black iron chest. Chapter 40 Barrett Destruction Blueprints. Unboxing, 3 to 10. Unboxing, 9 to 10. The items that come out of the Rottenwood treasure chest are mostly low-quality food, weapons, or blueprints. The items corresponding to these blueprints are already flooding the market and have no value to Lin Chen. When the lucky draw limit was reached, Lin Chen took out the golden treasure chest. The lucky draw effect has activated. Quality +2. Obtained. 800 ocean coins. Perfect Y-type plant seed. Legendary Barrett Destruction Blueprint. Y-type plant seed. Perfect quality. Trap-type plant seed. When an organism passes by, it quickly contracts and traps it, while simultaneously secreting a corrosive liquid that dissolves the trapped organism. Barrett Destroyer, a legendary weapon. A destroyer on the battlefield with astonishing power. Crafting requirements. 10 black dragon scales, 2 rubies, 10 high-energy alloys, 1 perfect Barrett heavy sniper rifle. Lin Chen got the legendary blueprint, but he couldn't get excited. The Barrett is destroyed. Just looking at the design on the blueprints, you can tell that this gun is indeed very powerful, but we can't build it. Just by looking at the names of the ingredients, you can tell how difficult it is to make. The prerequisite for building this sniper rifle is that you already have a Barrett heavy sniper rifle. In addition to these, there is also the Black Dragon scale. Dragon. Even if this creature isn't legendary, it must at least be at the perfect level. Lin Chen almost couldn't even defeat a deep cave water spider of exceptional quality, let alone a dragon. In contrast, Lin Chen would prefer a high-quality blueprint, and then use the guaranteed luck in crafting to upgrade it to legendary. Sigh, the gamble failed, might as well just open the box. Lin Chen carefully put away the blueprints for the destruction of Barrett, and then looked at the Y alien plant seeds. This seed may not look impressive, but its quality is absolutely perfect. Lin Chen immediately set up a nursery. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality increased by 1. Medium-sized nursery, good quality. 4.4 meters in size. The pirate ship's deck is over 7 meters wide, and this nursery area is just the right size to be placed on the deck. Lin Chen buried the Y mutant seed in the soil and poured half a box of seawater on it. Then a new notification popped up. Y-shaped plant seeds, seed stage. Slow growth due to lack of light and fertilizer. Expected to enter the next stage after 25 hours, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds. Lin Chen learned from the basic survival handbook that plant growth has 4 to 5 stages: seed, seedling, growth, maturity, and some plants have a senescence period. So slow. Lin Chen made a light complaint, then turned his gaze to the last black iron treasure chest. From now on, I'll open chests of silver quality or higher directly, and use the lucky draw to open bronze and iron chests. That way, I won't get blueprints that I can't craft, which is frustrating. Lin Chen carried the treasure chest back to his room. Looking at the clean and tidy captain's cabin, he prepared to enjoy his first high-quality sleep since coming to this world. Therefore, he went up to the deck and took a bath with purified water to avoid soiling the soft and comfortable mattress. Didi, Su Yun, there are so many treasure chests tonight. There are piranhas and ferocious beasts from the island. I feel like my archery skills have gotten even better. Su Yun sounded very excited. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. Su Yun is also a moderately wealthy woman. With her current abundance of resources and advanced equipment, she would never look down on the items that come out of rotten wood or black iron treasure chests. Unless she got her hands on another special treasure? What is it that excites her so much? The next second. Su Yun, application for targeted transaction. Navigation map is good one none. Navigation map, high quality, must be placed inside the ship for use. It automatically records every location the ship travels to, and automatically records all terrain within a 1-kilometer radius of the user. Areas beyond ocean depth of 200 m are automatically marked as deep sea. The same applies to mountains. A marvel of navigation. We'll never need to deploy buoys again. Lin Chen picked up the map. Most of the map was covered in darkness, with only 2 small circular areas lit up. One of the small sections has a red dot marking it, symbolizing Lin Chen's location. Then this other small area is where Su Yun is located. Based on the radius of a small area being 1 kilometer, it is roughly estimated that Su Yun is currently about 2,000 kilometers away from him. It's about half the distance of China. It's a bit far. Although they knew each other's location, given the great distance, it would probably take dozens of days of sailing to meet. Besides the distance, there is another problem. The pirate ship is almost entirely propelled by wind. Lin Chen can only make minor adjustments to the direction by controlling the rudder and the angle of the sails, but he cannot sail against the wind. That's the difference between a large ship and a small ship. Small boats can furl their sails and row forward, but large boats cannot. Su Yun, quickly take a picture and show me how far apart we are. Lin Chen sent the photos over. Su Yun said optimistically, it's not far. Want to meet up in person? Lin Chen, if the sun rises in the east and sets in the west in this world, then the wind is blowing south on my side. Which way is the wind blowing on your side? Su Yun, facing north. Lin Chen, then it seems that it will be a bit difficult for us to meet in person. According to the map, Su Yun is located just north of Lin Chen. If the two are to meet, they must travel against the wind. Su Yun can row a boat and use a propeller, but Lin Chen can only be blown by the wind. Lin Chen, my ship can't sail against the wind like a pirate ship. I'll head north to find you after I get a new ship propulsion system. When Su Yun saw the description of the pirate ship, she repeatedly checked the ship's grade. Excellent quality. But Su Yun wasn't too surprised. Because no matter how miraculous something is that appears in Lin Chen's life, it will all become reasonable. Even if Lin Chen told her one day that he had a legendary ship, Su Yun wouldn't be too shocked. Too much shock can lead to numbness. Su Yun replied optimistically. Maybe the wind direction will change in a couple of days, and maybe then they'll blow together. Lin Chen, do you still have a map? Su Yun, that's all, there's only one left. You can use this first, and we'll pass it on every night to check the other person's location. Lin Chen did have thoughts about meeting people in person, since it was indeed too lonely for someone to drift alone at sea. Although Xiaoying was with him, communication was difficult due to the language barrier. Besides the communication problem, there was another reason. Lin Chen was afraid of committing a crime against a fish. There was no way around it. This fish was just too tempting. Although they had spent 3 days together, Lin Chen was still amazed by the beauty of Shimei the mermaid every time he looked at Xiaoying. Eek! A faint sound drifted from not far away. It was Xiaoying singing. She seems to sing to herself whenever she's in a good mood. Lin Chen couldn't understand her lyrics, but her moving voice always stirred something within him. Therefore, Lin Chen told Xiaoying to stay away from the boat when she sang. Shimei, also known as the soul-stealing succubus, the nightmare of the sea, and the death songstress. Lin Chen had not forgotten the system's description of this race. Judging from Xiaoying's behavior, she probably meant no harm. But the allure she exuded at all times forced Lin Chen to forcefully suppress his gunfire. The legendary creature is far more complex than Xiaoying has shown so far. There is no doubt about that. Lin Chen dried himself off and headed towards the captain's cabin. The time has reached midnight. Sunny day 2 weather forecast. Sunny, temperature 35 to 40 degrees Celsius, gentle breeze at level 4, long days and short nights. A level 4 wind, with a speed between 5.5 and 7.9 meters per second, is a suitable wind speed for navigation. The fire on the island has burned out, and the temperature should drop by tomorrow during the day. I hope the island's hidden treasure won't disappoint me. Chapter 41 Sun Xiaoying. Lin Chen, love me. Lin Chen opened his eyes, and a stunningly beautiful face was right in front of him. He was stunned for a moment when a gentle hand suddenly pressed his body down. The woman in front of him sat on his chest, her long legs sweeping across his face, the view beneath her skirt faintly visible. Lin Chen rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. Are you Su Yun? Wait a minute. I had a wet dream. The woman in front of me looked exactly like Su Yun, with her stunningly beautiful face and stiff smile, just like in the photo. Even the women's underwear she was wearing was made by Lin Chen himself and given to Su Yun. But Su Yun is clearly more than 2,000 kilometers away from me. How could she suddenly be by my side? With Xiaoying by my side these days, and having seen so many private photos of female bodhisattvas, it's understandable that I have some desires that need to be released. If this is just a wet dream, then let her continue having it. Lin Chen obediently laid down on the bed, revealing a comfortable and enjoying expression. The woman reached behind her with one hand and gently pushed it aside. My clothes fell off. Lin Chen stared wide-eyed at the red-eyed rabbit that had broken free of its restraints. When he shifted his gaze back to the woman's face, she suddenly seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Lin Chen recalled carefully. He felt the face looked familiar, but couldn't place it. The woman looks a lot like a certain female bodhisattva who had previously sent him nude photos. The woman leaned down, and the soft, smooth touch made Lin Chen instantly forget what he was thinking. At this moment, his face was enveloped in tenderness, and he just wanted to close his eyes and enjoy this warmth. But the next moment, a hard sensation came from within. Lin Chen opened his eyes in confusion, only to find 2 seashells suddenly appearing in front of him, blocking his intimate contact with the soft object. Wait, a seashell? The woman suddenly sat up, and a layer of pale golden scales appeared on both sides of her neck. Littling. Lin Chen looked at the mermaid in surprise. No, the little babbler now has legs, and if you have legs, it's not impossible. Lin Chen licked his lips excitedly. The next moment, the woman who looked like she was whimpering suddenly opened her mouth. Eek! The ear-piercing sound almost ruptured Lin Chen's eardrums. Call! Lin Chen suddenly sat up in bed. He was covered in sweat from fright. Did I have a nightmare? Lin Chen touched his ears and checked his body again, finding nothing abnormal. Just then, he heard singing coming from outside. Eek! Lin Chen arrived at the side of the boat. Upon seeing him, Xiaoying immediately stopped singing and began to circle on the sea, her beautiful fishtail splashing the water. Eek! Give me something to eat. Wah! I'm starving. Lin Chen recalled his spring dream. Were you the one who was interfering with my dream just now? Yes. Yes. Littling nodded honestly. She opened her cherry-like mouth wide, holding a fish bone in one hand and pointing to her mouth with the other. Eek! Eek! Hungry, eat. Lin Chen's face darkened. Feed her first, then we'll talk to her. He stared at Xiaoying for a moment, then went to the kitchen, turned on the stove, and started cooking the fish. The kitchen is equipped with iron pots. Lin Chen selected 3 high-quality stock fish and threw them in, then added some spirit salt crumbs. I took a small bite, and it tasted better than when it was baked directly. If the previous meat was a combination of fragrance and tenderness, then the fish now has a richer and more layered texture. Lin Chen turned on another heat source on the stove and put in a small piece of grease. A moment later, hot oil separated from the grease block. Adding oil to the fish soup releases a rich aroma that fills the entire kitchen. As Lin Chen carried the pot out of the kitchen, the aroma wafted out with him, and the littling under the pirate ship couldn't wait to wag its tail. He carried the pot in one hand and grabbed the rope ladder with the other to descend to the bottom. Build another raft for standing. Lin Chen placed the fish soup in front of Xiaoying. Is it tasty? Eek! Xiaoying nodded very vigorously. Then Lin Chen pulled the fish soup pot back to his side. Eek! Littling anxiously reached out to grab it. Why are you interfering with my dream? You can continue eating after answering the question. Eek! Xiaoying's body surfaced from underwater. She patted her smooth, white belly, then pointed to her mouth. I'm hungry. When did you start interfering? No, let me ask you another question. Did you cause my dreams? Xiaoying shook her head. When did you start interfering? When I opened my eyes in my dream. Xiaoying shook her head again. Lin Chen broke down the timeline of the dream and kept asking until the moment Xiaoying appeared, at which point Xiaoying finally nodded. Lin Chen's face darkened. You're not allowed to do that again. Otherwise, you won't get any fish. Eek! Xiaoying was clearly unconvinced. She puffed out her chest, one hand on her hip, the other pointing to her mouth. What? I'm hungry. You can. Lin Chen was about to suggest a different way to wake him up, but since he was sleeping on a 10-meter-high deck, Xiaoying didn't seem to have any other way to wake him up. Suddenly, Lin Chen had a flash of inspiration. I'll leave a raft here, with a grill on it, and all the seasonings prepared for you. I'll collect the fish once a day before I go to bed, leaving them all on the raft at the bottom of the boat, and then you can grill them yourself. Oh, I can't. Okay, then it's decided. Oh dear, I don't know how to grill fish. The little eagle excitedly swung its tail, splashing water, its chest heaving dramatically. Lin Chen noticed Xiaoying's mood and immediately changed his mind. How about this? I'll grill 10 fish every night before bed and put them on the raft below. If they get cold when you eat them, just heat them up yourself. Just put the grilled fish on it for a few seconds. Is that okay? I'm going to get really angry if you keep interfering with my dream. If I get angry, you won't get any grilled fish, Lin Chen added. This time, Xiaoying was quiet. She looked at Lin Chen with clear, innocent eyes, then pouted and slowly nodded with a wronged expression. Then it's decided. Lin Chen quickly set up a stove on the raft, leaving behind a plastic bottle of spirit salt crumbs. Lin Chen chuckled inwardly as he watched Xiaoying happily enjoying the delicious fish soup. Previously, whenever dangerous creatures attacked, Xiaoying would stay far away, and the dangerous creatures would not actively pursue her. This time, her midnight snack and breakfast are both on the raft. Let's see if she'll still try to hide. Food or safety? Choose one. Chapter 42 Watermelon Seeds. Su Yun, good morning. Lin Chen, good morning. Because Xiaoying forcibly woke him up, Lin Chen woke up slightly earlier than Su Yun today. Su Yun, I'm setting sail. Image. The picture shows Su Yun taking a selfie. She is holding up a bracelet, making a V sign with her right hand near her face, and has a bright smile on her face. This photo is completely different from the one Su Yun posted before. Her youthful and sweet smile is very natural, giving people the feeling of a childhood sweetheart next door. Looking at the photo, Lin Chen inexplicably recalled the erotic dream he had just had. My face suddenly felt hot. As long as I don't tell anyone, no one will know that I have wet dreams. Whoosh! After finishing her fish soup, Xiaoying turned around and dived into the sea. Except Xiaoying. Lin Chen ate breakfast, packed his gear, and boarded a small fishing boat to head to the island. After yesterday's burning, the island has turned from its original lush green to a charred black. The once lush forest is now nothing but charred remains after being burned by flames. As Lin Chen approached the island, he could clearly feel the temperature rising. The temperature from the forest fire is too high, and it hasn't completely dissipated yet. The closer you get to the beach, the more waves of heat you feel. The intense heat of the scorching sun, combined with the embers left by the burning flames, distorted the air across the entire island. Lin Chen had taken the ice skin pill and the jade mint tea early on, but he still couldn't help feeling the extreme heat. It's a pity we can't go any further. Although he was unable to land on the island, Lin Chen found many survivors on the sea. A dangerous creature with low health. However, they were all in poor health at the time, with burn marks on their bodies. The intense heat from the flames was enough to spread to every place on the island where one could stand, and even the air was taken over by the scorching temperature. The flowing sea became the only place to escape the high temperatures. However, they lacked the ability of deep-sea spiders to locate enemies from 10 kilometers away, and venturing into the vast ocean would be a dead end for them. They can only hide in the nearby seawater and wait for the temperature to drop. But before the temperature dropped, Lin Chen's bow and arrows arrived. The sound of arrows piercing the air shattered the tranquility of the sea. Kill the coyotes and earn 5 ocean coins. Kill the brown bear and obtain the black iron treasure chest. Defeat the green serpent and obtain the bronze treasure chest. Thank you all for making the special trip out of your way so I could farm treasure chests. Lin Chen collected the corpses of the various ferocious beasts while happily collecting the treasure chests. His archery skills improved with each kill to the point where they became second nature to him. Without strong winds, he can accurately hit any target from a distance of 100 meters, and his accuracy is not low even beyond 100 meters. Lin Chen returned to the pirate ship with the bountiful harvest of supplies. In the public chat, Lin Chen, we have already put regular meat and good quality meat on the shelves in bulk. Welcome to purchase. While there is no longer a market for regular meat, the demand for high-quality meat is extremely strong. Nowadays, everyone knows that eating meat can help you grow, and people are increasingly pursuing higher quality meat. Good quality meat sold out instantly as soon as it hit the shelves, while regular meat was less popular, but it also sold out within 10 minutes. The market supply of ordinary meat already exceeds demand, but Lin Chen's brand recognition is undeniable. If someone wants to buy meat and sees Lin Chen's advertisement, almost 80% of them will head to Lin Chen's shelf to make a purchase. This is the effect of advertising and reputation. Boss Lin, are you still having a clearance sale today? I went to collect supplies yesterday, and there's still a lot I want to buy. The first thing I do every morning is say good morning, Lin Chen. I examine myself 3 times a day. Has Brother Lin eaten enough? Has Brother Lin slept well? Has Brother Lin sold any goods? Stop flattering me. I woke up to a bunch of sycophants this morning. A man as noble as Brother Lin would never even glance at you sycophants. Brother Lin Chen, I found a watermelon seed entry yesterday. Watermelon seeds. Brother Lin, do you buy seeds? I only sell to Brother Lin, so please don't message me, anyone else. Selling a standard quality crafting table, priced the same as Lin's. If Lin is setting up his stall today, please choose Lin first. I am not a middleman. The blueprints are indeed mine. Brother upstairs, don't be so cautious. Boss Lin is definitely not the kind of person who's stingy. He's so rich, why would he care about your little business? In the eyes of those who came from the same old district as Lin Chen, the person who said those words was definitely not from the same old district as Lin Chen. The price war over wooden spears was well known in the region. Even those who possessed the same blueprints as Lin Chen dared not sell them rashly. They were afraid that Lin Chen would launch a price war, rendering their blueprints worthless. But Lin Chen didn't care at all. As long as he was selling goods normally, Lin Chen couldn't be bothered with him at all. He took a liking to the man who sold watermelon seeds. Lin Chen opened that person's private chat interface. He was a repeat customer who had traded with them before. Lin Chen, I'll take the watermelon seeds. Just write what you want in the transaction request. Li Lulu. Hi Lin, I'd like to change my underwear. Could you take a picture so I can choose one myself? This was the first time Lin Chen had encountered someone making this request. Lin Chen opened the box that was specifically for storing underwear and briefs. It was a bit messy. Moreover, men's and women's underwear were stored together, with toilet paper, menstrual pads, and other miscellaneous materials underneath. It looked like a pile of discarded garbage. Lin Chen replied, no. Li Lulu had already guessed that her request would be rejected, so she immediately delivered the prepared response. Brother, I have no will to live anymore. A girl like me, who is powerless, could die here at any moment. I'm a girl, and all I want is to look good when I die. If it's inconvenient for my brother to take pictures, could I suggest a color? Do you have purple or pink? My mom says I look best in those 2 colors, and I want to meet her with dignity after I die. Brother Lin, please. I can add 10 more planks and palm leaves. That's all the supplies I have. I just need 1 more purple undergarment. Li Lulu. Targeted transaction application. Watermelon seeds, good quality 1. Wooden boards, 10. Palm leaves, 10. None. Lin Chen frowned when he saw the transaction request. Moral blackmail, or a genuine expression of emotion? Never mind, it's not troublesome. Let's not give people something to talk about. Lin Chen rummaged through the box and found a set of purple women's underwear at the bottom side. Lin Chen, application for targeted transaction. Women's underwear, good watermelon seeds, 1. planks, 10, palm leaves, 10. Note, withdraw your transaction request. Li Lulu. Thank you, Brother Lin. Li Lulu. The clothes in the picture are so pretty. Mom will definitely love how I look now. In the picture, Li Lulu is wearing a purple bra, showing off her proud, firm, and full curves. The sunlight on that scorching day was exceptionally strong, and the snow-white skin appeared even more fair and alluring against the purple backdrop. A deep ravine extends downwards from the purple junction, enticing people to explore further. Lin Chen's eyes seemed to be locked in that abyss, staring at it for a full 3 seconds before he reacted. He snapped the wristband's projection off. Evil. Utter evil. Lin Chen forced himself to distract himself, but the next moment, a snow-white figure leaped out of the sea and drew a graceful arc across the surface. Xiao Ying's skin, glistening with seawater, shimmered in the bright sunshine. The 2 seashells were dazzling. Lin Chen held the flag high. I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. This statement also applies to Lin Chen's current situation. Without external temptations, he could also be a pure-minded young man. But now, he's on the verge of exploding. My erotic dream this morning is proof of that. Chapter 43 Zhang Qinwei's Good News. Having received the seeds, Lin Chen, now reassured, immediately began planting. To save deck space, Lin Chen directly built a small nursery this time, which is only half the size of a medium-sized nursery. After planting the watermelon seeds and watering them. Watermelon seeds, seed stage. With ample sunlight and no fertilizer, growth is slow. Expected to enter the next stage after 3 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Low-quality seeds take longer to mature, so you might be able to eat them today. As time went on, the sunlight outside became more intense, and the temperature began to rise. Lin Chen retreated to the captain's cabin, where the air conditioning was on. Thanks to the effects of the peppermint tea, he didn't feel too hot. But other survivors don't have such comfortable summer retreats as he does. Brother Lin Chen, are you still selling Luanin San and Bingji Wan? This weather is too hot. I can't stand it. Upstairs, the ice skin pill works quite well, but I really don't recommend you buy the Luanin powder. Brother Lin is right. This stuff has too many side effects. TCH, the guy upstairs clearly lacks willpower. If it were me, I would never let the side effects of the chaotic Yin powder affect me. Brother Lin, sell it to me. These guys don't know its value. Today's high temperature is 40 degrees Celsius, and with the strong sunlight, I feel like the temperature is 45 degrees. Currently, only Luanin San on the market can lower the temperature by 5 degrees. Other heatstroke remedies are ineffective. The ice skin pills not only prevent sun damage to the skin, but also avoid the increase in perceived temperature caused by direct sunlight. Lin Chen, please big boss, sell some ice skin pills. Ice skin pills for sale, limited to 20 pieces. Brother, why don't you just publish the recipe for ice skin pills? Your 20 pills sold out as soon as they were put on the market, and more than 10,000 people in the whole region are waiting for them. The resources that one person can collect certainly can't meet the needs of the whole region. They need to make money too. Here's what I'll do, brother. I've sent you a private message. I'll buy your recipe for 50 planks and I promise I'll never tell anyone else. Has anyone gotten the recipe for the chaotic Yin powder? I'll buy the recipe for chaotic Yin powder for 50 planks. Brother Lin Chen, do you sell the formula? Brother Lin Chen, my skin is almost dried out from the sun. Picture. Brothers, be very careful when buying formulas. Last night, this bastard Wang Defa told me he knew the formula for Bingji pill, but then he told me about a bunch of herbs I'd never heard of. I asked in the public chat all night, and nobody had ever seen these herbs. I suspect he gave me a fake formula. Has anyone heard of Binghua or Yu Tai Sui? Upstairs, you've been scammed. I know the real formula for ice skin pills. Brother Lin bought his ice skin pill formula from me, and I have screenshots of the transaction records to prove it. Isn't this Wang Defa the idiot who sold the spear blueprints to Boss Lin? He's still alive. I knew that nickname looked familiar. Bro, you must have come from another merged server. This idiot is notorious for being a jerk in our server. He even tried to piggyback on the fame of Big Boss Lin back then. Let me tell you the story. Click to expand. Lin Chen scrolled through the chat channels and saw that the formulas for ice muscle pill and chaotic Yin powder were gradually spreading, but he didn't react much. Because this was something he had anticipated. Unlike blueprints, prescriptions are not protected by patents. The ice skin pill is so effective, and the Luanin powder is indeed very effective at relieving summer heat, so it will definitely spread rapidly. Lin Chen warned everyone about the side effects of Luanin San yesterday, and many people in the public chat are advising against taking Luanin San today, but some people just don't believe it. To such people, Lin Chen can only say, respect their choices and laugh at their fate. Lin Chen's ordinary quality ice muscle pills and guanine powder have all been sold, but there are still some of the good quality ones left. Lin Chen, I'm selling guanine san, in good condition. It can reduce the perceived temperature by up to 8 degrees Celsius, but due to its strong side effects, I recommend taking it before bed to help you get a good night's sleep. I'm also buying prescriptions for heat stroke remedies, preferably with diagrams. I don't accept just the formula. I'm also selling grinding tables in large quantities. The entire stock of the good guanine san, a traditional Chinese medicine, sold out instantly upon its release. But people's enthusiasm will clearly not end there. Boss Lin has made a move. As soon as he made his move, the price of the grinding table immediately dropped. The people are like small workshops, while the big bosses are like manufacturing plants. How can their output compare? Brother Lin produced 500 grinding tables at once and put them on the shelves. This is more than the total number of grinding tables on the market before. This is a classic case of dimensional reduction attack. Boss Lin directly controls the market pricing power. We should be grateful that Boss Lin is a conscientious businessman. Otherwise, none of us could afford these props. Hey bro, do you still have any good quality in relieving powder? I just saw the news. Its cooling effect is so tempting, it can even lower the temperature by 8 degrees. As a victim of the side effects of guanine san, I'll just say one thing. Do you think the big boss would sell high-quality guanine san instead of using it himself? Hee, I'm also a victim of the guanine san, a type of herbal medicine, but I just bought another one. The expert is right. These side effects are perfect for sleeping. Maybe in a few days, the temperature will reach 40 degrees Celsius at night, and I won't be able to sleep at all without cooling measures. Lin Chen was in the midst of rapid production when she suddenly received a private message. Didi, Zhang Qinwei, boss, there's progress. Picture. Upon seeing Zhang Qinwei's message, Lin Chen's face lit up with joy. This morning, Lin Chen gave Zhang Qinwei 2 more electric fans and gave him an important task, to build a generator. An electric fan motor is actually an AC motor. An AC motor can function as a motor to generate rotational motion by inputting current, or it can function as a generator to generate current by rotating. It is theoretically feasible. This theory was confirmed after Zhang Qinwei's practical application. Zhang Qinwei, currently, I'm using a hand crank, but the speed is too low and the current is too weak. I plan to make a transmission device to increase the speed. It might take some time, but it should be ready tonight. Also, my knife's durability has dropped to 0. Boss, could you give me a sharper knife? Lin Chen, don't worry about it. I'll take care of your food. I'll also give you weapons for self-defense. Oh, and make me a propulsion device later too. Lin Chen gave Zhang Qinwei a fine fish, a good bow and arrow set, and an excellent spear. Such talent deserves to be treated well. His creation will determine whether Lin Chen can enter the electrical age ahead of schedule. Chapter 44 Li Lulu. Steam rises from the sea. A temperature of 40 degrees Celsius combined with intense direct sunlight is enough to cause heat stroke in half an hour. Li Lulu was completely naked, hiding in the sunshade raft. The mechanical fan next to her kept blowing air, but it did nothing to relieve the heat. These useless dogs. They can't even get a single chaotic powder. Why didn't 2 dogs come to deliver the supplies today? Are they dead? Damn it. What do you mean it's too hot, and you're not interested in me anymore? These stinky men's words are definitely not to be trusted. Li Lulu fanned herself, while continuously pouring water on herself to cool down. The water was collected from a depth of 20 meters underwater by one of her dogs, and then delivered through the box. It was very cool. But you can't use this water too much, because seawater will damage your smooth skin, and if you use it too much, you'll turn into a wrinkled old woman. Li Lulu is well aware of her strengths, so she must take good care of her skin. And this Lin Chen, damn it, I've tried so hard to seduce you, played the emotional card, and you haven't shown any interest whatsoever. Looking at her private message chat with Lin Chen, Li Lulu was filled with anger. She wore such sexy lingerie and even used precious drinking water to put a few drops on her chest as an embellishment, going to great lengths to please Lin Chen. But anger aside, one must still lick the boots, and one must seize every opportunity to do so. If I can get close to Lin Chen, maybe I can enjoy air conditioning and eat premium meat. Li Lulu pulled out the photo of the air conditioner that Lin Chen had posted in the public chat, which she had saved, and became even more convinced of her idea. Didi. Another private message from a dog. This dog is so annoying. After delivering supplies every day, it should just die, respawn the next day, deliver supplies again, and then die again. Although he kept cursing, he still had to reply to the messages that needed to be replied to. Li Lulu has already lost 2 dogs today, and she can't afford to give up on any more. While dealing with the dog-related news in a frustrated manner, Li Lulu suddenly noticed a black that had appeared on the sea surface at some point. As the black dot drew closer, Li Lulu looked more closely and discovered that it was actually a fishing boat. Someone's coming. Li Lulu quickly grabbed the purple underwear she was wearing and put it on, then packed the mechanism fan and other valuables into the box. With its sails propelling it forward and oars propelling it, the fishing boat quickly arrived at Li Lulu's raft. Man! Seeing the figures on the fishing boat, Li Lulu was startled. She hid her knife in the pile of supplies behind her. The moment the man on the fishing boat saw Li Lulu, his eyes lit up. Beautiful, big breasts and a perky butt. And she was wearing a sexy purple lingerie. That bust shape is absolutely stunning. The man's eyes almost popped out of his head. Elder brother. Li Lulu's sweet, coquettish cry almost made the man's soul leave his body. In hot and dry weather, two extremes may occur. One type is so hot that there is absolutely no desire to move. The other type is so hot that one feels unbearably restless. This man clearly belongs to the latter category. He stood at the bow of the boat with a lecherous look in his eyes, staring intently at Li Lulu's cleavage. Little sister, do you want to come with your brother? I have a boat. Fishing boats were almost a symbol of wealth at this stage. Only those with abundant resources could afford them. Although Li Lulu was disgusted by the lecherous old man in front of her, she didn't mind having another dog with a fishing boat. Brother, do you have any medicine to relieve the heat? I'm dying of heat. As Li Lulu spoke, she gently tugged at her bra. The southern and northern hemispheres alternate in appearance. This scene completely aroused the old man's heart and soul. He went straight to Li Lulu's raft. Of course. Little sister, do you want to trade supplies for it? It's okay if you don't have any supplies. Li Lulu pretended to be scared, took 2 steps back, and accidentally fell next to her supplies. Brother, what are you going to do? I'm scared. Li Lulu's voice was almost trembling. The trembling, delicate voice further aroused the old man's animalistic instincts. He pounced on her, his dragon claws striking out, and grabbed Li Lulu tightly. Don't be afraid, little sister. I'm not a bad person. I'll give you medicine to cool you down, but you have to help me cool down first. As the old man spoke, he reached for his waist with both hands, trying to release his large penis. But the next moment, a cold glint suddenly flashed in front of him. A sharp butcher's knife pierced the man's chest. The knife was pulled out, and blood from the heart gushed from the wound. The next moment, the butcher's knife pierced in again. You old geezer, you think you're worthy of sleeping with me. I'll stab you to death. I'll stab you to death. The man stared wide-eyed in disbelief as the seemingly frail woman before him suddenly went mad. You filthy man. Get off me. Li Lulu stabbed the man 7 or 8 times, then kicked him away and kicked him into the sea twice more. As she watched the man's body sink into the sea, Li Lulu's hands trembled. Her lips trembled, pale, as she frantically took the butcher knife and plunged it into the seawater, washing away the bloodstains from her body and arms. She was terrified when she killed someone for the first time. But when she looked up and saw the fishing boat, Li Lulu's eyes lit up with excitement. A fishing boat. A finished vessel worth hundreds of millions of supplies. The man's supplies are still on the ship. Li Lulu arrived at the fishing boat, where there was only an ordinary workbench, 2 boxes, and some scattered planks and palm leaves. She opened the 2 boxes to check. They were filled with survival supplies. Next, go to the crafting table and check the crafting patterns stored inside. I'm finally going to get rich. The crafting station contains blueprints for excellent distillation tanks, fishing nets, and even a fine weapon, the long whip. 3 excellent production patterns. No wonder this man is so rich. Now all of these things are mine. Excitement gleamed in Li Lulu's eyes. Murder is like a fireproof belt, but killing is the fastest way to make money. But Li Lulu quickly calmed down. The reason this man was killed was simply because he was completely unprepared for him. If it were a more cautious man, he would likely be subjected to inhumane treatment after his failed ambush. In her original world, Li Lulu had seen videos of foreign forces abusing women. Every time she recalled those scenes, she felt a deep-seated fear. In terms of physical strength, women are inherently at a disadvantage. In this world without laws, the law of the jungle reigns supreme. How could a weak woman like Li Lulu resist violence? Unless you rely on a powerful man. This old man is clearly not. He's old and lecherous. He'll be killed by someone else sooner or later. Rather than die at someone else's hands, I'd rather have it easy. We must rely on a man who is powerful and retains some modern ideas. Currently, it seems that there is only one candidate who best meets the standard. Lin Chen. Didi. Li Lulu received another private message from a dog. You dog. You were so stingy when it came to giving out supplies, and now you want me to take pictures of your crafting skills. Despite her complaints, Li Lulu was unwilling to give up this long-term meal ticket, even though she had just received a shipload of supplies. It's just online flirting. We'll never meet. Li Lulu pulled aside her bra and took a picture. Li Lulu. Keep it up, little sister. You're working hard too. Chapter 45 Li Jianguo. Encounters on the high seas don't just happen in one place. Su Xianxian was piloting a fishing boat, towing a raft loaded with supplies as it sailed on the sea. There was an extra guest on her boat. Sister Xianxian, it's so wonderful to have you fanning me. The woman rowing the boat was covered in sweat, but when she looked at Su Xianxian, her face was beaming with a happy smile. Su Xianxian looked at the woman's appearance while keeping an eye on the chat interface, feeling relieved. Fortunately, the first person I encountered was one of my own fans, not the vicious criminals described in the chat channel. Sister Xianxian, I must have suffered a lifetime of hardship in my past life to be able to meet you here. Out of more than 10,000 people, you were the first one I met. I am so happy. The woman rowing the boat was also feeling fortunate. She also saw the content in the chat channel. One can imagine what would happen to women like her who lack martial arts skills if they encountered men with ill intentions. To meet a fellow woman, especially one who is also your idol, is incredibly lucky. Thinking of this, the woman looked at Su Xianxian, who was fanning herself. Su Xianxian was deep in thought. Her encounter with the survivors allowed her to see future trends. Teamwork. The previous operating model of the Mutual Aid Association has completely failed, and the original Mutual Aid Association exists in name only. But as the survivors meet one after another, they will inevitably form all sorts of groups. Su Xianxian must seize this opportunity to revitalize the Xianxian Mutual Aid Association. Sister Xianxian. Su Xuanxuan's thoughts were interrupted by the woman's voice. What is it? It's nothing. Hee. It's just that you look so serious and thoughtful when you're thinking about something, Sister Xianxian. The woman chuckled, but Su Xianxian suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. She seems to have overlooked something. Men may assault women, but what about women? Su Xianxian subconsciously pulled her legs back. Su Yun, Lin Chen, have you run into anyone else? Lin Chen, not yet. Lin Chen's boat hasn't moved much today, remaining mostly anchored on the sea near the island. Pirate ships have anchors to keep the ship in a roughly fixed position. Su Yun, I killed someone. Lin Chen was taken aback by Su Yun's 4 words. Lin Chen, are you injured? I still have bandages here. Su Yun, I'm fine. I just encountered a man and a woman who tried to steal my boat, but they weren't as strong as me, so I threw them into the sea. Su Yun, thank you for the fish. Without it, I might have been the one thrown into the sea. Su Yun is right. Without the exceptional quality of the fish meat that greatly enhanced her body, she would not have been a match for that man and woman. If those 2 scoundrels catch you, being thrown into the sea might be the best outcome. The woman was determined to kill him, but the man. Su Yun remembered the filthy look in that man's eyes. If he catches me, I will definitely suffer humiliation. Su Yun gripped the bow and arrow tightly in her hand, making up her mind. From now on, if I see anyone approaching, I will shoot them dead. The bow and arrow is Su Yun's current best weapon. If a villain with a weapon gets close to Su Yun, she might not be able to break free. Lin Chen had already seen the message on the chat interface. Violent incidents such as murder and ship hijacking are spreading on this sea. Without legal constraints, the ugliest side of human nature is being unleashed. Lin Chen, application for targeted transaction. Pirate ship excellent 1, excellent building hammer 1, none. Lin Chen, keep it safe. We can guard against malice during the day, but we must also be prepared for sneak attacks at night. The pirate ship's deck is more than 10 meters above the sea surface, and the bottom is covered with sheet metal, making it difficult to damage. Sleeping on the pirate ship at night, even if villains climb onto the deck, they cannot break into the captain's cabin, because the captain's cabin has a door. The owner can view the pirate ship's status information on the bracelet and is not afraid of intruders hiding on the ship. Su Yun boarded the pirate ship, knowing that she could never repay Lin Chen for what she owed him. Unless she gives herself to Lin Chen. That's not impossible either. The chaotic world and the lingering fear after the murder put immense pressure on Su Yun's heart. She was scared. I'm afraid that one day I'll become one of those women described in chat channels who are violated and murdered. Su Yun, Lin Chen, I want to come find you. Lin Chen is waiting for news from Zhang Qinwei. If the generator is successfully developed, then large-scale thrusters can be fully realized. Pirate ships can also sail freely. Lin Chen offered some simple words of comfort to the frightened Su Yun. At this moment, the survival game truly begins. The harsh environment and the danger of ferocious beasts are all preventable. But the evil in human nature is the most terrifying danger in this world. Lin Chen glanced at the number of survivors, 9879. It fell below 10,000. Human nature, once unleashed, is nothing but bestiality. They are no different from ferocious beasts. Looking at the messages in the chat interface, Lin Chen stopped selling some of the items. For example, bows and arrows, spears. Perhaps others will sell bows and arrows soon, but Lin Chen will not continue to sell weapons. Because these weapons could one day turn into boomerangs and hit them. Aside from weapons, Lin Chen stopped selling all high-quality items. He doesn't lack supplies now, so there's no need to let these high-level items continue to flow into the market. In the public chat channel, a long message caught Lin Chen's attention. Lin Chen then began his speech. Fellow citizens, my name is Li Jiangguo. I am a police officer from the Jiang Province Public Security Bureau, badge number 018745, and I have been a police officer for 37 years. Image, selfie. I know that in this chaotic and desperate world of survival, every word can be drowned out by the sounds of merciless killing. But please allow me, a former police officer, a man who swore to uphold justice and peace, to raise my voice here. I have witnessed my fellow human beings slaughtering one another in this cruel world. I have seen how fear, greed, and despair have twisted our hearts. My heart bleeds, my soul trembles. This is not the future we desire. This is not the path we should be on. Therefore, I stand here not to declare war, but to herald a new beginning. I am establishing a force dedicated to protecting the weak and upholding peace. We will not instigate conflict, but we will not stand idly by while innocent people are harmed. I hope to unite all forces that can be united to build a safe, just, and orderly living environment so that everyone can find shelter. I know this road will not be easy, but please believe that as long as we are united and uphold our beliefs in justice and peace, we will be able to overcome all difficulties. Our strength needs the support and participation of every righteous person. Whether you are a white-collar worker, a laborer, or a farmer, as long as you are willing to work hard for our common goal, you are our most valuable asset. Our strength needs no proof. Simply shout, unity, when we meet, and I believe the world will return to its former glory. May the world be at peace. Chapter 46 Glass Patterns, Fish Tank. As the survivors meet one after another, after the initial conflicts and clashes, they will inevitably form various factions and groups. In such a shitty world, ordinary people need a leader to live a peaceful life. But those are ordinary people. The current regional landscape is characterized by one superpower and multiple strong powers. Lin Chen is in a league of his own. Below him are many survivors who are either skilled or lucky. Will they willingly become subordinates to others? Or will they build their own power and conquer the world to become kings? It's hard to say. The desires in people's hearts are an insatiable chasm. Lin Chen had no intention of building his own power base. His resources were already far superior to those of the rest of the region. Being too far ahead of its time will prevent people from helping Lin Chen even if they join his forces. Building power can actually become a burden. If Lin Chen simply maintains his leading position, he can become the uncrowned king of the entire region without needing to build up his power. Didi. Zhang Qinwei. Boss, there's something I'd like to report to you. Lin Chen, speak. Zhang Qinwei. I ran into Officer Li. Zhang Qinwei did not reveal his intention, but Lin Chen immediately understood what he meant. Officer Li is Li Jiangguo. He's recruiting soldiers and building up his power, so he definitely wants to invite me. Lin Chen rarely checks private messages from strangers, so Li Jiangguo can only contact him through Zhang Qinwei. Lin Chen, I'll talk to him. Lin Chen found the private message sent by Li Jiangguo. Li Jiangguo. Hello, Comrade Lin Chen. I am Li Jiangguo, a police officer. I would like to invite you to become the leader of the organization. Li Jiangguo was well aware of Lin Chen's status and influence. He could not possibly be someone else's subordinate. Only a leader's position was worthy of him. However, Lin Chen still declined Li Jiangguo's invitation. Lin Chen, I currently have no intention of joining any organization. Li Jiangguo, understood. If you ever have this idea, this position will always be reserved for you. Shortly after Li Jiangguo sent his message, Zhang Qinwei's message arrived. Zhang Qinwei, boss, Officer Li is a good man. I'm from Jiang Province, and I know him. He was once one of the top 10 people who moved Jiang Province. He's a good policeman. Boss, I'd like to ask if I could travel with Officer Li's ship. I'm not very good with weapons, and I don't really know how to use the ones you give me. There are so many bad guys out there. I'm afraid I'll get into trouble. Please rest assured, boss. I will take good care of the things you entrusted to me. Officer Lee didn't steal anything from me. He's a kind person. Lin Chen frowned, somewhat displeased. My key technical staff were poached just like that? But upon closer reflection, Zhang Qinwei's statement is not wrong. He's just an engineer, not good at fighting, so even if you give him a lot of weapons, he won't be able to do much good. If Li Jiangguo is truly one of the top 10 people who moved Jiangxi province, then we can trust him for now. Most importantly, even if Lin Chen doesn't allow Zhang Qinwei to go with Li Jiangguo, will he really listen to Lin Chen? Lin Chen, okay. Zhang Qinwei, thank you, boss. Please rest assured, I will complete the work you assign me on time and to the best of my ability. Ultimately, the relationship between Zhang Qinwei and Lin Chen was merely one of employment. This relationship is based on shared interests. If those interests are stable, the relationship between the two parties is secure. Zhang Qinwei is an experienced engineer who has experienced a career crisis at age 35 and has seen many colleagues laid off by their companies because they are too old and their energy can no longer keep up. He knew that he could use his skills to gain Lin Chen's support in the present, but what if one day Lin Chen no longer needed his skills? Zhang Qinwei needs to ensure his own safety. In his mind, Li Jiangguo was someone who could protect his safety. After receiving Lin Chen's permission, Zhang Qinwei excitedly went to Li Jiangguo's raft and told him about it. It seems that Comrade Lin Chen is a kind-hearted person, Li Jiangguo said. Boss Lin is indeed a good person. He gave me a fishing boat and food, and even a weapon for self-defense. Officer Li, you can drive this fishing boat. It's fast. From now on, I'll follow you on the raft. Have you reported this to Lin Chen? Since you have an employment relationship, these are essentially company property. Accessing company property requires company approval first, otherwise, it's illegal. Zhang Qinwei understood the reasoning, but he didn't expect Li Jiangguo to care about these details. He contacted Lin Chen again, and with his approval, he handed the fishing boat over to Li Jiangguo. He then sat on the raft, connected it to the fishing boat with a rope, and sailed with the fishing boat. Thus, the rudiments of a power were formed. Didi, Su Yun, I found something good. Those two scoundrels actually had this kind of treasure on their raft. Entries, glass, straw sandals, fish tank. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This is really good stuff. Lin Chen, are there only props? Do you have any blueprints or diagrams? Su Yun, yes. I'll send you their production tables. You can transfer the designs to your production table. Su Yun, application for targeted transaction. Standard crafting table 1, original crafting table 1, none. After Lin Chen accepted the design, he transferred it to his own production platform. Glass is an essential material in building systems. Straw sandals can be upgraded to better modern shoes, which are essential equipment for exploring islands. Good glassmaking requirements, 2G sand. Inferior quality straw sandals require, for palm leaves and 2 ropes. Good aquarium construction requirements, 15 mm glass. Sand can be obtained directly from beaches and shallow sea areas. Alternatively, you can use a wristband to scan the sediment and select to extract the sand directly. Lin Chen immediately began making it. Obtained, 1 piece of glass. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality increased by 1. Awarded, excellent 1 for tempered glass. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +2. Obtained, excellent bulletproof glass 1. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality increased by 1. Obtained, common coarse cloth shoes 1. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +2. Obtained, good leather shoes 1. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality increased by 1. Awarded, excellent 1 for large fish tank. Lin Chen stored the mass-produced glass and construction hammers, while selling the shoes on the market. Of course, he didn't forget to send Su Yun a pair of women's leather shoes. Although Su Yun was not used to wearing these shoes, they were still better than sneakers that had been soaked in seawater. Although the sun was strong on a sunny day, the air at sea was too humid, making it difficult to dry shoes that had gotten wet. Su Yun has been wearing wet shoes for days, which is very uncomfortable. Now at least I have a pair of dry shoes to wear. Lin Chen hung the shoes up for sale on the market, and then went up to the deck. Place the fish tank. Large aquariums. These can be used to store fish. Fish living in aquariums only need to be fed regularly and will not easily die. With a fish tank, I can finally keep my fish safe. Lin Chen has a large number of fishing nets, but the fish caught each time must be processed immediately. However, with a fish tank, Lin Chen suddenly paused for a moment. Fish tanks can be used to keep fish. Then can I raise xiaoying on the boat? Chapter 47 Thunder Eel Farming Center. The thought only existed in Lin Chen's mind for a second. Xiaoying loves freedom and singing. What if we bring her on the ship and one day her singing bewitches Lin Chen? Lin Chen plans to train Xiao Ying in combat to become his survival assistant, rather than a decorative vase kept in a fish tank. It's time to haul in the net we cast earlier and see if there's anything good. Lin Chen jumped off the pirate ship and began steer the fishing boat to collect the nets. He had so many fishing nets that it took him almost an hour just to haul them in. 237 good fish, 76 excellent fish, 29 outstanding fish, and 2 perfect fish. As Lin Chen took out ordinary fishing nets to sell, the remaining fishing nets he had were all of good or excellent quality, with remarkable results. Today, while fishing, I triggered a +3 bonus and caught 2 perfect fish. Upon seeing the +3, Lin Chen immediately drew his bow and arrow and shot the 2 perfect fish to death. Although Lin Chen moved very quickly, the excellent fishing net still lost more than 100 durability points due to being bitten. The perfect fish is very destructive. What a bumper harvest today. Little Ing, I'll give you an extra treat today. Eek! Little Ing excitedly swam around Lin Chen, her beautiful tail stirring up the water, while her 2 big white rabbits jumped up and down. Lin Chen looked away and carried a box of fish back to the deck. Of the 29 exceptional fish caught this time, 5 were electric eels, all of which Lin Chen put into a large aquarium. The electric eel struggled, but could not damage the glass in the slightest. In the end, it could only succumb to its fate and stay peacefully in the fish tank. Gradually, Lin Chen noticed that 2 electric eels were slowly moving closer together, emitting electric arcs and intertwining. A notification pops up. Thunder electric eel reproductive progress, courtship stage. Can give birth. Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised. If these 2 electric eels can produce baby electric eels and raise them to adulthood, then I won't have to go to the sea to collect fishing nets every day anymore. Once the fish breeding goes smoothly, Lin Chen plans to build 3 more large fish tanks specifically for keeping fish in the storage room. From now on, we'll eat premium fish every meal, and when we need electricity, we'll just throw the power cord into the fish tank. Given the size of the electric eel, a large aquarium can hold more than 20 of them. With over 20 electric eels providing power together, it could even power 3 air conditioners. Absolutely perfect. Without food, the courtship process was halted. Fish death countdown, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Lin Chen jumped up and ran back to the kitchen, took out the good fish he had caught that morning, and threw more than a dozen into the fish tank. The moment a healthy fish is introduced into the aquarium, it seems as if it has regained its freedom, and it swims excitedly around in the water. But the next moment, they were surrounded and intercepted by the native inhabitants of the fish tank, the electric eels. A visible electric current flashed, and more than a dozen healthy fish instantly turned belly up. Each of the electric eels carried a fine fish in its mouth and ate slowly and methodically. The countdown to the fish dying in the aquarium's status information disappeared, and the 2 electric eels huddled together again. Thunder electric eel reproductive progress, meeting stage. The 2 electric eels left the school of fish together and found a quiet corner to stay in. Reproductive progress of the electric eel, mating stage. Estimated remaining reproductive time, 240:00:00. Too slow. It will take a full 10 days. Feeding fish will speed up the process. The higher the quality of the fish bait, the faster the progress. Lin Chen suddenly remembered the fish bait that had been lying idle. Can we use high-quality bait to speed up the process? He tore off a perfect piece of fish meat and made it into perfect bait. To prevent other electric eels from stealing the bait, Lin Chen used a fishing rod to deliver the perfect bait to 2 electric eels that were mating. The next moment, the remaining reproductive time instantly dropped to 0. A large patch of fish roe appeared beneath the 2 electric eels. Thunder eel roe. Electric eels must hatch and grow in a freshwater environment and can return to the marine environment after maturity. So Lin Chen made another large fish tank. The amount of fresh water needed to fill a fish tank is enormous, and Lin Chen cannot solve the problem on his own for the time being. He immediately used the workbench to make a bunch of excellent distillation jars. Then they bought up large quantities of fresh water on the public screen. About 10 minutes later, the second fish tank was filled with fresh water. Thunder eel roe, estimated hatching time 18 hours, estimated survival rate 1 to 50%. If 50 survive, Lin Chen won't need to fish for a month. This huge pile of fish roe contains at least 1,000 eggs. The incubation time is 18 hours, which is barely acceptable. To prevent the high temperatures and intense sunlight from turning the fish tanks into fish soup, Lin Chen moved the 2 fish tanks into the open space on the second deck. Didi, Su Yun, are you still short of water? I have some here too, about 5 liters. Lin Chen, no need. That's enough. Su Yun, oh, I just opened the wooden barrel treasure chest and got 2 portions of fertilizer. Do you want some? Image caption, common fertilizer. In the picture, 2 yellowish-brown balls are placed together, covered with thatch and some dirt. Lin Chen, yes. After receiving the fertilizer, Lin Chen immediately placed the 2 yellowish-brown balls into the nursery. The watermelon was already in the seedling stage when the fertilizer was applied. With the introduction of fertilizer, the watermelon skipped the remaining time in the seedling stage and instantly entered the growth stage. Watermelon, growth stage. Expected to enter the next stage after 5 hours. Lin Chen threw another fertilizer pellet into it. Watermelon, ripe and ready to be harvested. In the watermelon field, the watermelons are round and plump, with dark green stripes on their emerald green skin, like cool gems in the summer. Lin Chen picked up the bracelet and scanned it. Success. Received 15 watermelons, 1 watermelon seed. Watermelon, a high-quality fruit. Extremely high in water content, it provides the body with a large amount of hydration, lowers the perceived body temperature by 5 degrees Celsius, and has an effect lasting 2 hours. It can moisturize the skin, increase skin elasticity, reduce wrinkles, and keep the skin radiant, thus having beauty and skin-nourishing functions. It is recommended to eat it chilled for a better taste. Farming, 1 to 10. This actually triggered the guaranteed lucky draw. Lin Chen was overjoyed. Looking at the watermelon that had landed beside him, Lin Chen's mouth was already watering. This is good stuff. He immediately replanted the watermelon seeds, then picked up a watermelon and split it open with a dagger. Juicy and translucent, it resembles a ruby kissed by the sun. A sweet aroma wafts through the air, the unique fragrance of watermelon, carrying a hint of sweetness and refreshing coolness. Lin Chen couldn't wait to take a bite, and the cool and sweet juice instantly filled his mouth, moisturizing his dry throat. It was as if you could feel the coolness extending from your throat all the way to your stomach, taking away all the stuffiness and irritability. Truly a fruit of excellent quality. The textures of watermelon flesh and fish flesh are completely different. The fish was tender, but the watermelon flesh only gave one sensation when eaten. Cool. Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised by the effects of the watermelon. He tied 4 of the remaining 14 with ropes and sank them 100 meters below the surface of the sea for freezing. Xiaoying, you must protect these watermelons and not steal any. Because Lin Chen shared a slice of watermelon with Xiaoying, Xiaoying's gaze towards the watermelons became particularly intense, so Lin Chen had to remind her. Eek! Xiaoying expressed strong dissatisfaction. However, after Lin Chen promised to give her 5 of her next harvest, Xiaoying immediately became obedient. There were 10 watermelons left on the deck. Lin Chen gave 5 to Su Yun and planned to take the rest to the market to sell, and also see if there was any fertilizer for sale. After seeing the benefits of watermelon, Su Yun was far more delighted than Lin Chen, because she saw the words beauty and skincare. Having grown up in modern society, Su Yun hadn't experienced much exposure to the elements since childhood, and her skin was very well maintained. But in this world, primitive labor is necessary, and the roughening of the skin has become an inevitable trend. While high-quality fish can strengthen the body, it does not improve the appearance of the skin. She has always been active under the sun, diving into the sea for salvage and exploring islands, never ceasing her exploration of the world. For this reason, her skin condition deteriorated. Su Yun could clearly feel that her skin had deteriorated. The difference was obvious when comparing it to her previous photos. The appearance of watermelon is like a savior riding on auspicious clouds, restoring vitality and energy to the skin. Su Yun ate almost all of the green watermelon rind clean. She touched her skin, which seemed to have recovered somewhat and was no longer so dry. How amazing! Wah! Lin Chen is so good to me. I must repay him properly. Chapter 48, Perfect Level Dangerous Creature. In the public chat, Lin Chen, watermelons for sale, purchase only with the option to use fertilizer. Entry, watermelon. Watermelon has the same cooling effect as Wan Yin San, a traditional Chinese medicine, and it not only has no side effects but also beautifies the skin, making it an essential item for hot days. However, Lin Chen only allowed the purchase of fertilizer, which greatly limited purchasing power. Boss, I don't have any fertilizer. I don't want to buy watermelons. I just want the watermelon rinds you have left over that you can use. Wow, that's clever of you upstairs. Hey bro, do you sell watermelon rinds? I want to eat Brother Lin's saliva. The people upstairs are outrageous. My little sister's mouth is so dry, she wants her brother to moisturize it. Lin Chen, I have fertilizer. I also have corn seeds. Do you need corn, boss? Entry, corn seeds. Your corn is only of average quality, forget about it. Look at me. I have an entry for it. Mulberry invigorates qi and nourishes the kidneys, promotes body fluid and moistens dryness, an essential artifact for men. Do you think the weather isn't hot enough and want to make the big boss even hotter? Hey upstairs, don't forget that Brother Lin has air conditioning. Don't project your own feelings onto Brother Lin. Brother's selling mulberries. Did Boss Lin buy them? If not, I will. Do you have any mulberry seeds left? If so, I'll offer you 100 planks. Brother Lin Chen, I have fertilizer. I've sent you a private message with a trade request. There's no fertilizer, but there's poop. I think this can be used as fertilizer. Get out of here, everyone knows how to poop. Brother Lin Chen, I don't have fertilizer, but I do have a list of recipes for making good fertilizer, similar to a prescription. Lin Chen received a number of fertilizer transaction applications, but he immediately took a liking to the list of ingredients for making good fertilizer. Lin Chen, I want the list, not the verbal version, but the list verified by the system. They are wealthy and powerful. You don't even need to ask the price when you buy things. Of course, if the other party's offer is too outrageous, Lin Chen will simply ignore it. Brother Lin, can I get a different watermelon? Submit the application directly. Fertilizer preparation list for good watermelon 1. Upon receiving the list, Lin Chen immediately opened it and began to review it. Good quality compost recipe, 2 standard-sized pieces of well-rotted, good quality biological meat, and some ash. Requires a decomposition table or higher quality equipment. That's simple. Lin Chen was surprised. However, although the raw materials for this product are very simple, the equipment requirements are very high. The disintegration table is a secondary level of the alchemy table, but of superior quality. Nowadays, most people don't even have a basic grinding table, let alone a high-quality disassembly table. Lin Chen selected some of the better fish and put them into the electric eel tank as reserve food for the eels. The other part was placed on the deck, killed one by one, and then left to decay freely. In hot and humid weather, corpses decompose very quickly. Next, Lin Chen took the 6 pieces of fertilizer he had acquired to the edge of the watermelon field. These fertilizers were all of ordinary quality. Lin Chen used them for 3 consecutive days and harvested another 15 watermelons and 1 watermelon seed. There are so many watermelons, enough for him to eat for 2 days. After replanting the watermelon seeds, Lin Chen did not continue cultivating the watermelons. Instead, he took the remaining fertilizer to the Y-type plant. The plant is still in the seed stage, but with sunlight, the time required for it to grow is slightly reduced. After a piece of fertilizer was applied to the ground, the progress was shortened by 3 hours. Only this much progress. The watermelon next door can skip a whole stage. It's understandable that a plant grows slowly, given that it's a perfect plant. Lin Chen put in the remaining 2 pieces, barely managing to advance the seedling stage. The Y-type plant looks like a blooming flower, but each of its petals resembles a scarlet tongue with countless white fangs. Y-type plant, seedling stage, can capture small to medium-sized creatures of good quality or lower. Indiscriminate capture, please approach with caution. The next phase is expected to begin at 1900 hours. If it can kill good seedlings, then wouldn't it be able to easily kill large, excellent seedlings when they mature? Lin Chen suddenly had an idea. He acquired a small, ordinary quality ferocious beast corpse from the public screen, and then forcefully threw it onto the Y-alien plant. The petals of the Y-alien plant suddenly stretched out, like a hunter seizing the still unfallen carcass of a ferocious beast, and dragged it into the center of the flower. The petals closed, and yellow mucus and red blood flowed from the gaps between them. About half an hour later, the petals opened again. It was completely empty inside. The next stage is expected to begin at 17 hours 1 minute and 58 seconds. As expected, this plant can accelerate its growth by directly feeding it corpses. In short, you can feed it meat directly. Lin Chen went to the market to buy high-quality meat. Good quality meat is scarce in the market, and most people who obtain good quality meat will eat it themselves to strengthen their bodies. Didi. Su-yun, I have a lot of good meat here, but it's already rotten. Lin Chen was overjoyed. Rotten meat is better. Lucky girls always seem to appear just when you need them, like a timely rain. Lin Chen immediately took them all. Su-yun, application for targeted transaction. 150 pieces of rotting beast-like human flesh. No wonder. Lin Chen accepted the meat, and, carrying the ashes from the stove beneath the pirate ship, went to the alchemy table. Obtained 51 good fertilizers. I never expected that in the end we wouldn't have enough ashes. The meat had already gone bad, so Lin Chen naturally couldn't let it continue to ferment. He asked Su-yun for some ashes and finally made all 75 portions of fertilizer. Let me see your final form. Hint, Y-alien plant is taking over the ship. With 10 portions of good fertilizer applied, the Y-type plant directly reached maturity. A cool sensation instantly spread throughout my body. Danger alert. Lin Chen quickly ran to the edge of the deck and jumped straight down to the seabed. Corsair durability, 8,124 to 19,000. In just a moment, the ship's durability dropped by more than half. Lin Chen was startled, but the next moment, Corsair durability, 110,000 to 110,000. Lin Chen was both surprised and puzzled. He checked the status of the pirate ship through his bracelet. Ship abnormal status description. Y-type plant has formed a symbiotic relationship with this ship, and its growth has been completed. Y-type plant will no longer expand. Pirate ship area distribution, image. In the picture, half of the pirate ship's hull is covered by Y-type plants. Its roots penetrated the deck and took hold of the hull, becoming one with the pirate ship. Fortunately, Lin Chen planted it at the front of the boat, while the interior cabins were located at the rear. Therefore, the expansion of the Y-type xenograph did not cause any disturbance to the captain's cabin or other rooms in the aft compartment. The current pirate ship belongs to Y-alien plant in the front half and to Lin Chen in the back half. Lin Chen climbed back onto the deck. The mature Y-type xenoplant resembles a twisted vine, with slender yet resilient branches covered in a smooth, sticky substance that shimmers with a faint blue light. These vines swayed gracefully in the air, as if performing an eerie dance. Their leaves were strangely shaped, like sharp blades, with edges that gleamed coldly, exuding an ominous aura. The flowers are huge and vibrant, with petals that are a deep purple and a shimmering blue light in the center of the stamen. Dangerous yet beautiful. Y-type plant, a perfectly priced, dangerous creature. It can trap and kill large, superior quality ferocious beasts, and some medium-sized, perfectly priced ferocious beasts. It attacks all nearby units indiscriminately. Proceed with caution. Lin Chen looked at the enormous plant that occupied half of the deck, and his throat bobbed up and down. The description of this perfectly quality dangerous creature seed doesn't mention that it's a dangerous creature. I actually planted this thing on my own ship. Thankfully, I have a danger sensor. Lin Chen carefully erected a bulletproof glass wall at the boundary between the two sides. What a pity my watermelon field is gone. Lin Chen felt heartbroken looking at the watermelon field that had been taken over by the Y-type plant. Chapter 49 Angry Little Whisper. Luckily, I moved the fish tank to the second floor beforehand. If it had been on the deck, it would definitely have been eaten by the Y-type plant. Due to the presence of the Y-type plant, Lin Chen will no longer be able to move freely on the deck. However, given the blazing sun, he had absolutely no desire to stay on the deck. 5 kilometers away from the pirate ship, a fishing boat towing a raft was slowly approaching. On the fishing boat, a scarred man stood at the bow, holding a monocular telescope, gazing in the direction of the pirate ship. Wow, a pirate flag. Wow, what a huge flower. Holy crap, am I about to run into some kind of special plot twist? The scarred man was extremely excited, but he also knew that opportunity and danger always go hand in hand. He went to the raft at the back, where a thin man with his hands and feet bound by ropes looked at the scarred man in horror. Scarface held a bayonet and used the side of the blade to slap the thin man's face. Don't be afraid. Didn't you want to escape? I'll give you a chance. Do you see that ship over there? Scarface lifted the skinny man up, turned his head, and made him look in the direction of the pirate ship. To give him a better view, Scarface held the monoculars to his eyes. See that pirate ship? Once you get on, I won't care where you go afterward. You can escape wherever you want. I'll set you free. The thin man was so frightened that his legs were trembling. Once you're on that ship, there's no going back. That skull and cross flag, and those eerie flowers, don't look safe at all. Are you going or not? Scarface twirled his bayonet, the blade grazing the face of the gaunt man just before his eyes. The blade was almost a millimeter away from his eye. Go. Wow. Going on the pirate ship might mean death, but at the hands of this scarred man, death is certain. The thin man agreed, trembling. Okay, I'll take you to the bottom of the boat and watch you board. Seeing the man still trembling, Scarface laughed and patted the man's shoulder, saying, Don't be afraid. Maybe there's some treasure on this ship, and we'll be rich and powerful. At that time, even Lin Chen will kneel down and call me Master Scarface. Scarface piloted his fishing boat to the bottom of the pirate ship. Hey, there's an island over there. My goodness, I've really stumbled upon a special event. Why is this island black? It's different from the ones everyone else has encountered. After we've looted this ship, we'll go to the island for some fun. I'm going to be rich. Scarface looked excited and grabbed the bow from the fishing boat. The arrow is a wooden hook, an upgraded version of the plastic hook. The arrow's fletching was tied with a rope. Scarface drew his bow and shot the wooden hook onto the boat. He pulled it to make sure it was stuck, then lifted the thin man from the raft behind. "It's your time to shine." Scarface cut the rope and kicked the man in the back, sending him flying to the side of the boat. "Hurry up and go up." A bayonet was pressed against the thin man's back, making him tremble with fear. He grabbed the rope, gritted his teeth, and used all his strength to begin climbing. The deck is about 10 meters above the sea, which is not high. But when the man was less than 3 meters from the summit, the strange flower moved. Suddenly, the vines of the flowers drooped down from above the deck, and the huge flowers enveloped the man who was climbing, like a ferocious beast that snatched him away in one bite. The flower closed, and the man was trapped inside. Less than 10 seconds later, the flower opened again, and clothes stained with blood and an unknown liquid fell from the sky, landing in front of Scarface. The scene unfolded too quickly for Scarface to bear, until he saw the blood-stained clothes fall in front of him. Grasp! Scarface immediately returned to the fishing boat and steered it to escape. The strangeness of this pirate ship was beyond his comprehension. It was definitely not something he could afford to provoke. He turned the boat around and sailed away into the distance. Another fishing boat came into Scarface's view. It seems there's more than one victim. Although Scarface was quite frightened by the flowers, he didn't want to let the fishing boat in front of him go. "The danger is on the ship, but as long as I don't get on the ship, the danger won't befall me." A fishing boat is worth at least several hundred resources. Scarface quickly rowed his fishing boat away. Then, to his surprise, he found a raft next to the fishing boat with a stove on it, and a few slices of watermelon rind next to the stove. There's also a high-quality case. Wow, looks like this guy's rich. Although we didn't get the treasure on the pirate ship, we got a fishing boat and the supplies on it. This was a good deal. Scarface connected the fishing boat to his own. He dared not linger there any longer and quickly steered his fishing boat away from the eerie pirate ship after doing all this. But he didn't know that a pair of beautiful eyes were watching him from the bottom of the sea. Xiaoying was holding a watermelon in her arms, preparing to return to the surface from the seabed. Suddenly, I saw the raft on the sea drift away. It was taken away by a ship. Xiaoying immediately became anxious. There were still grilled fish left for her on that boat. More than a dozen of them. Anxious, Xiaoying quickly put down the watermelon and swam to the surface of the sea at full speed. Whoosh! A sound of water. Scarface was already nervous, and upon hearing the sound of water, he immediately looked in the direction of the sound. Mermaid. Scarface was immediately attracted by Xiaoying's beauty. She Mei, the mermaid, unleashed her full charm, making her irresistible to almost anyone. But Xiaoying is very angry now. She reached out and grabbed her own throat. The song flowed from her throat. Scarface lost control of his body and, like a puppet on a string, also gripped his own neck. The next moment, a crisp sound was heard. Click. Scarface broke his own neck. Chapter 50 Rot Tan Armor. Eat whatever you want. You don't have to suffer when you're with me. Eek. Xiaoying hugged the watermelon, her face beaming with joy. Lin Chen patted Xiaoying's hair again, then got up and walked towards the newly captured fishing boat. The fact that these two guys can afford a fishing boat means they're rich. There will be at least 1 or 2 profitable designs in his production table. Lin Chen flipped through the diagrams on the production table and quickly found the way for the owner of this fishing boat to get rich. Good fishing net pattern, ordinary fishing rod pattern. These two things are indeed enough for a person to earn a lot of resources. But it didn't help Lin Chen. But soon, Lin Chen saw a pattern that interested him. Wood armor. Standard protects the body from injury, but does not adequately protect the joints. Crafting requirements. 10 wooden planks, 10 ropes. Great. I finally got some defensive gear. Lin Chen did not rush to bring the crafting table back to the ship to transfer the blueprints. Instead, he continued to look through the boxes on the ship. Suddenly, a prop caught his eye. Monoculars, high quality. Gain insight into distant horizons and seize opportunities. Lin Chen tried it out and found that he could see the beach directly from the pirate ship's location. The effect is good. Store the items in the construction hammer and bring them onto the deck. Lin Chen began producing protective armor. Make 9 to 10. Make wooden armor. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +2. Obtained. Excellent armor. Armor. Excellent quality, high-grade armor. Provides considerable defensive capabilities, an indispensable survival guarantee on the battlefield, but its defensive effect at the joints is slightly weaker. Description: beware of arrows in the knee. Before me, the armor was simple yet sturdy, made of tightly packed layers of plates with strong, powerful lines and no superfluous decorations. The inner layer is leather, and the outer layer is made of overlapping armor plates, allowing for joint movement within a limited range. Won't it be unbearably hot to wear this armor outside now? It's a sunny day now, and even at night the temperature exceeds 35 degrees Celsius. Wearing such thick armor, he fainted from the heat before the ferocious beasts even attacked. Let's wait until the scorching sun is over before selling them. Then, Lin Chen tried making it again. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +2. Obtained. Excellent wrought tan armor. Wrought tan armor. Excellent quality armor. Provides considerable defense, is lightweight and highly breathable, making it suitable for jungle warfare. Description: green is also very pretty. As expected, the upgrade path for armor is not fixed. Lin Chen smiled. The defensive capabilities of wrought tan armor are no less than those of armor, and it is far superior to armor in terms of portability. Moreover, wrought tan armor was early equipment for amphibious warfare, allowing soldiers to remove it, sit on it, and float on the water. Apply it to a few more times, this stuff will definitely work better. Lin Chen continued making the film. Warning: the ship is under attack. Lin Chen suddenly stopped what he was doing. He rushed out of the cabin wearing wrought tan armor, carrying a bow and arrows on his back, and holding a long spear in his hand. The cries of eagles echoed from the sky. Lin Chen looked up. Burning-eyed eagle, common quality, dangerous creature. Its eyes were burned and blinded by prolonged staring at the sun, but it unexpectedly gained the ability to sense its prey and can easily fly hundreds of nautical miles. 1239. Welcome to the Black Iron Treasure Chest, delivered by Old Iron Eagle. Lin Chen raised his bow and drew it taut. The next moment, a giant flower suddenly shot into the air. In a split second, a scorching eagle was caught in the jaws of the Y-type plant and snatched back the large petal at its center. Don't steal my treasure chest. Lin Chen panicked. This flower is trying to steal my prey. He took aim quickly, and after 2 upgrades to his archery proficiency, his accuracy improved dramatically. However, it was still somewhat insufficient when aiming at fast-moving targets in the air. Lin Chen fired 3 arrows in a row before finally hitting one. However, a good bow paired with a good arrow can deal enough damage to kill someone instantly. Kill the burning-eyed eagle and obtain Black Iron Treasure Chest. Lin Chen originally thought that when the flock of blazing eagles came out, it would be like with coyotes, where you would have to kill 3 to get a treasure chest. But now it seems that these blazing eagles are quite fat. We can't let the Y-type plant devour it anymore. Lin Chen swiftly knocked an arrow and shot it, not caring about the cost of the arrow. Of the 7 remaining eagles in the sky, only 1 was snatched away by the Y-type plant, while the rest were all shot down and fell into the sea. Eek! Xiaoing shouted. Lin Chen came to the edge of the deck and looked down. The corpses of the 7 burning-eyed eagles were piled up on the raft, along with 7 black iron treasure chests. Seeing Xiaoing grow up, Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction. I'll treat you to an extra meal tonight. Chapter 51 Foot-Operated Generator. Given Lin Chen's current production capacity and resource abundance, it's best to maximize the benefits of black iron and bronze treasure chests by using the Lucky Guarantee enhancement method, while it's more suitable to open rotten wood and silver or higher-level treasure chests directly. Lin Chen put all 7 black iron treasure chests into his warehouse without opening them immediately. The dangers in this survival world are starting to increase. First it was the water, then the land, and finally even the sky was no longer safe. During the beginner phase, attacks from ferocious beasts only occur at night. However, after the beginner phase, attacks from dangerous creatures begin to appear during the day as well. With birds of prey beyond the range of conventional weapons, the market demand for bows and arrows is expected to increase significantly. Lin Chen opened the chat channel. The situation here was just as he had expected. Brother Lin Chen, could you sell some arrows? I've been attacked by birds, and I've run out of arrows but haven't managed to kill them. Brother Lin Chen, please, could you sell me some bows and arrows? I don't have any ranged weapons. I can't beat these birds. These birds are infuriating. They actually stole the supplies from my raft. If they attack me, I can fight back, but what kind of nonsense is this, stealing supplies? I worked so hard to collect all these supplies. Almost half of them have already been taken. It swallowed my freshly grilled fish whole. Damn, I can't hit the target. I've shot over a dozen arrows and only hit the mark once. What should I do? Can anyone teach me how to shoot an arrow? This game has a proficiency system. You'll naturally learn it once you shoot a lot of piranhas. I shot a lot of piranhas before, and now my archery skills are amazing. This eagle keeps trying to peck at my eyes. It's terrifying. Is there any way to get rid of these birds? Bows and arrows for sale. Arrows for sale. Exchange required for feathers. Bulk sale of arrows. Requires exchange in iron ingots. Selling a regular slingshot. No arrows needed. A bird hunting marvel. Does boss Lin Chen still sell weapons? The high-speed maneuverability and flight capabilities of birds caused everyone a lot of trouble. As the game progresses, many people acquire the blueprints for ranged weapons and begin selling them on the market. However, their resources are far less abundant than Lin Chen's, which greatly limits their ability to sell. Lin Chen judged the market demand. Although the supply of bows and arrows had increased, the market demand had surged, and the market was currently in a state of supply falling short of demand. In addition, due to the special nature of birds, people have higher requirements for their own defense capabilities. Lin Chen decided to continue producing armor and use arrow making as a consumable to accumulate luck as a safety net. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality increased by 1. Obtained, good leather armor. Add 1 to obtain good cloth armor. Add 1. Obtain good wooden chainmail. Lin Chen. Selling arrows and good armor, the best choice for protecting against dangerous creatures. Already listed, pick up yours. Keywords: leather armor, cloth armor. Since acquiring the armor, ordinary arrows have found it difficult to harm Lin Chen. He will not be selling high-quality armor for the time being. Cutting-edge technology must always be kept in our own hands and will not be leaked unless absolutely necessary. The principle of the boomerang applies to any world. Great armor. Once I put it on, I'm going straight to the island to go head-to-head with Shone. Thanks, Brother Lin. Praise, Brother Lin. It has to be my Brother Lin. He's ruthless and doesn't talk much, but when he does something, it's always top-notch. Huh? No way. How did it sell out in just a few seconds? Are people all so quick to buy? Armor is so expensive. The supplies for buying 5 pieces of armor could buy a fishing boat. You think armor is too expensive? Do you think your life is cheap? It can save your life. Compared to your life, what's a little money? This is high-quality armor. It's lightweight and durable. It can't compare to ordinary quality armor on the market. Speaking of which, why does Brother Lin have so many different kinds of armor? How does he have so many armor blueprints? Aren't you guys curious? Why do you care about this? Brother Lin definitely has his own methods. We ordinary people shouldn't even think about it. We don't have that ability. We should just live peacefully one day at a time. With the armor, I'll go and kill a few good-level ferocious beasts to test my skills. Lin Chen noticed that his act of releasing multiple good armor types at once was indeed easy to speculate about. His good armor came from a lucky upgrade, not from crafting it himself. Lin Chen ignored the questions raised by the people and continued production. The market for arrows was large, but its demand was quickly squeezed out by similar products. Because a large number of long-range weapons that do not require arrows have appeared on the market. For example, a slingshot. Although the range is much shorter, each shot only requires 1 stone, making it cost-effective and perfectly adequate for dealing with ferocious birds attacking ships. However, for hunting, long-range sniping with a bow and arrow is still more effective. Just as Lin Chen was producing the arrow armor, a private message notification sounded. Didi. Zhang Qinwei. Boss, the generator is ready. Zhang Qinwei. Application for targeted transaction. Foot-operated generator, self-named item, no. Lin Chen's generator. This is a wooden machine that resembles an elliptical machine. Lin Chen stood on the 2 pedals and stepped on them alternately, causing the central disc to start rotating. The rotation of the disc then causes a smaller disc to start rotating. The large disc rotates once, while the small disc rotates approximately 20 times. There are electromagnetic devices on both sides of the small disc, which can generate electrical energy when the small disc rotates. Not bad, not bad. Lin Chen looked at the generator with admiration. The only downside is that this thing is powered by electricity, so someone needs to keep pressing the pedal. Lin Chen considered the pros and cons and concluded that the Thunder Electric Eel was more suitable for everyday use when the air conditioning was on, but it could be used as a generator to power the thrusters when the pirate ship was equipped with them in the future. Not only is the current stable, but the thruster speed can also be controlled by the foot pedal frequency, thereby controlling the pirate ship's forward movement and turning. Lin Chen, well done. How's the large thruster project coming along? Zhang Qinwei. Boss, I just did the calculations carefully. With the material strength of the wooden planks, it might not be possible to create the large thruster effect you want. Under high rotational speeds, and with the increased contact area with seawater, the planks might break on the very first revolution. I estimate that at least a metal material that is not easily deformed would be required, but I don't currently have the tools to press metal. The wooden planks are indeed not very strong, and it's barely enough to make a small propeller blade. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen replied, would it be okay if it were multiple small thrusters? Zhang Qinwei. Theoretically, it's feasible, but I've also calculated it. According to the data you provided, boss, To propel a boat 100 times larger than a fishing boat, at least 13 small propellers would be needed, and these small propellers are easily damaged, possibly needing to be replaced every 100 kilometers. The cost is simply too high. Besides the power consumption of the motors, the electrical wiring is also a problem. Boss, the ship you're talking about must be a large one. When it's sailing, people will definitely need to be on the deck to control the direction. Connecting 13 thrusters from below to the deck requires extra wiring, and the wiring needs to be thicker, otherwise it won't be able to handle such a large current. A small thruster requires one motor, plus the cost of making a generator and wiring. Currently, the only way to obtain electrical wires is by dismantling the wires of electric fans and air conditioners. A single propulsion system would likely require more than 50 electric fans and air conditioners, or even more. But Lin Chen can afford it. The actual cost of building an air conditioner or electric fan is the cost of building the mechanism/fan. 5 wood, 5 palm leaves, 3 iron blocks, and 2 leather. As iron blocks became more common, Lin Chen's iron block inventory had grown to more than 5,000 pieces. Let alone 50 units, even 500 units. Lin Chen could afford to build them. It's all small change. Flour. There are no banks here, and keeping supplies won't earn interest, so it's time to spend them. Lin Chen. Since the theory is feasible, let's build it. As a boss, how can you expect your employees to engage in production without providing them with sufficient production materials? Lin Chen. Application for targeted transaction. Air conditioner 3, electric fan 60, good quality fish 10, none. Transaction notes. Do a good job. Zhang Qinwei. Chapter 52 Perfect Ion Water Purifier. On the high seas, a man with graying hair and a sharp look in his eyes stepped out of a fishing boat, sweating profusely. He noticed that the middle-aged man on the raft behind him looked a little off. Xiaozhang, what's wrong? Did Lin Chen give you a difficult task? Zhang Qinwei looked at the man and shook his head. It's not difficult. It's just tedious and takes a lot of time to do. Then why do you have that expression? Zhang Qinwei looked at Li Jianguo with a serious expression. Old Li, I think your previous guesses about Lin Chen might have been a bit conservative. What? I'm conservative. Li Jianguo was stunned. Due to the abundance of palm leaves and planks, these two items were commonly used as basic currency. Currently, one plastic item is worth 4 planks or palm leaves on the market, and 1 iron block is worth 30. Other props are all converted into planks or palm leaves according to market prices. During a conversation with Zhang Qinwei, Li Jianguo had speculated about how much supplies Lin Chen actually had. Zhang Qinwei estimated at the time that there were approximately 200,000 units of supplies. Li Jianguo's estimate is at least 500,000. At the time, Zhang Qinwei didn't believe it at all, thinking that 500,000 was too exaggerated. But now, Zhang Qinwei feels that he was being too conservative. He said, Brotherly, we might need to expand our raft. Li Jianguo, what's wrong? Did Lin Chen send you some big thing? Zhang Qinwei shook his head. It's not a big machine. It's still an air conditioner and an electric fan. How much land does that thing take up? 3 air conditioners and 60 electric fans. Only 3. What did you say after that? 60 electric fans. Li Jianguo was dumbfounded. You mean, Lin Chen can manufacture 60 of these high-quality modern technological products at once? 60 units is probably not even Lin Chen's limit. The fact that he can give me so many at once shows that he doesn't care about this kind of consumption at all. Zhang Qinwei and Li Jianguo, 2 middle-aged men, looked at the electric fan that was covered with wooden rafts and exchanged bewildered glances. Didi. Upon hearing the private message, Zhang Qinwei quickly turned on the projector to check it. Each person's projection is only visible to themselves, so Li Jianguo cannot see the message Zhang Qinwei received. But he saw Zhang Qinwei's eyes suddenly turn red, and tears well up in his eyes. Li Jianguo was startled. What could make this middle-aged man in his 40s suddenly cry like this? Zhang Qinwei sniffed, looked at the old police officer beside him, and said, Old Li, Boss Lin is really a good boss. On the other side of the ocean, Lin Chen was enjoying a delicious fish dinner. The resources given to Zhang Qinwei were just a drop in the ocean for him. He was less distressed than when his watermelon field was destroyed. After eating the perfectly cooked fish, my body felt warm and cozy. With air conditioning on, the temperature in Lin Chen's captain's cabin was only 18 degrees Celsius. Hiss, do I always have this reaction after eating perfect meat? The pants were very tight. Lin Chen took off his pants, freeing the dragon. That feels good. He sent Zhang Qinwei another message. Lin Chen, get yourself a generator and install an air conditioner so you don't get heat stroke in this scorching sun. Lin Chen casually hammered a 222 solid wooden house with glass windows and a door and delivered it over. What makes a good boss? A good boss cares about the health of their employees. No, people like that should be called entrepreneurs. While Lin Chen was waiting for the after effects of the perfectly cooked fish to wear off, he received another message from Su Yun. Lin Chen, guess what I got from that bronze treasure chest? Judging from the tone, it must be something good. Lin Chen sat up from the bed. What Su Yun offered was Lin Chen's own. Lin Chen blueprints. Su Yun, that's right. Filter manufacturing blueprints. A good filter removes impurities from the water, bringing it to a safe and drinkable standard and removing some of the impurities. Crafting requirements: 5 sand, 5 pebbles, 3 plastic, 3 palm leaves, 10 charcoal. With high-quality distillation tanks, the daily drinking water requirement is no longer people's most pressing need. However, the distillation tanks need to be drained regularly, which is cumbersome and has limited output. Lin Chen encountered a water shortage when he needed to fill the fish tank with fresh water. The filter can directly filter seawater, providing an almost endless supply of freshwater resources anytime, anywhere. This is very convenient. Su Yun, here you go. Upon receiving the drawings, Lin Chen immediately placed them on the workbench to study them. Production, 9 to 10. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +3. Ion water purifier, perfect quality. 3 modes available: extraction, purification, and ionization. Precipitation, to obtain all non-pure water substances from a liquid. Water purification, purifies liquids to obtain pure water. Pure water can be stored in the built-in water tank, up to 10 liters. Ion agitation, pure water is processed to convert it into high-energy ionized water. Lin Chen's curiosity was piqued. He immediately tried it out, especially the final ion agitation. First, pure water is produced, and then it is converted into high-energy ionized water. 2 jets of water fell, and Lin Chen quickly found 2 pots in the kitchen to catch them. Cation water, superior quality. High oxygen content, with astringent and bleaching properties. Can be used externally for disinfection, beauty, and cleaning. Also suitable for chemical production. Can be taken internally for detoxification. Gradually reverts to ordinary water when exposed to air. Reduction countdown, 5 minutes. Anionized water, superior quality. Sweet taste, excellent healthy drinking water. Relieves fatigue and maintains vitality after consumption. Gradually reverts to ordinary water when exposed to air. Can be used externally for healing purposes. Reversion countdown, 5 minutes. Lin Chen picked up the anionized water and swallowed it in one gulp. A refreshing feeling. After drinking it, I felt more alert and energetic. Is this all the premium water you've got? Lin Chen was not entirely satisfied with the effects of the anionized water, feeling that it did not live up to the words superior quality. But then I thought about it again, and the main purpose of this water is to relieve fatigue and treat external injuries. I'm not tired at all right now, so I don't feel anything noticeable. If I keep drinking, wouldn't I be able to stay awake forever? Lin Chen had a sudden idea, but quickly dismissed it. On the high seas, it's pitch black at night, with only stars in the sky and no moon. In such an environment, it's best to stay on the ship and rest at night. Lin Chen tried to make it again, but he only got 1 point each time, and it wasn't until the 12th time that he got 2 points. A high-quality water purifier is just an ordinary water purifier with only 2 functions: extraction and purification. Lin Chen gave the high-quality water purifier to Su Yun and sold the remaining high-quality filters on the market. Although this filter is of excellent quality, it can only extract water. Many people would rather go through the trouble themselves than spend extra money to buy an additional water-making device. Only a small number of people with sufficient resources purchased high-quality filters to avoid the inconvenience of fetching water. 11 filters remained on the shelf for 40 seconds before they were all sold out. Lin Chen glanced at the number of survivors in the area chat. Not many people died during the day. The number only dropped by a little over 100. Most people have gradually mastered the skills to fight against ferocious beasts, and all kinds of weapons have a proficiency bonus, making them easier to use. If this trend continues, people's survival rate will continue to increase in the future. Survivors will officially transition from the survival phase to the development phase. There is a market only when there are living people. Night had fallen, and Lin Chen prepared to head to the deck to see if any ferocious beasts would attack that night. Warning, the ship is under attack. Lin Chen picked up his weapon and rushed out of the cabin. Chapter 53 Box Jellyfish. In the ship's projection, the iron plate at the bottom of the pirate ship is being attacked. Durability is dropping rapidly at a rate of tens of points per second. What is that? How could it cause such severe damage to the metal hull of a ship? Lin Chen was somewhat surprised, and he quickly went to the edge of the deck to look down. The next moment, he was shocked by what he saw. The ocean is glowing. No, to be precise, a group of glowing, dangerous creatures are attacking the bottom of their ship. Box jellyfish, a dangerous creature. Its tentacles have numerous sharp spines and can secrete venom that can infect organisms and corrode ships. The bottom of the ship is not within the territory of white alien plants, and white alien plants cannot attack the jellyfish on the bottom of the ship. Lin Chen has no choice but to solve this himself. Lin Chen drew his bow, ready to shoot an arrow, when he suddenly saw a figure rush into the swarm of box jellyfish. Littling. Xiaoying was seen throwing a box jellyfish in each hand forcefully into the distance. But the stinging jellyfish that had just been thrown out of the box seemed unwilling to accept it, and slowly swam back toward Xiaoying, only to be thrown out by Xiaoying again. After repeating this process twice, Xiaoying seemed to get angry. She swam to the raft and took off her spear. He made a ing sound, as if he was cursing something very vulgar. Littling, leave it to me. When Lin Chen saw Xiaoying pick up the spear, he immediately shouted to stop her. He drew his bow and shot an arrow, and with the power of the excellent bow and arrow, the box jellyfish quickly died. Kill the box spiny jellyfish to obtain 10 ocean coins. Kill the box spiny jellyfish to obtain 10 ocean coins. Kill the box spiny jellyfish to obtain 10 ocean coins. Defeat the box jellyfish to obtain black iron chest. Lin Chen was secretly delighted. He could get a black iron treasure chest for every 4 he killed. Lin Chen roughly estimated that he could get at least 5 more treasure chests tonight. Kill the swarm of box jellyfish to obtain bronze treasure chest. After killing all the box jellyfish near the bottom of the ship, Lin Chen climbed the ladder to the surface of the sea. Xiaoying has gathered all the jellyfish corpses and treasure chests onto the raft. Lin Chen stood on the raft, picked up a construction hammer, and hammered on the pirate ship for a few minutes, restoring the pirate ship's durability to full. Oh dear, this needs fixing too, Littling said, pointing at the raft. Her late-night snack and a stove for heating were also placed on the raft. Lin Chen picked up a construction hammer and began hammering the raft. The raft wasn't the jellyfish's primary target, and Xiaoying protected it well, so the first jellyfish she threw at it were those near the raft. Therefore, the raft's durability dropped very little. I'll upgrade it for you. Lin Chen directly upgraded the wooden raft beneath him to a superior quality one, made of leather, iron blocks, and plastic, named the soft iron raft. Xiaoying swam around the excellent raft with a big smile, seemingly very satisfied with it. Ah, that's awesome. Lin Chen couldn't understand it, but he could roughly tell from the tone that it was a compliment. It's unclear whether they're praising the superior quality of the flexible iron raft or just praising themselves. The dangerous creature tonight is a bit strong. I wonder if the others can handle it. Lin Chen's first question was to Su Yun. Su Yun, it's all taken care of. I shot all those jellyfish dead from the rope ladder, and now we're repairing the boat. Then there's Zhang Qinwei. Zhang Qinwei, thank you for your concern, boss. It's been resolved. Officer Li is very capable. I lent him my weapon, and he quickly killed all the jellyfish. None of us were injured. Zhang Qinwei. Officer Li asked me to thank you on his behalf. With Li Jiangguo protecting Zhang Qinwei, at least there's no need to worry about his safety. Lin Chen finally opened the public chat channel. The situation here can only be described as one of utter despair. Is there any way to deal with these jellyfish? A swarm of jellyfish is surrounding my raft, and its durability is dropping way too fast. It takes 3 seconds to drop a pallet, and I've already lost more than a dozen pallets. I'm rowing like crazy to escape. These jellyfish are so corrosive, my fishing boat has already lost half its durability. Luckily, I'm fast enough that these jellyfish can't catch me. Fight back. Hit them. Shoot them with a bow and arrow, stab them with a knife. Anything goes. These jellyfish don't have much blood. I can kill one with a regular spear in 2 or 3 hits. Is there any antidote? I was bitten on the hand by a jellyfish, and now my whole hand has turned purple. Image attached. It looks terrifying. Please, everyone, don't go into the sea to fight jellyfish just to save the ship. I need an antidote. I've been bitten more than a dozen times, and I feel like I'm going to die. The jellyfish have corroded all 30-odd of my rafts, and I have no choice but to fall into the sea and fight them. I got bitten too, and all my rafts are gone. I had to go out to sea to kill jellyfish. Now that I've killed all the jellyfish, I feel like I'm almost done for. Now I can only cling to a piece of wood and drift on the sea, waiting to die. Lin Chen glanced at the number of survivors. 7,987. In just over 10 minutes, more than 1,000 people died. These stinging jellyfish are not very strong in combat, but they have extremely terrifying toxicity and corrosiveness, forcing many people to fall into the sea to fight them. The messages in the public chat are refreshed rapidly. Fellow countrymen, I've put up an herb that can detoxify. Crush it and apply it to the wound to detoxify. It's free. Friends who have been poisoned, come and get the medicine quickly. I've put antidote pills on the market. They cost about the price of a wooden board or palm leaf and can cure poisoning throughout the body. Damn it. All the free herbs I put up for sale were bought by someone named G-Time. G-Time, give me back my herbs. They're lifesavers. My medicine was bought too. Damn it. It was G-Time again. You even stole what G-Time used to save her life? Are you looking for death? I've also put the antidote on the shelves. It's priced at one wooden board. If you need it, hurry up and buy it. It's not just G-Time who's stealing medicine. All my medicine was taken by another person named Wang Tai. These bastards. What are they trying to do? Selling antidote herbs, 20 supplies per package. You son of a bitch, you stole my free medicine and are selling it at a high price. Do you have any shame? For sale, antidote pills, finished antidote medicine, and 40 supplies per package. This is someone else's life. Do you have no humanity left? The chat interface was a complete mess. Lin Chen frowned as he looked at the messages flooding his screen. Chapter 54 Cat-Eye in Water. On the vast sea, the night, like a black curtain, pressed down on the entire world. The stars in the sky tried to cast a few rays of light, but were powerless to pierce the heavy darkness. The sea breeze, carrying a hot and humid atmosphere, penetrated every tiny crevice, making one feel increasingly restless. Please, I'm really dying. My raft is gone, all my supplies are floating at sea, and I can't swim anymore. Can you do 27 planks? I'm out of strength. I can't gather 30 supplies. Please, give me a way to survive. You damn medicine thieves. I'll kill you all. Don't panic if you've been poisoned. I'm still making medicine. I have 3 more batches of ingredients. I'll send you a targeted transaction. Fellow countrymen who need medicine, please send me a private message and I will send you medicine. Damn it. Some scumbag just showed me a fake picture from the public chat asking for medicine. I would have believed it if I didn't recognize the picture. The poisoned patients are crying, while the pharmaceutical workers are cursing. Only the merchants were laughing loudly. On the dark sea, G-Time watched as the antidotes on the shelves were sold one after another, and a large amount of supplies poured into the raft. G-Time laughed loudly. A bunch of lowly maggots. If you're going to die, then die already. You penniless trash don't deserve to live in this world. Having traveled from Earth to this place, G-Time went from being the owner of a listed company to a completely different person. Here, he has to fish for himself, cook for himself, and do all the chores himself. This is not something he, as a member of high society, should be doing. Why? Why should I do this kind of hard labor like these good-for-nothings? If it weren't for this damn survival game, you trash wouldn't even be worthy of being my dogs. My dog's life is more valuable than the lives of you lowly trash. If you want medicine, then pay up. While constantly refreshing the market with low-priced or free antidotes and herbs, G-Time also kept an eye on the chat channels to see if there were any new medicines she could scam. Go ahead and curse, you bunch of poor bastards. With supplies, I can afford fishing boats and weapons, open more treasure chests, and kill more ferocious beasts. My wealth will snowball and grow bigger and bigger, and you can only look up to me. Just wait. Sooner or later, I will trample you all under my feet and squeeze every last drop of value out of you, just like I did on Earth. No matter the world, those in high positions are always the intelligent ones. All you do is work, so you'll only work until you die? A bunch of you. G-Time didn't care that her name was being cursed in the public chat. He wasn't the only one reselling antidotes. Many others were doing the same, making a fortune off antidotes. The infamy may last for a while, but it won't last forever. Because once these righteous people are gone, no one will remember what they did. Judging from the death rate of survival games so far, this time will not be too long. Once most of the people in this area have died, we can merge the areas again. By then, who will care about these things? Even if someone remembers, how will they prove it by then? How many of these righteous people will live to see the end of the sun? G-Time was certain. The people who resold drugs had a much higher chance of survival than these people, because only those with abundant resources could live longer. When filth becomes the norm, cleanliness becomes the outlier. Once people get used to the darkness, the light will seem blinding. When the invaders win, who is the righteous side in the history books? G-Time burst into laughter as she watched the supplies continuously pouring into the raft. Suddenly, a message pierced his throat like a needle. Lin Chen, high-quality detoxifying water is now available, distributed free of charge, with unlimited supply. 1 serving per person. Those who are not poisoned should not purchase. Leave the detoxifying water for those who are poisoned. Entry, cation water. Ji-time suddenly froze. Superior quality and unlimited supply. These 8 words made him feel as if he and Lin Chen were from different worlds. Are you kidding me? Items of exceptional quality are so precious, yet Lin Chen has an unlimited supply. How is that possible? He immediately clicked on the entry. It's really true. Exceptional quality detoxifying water. Damn it. Unlimited supply, huh? I'll buy it all the moment you put it on the shelves. I'd like to see how much superior quality antidote you have left to sell. Ji-time quickly opened Lin Chen's shelf. But the next moment, a notification popped up. You have been blocked by the other party and cannot view their product listings. Ji-time was stunned. At the same time, the same message appeared before many resellers. Besides the resellers who were initially blacklisted as announced in the chat channel, Lin Chen was also observing the transaction records. If he found anyone making multiple purchases or buying multiple items at once, he would immediately blacklist them. Lin Chen, anyone reselling life-saving drugs will be blacklisted. The current blacklist is shown in the image below. If anyone is missing, please report them using both their name and mine and provide evidence. I will check all my messages and blacklist them. Please do not contact me tonight with any non-report messages. Brother Lin, this guy bought 20 of my antidote herbs in one go. Let's all block him so he can never buy anything again. Lin Chen and Wu Meijian's pictures are a testament to justice. Ban all these scumbags. Thank you, Brother Lin. My poison has completely dissipated after drinking the cationic water. Brother Lin gave me a second life. From now on, my life belongs to Brother Lin. I survived. Ha ha ha. I survived. I'm so excited. Thank you so much, Boss Lin. If you ever need anything from now on, just let us know. We'll do it even if it costs us our lives. Damn those drug dealers. I'll F your mothers. Everyone, block all these scumbags on the list Brother Lin gave us. These guys want to make money off our lives. We can't let them live. Block them all. Damn it. I almost got killed by these scumbags. Don't let me run into them at sea, or I'll kill them all. I'll make sure you're all dead. I didn't resell the antidote. I just bought a few extra portions of Brother Lin's antidote to stock up for later use. Why did I get blocked too? What the hell are you pretending for? Brother Lin already said 1 dose per person, and those who aren't poisoned shouldn't buy it. So many poisoned people are scrambling to buy the medicine, and you come here and grab several doses. You deserve to be blocked. And you dare to jump out here yourself. I'm blocking you right now too. Do you think I'm stupid? You know exactly what you're thinking. Even if you didn't resell them, how are you any different from those who do? With the widespread availability of cationic water, the venom of ordinary quality box jellyfish quickly subsides under the influence of cationic water of superior quality. Lin Chen frowned, staring intently at the remaining number of users on the chat interface. The drop in numbers gradually stabilized, eventually stopping at 7385. Chapter 55. The detoxification has been resolved. Oldly, don't be impulsive. The island is dangerous. All those ferocious beasts come out at night. You can't defeat them. Hey, Oldly. Although Zhang Qinwei was younger than Li Jiangguo, he was not as strong and could not hold him back at all. Li Jiangguo flipped his hands and pulled Zhang Qinwei behind him, then stepped onto the fishing boat himself. Don't stop me. There's no time. So many compatriots are waiting. I know a place on the island with a large patch of antidote herbs. I'll go pick them and send them to you. Put them on the shelves immediately. Li Jiangguo turned around and cut the rope connecting the fishing boat and the raft with a single stroke. Xiaozhong, lend me your rifle and fishing boat. If I can't return them, consider the supplies on my raft as an apology. If that's not enough, I'll make up for the rest in my next life. Zhang Qinwei couldn't stop him and could only watch as Li Jiangguo sat in the driver's seat of the fishing boat and rowed it away. Although he had only known Li Jiangguo for less than a day, Zhang Qinwei had great respect for this soon-to-retire policeman. He was extremely anxious and didn't want to see Li Jiangguo go to his death on the island. Zhang Qinwei opened the chat interface, preparing to ask his boss, Lin Chen, for help. But soon, he saw the screen filled with messages. The poison has been neutralized. Zhang Qinwei suddenly looked up at Li Jiangguo, who was rowing frantically. Oldly, the poison has been neutralized. You don't need to go to the island to find medicine. Zhang Qinwei's voice pierced through the dark night and reached Li Jiangguo's ears. You've been detoxified? Xiaozhong, don't lie to me. I'm not kidding you. Look at the chat channel yourself. Boss Lin has made his move. Li Jiangguo opened the chat interface. When he saw the news that people had survived and made it through, he suddenly burst into laughter and tears. Well, it's good that you survived. Li Jiangguo wiped away his tears with his rough hands. He turned the boat around, returned to the raft, and retied the rope. On the other side, Zhang Qinwei was intently scrolling through the chat interface, muttering to himself. The boss is so cool. He acted with lightning speed, saving people from dire straits. He also exposed all those drug dealers who were reselling life-saving drugs. They'll be severely punished. As expected of my boss. Seeing Zhang Qinwei's excited expression, Li Jiangguo smiled and nodded, saying, Lin Chen is indeed a good comrade. Zhang Qinwei looked up and saw Li Jiangguo's appearance, then suddenly paused. Hey, old Li, something feels off about you. Me? What's wrong with me? Zhang Qinwei came closer and observed carefully. Hey, old Li, your eyes are red. Ha. You're actually shedding tears. Ha. A retired policeman was being mocked and brought to tears. Li Jiangguo blushed instantly, grabbed Zhang Qinwei by the neck, and pulled him under his arm. Laugh. What are you laughing at? I'm crying tears of joy. Okay, I won't laugh. Ha. No laughing. Can't you show some respect for the elderly? What? During the day he said he wasn't old because he hadn't retired yet. How come he's saying he's an old man now? Xiaozhang, do you understand the importance of respecting your elders? Don't call me Xiaozhang anymore. I'm over 40 years old. No matter what, I'm a full 12 years older than you. It's all right for me to call you little Zhang, isn't it? No, call me Engineer Zhang. Just call him Zhang. Why Engineer Zhang? What? Are you a senior engineer? What a coincidence, I really am. On the pirate ship, Lin Chen poured another whole box of seawater into the ion water purifier. This is the 10th box of water he has poured out tonight. The ion water purifier is running, and 2 water jets flow out. One is yin, and the other is yang. Lin Chen put all the cationic water on the shelves. That should be enough. The deaths have stopped, and the remaining cationic water remains on the shelves, unsold. Lin Chen opened the public chat again and sent a message. We are now opening up the purchase of cationic water. Each set consists of 10 wooden boards or palm leaves, and each person is limited to 2 sets. It's on a first-come, first-served basis. After purchasing, it's best to store it in a plastic bottle with a lid. Cationic water will revert to ordinary water after being exposed to air for 5 minutes. Thank you, Brother Lin. I will never forget your life-saving grace. Brother Lin, you've worked so hard. This price is incredibly reasonable. A bottle of water is equivalent to a life. 10 supplies for 1 life. I feel like I've hit the jackpot. Isn't Brother Lin losing too much money selling it like this? This water is of exceptional quality. Brother Lin has already given away so many supplies for free. He probably doesn't care about this much. He's giving everyone a treat. I'd buy 50 of them, let alone 10. Lin Chen's shelves were filled with cationic water. Because of the previous blacklisting incident, everyone was very obedient when making purchases. Lin Chen said there was a limit of 2 purchases, so we only bought 2. Those who were blocked could only watch the messages posted in the chat channel, speculate about everyone's behavior, and feel envious, jealous, and resentful. Messages sent by the blocked person cannot be seen by the blocked person, nor can they see or purchase any items sold by the blocked person, including items sold anonymously. After putting the last batch of water on the shelves, Lin Chen began to tidy up the night's harvest. Primary jellyfish toxin, common quality, can be applied directly to weapons, can also be used in pharmaceuticals, but requires a pharmaceutical workbench or higher quality equipment. This is the material obtained by dissecting the carcass of a box jellyfish. Lin Chen stored them in his portable construction hammer, so he could use them whenever he encountered ferocious beasts in the future. Didi. Su Yun. Great savior Mr. Lin Chen. Are you done with your work? Lin Chen. What are your orders, Miss Su? Su Yun. It's time to exchange maps. Lin Chen sent the navigation map to Su Yun, recorded her location, and then Su Yun sent it back. Lin Chen glanced at Su Yun's location. It hasn't changed at all compared to yesterday. Lin Chen, didn't you move? Su Yun. We took a small boat for a spin around. Lin Chen. Where's the big ship? Su Yun. It didn't move. If the big ship moves, it won't be able to come back. Lin Chen. Is it still northerly where you are? Su Yun. Lin Chen. It's still a southerly wind here too. Su Yun. Then you're not allowed to move either. Lin Chen. I didn't move. You just looked at the map on my side. Su Yun's reply took 2 minutes. Su Yun. Lin Chen. Do you think the wind will change direction? Lin Chen. I don't know. But if the wind direction doesn't change, I'll make my boat sail against the wind. Su Yun. If you can go against the wind, please remember to give me a booster just like yours. Lin Chen. Definitely. A gentle sea breeze blows, and the stars twinkle. 22:49 at night. Lin Chen returned to the captain's cabin and laid down on the bed. Midnight. Sunny day 3 weather forecast. Sunny, temperature 38 to 40 degrees Celsius, light breeze, long days and short nights. Lin Chen turned over and went back to sleep. Chapter 56 Ocean Shop. Lin Chen, good morning. Suyin seems to have slept in today. She hasn't replied to my messages by 7 p.m. Let's go check out my electric eel farm first. Lin Chen arrived at the second deck. The fish tank, which was empty yesterday, is now filled with small fish fry. There are probably 100. Lin Chen quickly built 2 new fish tanks, filled them with fresh water, and then transferred some of the fish fry into the 2 new fish tanks. Electric eel, growth stage edible. Expected to reach maturity at 36:00, with an estimated survival rate of 100 to 50%. The survival rate varies too much. Yesterday, the survival rate of the fish eggs was only 10%, and it's unknown how many of these fish fry will survive. Lin Chen could only wait with hope in his heart. He put enough good fish into the 3 fish tanks as food for the electric eels. Although the small electric eels don't have as much electricity as the large electric eels, they have the advantage of being numerous, making it easy for them to bully the good fish. They can stun all the good fish with just a few electric shocks. Didi. Suyin, good morning. Suyin. Sorry, I had a bit of insomnia last night. Are you going to the island today? Lin Chen. The temperature on the island isn't high today. After a day and a night of cooling, the scorching heat on the island has subsided. Lin Chen cooked a pot of fish soup and brought it to the fishing boat below to have breakfast with Xiaoying. He ate an ice pill and a slice of watermelon, put on rattan armor, picked up a spear and a bow, hung 3 construction hammers at his waist, and drove his fishing boat closer to the island to begin landing. Xiaoying followed closely behind Lin Chen's boat and waited on the shore after Lin Chen landed on the island. It's so hot today. Despite eating ice pills and watermelon, the scorching heat of the sun still made people feel very uncomfortable. Go quickly and come back quickly. Lin Chen didn't want to run around under the midday sun. He quickened his pace and entered what was once a dense forest. Charcoal ash and coke. The bracelet's scanning function is always on, but it only ever displays these 3 things. The forest has been completely devoid of life after the fire. This fire destroyed all the resources in the entire forest. Next time we encounter an island, we should try not to set fires. Lin Chen muttered to himself. The island, after being burned, offers a wide view, with scorched black earth everywhere. Lin Chen went straight into the interior of the island and saw a hexagonal platform that was shimmering with blue light. The platform's floor is made up of soft, black hexagonal grids, with blue light flowing between the grids. In the center of the platform stands a 1-meter-tall black stone pillar. The surface of the pillar also shimmers with blue light. Ocean store. Clearly, this is where ocean coins are spent. Lin Chen walked onto the platform and came to the stone pillar. The bracelet automatically docked with the stone pillar, and a new projection appeared above the pillar. Welcome to the Ocean Shop, esteemed Crisis Vanguard. Could there be unexpected benefits to the title? Lin Chen opened the product list, and the product information at the top immediately caught his attention. Dangerous creature detector. Excellent quality. Exclusive equipment for Crisis Vanguard. Detects dangerous creatures within a 60 degrees fan-shaped area in front. Maximum detection range. 5 kilometers on land. Detection depth up to 10 meters underground. 10 kilometers in the ocean. Detection depth up to 200 meters below sea level. 10 kilometers in the sky. Detection altitude up to 5 kilometers. Price, 1,500 ocean coins. I bought it. It's expensive, but it works great. After purchasing the dangerous creature detector, Lin Chen's ocean coin balance was reduced to less than half. Lin Chen continued reading. Good fishing nets, good bone whips, common construction hammers, wheat seeds, silver tree powder. The remaining items were mostly general props, herbs, seeds, and the like. Lin Chen immediately set his sights on the watermelon seeds. The feeling of having lost it and then found it again filled Lin Chen with joy. Besides watermelon seeds, Lin Chen used the remaining ocean coins to buy a navigation map and an advanced survival guide. The advanced survival guide consists of 3 parts: terrain, biology, and survival. The terrain section mainly introduces 3 different types of islands: large, medium, and small. The lords of small islands are generally of excellent or superior quality, medium-sized islands are of superior or perfect quality, and the lords of large islands are always of legendary quality. The island Lin Chen is currently landing on is a small island. In addition, the topography section also briefly describes the seabed topography, but mostly only briefly. The creatures section introduces 3 categories of creatures: peaceful, neutral, and dangerous. Each time a survivor kills a creature, They unlock its entry in the creature's encyclopedia, gaining detailed information about it. Previously killed creatures also count. Dangerous creatures will actively attack survivors. Neutral creatures are enormous, with a quality level of at least excellent. They generally don't attack survivors unless provoked, as the survivor's small size is hardly worth their attention. Compared to survivors, neutral creatures prefer to prey on large, dangerous animals. Peaceful creatures are those caught during normal fishing trips. They are relatively weak in aggression, but that doesn't mean they are weak in attack. They generally don't attack unprovoked, but they will fight back when they sense danger. The final survival section details the operations of combat, farming, and fishing, along with some blueprints. However, Lin Chen had absolutely no use for these blueprints. After reading the detailed description of the deep cave water spider in the Advanced Survival Guide, Lin Chen purchased a basic protective suit. The burrows of deep-hole water spiders are usually filled with a putrid smell. If humans inhale the polluted air inside the burrows, they may experience breathing difficulties, bronchitis, and in severe cases, lung failure. Lin Chen's search for the island's hidden treasure will most likely require him to explore the caves of the deep cave water spider. He tried putting on a protective suit over the rattan armor, which instantly made him twice as big and look very bulky. This protective suit is made of soft plastic, which not only restricts movement, but also blurs vision. In this hot weather, it's even more stuffy inside. Lin Chen took off his clothes temporarily and put them back on at the cave entrance. He continued to venture deeper into the island, and after walking about 200 meters, a notification appeared from his bracelet. We are about to enter a high-risk area. Lin Chen took out the detector and found no dangerous creatures within 5,000 meters ahead. They must have all died in the fire. Lin Chen stepped into the danger zone, keeping the detector in his hand on. Soon, he found a dark cave entrance under a small hill. The detector indicates that it remains safe. Lin Chen put on his protective suit again, laid down at the entrance of the cave, and looked down into the darkness. He asked Su Yun for a burning wooden plank and then threw it into the hole. The firelight illuminated the cave, which was a spacious area, but the flames quickly went out just 2 seconds after the planks were thrown in. No oxygen. Lin Chen had no choice but to return to the pirate ship and retrieve the oxygen cylinder from the box. Although he can now hold his breath for more than 10 minutes, he doesn't want to take that risk. It's safer to bring an oxygen tank. After stuffing the oxygen cylinder into the protective suit and connecting it to the mask, the suit became even more bulky. Lin Chen adjusted his body angle and entered the cave in a relatively comfortable position. Chapter 57 Island Treasures, Mechanical Ascension. There was almost no light inside the cave. Lin Chen gathered 30 firefly grasses he bought from the market together to use as torches and sprinkled fluorescent powder along the path as a marker. The detector indicated no danger, and the hazard sensor did not react. But the darkness and stuffiness around him made Lin Chen feel very uncomfortable. It was much warmer inside the cave than outside, perhaps because the air was not circulating. It's estimated that the deep-hole water spiders weren't forced out by the fire, but by the high temperature. The flames couldn't penetrate the cave, but the high temperature could. When the entire island is engulfed in flames, the temperature here can reach over 100 degrees Celsius. Suddenly, the bracelet's scan detected a new substance. The cooked water spider carcass is in good condition. The cooked water spider carcass is in good condition. Cooked brown bear carcass, well preserved. The outside world was burned to ashes by the flames, but there were no flames inside the cave, only high temperatures, which preserved many corpses. Lin Chen activated the decomposition function and decomposed and recycled all the corpses. Acquired, photoreceptor 1. Obtained, water spider glands, good. Obtained, 20 leather. Obtained, well-cooked bear meat. Because there were too many different kinds of items, taking up too many slots in the construction hammer, Lin Chen put all the non-special materials such as meat and leather on the shelf for storage. Then it was discovered by many enthusiastic netizens. Brother Lin suddenly released a bunch of cooked meat, all of excellent quality. Everyone hurry and grab them. What are you trying to rob? Didn't you see the price? 9,999 planks. Can you afford that? Brother Lin is obviously using the shelves as storage space. Where did Brother Lin go? How come there's so much high-quality braised pork? I'm so hungry. I've never had braised pork since I came to this world. When will Brother Lin start selling it? I bet Brother Lin has gone to the island. Do you guys remember when Brother Lin set the island on fire the day before yesterday? He must be exploring the island now. This meat must have been found in some enclosed space. These ferocious beasts weren't burned, but they were all cooked by the high temperature. Brother Lin will definitely explore all the islands on this trip. When he comes back, we can ask him what's on the islands. Everyone, Prepare your supplies, and we'll buy information from the big boss later. I bet the big boss is in the burrow of the water spider right now. Look at all the meat he's listing. There's a huge amount of high-quality water spider meat. Why do I feel like we're spying on the lives of big shots? Is this really okay? What's the big deal? The big shots have already revealed their secrets. This is just a reasonable speculation. Wow, you're really brave to venture into the cave of an exceptional lord. I truly admire you. Speculation abounded in the chat, while the protagonist of the story cautiously made his way through the cave. He carefully moved forward, staying close to the wall, using the faint light of the fluorescent grass to illuminate the path. After passing through the initial spacious hall and then through a narrow corridor, the space suddenly opens up. Before me was a large plaza with blue light patterns. Light patterns illuminated the space, and a stone pillar, with the same structure as the ocean store but 10 times larger, stood in the center of the square. Lin Chen arrived in front of the stone pillar. Below the stone pillar is a recessed platform with 2 intersecting spiral lines engraved on it. Double helix structure? Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. Please insert the Lord's biological gene sample. Lin Chen picked up the construction hammer, extracted the gene sample of the deep hole spider, and placed it on the platform. As his palm left the platform, the depression immediately closed. Reading gene samples. The samples are homogeneous, and the test passes. The platform reopened, but the Lord's biological gene sample had disappeared, leaving only 2 orbs of light. 1 blue, 1 green. Please select your island treasure. A choice between 2? Can I have both? Apart from their different colors, the 2 orbs of light were identical. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chen finally chose blue. Your choice is mechanical ascension. The blue light spread rapidly from Lin Chen's fingertips, quickly enveloping his entire body. Immediately afterwards, the light began to penetrate into Lin Chen's body. A sharp, stinging sensation spread from every inch of my skin. Implanted prosthetic body. Berserker Type 3, Pain Editor. Berserk Type 3, Superior Quality. Enhances the physical body. Activating Berserk greatly enhances the physical body for 50 seconds, with a 600-second cooldown. Pain Editor, excellent quality. Reduces overall pain by 30. When activated, it strengthens and paralyzes muscles and skin, ignoring pain interference from skin damage during combat, lasting up to 24 hours. When deactivated, the skin pain shield disappears. As the stinging sensation gradually subsided, Lin Chen suddenly felt as if he had gained 2 more organs inside his body. He can clearly feel and control these 2 organs. Cybernetic technology? Cyberpunk. Lin Chen was greatly shocked. At the same time, he also became curious about the green orb of light. What will you get if you choose the green orb? But now that green orb has disappeared. Let's try green islands next time. Lin Chen continued exploring the cave. The moment he lifted his foot, he suddenly felt much lighter. Lin Chen tried to take 2 quick steps, and his body suddenly lurched forward 5 or 6 meters. A walking speed of 5 or 6 meters per second. Lin Chen was shocked. This was the speed at which he walked out while wearing bulky protective clothing and carrying an oxygen tank. Let's test the speed once we get out. The significant increase in his physical strength surprised and delighted Lin Chen. If eating fish previously improved his body to the peak of human potential, then now his physical strength has definitely exceeded the upper limit of human capabilities. Congratulations on obtaining the island treasure, Mechanical Ascension. Server-wide announcement. Lin Chen has unlocked a small-scale island treasure chest, becoming the first survivor to do so. He has been awarded the title, Treasure Hunter Pioneer. Server-wide announcement. Lin Chen has unlocked a small-scale island treasure chest, becoming the first survivor to do so. He has been awarded the title, Treasure Hunter Pioneer. Server-wide announcement. Lin Chen has unlocked a small-scale island treasure chest, becoming the first survivor to do so. He has been awarded the title, Treasure Hunter Pioneer. Treasure Hunter Pioneer. This title is awarded to the first survivor to fully explore the island, paying tribute to your spirit of exploration. Wearing this title significantly increases the chance of obtaining high-level items from treasure chests. The announcement was broadcast 3 times before it ended. Lin Chen was just about to take a stroll around this mysterious square to see if there were any other materials he could collect when a notification suddenly popped up. Warning: the island's treasure has been retrieved, and the island is about to collapse. Please leave the island within 10 minutes. Lin Chen sprinted towards the exit. Once outside, he immediately tore off his protective suit and stuffed all his bulky items into the construction hammer. Then he started running wildly. The wind whistled in my ears. Lin Chen roughly estimated that his running speed was at least 15 meters per second. This is still before the berserk mode is activated. Even a normal enhancement is this powerful. For a moment, Lin Chen was filled with anticipation for the berserk, significant enhancement. Instead of leaving the island immediately, he went to the ocean shop. Welcome to the ocean shop, esteemed crisis vanguard and treasure hunter. Sure enough, a new exclusive item has appeared. Chapter 58, Treasure Finding Radar. Treasure radar, excellent quality. Exclusive equipment for treasure hunters. Can detect all treasures within a 100-kilometer radius, including treasure chests, secret treasures, and materials of excellent quality or higher. Price, 1,000 ocean coins. How could you miss out on such a treasure? But Lin Chen has no money right now. We have no choice but to borrow it. Lin Chen, I'll accept ocean coins. 30 resources for 1 coin. I'll record it first. Write down the items you want to exchange in the transaction notes, and I'll send them to you when I get back to the ship. You have 2 minutes to buy any equipment or items I've ever sold. I just received the announcement that Brother Lin was opening the treasure chest, and then I saw Brother Lin's message. Has Brother Lin found a place to spend ocean coins? Could you show us what's available for sale there? Based on previous information, Brother Lin is currently on an island, most likely in the territory of the deep cave spider. I guess ocean coins can only be used in the territory of the Lord. If the shop is in the Lord's territory, what use are ocean coins to us, ordinary people? Lin Chen, I've sent you all my ocean coins. Lin Chen has initiated the transaction and is awaiting delivery. I've been waiting for the big boss to reopen the market for so long. I want a good bow. Boss Lin Chen, the ocean coins have been sent. Even a big shot like him is short of money. He burned down the entire island and killed so many ferocious beasts. Isn't he still short of cash? Beasts that are burned to death do not count as kills, and they don't give you ocean coins or drop chests. I tried it, and I burned a good level bear, but didn't get anything good. It was a huge loss. According to what the person upstairs said, then Boss Lin suffered an even greater loss. Not only did he lose all the herbs on the island, but he also failed to obtain a large amount of spoils from the ferocious beasts. Didi, Su Yun, is 600 coins enough for you? Lin Chen, enough. With the help of the people of the whole district, Lin Chen easily raised more than 5,000 ocean coins in 2 minutes. He bought 2 treasure hunting radars and a dangerous creature detector. After finishing shopping, Lin Chen sprinted towards the beach at full speed. Activate Berserk. Lin Chen's body surface turned a high-temperature red, and his whole body was emitting white steam. The heart suddenly started beating faster, the muscles swelled instantly, and the reaction speed became exceptionally quick. Lin Chen felt an unprecedented passion burning in his chest, and he longed to find a place to release it. He gathered all his strength in his feet, stomped the ground hard, and shot out like a cannonball. The sudden increase in speed caused Lin Chen to lose his balance and crash headfirst into a charred rock in front of him. But the expected pain did not occur. The pain editor can only eliminate 30% of the pain, but physical enhancement not only brings a boost to strength and speed, but also a significant increase in the body's resistance to impact. Lin Chen smashed his head against a large rock, then continued running wildly towards the beach. That speed is estimated to be over 40 meters per second. This is equivalent to a speed of 144 kilometers per hour. The speed limit on highways in a certain country on Earth is only 120 kilometers per hour. Although this speed could only last for 50 seconds, Lin Chen was already very satisfied. This speed surpasses that of any terrestrial life form on Earth. With his super high movement speed, Lin Chen ran out of the island's area in just 3 minutes. Behind them, the earth began to split open, and a jet of lava shot up from beneath the island. Hearing the noise, Lin Chen turned around and was shocked by what he saw. Lava fell like raindrops over the island, the spewing lava raising clouds of black dust that obscured the sun's rays. The island broke apart, becoming countless small plots of land, and began to sink. Lin Chen abandoned the fishing boats moored on the beach and, led by Xiao Ying, swam back to the pirate ship from the sea. Thank goodness. I thought the collapse of the island was just a matter of its sinking to the bottom of the sea, but I never expected such a huge commotion as a volcanic eruption. Lin Chen recalled that he did not see any signs of a volcano when he explored the island. Anyway, it's such a spectacular scene. Let's take a picture first. Volcanic ash filled the sky. Lava rain gradually stopped. The huge island turned into fragments and sank to the bottom of the sea, and the sea returned to calm. This trip has been very fruitful. Lin Chen returned to the ship in a good mood, went to the workbench, and began to pay back the money. Lin Chen, application for targeted transaction. Treasure radar 1, dangerous creature detector 1, navigation map 1, none. Su Yun, why are you giving me the navigation map now? Lin Chen, I just bought a new one, not the old one. Su Yun. Oh, how much does this radar and detector cost? It must be expensive. Lin Chen. 3,000 ocean coins. Su Yun. So expensive. Lin Chen. As long as it works, that's fine. According to Lin Chen's offer, 1 ocean coin is worth 30 resources, so 3,000 ocean coins would be worth 90,000 resources. That's enough to buy hundreds of fishing boats. However, Lin Chen was wealthy and resourceful. If he needed money, he could simply sell some goods and earn it back in minutes. After delivering the radar and detector to Su Yun, Lin Chen checked the transaction records, made props one by one, and distributed them to the people who had provided assistance. Within the public channel, Lin Chen, thank you all for your trust. We will now begin production and shipping. Please wait a moment for the volcano of images to erupt. Brother Lin, could you tell us what ocean coins can buy? Could you tell us? Holy crap, a volcano erupted. What was Brother Lin doing on the island? How come the whole island sank? My brother Lin is awesome, he sank the whole island. I admire him. Brother Lin's last message was 10 minutes ago. Judging from the picture, Brother Lin is currently several kilometers away from the island. It seems that the previous deduction was wrong. Could it be that the place to spend ocean coins is not on the island? Could someone please share how to use ocean coins? Lin Chen was in a great mood and was happy to answer everyone's questions. The ocean shop is on the island, but it's located quite deep in the island, about 3 or 4 kilometers away from the beach as the crow flies. Beyond the ocean shop is the danger zone. The system will warn you, but I don't know exactly what dangers are in the danger zone right now. The volcanic eruption on the island is because I took the island's secret treasure. The island will collapse within 10 minutes. The island's secret treasure is in a danger zone, so please be careful when retrieving it and give yourself enough time to escape. The big shot's words had a Versailles feel to them. There are dangers inside, but I'm not afraid, because I've eliminated all the dangers. Only Boss Lin could say something like that. Why would the big boss think we're worthy of the island's treasure? Am I even qualified? Oh, so taking the island's treasure will cause the island to collapse? Then I won't take it. I'm an island lover. If the upstairs owner isn't taking it, then I won't either. I love animals, and I don't like killing lord-level ferocious beasts. Hilarious. I can't even beat a decent ferocious beast, so if I encounter a lord, I'll just lie there and wait to die. I'm now a kilometer into the deepest part of the forest. Ahead of that are 2 big bears. Both of them are of good quality, and I can't beat them at all. Pull them apart. Shoot arrows from a distance to draw their attention, then pull them out to sea and shoot them. If you see them trying to climb the raft, stab them. I've killed more than a dozen coyotes this way. Coyotes are among the weaker ones in the common category. The person upstairs clearly hasn't encountered any truly powerful beasts. I encountered a beastman entry here. Beastman, and it actually used a slingshot to shoot at me. The range was farther than my regular bow. I hit on the boat, and it kept shooting at my boat from the beach. My expensive sunshade raft was blown to pieces by it. What kind of slingshot can shoot that far? Can we steal it? If this kind of slingshot were for sale, we could probably exchange it for a new sunshade raft. Upstairs, hurry up and kill the beastman and steal the slingshot. Beastman? You said beastman's flesh chunks are hard to kill? I've already killed one and am now heading deeper into the island to find the ocean shop. We can't use the beastman's slingshots. They're too big, but we can tie them to the boat and use them as catapults. Wow, the person upstairs is amazing. Would you like to get an extra accessory? Damn it, the guy upstairs installed it. Chapter 59 Pirate Alliance. The chat interface was bustling with activity, but a group of people were isolated from the festivities. Blocking is one way. Once someone is blocked, that person's trace in the system will completely disappear from the blocker's sight. However, the blocked person can still see the chat content posted by the blocker in the public chat. Everyone, can you see my message? If you can, it proves we are the same kind of people. Please contact me. We need to unite. A message appeared in the public chat, startling many survivors who were watching. But someone quickly realized what was happening. This is for the person who has been blocked. After the previous message was sent, Wang Tai received many private messages. One of them, named Ji Taimei, sent a private message saying, "Not everyone has blocked us. They can see what you say in the public chat, and they will tell others." Wang Tai replied, "Whatever. What can they do if they see it? Besides blocking me, what other methods do they have? I remember you. You were the first one on Lin Chen's blacklist. How about joining me?" Ji Taimei, tell me your plan. Wang Tai, now this area has formed a circle around Lin Chen, and we are excluded from the circle. All the resources are concentrated inside the circle. If we want to survive, we must unite. Ji Taimei, unite? And then what? Harvest the wealth of the lower class like the Xinshin Mutual Aid Association? We are all smart people. These tricks are only suitable for idiots. Wang Tai, no, The alliance I'm referring to is a military alliance. Ji Taimei. Interesting. Tell me about it. Wang Tai. There are only 3 ways to acquire wealth: labor, trade, and plunder. We have had our trade channels cut off, so now we only have 2 left. Ji Taimei. Tell me, how do you plan to plunder? People in the circle have advanced weapons and powerful armor. Wang Tai. But they're stupid. Only a fool would waste the opportunity to get rich quick. Armor can stop a threat from 1 meter away, but it can't stop a knife held to your neck. Ji Taimei. I can do what you're talking about all by myself. So what's the point of your alliance? Wang Tai. Of course it's meaningful. First, as the game progresses, the survivors are gradually gathering. Our names have been blacklisted, making it impossible for us to integrate into the circle, so we must have our own force. Our numbers are limited, so we must use unique markers to distinguish ourselves from the circle and avoid accidentally killing our own people. Second, while looting only requires basic weapons, we still need to defend ourselves against ferocious beasts. Without high-level weapons, it will be difficult for us to survive their attacks. I have an informant within the circle who can help us purchase weapons and supplies. I can sell the weapons to you at cost. Ji Taimei. That's all. Are you sure your informant is reliable? Seeing Ji Taimei's questioning, Wang Tai's gaze swept to the corner of the raft. A naked man and woman, bound by ropes to a raft, were staring at him with terrified eyes. Wang Tai. Don't worry, it's absolutely reliable. Ji Taimei remained silent for a long time before finally replying. All right, let's give it a try. What should our organization be called? Wang Tai. To put it simply, let's call them pirates. Lin Chen expanded Xiao Ying's excellent raft by 5 times. To accommodate a large nursery. Watermelon's cooling properties make it an indispensable fruit on sunny days. So, the first thing Lin Chen did after he had some free time was to plant watermelons. Farming 4 to 10. Farming 5 to 10. Once the watermelon seeds are planted, fertilizer is applied immediately, and then it's ready for harvest. This process is repeated until the 10th time. The lucky draw effect has activated. Quality +3. Obtained. Jade Kirin watermelon, perfect 10. Today is my lucky day. Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised. His first lucky draw in farming had already triggered a +3 bonus. A perfect watermelon has a faint golden sheen around its rind, and the stripes on the rind seem to have a mysterious texture. He quickly clicked on the entry for Jade Kirin watermelon. Jade Kirin watermelon, perfect quality, a premium fruit. After consumption, one is immune to heat and can move freely in environments below 55 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. One is immune to sunlight for 24 hours and can briefly look directly at the sun. One has strong vitality and recovers from external injuries faster. One remains clear-headed and calm for 5 hours after consumption, with a strong will to act. The effects of the Jade Kirin watermelon are undeniably powerful. A slice of watermelon can ward off a day of scorching sun. According to the system's standards, a watermelon can be cut into a maximum of 4 standard, valid watermelon flesh units. Lin Chen has a total of 10 watermelons, which can keep him warm for 40 days. There are only 8 days left in the scorching sun. I have 2, Xiaoying has 2, and Su Yun has 2. Although Xiaoying might not need watermelon to cool down, Lin Chen had to save 2 for her, because she was already watching from the side. Here you go. This watermelon is very precious, it's a rare find, and we don't know when we'll be able to eat it again. Based on the probability of getting a +3, it might be 400 or 500 farming attempts before you can get the perfect watermelon again. Lin Chen handed the 2 Jade Unicorn watermelons to Xiaoying. Eek! Xiaoying happily placed one in each hand into her own excellent box, while she carried the other in her arms to the bottom of the sea to chill it. Lin Chen nodded. Xiaoying has grown up and knows how to delay gratification. Watermelon tastes even better after it's chilled. He gave 2 of the Jade Kirin watermelons to Su Yun, and then cut the remaining 4 into 16 standard, effective watermelon segments. Based on the quality and effects of the watermelon, one slice is definitely worth more than 300 resources. Lin Chen, selling watermelons. Entry, Jade Kirin watermelon, perfect image. Watermelons can be exchanged for blueprints or special items. Only accepting watermelons of good quality or higher. Contact me if interested. Another perfect quality item. I'm amazed. How does Brother Lin have so many perfect quality items? I'm so hungry, my mouth is watering just looking at this. Why do I have to pay for the blueprints and special items? I'm willing to pay. 50 ocean coins. Brother Lin Chen, take a look at this blueprint. A compass. Lin Chen, I'm about to reveal my secrets. Here's a picture of a prescription for a paralyzing poison. Look at me, Brother Lin. Boss, this is definitely enough to trade for watermelons. Manufacturing blueprint. black powder Lin Chen. Brother Lin Chen, can I exchange this one? Entry: high-quality male masturbator. I quickly checked this entry. Advanced survival manual. It can definitely be exchanged for a perfect slice of watermelon. Lin Chen. Lin Chen's blueprint. Smelting furnace is good. I think this should be enough to exchange for a piece of jade Kirin watermelon. Lin Chen's entry. Ruby. Perfect gem. Brother Lin, come and see me. Lin Chen's entry. Small animal trap is good. I'd like to ask for a watermelon. If Brother Lin doesn't want the sex toy upstairs, I'll take it. I'll offer 200 supplies. How come you all have such good stuff? I thought only Brother Lin was rich in the whole district, but I didn't expect you all to have treasures hidden away. Looks like everyone's been quite busy these past few days. Lin Chen looked at the screen full of great items and began to buy them one by one. Chapter 60 Black Powder Recipe. I'll take the black powder blueprints and a slice of watermelon. Boss Lin, this is gunpowder. Then add another 20 ice muscle pills and chaoticine powder. I know gunpowder is crucial, but gunpowder alone isn't enough. You also need weapons and bullet blueprints. Besides, at the current rate, everyone's opening treasure chests. How long do you think your black powder patent can last? Okay, deal. I've accepted the prescription for the paralyzing poison and a slice of watermelon. Thank you, Brother Lin. You're very generous. I've taken the blueprints for the smelting furnace and a slice of watermelon. Thank you. May Buddha bless you. The bear trap looks good. Do you have the blueprint? If you do, I can offer a slice of watermelon. Boss, I've already put this into the crafting table and loaded the blueprint. You can send me the production table, and I'll transfer the design to you and return it. Dude, isn't this a bit? A deal is built on trust. Do you think I would take over your crafting station? You're right, sir. I was being too petty. With your wealth, you wouldn't even bother with my crappy crafting station. I sent it to you anyway. Thank you, sir. 2 slices of watermelon for a ruby. Boss, isn't that a bit too little? My ruby is also of perfect quality. I feel it should be worth the same as a whole watermelon. Is your ruby useful? The entry says it's a crafting material. Do you think you'll be able to use it until the end of the scorching sun? The jade Kirin watermelon is a divine artifact of the scorching sun. Boss, how about I cut this into 3 slices? A 3-slice watermelon would be fine. After all, it's a perfect quality one. Alright, it's not easy to get a perfect quality item. Where did you see this thing? A huge fish passed by my raft. I didn't have time to scan it. Later, I saw a lot of different kinds of rocks floating in the sea after it passed, so I went over and picked them up. I understand. Are there any other stones? Yes. We have aluminum ore and copper ore, all of good quality, 17 pieces in total. Boss, would you like to buy these? These things are useless to you. How about this? I'll take the whole jade unicorn watermelon, along with the rubies from before. Thank you, boss. Lin Chen quickly opened the blueprints for gunpowder. Gunpowder, a revolutionary invention. It is an important raw material for making weapons, ammunition, and powering certain mechanical devices. Crafting requirements: saltpeter 1, sulfur 2, charcoal 3. There's plenty of charcoal, but not saltpeter or sulfur. Sulfur is acceptable. Lin Chen looked in the direction where the island had disappeared. A volcanic eruption likely means there is sulfur nearby. However, Lin Chen dared not approach for the time being, as the volcano had just erupted and the seabed temperature there would not be too low. He noted this down and checked the props behind him. Paralyzing poison, high quality, injectable drug. It requires contact with the target's blood to slow movement. A sufficient dose can induce a coma. Crafting requirements: 1 basic toxin, 1 any negative herb. Small animal trap, good quality. Captures small creatures. Crafting requirements: 2 iron blocks, 3 palm leaves, 1 rope. Smelting furnace, good quality. Can smelt ores to obtain special metals. Note: the smelting furnace must be used in an environment that can withstand high temperatures. Crafting requirements: 50 clay. The smelting furnace looks like a simple blast furnace, and its internal structure is not complicated. Lin Chen had seen such a blast furnace in his history textbook. He went to the workbench and began making it. Production: 9 to 10. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality increased by 1. Obtained: excellent smelting furnace. The overall structure of a high-quality smelting furnace is not much different from that of a traditional blast furnace, but it has an outer support that elevates it, allowing air to circulate underneath and eliminating concerns about the bottom catching fire during smelting. Lin Chen built a new iron floating platform outside the pirate ship, placed the smelting furnace on it, and then put in wooden planks as fuel to start smelting metal. Copper ore and zinc ore were all thrown in. Estimated remaining time for production: 18 hours. The delivery will likely be completed in 18 hours, around nighttime, while Lin Chen is asleep. There's not much of value in the public chat. To be precise, there wasn't much of value to Lin Chen. Lin Chen still has 2 jade unicorn watermelons left. Keep it, it won't rot anyway. After placing the 2 watermelons into the construction hammer, Lin Chen saw the good watermelons covered with iron rafts. Littling. Eek. A moment later, a beautiful figure emerged from the water, holding the jade unicorn watermelon in her arms. These watermelons are all yours. Eek. Xiao Ying's face was beaming with a happy smile. She happily packed all the watermelons from the tin raft into her own box, then cheerfully circled around Lin Chen. Do you want me to store some of your things on the ship? If you put everything together, what if the boxes get damaged? Oh, I'll protect my box. Seeing Xiao Ying standing tall and looking confident, Lin Chen didn't ask any more questions. He opened his private messages and found that Su Yun had not accepted his transaction request. Lin Chen, what's wrong? Remember to bring the watermelons in. Su Yun, people have come to the outside of the pirate ship, and I'm in a standoff. Lin Chen, how many people? Su Yun, 8. Lin Chen, we can't let them get on the ship. Su Yun, I understand. Don't worry, I can handle them. On the boundless sea, a black flag flutters in the wind, with a large character boldly written on it, Soviet Union. Su Yun stood at the edge of the deck, her longbow drawn. Stop ahead, or I will attack. The arrowheads of excellent arrows are made of a special metal that reflects a dazzling, cold light in the sunlight. Su Yun stood on the high deck, looking down at the raft below. The people on the raft shouted, "We mean no harm. We're just curious, how were such big boats built?" Su Yun shouted, "Step back. I have no obligation to tell you. Madam, we just want to tour your boat and learn how it's made." A hint of displeasure flashed across Su Yun's face. These people are dishonest. They kept getting closer while they were talking. She lowered the arrow, aimed at the foremost raft, and released her finger. The arrow pierced the air and shattered a plank of the raft with a single strike. Back up to 3 kilometers away, Su Yun shouted angrily. The crowd below was so intimidated by the power of the arrow that they finally stopped advancing and began to retreat. After watching the group leave, Su Yun replied to Lin Chen's message, "They're gone. But they took a lot of photos. I don't know if they were taking pictures of the boat or of me. Those people were very rude." Lin Chen, did they stop some distance away? Su Yun, Lin Chen, it's daytime now, time for exploration. If they've given up on boarding, they won't stay at sea. Besides, your ship hasn't appeared on the public chat. Su Yun, what does it mean that I didn't appear in the public chat? Lin Chen, from a malicious perspective, there are 2 possibilities. First, I've blocked these people, so I can't see their messages. Second, only people who want to do bad things would do it secretly and try to avoid being discovered. They probably want to seize the ship and keep it for themselves, but they don't want anyone else to find out. In this world, for your own safety, when speculating about others' intentions, it's best to assume they are malicious. Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. Su Yun, I understand. If they get any closer, I will intervene. They can't beat me. Lin Chen, there are 8 of them, are you sure? Su Yun, humph, I have this entry, sky-catching bird. Lin Chen clicked on the entry with a puzzled look and was immediately taken aback. A beast with good qualities, etc. This is a pet. Chapter 61 Little White Bird Captured by the Sky. About 3 kilometers from the pirate ship bearing the Soviet flag, a group of rafts were moored together. 8 people, men and women, are sitting together discussing something. That ship is so big, what class of vessel must it be? It's at least of excellent quality. I've seen fishing boats, and those are less than 1% the size of this big ship. Who is this woman? How does she own such a big ship? The flag on the ship has the character Su on it. Do you remember any powerful figures with the surname Su? Who remembers this? I only remember Lin Chen. I don't remember anyone else. I think there's someone surnamed Su. The one who sells buoys. Her name is Su Yun, and she happens to be a woman. It's possible, but it might not be her. We can't jump to conclusions. I just took a few photos. Should I ask in the public chat? Wait, don't send it. A man with a hooked nose interrupted. Such a big ship is definitely enough for the 8 of us to live on. Everyone turned to look at the hook-nosed man. What do you mean? The man's eyes were gloomy as he glanced at the other 7 people and said, "It means exactly what it says. Gentlemen, look behind you. We're paddling the most rudimentary rafts, without even a sunshade. To put it bluntly, we're at the very bottom of the social ladder. We're the lowest of the low. But what about that woman? She's nobody, yet she owns such a huge ship. How is that possible? Are you really content to spend your whole lives paddling these dilapidated rafts, waiting to die in this cruel world?" Everyone fell silent. What the man said was harsh, but it was true. The wealthy have long since acquired fishing boats, and those with slightly less wealth have sunshade rafts. Only the poor, like them, row primitive rafts, struggling to survive. But right now, an opportunity to get rich quick is right in front of them. But, a man suddenly said, reaching out his hand, if we seize the ship, won't we get blocked by others? If that happens, we won't be able to buy Lin Chen's items, or those powerful weapons and herbs on the market. That's why I stopped you from posting it. The hooked man looked at the foolish man with disgust, but quickly concealed his reverie. As long as we don't say anything, no one will know that we stole this ship. People will just think that it's our ship. Moreover, this woman owns such a large boat, and the fishing nets around it are all high quality. Her wealth may not be less than Lin Chen's. If we seize this boat, we will be the richest people in the entire district. Perhaps, we can even be richer than Lin Chen. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. Lin Chen is widely recognized as the richest man in the entire district, leading by a precipitous margin. The woman in front of me owns a large ship, and her total wealth, even if not as much as Lin Chen's, wouldn't be too far off. They're definitely richer than those who run fishing boats. If one were to seize her wealth, one could rise from the bottom to become one of the richest people in the entire district. How do you plan to seize the ship? The bottom of that ship is all iron plates, and the deck is probably 10 meters below the sea. How are we going to climb on? Yeah, that woman is so fierce, she definitely won't just watch us get on the boat. She just shattered a plank of the raft with one arrow, and that plank was at full durability. The power of that arrow is equivalent to several bites from a great white shark. When questioned by the crowd, the hook-nosed man simply gazed at the distant ships. There are many ways to board the ship, using ropes or grappling hooks. The only obstacle is that woman. Her arrows are very powerful, so we must avoid her. We can take turns observing her. She can't stay on the ship forever. When she rests, that's when we'll board. Under the banner of Su Yun returned to the deck, where a large, white-feathered bird stood in the center, holding a fine fish in its beak. Skycatcher, good quality, dangerous creature. A carnivorous animal with an extremely strong grasping ability, it likes to grab its prey, lift it into the air, and then drop it to its death. It has been tamed. Loyalty, 80 to 100. Xiaobai, you can really eat. You eat more in one meal than I do in a whole day. Su Yun bent down and gently stroked the soft feathers of the sky-catching bird, muttering to herself. However, Little White clearly lacked the intelligence of a certain legendary creature. It simply assumed that its owner wanted to pet it, so it rubbed its head against Su Yun. Following their master, they can eat good fish. Life wasn't like this before. In the past, it would take 3 days and 3 nights to catch even an ordinary fish on this barren sea. To get decent meat, they had to fight other dangerous creatures, ending up covered in wounds. Ferocious beasts will never be enslaved unless they are provided with food and lodging. Xiaobai is living a very comfortable life now. Lin Chen asked curiously, how did you tame it? Su Yun, if you beat it into submission, it will become obedient. Lin Chen, dangerous creatures are either killed or escape. How did they manage to defeat the enemy? Su Yun, this bird tried to ambush me yesterday, but I ambushed it instead. I made a trigger-activated net trap using a fine fishing net, which I originally intended to use on fish, but this bird suddenly rushed over, so I just pulled in the net and trapped it. Then I remembered a tutorial on taming a hawk that I had seen before, so I wanted to give it a try. First, I used a spear to bring it to low health, then I let it staring at it for an entire afternoon. That evening, I fed it a piece of meat. Seeing that it had recovered somewhat, I punched it again until it was almost dead and accidentally knocked it unconscious. Later, I let it go hungry for a whole night and morning, and then fed it a piece of meat at noon today. Suddenly, the system notified me that it had been successfully tamed. Lin Chen, this woman is so fierce. Su Yun, I originally wanted to catch a fish. I figured a dangerous creature like an adult great white shark would be big enough to tow the pirate ship, but catching a bird would be nice too. This eagle catcher is quite pretty. I named it Little White. Image of Little White. In the picture, the sky-catching bird is looking down to eat a fish. Lin Chen estimated that this ferocious bird could be as tall as Su Yun's waist when it stood up. With this good ferocious beast by her side, Su Yun really didn't need to worry about the attack from those 8 people. Lin Chen, I'll give you some more animal traps. You can set them up along the side of the boat. It's better to be prepared. Su Yun, yay, I just saw your watermelon, and it's perfect quality. Amazing. Lin Chen, it was given to me by Xiaoying. Su Yun, I'm so envious of your pet. Looking at the sky-catching bird devouring its food like a glutton, Su Yun suddenly lost interest in it. Lin Chen watched Xiaoying happily eating watermelon and fell into deep thought. I fed her so much. Why hasn't Xiaoying turned into a pet yet? Is the key to this being physical coercion? Should I knock her out? Or should I give Xiaoying a beating too? With my current strength, if I punched Xiaoying, she would probably cry for a long time. Looking at Xiaoying's beautiful, smiling face, Lin Chen quickly gave up the idea. Lin Chen, how did you make your web trap? I'd like to learn. Chapter 62 Flowing Flame Flying Fish. Under Su Yun's guidance, Lin Chen quickly created a net trap. The overall structure is very simple. A lure, a net, 2 7-meter ropes, a support frame, a wooden board, and a fishing rod. The fishing net is sunk about 5 meters below the sea surface, leaving only 2 thin ropes above the surface. A wooden board is placed in the center of the net, and a piece of good meat is placed on the board as bait. When a ferocious beast passes by and bites into the best piece of meat, it will bite into the wooden plank along with the meat, thus triggering the trap. The fishing net hidden on the seabed will suddenly retract and, with the help of the fishing rod, lift the creature in the net. This trap can also be triggered manually. Simply lift the fishing rod, and the large net below will immediately retract, trapping the ferocious beast above the net. Lin Chen finished setting up the trap and told Xiaoying not to eat the piece of excellent meat. Xiaoying was only interested in cooked meat, and since she already had a perfect quality watermelon in her hand, she had absolutely no interest in this excellent quality raw fish and nodded without hesitation. I wonder if there will be any bird attacks today. Lin Chen looked up at the sky, and suddenly, he saw the Y-type plant move. 3 vines simultaneously lashed towards the sky, and the flowers on the vines opened their enormous mouths. Lin Chen's eyes widened, and he hurriedly climbed onto the deck. Stop eating. Leave some for me. These ferocious beasts are the source of ocean coins and treasure chests. It would be a complete waste if they were eaten by the Y-type alien plant. Lin Chen had already wasted the resources of an entire island, and he didn't want to waste any more. He climbed onto the deck and quickly drew his bow, but there was no sign of any ferocious birds in the sky. Lin Chen looked at the Y-type plant, but found no signs that it was feeding. They didn't catch them? Y-type aliens are dangerous creatures of perfect quality, yet they missed their target. What kind of creature was that just flying overhead? Suddenly, the vines of the Y-alien plant began to sway again. This time, Lin Chen saw it clearly. Is it a redfish? To be precise, it's a fish with wings that can fly. The fish was incredibly fast, disappearing into the sea in the blink of an eye, and the Y-type's attack missed once again. Lin Chen took out a dangerous creature detector, circled around, and quickly located the other party's position. In this direction, the bow is fully drawn, and the wristband scan is activated. Lin Chen kept a close eye on the direction of the fish, and as soon as it broke the surface of the water, he immediately shot an arrow. The moment the red figure burst out of the sea, Lin Chen, based on the fish's previous speed, made a prediction, bent his body, raised his arm, and shot an arrow. The arrow successfully struck the red fish above the ship, revealing its health bar. With an excellent arrow and an excellent bow, the arrow only took away 1/10 of the target's health. This fish wasn't very big by the standards of dangerous creatures. It was only slightly longer than Lin Chen's arm, and it had a pair of translucent, wing-like fins on either side of its body. Logically speaking, a creature's health points are linked to its size. For creatures of equal quality, the smaller the size, the lower the health points. This fish's health points are about the same as the previous deep cave spider. However, the deep hole water spider only looks big. Its 8 slender legs take up a large part of its body, and its actual body size may not be as big as this fish. The wristband skin shows. Flame-flying fish, superior quality, dangerous creature. A small fish that lives near underwater volcanoes, preferring warm environments and capable of withstanding extreme heat for short periods. Sometimes it appears in the surface ocean alongside lava eruptions. Its wing-like fins allow it to move quickly on the seabed and glide through the air. Warning, beware of fire. Excellence once again. Lin Chen's heart tightened, especially when he saw the last part. This flame-flying fish can breathe fire. The arrow that was shot fell to the ground. Lin Chen suddenly felt a chill spread throughout his body. The danger sensor has been activated again. In the sky, the flame-flying fish did not fall into the sea as before, but instead spread its wings, with blazing flames swirling around its body. Because the flame-flying fish remained above the rear half of the pirate ship, the Y-type plant did not pursue it. Lin Chen's eyes widened suddenly, and his first reaction was to rush towards the sea. The flame-flying fish opened its mouth wide and spewed out a mouthful of flames, heading straight for Lin Chen's position. Lin Chen had just started moving and hadn't reached his maximum speed when the flames grazed past him. He narrowly avoided the attack, but the intense heat caused a burning pain on the skin of his calves. The pain editor is activated immediately, completely blocking pain sensations on the skin's surface. Thump! Lin Chen dived underwater, replacing his bow and arrows with a spear. He planned to engage in close-quarters combat with the flame-flying fish underwater. But it seems that the flame-flying fish has a grudge against the Y-type plant. In its eyes, Lin Chen was just a piece of trash who had been beaten and fled in defeat. Only the big flower that was chasing and biting it was a threat. Another flame erupted, but this time it was aimed at the Y-type plant. The scenario of fire overcoming wood did not occur. The flames, reaching temperatures of several hundred degrees Celsius, fell upon the Y-type plant and extinguished themselves in less than 3 seconds. The implant secreted a viscous liquid that covered the burning area, and it quickly returned to normal. Meanwhile, the flames of the flowing flame-flying fish in the sky were gradually weakening. Lin Chen looked up and saw that the life points of the flowing flame-flying fish had started to drop automatically. The flames will also burn their own lives. The wings of the flame-flying fish can only glide, they cannot actually fly. It cannot remain in the sky and must eventually fall back into the ocean. After the flames subsided, the flame-flying fish retracted its wing-like fins and suddenly accelerated like a cannonball, rushing into the sea. Trying to run away. This fish still has more than half its health left, so why is it suddenly trying to escape? Could it have been scared away by the Y-type plant? Underwater, the speed of the flowing flame-flying fish increased even further, making it impossible for Lin Chen to catch up with its swimming speed. But just as Lin Chen was about to give up, Lu Yin Feiyu suddenly turned around. It turned a corner and suddenly rushed towards the other side of the pirate ship. On the other side was where Xiao Ying was located. The next second, a sharp, piercing scream rang out. Eek! Lin Chen quickly swam to the stern of the boat and saw Xiao Ying with an angry expression. The jade unicorn watermelon in her hand was missing more than half, and the remaining small half had been charred. Xiao Ying's face turned red with anger. She put down the watermelon, clasped her hands together in front of her chest, and the scales on the side of her neck stood up. Upon seeing this, Lin Chen immediately covered his ears. The sound spread rapidly, and Lin Chen suddenly felt a little dazed. Although he covered his ears, he couldn't block out all the sound. He constantly used the sound of water splashing in and out of the water to disrupt the audio that controlled his mind. Dozens of meters away, a red figure suddenly stopped moving after hearing the sound. It turned around and swam toward Xiao Ying's location with a dazed look in its eyes. Chapter 63: The Steam Engine Plan. The flowing flame-flying fish seemed to have lost its mind and was easily manipulated by Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying gently pinched the flowing flame-flying fish in her hand with her slender and delicate fingers. This dangerous creature of exceptional quality was captured like a toy. The singing stopped, and Xiao Ying, carrying the flowing flame-flying fish, came to Lin Chen. She pinched the fish's fin with one hand, pointed at it with the other, and angrily accused, "Ying, it stole my watermelon." The fiery flying fish struggled desperately, but to no avail, it couldn't break free. Little Ying's fingers seemed to possess a magical power, holding it firmly in place. It tried to summon flames again, but just as its body temperature began to rise, Xiao Ying pushed it into the seawater to cool it down. The flames that had just begun to rise were extinguished instantly, but the surface of the body remained at a high temperature, and white steam rose from the surrounding water. "It's burning hot." Xiao Ying kept switching hands, taking turns pinching the fins of the flowing flame-flying fish. Lin Chen quickly pulled out an excellent fishing net. "Stuff it in here." Little Ying was very obedient. She immediately threw the flaming flying fish into the water, then swam 2 meters away and put her 2 little hands, which were red from the scalding, into the cooler water to cool them down. Lin Chen put away the fishing net, looked at the struggling flowing flame-flying fish inside, and punched it. This punch is for Xiao Ying, as punishment for stealing her watermelon. Eek! Little Ying cheered from the sidelines. The flame-flying fish's health bar dropped slightly. It bit into the excellent fishing net, and the high temperature on its body caused the part of the net attached to it to loosen, and its durability dropped rapidly. Lin Chen immediately unleashed his berserk attack, unleashing a barrage of Wing Chun punches at the head of the flaming flying fish trapped in the fishing net. Fight! 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 Eek! Once the berserk mode was activated, Lin Chen's punching speed was astonishing, delivering 30 punches per second, making it almost impossible for the naked eye to catch a glimpse of his fists. Even Ip Man would probably want to become his disciple and seek his guidance if he met him. As the flaming flying fish's health bar rapidly decreased, Lin Chen finally stopped attacking when it was about to reach 0. because the fish in front of us had already been beaten until it was foaming at the mouth and turned belly up. Little Ling, I've already punished that bad fish for you. Wah, Little Ling said sadly, pointing to the small piece of the jade unicorn watermelon that was left. I'll give you another jade unicorn watermelon. Eek! Her sadness came quickly and went quickly. Lin Chen built a small fish tank and put the trapped flowing flame-flying fish into it along with the excellent fishing net. Then he put a layer of fine fishing net over the fish tank and submerged it below the sea surface. Xiaoying, you're in charge of looking after this naughty guy. If it wakes up and tries to escape, just beat it. As long as you don't kill it, beat it however you want. Eek! Xiaoying was clearly very happy to do this job. She even took out her fine long spear, which she never usually carried. According to the beast taming teaching experience sent by Su Yun, it takes time to tame a ferocious beast. Exceptional quality ferocious beasts are rare. If it weren't for the collapse of the island and the eruption of the underwater volcano that brought the flame-flying fish to the surface, Lin Chen might have had to wait until he discovered the next island to encounter an exceptional ferocious beast. Therefore, Lin Chen will not easily give up on this flame-flying fish. He decided to keep fighting this exceptionally high-quality flame-flying fish. Feed it when it wakes up, and keep attacking it until it takes the medicine. Back on the ship, Lin Chen didn't forget to feed the electric eels again. The number of electric eel fry in the aquarium was 10 fewer than yesterday, but there were no dead fish, only fish bones at the bottom of the aquarium. Didi, Zhang Qinwei. Boss, I suddenly had an idea. We can generate electricity using thermal energy instead of human power. Lin Chen, in more detail. Zhang Qinwei. It's a steam engine. At first, my thinking was limited by the motors of air conditioners and electric fans. I only thought about generating electricity, but I didn't realize that there was an even earlier power device. The most primitive steam engine, also known as a boiler, has a very simple structure. But it's not something you can just build on a whim. Lin Chen, how do you plan to solve the material problem of the steam engine? The inability to forge metal is a major challenge in building steam engines in this world. Wood can be cut into shapes with a knife, but metal cannot. Zhang Qinwei, I met a blacksmith named Lu Dajiang. He said that as long as he has a furnace, a hammer, and fire tongs, he can forge any shape of metal. The hammer and fire tongs are already ready, and Officer Li and Lu Dajiang are setting up the furnace. The only problem now is that the stove can't be built on the raft. It needs to be built on land. It's too dangerous on the island, so Officer Li has to be there to watch over Lu Dajiang while he works. Lin Chen, take it and use it. Excellent smelting furnace. Zhang Qinwei rubbed his eyes as he looked at the introduction to the excellent smelting furnace. Wow, the boss has everything. He looked at Li Jiangguo and Lu Dajiang, who were playing in the mud, and shouted, "Stop building your rudimentary blast furnace. I'll show you something big." The two men were covered in mud and looked filthy. When they heard Zhang Qinwei shout, they immediately turned to look at him. "Brother Zhang, what's wrong?" "Xiao Zhang, did Lin Chen send you something nice again?" Upon hearing how the two addressed him, Zhang Qinwei's face darkened. Who would have thought that at over 40 years old, when everyone in the company had to call him Brother Zhang, he would become the youngest member of this team? "Hey, stop dawdling and hurry up, get back on the raft," Zhang Qinwei urged. Such a large furnace obviously couldn't be placed on the ground first and then moved. It had to be placed directly on the raft. As the three returned to the raft, under the curious gazes of Li Jiangguo and Lu Dajiang, Zhang Qinwei, with an excited smile, pointed his finger, and a nearly 3-meter-tall smelting furnace appeared before them. The raft sank slightly the moment the furnace hit the ground. Fortunately, Zhang Qinwei quickly added another raft with stronger buoyancy around the area, which prevented it from sinking. Lu Dajiang leaned closer to examine it and said, "Wow, this kind of furnace is almost as advanced as modern technology. I used this kind in government offices and factories decades ago, but it was much bigger. Brother Zhang, where did you get this?" "Haha. Don't you even think about who I'm working for." "You mean Lin Chen? Wow, Mr. Lin is really capable. He can even get his hands on something like this." "Of course, my boss is the richest man in the whole district. I really envy you. If I could build those things you mentioned, could I join your company?" "No problem. Once the steam engine is built, I'll recommend you to the boss." "All right, then I'd better get to work." Lu Dajiang was eager to get started. After he joined Li Jiangguo's team, the first thing he noticed was the air conditioner on Zhang Qinwei's raft. It was a treasure, an essential gadget for sunny days. It said that Lin Chen gave those to Zhang Qinwei to encourage him to work harder. This made Lu Dajiang extremely envious. Lu Dajiang is a veteran worker in a smelting plant who has worked for decades. He has experienced the earliest blast furnace iron making and the later factory operations, and is very familiar with the process of operating the smelting furnace. Brother Zhang, just tell me what kind of metal you need. I can make it for you. You're an engineer, and I'm a frontline worker. If we work together, we'll be invincible. All right, let's get started. The two got together and started plotting. Lu Dazhang suddenly asked, by the way, how many iron blocks do you have? Let me ask the boss. Before Zhang Qinwei could even ask, Lin Chen's transaction request had already been sent. Lin Chen, tell me which metals you are lacking. Iron, copper, zinc, or aluminum. Boss. Chapter 64 Moonpool Cabin. On the third day of the scorching sun, most of the survivors adrift at sea discovered the island. On some islands, dozens of people gathered nearby and went to the island as a group. With more people, island exploration turns into a team-building activity, and even a decent-level ferocious beast can't withstand a group of people attacking it. Many people gradually walk to the ocean shop and spend ocean coins. In the public chat, even businesses offering to buy things for others from the ocean store have appeared. Some clever people began to build defensive fortifications and long-range offensive facilities outside the danger zone, such as chevaude frise, catapults, and oil arrows. If you want to challenge an exceptional ferocious beast, be prepared for death. The deep cave water spider's strength and agility were so great that even Lin Chen, who had been enhanced by cybernetic implants, dared not fight it barehanded. The high temperature and flames of the blazing flying fish are equally deadly weapons. And its amazing speed. If it hadn't angered Xiaoying, Lin Chen definitely wouldn't have been able to keep it. Oh right, I forgot to close the pain editor. Because he felt no pain, Lin Chen almost forgot about the burns on his legs. He first wrapped the burn with bandages, but the bandages didn't seem to be able to treat the injury. Lin Chen had no choice but to buy specialized burn medication from the market. Then he saw in the public chat. Breaking news. Brother Lin bought burn medicine from me. Brother Lin is injured. Is this what it feels like to be famous? Lin Chen felt like his life was full of spectators. Lin Chen closed the public channel, and then the beep-beep sound of private messages came through. Su Yun, are you injured? Is it serious? Lin Chen, it's a minor injury, nothing serious. Su Yun, you didn't go to explore the underwater volcano over there, did you? That's too dangerous. Lin Chen, no, not at all. I saw your beast taming record and decided to try it myself, so I caught a fish to test it out. Entry, flowing flame flying fish. Su Yun clicked on the introduction of the flowing flame flying fish out of curiosity. Then she froze. Another exceptional level ferocious beast. Last time, Lin Chen destroyed the entire ship trying to deal with a deep hollow water spider. Unexpectedly, only 2 days later, he encountered another exceptional level dangerous creature. Su Yun didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky. Lin Chen, I'm planning to try your method and knock it out with my fist. Now I'm waiting for it to wake up. What are your plans for today? What are you going to do with those 8 people? Su Yun, I'm packing my gear now, getting ready to take them out. I just looked through the binoculars, and these people are taking turns monitoring my boat. They have very few supplies and poor equipment on their raft. They definitely won't survive if they don't continue gathering supplies. There's an island just 10 kilometers ahead. Instead of exploring it, they're staying put to monitor me. I feel their intentions are quite clear. They don't want to explore it themselves. They want to seize my ship. Lin Chen saw the change in Su Yun's attitude towards strangers and expressed his approval. In this world, the law of the jungle is the supreme principle. You must be ruthless. Nip any danger in the bud. Lin Chen gave the rattan armor to Su Yun so that she would have sufficient protection when facing enemies. Didi, Zhang Qinwei, boss, are you injured? Are you all right? Lin Chen was pleased to see that his employees were now more considerate of their superiors. Lin Chen, it's okay. You guys focus on your work, I'll be fine. Zhang Qinwei, received. Lin Chen went up to the deck to inspect the area. The roots of the Y-type plant were intertwined inside the hull, with vines rising high above them, bearing clusters of split flowers. It looks terrifying. Holding a monocular telescope, Lin Chen looked around at the sea and quickly spotted a small raft. The man on the raft also spotted the large pirate ship, but he didn't dare approach, seemingly frightened by the Y-type plant. Soon, Lin Chen discovered that his pirate ship photo had appeared in the public chat. Family members, please help. What should I do if I encounter this thing at sea? Image. What's the point of taking pictures from so far away? Get closer. You're at least 5 or 6 kilometers away from that ship. How can anyone see it clearly? Judging by its appearance, this is a large sailboat, but the sails are folded up. I don't know what that thing at the bow is, but it looks a bit strange. The thing in front looks a bit like some kind of flowering vine. But this plant is way too big. I suggest you go upstairs and take some closer pictures. If you see these strange things in this world, I suggest you stay away. or you won't even know how you died. Fortune favors the bold, brother upstairs. Your chance to get rich overnight is right in front of you. Do you need to invest? I can lend you a good knife. Brother, safety first. Dangerous creatures include not only animals, but also plants. I've encountered dangerous plants in the forest before, such as the thorny willow. These plants can attack humans and are poisonous. Brother, you have to be very careful. I feel that the vine in your photo might be some kind of dangerous plant, and it's definitely not low level. I suddenly remembered a horror movie about mutated creatures being taken aboard a cargo ship. Thinking about it, this ship is terrifying. Holding a monocular telescope, Lin Chen could clearly see the movements of the person on the raft. The man was sitting on the raft, waving his fingers in front of him. It was clear he was operating the wristband projection. Since the bracelet's projection is only visible to the wearer, it appears somewhat eerie from Lin Chen's perspective. Perhaps the alien plant's appearance was too intimidating, because the people on the raft ultimately did not approach it, but instead paddled in the opposite direction. It's best not to come. Lin Chen doesn't want her home to be exposed to the public eye. What if he goes out and isn't home in the future, and all these supplies in the house get stolen? Lin Chen needs a good storage location for supplies. Ideally, it should be a completely enclosed space where no one but yourself can enter. He picked up the exceptional construction hammer and found a special category of ships among a pile of finished vessels. Submarine. Turtle. High quality, single-person submersible. Inspired by a turtle, it is cylindrical in shape. While the interior is compact, it is fully equipped, making it a helpful tool for exploring the ocean depths. Propelled by a pilot pedaling, it only requires 3 meals to cover 100 kilometers. There is no internal oxygen supply. Users must bring their own oxygen equipment. Maximum diving depth, 300 meters. U-boat, excellent quality. The streamlined hull and sharp bow reduce water resistance, allowing for faster movement on the seabed. The interior is more spacious, allowing for a flat-lying position. Requires electricity. Maximum diving depth, 500 meters. Lin Chen completely ignored the slow, laborious, and ugly primitive submarine, the turtle. Although the U-shaped submarine had a larger interior space, it needed to house a power supply device, and the U-shaped submarine had too narrow a field of vision, with only one viewing window. None of them are really suitable. Lin Chen exited the submarine category and suddenly saw a building of exceptional quality. Lunar pool chamber, superior quality, airtight design. 6M x 6M x 4M, underwater glass chamber, capable of extracting oxygen from the water to supply oxygen to the lunar pool chamber. Requires electricity. Production requirements. 150 high-strength glass, excellent or above quality. 300 iron blocks. Chapter 65 Sky Shooter Su Yun. Lin Chen suddenly had an idea, to hang the moon pool cabin at the bottom of the ship and move with it. From now on, all valuable items will be placed in the lunar pool cabin. Once the cabin door is closed, no one but myself can enter. Furthermore, as an excellent class building, the moon pool pod has higher durability than the pirate ship before it was modified by the Y-type plant, making it resistant to attacks. Lin Chen could also build an outer layer of iron to enhance defense while protecting his privacy. With Little Ling watching from the seabed, there's no need to worry about the moon pool below being stolen while you're sailing the boat. Perfect. Lin Chen immediately began implementation. He went to the production station and began to buy large quantities of sand from the market while simultaneously producing high-strength glass in large quantities. After finally having enough high-strength glass reserves, Lin Chen picked up a construction hammer, went to the seabed, and laid out an excellent fishing net below, threading it with several ropes and tying it to the pirate ship. Put up. With a gentle tap of the superb construction hammer, a large 664 glass dome appeared on the seabed and was caught by the superb fishing net. The ship shuddered and sank slightly. At this point, the deck was only about 9 meters above the sea surface, having sunk a full meter deep. Moon pool capsule, insufficient power. Lin Chen returned to the ship and carried the tank containing the electric eel to the seabed. Fortunately, his body had been enhanced by the Berserk Type 3, otherwise Lin Chen might not have been able to carry such a large fish tank. He stuffed an electric eel into the hatch, and the hatch lights came on. Identity verification successful, the hatch opens. The hatch opened, but the seawater did not rush in immediately. Instead, it was blocked outside the hatch. Please enter the moon pool chamber within 60 seconds to avoid seawater entering. Lin Chen stepped into the cabin, and the door closed instantly. To avoid the awkward situation of being locked inside the cabin due to a power outage, Lin Chen immediately lowered the tank containing the electric eel and connected the internal power cord to the tank. With the power supply from a group of electric eels, The power supply to the moon pool chamber was temporarily stabilized, and the oxygen device began to operate. Oxygen is being supplied to the lunar pool compartment. Current oxygen level inside the compartment, 21.0. Lin Chen walked around the moon pool cabin and was very satisfied with this underwater enclosed chamber. He went back to the deck and brought over the remaining electric eel fry. Although the small fish fry generate less electricity, their numbers are large, so Lin Chen added them to the power supply system to alleviate some of the pressure on the larger fish. However, as all the electric eels moved into the moon pool chamber, the oxygen content inside the chamber stopped increasing. The oxygen supply efficiency is a bit low. Lin Chen carried some more boxes into the moon pool pod, and finally left the pod, closing the pod door behind him. The oxygen content in the moon pond continued to rise until it stopped at 23.2. Xiaoying, this place is now under your management. You'll be the security guard here. See that electric eel inside? That's your salary. During your time as security guard, you'll get an extra excellent fish every day. Eek! As long as there's food, Xiaoying is happy to do anything. Lin Chen built an iron railing around the moon pool cabin, then swam back to the surface. Didi, Su Yun, my gear is ready. Image. In the picture, ropes and wooden planks are pieced together below the claws of the sky-catching bird to create a chair that looks like a roller coaster seat. Su Yun, Sky Shooter Su Yun, prepare to attack. Image. In the second picture, Su Yun is sitting in a chair, holding a longbow, with an eager expression on her face. Su Yun's craftsmanship is much better than Lin Chen's. She can always come up with some strange, but useful things. Lin Chen, waiting for your good news. Pirates on a ship bearing the Su flag. Su Yun checked the safety of the seat, then took out a good fish from her bosom and fed it to the sky-catching bird. Little White, let's go. The sky-catching bird swallowed the good fish whole, let out a joyful cry, and then flapped its wings and rose into the air. The loud whistling sound traveled across the sea and reached the group of rafts 3 kilometers away. The group, who were resting on the raft and preparing for their nighttime operation, all turned to look at the large ship upon hearing the call. What's wrong? What happened? That sounds like birdsong. Could it be another attack by a ferocious bird? The sound seems to be coming from the direction of the ship. Even if there are ferocious birds, they will definitely attack the woman first. It's good to make her sweat. If we can injure her, that would be even better. If we sleep here, won't she see us? She can't see anything from that far away. Hey, look out, how's that going? Everything is normal. Sigh, if you ask me, we should just get closer. What can we see from this far away? You don't understand. If we get close, that woman will immediately set sail and run away. Did you guys see the chat? Someone took a picture of a big ship, and its shape looks a lot like the one we saw. But there seems to be a dangerous plant on the ship in his picture. What's there to be afraid of about a plant? I really don't understand him. He could have just cut the vines off after getting on the boat. I guess that's how this woman got her boat. The boat was originally floating at sea, but this woman beat her to it and took over the boat. TCH. That guy in the public chat is such a coward. He just ran away, wasting all the good luck God gave him. Some people are given opportunities by God, but they can't seize them. They're useless. If we had such good opportunities, we would have become rich and famous long ago. Even Lin Chen can't compare to us. Exactly. If it weren't for my bad luck a few days ago, I would at least have a fishing boat by now. Don't be discouraged, everyone. As long as we get through tonight and take that ship, we'll be the richest people in the whole district. After being awakened by the shouts, everyone looked at the pirate ship with undisguised greed in their eyes. All right, stop gathering here. Everyone, continue to rest. It's time for the sentry to change shifts. I'll take over. This scorching sun is too intense. It's so hot. I can't sleep at all. Friend, just bear with it. A ship of this size will definitely have decks, so we can sleep inside the ship and never have to sunbathe again. Hey, what's that? It looks like something's flying up from the ship. Everyone quickly stood up, gathered together, and looked in the direction of the large ship. Above the large ship, a black dot rose into the air, approaching the raft. Damn, that woman couldn't have been killed by that ferocious bird so quickly, could she? Forget about that woman. This bird is definitely coming for us. Grab your weapons. The crowd was in chaos. Some took out wooden spears, others took out slingshots, but only the man with the hooked nose had an ordinary quality bow. He glanced at the other people's weapons, a flash of disdain crossing his eyes. There's only one, and with so many of us, it'll be easy to deal with. The 8 men huddled together, picked up their weapons, and stood ready for battle. But when the figure in the sky became clear, everyone was stunned. It was a large white bird. Below the large bird hung a beautiful woman holding a longbow. Chapter 66 Messenger. How can ferocious beasts cooperate with humans? The scene before them was clearly beyond the scope of everyone's understanding. But they didn't need to know why. Su Yun's arrows would dispel their doubts. High in the sky, Su Yun drew her bow and nocked an arrow. The metal arrowheads gleamed with a chilling, sinister light under the sun. Hit her. Knock her down. The hook-nosed man shouted, drew his bow, and aimed at the sky. But the large bird was standing in the direction of the sun, and the blinding sunlight made it impossible for him to open his eyes. With his hooked nose narrowed his eyes, he instinctively shot out a wooden arrow. But his ordinary bow couldn't reach the height of the large bird at all. This huge bird was at least 100 meters above the sea. Some people were drawing bows and shooting arrows, some were playing with slingshots and throwing stones, and some were throwing wooden spears. But these attacks could only fall from the air, unable to even touch Su Yun's feet. Su Yun aimed at the restless crowd below, her field of vision seemingly magnified twice by a magnifying glass. After killing dozens of dangerous creatures, Su Yun's archery skills had improved to the 3rd level. At this moment, she was in a high position, able to attack from above, with everyone below within her firing range. As the arrow left the bowstring vibrated and emitted a buzzing sound. The arrow pierced the air, tearing through the air, and went straight through the head of a person below. The arrow pierced through the biwei acupoint and then exited through the mouth. The horrifying scene immediately frightened everyone into forgetting their attack. Of course, their attacks were futile. These rudimentary weapons had a range of less than 100 meters. Su Yun dealt with one of the men and drew her bow again. This time, the people below did not continue their attack. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and there was no hope of victory. Flutter. As the first person knelt down, the rest of the group followed suit, begging for mercy. The cries echoed through the sky. Su Yun hesitated for a moment before holding the arrow in her hand. But she remembered Lin Chen's warning. We must nip any potential dangers in the bud. To cut the grass, you must remove the roots. Call out. The second arrow was fired. The superior arrow was incredibly powerful, piercing directly through a man's neck. Then came the 3rd arrow and the 4th arrow. This wasn't Su Yun's first time killing someone, so she wasn't as nervous as she was the first time. Or perhaps, they've become numb to it. Arrows were fired again and again, and the high level of skill brought about a high degree of accuracy, making it impossible for the people below to escape. Some people jumped into the sea in an attempt to escape the arrows. But this can only provide temporary relief. Little White, follow along. Clearly, Xiaobai doesn't have that high an IQ. Its understanding of words is currently limited to knowing that its name is Xiaobai. When its owner calls Xiaobai, it needs to rush over immediately, otherwise it will not get any fish to eat. Seeing the sky-catching bird staring blankly overhead, Su Yun had no choice but to point in a direction and control Little White to fly in that direction. Sigh, Lin Chen's mermaid is still the best. She's smart and can bring Lin Chen a lot of powerful props. And she's so beautiful. Su Yun saved that selfie of Lin Chen and Xiao Ying and often looked at it. Not only do boys like to look at beautiful women, girls do too. Some studies have reported that looking at beautiful women for 3 minutes a day can lead to a longer life. However, there are currently no research reports suggesting that looking at handsome men can lead to a longer life. So, regardless of gender, if you want to live a long life, you need to look at beautiful women. Whoosh! Finally, someone below couldn't hold their breath any longer and emerged from the water. At the same time, an arrow pierced the air. It appears instantly. Only one person remained. Su Yun scanned the sea and spotted the target, then began tracking it. Perhaps knowing he had no hope of escape, the man in the sea stretched out his arm, raising a piece of white cloth high above the surface. Surrender? I do not accept it. Su Yun's arrow was already knocked on the bow. One arrow was all it took to kill him. With that, the lives of all 8 people came to an end. Little White land. Su Yun reached out and patted Xiaobai's belly. Seeing no reaction, she plucked a tuft of fur. Xiaobai seemed to understand and slowly descended. That stupid bird. Su Yun decided to train it properly when she got back, at least to teach it some simple commands. Once on the raft, Su Yun kicked all the corpses onto the raft into the sea. These people had only 2 boxes on their raft, with a pile of scattered planks, palm leaves, and plastic outside. They were extremely poor. Their poverty was obvious at a glance. In order to obtain supplies, they even sold their crafting station, and 8 people shared one crafting station. Su Yun approached and examined the diagrams on the workbench. Su Yun had assumed that the production team only had the most basic graphic designs, but she discovered something very interesting. A typical megaphone. It can reach a length of up to 50 meters and consists of a string and 2 paper cups. It can transmit sound without being blocked by walls. The sound at one end can be transmitted to the other paper cup through the megaphone. If this thing is only of average quality, it is undoubtedly the worst of the worst. But Lin Chen always manages to produce higher quality items. I wonder if this one will be able to. Thinking of this, Su Yun immediately sent over the production table. Su Yun, I got my hands on a very interesting graphic megaphone. Lin Chen was playing with Xiaoying when he suddenly received a message from Su Yun. He immediately stood up and returned to the deck. Isn't this megaphone the precursor to the telephone? The system's chat function can only send text and pictures. If a telephone could be created, real-time conversations could be achieved, and perhaps even video chat functionality could be added. Lin Chen immediately began production. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality increased by 1. Obtained. Box phone. Box-type telephone, high quality. 500 meters long, consisting of a handset, microphone, battery, and wire, using electric current to transmit sound signals. Description: we are connected. There is hope. Just adding one more element resulted in the precursor to the telephone. Wait, isn't that just an electrical wire? Looking at the long cable trailing behind the box phone, Lin Chen suddenly became excited. Before this, he could only get a small amount of wire through electric fans and air conditioners, but now he can get 500 meters of cable at once. Lin Chen quickly sent the box phone to Zhang Qinwei, asking if the wire could be used for power. Zhang Qinwei was busy cutting and connecting wires when he suddenly received a message from Lin Chen and immediately opened it to check. As an engineer, he was just as excited as Lin Chen when he saw the 500-meter-long power line. Zhang Qinwei, sure, absolutely. I just need to modify this wire a little, and it can be used as a normal wire. With power lines, there's no longer any need to worry about the distance between electrical equipment and power supply facilities. Su Yun is truly my savior. My lucky girl. Lin Chen immediately resumed production. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality increased by 1. Lin Chen handed all the box phones to Zhang Qinwei. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +2. Awarded, excellent for walkie-talkies. Walkie-talkie, excellent quality. After tuning to the same channel, it can communicate remotely with other walkie-talkies on the same channel. The maximum signal distance is 3 kilometers. Walkie-talkies will be an important communication tool within the team in the future, and they have great commercial value for Lin Chen. From wired to wireless. There's hope. If we can trigger the +3 bonus even once, there's hope of building a telephone. The probability of getting a +3 is extremely low. It's something you can only hope to encounter. Let's take a gamble. Chapter 67 Mobile Phones. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality increased by 1. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality increased by 1. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +2. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +3. Awarded, mobile phone excellence. On the 79th lucky draw, Lin Chen finally triggered the +3. Mobile phone, superior quality. Enables instant conversations regardless of distance. It's done. The first telephone in the world of ocean survival has been made. As an instant messaging device, this thing was produced in pairs. Lin Chen picked one up. Isn't this just like a mobile phone? Early mobile phones were about the size of a shoehorn. Lin Chen found a string of numbers on the back of another mobile phone, and then found another string of different numbers on the back of another mobile phone. This should be the phone number. Lin Chen tried to dial the number. The moment I pressed the call button, another mobile phone rang. There is no delay, faster than modern mobile phone communication on Earth. Nice one. Lin Chen sent one of the mobile phones to Su Yun and then dialed the number. Hello. Hello. Su Yun's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Sound and text are completely different. The emotional expression in the voice is more obvious and more intense. Lin Chen was thrilled to hear the clear and pleasant voice coming from the phone. This was the first time he had heard a human voice since he came into this world. Having not spoken to anyone for several days, Lin Chen was at a loss for words. The next moment, there was a beep sound, and the mobile phone considerately cut off the communication for him. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. He looked down at the mobile phone in his hand, only to find the screen was black. Press and hold to power on. A prompt will appear indicating that the device needs to be charged. Damn it, couldn't you have fully charged it before it left the factory? Lin Chen connected the charging cable to the generator. Worried that the current would be too high and explode the phone, he slowly pedaled the pedal until he saw the charging light come on, and then gradually maintained his speed. This thing is a treasure. Lin Chen spent a long time getting it, and he didn't want to break it. A short while later. Didi. Su Yun, is there no power on your end? Lin Chen, Su-yun, my phone also ran out of battery just now, but it charges pretty quickly. I plugged it into the Thunder Electric Eel, and it charged 1 bar in 2 minutes. Lin Chen, aren't you afraid the current will be too high and it will explode? Su-yun, oh, I forgot. Su-yun, but it seems fine to me. I just tried it, and it works. Lin Chen, how many electric eels did you use? Su-yun, I just threw the charging cables into the fish tank. Lin Chen, okay, I'll go charge my electric eel too. After wrapping the mobile phone in waterproof material, Lin Chen jumped into the sea, crawled into the moon pool capsule, and built a small fish tank specifically for charging the phone. While waiting for the phone to charge, Lin Chen scrolled through the chat for a while. Lin Chen discovered that everyone was actually discussing the issue of beast taming. He refreshed the message list, checked the history, and finally found the source of the problem. There were 2 pictures. One was of Su-yun's pirate ship with the Su character flag, and the other was of Su-yun, a sky archer holding a longbow. The original message read, Picture. This woman is chasing us. She's with the ferocious beast. She also has a large ship with a Soviet flag on it. Everyone, block her immediately. Don't hesitate to kill her if you encounter her. The message was short and the text was very simple, showing that the person who edited it was in a hurry and didn't have much time. His name has turned gray. Is this a last-ditch effort before death? It feels so powerless. Lin Chen naturally knew the source of this message. However, this person's verbal attacks are too weak. Most of the people below were discussing how to tame the ferocious beast, and there was very little condemnation of Su-yun. As for blocking someone, how can you block someone when you don't even know their name? Although this matter didn't have a huge impact, as a friend, Lin Chen naturally had to defend Su-yun. Lin Chen, the person in the picture is my friend. The person who posted this picture is a robbery gang of 8 people. They wanted to rob her ship, but they were not strong enough and were killed instead. Once this news came out, the matter was definitively settled. Lin Chen said that whichever side is the villain, then that side must be full of bad guys. As the most supreme prop supplier in the entire district, the right to interpret justice rests in Lin Chen's hands. He fought 8 opponents and got killed, and the opponent was a woman. She even bit him while she was dying. These guys are really useless, both bad and wicked. I knew it. How could such a beautiful woman be a bad person? Those guys are despicable. They even tried to frame someone when they were about to die. Lin Ji's friend, that's my sister. My sister is amazing. She can take on 8 people and still turn the tables. The people upstairs have no manners at all. What kind of sister is this? They should call her sister-in-law. Does anyone else think that the sister-in-law's boat looks a lot like the big boat with vines that the guy took a picture of before? But the guy took the picture from too far away, so it's a bit blurry. I feel the same way. But that ship looked really weird. Even if the exterior of the ship is the same as my sister-in-law's, the interior might not be the same. At least my sister-in-law's ship didn't have such big vines. Sister-in-law, could you teach us how to tame animals? I recognize this bird. It's a sky-catching bird. I've encountered it before. It's a ferocious beast of excellent character. Sister-in-law, you can tame even the most docile and ferocious beasts. Could you please provide a beast taming tutorial? Brother Lin Chen, could you share some animal taming experience? Lin Chen was quite satisfied with the sensible comments from the netizens. Beep, 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 beep. The mobile phone rang, and Lin Chen answered it. A clear, pleasant voice came from the phone. Thank you. It's nothing, Lin Chen said. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone. Su-yun hesitated for 2 seconds and said, They're calling me sister-in-law, without asking. Aren't you going to do anything about this? I can't control that. It's the 21st century, freedom of speech is paramount, and I can't restrict other people's speech. But don't worry, I definitely won't call you sister-in-law. Su-yun blushed. If you don't care, then I won't care either. You caused this, so you have to take responsibility. No problem, I'll take responsibility. I'll take full responsibility. Snort. Su-yun gave a light hum, her tone slightly upturned. Lin Chen, everyone's been asking about animal training. Are you planning to release a tutorial? I'm completely clueless myself, so I can't create a tutorial, but I can share my experience. If everyone can tame ferocious beasts, it will help them survive in the future. Lin Chen sees himself as a businessman, and he doesn't want too many people to die. Sustainable development is the only way forward. Due to the sharp decrease in the number of people, Lin Chen's product sales have declined significantly. Seeing that Su-yun had agreed, he immediately went to the public chat. Lin Chen, as for the question of how to tame animals that everyone is concerned about, there is no clear method yet. I myself am still trying, and I have not succeeded yet. The only known successful case is Su-yun, so I invited her to share her experience with everyone. Please welcome her. Chapter 68, Su-yun's Fame. Lineup. Welcome, sister-in-law, to the lecture. Welcome to the lecture, sister-in-law. Welcome to the lecture, sister-in-law. Welcome to the lecture, sister-in-law. Is this how you all use your speaking opportunities? Those upstairs are really going down, disrupting the formation. We're just actively responding to Brother Lin's call. Welcome, sister-in-law, to the lecture. Welcome to the lecture, sister-in-law. Su-Yun was on the phone when she saw a barrage of messages flooding the chat screen, and her cheeks flushed even more. This is too grand. It's like a leader giving a speech. Looking at the screen full of messages, Lin Chen said, "I'll have to get used to it." This time, he not only welcomed Su-Yun to share her animal training experience, but also established his authority. Currently, the survivors are meeting one after another, forming small groups. A leader will inevitably emerge in a team. Some teams, relying on their large numbers, became increasingly ambitious and began to attempt to conquer lords, while simultaneously absorbing other smaller teams to expand their power and form larger groups. Power leads to expansion, and at the same time, it also breeds a desire for greater power. This led to a situation where multiple forces vied for supremacy. This is something Lin Chen doesn't want to see. Lin Chen hoped to use this opportunity to warn the leaders of the various factions, letting them know who the spiritual leader of the entire region was. At the same time, Lin Chen also plans to support a force of his own. While Su-Yun was editing her text, preparing to recount her animal training experience, Lin Chen contacted Li Jianguo. Through his previous conversation with Zhang Qinwei, Lin Chen had a good first impression of this veteran police officer who had once been named one of the top 10 people who moved Jiangxi province. It's time to take things further. Lin Chen, Officer Li, my employee is following you and causing you trouble. Li Jianguo was staring at the chat interface, preparing to carefully study Su-Yun's animal taming experience. He was quite surprised to receive a message from Lin Chen. Li Jianguo, it's all right. Xiao Zhang is a very good-tempered person. I've also received a lot of help from Xiao Zhang these past few days. Thanks to Boss Lin for the air conditioning. This awful weather is unbearable without it. Huh. Lin Chen exchanged a few pleasantries before getting straight to the point. How's your organization coming along? He replied, the organization now has 5 members. Today we encountered a group of drug dealers we had previously blocked, and a conflict ensued. Fortunately, we have a weapon advantage and bandages provided by Zhang Qinwei, so there were no casualties. Lin Chen, the expenses required for organizational growth must be considerable, and Zhang Qinwei's salary alone probably won't be enough. Officer Li, do you need any sponsorship? Li Jianguo, who had lived for nearly 60 years, was a shrewd man and naturally knew the purpose of Lin Chen's contact with him long ago. Li Jianguo replied, Mr. Lin, as I said before, I want to invite you to become a leader, not a sponsor. Lin Chen, I will not join any organization, nor will I become a leader. Factionalism has become the prevailing trend, and I don't want to see large-scale casualties in our district due to factional conflicts. I hope for a leading organization capable of suppressing and coordinating all factions in the district, leading the people towards a peaceful and orderly world. To become a leader, one must take on responsibility. Leaders need to protect members within the organization, plan the allocation of resources within the organization, ensure the living needs of members, and sometimes mediate internal conflicts within the organization. These are just the most basic responsibilities of a leader. However, if he were a sponsor outside the organization, Lin Chen wouldn't need to consider these things, but correspondingly, he would lose the organization's power. But power is something that is built upon strength. Strength includes both financial resources and military power. In terms of wealth, Lin Chen's fortune is comparable to the total wealth of the entire district. In terms of combat prowess, Lin Chen, after being implanted with a prosthetic body, can easily take on 100 opponents single-handedly. Therefore, Lin Chen doesn't care about power. Officer Li, you could do all of that by yourself. With your current prestige, no organization would dare to oppose you. Lin Chen, I have limited energy. I can suppress, but I can't manage overall operations. Lin Chen, Officer Li, do you need any sponsorship? No one could refuse Lin Chen's offer. Li Jianguo was no exception. Li Jianguo asked, are you at ease with Zhang Qinwei following me? Lin Chen, a company is a company, and an organization is an organization. According to the labor law, Zhang Qinwei only needs to work 8 hours for me. The rest of the time is his free time. It is his freedom to join which social organizations he wants. I have no say in that. Li Jianguo, haha, there aren't many conscientious entrepreneurs like Mr. Lin in this society. It's my honor that Mr. Lin is willing to sponsor me. Then I'll thank Mr. Lin in advance for his sponsorship and support. Lin Chen, what's the name of your organization? Li Jianguo, I haven't thought about it yet. Let's just call it Tongminghui for now. Lin Chen, a good name. This is the first wave of sponsorship. I hope Officer Li will continue his efforts and not let me down. Lin Chen, application for targeted transaction. 3-section sailboat, excellent 1. Excellent building hammer, excellent 1. Good bow, good 10. Good bow and arrows, good 300. Good spear, good 10. Superior water purifier, excellent 1. Walkie-talkie, good 10. None. The 3-section sailing ship is a finished vessel of the same class as the pirate ship. It is very expensive to build, but there are no rooms on the ship. It only has 2 large decks, which are very spacious. Major bleeding. After sending out a finished ship in one go, Lin Chen instantly felt that his inventory of supplies had decreased significantly. The market will have to be reopened after a while. In the public chat, Su Yun finally finished editing the text and sent out her experience-sharing message. Su Yun, as mentioned before, so I'll omit 200 words here. The audience engaged in a very lively discussion about this experience sharing. When I saw the first message my sister-in-law sent, I knew that animal taming had nothing to do with me. How could I possibly catch a live, ferocious beast right off the bat? The comment upstairs is a bit funny. The first step in taming a beast is definitely to capture a live, ferocious animal. Otherwise, what are you taming? I originally thought there would be some kind of pet ball or something that could catch the ferocious beast with just a tiny flick. Do you think you're playing Pokemon or Mythical Pokemon Palette? My sister-in-law's fighting ability is amazing. She beat the ferocious beast unconscious. Can an ordinary person do that? I thought Brother Lin was already at the peak of his combat power, but I didn't expect sister-in-law to be just as good. She might even be better. Not only is her face beautiful and her figure great, but she's also incredibly good at fighting. Could she be from Sichuan or Chongqing? Let's have a moment of silence for Brother Lin. Brother Lin is definitely more powerful. Brother Lin, you must restore my manly spirit. Brothers, I've already tested the image. The beast is trapped. Get ready to beat it up. Hey bro, what's the point of catching a coyote? It's useless in land battles, and even more useless in naval battles. Even if you don't want a high-quality one, you could at least get a regular ferocious beast. Do you think everyone is like Brother Lin and Sister Sue? I'm also planning to catch a coyote and train it into a big dog. Maybe it can even help me scout the way. Fellow countrymen, the Thunder Squad has assembled and is about to begin hunting the Lord Beast. As the Thunder Squad's battlefield reporter, I will be broadcasting the progress of the raid in the public chat. Finally, someone has started to make a move against the Lord. I look forward to seeing how it goes. Your squad has so many people, and you even have chevaux de frise and catapults. You're so well prepared. Someone upstairs is wrong. Brother Lin already took the first kill on the Lord the day before yesterday. Brother Lin had already made his move on the Lord, and he succeeded. Brother Lin is a Superman. We can't look at him from the perspective of ordinary humans. If the Thunder Squad can kill the Lord, then they will have set a precedent for us ordinary people to kill a Lord. Lin Chen lurked in the public chat, silently observing the chat activity. Some forces have begun to plot against the Lords. Using the strategy of conquering Lords as a gimmick is indeed a good publicity plan, but the premise is that you have to win. Chapter 69 Giant Claw Crab General. On a small, unnamed island in the vast ocean, a team of 38 people stood in a circle. Shally, are you ready? Ready to go. We'll definitely make the captain look really cool. After instructing the war correspondents on their duties, a burly man, carrying a fine rifle, walked to the center of the group and announced loudly, "Gentlemen, we are about to face a ferocious beast of exceptional quality. The beast is very strong, but we are also well prepared. We have 5 good shield bearers as the front line, 19 archers as the rear guard, 10 melee fighters to provide support, and 3 catapults to attack. In addition, we have ample fortifications. We can attack or defend as needed. Even an exceptional level ferocious beast could not possibly be our match. If we defeat this extraordinary beast, our Thunder Squad will be the #1 team in the entire region. Our names will be known throughout the region. This time, we must win." The crowd was excited. Everyone present had been preparing for this moment for almost a day. Slay the ferocious beast Lord and claim the island's secret treasures. Make a name for yourself. Today, we must take it. The crowd shouted. After selection, the fastest, lean man was chosen to venture into the high-risk area and draw the Lord's hatred. The leader looked at the thin man, patted him solemnly on the shoulder, and said, "Keep it up. When you come back, you'll be the vice-captain of the Thunder Squad." The skinny man was extremely confident in his speed. On Earth, he was the fastest runner in the whole village. Every time the village tried to catch a flower thief, he would escape. No one had ever caught him or even seen his face. Even the village dogs couldn't catch him. This time, the captain specially bought medicine from the market to increase agility, which boosted the man's confidence even more. Yes, Captain. Mission accomplished. The thin man shouted excitedly. He discarded the extra weight, grasped a longbow of ordinary quality, and stepped into the high-risk area. The teammates waited anxiously around them, but the Lord did not appear. The Lord beast usually stays in its habitat, so you need to at least make it see you. The thin man understood and continued to delve deeper. Soon, he saw a large pool behind a grove of trees. The Lord beast must be inside. The thin man hid behind a tree, took out an arrow, drew his bow, and aimed. The surface of the pool was completely still. The thin man decided to test the waters. He aimed at the middle of the river and shot an arrow. The arrow sank into the water, splashing up a small clump of water. The man stood behind the tree, quietly waiting for any movement in the water. 1 second, 2 seconds. Bubbles suddenly began to rise from the pool. They're here. The gaunt man drew his bow again, determined to shoot the underwater creature the moment it surfaced. I will claim the Lord's first blood. He gripped the arrows, fletching tightly. The bubbles in the pool grew more and more violent, and the man's heart began to race. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared on the water's surface. Little Lord, take this arrow. The gaunt man released his grip on the arrow's fletching, and the arrow shot out, flying in an arc through the air before landing above the dark shadow on the water's surface. But the expected health bar did not appear. The man was stunned for a moment. The next moment, the dark figure burst out of the water and leaped high into the air, its enormous form almost blocking out the sunlight. The thin man was stunned by the scene, but quickly recovered. The huge creature in front of us is the Lord Beast. He turned and ran, without even having time to check the scan. According to the Advanced Survival Guide, even the worst Lord-level ferocious beasts are of excellent quality. When facing monsters of this level, there can be no hesitation. The gaunt man ran very fast. He burst out of the dense forest, shouting, "They're here! They're here! The Lord has come out!" The barricades opened a gap, allowing the man to run in. 5 shield bearers stood in front of the barricades, surrounded by melee combat personnel wielding long weapons. The archers all stood behind the barricades. Archers, fire! Before the Lord is even seen, a volley of fire is launched. The burly man gave the order, and more than a dozen arrows flew into the woods. But to everyone's surprise, no one saw the health bar appear. The dark figure slowly emerged from the woods. Everyone was stunned. Giant claw crab general, superior quality, Lord-level dangerous creature. Known for its strength, its 2 enormous claws are capable of shattering any shield. Why is there no health bar? It's so big, did none of the arrows hit it? As the burly man was wondering what was going on, the giant claw crab began to move. It slowly walked out of the woods, but upon seeing the Thunder Squad, its 8 crab legs suddenly accelerated as if they had been given an engine. The enormous crab's body darted across the open plain. Wow, so fast. Isn't he known for his strength? How come he's so fast too? Before the burly shield man at the front could react, he was suddenly grabbed by the giant pincers of the crab that rushed in front of him. The next moment, the pliers closed. The strong man's body was cut in half at the waist. Blood flowed all over the ground, and internal organs and intestines spilled out from the rupture. The horrifying scene shocked everyone present. Some archers in the back rows even trembled as they held their longbows. Defend now. Shield bearers, move up. Raise your shields. The burly man, who was the team leader, shouted immediately, drawing everyone's attention back to the battlefield. The remaining 4 shield bearers immediately raised their shields and approached the giant crab general. Melee fighters, armed with weapons, closely follow behind the shield bearers, ready to attack at any moment. Fire the arrows. Fire them now. The captain, holding a fine long spear, shouted frantically towards the rear. The archers in the team are all skilled archers, so they are unlikely to miss when facing such a large target. The arrow was fired again, but unexpectedly, it landed on the giant crab's shell and was quickly deflected. These arrows couldn't even pierce the giant claw crab's shell. The group didn't even manage to reduce the giant claw crab's health bar. Captain, the bow and arrows are no use. The burly man also saw the arrow being deflected, and a chill suddenly ran through him. The giant crab launched a counterattack, extending one of its massive pincers and slamming it heavily against the shield in front of it. With just one hit, the shield's durability dropped by more than half. This is a superb shield, the highest quality shield currently available on the market. The survivor holding the shield was startled and quickly looked at the burly man. Captain, I can't take it anymore. Hold. The burly man never expected that this exceptional level ferocious beast would be so powerful. He drew his fine spear, aimed it at the base of the giant pincer crab's claws, and swiftly thrust it out. This time, the giant crab will finally suffer substantial damage. A health bar appeared above its head, but it's almost at full health. The man's attack was like a tickle to the giant crab. Switch to melee weapons. We can kill them. The captain shouted fervently, mobilizing the team members to join him. But only the nearby melee fighters and a few archers actually responded to him. Most of the archers in the rear had chosen to hide behind the barricades because they were afraid of getting close to the Lord. But now that their arrows were ineffective, and they dared not engage in close combat, they only dared to stand by with a small knife, pretending to fight. A bunch of useless cowards. The burly man cursed inwardly upon seeing this. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard, and the shield-wielding hand holding the high-quality thick wooden round shield was slammed to the ground by the giant pincers. The shield in his hand had turned into a pile of broken wood. The giant crab easily killed the shield-bearer in just 2 hits. The first hit reduced the shield's durability, and the second hit shattered it, also knocking down the burly man beneath the shield, deforming one of his legs from the giant pincers. Seeing this, even the burly man who was the team leader panicked. "Captain, what do we do? What else can we do? Fight. Avenge our brothers." Chapter 70 Massacre. The burly man thrust his spear forward, aiming precisely at the weak point of the giant claw crab general. Melee warriors surrounded the giant crab general, attacking from its rear and sides to avoid a direct collision with its massive claws. After taking the hit, the shield bearers abandoned their shields and drew their melee weapons to fight. At this moment, all prior plans are ineffective. One can only rely on one's own fighting instincts to fight. Another scream rang out as a team member was grabbed by the giant pincers and his body was instantly severed. Since the start of the war, 10 team members have been killed or knocked down, losing their ability to fight. The burly man stared at the giant crab's health bar, his eyes practically blazing with fury. "Hold on. You only have half your health left." The giant crab's health bar is its motivation. The team members had all been through numerous battles, and by this time, they were all bloodthirsty. Adrenaline took over my body. All danger was forgotten, and only one word remained in my mind. Do it. Just do it. Xiao Li, a war correspondent standing outside the battlefield, watched the breathtaking scene unfold before her, her heart pounding. That's terrifying. The ground was littered with broken corpses. These people were fighting on the verge of stepping over pools of blood and the entrails of their teammates. She took a deep breath, not forgetting her duty, forced herself to calm down, and captured the scene before her. This is too horrific. Should I post this photo? Xiao Li hesitated. Let's ask the captain after the battle. As she prepared to take another photo, suddenly, she was struck in the leg by a powerful force, and Xiao Li instantly fell to the ground. She cried out in pain. Immediately afterwards, she saw a giant claw crab walk up in front of her. The giant crab claw smashed her face with one blow, and the second blow knocked her unconscious. At least the passing wasn't too painful. In the distance, the captain, who heard the exclamation, looked toward the location of the war correspondent. At that moment, his heart sank to the bottom. Giant claw crab. Good quality, dangerous creature. At least 20 giant claw crabs emerged from the dense forest and surrounded them. What is a lord? A lord is someone who has his own territory and his own people. One giant claw crab is already difficult to deal with, but if you add more than 20 high-quality giant claw crabs, it's simply impossible to win. Run! The burly man immediately gave the order to retreat. But it was too late. Although the giant crab is a creature of good quality, and its strength and size are far inferior to the giant crab general, it is still more than enough to deal with humans. Human strength is utterly insignificant in the face of the giant claw crab. The giant crabs have formed an encirclement, creating an impenetrable line of fire. Focus on breaking through in one direction. The captain quickly assessed the situation, issued orders, and led his team to charge in one direction. But change happened again. The giant crab suddenly sank its body downwards, its 8 legs contracted, and then it leaped up. A huge shadow flew over the group of people and then landed in the direction they had fled. With a powerful swing of its giant pincers, the burly man at the front was instantly sent flying. Team leader. A teammate behind him saw the man land beside him and quickly reached out to help the captain up. What should we do? The team members asked anxiously. But he saw the captain's desperate expression. There's no hope. The encirclement is tightening, and there is no longer any hope of breaking through. This was a one-sided massacre. The burly man watched in despair as the giant crab swung its massive pincers, killing its teammates one by one as it drew ever closer to him. I'll fight you to the death, The team member supporting the man rushed forward with a knife, but his legs were instantly severed by the giant pincers, leaving him lying on the ground in agony, awaiting death. The burly man stared blankly as the giant crab approached him. He stared blankly as the blood-stained giant pincers clamped down on his body. He saw his lower body 2 meters away. In his final moments, the man opened a chat channel. "Do not challenge the Lord." These were his last words. His name turned gray after the message was sent. Dead? All dead. I just searched 5 members of the Thunder Squad, and they were all turned gray. The members of the Thunder Squad I know have all turned gray. They must all be dead. My God, they were so well prepared, yet they couldn't defeat the Lord, and they were all killed. And it's only been 20 minutes. I saw the photos taken by their war correspondents, and I felt something was wrong as soon as the last photo came out. The archers in the back abandoned their arrows and switched to melee combat. One shield bearer was killed and another was wounded, and even their good shields were broken. This shows that the Lord Beast's combat power far exceeded their expectations. I suspect that the archers' arrows could not harm the Lord, so they switched to melee combat. The strength of an exceptional level dangerous creature is beyond our imagination. I certainly wouldn't dare to provoke it. To challenge an exceptional beast with good quality equipment is simply suicide. 38 men couldn't defeat the Lord. How did Brother Lin manage to do it back then? Brother Lin's combat strength assessment has been raised to another level. People have different physical constitutions. Some people can slide open a tiger's belly with 1 tackle, while others can slide into the tiger's belly with 1 tackle. No matter what, these people were brave warriors who took the first step. It's a pity. Lin Chen had observed the squad's formation and estimated that the squad had a 70% or higher chance of defeating the Lord, but a high probability of failing to kill him. Unexpectedly, the entire squad was wiped out in less than 20 minutes. Is this giant crab really that powerful? Lin Chen frowned as he looked at the picture of the giant crab raising its pincers. Suddenly, he remembered something. The corpses he had seen scattered all over the cave of the deep-sea water spider. The monsters are attacking. Lin Chen had only thought of the Lord before, but he hadn't thought of the Lord's underlings. There were at least 20 or 30 high-quality water spider corpses in that cave. If it were a deep cave water spider lord of exceptional quality, accompanied by a group of smaller water spiders of good quality, then even Lin Chen, with his Berserk Type 3 power, would have to take a detour. What a pity. If these people had set fire to the island first and forced the Lord to come out alone, they might have won. Lin Chen could only express his regret. The defeat of the Thunder Squad caused a great stir among the survivors. Some teams that planned to conquer the Lord abandoned their plans. Meanwhile, some people also consulted Lin Chen about his experience in killing lords. There's no point in learning anything from this. Lin Chen replied with only 8 words. Use the terrain, use traps, use fire. Just as Lin Chen was lurking in the chat channel, he heard a soft moan coming from the bottom of the boat. Eek! Lin Chen peeked out. It turned out that Lu Yin Fei Yu had woken up. Continue taming the beasts. Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves, stretched his arms, and jumped off the deck. Chapter 71 Ergonomic Beds. Eek! Xiaoying held the spear and used the side of the spearhead to forcefully strike the head of the flowing flame flying fish. When Lin Chen came down, Lu Yanfeiyu was already looking like she was about to die. All right, Xiaoying, let's go eat. Lin Chen carried an excellent grilled fish with him and tossed it to Xiaoying. Then I walked over to the flaming flying fish. Want some fish? Lin Chen took out another excellent grilled fish and waved it in Lu Yanfeiyu's face. Seeing that there was only a thin layer of blood left on its head, Lin Chen was worried that it would starve to death, so he threw the fish meat to its mouth. After eating some fish, the flaming flying fish's health bar recovered somewhat. Then Lin Chen snatched the fish away in a flash. The flame flying fish panicked, and its body returned to a high-temperature state, but it seemed to lack the strength to breathe fire and could only exhale some white vapor. Lin Chen punched it in the forehead. Do you submit? The flying fish with flowing flame was clearly not convinced. So Lin Chen punched it again. Lin Chen continued attacking the flowing flame flying fish until its health bar was reduced to a sliver again before stopping and feeding it more fish. But at this moment, the flaming flying fish seemed to have been stunned. Its 2 big eyes had lost their previous energy. When it saw the grilled fish being fed to its mouth, it opened its small mouth and ate little by little. Then, after recovering, he was beaten up again by Lin Chen. I'm dizzy again. Xiaoying, keep an eye on it. Eek! Xiaoying's mouth was stuffed full of fish, but she didn't forget to respond to Lin Chen's instructions. As night fell, Lin Chen turned on the dangerous creature detector, held it in his hand, and began to walk around the ship. On the detector, a deep red, almost black spot of light was very close. Besides this deep red dot, a group of red dots quickly entered the detector's range. Ordinary quality, but quite a lot of them. The hazardous organism detector not only shows the location of the hazardous organism, but also its grade. Lin Chen jumped off the deck, drew his bow, and aimed. Now he can easily bully several ordinary quality ferocious beasts. Congratulations on defeating the dangerous creature, blue-ringed sea serpent. You have obtained a black iron chest. The first one rewards a treasure chest. The quality of today's ferocious beasts is pretty good. Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised to receive the treasure chest reward. Arrows were fired in succession, and a total of 13 black iron treasure chests and 1 bronze treasure chest were obtained. Let's open the box and try it out. Opening the black iron treasure chest directly yields almost nothing useful, so Lin Chen used the black iron treasure chest as a way to increase his chances and opened 2 bronze treasure chests. The lucky draw effect has activated. Quality increased by 1. Obtained 90 ocean coins, 1 excellent night heavy shield, 1 good single bed crafting blueprint. The lucky draw effect has activated. Quality +2. Obtained 90 ocean coins, 1 excellent Godslayer crossbow crafting blueprint. Woohoo! Lin Chen let out a dragon's roar with great joy. The knight's heavy shield, standing 2.1 meters tall and weighing 15 kilograms, is clearly a heavy shield that requires 2 hands to wield. But in Lin Chen's hands, he could perform amazing feats with just 1 hand. What surprised Lin Chen even more were the 2 blueprints. A single bed is good, soft, comfortable, and conducive to sleep. Crafting requirements: 5 pieces of cloth, 5 pieces of wood planks. The God-slaying crossbow is exceptional, extremely lightweight, yet possessing unparalleled lethality. Its appearance once changed the course of a war, and its creation required a great deal of bloodshed. Crafting requirements: 5 gold, 10 blackwood, 20 iron blocks, 30 feathers, 20 superior quality animal bones, 50 excellent quality animal bones, 300 good quality animal bones. Compared to the legendary Barrett Destroyer, the Godslayer crossbow is obviously much simpler to make. However, there are still 2 materials that Lin Chen has never seen before. Lin Chen tried asking in the public chat, buying gold and blackwood at high prices. I was just trying it out, but I didn't expect someone to actually reply. Brother Lin Chen, I have blackwood. Lin Chen, I have gold, or will this work? Indeed, the power of the masses is boundless. With so many people in the area, someone is bound to collect all sorts of materials. Lin Chen quickly gathered all the materials. Blackwood is a piece of black wood, a high-quality material. The young man selling this wood found it on an island, saw its high quality, cut it down, and brought it back to his raft, but he didn't know what to do with it until he saw Lin Chen's offer to buy it. As for the gold, ore, it was found by a survivor who followed behind a giant neutral creature. According to him, the giant neutral creature he encountered was called a walker, and it had 4 mechanical legs that were tens of meters long. He even sent the entry to Lin Chen. The Wanderer, perfect quality, neutral creature. A messenger traversing the underwater world. No one knows the destination of this behemoth, nor what it seeks. This was the first time Lin Chen had ever seen a mechanical creature. Lin Chen accepted the gold, ore, and also purchased a large quantity of other rare ores from this person, such as nickel, silver, and tin. Lin Chen handed these over to Zhang Qinwei to refine. It is expected that the refining will be completed and all products will be ready by noon tomorrow. Lin Chen was already looking forward to the moment when the God of Slaughter crossbow would be lucky enough to appear. The God-slaying crossbow is a deadly weapon on the battlefield, while a single bed is a deadly tool for making money. Lin Chen has been sleeping on the deluxe bed on the pirate ship for the past 2 days, but the rest of the world still sleeps on palm leaf beds, and some of the better off might use piles of cloth to make mattresses. The launch of single beds will definitely trigger a new wave of buying. Make 9 to 10. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality increased by 1. Awarded, deluxe single bed excellent. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +2. Awards, ergonomic bed excellence. An ergonomic bed is not a flat board, but a wave-shaped one, made according to the human body structure, so that people's bodies can fit against the bed surface when they sleep. Moreover, as a superior bed produced by the system, survivors can receive a sleep quality bonus when resting on the ergonomic bed. 3 hours of sleep is equivalent to 5 hours of sleep in a regular bed. After acquiring the ergonomic bed, Lin Chen no longer found the flatbed in his captain's cabin so appealing. Could you please change this bed? Should we replace the module? The bracelet's projection suddenly appeared. Lin Chen opened the ship's page, found the captain's cabin bed option among a bunch of modules, clicked to change it, and then selected the ergonomic bed on the deck. The next moment, the two beds switched positions. That's great. He produced and put the products on the shelves at the same time. Lin Chen, are you fed up with the roughness of palm leaves? Are you sore all over from the hard wooden planks? Now, your salvation has arrived. A luxury single bed, the dream bed for insomniacs. Lin Chen's products are guaranteed to be top-notch. Lin Chen put up a total of 100 luxury single beds, and they were all sold out in less than 2 minutes. As for the ergonomic bed, Lin Chen produced a total of 5, one for himself, one for Su Yun, and he also exchanged a navigation map with Su Yun. The remaining ergonomic beds were all given to Zhang Qinwei. Less sleep means more work time. Better sleep quality leads to better work efficiency. Lin Chen, as the boss, really goes to great lengths for his employees. Tomorrow we'll go to the underwater volcano and look for sulfur. Make the god-slaying crossbow as well. With anticipation, Lin Chen slowly drifted off to sleep on his new bed. Chapter 72 Sulfur Acquired. Sunny day 4 weather forecast. Sunny, temperature 40 to 42 degrees Celsius, light breeze, long days, and short nights. Lin Chen woke up and glanced at the time. It's only 3 o'clock, but it was already daylight outside. The severity of the environmental degradation under the scorching sun is increasing day by day. Today's temperature has already exceeded 40 degrees Celsius, making it increasingly difficult for ordinary people to endure. Back on Earth, many regulations stipulated that all outdoor work must be prohibited when the outside temperature exceeds 40 degrees Celsius. Often, weather forecasts show summer highs as 40 degrees Celsius. But the weather forecasts in survival games are never wrong. Lin Chen glanced at the number of survivors. 6,780. There are fewer and fewer of them. I wonder how many people will be alive when the scorching sun ends. Lin Chen packed up his gear and began his morning routine, feeding Xiaoying. While cooking fish soup, Lin Chen sent a message to Su Yun. Lin Chen, good morning. A moment later. Su Yun, good morning. This ergonomic bed is amazing. This is the first time I've woken up this early, and I don't feel like I haven't had enough sleep at all. Su Yun, by the way, I'm planning to go to the island today. With Xiaobai around, even if I encounter danger, I can fly into the sky to avoid it. Lin Chen, this is for you. Lin Chen, application for targeted transaction. Rattan armor, knight's heavy shield. Su Yun, this shield is too heavy. Little White can't fly with it on. Lin Chen, just put it in the construction hammer. It only takes up 1 slot. Su Yun, okay, I'm off. After a brief chat with Su Yun, Lin Chen went to the sea, where Xiaoying was already lying on the side of the raft waiting for him. Her gaze towards Lin Chen was incredibly ardent. It seemed that in her eyes, Lin Chen was like an angel bringing warmth to the world. Lin Chen put down the fish soup and took a few raw fish to the moon pool cabin to visit the thunder electric eel. 3 more died. One of them appeared to have just died and was being devoured by the other electric eels. They'll be ripe tonight. Let's see how many survive. A dozen or so good fish were put in, and they were instantly devoured by the electric eels. A few fish hid in a corner, avoiding the electric eel's breakfast, but their fate was already sealed in the aquarium. Back on the tin raft, Lin Chen squatted down to check on the condition of the flowing flame flying fish. The fish has woken up, but it looks like it got beaten up by Xiaoying again. Because Xiao Ying's spear was placed to the side, Lin Chen fed the flowing flame flying fish a piece of superior meat, and its health bar recovered somewhat. This time, the flame flying fish recovered quickly, and its body once again glowed with a bright red heat. Violet. Without giving the flame flying fish a chance to fight back, Lin Chen activated his berserk mode and began to hammer it relentlessly. So Lu Yanfei was knocked unconscious again. Why bother? Wouldn't it be better to just surrender? Why suffer this? Xiaobai is still the best. He'll remember to hit me. The road to taming animals is long and arduous. Lin Chen waited for the next awakening of the flowing flame flying fish. He put on his diving suit and called to Xiaoying, who was eating breakfast attentively nearby. Xiaoying, come with me to the underwater volcano later. Xiaoying did not refuse. Not only did she not refuse, but she also acted very enthusiastically, immediately stuffing the rest of the fish into her mouth, and then came to Lin Chen's side, ready to set off. The flowing flame flying fish wasn't tamed, but little Ying is becoming more and more obedient. Lin Chen was very satisfied with Xiao Ying's performance, so he gave her another excellent grilled fish. After getting our gear ready, we set off for the crater. Led by Xiaoying, Lin Chen didn't even need to row the boat. He simply traversed underwater. The upper limit of Xiao Ying's swimming speed remains a mystery. Whenever Lin Chen sees Xiaoying swimming very fast and thinks that's her full speed, Xiaoying will suddenly unleash an even faster speed the next time. It's as if she's growing every day. Lin Chen was held in Xiao Ying's arms, feeling the pressure from behind. E-meter does seem to be bigger. He quickly shifted his attention, dispelling the wild thoughts in his mind. You can't let your mind wander while you're working. Volcanoes are undoubtedly very dangerous places. Lin Chen first observed them from a distance for a while before slowly approaching. As he approached the surface, he surfaced for air and then dived again. Traces of volcanic eruptions remain on the seabed, and the ground is covered with black volcanic rocks. But Lin Chen did not find the lava. On Earth, the location of ocean magma is generally at the junction of the upper mantle and crust, at least tens of kilometers deep. Lin Chen is currently in the seabed, which is less than 200 meters deep. It seems the volcanic eruption was intended to destroy the island. Once the island is destroyed, the vent will be sealed by the cooled lava. Lin Chen activated the bracelet's scanning function, searching for anything of value in the vicinity. Soon, a yellow stone came into his view. Sulfur. Lin Chen took out a construction hammer and quickly loaded the large rock into it. He planned to have it broken down into standard sulfur by the system once it was brought back to the ship. This area contains not only remnants of volcanic eruptions, but also large areas of island debris. Lin Chen wondered if the special stones and blue light patterns in the island's treasure space could be recycled, and planned to dig some up to take back, but after searching around, he couldn't find any. A hypothesis formed in Lin Chen's mind. Could it be that the main purpose of this volcanic eruption was to completely destroy the island's treasure space, rather than destroy the island itself? Lin Chen thought it was highly likely. He took a breath and swam another lap, still puzzled. Besides sulfur, there is another common resource here. Metal polymers, rich in various metals, requiring decomposition and refining in a smelting furnace. Lin Chen had filled all 5 construction hammers and was about to return when he suddenly saw a faint blue streak in the distance. Oh ho, there's one that slipped through the net. He quickly approached and forcefully pulled the facility, which was glowing with blue light, out of the seabed sand. What Lin Chen saw before him was not the fragment of the island's secret treasure space that he had expected, but a complete ocean shop. Looking at the huge thing in front of him, Lin Chen did not hesitate to take it back to his pirate ship. Can it be stored? This thing cannot be stored in the construction hammer. It can only be moved back. Dragging this thing around, Xiaoying clearly had some difficulty swimming. She gritted her teeth, and the scales on her neck stood up. Lin Chen observed Xiaoying's movements. It seems that strength is not Xiaoying's forte. Her main ability should be the power of her voice. The man and the fish pulled hard on the ocean shop, bringing the big guy back to the raft. Since the pirate ship couldn't fit this thing, Lin Chen specially built a leather raft for the ocean shop. Lin Chen checked the functions of the ocean shop and found that they were working properly. From now on, I can shop from home anytime. Most of the items in the ocean shop are common and can be bought on the market, but some items are rare, such as the survival manual and the navigation map. Besides that, Lin Chen was most concerned about the prompts at the very bottom of the ocean shop's product list. The items will be updated as the game progresses. Chapter 73 Hellfire Shotgun. Didi. Zhang Qinwei. Boss, your gold refining is ready. As Zhang Qinwei delivered the final materials for the God of Slaughter crossbow, Lin Chen immediately went to the crafting table. A perfect start, a probabilities legend. There's even a chance to create a mysterious realm beyond the legendary. Make 9 to 10. As the lucky draw was about to end, Lin Chen rubbed his hands together. The exciting moment is about to arrive. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +2. Hellfire Shotgun, dual-wield legendary quality, deadly weapon. Each magazine holds 8 rounds, each round containing 120 bone beads. Each bone bead deals 100 damage to creatures of the same quality. Attacks inflict a hellfire burning effect. Click to expand for details. Effective firing range is 200 meters. Damage decreases with distance. Description: wanna have a go? Hiss. Upon seeing the damage numbers, Lin Chen couldn't help but gasp. One shot deals 12,000 damage. A total of 16 bullets. Using this thing to take down a lord is like one shot, one kill. Truly a legend. Lin Chen checked the magazines. Each magazine contained only 1 bullet. It's not fully loaded when it leaves the factory, just like a mobile phone. Lin Chen felt that this production platform was like an unscrupulous video platform. They would show you a 30-second preview, and just as you were about to get to the main content, they would start asking for money. Lin Chen was troubled as he unloaded the bullets from the magazine. Hellfire Scatter Shots. Excellent. Can deal up to 12,000 damage to creatures of excellent quality. These bullets are specially made. They're the exclusive bullets for the Hellfire Shotgun. How am I supposed to craft this? Do I have to farm a blueprint specifically for Hellfire shotgun ammo? Suddenly, the system projection appeared near the bullet. Obtain the legendary weapon, Hellfire shotgun, dual wield, and unlock the legendary weapon's exclusive ammo blueprint. Obtained, Hellfire scatter bullet, crafting blueprint. Hellfire scatter bullets, exclusive ammunition for the Hellfire shotgun. Bullet quality depends on the crafting materials. Deals high damage to targets of lower quality than the bullet, and reduces damage when attacking targets of higher quality. Crafting requirements: single item 12 pieces of ferocious beast skeleton, excellent or higher quality, 2 pieces of gold, 5 pieces of bronze, and 10 pieces of gunpowder, excellent or higher quality. So expensive. So many supplies are needed for just one bullet. We do have some beast bones in stock, 3 pieces of gold, and plenty of copper, enough to last us. The only thing missing now is gunpowder. Saltpeter is lacking. Lin Chen flipped through Advanced Survival Manual. According to the manual, saltpeter is not a very high-grade material. It is even less rare than gold. Saltpeter is mainly found in saline alkali lands, cave deposits, or dry places where biological excrement is concentrated. Lin Chen tried to acquire it on the public screen, but no one had ever discovered saltpeter. Didi. Suyun. Lin Chen. I feel like I've seen the Lord's territory. Image. Lin Chen looked at the picture, and his eyes widened immediately. This terrain is a cave. Lin Chen immediately called Suyun. Suyun, do you want to challenge the Lord? Suyun was startled by these words. We can't beat them. We can't beat them. Take a look at the transaction I sent you. Suyun opened the private message box with Lin Chen and was immediately stunned. She rubbed her eyes and checked the text on it again and again. Legend. Suyun's eyes lit up when she glanced at the weapon's damage value again. 12,000 kills per shot. I want to take on 10 of them. Hearing Suyun's excited voice, Lin Chen reminded her, take it easy. There are only 2 bullets left in the gun. The Lord's territory has at least 20 or 30 good quality minions. Be careful. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Suyun's voice was loud and clear, indicating that she was very excited. She learned how to use the Hellfire shotgun, tucked it into her waistband, and controlled Xiaobai's descent height. Upon arriving at the cave, Suyun did not disembark from the flight seat, but instead fired 2 rockets into the cave. The light from the flames entered the cave, instantly startling the creatures inside. Soon, a sharp roar came from inside the cave. Suyun controlled Xiaobai and quickly rose into the air. Soon, a giant lizard-like creature crawled out of the cave. Purple blood salamander. Superior quality, Lord-level dangerous creature. Large in size yet agile, possessing extremely strong vitality. Its blood is corrosive. Warning, beware of venom. As Su Yunfei flew in the sky, the moment she saw the Lord appear, she pulled out her Hellfire shotgun and aimed it at the purple-blooded salamanders on the ground. At the same time, the purple-blooded salamander had already spotted its target, looked up at the sky, puffed out its mouth, and sprayed a glob of green-purple venom into the sky. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the enormous recoil almost broke Su Yun's arm. The bullet fired, and the purple-blooded salamander's health bar on the ground instantly dropped to 0. Its body was also burning with clusters of black flames. Hellfire, Shadow Flame, a bone-clinging fire. It cannot be extinguished. It will automatically disappear after its burning time ends or it is retrieved by a Hellfire weapon. Remaining burning time, 48 hours. Congratulations on defeating the Lord-level dangerous creature, Purple Blood Salamander. You have obtained a golden treasure chest. Su Yun looked at the prompt in front of her and suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. The exceptional Lord, whom even a well-prepared, fully armed squad of over 30 men couldn't defeat, was killed by her with a single shot. Inside the cave, several high-quality salamanders emerged one after another. However, when they pass near the corpse of the purple blood salamander, they will immediately be attached to Hellfire and burned by it. Su Yun put away her shotgun and switched to a bow and arrow to take care of the salamanders below one by one. Suddenly, she felt her body drop a short distance. Su Yun looked up in alarm and saw a drop of greenish-purple venom on one of Xiaobai's wings. The venom of that exceptional purple-blooded salamander could actually reach a height of over 100 meters. The feathers on Little White's wings were falling off rapidly. Su Yun immediately took out a bottle of cationic water and poured it on Xiaobai's wings, which stopped Xiaobai's feathers from falling off. However, Xiaobai also looked very weak and could no longer maintain this flight altitude. Xiaobai, drink this. After drinking a bottle of anionized water, Xiaobai's condition instantly recovered. It even let out a loud howl. Very energetic. However, the fallen feathers won't grow back for the time being. Seeing that Xiaobai had stabilized, Su Yun felt temporarily relieved and proceeded to deal with the healthy salamanders on the ground one by one. Little White land. The rope tied to its buttocks was pulled, and Xiaobai understood Su Yun's meaning, slowly descending in altitude. Su Yun stepped off the flight seat and began cleaning up the battlefield. Obtained, 300 leather. Obtained, salamander toxin excellent 50. Obtained, 1 Lord's biological gene sample. Acquired, 5 thermosensory organs. Get the key to the island's hidden treasure. Su Yun grabbed the Lord's biological gene sample and looked excitedly at the cave in front of her. She quickly called Lin Chen to tell him the good news. Lin Chen reminded him, when you enter the cave, check if there is any saltpeter. Su Yun said happily, okay. By the way, here's your gun back. The Lord has been dealt with. Lin Chen, no need, you keep it for yourself, I have another one. Lin Chen loaded 2 bullets into a magazine and gave one of the dual-wielding shotguns to Su Yun. Given the power of this legendary weapon, 1 is enough. He kept the more damaging one for himself. Hellfire, Sunfire, Explosive Fire. The bone bead enters the body, igniting the Sunfire and causing area of effect explosive damage. Chapter 74 Infinite Evolution. I'll give you a live unboxing video. Golden Treasure Chest. High probability of obtaining excellent or lower quality items. Low probability of obtaining superior quality items. Su Yun received the treasure chest and immediately opened it. Open the golden treasure chest and congratulations on receiving 800 ocean coins and an excellent night vision goggle crafting blueprint. Huh, it works. Su Yun immediately shared the good news with Lin Chen. When Lin Chen saw the requirements for making night vision goggles, he immediately smiled. He's just the right person to build it. After Su Yun sent the blueprints, Lin Chen began rummaging through boxes and cabinets looking for the spoils of his previous kill of the deep cave water spider. There were too many things, and some things didn't seem valuable at the time, so I just threw them away. Su Yun did not hang up the phone. She tucked the phone into her waistband and ventured deeper into the cave. According to the Advanced Survival Guide, the purple blood salamander's habitat is filled with corrosive liquids, so Su Yun was very careful as she moved forward. Flying was not suitable inside the cave, so Little White landed on the ground and waited at the cave entrance. The cave was dark, so Su Yun made a torch out of grease, paper, and wood. Holding the torch, she activated the scanning function on her bracelet and moved slowly. Salamander toxins are good. Throughout the journey, the bracelet continuously scanned for venom within the cave. These salamanders sprayed venom all over the cave. Cool. Finally, new supplies appeared, and Su Yun immediately used a construction hammer to collect them. There wasn't enough space for hammers, so they asked Lin Chen for 5. Found it. A new notification appeared when the wristband was scanned. Saltpeter. Su Yun sent it directly to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I found the saltpeter and sent it to you. Perfect timing. My night vision goggles are ready too. Lin Chen, application for targeted transaction. Thermal fusion night vision device is perfect. Upon receiving the night vision goggles, Su Yun dropped the torch. Thermal fusion night vision device, perfect quality. Features both night vision and thermal sensing capabilities. The thermal sensing function offers 3 modes: white heat, highlight, and contour. It also allows for image constant illumination and breathing frequency adjustment to meet target search and detection needs in various environments. When night vision goggles are put on the face, the world instantly becomes bright. The whole world seemed to be draped in a green veil, and its brightness was enhanced. Su Yun ventured deeper and deeper, finally arriving at the island treasure space that Lin Chen had mentioned earlier. My God, this place is amazing. This is a space filled with a sense of technology and sanctity, with the walls, ceiling, and floor all made of special materials spliced together, through which blue light flows. These materials resemble biological materials while also possessing a metallic texture. Lin Chen warned, after obtaining the island's secret treasure, the island will collapse within 10 minutes. You must leave the island within 10 minutes. When the island collapses, a volcano will erupt and lava will rain down. If you remain within the island's area, you will surely die. Su Yun, understood. Su Yun remembered the little white dog she had left at the cave entrance. With Xiaobai around, she can leave quickly. As Su Yun entered the island's secret treasure space, the phone call was interrupted. No signal. Instant messaging can only be conducted outside the island treasure zone, but the system's chat function still works normally. Su Yun went to the central stone pillar and placed the Lord's biological gene sample into it. Reading gene samples. The samples are homogeneous, and the test passes. The platform reopened, but the Lord's biological gene sample had disappeared, leaving only 2 orbs of light. 1 blue, 1 green. Please select your island treasure. Su-yun. Lin Chen. There are two. Which one should I choose? Image. Lin Chen. I chose blue at the time. Blue is mechanical ascension. After choosing it, two prosthetic bodies were installed in my body. I don't know about the green one. Su-yun lifted her chin, her indecisiveness kicking in. She reached out and grasped both orbs of light at the same time. Please select your island treasure. There was no response. It seems I have to choose one of the two options. Now that we know what blue is, let's try green. Su-yun released her grip on the blue light orb. Your choice is infinite evolution. The moment Su-yun touched it, the green light instantly entered her palm. A green light spread from Su-yun's finger into her body, quickly enveloping her entire body. Immediately afterwards, light began to seep outward from Su-yun's body. A strong feeling of suffocation came from inside the body. Congratulations on obtaining the island treasure, infinite evolution. Physical evolution, the undying heart, living armor. Undying heart, excellent qualities. The physical body perishes, but the heart remains. A powerful heart brings comprehensive enhancements to the body. Upon activation, it grants a significant boost to strength, agility, and regeneration. The duration depends on the strength of the body outside the heart. When the body can no longer withstand the strain, the undying heart will automatically deactivate, and the body will enter a weakened state. Living armor, superior quality. A second skin that coexists with the body. Once activated, it forms a living armor on the skin's surface, providing powerful protection and also usable as a weapon. The living armor requires a large amount of life energy to maintain its active state. When the life energy is insufficient, the armor will automatically retract. After regaining control of her body, Su-yun didn't have time for further investigation and immediately ran out of the cave. Warning: the island's treasure has been retrieved, and the island is about to collapse. Please leave the island within 10 minutes. When she ran outside the island's secret treasure space, she received a notification from the bracelet. There was a lot of venom inside the cave, but Su-yun didn't have much time to hide now. Activate the living armor. At the same time, take out a bottle of cationic water and pour it from head to toe. Running through the cave, Su-yun felt that her mobility had been greatly improved, and her speed was much faster than before. Running at full speed, she ran out of the cave in less than 20 seconds. Little White, who was waiting at the entrance of the cave, seemed to have sensed the danger and was anxiously pacing around the entrance. The moment it saw its owner appear, Xiaobai immediately hopped and skipped towards its owner, barking as it ran, seemingly trying to warn its owner of the danger. Little White, let's go. Instead of immediately sitting in her flight seat, Su-yun deactivated her living armor and activated the undying heart. At this moment, her speed was almost the same as that of Little White in the sky, and even a step faster. Little White is a fierce bird of good quality. Su-yun ran for more than 3 minutes when suddenly, a feeling of weakness surged from her body, almost causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Is this the limit of this body? Entering a weakened state, Su-yun had to stop and wait for Xiaobai to catch up from behind before she could sit in the flight seat and leave. 10 minutes is more than enough time for a good bird of prey. Su-yun sat in the flight chair and flew all the way back to the pirate ship, which was 10 kilometers away. Behind them, a volcano erupted and the island collapsed. Su-yun sat quietly on the pirate ship, watching this spectacular scene. Once inside the safe environment, she immediately shared her findings with Lin Chen. Su-yun, with the undying heart living armor, I can tear ferocious beasts apart with my bare hands now. Su-yun, look at the picture. Look at the activated state of the living armor. I don't need to wear clothes anymore. Chapter 75, an epic. Is this woman overreacting? Lin Chen looked at the pictures Su-yun sent and wiped his nose. Thankfully, I didn't have a nosebleed. Su-yun's living armor is actually only a thin layer. As the entry description states, it is the survivor's second skin. This layer of skin was generally purple and adhered completely to Su-yun's skin surface. So when Su-yun activated the living armor, it was like putting on a thin bodysuit. It perfectly showcased her already voluptuous figure. This living armor can be freely selected to cover different parts of the body, depending on Su-yun's control. In the first photo, Su-yun's fair neckline and head are visible, while in the second photo, they are completely covered. The live armor has more robust armor on the face, unlike the thin layer on the body parts, which is a full protection head armor. Blue represents mechanical ascension, and green represents infinite evolution. These should be the two ways for survivors in this world to become stronger. Lin Chen found the entry about the treader. Clearly, the walker is a mechanical being. I hope I don't turn into a robot someday. Lin Chen suddenly felt a tremor in his heart. he was still quite satisfied with his human body. Should I choose infinite evolution next time too? I've decided. I'll choose green next time. I still prefer my muscular self to cybernetic humans. Lin Chen made his decision, and the production station in front of him, which was in operation, reached its 10th lucky draw. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +2. Acquired. Excellent smokeless gunpowder. After removing the smokeless gunpowder, Lin Chen began to make hellfire bullets. Production, 9 to 10. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +3. Obtained. Hellfire scatter bullets epic. A realm beyond legend. Lin Chen was overjoyed. Congratulations to the survivor for unlocking the epic realm. Legendary represents the pinnacle of the present, while epic represents the pinnacle of legend recorded in history. The next moment. Global announcement. Survivor Lin Chen has unlocked the epic realm. Title, Epic. Epic level item acquisition method now available. Ancient tomb treasure. This announcement was broadcast continuously for a full 10 minutes. The announcement is global, not limited to a single region. Making such a big show of it. Lin Chen muttered to himself, secretly pleased. He immediately checked the function of the title. Epic, your name will be etched in history. While wearing this title, up to 5 title abilities can be equipped simultaneously. Epic titles themselves don't provide any bonuses, but they allow players to avoid changing their titles depending on the situation. Lin Chen currently has 2 titles besides Epic, Crisis Vanguard and Treasure Hunter Vanguard. These correspond to the abilities of Crisis Perception and Opening Treasure Chests, respectively. Previously, I had to change my title every time I opened a chest, but now I don't need to. I only need to equip 1 epic title. Didi. Suyun. Epic. Epic. Show me what an epic is. Lin Chen was about to reply when Suyun called him directly. I've sent it to you, Lin Chen said. Hellfire bullets. Suyun exclaimed in surprise. You made them? Yes. It's all thanks to Xiaoying. With Xiaoying around, I often create high-quality products. I'm so envious. Suyun suddenly said. With this bullet, you can hunt down legends, right? Lin Chen thought about the question carefully and gave a negative answer. Probably not. Do you have a definition of epic? Epic is actually a type of legendary, just the strongest among legendaries. Epic bullets are unlikely to kill a legendary, but dealing with a perfect creature shouldn't be difficult. Lin Chen didn't want to face the legendary creature yet. Creatures of this level are not included in the Advanced Survival Handbook. He glanced at Xiao Ying, who was eating watermelon in the sea. This thing is legendary. Although she looks weak, once she unleashes her strange abilities at full power, Lin Chen might not even have a chance to draw his gun. The little Ying is not big and doesn't attack unless provoked, so it should be considered a peaceful creature among the legends. I might not be able to deal with even peaceful creatures, let alone dangerous ones. However, Lin Chen doesn't need to worry too much. As long as he doesn't do anything reckless, he's unlikely to encounter any legendary creatures. Lin Chen loaded the bullets into the gun. Holding a powerful weapon, stepping out of the inner cabin, the outside world seemed brighter. The sun was strong, and the temperature reached 42 degrees Celsius. However, Lin Chen did not feel the heat at all. The perfect quality of the Jade Kirin watermelon was enough to make him ignore the temperature below 55 degrees Celsius. Lin Chen's stock of Jade Kirin watermelons is enough for him to use until the end of the scorching summer. Let's grow some watermelons to sell, so my customers don't die from the heat. We can also replenish the supplies we sent out earlier. Watermelon is more effective at relieving heat than many good heat-relieving medicines, making it a great remedy for hot days. Many people have started selling watermelons in the market, causing the price of good quality watermelons to drop. But Lin Chen didn't care about this low-end market. As a connoisseur, he possessed a large number of excellent and outstanding watermelons. A good watermelon can lower the perceived temperature by 9 degrees Celsius, while an exceptional watermelon can lower it by 15 degrees Celsius. The lower limit for perceived temperature is 10 degrees Celsius. It is foreseeable that once these 2 watermelons are on the shelves, they will once again cause a buying frenzy. Lin Chen opened the chat interface. The messages inside were flooding the screen. What's an epic quality? I've never even seen an excellent one. How come Brother Lin is already epic? My best prop is a high-quality fishing rod, which is 4 levels below Brother Lin's. The person upstairs is wrong. You're more like 4 parallel universes away from Brother Lin. I thought Legend was invincible, but I didn't expect someone to be even better. Oh, it's Brother Lin. Never mind then. Ancient tomb treasure. This sounds a bit like the island treasure, probably obtained by exploring an ancient tomb. We can't even defeat the powerful lords on the islands right now, let alone an ancient tomb. The name itself sounds incredibly dangerous. Brother Lin has really become a god now. An epic title. It sounds so cool. When Brother Lin mentioned the unlimited supply of superior quality cation water the night before last, I guessed that his abilities must be above superior. But I really didn't expect him to break through to the legendary level. The legendary figure is described as the pinnacle of his time. So what about Brother Lin? He's invincible. Did he ascend directly to immortality? From now on, you should call him God Lin. A string of messages made Lin Chen very happy. Lin Chen, watermelons for sale. Fragrant and sweet watermelons. Guaranteed sweet and crisp. Excellent watermelons. Outstanding watermelons. Brother Lin is truly a savior. With Zhuyu watermelon here, what threat is there in this scorching sun? Boss, sell more high-quality watermelons. I'll sell my pots and pans to buy them. They're so hot right now. Is the person upstairs from Nanjing? This language structure is familiar. More than 50 premium melons sold out in 2 seconds. Does the big shot still have any premium melons for sale? As soon as Brother Lin made his move, the already cheap and good watermelon market collapsed immediately. With 400 or 500 watermelons on the market at once, Brother Lin must have been working under the sun, spreading fertilizer and farming. It must have been too hard. Didn't you see the entry for Jade Kirin watermelon? Brother Lin isn't afraid of the sun or high temperatures at all. Brother Lin could have completely ignored us, but he was still willing to keep farming for us. Isn't that touching? We sent out a lot of supplies before, and we're a bit short of money. Get more premium watermelons to make up for the loss. Lin Chen carried a full load of fertilizer from a construction hammer and began farming like crazy. Whoosh! The sound of huge waves came from afar. Lin Chen stood up and looked over. A white moon whale had appeared again. Another rare metal has been found. Neutral organisms are enormous, and each time they appear, they bring a pile of rare metals to the shallow ocean. Currently, all the metals on the market are found by consuming the exhaust fumes of neutral organisms. Xiaoying, get ready to work. See that big thing? Go over there and bring back everything that reflects light. Lin Chen simply dumped this kind of rough work that required long-term diving and had no technical skill involved on Xiaoying gone. All he needs to give up is an excellent grilled fish. Eek! Little Ing, carrying 2 fishing nets, excitedly set off towards the white moon whale. Chapter 76 Little Ying's Efforts. Humming a little tune, Xiaoying slowly swam to the side of the white moon whale and collected the shiny things one by one into the fishing net. Excellent fishing nets have very fine mesh, so you don't have to worry about losing any or when you throw it in. Little Ing swayed lightly in the water, 1 piece to the left and 1 piece to the right. She personally enjoys picking up these pretty, shiny stones. Now she can freely pick up stones, and Lin Chen even gave her a grilled fish. This is simply her dream class. Following the white moon whale, Xiaoying quickly collected a large bag of sparkling stones. Ingli Lin Chen. Huh, this stone is so shiny. Little Ing flicked her tail and swam toward the glittering stone. I can't get it off. Xiaoying pouted her cherry-like lips. She was determined to get her hands on such a beautiful stone. The fish scales on both sides of her neck stood up, and Xiaoying's fingers suddenly turned into sharp claws, grabbing at the stone. Smack! Eek! Xiaoying happily held the sparkling stone up to her eyes and admired it carefully. A health bar appeared above the white moon whale's head. A sharp, low-frequency hum instantly echoed for miles around. The sound was like a fine needle scraping across a steel plate, or like the buzzing of a mosquito echoing in your ear in the middle of the night. The piercing sound made Xiaoying cover her ears. Eek! Don't make a sound. Little Ing puffed out her cheeks and called out in response to the low-frequency buzzing sound. The 2 sound waves collided, and the seawater exploded instantly, sending a huge column of water shooting into the sky. Lin Chen, who was several kilometers away, suddenly stood up and looked in the direction of the white moon whale. Then he saw a towering column of water and a health bar longer than his life. Health bar? What did Xiaoying do? Why is she fighting with the white moon whale? Lin Chen quickly jumped onto the fishing boat and sped off towards the white moon whale. He gripped the Hellfire shotgun tightly in his hand. This was his only advantage against the neutral behemoth. Neutral creatures, starting with an excellent rarity, generally do not attack survivors proactively. The white moon whale in front of us is a neutral creature of exceptional quality. But neutral creatures have another characteristic. They are extremely large. Their enormous size means they have an incredibly thick blood vessel. The health bar of the white moon whale in front of him was 100 times longer than that of any other creature Lin Chen had ever seen. This guy's health bar is probably over 100 meters long. Lin Chen's face darkened when he saw the health bar above the white moon whale's head. How did Xiaoying get involved with this thing? Wasn't she supposed to pick up the reflective stones? How did she end up fighting with the white moon whale? With Xiao Ying's tiny size, she wouldn't even be good enough to fill a gap in the white moon whale's teeth. Little Ling won't get eaten, will she? Lin Chen immediately became anxious. But soon, he saw a little mermaid swimming rapidly toward him. Wah! Help me! Little Ling swam ahead, and the massive white moon whale turned around and began to chase after her. A jet of water shot out, and half of the white moon whale's body floated to the surface. The next moment, its enormous body leaped high into the air and swooped down toward the sea. Its massive body plunged into the sea, instantly creating a giant wave. Sitting on the fishing boat, Lin Chen watched the 4 or 5 meter high wave surge toward him and chose to give up resisting. He plunged into the water, held his breath, closed his eyes, and let the raging waves carry him away. When he felt his body stop floating, Lin Chen opened his eyes. Little Ing was standing in front of him, waving her arms and legs and whimpering incessantly. Lin Chen turned around and saw a huge black shadow appear in front of him. The next moment, Xiaoying wrapped her slender arms around Lin Chen's chest and quickly fled while holding him. Xiaoying has broken the swimming speed record once again. Several tens of seconds later, Lin Chen surfaced. Xiaoying lifted Lin Chen up and placed him on the raft, then pointed to the pirate ship, while she herself tightly gripped her beloved little raft. Run! Lin Chen watched the figure approaching from afar. The white moon whale isn't particularly fast, but the problem is, the wind is blowing in its direction. Lin Chen was numb. An exceptional creature. I don't believe I can't kill it. Lin Chen activated the pain editor, gripped it with both hands, and raised the Hellfire shotgun. There's only one bullet in here. But that's epic quality. Based on the quality of the ammunition, a full shot can deal over 16,000 damage. With the addition of the Blazing Sun's burst, the total damage is estimated to be over 30,000. Although it's uncertain whether a single shot can kill the white moon whale, it will definitely open its eyes. Lin Chen stood on the metal raft, quietly waiting for the white moon whale to approach. Xiaoying anxiously swam around Lin Chen, making ing sounds. Woo! A long, deep, low-frequency hum came again. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't leave, Xiaoying turned her head and looked at the white moon whale that was approaching from a distance. The golden fish scales on her neck stood up, and her beautiful black hair moved without wind. The seawater around her seemed to swirl around her at that moment. Lin Chen noticed the unusual situation around him, looked at Xiaoying, and was immediately startled. Is Xiaoying about to unleash her full power? Xiaoying raised her hands and then slammed them heavily onto the sea. Two slender little hands instantly created a wave 3 or 4 meters high, which swept towards the white moon whale. However, this wave, which would be enough to capsize a ship instantly for humans, poses almost no threat to the enormous size of the white moon whale. The moment Lin Chen saw Xiaoying open her mouth, he immediately covered his ears. Having gained experience, Lin Chen always carried 2 strips of cotton cloth with him, specifically to deal with Xiaoying's skills. But this time, Xiaoying's voice did not seem to have any effect on Lin Chen's mind or body. That sound is controlling the waves. Amidst the soft cries of the white moon whale, the waves surged toward it, gathering the surrounding seawater, growing higher and larger, and moving faster and faster. The nightmare at sea was just beginning to unfold. Lin Chen watched as the wave grew from 3 or 4 meters high to more than 10 meters high. By the time they reached the white moon whale, the waves were already large enough to easily submerge Lin Chen's pirate ship. But these measures only slightly slowed down the moon whale. The health bar on the white moon whale's head remained almost unchanged. On the other hand, Xiaoying completely lost her strength after using this move, lying on her beloved tin raft with a look of utter despair. The scales on the side of her neck had also collapsed, leaving only one golden scale standing upright. Seeing this, Lin Chen cut the rope connecting the raft, kicked Xiaoying's raft, and sent both the raft and Xiaoying to the other side. We still have to rely on me. He held a gun in one hand and another in the other. While Xiaoying stalled for time, Lin Chen took back Yin Yan. At this moment, the white moon whale is facing a complete legendary weapon. You're tough, so I'll grind you down. Yang inflammation bursts forth. Yin inflammation clings to the bone. I'll see if your health bar can last until the Yin flame ends. Chapter 77, The Declarer of War. The enormous black shadow of the white moon whale had arrived in front of Lin Chen. Bang! Bang! 2 loud bangs were heard, and 2 large, bloody, mangled patches appeared on the white moon whale's body. The next moment, countless fine crackling sounds rang out from inside the white moon whale's body. The white moon whale's health bar was dropping rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Whoosh! A painful humming sound emanated from the white moon whale's body. Lin Chen looked at the health bar above the white moon whale's head, Those 2 shots had taken away nearly half of the white moon whale's health. The health bar, which was over 100 meters long, was now only about 50 or 60 meters long. But the real torment is only just beginning. The yin flame adheres to the surface of the white moon whale's body. The yang flame, which bursts inside the body, connects with the yin flame and quickly transforms into the same yin flame. The white moon whale's body was being scorched by flames both inside and out. Whoosh! The white moon whale's cries grew increasingly painful. It opened its huge mouth and charged at Lin Chen, trying to swallow him whole. Violet. With Berserk Type 3 activated, Lin Chen stomped on the raft, his body shooting into the sky like a cannonball, leaping dozens of meters high before landing steadily on the pirate ship. Although the white moon whale has a long health bar, it is currently dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Chen estimated that the white moon whale's health points would be depleted in just 1 hour at most. The burning time of the yin inflammation can last for a full 48 hours. The bullets aren't the core of the Hellfire shotgun. The Hellfire yin-yang twin flames are? If we can hold out for just 1 hour, we can reap the rewards of victory. Lin Chen was very confident. He pulled out a construction hammer, preparing to salvage the pirate ship, and used the hammer to continuously pull against the white moon whale. The next moment, suddenly, the Y-type plant at the front of the pirate ship activated, all its vines came out, and flowers with sharp teeth bit into the body of the white moon whale. Although the Y variant is of perfect quality, the size difference between the two is simply too great. The white moon whale is at least dozens of times the size of the pirate ship, while the Y alien plant is only half the size of the pirate ship. But soon, an astonishing scene unfolded. The Y-type alien bit the white moon whale's body and swung it forcefully. The enormous, mountain-like white moon whale was suddenly flung into the sky by the Y mutant. I haven't taken my boat in yet. If a creature with the size of a white moon whale were to crash down, the pirate ship would definitely not survive. All that would be left is to salvage some scrap. Lin Chen picked up a hammer and struck the deck, but the expected instant demolition did not occur. Instead, a notification popped up. The pirate ship is in an abnormal state. Ownership has been divided, and it cannot be dismantled. The situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly. The timer pops up, and the Y alien has caught the falling white moon whale. The pirate ship suddenly sinks. Seeing the scene before him, Lin Chen quickly fled into the distance. It seems like we don't need to dismantle it anymore. The Y-type alien species bit down hard on the body of the white moon whale, creating a bizarre scene on the sea surface. To put it dramatically, it's like seeing an ant lift up an elephant. Although not entirely accurate, it is quite fitting. The pirate ship sank rapidly and had already sunk to the bottom of the sea. But Lin Chen ultimately did not choose to demolish it. He jumped off the pirate ship and, just as he was about to fall into the ocean, knocked out a raft to catch himself. The battle between the Y-type plant and the white moon whale continues in the ocean. The white moon whale was seen frantically thrashing about on the seabed, trying to shake off the Y-type plant that was biting it. But the Y-type alien held on tightly, refusing to let go no matter how much the white moon whale struggled. Not only did it not let go, it also pulled itself onto the white moon whale and used the largest flower at the base of the vine to bite the white moon whale's body. The yin flame gradually spread from the white moon whale to the Y-type alien, but the Y-type alien seemed unfazed. It kept sucking the flesh and blood of the white moon whale, and the vine slowly penetrated deeper into the white moon whale's body. The scorching heat burned its flowers and vines, leaving layers of blackened charcoal on its surface. When the carbon block fell off, the Y variant revealed even more vibrant petals and vines. It is being burned, but at the same time it is constantly draining the life force of the white moon whale. The enormous white moon whale became the sole victim of this battle. No matter how much it struggles, it cannot get rid of it. The yin flames had enveloped the entire body of the white moon whale, as well as the entire body of the Y-type alien. At this moment, if the Y variant releases the white moon whale, it will be the one that awaits death. Lin Chen floated a kilometer away, observing the fight between the two sides, and his bracelet jumped out of the pirate ship's hull projection. Y variant is expanding. It not only resists the burning of the yin heat, but also has the energy to expand its rhizomes. Its roots began to break free from the constraints of the ship's hull, winding around the iron sheet at the bottom of the ship, and then attempting to penetrate the seabed. The roots tried again and again to reach the ground, but were dragged around in the sea by the white moon whale, unable to find a foothold. Finally, the white moon whale seemed to give up resisting, or perhaps it had run out of strength and slowly sank. Y variant has taken root. From that point on, even if the white moon whale wanted to continue struggling, it was powerless to change the situation. The inflammation was still burning. This strange flame seems to only affect living organisms, without affecting the surrounding environment. Lin Chen and Xiaoying watched the battle from a distance. There is a difference in grade. Even if the size is bigger, it is still a crushing defeat. Little Ling, what did you do to offend it? Xiaoying shook her head blankly. Then she pulled a shiny stone from her chest. Moonstone, superior quality. Discarded ganglia from the white moon whale, exposed during its growth, form moonstones, but remain connected to the whale's internal nerves. Please do not touch them. Due to its unique material, moonstone can serve as a substitute for non-metallic materials of superior quality. Lin Chen looked at the shiny stone and then saw Xiaoying's expectant face, eager for praise. Well done, don't do it again next time. Eek! Xiaoying smiled happily. She couldn't comprehend such profound words with her limited understanding. Whatever makes you happy. Lin Chen gently rubbed Xiaoying's head. The battle in the distance was also gradually coming to an end. Congratulations on defeating the neutral creature, white moon whale. You have obtained 5 golden chests. 5. The reward for killing the giant beast far exceeded Lin Chen's expectations. The Y-type's assistance hastened the death of the white moon whale. Its life ended under the burning shadows. 5 golden treasure chests lay quietly on the corpse of the white moon whale. But Lin Chen doesn't dare to get close yet. Although the white moon whale died, it gave birth to an even more powerful monster. Perfect quality dangerous organism, Y alien plant. During the process of feeding on the flesh of the white moon whale, the root system of the Y-type xenoplant expanded several times over. But vulvar inflammation will punish it. Lin Chen only needed to quietly wait for the Y-type xenograph to die. At this moment, a new notification popped up again. Server-wide announcement. Survivor Lin Chen has killed the neutral mob, the white moon whale, becoming the first survivor to kill a neutral mob and earning the title, Declarant of War. Server-wide announcement. Survivor Lin Chen has achieved kills of all monsters of superior quality or higher, including peaceful, dangerous, and neutral creatures, and has been awarded the title, Butcher. The 2 announcements were played 3 times in a row before stopping. Lin Chen was delighted when he saw the effects of the 2 titles. Chapter 78, Excellent Pet. Congratulations on obtaining the title, Declarer of War. Declarant. This title is awarded to survivors who challenge the behemoth, paying tribute to your fearlessness. Wearing this title grants the ability to be fearless and cannot be feared. Congratulations on obtaining the title, Butcher. Butcher, your slaughter has proven your power to the world. Your aura can intimidate small creatures of superior quality or lower, and has a chance to incapacitate small creatures of common quality or lower. Butcher advancement requirements. Completed killing of perfect quality peaceful mobs. Completed killing of perfect quality neutral mobs. Completed killing of perfect quality dangerous mobs. Conqueror's Haki. Lin Chen categorized all titles under the epic title category, and an invisible aura emanated from his body and spread outwards. An invincible feeling arose from the bottom of Lin Chen's heart. What a wondrous power. Lin Chen was quite interested in this subtle feeling. Eek! Little Ling circled around Lin Chen, curiously observing this human. She felt that this human seemed to have something different about him, but she can't see it. Lin Chen found the moon pool pod that had been shot down during the battle. The moon pool cabin, hanging from the bottom of the original pirate ship, was crushed and rammed by the white moon whale, yet its durability only dropped by a small fraction, while the outer iron railings were completely deformed and their durability was reduced to 0. Lin Chen collected supplies from the moon pool pod and rebuilt a pirate ship. Eek! Just as Lin Chen was preparing to set up the new boat, Xiaoying rushed over from the water, holding a red fish in her hand. Flaming flying fish. This guy tried to escape in the chaos, but Xiaoying spotted him. Once back in Lin Chen's hands, the flowing flame flying fish became obedient. Its big eyes glanced at Lin Chen, and when it saw Lin Chen raise his fist, the next moment, having successfully tamed the flowing flame flying fish, would you like to accept it as your master? Accept. Obtain pet, flame flying fish. The flame flying fish illustration has been unlocked. If you had listened to me earlier, you would have gotten fewer beatings. Flowing flame flying fish, unnamed, loyalty, 20 to 100 slightly dissatisfied. Oh ho, still not convinced. Lin Chen raised his fist again. Loyalty, 40 to 100 submission. That's more like it. Lin Chen put away his fist and named the flowing flame flying fish. From now on, you'll be called Xiaohong. Naming complete. Eek. Xiaoying also came to her side and gently patted Lu Yanfeiyu's head. Lu Yanfeiyu didn't seem too happy with the name, but after Xiaoying patted its head twice, it became obedient. Lin Chen was surprised to find that the loyalty of this extraordinary beast actually increased after being patted twice by Xiaoying. Eek, eek. Xiaoying circled the flowing flame flying fish twice, tapping it occasionally, until the flowing flame flying fish's loyalty level rose to 65 before stopping. Could it be that Xiaoying is a master fish trainer? Considering Xiao Ying's identity, Lin Chen felt that this was a reasonable guess. Xiaoying is finally starting to become more and more useful. All my careful cultivation has paid off. Lin Chen looked at Xiao Ying with admiration for a moment, then turned his attention to Lu Yanfeiyu. He fed the flame-flying fish an excellent grilled fish, and seeing its health bar begin to recover, he said, "Little Red, show us how to breathe fire." However, Lin Chen overestimated the intelligence of the exceptional ferocious beast. As a dangerous creature of exceptional quality, the flame-flying fish is more intelligent than the sky-catching bird, Little White. However, it cannot reach the level of Little Ying. Lu Yanfei didn't understand, but Xiaoying understood. Xiaoying slapped Lu Yanfeiyu twice on the head, then whimpered twice more, and Xiaohong started to move. Its body was taut, and its originally bright red body now showed an even brighter crimson, as if there was faint firelight flowing inside its body. Immediately afterwards, the flying fish burst out of the sea, spread its large fins, and maintained a gliding posture in the sky. A ball of flame moved from inside its body to the outside, and then quickly formed rings of fire that enveloped it. The gliding didn't last long. Little Red quickly retracted its fins and returned to the water. Based on Lin Chen's previous experience capturing Xiaohong, the flame-flying fish cannot maintain its external flames for a long time, otherwise it will also get injured. Little Red, you're so weak. The flame-flying fish is the weakest of all the extraordinary creatures Lin Chen has ever seen. The deep cave water spider embodies ultimate violence and speed. The white moon whale boasts a 100-meter-long health bar and a massive body, while the flowing flame-flying fish. As a fish living in a deep-sea volcano, it has to fly above the surface to unleash its skills, and summoning flames will cause it to injure the enemy by 1,000 while also injuring itself by 800. This looks really bad. Lin Chen opened the Advanced Survival Manual to check the illustration of the flowing flame-flying fish, only to realize that he had misunderstood this creature. Flame-flying fish, superior quality, dangerous creature. Click to expand. Lifestyle, dietary habits, attack methods. Habitat. They mostly live in groups near submarine volcanoes, with an optimal temperature range of 70 to 150 degrees Celsius. Attack methods. In the air, it can generate extremely high body temperatures, summoning flames to attack. The flames can reach temperatures of up to 2,000 degrees Celsius, which the flame-flying fish itself cannot withstand for long. In its habitat, it can summon magma for attack or defense. If it appears in groups, it can trigger underwater volcanic eruptions. After reading the detailed illustrations, Lin Chen had a general understanding of the flame-flying fish. First, an underwater volcano erupted, wiping out most of the flowing flame-flying fish clan living nearby, leaving only Little Red as the sole survivor. Then I met Lin Chen. She's still a poor little thing. Lin Chen patted Xiaohong's head. Taming exceptional creatures does not offer any additional rewards, such as treasure chests. However, having an exceptionally dangerous creature as an aid is far more valuable than a golden treasure chest. Xiaoying, from now on this will be your little brother. Eek. Xiaoying pouted, seemingly disgusted by Lu Yanfeiyu. The previous fish and meat subsidies will continue to be distributed. Xiaoying only accepted it after hearing Lin Chen say that. Lin Chen returned to the pirate ship, rearranged the ship, and then went back down to wait quietly for the Y-type plant's life to burn out. Perfect creatures are really tough, surviving this long despite the scorching heat. However, the inflammation can last for 48 hours. I wonder if the Y variant can endure it indefinitely. Once the Y variant dies, I'll retrieve the treasure chest, open it, and then check the ocean shop for any new exclusive items. Chapter 79 Thruster Assembly. Su Yun, congratulations. You've earned 2 titles in a row. Let's see how they go. Lin Chen. Entry. Declarant of War. Entry. Butcher. Su Yun. These 2 are amazing. Especially the butcher. It's so convenient. With the butcher, I'll never be afraid of mosquitoes, bees, or other insects again. Insect-borne dangerous organisms have always been a difficult problem to solve. They are numerous, small in size, and impossible to defend against. Lin Chen had suffered before. But once the title of butcher was acquired, this problem was easily solved. Lin Chen. The butcher title isn't unique. You can get it too. All you need to do now is kill a neutral creature of excellent quality. Su Yun. Okay. Next time a neutral creature passes by, I'll take it down immediately. I just tested it, and I'm pretty strong now. Lin Chen, don't be too confident. Neutral creatures of the same level are much stronger than dangerous creatures. Wait until I create the new Hellfire shotgun ammo before you challenge it. In the Advanced Survival Manual, neutral creatures prefer to feed on dangerous creatures, which demonstrates their strength. However, neutral creatures are only invincible within their own level. When they encounter a perfect level dangerous creature of a higher rank, they will still die. Peaceful creatures are excluded. Some of the peaceful creatures are weak and therefore not included in the combat power ranking. A legendary figure like himself couldn't defeat an outstanding opponent who was 2 ranks lower than him. Embarrassing. Oh no, I've lost a fish. Lin Chen glanced at the Y-type plant in the distance. Its life points were constantly decreasing and recovering, but overall, they were showing a downward trend. The white moon whale is dead, and the Y-type plant has little life energy left to absorb. I've got nothing to do. Let's go collect some sulfur. All of Lin Chen's belongings are on the pirate ship occupied by the Y-type plant. He can only retrieve them after the Y-type plant dies. While waiting, he began training the flowing flame-flying fish to obey commands and, imitating Su Yun's flight seat, built himself a vehicle. 20 minutes later, Lin Chen opened his private messages. Lin Chen, the picture shows the flying fish, which is my pet. It has 2 large fins that can be used to hook things. If you make sure the hooks are secure, you can put a spindle-shaped plate on the back so that people can lie on it. Su Yun, okay, simple, wait for me for 10 minutes. Handicrafts are better done by professionals. Lin Chen tossed aside the clump of scrap material in his hand and said, Didi. Hearing the private message notification again, Lin Chen was surprised. It'll be done in just 1 minute? I opened my private message list and found it was a message from Zhang Qinwei. Zhang Qinwei, boss, the thruster set you requested is ready. There is 1 large thruster and 6 small thrusters in total. I have tied all the wires together. Zhang Qinwei, application for targeted transaction. Thruster group, self-naming item none. Lin Chen accepted the props and discovered that one of the thrusters was actually made of alloy. Lin Chen, you can build high-strength propellers now. Zhang Qinwei, yes, boss. The smelting furnace you gave me is very advanced and can be used to forge alloys. When Lu Dajiang saw that I was making propellers, he melted a high-strength alloy based on his own formula, using quite a lot of materials. I've tried it, and this alloy is very strong, more than enough to make large propellers. Zhang Qinwei, however, materials are currently limited, and only one of these alloy propellers can be produced. So I used this one as the main propeller, and the rest were placed on the sides to help the ship change course. Based on the ship information you provided, I have selected the positions for these 7 propellers and arranged the wiring according to the picture. You can just install them directly. Lin Chen carefully examined the arrangement of the large propeller and the 6 small propellers, and was very satisfied. Zhang Qinwei is so meticulous in his work that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to award him a Best Employee award. The top employee's report wasn't over yet. Zhang Qinwei, the steam engine has already started production and is expected to be completed by tomorrow morning. Lin Chen, thank you for your hard work. Take care and get some rest. Just let me know if you need any materials in the future. Zhang Qinwei, thank you, boss. By the way, this alloy propeller was forged by Lu Dajiang. He's a very experienced old ironworks worker, and he works very efficiently. Lin Chen, understood. Since you think he's good, I'll recruit him too. We'll need a lot of people to make props in the future, so you can handle that. On a raft near the 3-section sailboat, Zhang Qinwei and Lu Dajiang gathered together, continuously drawing red-hot metal from the smelting furnace. Hey, you two should take a break. You haven't slept for a day and a night. When Li Jianguo returned from the island with his men, he saw the two still busy and couldn't bear to watch any longer. Don't worry, Laoli, the herbs in this world are amazing. I'm not sleepy at all. Lu Dajiang wiped the sweat from his forehead and laughed. Old Lu is right. I was quite sleepy, but after taking a bite of the jade Kirin watermelon, I instantly perked up, Zhang Qinwei said with a smile. But you still need to rest, you know. The descriptions of these medicines and fruits only say they can keep you awake, but they don't say you don't need to sleep. Don't worry, we'll get some rest once we've finished making this steam engine. Sigh, why do you all have to work so hard? Lin Chen didn't urge you. Lu Dajiang put the metal back into the smelting furnace and waited for it to turn red hot, his hands temporarily at ease. He chuckled at Li Jianguo, his tanned face glistening with sweat. Get the steam engine out of here as soon as possible, so I can recommend myself to Boss Lin. This is my letter of self-recommendation. Haha, Lao Lu, your self-recommendation credibility is gone. Zhang Qinwei suddenly laughed and hooked his arm around Lu Dajiang's neck. The next moment, he pointed his finger, and a rowboat landed on the sea not far from Lu Dajiang. Xiaozhong, this is your dorm room. Hurry up and pack it away. Boss Lin is willing to hire me. Thank you so much, Xiaozhong. Don't thank me. Thank you, boss, and thank you yourself. I've worked on the front lines before, and your craftsmanship is truly impressive. The boss must really like the alloy propeller you made. Those are all the blueprints you gave me, Xiaozhong. I'm just the one who did the work. Without your alloy and forging skills, no matter how well I draw my blueprints, it's useless. Li Jiangguo looked at the two of them and the oarsman's sailboat beside them, and said with a smile, all right, now that you've joined Lin Chen's company, you should get some rest and not overwork yourself. No. Li Jiangguo and Zhang Qinwei both looked at Lu Dajiang with suspicion. Lu Dajiang scratched the back of his head and smiled honestly. I've just joined the company, so I have to show my skills. The major parts of the steam engine are all done, and there are only some minor parts left. Let's finish them in one go before taking a break. Old Lu, you. Okay. Before Li Jiangguo could finish speaking, Zhang Qinwei suddenly shouted, I just ate a jade Kirin watermelon, and now I'm full of energy and can't sleep at all. Lao Lu, let's continue. All right. Li Jiangguo looked at the two men helplessly, shook his head, and walked towards the three-section sailboat. President. I heard my teammates' voices behind me. President, can I also apply to join Lin Chen's company? Li Jiangguo glanced back and asked, you know about electricity? Don't know. You know forging? Won't. Do you know how to make a propeller? Do you know how to produce high-strength alloys? I don't know. Then just come with me to kill ferocious beasts and search for supplies. If you can't do anything, why would Lin Chen hire you? Is it because you have a big appetite, able to eat 5 fish in one meal? Well, all right, stop envying them. Our living conditions are already the best in the whole district. Come on, let's go back to the second deck and enjoy the air conditioning. Get some rest and prepare for tonight's beast attack. The generator needs a new operator. Hound, you can go now. Yes, Commander Li. Go ahead. Once they've developed their steam engine, we won't need to generate electricity by hand anymore. Chapter 80 Red-Ringed Octopus. Lin Chen received the thruster assembly and immediately went to install it. With the pictures and instructions sent by Zhang Qinwei and the already planned layout, Lin Chen's installation was very quick. 20 minutes later, Lin Chen returned from the seabed, soaking wet, and then excitedly went to the deck. Lin Chen turned on the main thruster switch, stepped on the generator, and the wheel under his foot spun faster and faster. He opened the ship's projection and navigation map, and was pleasantly surprised to find that the ship was moving. His boat can now sail against the wind. Lin Chen shared the news with Su Yun and told her that they were producing steam engines. He gave it a quick try, and stopped after sailing 100 meters. Because he can't leave yet, he has to wait until the Y alien plant dies, retrieve the crafting table from the old pirate ship, and get the kill rewards for the White Moon Whale and the Y alien plant. The generator is on the second floor, and the rudder is on the outside. Currently, it's not possible to operate both the rudder and the generator simultaneously. We'll have to wait until the steam engine is built so that power generation can be automated. Then all I'll need to do is steer the ship. The steam engine will arrive tomorrow. There's no rush. With a stable and reliable power source, the demand for electric eels is reduced. However, Lin Chen will not give up raising electric eels. These fish are essentially backup power sources, so naturally we need to keep them. In many places where it's inconvenient to connect to electrical wires, carrying just one electric eel is sufficient. The danger of the night arrived as usual. Red-ringed octopus, common quality, dangerous creature. It likes to wrap its opponents with its tentacles and secrete mucus to attack their nervous system. Another poisonous creature. I need to sell some cationic water, otherwise my customers will be poisoned again. Lin Chen opened the chat interface, and as he expected, many people had been infected. But this poison, it actually makes people aroused? The red-ringed octopus secretes an aphrodisiac. Lin Chen was stunned. He immediately retrieved and decomposed the corpse of a red-ringed octopus. Obtained, red-ringed octopus venom 2. Since it attacks the nervous system, it means that this mucus is harmful and is a kind of venom. Cation water should be able to neutralize it. Lin Chen put his 100-liter supply of cationic water on the shelves and announced its sale. However, the response this time was minimal. Sales are bad. Clearly, some people simply don't want to take the antidote. Or perhaps they simply don't have time to look at the public chat or the market right now. The Tongminghui fleet. Li Jiangguo looked at the red-ringed octopuses covering the side of the boat, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. With the equipment Lin Chen gave me, dealing with a group of ordinary-level dangerous creatures will be a piece of cake. These guys can't even touch our ship. Ha 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 ha. Li Jiangguo laughed heartily. Zhou Xiao, a member of the Tongminghui who was standing next to him, wiped away his sweat as he watched the chat channel. Luckily, we didn't let those octopuses climb onto the raft, otherwise it would have been troublesome. What's there to be afraid of? We can easily take them down on the raft. Li Jiangguo patted Zhou Xiao on the shoulder and asked, "Didn't you call yourself a hunting dog, afraid of nothing?" Commander Li, take a look at the public chat. Upon hearing this, Li Jiangguo opened the chat interface, and his expression gradually became subtle. Commander Li, our fleet is all men. What if they get poisoned? You can shut up now. Oh, on the sea, inside a fishing boat, two girls, their faces flushed, held weapons. That's Sister Xianxian. Can't. Oh, 5 minutes later. Sister Xianxian, are you hot? I'm not hot. 5 minutes later. Sister Xianxian, just give in to me. Don't be impulsive. We can't cure this poison. Sister, don't worry. I have a plan. Su Xianxian stared wide-eyed at what was in front of her in shock. Fujizu fake weapon. You, how did you get this? Would you believe me if I said this was for personal use? The flag bearing the character Su fluttered in the evening breeze. Su Yun leaned against the side of the boat, two blushes rising on her face. I'm so strong. One punch, and I take down a red-ringed octopus. I'll find a good ferocious beast to practice on next time. Su Yun glared at Xiao Bai with ill intent. Xiao Bai sensed something was wrong and immediately flapped its wings to fly up to the mast. Forget it, I won't bully the newbie. It would be bad if I lost loyalty. Su Yun was wet, clearly having just returned from the sea. After gaining unlimited physical enhancement, Su Yun was full of confidence in her power. So when the red-ringed octopus attacked, Su Yun jumped into the sea and fought it head-on. The red-ringed octopus died, and Su Yun successfully came into contact with its venom. She leaned over the edge of the boat and subconsciously rubbed her legs together. What's wrong with me? This feeling is so strange. Puzzled, Su Yun opened the public chat to find the answer, and her face instantly turned bright red. She picked up a bottle of cationic water, took a sip, and poured the rest all over herself. The unusual sensation in my body gradually disappeared. Phew, I almost got hit. Damn it. How could there be such an evil creature? Su Yun angrily returned to the inner cabin, immediately took off her clothes, and took a shower. The phone suddenly rang. Su Yun picked up the phone with her wet hands, and Lin Chen's magnetic voice came through the phone. Were you attacked? It's been resolved. You're not poisoned, are you? If you are, remember to drink cationic water. It can help detoxify. The venom of the red-ringed octopus can damage the nervous system. Yes, I've already drunk it. I'm fine now. It's good that you're all right. What are you doing right now? Taking a shower. Well, wanna see? With a click, the call ended. Su Yun put down the phone and clutched her head in panic. Am I out of my mind? What nonsense am I talking about? How could I ask such a question? She covered her face and squatted down, feeling her cheeks burning. The cationic water did indeed neutralize the toxins from the red-ringed octopus, but hormones that have already been secreted may not be eliminated. Didi. Lin Chen, look. Su Yun bit her lip. What should I do? I started this whole thing. Lin Chen sat on the bed in the captain's cabin. Although he wasn't poisoned, he felt no different from if he were. A short while. Su Yun, picture. Lin Chen, stand up and look around. Don't block the view with your legs. Su Yun, I'm going to sleep now, good night. Lin Chen scratched his head. In the survival world, don't people usually go to sleep after midnight, after checking the weather forecast? There's still some time to go. What a cunning woman. She started the fire, but didn't put it out. She's playing hard to get. He quietly saved the photo. Suddenly, a message popped up. Congratulations on defeating the dangerous creature, Y alien plant. You have obtained a diamond chest. Chapter 81 Diamond Treasure Chest. Finally dead. Lin Chen sighed deeply. Little Ing and Little Hong, let's go collect our spoils. Lin Chen put on night vision goggles, jumped into the sea, found Xiao Hong, and grabbed the underwater shuttle board behind Xiao Hong with one hand. The shuttle board is shaped like a shuttle, with two holes at the front to provide gripping positions. Lin Chen lay on the shuttle board, which was then secured to Xiao Hong's fin with a rope and pulled by Xiao Hong. An underwater fish car was thus created. Little Red, let's go. The command was given, and after Xiaoing translated it, the flowing flame-flying fish instantly rushed out. The two large fins retracted to its sides, becoming a powerful tool to break through the resistance of the seawater, and the speed increased sharply to about 35 to 40 meters per second. Sigh. Upon reaching the shipwreck, Lin Chen pulled the rope, bringing the flowing flame-flying fish to a stop. Seeing the scene before him, Lin Chen exclaimed, so ruthless. The enormous white moon whale looked as if it had been drained dry, its size reduced by 2/3. Its skin was wrinkled and crumpled, making it look like a dried-up corpse that had been squeezed dry. Clearly, this was the work of Y-type heterophyte. Lin Chen removed the Yin flame, then activated the scanning function on his bracelet and began scanning the white moon whale's corpse. Obtained 200 moonstones. Obtained 3,000 expired white moon whale cooked meat. Obtained 500 behemoth nerves. Obtained 30 g of lung tissue. The meat from the white moon whale was completely unusable and of poor quality. This meat has no other benefits besides filling one's stomach. 3,000 pieces of meat. They've all become ineffective. Lin Chen thought that having harvested the meat of the white moon whale, he wouldn't have to fish for at least a month. But now, all his plans have fallen through. Xiaoying, it seems the plan to improve your meals won't be able to be implemented. Xiaoying put one hand on her hip and pointed to the Y-type plant below. There's another one over there. You're a vegetarian? Lin Chen had actually been eyeing the Y-type plant meat below for a long time. After consuming all the flesh and energy of the white moon whale, the Y-alien plant grew larger and larger. The entire pirate ship has been completely enclosed. After Lin Chen finished dissecting the white moon whale's carcass, the next step was to work on the Y-type plant. Obtained 50 perfect corrosion liquid. Obtained 100 perfect vines. Obtained perfect plant origin 1. Obtained 200 perfect roasted Y-type plant blocks. Obtained trap flower perfect 30. Obtained 1 Y xenograft seed. The perfect plant is full of good stuff. Trap flower, perfect quality, trap, can be used to capture small to medium-sized ferocious beasts of perfect quality or lower. Plant origin, a perfect quality, infinite evolutionary energy substance. Consuming it enhances your existing infinite evolutionary power and allows you to choose the direction of your next evolution. Su Yun will definitely need this. Lin Chen carefully stored the flower of trap and sent the plant origin directly to Su Yun. However, the woman seemed to be asleep, as she didn't reply. Lin Chen simply stopped sending messages and continued packing. The old pirate ship was riddled with holes after being invaded and occupied by the Y-alien plant. Lin Chen directly took out the construction hammer and used it to recycle the equipment with one click. After collecting the 5 gold treasure chests and 1 diamond treasure chest, Lin Chen went to the ocean shop. Welcome to the ocean shop, the great epic pioneer. Sure enough, 3 new items appeared at the top. Epic medal, proof of pushing the boundaries of the world. Wearing it grants global attention and favor. Can only be worn by the holder of an epic title. Unique worldwide. Price, 0 ocean coins. Declaration of war horn, superior quality. An exclusive item for the declarer. Blow the horn to provoke all dangerous and neutral creatures of superior quality or lower within a 5-kilometer radius, drawing their attacks. Price, 3,000 ocean coins. Butcher's knife engraving, superior quality. A butcher exclusive item. Engraving it onto a weapon increases its damage. Price, 1,000 ocean coins. The effects of the epic medal are somewhat unclear, but this declaration of war horn is very useful. Next time we land on the island, we'll blow the horn at sea to lure out the ferocious beasts from the forest and deal with them all on the surface. As for the final butcher's knife pattern, judging from the price, it may not be of much use. Otherwise, it wouldn't be sold so cheaply. Lin Chen bought the epic medal and planned to buy the rest after returning to the ship, opening the treasure chests, and having enough money. Take it back to the ship first. Xiaohong, time to get to work. Lin Chen made a hand gesture to Xiaoying, who immediately understood and slapped Xiaohong on the head. Although Xiaohong is only an exceptional creature, she is much stronger than Xiaoying. Pulled by it, the heavy ocean shop began to move slowly. Lin Chen didn't add to Xiaohong's burden. Instead, he was held in Xiaoying's arms and slowly swam back to the pirate ship. Back on deck, we began unpacking. Open the diamond chest to receive 2,000 ocean coins, impact blade. Open the golden treasure chest to receive 800 ocean coins. Unboxing 9 to 10. Open the black iron treasure chest, and the lucky draw effect activates. Quality +2. Get. Lin Chen held a pair of mechanical-looking arm guards in his hands. Impact blade, perfect quality, powered armor exoskeleton. Attack power 2800, burst damage 4800. Attached to the outside of the arm, it unleashes a burst of high damage upon activation. He attached the impact blade to his wrist, and a stinging sensation came through. This feeling is exactly the same as when I experienced mechanical ascension. Lin Chen felt a sudden connection appear in his brain. A thought stirred within him. The next moment, a sharp, white blade suddenly shot out, accompanied by a powerful impact that slammed into the deck, instantly reducing the pirate ship's durability. Old 6 Divine Artifact. Lin Chen retracted the impact blade with satisfaction. I got lucky with this unboxing. Lin Chen turned his gaze to the remaining props. 5 golden treasure chests were opened, each containing a unique item. Wind-whistling leg plates, superior quality, powered armor exoskeleton. Enhances leg strength during movement and activates the wind-whistling engine, granting up to 10 seconds of airtime. Shipwreck boots, superior quality. When worn, they provide stability and allow for steady walking on the deck, even in wind and rain. Demon mask, superior quality. Facial protection, transforms into a demon in the night and can project ghostly fire around the wearer. The color of the ghostly fire is customizable. Excellent manufacturing blueprints for storage boxes. Excellent flintlock blueprints. Blueprints for making general-purpose bullets for conventional weapons. Lin Chen found his luck somewhat unbelievable. I wasn't so lucky when opening boxes before. Most of the stuff I found just ended up gathering dust in my junk box. Lin Chen picked up the medal he was wearing on his chest. Epic medals. That's interesting. Chapter 82 Butcher's Knife Engraving. Excellent crafting requirements for Mauser pistols. 10 iron, 5 saltpeter, 3 good wood, 300 planks. Storage box crafting requirements. 20 iron, 1 gold, 1 silver, 1 waterproof material, 3 superior wood, 6,000 planks. What kind of storage box is this? It requires so many materials. Lin Chen became curious about this storage box of exceptional quality. He happened to have a piece of gold on hand. Let's try making one. Make 9 to 10. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +3. I'm so lucky. Lin Chen looked at the epic medal in disbelief. Was I just lucky today, or did you do a better job? He quietly tucked the medals he was wearing on the outside into the inner layer of his clothes. Dimensional ring, epic. Contains a 10 by 10 by 10 meter dimensional space, within which spacetime is absolutely still. Its spatial form can be freely altered while maintaining the total space constant. This item cannot accommodate overlapping spaces. 1,000 cubic meters of space is more than enough. Lin Chen immediately slipped the ring onto his middle finger. While the construction hammer can also store items, and in some ways has more storage space than the dimensional ring, it is limited by the number of slots and cannot be stored freely. An excellent building hammer can only store a maximum of 50 items. If you are collecting herbs on the island, each type of herb will occupy a slot, and a custom-named item will also occupy a slot, which is very inconvenient. At the same time, compared to the ring, the construction hammer is too large and inconvenient to carry. Lin Chen quickly organized the supplies, storing all the large quantities in the construction hammer, while the smaller, more varied supplies, or those that needed to be accessed at any time, were stored in his dimensional ring. With the dimensional ring, he no longer needed to carry 4 or 5 hammers around his waist every time he went out. After organizing his supplies, Lin Chen arrived at the ocean store. He had just opened a bunch of treasure chests and had plenty of ocean coins. Lin Chen bought a war horn and immediately blew it. Whoosh! A powerful sound echoed across the sea. Lin Chen suddenly felt a gaze directed at him. He looked in the direction of the gaze. Xiaohong looked at me with a strange expression. Little red flying fish's loyalty, 60 to 100. This declaration of war is an indiscriminate attack. It'll reduce loyalty. Lin Chen quickly put away the declaration of war. Use this thing less often in the future. Lin Chen tossed a fish to Little Red to distract it. Then he turned his attention to another prop. Butcher knife pattern. Temperature stickers. A thin sheet of plastic with a picture of a butcher's knife on it. Attaching it to a weapon will grant it an attack power bonus. Lin Chen tried attaching this to the impact blade. The plastic film on the back immediately turned into a transparent substance upon contact with the weapon, forming a coating on the blade of the impact blade before gradually disappearing. The blade of impact is engraved with attack power 2800 plus 400, burst damage 4800 plus 600. The effect is SOSO. The damage is about the same as a good quality weapon. Could you put up a few more? Lin Chen tried immediately, but there was no reaction after the second one was applied. Looks like I can only stick one on. The extra one is given directly to Su Yun. Midnight. Sunny day, 5 weather forecast. Sunny, temperature 42 to 45 degrees Celsius, light breeze, long days, and short nights. This weather is making it increasingly difficult for ordinary people to survive. My poor guests. The temperature of ordinary bath water is only 37 to 42 degrees Celsius. As temperatures rise and the sun becomes increasingly intense, ice cooling pills have become a necessity. However, with the prescription now publicly available, anyone can produce Bingji pills, making them incredibly cheap. However, now it's not just the sun that burns your skin. The high temperature in the air will directly burn the skin. Hopefully, more of us will survive. Lin Chen lay on the bed and slowly fell asleep. The 5th day. With the Jade Kirin watermelon, Lin Chen himself will no longer be affected by the scorching sun. But it's uncertain about others. The air is so hot, I can't stand it. I feel like my organs are being roasted on fire. It's only been 5 days, and it's already 45 degrees Celsius. How are we supposed to live like this? In this heat, medicine is no longer effective. All I want to do now is soak in the sea every day. Taking medicine and soaking in seawater can barely help me get through it. But I can't stay in the seawater all day long. Does anyone have any better heatstroke remedies? I'll buy them at a high price. Now we definitely need to keep the best heatstroke medicines on our own. Who can stand this heat? Brother Lin definitely has it. When will Brother Lin release it? Lin Chen. All you ever think about is relying on Brother Lin for help. Can't you have a little bit of independence? With thousands of people in the district, it's impossible for Lin Chen to guarantee the livelihood of so many people. The phone rang. Su Yun. Good morning. The plant essence you gave me last night is amazing. I feel like I could take on an exceptional creature with my bare hands. Lin Chen. Stay calm and don't get carried away, my big sister. Su Yun. Who cares who calls me big sister? I'm totally fine with it. Lin Chen. Okay. By the way, did you use the butcher tattoo? Su Yun. I used it, and the effect is good. I installed it on my bow. I feel that the essence of this thing is somewhat similar to my infinite evolution, like a kind of bioenergy. I can sense that this transparent substance is a living organism. Lin Chen. I'm also quite curious about the underlying principles. Su Yun. We don't know much about these things right now, but we'll figure it out eventually. Lin Chen. Su Yun. Oh right. I forgot to exchange the navigation maps last night. Let me do it now. Su Yun. Application for targeted transaction. Su Yun. You've come from the north? Lin Chen. Yes. The large thruster is ready. Su Yun. Lin Chen. We currently have limited materials, but we can finish the second set before the hottest days of summer end. Su Yun. I'll be waiting for you. Lin Chen. Were you poisoned last night? Su Yun. Don't mention it again. Lin Chen closed the chat window and stretched. I am in a good mood. Stepping onto the deck and looking at the empty space, I felt much better. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Qinwei delivered the steam engine, which is now officially in operation and is clattering away on the second deck. This marks the official start of the electrical age. I heard that Zhang Qinwei and Lu Dajiang are working on light bulb filaments again. I hope they can figure it out as soon as possible. To help develop electric lights, Lin Chen sent 100 pieces of glass, as well as the ore that Xiaoying had previously collected by tracking the white moon whale. The ship sped across the sea, riding the wind and waves. Chapter 83 Report on the Work of the Alliance 1. Make 9 to 10. Lin Chen placed saltpeter, iron, and wood into the crafting table in sequence to read the data. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality increased by 1. Obtained, Desert Eagle, perfect. A silver-white pistol appeared on the workbench. Lin Chen picked up the pistol, held it in his hand, and felt the texture of the Desert Eagle. A vessel for the equality of all beings. Hellfire spread bullets are too expensive. From now on, we'll stick to these low-end guns as our primary weapons. Desert Eagle, perfect quality, weapon. Attack power 3600, effective range 200 meters. Due to its immense power, it is also known as the pocket cannon. Lin Chen didn't have high expectations for this weapon. Perfection would suffice. If we upgrade to legendary status, the cost of bullets will become prohibitive. After ejecting the magazine, this Desert Eagle, like the previous Hellfire shotgun, only has 1 bullet left. Making bullets. 1 bullet requires 1 copper and 1 gunpowder. The quality of a bullet is primarily determined by the gunpowder. Lin Chen produced 81 bullets in one go, including good bullets made of black powder and excellent bullets made of smokeless powder. However, the difference in power between the two is not significant, only 500 points. Therefore, Lin Chen used black powder for all his products later on. Bang! The loud gunshot disturbed the calm sea. The little eagle, who was playing in the water by herself, was also startled by the gunshot. She quickly swam to Lin Chen's feet and looked curiously at the new, smoky, silvery white creature. Eek! Don't play with this. Eek! Here's some fish for you. Eek! After watching Xiaoying leave, Lin Chen, having nothing else to do, decided to do a good deed. He went to the nursery and brought out a large amount of fertilizer from his inventory. Farming 4 to 10. Farming 5 to 10. Farming 6 to 10. Lin Chen. The watermelons are now on the shelves. As soon as the message was posted, the chat interface started flooded with messages. Lin Chen was quite puzzled. Don't these guys go out to explore during the day? Do they just lurk in the chat interface all day long? I don't know if it's because many people have set Lin Chen as a special contact, but every time Lin Chen speaks, it always attracts a lot of attention. Didi. Li Jiangguo. Summary of the Alliance's work yesterday. First, 13 new members were recruited, 11 men and 2 women. Among them, 10 have good weapons and ordinary armor, and 2 need assistance. Currently, all 11 members have joined the island exploration team. 1 woman stayed on the boat and is responsible for daily tasks such as washing clothes and fishing, which are not dangerous. Second, the production team recruited 1 new member yesterday to participate in Zhang Qinwei's thruster production project. It is expected that the production of the small sidewing thrusters will be completed tonight. Lu Dajiang has finished his long overtime shift and is now resting, while awaiting the completion of or refining. It is expected that the forging of the large thrusters will be completed tonight. Third, yesterday's landing on the island yielded a quantity of herbs, most of which were of ordinary quality. No casualties were reported in the fight against the ferocious beast. Supplies are currently plentiful and no replenishment is needed. Report complete. Lin Chen was quite surprised by the report because he had not asked Li Jiangguo to do so. This was entirely Li Jiangguo's spontaneous action. This veteran police officer actually took the initiative to give me a report? Does he do this all the time? Do police stations also require daily work summaries? Lin Chen soon found out the reason. Li Jiangguo. Xiaozhang told me that investors need to see results before they will continue to invest, otherwise they will withdraw their funds. So I will report to you every day from now on. How is this report? Is it detailed enough? Lin Chen, it's all right. Do you have enough heatstroke medicine? Li Jiangguo. Enough. Lin Chen, I mean high-end. Li Jiangguo. The high-end is enough. The Tongminghui is now rolling in money. With the supplies you provided, plus the resources everyone collected on the islands, everyone now has a fishing boat. However, air conditioning is only available on the 2 3-section sailboats and in the moon pool cabin. Everyone prefers to come to the 3-section sailboats to enjoy the air conditioning when they rest. The moon pool cabin and the second 3-section sailboat were gifts from Lin Chen to Zhang Qinwei when Zhang Qinwei sent over the steam engine early this morning. As Lin Chen's exclusive team, Lin Chen hopes that they can work in a secluded and independent environment, while also having a better working environment. The lunar pool is now used to store high-end supplies, such as air conditioners and precious metals. The 3-section sailboat is Zhang Qinwei's workplace. The upper deck houses the smelting furnace for melting and forging, while the second deck serves as the design center and power research center. Lin Chen suddenly remembered something and asked, "How far have we progressed in exploring the island?" Li Jiangguo. We've explored all the areas except for the high-risk areas. We don't plan to venture into the high-risk areas at the moment. Today, I'll have everyone rest on the 3 sailboats during the day, and when the temperature drops a bit at night, we'll each set sail and leave the island to continue our voyage. Lin Chen rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Should we let the Alliance conquer the Lord? Once Li Jiangguo defeats the Lord and obtains the island's treasure, his strength will experience a qualitative leap, making him a superhuman capable of at least contending with dangerous creatures of excellent quality. At that time, there will be no need to worry about the safety of the Tongminghui and Zhang Qinwei's production team. However, to ensure a 100% kill rate against the Lord, Lin Chen must hand over the Desert Eagle to the other party. This is a firearm. I'll give it to you. Let's take a gamble. Lin Chen finally made up his mind. He chose to believe in Li Jiangguo's character. Lin Chen, here's a gun. Are you willing to kill the Lord? Li Jiangguo. Giving us guns is fine, but killing the Lord is another matter. Lin Chen. Are you very afraid of dying? Li Jiangguo. A little. And I don't want my men to die with me. I recently took in a pretty good underling. He's quite interesting, and I don't want him to die. Lin Chen. With a perfect quality gun, it only takes 2 shots to kill an outstanding Lord. I'll give you 9 bullets. Li Jiangguo. Okay then. Lin Chen. After killing the Lord, go get the island's secret treasure. After that, you'll never have to be afraid of dying again. Li Jiangguo. What exactly is the island's secret treasure? You're the only one in the entire region who's ever gotten it. Can you tell us? Lin Chen. Remember to take the thing that can turn someone into a god for yourself. Don't let others take it. By the way, which do you prefer, blue or green? Li Jiangguo. Green. Right? Does it have any special meaning? Lin Chen. Then get ready to transform into the Hulk. Li Jiangguo. You young upstart, you speak more cryptically than the seasoned veterans in the bureau. Can't you speak properly? Lin Chen. I'll keep you in suspense. Go see for yourself. Lin Chen closed the private message box. He picked up the epic medal and murmured to himself, "The world watches, the world favors. Then let me see how much you care about me and how much you favor me." Chapter 84, Chameleon Scaled Snake. On the three-section sailboat, Li Jiangguo looked at the silver-white pistol in his hand, feeling somewhat dazed. Desert Eagle, Lin Chen actually managed to get his hands on this. "I haven't touched this gun in almost 20 or 30 years. Li Jiangguo held the gun in both hands, raising it in front of him. "Nice one." He took the Desert Eagle and walked out of his small room. The people who were resting on the second deck all stood up and immediately noticed the silver-white pistol in Li Jiangguo's hand. "Commander Li, a young man jumped to his feet, looking at Li Jiangguo excitedly. "That gun of yours isn't some kind of model, is it? Go to hell, go back to your air conditioner." Li Jiangguo smiled confidently as he held the Desert Eagle in his hand. "Everyone, the plan has changed. Now, proceed to the island immediately and attack the Lord Beast. Who agrees, who disagrees?" Zhou Xiao stomped his leg heavily on the deck and saluted Li Jiangguo, saying, "Yes, sir." The Desert Eagle's weapon information was made completely public. Perfect quality, thousands of attack points. This thing can defeat an outstanding lord just like a father beating his son. "Charge! Charge! Charge!" Zhou Xiao immediately moved closer to Li Jiangguo, looking at the Desert Eagle with shining eyes. "Boss, let's go for it together and wipe them out." When Li Jiangguo saw the guy approaching, he immediately tucked his pistol into his pocket. "How many times have I told you? In the Tongmenghui, either call me Officer Li or Old Li." "What, boss? Do you think this is the mafia?" "Hee, I'm used to it. I'll definitely change my way of addressing you next time." "Officer Li, when do we set off?" Excited voices rose from the crowd. Clearly, with the perfect pistol at their disposal, people are full of confidence for this Lord Conquest battle. "Commander Li, I'll be your war correspondent. This time, our Tongmenghui will make a name for itself throughout the world." Zhou Xiao clenched his fist excitedly. Li Jiangguo glanced at the young man. "Put away your gang mentality. The Tongmenghui is not a gang. I created the Tongmenghui to help more people, not to become famous." "Commander Li, your thinking is too outdated. Think about it. If our alliance becomes famous, won't it attract more people to join, help more people, and spread our ideas and ideals further?" Zhou Xiao moved closer and whispered, "Besides, Brother Lin is helping us so much because he wants our alliance to grow bigger and bigger." "Okay, then you'll be in charge of taking photos later. Not just me. Everyone should film together. We must capture Commander Li's heroic figure as he slays the Lord from every angle, 720 degrees, without any blind spots. Let's uphold the prestige of our alliance." Zhou Xiao shouted. "Did you all hear that?" "I heard you." Li Jiangguo frowned as he looked at the excited crowd and helplessly rubbed his forehead. Ever since this kid named Zhou Xiao joined, the Tongmenghui style has become increasingly strange. It looks like a gang no matter how you look at it. "Commander Li, give the order quickly. We're all ready. Set off." In the public chat, a message once again attracted the attention of countless people. "I, Zhou Xiao from the Alliance, codenamed Hunter Dog, will be providing a live photo update of the entire kill of the Lord Beast as the Alliance's war correspondent. Stay tuned." Photos. What kind of organization is the Tongmenghui? I've never heard of it. Is it very powerful? I know that. It was founded by a policeman who is almost 60 years old. It has nearly 40 people now, so it's not a small organization. 40 men dare to challenge a lord? Aren't they afraid of death? Aren't the lessons of the Thunder Squad enough? Judging from the pictures, these guys have just set sail. There are only 2 fishing boats in the pictures, with a total of just over 20 people. Do they dare to challenge a lord with so few people? The largest organization right now, the Overlord Gang, has nearly 100 members, with over 70 combatants, all well-equipped. Even they don't dare challenge a lord. Is the leader of the Alliance brainless? You guys don't understand. The Alliance is no simple matter. I have an online friend who's inside the Alliance. Let me put it this way. The Alliance will win. Contact me if you want to know anything about the Alliance. The consultation fee is 10 wooden boards. The person upstairs must be obsessed with money. I want to see what the Tongmenghui is all about. It's sunny outside right now. I'll just wait here and see what happens." Zhou Xiao was thrilled as he looked at the numerous questions in the chat channel. "Just wait until I prove you wrong." He was sent to a gang at the age of 7 and followed the gang leader for many years. After that, Zhou Xiao's biggest goal in life was 4 words: to become famous throughout the world. If the Lord is killed this time, the Alliance will become the #1 gang in the entire region, and Zhou Xiao will become famous. "Hound, here. What are your orders, Commander Li? What are you laughing at? Huh? Is there? You're drooling." Zhou Xiao quickly wiped his mouth, looking serious. I wasn't laughing. Okay, okay, you didn't laugh. Remember to distribute all the shields. Li Jiangguo ignored the silly boy and turned to walk towards the shore. This island had already been swept up twice by the Alliance, with virtually no high-level resources missed. The group hurried along, heading straight for the high-risk area. The high-risk area of this island is a forest that looks no different from the surrounding dense forest. Prepare for a volley. Li Jiangguo gave the order. Forests are the perfect hiding place for dangerous creatures. People can usually react to ordinary or even harmless beasts from the outskirts, but these are inhabited by lord-level beasts that can kill with a single blow. Therefore, Li Jiangguo did not want to send anyone in to lure the monster unless absolutely necessary. Preparation. Release the arrows. More than 20 arrows pierced into the forest. 3 health bars appeared in everyone's field of vision. Commander Li, open fire on them. Wait, none of these are lords. Unlike Zhou Xiao, who was impulsive, Li Jiangguo glanced at the length of the health bar and immediately made a judgment. This should just be one of the lord's underlings. The health bar is showing, but I can't see the ferocious beast. Suddenly, the health bar started moving. Li Jiangguo's brows furrowed even deeper. It's clearly started moving, so why can't I see it? Raise your shields. Activate the scanner. Watch out for sneak attacks. Almost at the same time Li Jiangguo spoke, a cloud of green liquid rushed towards them from afar. Fortunately, the person who was attacked raised his shield in time and was not hit by the liquid. But the high-quality shield instantly lost all its durability and became useless. It's the Lord. The Lord is in that direction. Only the Lord's venom can instantly reduce the durability of a good shield to 0. Li Jiangguo looked in the direction from which the venom had come, but saw no living creature. Suddenly, he felt a rustling sound, and a health bar that had already been exposed was getting closer and closer. Bang! Without hesitation, Li Jiangguo fired at the bottom of the health bar. The health bar instantly dropped to 0, and a bluish-green snake suddenly appeared in the field of vision. Li Jiangguo immediately pointed the bracelet at the scanner and finally saw the information about the ferocious beast. Chameleon scales, good quality, dangerous creature. It can hide in its environment by changing the color of its scales. Chapter 85 Poison Sac. This monster can turn invisible. Everyone crouch down, shields up, fire. Li Jiangguo immediately gave the order. This tactic was devised in advance by Li Jiangguo, and he had organized drills to demonstrate it. The crowd immediately formed a circle, using their shields to create a defensive line around them. Those behind the defensive line took out their bows and arrows again and shot at the high-risk areas. More than 20 arrows swept across, and dense health bars immediately appeared in the high-risk area. Li Jiangguo's gaze swept quickly across the health bars. No, the Lord isn't here. A bad feeling crept into my heart. The third salvo begins. The beast's health was dropping rapidly under the barrage of attacks, but Li Jiangguo was extremely nervous. Where's this Lord? The 4th round of volleys. Several chameleons have already died from being hit by arrows, but the Lord has still not appeared. At this moment, Li Jiangguo was not the only one who sensed something was wrong. The Lord was like a Damocles sword hanging over everyone's heads, instilling fear in their hearts. Li Jiangguo frowned as he surveyed the battlefield and suddenly discovered a loophole. Above, he looked up abruptly and saw a huge green bubble gathering above everyone's heads. Raise your shield, above your head. The Lord realized he had been discovered and immediately stopped the venom from condensing. A sharp tail pierced the bubble filled with green venom, which then spilled out. Li Jiangguo felt a chill run down his spine as he watched the torrent of poison fall. In front of him, a young man, his eyes glazed over in fear, was trembling all over. His shield's durability had reached 0. It was cracked beyond recognition. Take it. Li Jiangguo swiftly lunged at the young man, raising his shield above his head. Venom pours down. Green venom covered Li Jiangguo's shoulder, its strong corrosiveness causing his clothes to instantly catch fire, and his skin felt as if it were being burned by flames. The shield above my head is losing durability at an alarming rate. Li Jiangguo gritted his teeth, quickly swung his shield aside, drew his pistol from his waist, and fired 3 shots at the spot where his tail had been exposed. A large, nearly empty health bar appeared in front of him. The bullet hit. Having pinpointed the target's location, Li Jiangguo fired 2 more shots at the bottom of the health bar. Congratulations on defeating the dangerous creature, Phantom Scale Serpent. You have obtained a golden treasure chest. The Lord is dead. Counterattack with all your might. Before the venom of the Great Lord, all shields become disposable items. The group dropped their malfunctioning shields and fired their bows at the swarm of chameleon-scaled snakes once more. Li Jiangguo, panting heavily, took a bottle of cationic water from the construction hammer and poured it on his left shoulder. Gee! White steam rose from the wound, and intense pain penetrated deep into the bone marrow. Officer Li Yu, don't talk, just apply it to me. Li Jiangguo tossed a roll of bandages to the young man. I can't do this. I'll do it. Zhou Xiao took the bandage and threw it directly onto Li Jiangguo's corroded shoulder. The bandage got wet with blood and stuck to his shoulder, while the rest started to roll off. Zhou Xiao deftly caught the falling bandage, wrapped it around, and began to wrap it upwards, layer by layer. Ouch, take it easy, kid. Don't worry, I'm good at it. I do this all the time. Hiss, don't tie it. This is an excellent bandage, a miracle cure that can heal the dead and restore flesh to bones. Just apply it for a few seconds, and it'll be fine. Oh, why didn't you say so sooner? Zhou Xiao gripped the bandage, his eyes serious. Suddenly, he stopped moving. Why did you stop? The dressing hasn't been applied yet. Commander Li, can this bandage really heal flesh and bone? What's the meaning? Li Jiangguo turned his head to look at his shoulder, and a section of white bone was starkly displayed before his eyes. Li Jiangguo gave a bitter laugh. No wonder it didn't hurt as much as I expected. Turns out it had already exceeded my threshold. Apply it. Good. Zhou Xiao's movements were always rough, but here he was extra careful. Gently apply the bandage to the wound. A few seconds later, the bandage below was removed, revealing intact skin. The flesh on both sides of the skeleton had recovered, but that section of the skeleton was still exposed. It doesn't seem that serious. The flesh has already grown back. Li Jiangguo's lips were pale. Commander Li, don't move. I'm holding your hand. If you move now, your hand will break. My third brother taught me that. Then your third brother is definitely not a professional doctor. But he's the one who stitched up my bruises from every fight I've ever had since I was a kid. You have to believe me. Zhou Xiao stared intently at Li Jiangguo's exposed bones. Commander Li, why don't you ask Lin Chen again to see if there's anything that can treat this? With the battle fought like this, how could I possibly ask him for anything again? Are you crazy? I hate it when you older folks still care about saving face at an age like this. If you don't want it, I'll go get it for you. Sigh, he can't see your messages anyway. Do you think I'm stupid? I'm not sending it to Lin Chen. Soon, a private message was sent to Li Jiangguo's bracelet. Lin Chen, the excellent bandage is already the highest grade medicine. Go get the island's secret treasure. Maybe it will have a chance to restore your arm. Once the island's treasure is retrieved, the island will be completely destroyed by a volcanic eruption in 10 minutes. Generally, the person who obtains the treasure will be able to leave the island within 10 minutes, but others may not be able to do so quickly. Therefore, one person should go, and the others should leave beforehand. Lin Chen sent a message. How so? Lin Chen asked me to retrieve the island's secret treasure. It might be able to save my arm. Then hurry up and go. I'll go with you. I'll go by myself. You can't come with me. Oh. With a puzzled look in Zhou Xiao's eyes, Li Jiangguo forwarded the message to him. Take your men and clean up the battlefield, and retrieve everything here. I'll wait here until you leave before going in. And you? I'm fine. I'm not in pain anymore. Zhou Xiao stood up and shouted to the group who were collecting the spoils of war. Quickly clean up the battlefield and leave the island. Commander Li, we're waiting for you on the ship. On the pirate ship sailing against the wind, Lin Chen's fingers gently caressed the surface of the epic metal. Hopefully, Li Jiangguo can obtain the secret to recovering his arm. If possible, let me also transform into the Hulk. Chapter 86 Berserk Gene. After watching his teammates leave, Li Jiangguo gripped his arm and headed towards the high-risk area. We passed through a dense forest and then through a dark cave. A treasure-filled island space covered in blue light patterns appeared before him. Enter the space and place the Lord's biological gene sample in the groove. 2 orbs of light, one blue and one green, appeared in front of Li Jiangguo. Blue, green, that's the question Lin Chen asked before, right? Li Jiangguo chose green without hesitation. He placed the arm on the side with the missing shoulder into the groove and touched the green light. The next moment, the ball of light suddenly turned into a liquid and entered Li Jiangguo's body through his skin. Congratulations on obtaining the island treasure, Infinite Evolution. Physical Evolution, Berserker Genes, Flesh and Blood Warhammer. Berserk Gene, Superior Quality. Provides a comprehensive boost to physical strength. Activated when emotionally agitated, the Berserk Gene significantly increases physical strength, but may cause some cognitive abilities to be suppressed. In cases of extreme rage, the Berserk Gene is passively activated, completely suppressing thought processes. The activation automatically dissipates upon exhaustion. Flesh and Blood Warhammer, excellent quality. When activated, it expands the right arm, greatly increasing its strength and making it extremely destructive, but it prevents the use of the right hand for precise maneuvers. Li Jiangwo's shoulder has recovered, with a slightly bluish-green muscle filling the original spot. He swung his arms, feeling a surge of power. This feeling was as if he had returned to his youth. Warning: the island's treasure has been retrieved, and the island is about to collapse. Please leave the island within 10 minutes. Remembering Lin Chen's warning, Li Jiangwo took off running out of the treasure space. Then he slammed his head against the wall. I'm that strong. I can kick for over 10 meters. Before he could even feel the surprise, Li Jiangwo quickly familiarized himself with his suddenly stronger body and rushed to the beach. In the dense forest, the Tongminghui members who were retreating had also received the notification. Hurry! The island is going to be gone. Hound, what about Old Li? Can he escape? You go ahead and run. Don't worry about anything else. Commander Li has the island's treasure and is 1,000,000 times stronger than us, so we don't need to worry about him. Zhou Xiao ran wildly while constantly looking back. Suddenly, a muscular, green figure rushed into his field of vision. Commander Li, kid, I'll show you how to fly. Seeing his teammates arrive at the entrance to the dense forest, Li Jiangwo grabbed Zhou Xiao, who was closest to him, pushed off with his feet, and leaped across the beach for hundreds of meters before plunging headfirst into the sea next to the fishing boat. Gurgle, gurgle. Gurgle, gurgle. Li Jiangwo emerged from underwater, carrying Zhou Xiao, who had swallowed a mouthful of seawater and was still in shock. Zhou Xiao wiped the seawater off his face and roared, "What are you doing? Don't drag me into your madness." Li Jiangwo scratched his head and chuckled. The recent physical enhancement and rejuvenation excited Li Jiangwo, and coincidentally, it triggered the activation of his berserk genes, so he decided to give it a try. Then my brain short-circuited. Hee hee, let me show you the power of my island's secret treasure. Zhou Xiao looked back at his teammates who were rushing over from the beach and came to his senses. He swallowed hard and pointed to the entrance of the dense forest. Did you jump in from over there just now? That's right. Commander Li, what exactly is this island's secret treasure? I've sent you the entry. The Hulk, Zhou Xiao exclaimed. What Hulk? Lin Chen mentioned Hulk to me before. What is that? He's a superhero who's incredibly strong, basically the same as your berserk gene. And when I saw you coming over, you were all green, just like the Hulk in the movies. You mean, Lin Chen knew in advance what ability I would gain? That's right. Li Jiangwo nodded slightly. However, he still had some doubts. This island treasure is like opening a box. You know nothing until you open it. How did Lin Chen know he would turn into the Hulk? Or was it just a guess? Commander Li, I just posted the news of our kill of the Lord in the public chat. Should we reveal your island's secret treasure to everyone? I see everyone's curious about it. Li Jiangwo thought for a moment and shook his head. Don't do it yet. And don't spread this entry. My ability has side effects. If it falls into the wrong hands, I'm worried I'll lose control. In the state he had just activated, Li Jiangwo had already felt a sense of loss of control. Otherwise, he wouldn't have grabbed Zhou Xiao and plunged into the sea with him. If it is activated passively and one's thoughts are completely blocked, then one might become an existence like a ferocious beast. Understood. Zhou Xiao quickly opened the public chat and began editing. Besides, Commander Li, please speak. I sent you the Phantom Scale Serpent's illustration. Share it. Remind others not to challenge the Lord lightly. I was only able to kill the Lord this time because I had the Desert Eagle, which allowed me to kill it instantly. Otherwise, even if our numbers doubled, we would all die here. Zhou Xiao nodded in agreement. Encountering such a ferocious beast that can turn invisible and launch sneak attacks is truly bad luck. Zhou Xiao sent the message and started rowing the fishing boat away. We've really made a name for ourselves this time. Even that 100-man Overlord gang can't compare to us. Now everyone outside knows that we're an organization sponsored by Lin Chen, and many people have expressed their desire to join us. Old Li, how about we start recruiting online? How do you do it online? There's no binding force online. Do you remember the Xianxian Mutual Aid Association from before? It disappeared without a trace less than 2 days after the server merge. We are different. Who's behind us? It's Lin Chen, the richest man in the entire district, the monopolist of high-end props. Commander Li, I have a suggestion. We could set up branch halls. I see quite a few organizations want to join us. Why don't we just make those organizations our branch halls and dump all our outdated weapons and equipment on them? Zhou Xiao looked at Li Jiangwo and suddenly asked, by the way, Commander Li, did you show Lin Chen your island treasure? Not yet. Then you have to show it to him. You're the leader of the organization. You need to report to Lin Chen regularly in order to continue attracting investment. Don't call me boss. Call me Officer Li or Old Li. I'm going to send a message to Lin Chen and ask about the branch. No, the organization's branches. We're a legitimate organization. Don't bring your gang mentality into this. Okay. Lin Chen fell into a long silence when he saw the descriptions of Berserker Gene and Flesh and Bloodhammer. He held the epic medal in his hand and looked up at the sky. The world is watching and the world is favoring us. This effect is too exaggerated. But what is the world? Could there be someone watching me right now, hiding behind the curtain of the world? Chapter 87 New Mutual Aid Society. The Alliance successfully killed the Lord Beast with 0 casualties. What are your thoughts on this? On the sea, 2 fishing boats sailed side by side, followed by more than a dozen rafts. Li Lulu sat on the fishing boat and asked her teammates questions. The Alliance is backed by Lin Chen. They have high-end weapons, so of course they can defeat the Lord Beast. Yes, it's Lin Chen who's powerful, not the Alliance. I've also looked at the illustration of the Phantom Scale Serpent, and I don't believe anyone can handle such a ferocious beast. It is said that the leader of the Tongminghui has a gun. You mean that old policeman? Yes, it was given to me by Lin Chen. It's said to be a gun of perfect quality. Why do you think Lin Chen takes such good care of the Tongminghui? What is their relationship? While everyone was discussing Lin Chen and the Tongminghui, Li Lulu stared at the latest news about the Tongminghui, lost in thought. Hey, Li Lulu interrupted her teammates' conversation. The Alliance is recruiting subordinate organizations. Should we join? Joining would give us the Alliance's support. Everyone hesitated. Sister Lulu, why don't you go ask Sister Xianxian for her opinion? Li Lulu frowned. She doesn't like Su Xianxian. This morning, while she was drifting at sea, she encountered Su Xuanxuan's fleet and joined them. This is an all-female fleet, which is very rare in this world. Su Xuanxuan's slogan was to protect every woman from violence, which garnered a lot of support from women. But Li Lulu didn't actually want to join. She just happened to run into the opportunity and received an invitation, so she had no choice but to join. After all, Li Lulu was worried that if she refused the invitation, the other party might directly seize her fishing boat. I'll go ask, Li Lulu said, getting up and walking towards Su Xuanxuan's fishing boat. I disagree. Before Li Lulu could ask, Su Xianxian had already stepped out of her fishing boat. Why? This obviously has many advantages for us. Because men's words cannot be trusted. Su Xianxian solemnly declared, men are the symbol of violence. I think everyone should remember those women who were persecuted before. They were abused by men. What has been exposed is just the tip of the iceberg. There are many other women who have been persecuted but have no chance to speak out. In this world, there are no moral or legal constraints. Only strength is the sole rule for survival. If we women want to survive in this world, we must unite, pool our strength, and fight together against external threats. Once we join the Alliance, will we still have any autonomy? Will we still have the right to resist? Therefore, I disagree with joining the Tongminghui. I hope everyone can be treated equally and live a better life in this world. The crowd looked at each other in bewilderment until a round of applause came from beside Su Xianxian. Well said. We should unite and wipe out all those men. Let's restore a bright and clear world for women. Li Lulu glanced at the person. This woman stayed on Su Xuanxuan's boat the whole time, and their relationship seemed to be more than just casual. As some people clapped, others gradually joined in the applause. But Li Lulu still frowned. Are you just generalizing and condemning all men like that? Are there no good men out there? The Tongminghui is backed by Lin Chen, the one who provided everyone with free cation water for detoxification. Is he also a symbol of violence? Men care about their reputation. How do you know if he's a hypocrite? Because a gentleman judges by actions, not intentions. You're gambling with the lives of 9 of our Mutual Aid Society members on Lin Chen's character. I don't accept this kind of bet. I can't gamble with the lives of my sisters. And even if Lin Chen is a good person, what about the others in the Alliance? That war correspondent called Hound was just a gangster before. If someone like that can join the Alliance, what about the others? Su Xianxian spoke with righteous indignation, appearing quite dignified. Her tone became increasingly agitated, eliciting enthusiastic responses and support from many members. Looking at the reactions of the people around her, Li Lulu nodded slightly and said, "Yes, I understand." "Good, you understand." Su Xianxian turned to the crowd and said, "Don't worry, everyone. Under my leadership, we have already repelled 5 waves of men's attacks. I will protect you all and keep you away from the men's threat." "Thank you, Sister Xianxian." Sister Xianxian is amazing. Amid the crowd's compliments to Su Xianxian, Li Lulu returned to the sunshade of her fishing boat. It's all talk and no action. She scoffed inwardly. Su Xianxian is a good-for-nothing. I've observed her for a long time. and she never leaves her sunshade. She does no work, and when it comes to fighting, she hides in the back and calls it commanding. Following her, we can't even make ends meet. And those idiots, they believe everything they're told. There are only 12 of them in total, and a few of them are just good-for-nothings. They have no fighting ability whatsoever. A team like that would be completely wiped out if they encountered a slightly stronger enemy, without even the chance to put up a fight. What a load of bull. She's just using the guise of women's power to get people to do her work for free. It's unbelievable that anyone would believe this nonsense. I need to find a chance to escape from this fleet. Staying with this good-for-nothing will only lead to trouble sooner or later. The Tongmenghui Revolutionary Alliance can provide assistance unilaterally, while the Mutual Aid Society requires selfless dedication. Given the choice, even a fool would choose the Tongmenghui. Li Lulu contacted Zhou Xiao separately. Li Lulu. Hello, Brother Zhou. I have a team of more than 10 people who want to join the alliance and become your subordinate organization. Zhou Xiao, send me your navigation map, and I'll give you the location of the alliance. If you're nearby, head towards us. We'll stay here for a day and a half and leave early tomorrow morning. If you're far away, we'll temporarily develop into an online branch, providing detailed information about the organization and photos of its members. The alliance will provide support, at least ensuring that we can defeat the ferocious beast attacks every night. Li Lulu. Okay. Li Lulu sent her navigation map and quickly received a reply from Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xiao. It's not far. You can come over, but you need to hurry. Li Lulu looked at the newly appeared area on the navigation map and was pleasantly surprised. Based on the distance, it's probably less than 200 kilometers. If this day and a half is used up effectively, it is entirely possible to make it there. But we can't leave yet. Su Xianxian has definitely got her eye on my fishing boat. Li Lulu frowned and fell into deep thought. Lulu. A shout came from the back of the fishing boat, and Li Lulu quickly put away the navigation map. Turning around, Su Xianxian was walking from the back of the fishing boat. Sister Xianxian. A simple smile appeared on Li Lulu's face. Lulu, you've been with us for half a day now. We just worked together to kill a stinky man. How do you feel about here? It's great. It makes me feel the warmth of home. That's good. As for joining the Tongmenghui, which you mentioned earlier, I also think it's something we can consider. However, we know too little about the Tongmenghui right now, and joining rashly might attract the covetousness of men, so we need to continue to observe. Yes, I understand, Sister Xianxian. After all, we are all women, and we need to protect our own safety. I'm glad you understand. By the way, I found 2 watermelons on that man's raft. I'm going to share them with everyone. Come on over. Okay. Li Lulu left with a smile alongside Su Xianxian, looking like 2 best friends. Chapter 88 The Rapidly Expanding Alliance. Reporting to Commander Li. Thanks to the success of the Lord Conquest, our alliance has become famous throughout the land. It has attracted countless heroes and warriors to come and join us. Li Jiangguo kicked Zhou Xiao in the butt. Get to the point. Use more formal language. Hehe. Alright, Commander Li. The alliance has now developed 12 online sub-organizations with a total of 276 people. Offline, 6 organizations are heading towards our location. 4 of them are expected to arrive within a day and a half. The remaining 2 are ahead of us. I told them to wait where they are. We will meet them after we continue sailing with the wind for a while. Commander Li, now that we've expanded, shouldn't we establish some gang rules? Guild rules. What guild rules? Oh, I get it. You cops call this organizational rules, right? Li Jiangguo rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Although he was a veteran police officer with decades of experience, he knew nothing about this. Commander Li, I've prepared a plan for you. Take a look. Li Jiangguo's eyes lit up. You can do this too? Of course. I used to work in the gang's enforcement hall. Looking at the organizational plan sent by Zhou Xiao, Li Jiangguo's face darkened. Stealing more than 100 points of gang resources, a penalty of 30 strokes of the cane? Cutting off your little finger? Is this the rule of your enforcement hall? If this were Blue Star, I would have arrested you long ago. Hehe. Well, we're not on Earth anymore, Zhou Xiao said, scratching his head and laughing. Li Jiangguo shook his head and said, No, these gang rules, no, these organizational regulations won't work. We can't do it this way. Commander Li, there are no police stations or prisons here. Anyone who makes a mistake must be severely punished in order to maintain the organization's authority. If we were like on Blue Star, with all that talk of detention and humanitarianism, wouldn't we have to build a prison? We wouldn't be able to keep up with the demand for supplies. I understand your reasoning, but we can't use this purely abusive form of punishment. We still need to be humane. How about this? With fines as the main method and corporal punishment as a supplement, you can come up with a new plan. Okay, Zhou Xiao readily agreed. After watching Zhou Xiao leave, Li Jianguo went up to the deck. On the distant sea, a fleet of ships is heading towards the Tongminggui's fleet. Zhang Qinwei was standing on the deck of another three-section sailboat, looking at Li Jianguo across the sea a dozen meters away, and shouted loudly, "Old Li, our alliance has really made us proud this time. I see a lot of people in the chat channel clamoring to join us. Why don't we just take over the whole region?" Li Jianguo waved his hand and laughed. Better to have none than something bad. Let's take it one step at a time. Zhang Qinwei's three sailboats were always in the Tongminggui's fleet, but Li Jianguo never allowed anyone else to board the ship at will. In Li Jianguo's words, that ship was Lin Chen's private corporate property and could not be incorporated into the organization. So there were only 3 people on that three-section sailboat: Zhang Qinwei, Lu Dajiang, and a newly recruited assistant. "Hey Li, wanna eat some Zhuiyue watermelon? The boss just sent it to me. I won't eat it. I'm very healthy right now, and I can withstand this temperature even without medicine. You can sell the watermelon to our staff." All right. Knowing Li Jianguo's personality, Zhang Qinwei didn't say anything more. Instead, he carried a fishing net full of watermelons to the raft below and started selling them. A group of people who had overheard the conversation below gathered around. "Selling excellent watermelons. You can exchange 3 iron or any metal or for 1. I'll buy it." "Brother Zhang, wait for me. I'm going back to get the ore. I have a copper mine. You only accept iron and ore? Wait for me, Brother Zhang. I'll go to the market and get some more." With Lin Chen providing logistical support, Zhang Qinwei's three-section sailboat lacked nothing except metal. There is a shortage of all kinds of metals. The only known way to obtain metal is to follow neutral mobs, eat their exhaust fumes, and collect the ore blocks that appear alongside them. Therefore, the entire region is experiencing a metal shortage. Suddenly, a man holding a monocular telescope shouted from the ship to the crowd below. "Neutral creatures have appeared. Everyone, hurry and grab the metal." Everyone looked closely and, sure enough, a black that was approaching the fleet in the distance. A group of people jumped off the rafts and fishing boats, preparing to sail away in small boats to collect ore. The black spot kept getting bigger, and many people with binoculars took them out to observe it. "Hey, this thing looks like it's swimming towards our fleet. Notify Officer Li immediately." Without being notified, Li Jianguo was standing on the deck when he also saw the approaching neutral creature. Poison gas fish, excellent quality, neutral creature. It lives in the deep sea, but due to the high pressure in the deep sea, it needs to periodically go to the surface to release poison gas sacs. Poison again. This stuff is a real headache. Go and get all the cationic water from our reserves. Set sail, make way for the gas-grilled fish. The three-section sailboat has 3 sails, and its maximum speed is even faster than that of a pirate ship. In the distance, the poisonous fish swam slowly across the sea, shooting out poisonous gas sacs in all directions as it swam. The airbags exploded, immediately creating a cloud of yellowish-green toxic mist in the vicinity. This gas fish is really something. The gas from just one of these gas sacs could probably engulf an entire 3-section sailboat. Stop lamenting. Come help move the cationic water. Why are these poison gas fish relieving themselves everywhere? Why are they throwing these poison gas sacs around like that? Holy crap, one sac can be thrown hundreds of meters away. Hopefully our ship can avoid it. Huh? Why did its health bar suddenly turn on? It's still at least a kilometer away. What weapons do we have that can shoot down a kilometer? Damn, this fish's air sac exploded, blowing out its own health bar. How can there be such a stupid fish? Oh no, it's speeding up. Look, Officer Li jumped down. Officer Li, get on the boat quickly. People were shouting from the boat, but Li Jianguo just smiled and waved his hand. He had 5 bottles of cationic water and a silver-white pistol hanging from his waist, a fine rifle in his left hand, and a construction hammer in his right. The direction from which the poison gas fish came was not far from the right wind direction, and the 3 sailboats had to sail at least 1 kilometer downwind to avoid the range of the poison gas bombardment. The poisonous fish are rushing towards us at an accelerated speed. There's probably no way to avoid them. Since that's the case, let's kill this poisonous fish while we're at it. Old Li, don't go too far. That's a giant creature. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Li Jianguo was full of confidence. He stomped on the raft, his body surging away from the fleet, and just before hitting the sea, he quickly used a construction hammer to break off a piece of the raft to land on. He then drew his pistol and aimed it at the approaching poison gas fish. Bang! Gunshots rang out. The poisonous fish's health bar dropped by a single point. Its attention was drawn to Li Jianguo. One after another, yellow and green gas bags hurtled towards Li Jianguo. Chapter 89 Poisonous Fish Meat. When the first shot rang out, Li Jiangwo's heart sank. He had expected neutral creatures to have a lot of health, but he didn't expect them to have this much. The Desert Eagle's shot dealt thousands of damage, yet it only managed to scratch off a few feathers. Li Jiangwo's original plan was to use up the remaining bullets on the Desert Eagle. Even if he couldn't kill it, he could jump up and stab it a couple of times with his rifle to finish it off. But the result far exceeded Li Jiangwo's expectations. Judging from the life points of the poisonous fish, Li Jiangwo might not be able to finish fighting them even if he fought them from day to night. We have to run. We can't fight it near the fleet. He glided swiftly across the sea on a raft. On the 2 3-section sailboats, the members of the Tongminghui looked worried as they watched Li Jiangwo flee in the opposite direction. This poison gas fish is too tanky. A single shot from the Desert Eagle can cripple a phantom scale serpent, but it only does so little damage to the poison gas fish. Is this what a neutral creature is? It's insane. It's countless times stronger than dangerous creatures. Quickly go find Lin Chen for help. Lin Chen has killed neutral creatures before. He must have a way. I've already asked Engineer Zhang to contact Lin Chen. Lin Chen already knows, and he might be contacting Commander Li right now. Lin Chen did receive the message. He still had 72 bullets left, more than enough to kill the poison gas fish. He sent Li Jiangwo a message with the following information. Here are 36 bullets. After you kill the poison gas fish, give me the supplies on its body. Li Jiangwo. Okay. Chased by the poisonous fish, Li Jiangwo had no time to edit any extra text. The bullets were in a small cloth bag. As soon as he got them, Li Jiangwo loaded them and turned to fight back. With a burst of bullets, Li Jiangwo aimed at the poison sac and hit it precisely. The yellow-green poison gas quickly enveloped the poisonous fish. At this moment, the poisonous fish's health points began to drop rapidly. Strange creature, even afraid of its own poison. No wonder it threw its venom sac so far to explode. The poisonous fish quickly broke out of the poisonous fog and rushed towards Li Jiangwo at an astonishing speed. Li Jiangwo fired 2 more shots, then stepped onto the raft and jumped repeatedly on the sea. Due to the enormous size of the poisonous fish, Li Jiangwo almost never missed his target. Even if you don't hit the poison sac, you can still hit the body of the poison gas fish. After 2 bursts of bullets, the poison gas fish's health was less than half. The venom sacs on the poisonous fish have all been destroyed. At this point, offense and defense have become different. Li Jiangwo began to pursue the enemy in the opposite direction along the rafts he had previously laid out. Damn it, this guy is heading towards the fleet. Li Jiangwo immediately opened fire. A 200-meter attack range is not short, but it seems insignificant on this ocean. When the poison gas fish dives into the ocean, long-range weapons become ineffective. The bullet's power is greatly reduced underwater, and it causes virtually no harm beyond 1 meter. Li Jiangwo couldn't let this guy who had wasted dozens of his bullets get away. He accelerated on the surface of the sea, keeping a close eye on the shadow of the poisonous fish beneath the surface. As he reached the top of the shadow, Li Jiangwo plunged into the seawater. The poisonous fish is covered in toxic mucus, making it impossible to catch and constantly burning the skin. Li Jiangwo gripped the spear with his left hand, inserted it into the fish's body, and secured himself to the back of the poisonous fish. His right arm rapidly expanded, transforming into a flesh and blood warhammer, which he forcefully slammed down on the back of the poisonous fish. The surface of the poisonous fish's body was dented by the impact. The entire fish trembled from the force of the impact and momentarily froze. The aftershocks of the first blow had barely subsided when the second one arrived. The powerful shockwave made the poisonous fish's head buzz. The poisonous fish's health was dropping rapidly, but Li Jiangwo's breath was becoming increasingly short. He understood that the poisonous fish couldn't be killed in such a short time, unless you go to the surface for air, or risk damaging your Desert Eagle by firing underwater. Once it surfaces for air, the poisonous fish will escape to deeper waters, and it may not be able to be caught then. Li Jiangwo was anxious, and the next moment, the switch for the Berserk gene was triggered. He immediately activated Berserk, and his already enormous flesh and blood warhammer grew even larger, with bulging veins beneath his bluish-green skin. It used to be a small hammer that cost 40 yuan a strike. Now it costs 80 yuan a strike. Boom! With a single blow, the enormous body of the poisonous fish snapped. In his berserk state, Li Jiangwo swings his hammer at high speed, with power almost equal to that of the Desert Eagle. Congratulations on defeating the neutral mob, poisonous fish. You have obtained 5 golden chests. Gurgle. Li Jiangwo used his last bit of strength to kick the carcass of the poisonous fish and surged to the surface. Ho-ho. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Commander Li, has it been resolved? Li Jiangguo gave an okay sign and then dived back into the water. He sent the enormous carcass of the poisonous fish directly to Lin Chen. Lin Chen accepted them all with a smile. Now we won't be short of premium meat. Open the scanner and begin decomposing the poisonous fish. Fish with poisonous gas, superior quality. Poisonous. Luckily, I have cationic water. Lin Chen soaked a piece of fish in cationic water and quickly harvested fresh, excellent fish. With a smile, Lin Chen piled all the toxic meat into the large fish tank, connected the outlet of the cation water to the inlet of the fish tank, and then frantically poured water into the water purifier. With thousands of pieces of excellent fish meat in hand, I'll take them all out on the deck to dry in the sun. For the next month, I won't need to haul in the fishing nets. Lin Chen dialed Su Yun's number. Do me a favor. Su Yun, speak. Lin Chen, smoke some meat. Su Yun, do you want to eat smoked meat, or do you need it preserved? Lin Chen, save it. Do you have any other ways to save it? Su Yun, hee, look at the transaction, I've sent it to you. Su Yun, application for targeted transaction. Excellent manufacturing drawings for semi-automatic drawing box, no drawings available. Lin Chen, okay, wait for my good news. Lin Chen grabbed the blueprints and excitedly went to the workbench. Make 9 to 10. If nothing unexpected happens, this drawing box should be upgraded too. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality increased by 1. Awarded, excellent air fryer. Shouldn't it be a refrigerator? Lin Chen was speechless. But after looking at the structure of the air fryer and the drawing box, he had nothing to say. It has an air circulation system and a high-temperature heating system. It is indeed an upgraded version of the drying box. Lin Chen made 10 drying boxes and threw more than 2,000 pieces of premium fish meat, along with the fish tank, onto the metal raft below. Littling, do you see what's in the fish tank? Eek! Xiaoying nodded expectantly. There's so much meat, you definitely can't finish it all in one day. So shouldn't we save it? Eek! Look, these are the boxes for storing meat, and these are 1,000 planks. Just put the meat in the boxes, then put the planks here, and have Little Red breathe fire onto them. Under Lin Chen's guidance, Xiaoying quickly learned how to use the drying box. Therefore, the important task of drying all the fish meat fell to Xiaoying. Xiaoying was very enthusiastic about this. Seeing how happy Xiaoying was with her work, Lin Chen felt extremely gratified. Chapter 90 Medium-Sized Alpine Island. When Li Jiangguo returned to the ship, his hands were empty. Commander Li, this fish is so big, it must have a lot of treasures, right? It's given to Lin Chen. Oh, if you've given it to Brother Lin, then it's fine. Although the result was somewhat regrettable, no one objected. Zhou Xiao pressed further. By the way, Commander Li, why didn't I receive any news that you've become a butcher? Haven't you killed any peaceful creatures of exceptional quality yet? Then why don't you hurry up and ask Brother Lin for one? Brother Lin must have plenty of excellent fish. They've already helped us a lot. Commander Li, you don't understand. This is a great opportunity for the Tongminghui to make a name for itself. This is a district-wide announcement. Commander Li, why aren't you saying anything? Lin Chen gave me an excellent fish. Lin Chen, application for targeted transaction. Thunder Eel 1, the fish meat has been disinfected with toxic gas, 500 G. The fish and the electric eel fell to the ground, and the crackling sound of electricity startled Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xiao looked at the fish and meat scattered on the ground, wiped his drool, and said, My brother Lin is indeed meticulous. He even thought of this. Lin Chen is indeed meticulous. Hound, take out 50 yuan's worth of these poisoned fish and meat and distribute them to everyone for dinner tonight. Store the rest by smoking them. Yes, Commander Li. After Zhou Xiao left, Li Jiangguo swung his spear and killed the thunder eel with a single thrust. Server-wide announcement. Survivor Li Jiangguo has achieved kills of peaceful creatures, dangerous creatures, and neutral creatures of excellent quality or higher, earning the title, Butcher. The announcement popped up and sounded on the wristbands of every survivor. He just killed a lord, and less than half a day later he's killing a neutral creature. Is Li Jiangguo really that strong? To be precise, it's Lin Chen who's strong. The entire region knows that the alliance is backed by Lin Chen. Brother Lin is the epitome of invincibility. He can not only kill lords himself, but also enable others to kill outstanding lords. Although everyone knows that the alliance rose to power because of Lin Chen, it is undeniable that being able to kill 2 outstanding creatures in a row is enough to demonstrate the alliance's current strength. If it weren't for the fact that I am not on the same path as the alliance, I would definitely go and join them. Which sea route does the alliance belong to? Does anyone know? Dongfeng Channel. I'm in the westerlies, but I feel I can try paddling across. Stop dreaming. Only those on the East Wind Channel can reach the Tongminghui. With our small boats and rafts, we can row all day and sleep all night before being pushed back by the wind. Don't be discouraged, brothers. I bet this world is a sphere. Maybe we'll meet again after we've sailed around it. Lin Chen had 2 navigation maps. One was provided by the Alliance, which had more than 20 bright areas on it. The other was Lin Chen's own, which only had 3 bright areas. Su Yun, himself, and the Alliance. Su Yun was in the north, where the wind was blowing north. The Tongminghui was in the east, where the wind was blowing east. The world is like a giant coordinate axis, with everyone on the axis, moving in the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north. Is the axis a giant blower? An absurd conjecture popped into Lin Chen's mind. He has now sailed against the wind for some distance, heading north along the South Wind Passage. Judging from the locations of the various organizations on the 2 maps, I should be able to reach the axis in about 3 to 4 days of continuous sailing. Su Yun is closer to the axis, so it may only take a day and a half of continuous sailing to reach her. Lin Chen went up to the deck and looked down. Xiaoying was happily tossing fish meat into the drying box. Lin Chen also discovered that she had secretly thrown 3 pieces into her pot. The ingredients for the fish soup in the pot were prepared in advance by Lin Chen. Xiaoying only needed to put the fish meat in and cook it until it boiled before eating. This is much simpler than grilling fish. Xiaoying has already grown to love this pot. Under Xiaoying's operation and instructions, the fish meat was quickly put into the drying box and started to be baked. Xiaoying, put Xiao Hong in the fish tank and get ready to go. Eek! Xiaoying grabbed Xiao Hong and threw her into the fish tank on the tin raft. Then she climbed onto the tin raft and started gulping down the fish soup. The propeller at the back of the pirate ship began to spin, propelling the ship southward. Didi. Zhang Qinwei, boss, the images for the second thruster assembly are ready. This time, we've made some improvements, further increasing the material strength of the main thruster, improving the motor efficiency, and also upgrading the smaller thruster assembly. The overall speed can be increased by 10% to 20%. Lin Chen, thank you for your hard work. Zhang Qinwei, it's not hard work. The boss treats us so well, we definitely have to work hard. Lin Chen, I heard you hired a new person? Zhang Qinwei, yes, we hired a new materials engineer. He and Lu Dazhang worked together to develop this new alloy material. Lin Chen, even if you're just an employee, you should still have all the necessary things. Lin Chen, application for targeted transaction. Zhang Qinwei, thank you, boss. I'll tell him the good news right away. Lin Chen closed the private message box and sent the thruster assembly to Su Yun. Lin Chen, install according to the installation diagram in the picture. Su Yun, so thoughtful, there's even an installation manual. I can install it in half an hour. After receiving the propulsion unit, Su Yun headed to the stern to install it. Lin Chen was on the deck, observing the sea conditions and controlling the rudder. In the distance, a dark shadow slowly appeared in his field of vision. We've encountered an island again. As the pirate ship drew closer, Lin Chen gradually sensed the difference about this island. Big. This island was much larger than any he had encountered before. Lin Chen parked the pirate ship 10 kilometers away from the island, took the little red speedboat to the island, and took out the advanced survival manual to check the information on the island. The island is characterized by towering mountains and a coastline of less than 5 kilometers, making it a medium-sized island. There are 3 types of medium-sized islands, unlike small islands which are all covered in dense forests. Medium-sized islands can be categorized into mountainous, lake/swamp, and dense forest types, each corresponding to the main terrain features of the island. The island in front of Lin Chen is a mountain-type island. High-altitude areas may have a large number of ferocious flying beasts. The Lord is likely to be able to fly as well, but it is uncertain whether he is a bird. After all, birds can fly, fish can fly, and maybe even pigs can fly. If the Lord of a medium-sized island is either excellent or perfect, don't provoke the Lord first. Clear out the small monsters on the perimeter and see if there are any high-level resources. Lin Chen closed the advanced survival manual and returned to the pirate ship. It was already dark, around 8:30 p.m. It was dusk, and ferocious beasts would come to attack the ships after nightfall, so someone needed to watch over them. Wait until Lu Dajiang delivers the refined metal tomorrow, then we'll make 2 hellfire bullets before landing on the island. Chapter 91: The Attack of the Spirit-Melting Fish. Night falls, and the ferocious beast is about to attack. This is always the most tense moment for the people of the entire district. But some people weren't nervous at all. For example, Lin Chen, Su Yun, and the Tong Minghui who are holding a victory celebration banquet. Cheers to Officer Li for earning the butcher title. The crowd raised their wooden cups and cheered in celebration. Although it was supposed to be a celebration, the people were drinking watermelon juice instead of alcohol. To date, no one has discovered the blueprints for the wine. However, Zhou Xiao has already begun researching winemaking. He built a raft and placed 3 plots of land on it specifically for growing wheat, though it's still in the brewing process. Li Jiangguo pulled Zhou Xiao aside and asked, "Hunter, when will your wheat wine be ready?" "Don't rush. We've reached the stage of adding the yeast. I've added some cyclamen pollen instead of yeast, and it should be ready to drink in about 7 or 8 days." 7 or 8 days. Does that mean I can only drink your wine during a stormy day? Good things come to those who wait. I'm not in a hurry, so why are you? Is there any way to speed this up? Yes, you've got the blueprints for making the wine or a list of medicinal formulas. Then I'll just keep waiting. Li Jiangguo took a sip of watermelon juice, but still felt unsatisfied. Why is there no alcohol in this world? He felt very depressed. Forget it, this watermelon juice isn't very interesting. I'm going to go to the deck outside to change shifts. Li Jiangguo put down his cup and walked towards the upper deck. The world outside the air-conditioned room was as sweltering as ever. Li Jiangguo was patrolling the deck when he ran into Lu Dajiang, who had just arrived from the ship next door. "Old Lu, how's the new alloy research going?" "Major breakthrough. Boss Lin gave us a material called moonstone. I melted it into a mixture of iron and copper to create a substance that is exceptionally hard at room temperature. I was a little late because I was working on the optimal ratio. It's good that there's been a breakthrough. The party isn't over yet. Let's go have a drink." "Something to drink?" Lu Dajiang was taken aback for a moment. Then a surprised smile suddenly appeared on his face. "You have alcohol?" "No, we have watermelon juice." "Never mind then. I won't drink this stuff. They also have orange juice, but not much. It'll probably be gone if you go too late. Then I'll have some orange juice with pulp." Lu Dajiang strode into the second deck. Li Jiangguo continued his inspection on the deck. Suddenly, a faint light and shadow in the distance caught his attention. On the dark sea, that glimmer of light was very conspicuous. Li Jiangguo looked closely. "Someone's here." The light and shadow approached rapidly. "No, it's a dangerous creature." The light spot flickered on and off because the light source was underwater. Li Jiangguo couldn't think of anything other than dangerous creatures. He quickly rang the alarm bell, grabbed the walkie-talkie, and shouted, "Beast attack! All personnel to position." Members of the Tong Minghui immediately rushed out from the second deck, armed with weapons, and rushed to Li Jiangguo's side. "Officer Li, where is the ferocious beast?" "That." Li Jiangguo pointed to the approaching point of light in the distance. "Why is there only one? There are so many of us, this shouldn't be the case." The number of ferocious beasts that attack at night is relatively fixed. The more people there are, the more ferocious beasts will attack. But there was clearly only one point of light in the distance, too far away to be scanned at the moment. No matter what, if we encounter a ferocious beast, we must deal with it with all our might. "Clear." The group stood at the edge of the deck, drawing their bows and arrows, ready to fire at any moment. "Zhou Xiao, take 2 men and keep an eye on the other side. Be careful of the ferocious beasts attacking from both sides." "Yes, sir." Everyone was on high alert. The light spot from underwater reached the bottom of the ship, suddenly accelerated, and rushed to the surface from the depths of the ocean. Only then did the scan obtain its information. Fusion fish, perfect quality, dangerous creature. It inhabits areas near underwater magma and can withstand extremely high temperatures, sometimes feeding on magma. When the external water pressure decreases, flame-like streaks appear on its body surface, allowing it to eject its high-temperature internal liquid. When they saw the message, everyone wore expressions of disbelief. A perfect creature. How could such a creature appear here? Before anyone could react, a stream of burning liquid spewed out of the sea. Li Jiangguo reacted quickly, grabbing the person next to him immediately to avoid the attack of the high-temperature liquid. However, the surface of the ship had already been ignited by the high temperature. The temperature of this liquid was even higher than the ignition point of the wood. A point of light burst from the sea and leaped onto the deck. It was a fish that was only 20 or 30 centimeters long. Its tail, like a person's legs, supports its body as it stands on the deck. Flames spread rapidly from the fish's tail outwards. Li Jiangguo immediately drew his pistol and fired. After a gunshot, the health bar above the spirit fish's head appeared. The shot had costed half its health. Then, just as Li Jiangguo was about to fire his second shot, the fusion fish's health points mysteriously returned to full. This ferocious beast can regenerate its life. Having learned from his previous experience, Li Jiangguo fired 2 shots in quick succession. However, the spirit fish's life was still stuck at half health. Commanderly, aim your shot. Zhou Zhao's shout came from the side, but Li Jiangguo knew exactly what was going on. His double shot definitely hit. Suddenly, the spirit-melting fish spat out a ball of liquid high above. The liquid flew through the air, igniting into a ball of flame. When it reached its peak, it suddenly exploded, turning into a rain of fire that fell onto the ship's surface. Jump into the sea. Zhou Xiao took over from Li Jiangguo and gave orders, shouting loudly. Li Jiangguo raised a shield to block the rain of fire falling from the sky, and with a pistol in his right hand, he aimed at the spirit-melting fish again. Bang, 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 bang. 6 shots fired in quick succession. The life of the spirit fish has only dropped by 50%. Everyone still on deck was shocked to see this. Locking in blood? Is this spirit-melting fish impossible to kill? Officer Li, jump into the water quickly. This ferocious beast's main attack method is fire, and its fighting ability in the water is definitely not as good as on the boat. Don't mislead me. These fires were ignited by the liquid sprayed out by that fish. The real killer is the hot liquid, not the fire. On the 3 sailboats, Li Jiangguo put on a metal shield and confronted the roamling fish, which stood like a human. On another 3-section sailboat, Zhang Qinwei had just come out from the second deck and immediately sent the scene to Lin Chen. Zhang Qinwei. Boss, we've encountered a perfect ferocious beast. What do we do? Upon receiving the message, Lin Chen sat up abruptly. A perfect ferocious beast? How could they have encountered such a creature? But soon, Zhang Qinwei sent another photo. In the picture, 3 sections of a sailboat are completely engulfed in flames. It came from underwater magma. Lin Chen had prior experience, so the first thing he thought of when he saw the flames was the flowing flame-flying fish. However, Li Jiangguo encountered something even stronger than Lu Yanfiyu. That's perfect. Zhang Qinwei. Entry. Image of the spirit-melting fish standing in the fire. The desert eagle is useless against the spirit-melting fish. It locks its health at half, and then starts regenerating. Is there any way to deal with the spirit-melting fish? Lin Chen had never faced a perfect ferocious beast head-on and had no experience in this area. But when he saw the picture of the spirit fish, something immediately came to mind. This thing is specifically designed to kill small to medium-sized perfect creatures. Lin Chen. Application for targeted transaction. Why heterotrophic seed? No. Lin Chen. Find a spot to plant it and use fertilizer to accelerate its ripening. But remember to run at least 10 meters away before it matures, because its attacks are indiscriminate. Upon receiving the seeds, Zhang Qinwei immediately took them to Zhou Zhao's wheat nursery and sowed them. Hound, come and fertilize. What kind of time is this to still be planting flowers? This flower can kill the spirit-melting fish. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhao immediately ran back to his raft, grabbed a pile of fertilizer, and ran over. Quickly pour in the fertilizer, and then run away as fast as you can. These flowers are dangerous creatures too. We haven't dealt with the perfect ferocious beast up there yet. Trust me, this is a seed my boss gave me. Given by Brother Lin? Then it's all right. Zhou Zhao immediately poured all the fertilizer on top. Slow down your fall. It's ripe. Run. The moment the fertilizer was dumped, Zhang Qinwei grabbed Zhou Zhao and ran away at full speed. Chapter 92. Taking over the ship. Zhang Qinwei is a person who is very afraid of death. When he saw Zhou Zhao dump all the fertilizer down the drain, his heart jumped into his throat. That's a dangerous creature of perfect quality. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, and with Lin Chen's prior warning, Zhang Qinwei ran away and jumped into the sea immediately. When he emerged from the sea, the scene before him stunned him. A vine over 10 meters tall rose from the nursery, with a huge, bright flower at its tip. Illuminated by the firelight of the 3 sailboats, Zhang Qinwei was able to see the entire dangerous plant. The thick, long vine was covered with sharp thorns, and the huge flower opened its petals, revealing a dense array of sharp, white teeth. Damn, that's terrifying. Engineer Zhang, why didn't you tell me sooner that this was a dangerous creature of perfect quality? A perfect grade 1. Didn't I tell you already? Who knew you'd pour it all in at once? Luckily, I reacted quickly and pulled you away, or you'd be dead. As the Y-type plant matured, it slowly extended its sharp thorns. The moment the sharp spikes made contact with the hull, they immediately pierced into the ship's wooden planks, adhering tightly to the vessel. Zhou Zhao picked up the walkie-talkie. Commanderly, don't go to the stern. There's another perfectly dangerous plant there. Li Jiangguo, who was confronting Rong Lingyu, almost collapsed when he heard the voice coming from the walkie-talkie. We haven't even dealt with one perfect ferocious beast yet, and now a dangerous plant of perfect level has appeared. How did plants suddenly emerge from the sea? Zhou Xiao continued. Jump down first, lure the spirit-melting fish toward that plant, and kill it with the perfect plant. Li Jianguo immediately understood what he meant. He put away the metal shield that was almost melted by the fire, jumped onto the deck, turned around, and gave the spirit fish the middle finger, then jumped into the sea and used a construction hammer to knock down a piece of wood on the raft to catch himself. It was at this moment that he saw the huge flower at the stern of the ship. The flower exuded an eerie feeling, yet Li Jianguo felt a strange sense of familiarity with it. The inner conflict didn't last long, because the spirit fish on the deck had already caught up. It leaped over Li Jianguo's head and jumped into the sea. The flames on its body disappeared, but the light from the patterns on its body remained. A jet of hot liquid sprayed towards Li Jianguo, who nimbly dodged it by jumping back, using the advantage of the construction hammer to evade the attack. Commander Li, watch out. Don't get caught by that flower. You don't need to tell me. Li Jianguo had already noticed the flower with its sharp, white teeth. As he approached the stern, the Y-type plant had already locked onto its target. Once the target enters the attack range, strike with lightning speed. Li Jianguo's body spun in the air, using the twisting force of his waist to smash the metal shield in his hand towards the flowers, before plunging into the water and being caught again by the raft. The metal shield struck the flower in midair, knocking it back, and also enraging the Y-type plant. It lowered its body, its enormous flower unfurling its sharp teeth, and swooped down. Li Jianguo used the corner of his eye to pinpoint the location of the spirit-melting fish in the water and leaped towards it. The flowers above tracked Li Jianguo's movements with incredible speed. After landing, Li Jianguo paused for a second on the new raft. Just as the flower opened its petals and countless sharp teeth were about to pierce him, Li Jianguo stood on the side of the raft and stomped on it. The raft instantly capsized, and Li Jianguo sank into the sea. He kicked off the raft again, his body hurtling towards the spirit fish lurking below. His right arm suddenly expanded, blocking the high-temperature liquid impact of the spirit-melting fish in front of him. Then, he used a backhand hook hammer to knock the spirit-melting fish out of the water. The spirit fish was slammed out of the water by a tremendous force, its mind still buzzing, when suddenly it was enveloped by a huge shadow. The next moment, the world turned crimson, and there were countless sharp white teeth, as if we had entered an infernal hell. The spirit-melting fish unleashed its high-temperature body heat, spraying a high-temperature solution in all directions. Surprisingly, the thing that wrapped itself around it was not afraid of high temperatures. The surrounding scarlet began to shrink, and liquid flowed from its surface, neutralizing the high-temperature solution and rapidly cooling it. The body of the spirit fish began to be pierced by its sharp, white teeth, and blood comparable to magma flowed out, finally causing damage to this scarlet world. The high temperature of over 1,000 degrees Celsius caused the petals to sizzle and explode. Instead of loosening their grip, the petals clamped together even tighter. The sharp, white teeth pierced through the body of the spirit-melting fish. The bloodlock effect of the spirit fish seems to have completely lost its effect here. The next moment, the fusion fish's health points dropped to 0. Li Jianguo and the others stood outside, watching the Y mutant's life value constantly change. Down, then up, then down, then up. Liquid occasionally seeped from the edges of the petals, igniting upon contact with the outside air, only to be immediately extinguished. Zhou Xiao abruptly asked, "Do perfect creatures like their health points to fluctuate? Is it because they find it exciting?" The Y-type plant is probably digesting the spirit fish, Li Jianguo analyzed. A few minutes later, the Y-type plant opened its petals again, and a foul stench wafted out from the petals. The spirit-melting fish is dead. Commander Li, have you received the kill notification? Li Jianguo shook his head and said no. What a pity. That's a perfect organism. Why don't you kill the Y-type plant? That thing is also of perfect quality. We can't kill him. We don't have enough bullets. Then let's set it on fire. I'm afraid even fire won't work. If fire could kill it, then the spirit-melting fish wouldn't have lost just now. Li Jianguo put away his pistol. It's quiet now, so let it stay here. None of you should provoke it. I'll go ask Lin Chen how to handle it later. Yes, Brother Lin definitely has a way. These seeds were sent by Brother Lin. Have the fires on the 3 sailboats been extinguished? They're putting out the fire, Zhou Xiao said worriedly. But I don't know if they can be saved now. Don't worry, this boat won't break. Li Jianguo looked at the Y-type plant with a hint of worry in his eyes. After the Y-type plant came into contact with the 3 sailboats, part of its roots penetrated into the hull. I am the owner of the 3 sailboats, and I saw its roots in the ship's projection. Of the 3 sailing sections now, Part of the area is no longer under my jurisdiction. A new message was displayed on Li Jiangwo's wristband projection. Hint: why alien plant is taking over the ship. Chapter 93, Second Generation Y Mutant. Lin Chen received the Y-type mutant image from Li Jiangwo and fell into thought. The Y-type plant in the picture is a thick, long vine with flowers at the top. This is clearly not the same Y variant that Lin Chen remembered. Could it be that the same seed planted in different locations will grow into different shapes? As Lin Chen was making his guesses, he received another message. Li Jiangwo, I have a strange feeling, as if this plant has some unknown connection with me. What do humans and plants have in common? Lin Chen couldn't understand it. Perhaps it was because Li Jiangwo sensed the plant essence within the Y variant? Li Jiangwo, I want to keep this flower for now. If I encounter dangerous creatures that I can't handle in the future, the Y-type plant can be my backup weapon. Moreover, with it, the durability of my ship has been greatly improved. Lin Chen, yes, but be careful of the risks. Once the Y-type mutant devours too much life energy, it will grow indefinitely. It only occupies a small part of the ship now, but if it devours enough energy, it can take over the entire ship in half a minute. Li Jiangwo, understood. I wanted to ask, was the ship with strange vines and flowers that appeared in the public chat before yours? Lin Chen, yes, but that ship is already destroyed. The vines in the picture are Y-type plants. Li Jiangwo, but the two seem to be different. They look very different. The Y-type plant here only has one vine and one flower. Lin Chen, perhaps it has evolved. The ones on your ship are the second generation. The first generation has already been killed by me. Li Jiangwo, evolution? Like my island treasure? Infinite evolution. Lin Chen, possibly. It's not unreasonable to speculate. After closing the chat window, Lin Chen received a notification that the pirate ship was under attack. He went up to the deck, drew his bow, and shot an arrow. The ferocious beasts that attack his ships every night are no longer a threat to him. They are merely materials to deliver treasure chests. After killing the ferocious beast, Xiaoying voluntarily gathered the corpse and the treasure chest together. As soon as Lin Chen jumped off the deck, she swam up to him and whined to show her appreciation. Well done, I'll treat you to grilled fish later. Wah, I don't want grilled fish, I want braised fish. Secret recipe, grilled fish. You'll definitely love it. Ouch, I want to eat. Lin Chen caught a thunder eel and returned to the inner cabin kitchen. He peeled the eel meat and marinated it in the pre-made marinade. The marinade contains crushed salt, high-quality oil, and some good herbs for flavoring. The air fryer next to it is already plugged in and ready to use. After marinating for about an hour, Lin Chen took out the eel meat, placed it on the metal plate, and put it into the air fryer. Set a timer for 10 minutes. The temperature inside the air fryer gradually rose, and after just 5 minutes, Lin Chen could already smell the aroma of roasted meat from outside. The aroma wafted from the cabin door to the outside world and then into Xiaoying's nose. Xiaoying suddenly felt that the poisoned fish in her hand no longer tasted good. She wrapped the poisonous fish meat, which she had only taken 2 bites of, in palm leaves, hid it in her special box, and then looked expectantly at the pirate ship, waiting for the delicious food to arrive. When Lin Chen's figure appeared at the edge of the deck, Xiaoying's drool had already dripped onto her chest. Lin Chen jumped off the deck, and Xiaoying immediately swam over to greet him. She stretched out her 2 fair and slender arms and warmly hugged Lin Chen's legs, her bright eyes staring at the plate in Lin Chen's hands. On the plate, 5 pieces of golden brown electric eel meat exuded a fragrant aroma. Lin Chen also placed 2 high-quality chinmu flower buds on top, making the fragrance even richer and more fragrant. Ouch! I want to eat. Eek! Give it to me now. Xiaoying clung to Lin Chen's leg, almost trying to climb up herself. Lin Chen slowly put the plate down, and then Xiaoying's face immediately fell onto the plate. She devoured the 5 pieces of electric eel meat in an instant, like a whirlwind. Xiaoying wiped the oil from her mouth and reached out to Lin Chen again for food. It's gone. Ugh, I don't believe you. You clearly took a whole fish with you. Although he couldn't understand her, after spending these days together, Lin Chen could guess what Xiaoying meant. Lin Chen, I ate the rest. Eek. Xiaoying sadly dived into the water, floating belly up like a lifeless dead fish, drifting with the sea breeze. I'll make it for you tomorrow, a whole fish. Eek. Little Ing is alive again. Lin Chen took away the plate, secretly chuckling to himself. This little guy is so easy to take care of. After Xiaoying swam away, Xiaohong quietly swam from the seabed to Lin Chen's feet, blinking her big eyes at him. That's all, Lin Chen said. But Xiaohong couldn't understand. With a pair of bright, dark eyes looking expectantly at its owner, Little Red even spread its fins and splashed the water, like a dog wagging its tail and begging for food. Lin Chen sighed helplessly. He also saw the shadow of a dog in this flaming flying fish. How come both of them have turned into dogs? Could the problem lie with me? Lin Chen was naturally unable to resolve Xiaohong's request, because the plate was already empty. With their stock of good and excellent fish running low, Lin Chen decided to feed Xiaohong a piece of poisoned fish meat. The fish meat that has been air-dried loses moisture but retains nutrients, but the taste is much worse. Xiaohong didn't seem very happy as she chewed, but Xiaoying quickly swam over and punched it on the head. So Little Red spread its fins and wagged its tail. Eek! Xiaoying put her hands on her hips, as if asking for credit, and proudly puffed out her chest. It seems to have gotten bigger these past few days. Looking at the deep ravine, Lin Chen suddenly felt his heart race. He quickly looked away. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. Lin Chen took a deep breath to calm himself. He pressed down on Xiaoying's shoulders, pushing her down to the bottom of the sea. The night was pitch black, and nothing could be seen below the surface of the sea. Lin Chen recalled how Xiaoying's swimming speed was getting faster and faster each time, and suddenly asked, "Xiaoying, are you still a minor?" Xiaoying tilted her head and looked at Lin Chen with a puzzled expression. "Exactly, aren't you still growing?" Eek! Xiaoying nodded. After saying that, she surfaced, holding up a seashell in one hand and pointing at it with the other. Eek! Lin Chen slammed Xiaoying back into the sea with a smack. "I understand. You don't need to demonstrate for me. I can't stand it." Lin Chen now deeply understands the meaning of the second character in the name of the mermaid race, Shime. In fantasy novels, this would be called a naturally alluring body, a destructive force that brings ruin to the country and its people. Eek! Xiaoying turned her head to the side, puzzled by Lin Chen's strange behavior tonight. However, her doubts did not linger in her mind for long. Aside from delicious food, nothing else could stay in her mind. Soon, she swam away, carrying the fin of the flowing flame-flying fish. Lin Chen returned to the deck and planted watermelons more than a dozen times before calming his restless heart. He put all the good and excellent watermelons on the shelves, gave the remaining 10 superb watermelons to Zhang Qinwei as employee benefits, then went back to the captain's cabin, exchanged navigation maps with Su Yun, and prepared to go to sleep. Time midnight. Sunny day 6 weather forecast. Sunny, temperature 45 to 50 degrees Celsius, gentle breeze, long days and short nights. Chapter 94 Metal or Pile. The next day, when Lin Chen woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. Time, 5:02. The 50-degree weather turned the entire ocean world into a sauna. The air was scalding hot. Just walking in this air feels like your skin is burning. Most people wouldn't dare turn their bath water up to 50 degrees Celsius, but the air temperature here has already reached 50 degrees Celsius. Lin Chen ate a piece of Jade Kirin watermelon, sent Su Yun a good morning message, and then started cooking breakfast. Since the discovery of the large-scale market availability of herbs, Lin Chen's breakfasts have become exceptionally lavish. For example, today his breakfast consisted of cranberry jam, minced eel, and puffed pasta. It has a great flavor and texture. He ate while checking his private message list. Lu Dajiang had delivered the refined precious metals in the early hours of the morning. There are 4 gold pieces and 13 copper pieces in total, which is just enough to make 2 hellfire bullets. Having learned from his previous experience, Lin Chen directly used superior bones and superior gunpowder to avoid waste. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality increased by 1. Obtained. Hellfire scatter bullets perfect 2. That's enough to deal with the perfect lord. Make another gun. Add saltpeter, iron, and wood. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +2. Acquired. Revolver, Dragon Python Legend 1. Revolver, Dragon Python, legendary quality, weapon. It possesses high accuracy and can unleash extremely high damage at close range, with damage decreasing with distance. Effective range is 200 meters. A single shot of the same tier deals maximum damage at point-blank range, inflicting 21,000 damage. Requires exclusive Dragon Python ammunition. Dragon Python bullet crafting requirements: 1 gold, 5 silver, 5 bronze, 10 excellent or higher quality gunpowder. Another gun that can't afford to make bullets. Lin Chen checked the magazine. As usual, there was only 1 bullet. However, we can exchange the Hellfire Een Flame that we gave to Su Yun before. He gave the Dragon Python revolver to Su Yun, retrieved the Hellfire Een Flame, and then forged a flintlock pistol. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality increased by 1. Obtained. Uzi submachine gun, perfect 1. Uzi submachine gun, Perfect quality weapon. High rate of fire, 25-round magazine, 900 damage per shot, effective range 250 meters. A standard bullet requires 1 copper coin and 1 part gunpowder. A single magazine of bullets fired from an Uzi submachine gun would cost 25 copper coins. I'm poor. I can't afford it. Lin Chen had no choice but to continue production. This time, we finally made a suitable weapon. Revolver perfect. Lin Chen put away his revolver and Hellfire dual pistols, disembarked to feed Xiaoying, and then prepared to land on the island. He pulled Little Red out of the fish tank, threw it a piece of poisoned fish meat, and then boarded the Little Red speedboat and sped towards the island. Upon arriving at the beach, apart from some harmless seabirds, there were no other creatures. Lin Chen did not start climbing immediately. Instead, he took out one large iron clamp after another from his dimensional ring and placed them on the beach. Large animal trap, superior quality, capable of trapping medium to large creatures and releasing paralyzing toxins. Medium-sized bear trap, excellent quality, can trap small and medium-sized creatures. These animal traps almost filled the dimensional ring. Lin Chen patiently took them all out and piled them on the beach, covering the entire beach and leaving only a narrow walkway. Xiaoying, keep an eye on Xiaohong. Wait for me here and don't let it run around. Eek. After giving instructions, Lin Chen began climbing the mountain. If Lin Chen had to choose one of the 3 medium-sized island types to explore, he would definitely choose the mountain type. Compared to dense forest islands, mountainous islands have an advantage. They offer a wide field of vision. The swamp type is the worst of the 3 types of islands. It is difficult to even walk there, and there are many insects and beasts hidden in the swamps, most of which are highly poisonous. Lin Chen, holding a shield in one hand and an excellent spear in the other, walked up the mountain. Just as they reached the foot of the mountain, they encountered a fierce beast. Beast-like human. The beastman spotted Lin Chen immediately. It grabbed its spiked club and charged at Lin Chen, but Lin Chen hurled a spear at it, pinning it to the cliff face. Congratulations on defeating the dangerous creature, Beastman. You have obtained a bronze chest. Easy. After being enhanced by Berserk Type 3, Lin Chen's physical strength alone is enough to tear apart a high-quality ferocious beast. If he activates Berserk, he can even fight against an exceptional ferocious beast. There's no need to use firearms against a mere, high-quality ferocious beast. Lin Chen had more than 30 bullets left, and he tried to use them sparingly. After all, each bullet requires a piece of copper, making the cost too high, even for Lin Chen. He pulled the superb spear from the beastman's body, opened the bronze treasure chest, and continued walking up the mountain. The basic monsters on small islands are all of common quality, while the first one you encounter on a medium-sized island is good, and you should encounter excellent quality monsters later on. As Lin Chen was pondering this, the detector in his hand detected another red dot. He looked up at the mountain road ahead, but found nothing unusual, nor did he see anything unusual in the sky. But the red dot on the detector is not fake. Could it be a stealthy, ferocious beast like the phantom scale serpent? Since the Alliance released the illustration of the phantom scale serpent, everyone's understanding of ferocious beasts has improved, and they have become more vigilant. Lin Chen carefully took out his bow and arrows and fired several arrows at the mountain wall in front of him. Sure enough, a rock suddenly moved after being startled by the arrows. Lin Chen then realized that it was a snake with patterns that looked just like rocks. After identifying the target, Lin Chen immediately drew his bow to defend himself. He fired 3 arrows in quick succession and successfully killed him. Congratulations on defeating the dangerous creature, rock-tailed serpent. You have obtained a silver chest. This world is fraught with danger. If an ordinary person were to pass through here, they would certainly not discover the existence of the rock-tattooed serpent. Lin Chen carried the dangerous creature detector all the way up to the mountaintop. This island has no medicinal resources. It's all rocks. It's really too barren. But soon, a large, reflective rock appeared on the road ahead, catching Lin Chen's eye. Metal or pile. Standard metal or can be obtained by mining, and random metals can be obtained by smelting. This is good stuff. Lin Chen immediately stepped forward, wanting to move the entire metal ore into his dimensional ring, but the system prompted that the collection had failed and that it needed to be collected into a standard item. We have to collect the data first. It's such a hassle. Lin Chen tapped the ore body twice with his spear, and a piece of metal or the size of half a fist broke off and fell away. Metal or 1. This standardized metal ore can be directly stored in dimensional rings or listed for trading. Lin Chen, wielding the exceptional spear, pounded away wildly, quickly mining the entire ore pile. He harvested over 30 pieces of metal ore, all of which were given to Lu Dajiang for smelting. However, The durability of the exceptional spear dropped by nearly a quarter as a result. This kind of loss is something that ordinary people can't afford. Lin Chen used good spear blueprints he acquired from the market to create this exceptional spear, which cost 15 iron coins and 800 wooden planks. If it's a superior spear blueprint, the cost will be at least 4 times higher. Ordinary people actually earn negative returns from mining metal ores. No, there should be special tools for mining metal ores, such as pickaxes. Lin Chen immediately assigned Li Jiangguo a task to help him collect a pickaxe or a pickaxe blueprint. Chapter 95: The Prototype of Cybernetic Technology. After a night of rest, the Tongminghui had basically recovered its strength. The 3 sections of the sailboat that were originally burned in the fire have been completely restored and are much more durable than before they were burned. Y-type exotic plants grow along the stern of the ship, their dense branches piercing the hull and blending seamlessly with the 3 sections of the sailboat. Li Jiangguo woke up earlier than usual. The stronger your body, the faster you recover during sleep, and the shorter the sleep time you need. When Li Jiangguo arrived at the upper deck, a wave of heat hit him, causing him to sweat immediately. This weather is unbearable. The temperature was 50 degrees Celsius, like being inside a giant steamer. The air seemed to be distorted by the scorching sun. There are still 4 days left. The Alliance has plenty of heatstroke medicine, but we don't know if the others outside can hold on. Well, a hot wind swept across the sea, and Li Jiangguo heard a faint metallic clanging sound. He flipped over and jumped off the deck, leaping several steps across the sea before boarding another 3-section sailboat 30 meters away. As soon as we boarded the ship, we saw Lu Dajiang swinging a hammer on the deck, hammering a piece of red-hot metal. "Old Lu, aren't you hot? Zhang Gong gave me all the Jade Kirin watermelons, so I'm not hot at all." Li Jiangguo seemed to have forgotten that they were Lin Chen's employees, and Lin Chen would definitely protect them well. He changed the subject and asked, "Did you work all night again?" "Not really. I went to bed early yesterday morning, so I woke up around 1 or 2 a.m. Li Jiangguo glanced at the parts in Lu Dajiang's work area, a look of doubt in his eyes. "What have you made of these?" In Zhang's words, this is called prosthetic technology. Prosthetic body. It's like taking off the original parts of a person's body and replacing them with these metal things. Li Jiangguo was greatly shocked upon hearing this. How could technology have advanced so rapidly in just a few days? They can even make prosthetic bodies now. Lu Dajiang had anticipated Li Jiangguo's shock, so he grabbed a stone and tossed it to him, saying, "This idea was actually first proposed by the boss. Engineer Zhang did a small experiment and found it feasible, so he decided to build something bigger to try it out." Li Jiangguo looked at the stone in his hand. "Moonstone. Can this thing be used to create prosthetic bodies?" "Theoretically, it's possible. Integrating moonstone into metal materials can significantly increase the metal's strength. Then, by connecting it to the human body using something called the beast nerve, it's possible to control the metal with one's consciousness. It's amazing, but I don't really understand the principle behind it. I'm only responsible for building the blueprints designed by Engineer Zhang. If you find it hard to understand, you can try the things in that box." As he spoke, Lu Dajiang struck the red-hot metal block twice more with his hammer. Li Jiangguo was already confused. He saw the box that Lu Dajiang had placed on the table and found a rough, finger-like object inside. This finger is made of metal. To call it a finger is an exaggeration. It's actually 3 sections of metal tubes that aren't fully closed. There is a rope around the metal finger. Lu Dajiang said, "Tie your fingers to your hands with a rope, and then there's a green spike at the bottom of the thickest part, see? Stick that spike into your skin." Li Jiangguo did as instructed. And then imagine you have a 6th finger and control it. This step is somewhat mysterious. Li Jiangguo looked at the metal fingers and began to imagine that they were his own fingers. The next moment, the metal finger moved. At first, it was a little awkward, but soon, this finger could open and close very flexibly, as if it were something I was born with. Isn't that amazing? Seeing the incredulous expression on Li Jiangguo's face, Lu Dajiang continued hammering the metal while smiling smugly. Although he didn't design it, he did create it, so he deserves credit for it. "That's amazing!" Li Jiangguo exclaimed in amazement. "You're saying this idea was proposed by Lin Chen?" "That's right." Lu Dajiang nodded and said, "You all say that Engineer Zhang is a genius, but if you ask me, the most genius has to be the boss. Even Engineer Zhang didn't think of this kind of thing. Lin Chen is indeed amazing." Li Jiangguo pulled the metal finger out of his body and suddenly felt as if something was missing. "Remember to wash it with cationic water, so your blood doesn't get on it." Li Jiangguo always kept more than a dozen bottles of cationic water in his construction hammer. He immediately took out a bottle and poured it on the green spikes to wash away the bloodstains. After putting the metal fingers back in the box, he walked over to Lu Dajiang to observe what he was currently building. What's this thing you're making called? Have you given it a name? It has a name, given by engineer Zhang. The first batch of products was called the External Soul Bone series, and the one I'm making now is called the 8 Spider Spears, which is the first product in the External Soul Bone series. According to engineer Zhang, this thing is like a spider leg, which can be attached to a person's back to resist attacks from behind and also assist in combat, improving mobility. Zhang Gong's imagination is truly rich. Oldly, once these 8 spider spears are finished, engineer Zhang said you can use them for a couple of days first. Oh, that's great. Isn't Lin Chen in a hurry to get it? Boss, don't rush. Engineer Zhang said that when handing over the finished product to the boss, we need to make sure that the finished product can be used normally, so let's put it on you and try it out for 2 days first. Li Jiangguo, then let's try it on me first. Didi. A private message notification sounded. Lin Chen, do you have any tools or blueprints like pickaxes? Give me one. Li Jiangguo, wait a moment. I remember someone in the association has the diagram of a pickaxe. I'll go call him. Lin Chen, send me his crafting table, and also send me a copy of the crafting materials for the iron pickaxe. Li Jiangguo, okay. 3 minutes later, Li Jiangguo sent over the workbench and materials. Lin Chen quickly found the iron pickaxe in the crafting table diagram. He looked through the other designs and found a stone bowl, a prop that could be made entirely of stone, which he used to increase the number of crafting attempts. Make 9 to 10. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +3. Obtained. Portable impact drill. Perfect. Chapter 96 Fiery Beaked Eagle. Lin Chen picked up the impact drill and glanced at the battery level. As always, there's only 1 bar of battery left. Lin Chen had no choice but to call Su Yun and ask her to send him a lightning eel to charge the impact drill. After consuming 1 thunder eel, the battery level successfully increased to 3 bars. Lin Chen carried the impact drill and continued climbing the mountain. The higher you go, the more metal or deposits there are. Lin Chen continued mining, and with the help of the impact drill, not only did the mining speed increase, but the collection efficiency also improved. Previously, a metal or pile could only collect about 30 pieces, but now it can reliably collect more than 40 pieces. They climbed the mountain and quickly collected 300 or 400 pieces of metal ore, which they gave to Lu Dajiang, to the point that Lu Dajiang complained that the smelting furnace was already overflowing. The metal will get bigger and bigger in the future. When we get back, we'll build a few more smelting furnaces for him. Lin Chen used Lu Dajiang's place as a warehouse, dumping the loot there after he finished. The higher you go, the more frequently you encounter ferocious beasts, and they are generally of excellent quality. There were also many other flying beasts, which Lin Chen prioritized shooting down with his bow and arrow to save bullets. Unfortunately, the corpses of these flying beasts have all fallen to the bottom of the mountain, so we can't retrieve them. Fortunately, the treasure chests will spawn directly within the reachable area, which is quite thoughtful. Lin Chen opened more than 20 treasure chests along the way, all of which contained useless items. The only useful one was an excellent fuel cell crafting blueprint, obtained through a lucky draw. Fuel cell assembly requirements: 2 tin, 2 zinc, 1 chlorine salt, 50 milliliters water, 10 milliliters paper. This is the most primitive battery. Lin Chen obtained the materials from Lu Dajiang, read the diagrams, and began making the product. Make 9 to 10. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality increased by 1. Obtained, small battery. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +2. Obtained, medium-sized dry cell batteries. A total of 5 small batteries and 1 medium-sized dry cell battery were made, and finally all the batteries were handed over to Zhang Qinwei for charging. There's no need to worry about the power source for the impact drill. After fighting his way up to the mountaintop, Lin Chen saw a familiar scene once again. Ocean store. He went into the shop and found that the items sold inside were no different from those in the ocean shop on his own ship, so he left immediately. The ocean shop is located on the mountaintop. Further ahead lies a massive sinkhole. We are about to enter a high-risk area. The Lord is in the sinkhole. Lin Chen took out a monocular telescope and looked down from above. The sinkhole was filled with large piles of metal ore. Lin Chen roughly estimated that there were at least 20 or 30 pieces. However, there are also many ferocious beasts in the sinkhole. Lin Chen couldn't help but frown when he saw the appearance of these ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts have very strange appearances. Most of them are humanoid, but their body structures seem to have undergone a mutation, making them look far more terrifying than beastmen. Some are extremely small, like newborn babies, with plump bodies but short limbs. They crawl on the ground with their short limbs at incredible speeds. Some are like standing adults, walking with a limp gait. Some have half of their bodies shrunken, with one arm as short as a withered branch. Others are swollen and gigantic, with one arm larger than their entire body. Lin Chen stood at the edge of the sinkhole, hesitating. Once you enter this kind of terrain, it becomes extremely difficult to get out. The sinkhole is flat and offers a clear view. Once you enter, you will be immediately surrounded and attacked by all the monsters. Lin Chen has observed no fewer than 50 ferocious beasts so far, but due to the great distance, scanning is not possible, so he is unsure of their abilities and has not seen any lords. Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to play it safe and not go in for the time being. He wanted to tame a ferocious bird or beast like Su Yun before entering the sinkhole. He walked along the edge of the sinkhole, found another path down the mountain, and followed that path. This island has more than one hill. The road in front of us leads to another mountain. Lin Chen could see from afar that there were flowers, grass, and trees on the mountaintop. It was completely different from the rocky mountain beneath his feet. As they walked along with the dangerous creature detector, another target appeared on the detector. Lin Chen looked up and was shocked to see a ferocious bird. Previously, the terrain on the rocky mountain was steep, but here the terrain is much gentler. Lin Chen decided to catch a bird here. The ferocious bird in front of him was one that Lin Chen had killed once on the rocky mountain. It was called the fierce-beaked eagle, a ferocious bird of excellent quality. It was about 1 meter long, and its wingspan was much wider than Lin Chen's arm span when spread out. It would be an excellent helper if used as a flight seat. Lin Chen didn't have the means to set up a trap, so he planned to catch the beast with his bare hands. Violent. Rage Type 3 activation. Neural circuits are fully activated, and reaction time is reduced to almost zero. With enhanced muscle fibers, increased blood flow, and reddened skin, Lin Chen's combat power in his berserk state was comparable to that of an exceptional ferocious beast. He charged head-on in the direction from which the fierce-beaked eagle was attacking. Having killed the fiery-beaked eagle, Lin Chen possessed its encyclopedia entry and was very familiar with the attack methods of this high-quality, dangerous creature. To peck and to scratch. Simple and unpretentious. The fierce-beaked eagle's attack is simple, yet extremely deadly. The encyclopedia describes the fierce-beaked eagle's beak as extremely sharp, capable of easily piercing a human body several centimeters deep, or even piercing it through. It often burrows its entire head into its opponent's body, and when it comes out, it pulls out the opponent's internal organs along with it, which is extremely cruel. Grasping ability is also one of the strengths of the fiery-beaked eagle. A pair of sharp claws can easily penetrate several centimeters into the skin. Even iron blocks cannot withstand the sharp claws of the fiery-beaked eagle. It can easily grab an object weighing over 1,000 pounds, fly it into the sky, and then drop it down, smashing it into mincemeat. Its powerful flight capability was the main reason why Lin Chen chose it. The hawk seemed surprised that the human dared to confront it head-on. A disdainful look appeared in its sharp eyes, as if it could already see the human's miserable death. But the next moment, a sharp blade suddenly extended from Lin Chen's fist, and a powerful impact slammed into the lower abdomen of the fiery-beaked eagle. The fiery-beaked eagle suffered a severe abdominal injury, causing its health points to drop significantly. Before it could react, a long spear suddenly appeared in the hand of the human in front of it. The spear thrust upwards, piercing through the body of the fiery-beaked eagle in one strike. Then, Lin Chen reversed his hand, raised the end of the spear, and thrust it into the ground, fixing the fiery-beaked eagle to the ground, making it unable to move. Having endured the impact of the blade of impact, the burst of power, and the thrust of the exceptional spear, the fiery-beaked eagle had very little health left. Lin Chen immediately took out external injury powder from his ring and sprinkled it on the wounds caused by the impact blade, temporarily stabilizing the fiery-beaked eagle's health. Meanwhile, a superb fishing net wrapped around the body of the fierce-beaked eagle. Are you convinced? Lin Chen climbed onto the back of the fiery-beaked eagle, healing its wounds while slapping it across the face. The fiery-beaked eagle tried to resist, but Lin Chen grabbed its proud beak, preventing it from opening its mouth. With his other hand, he punched it repeatedly in the forehead. Soon, this ferocious beast of excellent quality was completely knocked unconscious. Lin Chen grabbed the fishing net and continued walking towards the top of the second mountain. Chapter 97 Data Prisoners. On the second mountain, Lin Chen finally found all sorts of herbs. From ordinary to excellent quality, everything is available. There are many herbs on the market, but high-quality herbs are still a rare commodity. On small islands, most things are average or good, and excellent things are very rare. While there aren't many excellent herbs here, you can always find a few by simply scanning an area. Lin Chen used a danger detection device to check the area and confirmed that there was no danger before starting to collect herbs in large quantities. There were many herbs, and Lin Chen spent most of the day collecting them. During this time, the fierce-beaked eagle woke up once, only to be knocked unconscious again by Lin Chen. Having collected enough, Lin Chen continued walking towards the mountaintop. The second mountain has no sinkhole on its summit, but there is a small wooden cabin there. Traces of human existence. Lin Chen pushed open the door of the wooden house, and the sunlight shining through the window illuminated the dust floating inside. The cabin was very simple, with a bed, a table, and a flower stand on a balcony with 2 potted plants on it. There is a blanket on the bed, and the blanket has obvious bulges. There's obviously something down there. It looks like a person. He must have been dead for a long time. Lin Chen used his spear to lift the blanket, revealing a strange skeleton in front of him. Is this a mechanical life form? Prior to this, the only mechanical life form Lin Chen knew of was the walker. Since mechanical ascension exists in this world, it means that mechanical life must exist, and its numbers must be considerable. The metal skeleton in front of us is humanoid, and there are many scattered metal parts around it. Lin Chen turned on the bracelet and scanned it. Discarded prosthetic tissue. It seems that these things cannot be used directly, but they should still have some research value or recycling value. Lin Chen walked up to the table, wiped the dust off its surface, and suddenly realized that the table was actually made of metal. After wiping the dust off the table surface, the wristband skin finally revealed its name. Data Cage, Basic. Upon seeing this thing, Lin Chen suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity. His fingers lingered on the table for a moment, the metal edge of the table gleaming. The metal surface had been transformed into a display screen, with a USB-like interface popping out from below. Should we release the data prisoners? Primary data prisoners need a carrier. Data prisoners. That sounds familiar, like I've heard of it before. Lin Chen patted his head, thought carefully, and finally confirmed that this was the first time he had ever seen this thing. He searched the room thoroughly but couldn't find anything to connect to the interface. Left with no other choice, he had to give up for the time being. Perhaps we need to defeat the Lord in the sinkhole first before we can find clues here. Lin Chen tossed all the discarded prosthetics on the bed to Zhang Qinwei, who had been researching them recently. These discarded items should be helpful to Zhang Qinwei's prosthetic research. I glanced at the time. It was already past 6 in the afternoon. It was still light out. The days were long and the nights short under the blazing sun, and it wouldn't be until around 9 o'clock that dusk would arrive. However, it will take some time to get back. It's time to go back. Lin Chen, carrying the fiery beaked eagle trapped in the fishing net, returned the way he came and walked back to the beach. The animal traps on the beach were originally intended for the island's lord. Lin Chen's original plan was to lure the lord to the beach, trap it with a series of animal traps, and then try to tame the ferocious lord. But after seeing the deformed, humanoid beasts in the sinkhole, he gave up the idea. You can tell the lord's identity just by looking at these monsters. They're definitely not normal creatures. Lin Chen thought it best to just kill this thing that looked so disgusting. Xiaoying and Xiaohong had been waiting on the beach for most of the day and were extremely bored. Xiaoying lay on the rocks, one hand supporting her chin, the other grabbing seashells and pebbles from the beach and tossing them into the air. Then Xiaohong quickly swam over, bursting out of the water to catch the pebbles. They've really been tamed like dogs. Lin Chen looked at the scene before him, speechless. When Xiaoying saw Lin Chen appear, she immediately swam over happily. She looked puzzled when she saw the hawk in the fishing net. Little Ing, from now on it will be your second disciple. Eek! Once it wakes up, you can train it properly and make it listen to me. If you train it well, I'll treat you to my secret recipe grilled fish all day long. Eek! Xiaoying patted her chest excitedly, looking very confident. Then Lin Chen pushed him underwater again. Let's go, turn back. Xiaoying, you carry your second disciple. Lin Chen climbed onto the small red speedboat and handed the fishing net to Xiaoying. Back on the pirate ship, Lin Chen's first task was to transfer the pickaxe and battery blueprints to his own crafting table, and then return the Alliance's crafting table to Li Jianguo. We still have a lot of zinc and tin reserves, so we should manufacture more batteries as energy reserves. If we have batteries, we can discard the thunder eel. No, let's keep the electric eel for now. Electric eel meat is quite delicious, more tender than other fish meats. The moon pool beneath the pirate ship is quite spacious, and raising electric eels wouldn't require many resources. Lin Chen started making the grilled fish following yesterday's method. This time, electric eel meat was used again. The animals hunted on the island were all good and excellent meat, which Lin Chen didn't care for, so he simply gave them all to Zhang Qinwei. Consider it an improvement to the food supply for the Tongminghui Revolutionary Alliance. Didi. Li Jiangguo. The Tongminghui's work report for today and yesterday indicates that the voyage will continue after midnight tonight. Lin Chen, read. Inside the Tongminghui Revolutionary Alliance building, Li Jiangguo sat in a room with a serious expression. You mean, of the 4 organizations that agreed to join us offline yesterday, only one showed up, and one of the remaining 3 was wiped out. I searched the list and found that the organization that was wiped out had a total of 7 members, all of whom have turned into gray names. A rare serious expression appeared on Zhou Zhao's face. Do you think they might have accidentally provoked a wandering neutral creature, or perhaps encountered something like a spirit-melting fish? Li Jiangguo's expression turned serious as he said, when the Tongminghui's subordinate organizations encounter dangers that are difficult to resist, they can apply for weapons assistance. Have you received their request for assistance? No. That's the problem. Li Jiangguo tapped his fingers lightly on the table. It means that when they encountered danger, they didn't even have time to send a distress signal. What kind of ferocious beast is this that can kill 7 people in an instant? Even the spirit fusion fish can't do that. Is it possible that it wasn't done by a ferocious beast? Li Jiangguo's words suddenly stunned Zhou Xiao. Humans simply cannot do that. It's possible. Get close to the other person by building trust, and then kill them with a single blow. I've seen cases like this before. Zhou Xiao, shut up. Li Jiangguo picked up the navigation map. The organization that suffered total casualties is in this location, and the other 2 organizations are in the same direction. If they are heading to the Tongminghui, they will most likely run into them along the way. Show me how many people are in the remaining 2 organizations. Zhou Xiao pulled out a piece of paper with information about various organizations written on it in crooked handwriting. This organization in the north doesn't have a name. There are 5 people in total. The person who contacted me is named Guizijian. The organization listed below is the Xianxian Mutual Aid Association. It's an all-female organization with 12 people in total. This organization is interesting. They don't agree on anything internally. Disagreements? Li Jiangguo asked curiously. Yes, Su Xianxian contacted me, but not to join the alliance, but to cooperate. She hoped to exchange a small amount of supplies for weapons to ensure their safety. However, someone from the Mutual Aid Association named Li Lulu contacted me separately, saying she wanted to join the alliance, but she refused to reveal the names of the other members. I exchanged navigation maps with both of them, and Su Xianxian and Li Lulu's positions overlapped. Later, I asked Su Xianxian for the Mutual Aid Society list, and Li Lulu's name was on it. I guess that Li Lulu had a disagreement with Su Xianxian and wanted to come and join us alone. Did you tell Su Xianxian about this? No, I can't be bothered with their internal women's troubles. I didn't even respond to Su Xuanchuan's proposal for cooperation. She's trying to play the moral card of the underdog, saying things like we're all women, we need to ensure our own safety, and we need a period of evaluation for the alliance, etc. I can't be bothered with her. She's not joining us, so why should I help her? Anyone nearby? I've told them to come directly. I refuse to provide any online aid. Yes, that's how it should be. Some organization leaders are reluctant to give up their power. They want autonomy, but also crave the support of the alliance. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Our alliance's resources are also limited. Hound, take a look at these 5 people's nameless organization. Have any casualties been reported? No one died. I checked before I came here. Then asked them why they didn't come. They live nearby, so they should have arrived long ago. I asked before I came, but no one answered me. I'll ask again. Zhou Xiao opened the private message box, and the next moment, he was stunned. 5 gray names suddenly appeared before his eyes. Chapter 98, Danger Warning. They're all dead. In the short time you were in my room. Zhou Xiao nodded blankly. Li Jiangguo frowned. In just one day, 2 organizations were completely wiped out, and both died, without even sending out a distress signal. If it was done by a ferocious beast, then the Xianxian Mutual Aid Association is also in danger. If it was man-made, then it would be even more dangerous. Li Jiangguo's knuckles tapped incessantly on the table. He suddenly stood up. Hound, go and tell Su Xianxian to be careful. There might be danger in the waters near her. After speaking, Li Jiangguo thought for a moment and added, send a danger warning to Li Lulu as well. Also, take a look at their navigation map. Yes, sir. Zhou Xiao immediately sent a message, and soon, 2 maps were delivered to him in turn. Su Xianxian and Li Lulu's positions are still overlapping. It seems that Li Lulu has finally chosen to follow the Mutual Aid Association. Li Jiangguo shook his head and said, it's also possible that they just haven't found an opportunity to go solo. Zhou Xiao looked up at Li Jiangguo. Commander Li, why have you suddenly become so smart? When have I ever been stupid? Li Jiangguo looked at the navigation map and sighed deeply. The positions of these three organizations are all in our upwind direction, so we can't get past them. The Xinxian Mutual Aid Association's navigation direction clearly avoids our position, with a north-south distance difference of more than 100 kilometers. Zhou Xiao nodded and said, Su Xinxian chose not to join the Tongminghui herself, so we have no obligation to go out of our way to save them. As for Li Lulu, we can only let her pray for the best. There's one more thing, Commander Li. Today's volcanic eruption remnant collection is complete. 5 people collected 145 pieces of sulfur and 23 pieces of metal ore. All the metal ore has been sent to the smelting furnace, but there's a queue. Lin Chen sent several hundred pieces of metal ore today that are waiting to be smelted. One last thing. Engineer Zhang has completed his research on the light bulb, and it's currently being installed. This light bulb isn't very bright, so it can only be used indoors. Searchlights for navigation require much higher brightness, and there aren't any suitable materials available yet. Research is still ongoing. As Li Jiangguo listened, he wrote down all the information on paper, preparing to report it to Lin Chen the next day. Let's go. It's getting late. We should go patrol the deck. The two walked side by side toward the deck. Upon seeing Zhou Xiao's message at the Xinxian Mutual Aid Association, Su Xinxian immediately felt anxious. She stuck her head out and glanced to the north. The vast sea and the sunset clouds on the horizon showed nothing unusual. Could they be trying to scare me? The Tongminghui definitely wants me to lead the Mutual Aid Society to join them. This may just be their scheme. Su Xinxian had a guess in her mind. It's getting dark soon, and even if we head to the Tongminghui's location now, we won't make it in time. There are 12 people in the mutual aid group. Even if we encounter danger, we can handle it. It's not too late to ask the Tongminghui for help when we encounter danger. We are all women, and the Tongminghui prides itself on helping the weak, so they will definitely help us. Su Xinxian decided to keep the news a secret. Meanwhile, Li Lulu's heart leaped into her throat as she read the message from Zhou Xiao. Whatever could prompt the Alliance to issue a danger warning must be no ordinary danger. Li Lulu was torn, wondering whether she should tell Su Xinxian and the other members of the mutual aid group about this information. She arrived at Su Xuanxuan's ship, only to find Su Xinxian organizing weapons, equipment, and supplies, collecting all the scattered supplies into boxes, carrying her bow and arrows on her back, hanging a quiver at her waist, and placing her spear beside her legs. When Su Xinxian saw Li Lulu, she looked up and smiled. Lulu, is there something you need? I want to trade some iron blocks for planks and palm leaves. Are you going to make iron arrows? Su Xinxian put down what she was holding and took out 2 iron blocks from the box. Iron arrows are very expensive. It's best to retrieve them as soon as possible after shooting them. The environment is too dark at night, so they won't be easy to find. It's best to use them during the day. Okay, thank you, Sister Xinxian. Li Lulu turned and left, her expression suddenly changing. She had never seen Su Xinxian fight. Whether it was a dangerous creature attack at night or an encounter with other teams during the day, Su Xinxian usually just hid in the back with her long gun, and the fighting was mostly done by the girls around her. Therefore, when Li Lulu saw Su Xinxian organizing weapons and equipment, she couldn't help but feel suspicious. Before leaving, she glanced at the rope connecting the raft carrying Mutual Aid Society supplies to the other rafts behind Su Xuanxuan's fishing boat and immediately understood. The connecting rope has been modified. The previous rope had a knot that was always tied in place. Now it has a slip knot. Li Lulu's eyes instantly turned cold. She must have contacted the Tongminghui and received the news. Su Xinxian watched Li Lulu's departing figure, her eyes slightly narrowed. Li Lulu rarely shoots arrows, and her skill level is simply not high enough. She can't afford something as luxurious as an iron arrow. She came to see me just now. It definitely wasn't about this. Su Xinxian looked down and saw the spear on her leg. Did she also know there was danger nearby? Su Xinxian suddenly remembered Li Lulu's suggestion yesterday to join the Tongminghui. She probably received the news. Su Xuanxuan's face was gloomy. Chapter 99 8 Spider Lances. Eastern Shipping Route. The 3 fishing boats sailed side by side. A group of men were squatting on the edge of the raft, washing the blood off their knives. A man looked up at the middle-aged man standing behind him and asked, Boss Song, why did we kill these 5 people? We need to keep them alive to buy props. Song Jun glanced at him and said, It's just 5 pigs. We can catch a few more. We used them to trick the Tongminghui into giving us their coordinates and even intercepted a team that was heading to the Tongminghui. We've already made a profit. The Tongminghui is to our east. Even if they wanted to cause us trouble, They couldn't get here. You underestimated the enemy. Song Jun shook his head and said, with the strength of the Tongminghui, it's not impossible for them to sail against the wind. We must be extremely careful. After washing the blood off his knife and wiping the water off the blade with a palm leaf, a man asked, Boss Song, I heard from the pirate brothers on the Western Front that their boss Wang wants us to attack the Tongminghui. Do they want us to go and die? The Tongminghui has guns. That's right, the Tongminghui has guns and 2 big ships. How could we possibly defeat them? I think that bastard Wang Tai just wants us to die. Hearing his men angrily cursing Wang Tai, Song Jun raised his hand to stop them, signaling everyone to be quiet. Although the Tongminghui is strong, we are not weak either. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Boss, you don't really want to fight the Tongminghui, do you? I heard that everyone who joins the Tongminghui has to go through a check. If someone is found to be on the blacklist, their assets will be confiscated and they will be forced to do the hardest labor, just like going to jail. We're all unregistered. We can't withstand a thorough investigation. Song Jun chuckled softly. Who said we'd use the old methods? To deal with the Tongminghui, we have to confront them head on. This sentence startled the 8 people present. Boss, don't be reckless. We are no match for the Tongminghui. They outnumber us by at least 3 or 4 times. And they have guns. Just as Song Jun was about to explain, a transaction notification suddenly appeared on his bracelet. You've come at the perfect time. He smiled slightly and placed the items used in the transaction onto the raft. Firestone cannon, excellent quality. Maximum range up to 360 meters. Incredibly powerful, a formidable weapon for destroying ships. Boss, could this flint cannon be a gift from Wang Tai on the western shipping route? That's right. Song Jun looked at the cannon with burning eyes and said excitedly, Li Jiangwo's Desert Eagle only has a range of 200 meters, while my cannon can hit 360 meters. The enemy is in the open while we are in the dark. In this battle, the advantage is on our side. Let's go. Head towards the Alliance's coordinates. 3 fishing boats towed a raft toward the Tongminghui Revolutionary Alliance. As the sun sets and night falls, so too does the night. The attack by the dangerous creature arrived as expected. The Tongminghui had more than 50 members, and the besieging beasts were dense, surrounding the 3 sailboats. Holding a long spear, Li Jiangguo leaped off the deck, steered a raft, and charged in and out of the horde of ferocious beasts 7 times, decimating them in just a few minutes. Boss is awesome. A group of new members clapped and cheered. Zhou Xiao came to their side and stopped them from clapping. Commander Li doesn't like people calling him boss. They want to be called Officer Li or Old Li. Okay, Brother Zhou. Don't call me Brother Zhou, just call me Hound. Okay, Hound bro. Zhou Xiao didn't want to pay any more attention to him and walked away. He stood at the edge of the deck and shouted, Commander Li, what level is your marksmanship proficiency? Officer Li flicked his spear, lifting a fine-quality ferocious beast out of the water. He then pierced it with his spear and swung it, precisely throwing the beast's carcass onto the deck. The next moment, Li Jiangguo leaped high into the air and landed steadily on the tallest mast of the 3-section sailboat. Still level 3. This is probably the upper limit of proficiency. He skillfully twirled the spear in his hand before carrying it behind his back. The evening breeze rustled Li Jiangguo's robes. Damn, he's so handsome. Standing on the deck below, Zhou Xiao looked up at the scene before him, and his envy reached its peak. Next time I encounter an island, I'm going to try and get my hands on the island's treasure. Zhou Xiao thought to himself. Suddenly, shouts came from the boat next door. Old Li, the 8 spider lances are finished. Come and try them out. So fast, Li Jiangguo was quite surprised. He lightly leaped from the mast onto the deck of the 3 sailboats next door. Come on, take off your clothes and sit here. I'll help you put on the 8 spider spears. Following Zhang Qinwei's instructions, Li Jiangguo took off his clothes and sat down on the stool. Zhang Qinwei carefully wiped Li Jiangguo's back with cationic water, then inserted the 8 spider spears into his skin one by one, and used a metal ring to hold Li Jiangguo's body in place. Although the 8 spider lances are a whole, each spider lance is infused with the nerves of a giant beast, which can connect with your own nerves and be controlled individually. Relax, your body is too strong right now. If you exert any force, the nerve spike won't be able to go in. Okay, now my fingers will press on the 8 spider spears in turn. Close your eyes and imagine these positions. Each position has an independent spider spear. Try to control them. Li Jiangguo clearly felt a sharp spike piercing his body from behind. With Zhang Qinwei's help, he quickly located the position of the 8 spider spears. 1, 2. Until the positions of all the spider spears were determined, he had become proficient in using these metal spider spears. Xiaozhong, stay away, I want to test its power. Zhang Qinwei immediately stepped back 20 meters, leaving the deck space to Li Jiangguo. Under Li Jiangguo's control, the 8 spider spikes suddenly pierced forward, instantly penetrating 3 layers of wooden planks. Li Jiangguo retrieved the 8 spider lances, which overlapped in front of his body, forming a protective shield. Old Lu, hit me with the hammer. Test my defenses. Li Jiangguo shouted. Lu Dajiang took out a smelting hammer, full of confidence. This is an alloy I made myself. I know its strength better than anyone. I'm not worried about whether the 8 spider spears can withstand it. I'm only worried about whether you can withstand my hammer. Old Lu, you're underestimating my infinite evolution. Come on, use the strength you have to hammer me. I'll admit defeat if I even snort. Lu Dajiang dragged the sledgehammer to Li Jiangguo's side, turned his body to the side, and used the power from his legs and waist rotation to swing the sledgehammer and smash it down on the 8 spider spears. With a loud bang, the hammer was deflected, leaving the 8 spider spears unharmed. Instead, Li Jiangguo was struck by the hammer and staggered back 2 steps. See? I wasn't wrong. The 8 spider lances are much tougher than your body. Ha! It really is a divine artifact. Li Jiangguo laughed loudly. He deactivated his protective shield, fell backward, used the 8 spider spears to support his body, and suddenly sprang up, flying more than 20 meters into the air. Then, with the cushioning effect of the 8 spider spears, he landed smoothly. Zhang Qinwei watched from the side and laughed. Looks like my experiment was a success. Old Li, you can wear this 8 spider lances. I'll make a new one for the boss. No, this is a product from Lin Chen's company. You have to give it to your boss first. Don't worry, I've shown it to the boss. He said the 8 spider spears are inconvenient to wear and would affect his sleep, so he doesn't want them and asked me to give them to you directly. This? Li Jiangguo scratched his head. The boss said it's a gift for you. Consider it a donation to the Tongminghui. Li Jiangguo accepted this generous gift. Xiaozhang, what kind of design are you planning to make for Lin Chen? Zhang Qinwei took out a pair of leg guards and said, the boss said to use this as a prototype and asked me to make some improvements. Wind Howl leg guards. Powered armor exoskeleton. How does Lin Chen have all sorts of amazing gadgets? Of course, my boss. It boils down to 2 words. When Lin Chen was mentioned, Zhang Qinwei's face lit up with a proud smile. Chapter 100 The Fearful Song Army. Under the cover of night, on the dark sea. Song Jun's hand holding the monocular telescope trembled slightly. On the sea ahead, there are 2 brightly lit ships. It stands out conspicuously on this dark sea. Song Jun put down his monocular telescope, took 2 deep breaths, and barely managed to suppress the shock in his heart. Boss, when do we blast them? Once we pull off this job, we'll be rich. Look how excited the boss is, his hands are shaking. Looking at his excited subordinates, Song Jun gritted his teeth and waved his hand, saying, retreat. Huh? Boss? No. Why did you suddenly retreat? That's right, we're already here. We can reach the Tongminghui in another 3 or 4 kilometers. Song Jun snorted. If we go any further, we'll all be dead. Oh. The underlings looked at each other in bewilderment. Does the Tongminghui also have cannons? Looking at the photos taken by the Tongminghui members, their ships didn't have cannons or other weapons. The most powerful weapon they had was probably the Desert Eagle that Li Jiangguo was carrying. Did they not take a complete picture? The younger brothers all made their guesses. Song Jun handed the monocular telescope to his henchman and said, they don't have cannons on their ship, but Li Jiangguo alone is worth several times over. Li Jiangguo isn't human. The younger brother, who had just picked up the monocular telescope, happened to see Li Jiangguo jump from one 3-section sailboat to another. I also saw the menacing 8 spider spears behind Li Jiangguo. Is this even human? What's wrong? What's wrong? The other underlings who didn't have binoculars asked anxiously. The henchman holding the binoculars looked at Song Jun and returned the binoculars. I support the boss's decision. Li Jiangguo can easily make up for the 160-meter attack range advantage by jumping a couple of steps. Moreover, with his speed, our firestone cannons simply cannot hit him. Song Jun's face was gloomy. Although he had heard the Tongminghui people boast about Li Jiangguo's strength and knew that he was very strong, he did not expect him to be this powerful. This is something no human could do. Song Jun suddenly remembered the legendary island treasure. Currently, only Lin Chen and Li Jiangguo are known to have unlocked the island's secret treasure. It must be a hidden treasure from the island. As long as I unlock the island's secret treasure, I too can become a Superman like Li Jiangguo. The Song army made up their minds to first seize a secret treasure on an island before attacking the Tongminghui. The time has reached midnight. A new day has begun. Sunny day, 7 weather forecast. Sunny, temperature 50 to 52 degrees Celsius, no wind, long day, and no night. As soon as the weather forecast message appeared, a faint glimmer of dawn appeared on the distant horizon. Song Jun's body trembled violently. Row the boat. Get out of here. It's dawn. We can't let the Tongminghui find us. The sky was just beginning to lighten. On 3 sailboats 5 kilometers away, a member of the Tongminghui on duty spotted a fleet fleeing Tongminghui territory in the distance and immediately reported the news. 5 kilometers is too far. We can't catch up. Zhou Xiao waved his hand, signaling the patrol team members to return to the deck and continue their inspection. He arrived at Li Jiangwo's room and was about to knock when the door suddenly opened from the inside. Commander Li, I need to talk to you about something. As Li Jiangwo spoke, he pulled Zhou Xiao toward the door. What is it, Commander Li? Do you want this? The 8 spider spears swayed slightly, attracting Zhou Xiao's attention. Zhou Xiao's eyes widened immediately. Really? Nonsense. Would I lie to you? Do you want it or not? Yes. Yes. Zhou Xiao nodded vigorously. Li Jiangwo pulled him to the deck, jumped onto the adjacent boat, and found Zhang Qinwei pacing back and forth on the deck. Xiao Zhang, take this 8 spider lances off and put it on this young man. Okay. Zhang Qinwei nodded. Anyway, the 8 spider lances have already been given to the Alliance, so Li Jiangwo can give them to whomever he wants. Zhang Qinwei asked curiously, is there any defect in this 8 spider lances? Li Jiangwo said somewhat awkwardly, I think Lin Chen is right. This thing is indeed not very convenient for sleeping. It kept poking me when I lay down, and after thinking about it, I already have the island's secret treasure, so this thing won't be of much help to me, but it will be more helpful to others. Oh, I see. I'll take that into account in my next design because of the lack of comfort. Zhang Qinwei nodded in understanding, then waved to Zhou Xiao and said, young man, come here and sit down. Hello, Engineer Zhang. My name is Zhou Xiao. You can call me Hound. Hound? What a strange name. Sit here. I'll take it apart and then put it back together for you. Zhang Qinwei had already prepared a disassembly switch. Pressing the off button would loosen the mechanical embrace of the 8 spider spears on the human body, and the 8 spider spears could be removed with a forceful pull. The process of dismantling the 8 spider spears is not complicated, but it requires Li Jiangwo's cooperation. In addition to the mechanical embrace, the 8 spider spears also contain the nerves of a giant beast connected to Li Jiangwo's own nerves. Li Jiangwo had to subjectively ignore the existence of the 8 spider lances and consciously sever his connection with them. This step was very subtle, and it took Li Jiangwo more than 10 minutes to completely sever his connection with the 8 spider lances. The 8 giant beast nerves slowly contracted and returned to the 8 spider spears. The 8 spider spears have also returned to their original form. After thoroughly disinfecting and cleaning with cationic water, Zhang Qinwei attached the 8 spider spears to Zhou Xiao's body using the old method. Hound, now begin. Imagine there are 8 spider spears on your back, positioned where my fingers are pressing. Soon, the 8 spider lances were attached to Zhou Xiao's body. It's troublesome to put on, so once you put it on, try not to take it off. Understood. I will never take it off in my life. Zhou Xiao was already incredibly excited. Li Jiangwo, who was standing next to him, added, wearing this will make it very inconvenient to sleep. It's nothing, Zhou Xiao said excitedly. Gaining power always comes at a price. I understand. It's just that it's inconvenient to sleep. What's that? It's good to be young, Li Jiangwo said with a smile. As Zhou Xiao gradually became familiar with the 8 spider lances, he began jumping around on the deck. Commander Li, look, I am Dr. Octopus. He quickly mastered the operation of the 8 spider spears, controlling them to insert into the mast and climb towards the top. Zhang Qinwei's expression suddenly changed. Quickly put away your 8 spider lances. Don't break my mast. My ship's durability is decreasing. Oh. I'm so sorry, Engineer Zhang. I'll compensate you for all the materials needed for the repairs right away. Zhou Xiao immediately jumped down and apologized to Zhang Qinwei. Zhou Xiao had great respect for the engineer who designed the 8 spider lances, fearing that if he angered him, the engineer would refuse to let him use any good things in the future. You don't need to pay for these supplies. Just be more careful next time. Understood. Zhou Xiao accepted the teacher's lesson like a student who had made a mistake. Li Jiangwo laughed and patted Zhou Xiao on the shoulder. Go back. Don't mess up Zhonggong's ship here. Yes, Commander Li. Zhou Xiao leaned back, using the power of the 8 spider lances to launch himself into the air, preparing to perform a 270-degree spin in midair before landing gracefully on the deck of the Alliance's 3-section sailboat. However, he didn't control the force of the ejection well. Zhou Zhao's body traced an arc between the two three-section sailboats, landing precisely in the sea. This guy is really giving me a lot of trouble. Li Jiangguo rubbed his forehead, a helpless expression on his face. Zhou Xiao then pierced the hull with the 8 spider spears and dragged himself toward the deck of the three-section sailboat. Soon, Li Jiangguo's expression also changed. Damn it! Why did that brat go back and wreak havoc on my ship? Chapter 101 Sedatives. On the 7th day, there was no night, only long daylight. No one expected the environment to deteriorate to this extent, including Lin Chen. Is it really that dangerous? When the temperature rises to this level, even good quality heatstroke medicine is ineffective. Only excellent quality medicine can effectively lower the temperature. But how many people in the whole district can afford to use high-quality products? Lin Chen glanced at the number of survivors. 3,680. Every day, you can see people asking for fever-reducing medicine in the public chat. People are dying every moment, and that number is constantly decreasing. The largest organization in the district, the Overlord Group, has had 23 members fall ill due to the high temperatures, and 5 of them have lost their lives. If even the Overlord gang is like this, one can only imagine how poor other small organizations and individual survivors are. Inside the Tongminghui, the air conditioning was less effective due to the intense heat, but it could still lower the temperature somewhat. With the addition of some heat-relieving and cooling medications, most people won't feel too uncomfortable as long as they stay in the air-conditioned room. The online branches of the Tongminghui received mechanical fans and good heat-stroke prevention medicines from the Tongminghui. Although the high temperature was unbearable, they would not die from the heat. All outdoor work activities are suspended today. Everyone should rest in air-conditioned rooms. Li Jiangguo issued an order requiring all members of the Tongminghui to take a mandatory rest. Making someone go out to work under the sun in this kind of weather is tantamount to sending them to their death. How much heatstroke medicine do we have left in stock? If we include the amount that needs to be supported to online branch organizations, it's only enough for today. Leave the high-quality heatstroke medicine to our subordinate organizations. We have air conditioning and electric fans, so we can handle it. Okay. I took all the fish meat from yesterday's nets and put it on the deck to dry in the sun. It should spoil quickly, and then we can make more fertilizer to wash the watermelons. Watermelons of average quality are almost useless. Just consider it as replenishing fluids. It does help to some extent. Sigh, I hope this heat doesn't get any hotter. On the sea, Song soldiers hid under sunshades and sat in front of mechanical fans. But the air blown out by the fan was scalding hot, carrying a burning sensation, making it impossible to feel any coolness. He scooped up a box of seawater and poured it over himself in an attempt to cool down, but it was to no avail. Suddenly, near the oars of the fishing boat ahead, one of the younger men fainted and foamed at the mouth. Boss, we can't paddle anymore. We're going to faint if we keep paddling. Song Jun's mood became unusually irritable due to the heat, but he also knew that it would be strange if he didn't suffer from heat stroke while working in this temperature. Stop. He took out a rope, tied it around his body, and jumped into the sea. Boss, what do you do if someone has heat stroke? What else can we do? Do you have any heat stroke medicine that can save him? Without, then let him go quickly. If you don't want to die from the heat, do what I did and jump into the sea to cool off. After saying this, the Song soldiers dived into the sea and sank. About 100 kilometers away from the pirate organization, the Xianxian Mutual Aid Association also fell into a high-temperature predicament. The high temperature is afflicting everyone. Li Lulu hadn't received any supplies from the dogs for a while. She looked through the dog list, and all of them were grayed out. The last dog suffered heat stroke and collapsed during the day yesterday. Believing it couldn't defeat the ferocious beasts of the night, it abandoned all its supplies to Li Lulu and chose to commit suicide. From then on, Li Lulu had no more dog supporters. Developing other dog breeds would be virtually impossible. Most of those who have survived to this day have been selected, and their will to live is relatively strong. Very few people are willing to give up their precious supplies for a few shivering photos. After all, the survivors these days can barely take care of themselves, so they don't have the energy to worry about their lower bodies. Before successfully navigating the survival crisis of Jiaoyangshan, Li Lulu's dog economy will be in a state of complete collapse. The same applies to Su Xuanxuan's fan economy. The market for heatstroke remedies is polarized. High-quality ones sell out as soon as they hit the shelves, while low-quality ones stagnate in sales. On the Mutual Aid Society's raft, naked bodies lay tossing and turning under the sunshade. The intense sunlight and scorching temperature made it difficult for them to fall asleep. Alone on her sunshade fishing boat, Li Lulu contacted Zhou Xiao again. I want to get a better quality heatstroke medicine. Zhou Xiao, no. Li Lulu. You might not have it, but Lin Chen definitely does. I can use this to trade with you for cigarette packs, regular pattern. After checking the effects of the cigarettes, Zhou Xiao immediately reported to Li Jianguo. Cigarettes in this world have a calming effect. I think I should give it a try. Calm your mind. Li Jianguo was quite interested in this thing. He asked, I don't recall there being any high-quality heatstroke medicines left in stock. Weren't they all distributed? We don't have any, but Engineer Zhang does. And I heard from Lu Dajiang that Engineer Zhang is a heavy smoker, and he's been suffering terribly since he came into this world and hasn't smoked for so many days. Why don't you go and talk to Engineer Zhang yourself? Hee. Well, I had to let you know. Go ahead, it's approved. Okay. Zhou Xiao added Zhang Qinwei as a friend and told him about the cigarettes, which immediately piqued Zhang Qinwei's interest. As a smoker, not smoking for more than a week made him feel terrible. He readily agreed to the deal and offered a watermelon of excellent quality. Li Lulu sent over the production table containing cigarette designs directly. Cigarette manufacturing requirements: 3-part spice/herb powder, 1 part paper. It's very simple to make. There are many spices and herbs on the market. Zhang Qinwei bought a few, made a few cigarettes, lit one, and took a deep breath. Comfortable. Although it's not the familiar taste, the stimulating sensation is the same. Zhang Qinwei gave Lu Dajiang one. Lu Dajiang reminded him, Xiao Zhang, go ask the boss if he smokes. Oh yeah, maybe the boss is a smoker too. Zhang Qinwei contacted Lin Chen to inquire about the matter. Lin Chen was just about to go to sleep when she received the message. He wasn't particularly interested in cigarettes at first, but after seeing the description of cigarettes as having a calming effect, he suddenly had an idea. He directly asked for the production station with cigarette designs on it, and started producing them himself. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality increased by 1. Obtained. Good quality calming incense. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +2. Awarded. Excellent mirror incense. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +3. Obtained. Excellent sedative. Lin Chen produced hundreds of doses at once, including 2 bottles of tranquilizer, dozens of bright mirror incense sticks, and hundreds of calming incense sticks. Then he returned the workbench with the cigarette design to its original location. Light a calming incense stick, place it in a cup, and put it on the table in the captain's cabin. The smoke curled upwards, its aroma refreshing and delightful. Lin Chen lay down on the bed and fell asleep peacefully. Chapter 102: The Center of the World. The sun is scorching, and the world is burning hot. But the scorching sun doesn't punish every survivor equally. Some people are completely oblivious to high temperatures and strong sunlight. For example, Su Yun now. Little White. Keep heading north. Although it was the early hours of the morning, Su Yun was still full of energy. Because she had just eaten a piece of jade unicorn watermelon, she was in a clear and energetic state. There's no wind today, so the pirate ship is sailing much faster than yesterday. We should reach the center by noon. I'm going to keep going and sail all the way to the northern waterway before I rest. Su Yun was full of energy, while Xiaobai next to her was dozing off. Xiaobai just wants to hide in Su Yun's captain's cabin and enjoy the air conditioning. Even ferocious beasts can be afraid of the heat, especially large birds like Little White that are covered in thick feathers. Su Yun stopped torturing Xiaobai, carried it into the captain's cabin, and then returned to the deck to take the helm and control the ship's direction. When they encountered islands along the way, Su Yun simply ignored them, pretending not to see them. Her primary goal now is to sail to the North Wind Passage. Once she reaches the North Wind Passage, she can hoist the sails and sail at full speed. If the wind recovers tomorrow and the wind direction remains the same, I can sail at full speed with the wind, and it will only take 1 day to meet up with Lin Chen. Su Yun's heart was pounding like a deer's, and her face flushed red. It feels like meeting someone you met online in person. She nervously gripped the hem of her dress, her fingers fidgeting back and forth on the fabric. Several hours later. Didi. Lin Chen, good morning. Su Yun, good morning. Thanks to the calming effect of the incense, Lin Chen slept very peacefully, and his sleep quality improved even further. This also led to a further reduction in his sleep duration. Seeing that Su Yun replied to the message instantly, Lin Chen asked in surprise, You got up so early today? Su Yun, I'm not asleep yet. Su Yun, I'm almost at the center. I expect to cross the center and reach the eastern shipping lane in about 5 hours. Su Yun sent over the navigation map. Lin Chen accepted the map, but suddenly noticed a red area in one corner. The location is exactly in the center. Lin Chen, there's a red area on your map. What is that area? Su Yun retrieved the map, and the navigation map continued to refresh, with the red area growing larger and larger. She looked up, and there was clearly no storm in front of her. What does the red area on the navigation map mean? The next moment, a notification suddenly popped up. Warning: crossing the central barrier. The center of the world is an area inhabited by large legendary creatures and is extremely dangerous. Please stay away immediately. A sudden wave of scorching heat swept over her, and even though Su Yun had eaten the jade Kirin watermelon, she could hardly withstand the intense heat. She immediately shut off the generator, but the ship's inertia continued to propel the pirate ship forward for several hundred meters. It has entered the center of the world. On the navigation map, Su Yun's location is already within the red area. She hurried back to the deck and was astonished to find that the outside world had completely changed. The sky was crimson, and the air was filled with sweltering heat, with temperatures exceeding 60 degrees Celsius. About 100 kilometers ahead of the pirate ship, a huge pillar of fire shot straight into the sky, its flames illuminating the entire sky. The flames flickered and roared. The pillar of fire was surrounded by various large, ferocious beasts, their bodies enormous and menacing, which occupied the center of the world. They either soar through the air or lurk in the seabed, each exuding a powerful aura. These ferocious beasts seemed to be guarding the pillar of fire, not allowing any outsiders to approach. A huge black shadow seemed to have spotted Su Yun's pirate ship and was approaching it. Su Yun's pupils shrank instantly, and she felt extremely nervous. Xiao Bai, who was resting in the captain's cabin enjoying the air conditioning, was startled awake and rushed out of the captain's cabin in a panic. Little White, fly in that direction. It takes time for the pirate ship to turn around, and there isn't much time left. The black shadow flew at an extremely fast speed, and Su Yun could already see its figure through a monocular telescope. It was a western dragon covered with jet-black scales. Its scales shimmered with a metallic sheen. The black dragon opened its enormous mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and let out a deafening roar. Its eyes flashed red, as if they could pierce through one's soul. Su Yun quickly sat in the flight seat, and without even having time to pack her supplies, she immediately set off, fleeing towards the center of the world. The danger behind them was getting closer and closer, and Little White flapped its wings almost desperately to escape. Fortunately, she was only a few hundred meters away from the center of the world, and Xiaobai's flying speed was not slow, so she quickly re-entered the central barrier area. Su Yun turned around and looked behind her. The scene at the center of the world became blurry. She could vaguely see her pirate ship engulfed in flames, turning to ashes in just a few seconds. Behind them, the black dragon seemed unable to leave the center of the world or enter the central barrier. Call. Su Yun breathed a long sigh of relief, having survived the ordeal. The central barrier area is clearly a buffer zone. Within the central barrier, whether looking towards the center of the world or towards the outside world, everything appears blurry, as if viewed through frosted glass. Little White, holding Su Yun's hand, slowly flew away from the central barrier and returned to the outside world. The sky cleared up again, and the temperature dropped to within the controllable range for the jade Kirin watermelon. Su Yun pulled the rope, controlling Xiao Bai to descend slowly. The pirate ship was destroyed, and all she managed to take with her was a construction hammer, a mobile phone, and a revolver, the dragon python, hanging on her waist, and a navigation map clutched in her hand. All other supplies were left on the pirate ship and were burned to ashes by the black dragon's fiery breath. Once on the sea, Su Yun used a construction hammer to build a raft and sat on it all alone. She sat dejectedly on the raft, staring at the large expanse of red markings on the navigation map. This was her only gain from the trip. The pirate ship is gone. The steam engine, generator, and propeller are all gone. Su Yun sat dejectedly on the raft and helplessly dialed Lin Chen's number. Hey, what's wrong? Lin Chen's magnetic and gentle voice came through the phone. The next moment, Su Yun burst into tears. Chapter 103 New Darling Little Lie. Lin Chen listened quietly to Su Yun's tearful account and patiently comforted her. It's all right. It's just a pirate ship. As the population declines, Lin Chen's income is also decreasing. In addition, with rising temperatures, most people are unwilling to go out to collect supplies, so Lin Chen's harvest of wealth is decreasing. Building a finished ship requires a huge amount of resources. The two three-section sailboats previously given to Li Jianguo and Zhang Qinwei had consumed nearly half of Lin Chen's supplies. When Su Yun was in danger, Lin Chen didn't hesitate to take out a construction hammer, preparing to build another pirate ship for her. But Su Yun refused. Because without wind and propulsion, pirate ships cannot sail. She used her construction hammer to build a small fishing boat and prepared to continue sailing north along the edge of the red zone. However, Su Yun currently does not have a crafting station and is unable to make props herself. Lin Chen said, "If you need anything, feel free to call me anytime." Su Yun sniffed and hung up the phone. She looked at Little White standing at the bow of the boat, dipping its head into the water to cool off, and hugged its soft, fluffy body. "Xiaobai, I'm sorry, I can't let you use the air conditioner. But don't worry, I'm a fast rower." Little White was startled, but when it realized it was its owner, it immediately calmed down and let Su Yun hug it. Su Yun only hugged him for a few seconds before letting go, because she knew Xiaobai was hot. Its feathers are very thick, making it even more difficult for it to endure the scorching heat than humans. "Xiaobai, it's no use just putting your head in the water. You have to soak your whole body." Su Yun grabbed Xiaobai and rinsed its entire body into seawater. Little White flapped its wings in fear, but could not break free from Su Yun's grasp. Having undergone an infinite evolution, Su Yun's power in her normal state is comparable to that of an excellent creature, far surpassing that of a novice. Xiaobai was held in Su Yun's hand like a little chick. "It's much cooler here, isn't it?" Su Yun gently patted Xiaobai's head, combed its fur, then sat in the control seat in the center of the fishing boat and began rowing. Lin Chen handed the navigation map to Su Yun to write down. When he returned the map to her, a red area had appeared on it. The activity area of a large, legendary creature at the center of the world. Lin Chen lay on the edge of the pirate ship, watching Xiaoying playing in the water below. Xiaoying is not a large creature, so she probably doesn't come from the center of the world. Lin Chen flipped over and jumped off the deck, beginning his daily feeding routine. Xiaoying didn't seem to feel the heat much, which might be because she ate a high-quality watermelon. Upon seeing Lin Chen arrive at the sea surface, Xiaoying immediately swam over. Xiaohong also came over, her big eyes looking at Lin Chen expectantly. "Dinner is served." Lin Chen opened the pot lid, revealing a boiled fish dish with various spices inside. Lin Chen went to great lengths to satisfy Xiaoying's taste buds, showing great dedication. "Try it." Lin Chen wasn't sure if Xiaoying could handle spicy food, so he prepared 2 portions. If she doesn't like boiled fish, give her regular fish soup instead. Xiaoying leaned closer to the pot and took a sniff. She stuck her fair finger into the soup, then put it in her mouth and took a sip. Eek! The golden scales on both sides of Xiaoying's neck immediately stood up. "Don't you like it?" Lin Chen asked. He grabbed the pot handles with both hands, ready to take it away, when Xiaoying suddenly stopped him. "Eek!" Xiaoying snatched the soup pot from Lin Chen and swam to her own metal raft. Xiaohong followed closely behind like a little follower. Xiaoying, holding the pot, turned around and saw Xiaohong following her. She immediately swung her beautiful fishtail and smack sent Xiaohong flying. Little Red spread its fins in the air, glided around once, and then landed back next to Little Ing. Its big, dark, bright eyes looked at the pot in Xiaoying's hand, still with an expectant look. Seeing that Xiaoying liked it, Lin Chen stopped paying attention to the two of them. He pulled up the fishing net and checked the condition of the fierce-beaked eagle. As soon as the fishing net was pulled, a notification was received. "If the taming is successful, will you accept the fierce-beaked eagle as your master?" "Accept." "Obtain pet, fiery-beaked eagle." The fierce-beaked eagle encyclopedia has been unlocked. Unnamed fierce-beaked eagle loyalty, 40 to 100. From now on, you'll be called Xiaolai. Lin Chen stroked the head of the fiery-beaked eagle and said, "Naming complete." The fierce-beaked eagle weakly opened its beak, its health bar barely slivered. Lin Chen took out a piece of poisoned fish meat and threw it into its mouth. Little fierce-beaked eagle loyalty, 70 to 100. This guy is more reliable than Xiaohong. He gained so much loyalty just from a piece of excellent fish meat. Lin Chen untied the fishing net and released Xiaolai. As a result, the first thing Xiaolai did after breaking free of his restraints was to fly to Xiaoying's side. Acting cute, Xiaolai nuzzled against Xiaoying's arm, his hawk-like eyes no longer showing the ferocity they once had when they were wild, but instead filled with fawning. Lin Chen finally understood why the fiery-beaked eagle had recognized him as its master the moment it saw him. It turns out it was Xiaoying's doing. Lin Chen glanced at Xiaoying, who was eating boiled fish while slurping watermelon to ease the spiciness, and her comical appearance as she couldn't put the pot down. This little guy is becoming more and more useful. Lin Chen contacted Su Yun, wanting to ask her to help him build a flight seat. "Su Yun, I'll give you what Xiaobai has. I won't need it in the short term." Su Yun, application for targeted transaction. The sky-catching bird and the fiery-beaked eagle have different body sizes, so Lin Chen modified the fiery-beaked eagle's grip position on the original seat. "It's done. Xiaoying, Xiaohong, Xiaolai. Let's go to the island." A swift and decisive victory. Eliminate the Lord, then head north. Chapter 1. Oh, for the Mountain of Flesh. We took a small red speedboat and arrived at the island again. Lin Chen transferred to Xiao Lai's plane and headed towards the sinkhole. Before Lin Chen could land, strange roars came from the bottom of the sinkhole. The sounds were sometimes low and muffled, and sometimes sharp and piercing, as if they were filled with countless cries of suffering and pleas, like a call from the depths of hell. Xiao Lai stopped. Several hundred meters above the ground, Lin Chen pulled the rope to restrain Xiao Lai's wings, signaling Xiao Lai to stop landing. Xiao Lai didn't understand at first, but when Lin Chen pulled it for the 7th time, it finally understood its master's meaning. I'll have to teach it flight commands properly when we get back. Lin Chen took out his bow and arrows and began targeting the deformed humanoid beasts below. With the advantage of being high up and having a 200-meter elevation advantage, Lin Chen naturally held an invincible position. But soon, the ferocious beast began to fight back. The ferocious beast with giant arms grabbed a small, infant-like beast crawling around on the ground and threw it towards Lin Chen in the sky. 200 meters in the air is roughly equivalent to the height of a 50-story building. The small, infant-sized, ferocious beast's body shot straight up 100 meters into the air like a cannonball, heading straight for the fiery beaked eagle. Lin Chen underestimated the strength of these ferocious beasts. He hadn't expected them to be able to throw them so high. However, 1 or 2 small ferocious beasts were far from posing a threat to Lin Chen. He immediately drew his bow, and with his level 3 archery proficiency, no small infant beast could escape Lin Chen's aerial interception. While killing the beasts, Lin Chen also obtained information about them. Aberrant humans, prisoners. The result of failed evolution, with no fixed qualities. Typically, they imprison themselves in an inescapable cage before completely losing their sanity, preventing themselves from harming others. However, there are exceptions. Aberrant humans can consume anything edible to survive, but they particularly prefer to eat the flesh of evolved humans to achieve further evolution. Evolution can fail. Lin Chen was startled. Su Yun and Li Jianguo both chose infinite evolution, and Lin Chen found it hard to associate them with the monsters in front of him. During the battle, Lin Chen didn't have time to think much. He only needed to deal with the ferocious beast in front of him first. He kept drawing his bow and shooting arrows. The kill notifications kept popping up, but there were no rewards. Because these mutants do not belong to the category of dangerous creatures, they belong to the category of prisoners, which is a separate category. The more Lin Chen played, the more he felt something was wrong. Why are there more and more monsters the more we fight? Are the monsters in the sinkhole endless? There weren't that many when we observed them yesterday. More and more giant arms appeared below. These giant arms of the deformed humans were both weapons and shields, capable of blocking Lin Chen's arrows. Arrows hitting the arms do not cause any damage to their health. Meanwhile, more and more babies were being thrown into the air, and Lin Chen no longer had time to intercept them. Fortunately, the hawk was agile enough to dodge left and right, avoiding most of the infant's attacks. However, some failed to avoid it, grabbing the wings of the fierce-beaked eagle, tearing at its feathers, and dragging it down. Lin Chen had no choice but to wield his spear to help the fiery beaked eagle clear away the small, deformed humans clinging to its wings. Xiao Lai, ascend. The number of deformed people below grew larger and larger, almost forming a small mountain. Lin Chen could no longer afford to waste any more time with them, so he controlled the fiery beaked eagle to rise and escape this land of disaster. Checking the system notifications, Lin Chen discovered that he had killed nearly 200 mutant humans. Could it be that the lord of a medium-sized island has 400 or 500 underlings? Lin Chen decided to replace the arrows with oil arrows, and asked Zhang Qinwei for a fire source to ignite the oil arrows. Flames followed the arrow as it struck the pile of corpses in the sinkhole, and Lin Chen then sprinkled a clump of grease to fuel the fire. The pile of corpses was instantly set ablaze, billowing thick black smoke. The wails of the mutants came from the flames, but countless mutants still gathered at Lin Chen's feet, throwing themselves into the sea of fire like moths to a flame, as if they were possessed. Lin Chen controlled the fiery beaked eagle to avoid the black smoke while observing the movements below. The mutated beings set ablaze seemed to regain a semblance of consciousness, running painfully across the ground, trying to escape the fire. But the more they ran, the more fiercely the flames burned. Soon, the entire sinkhole was filled with deformed people whose bodies were engulfed in flames. The ground was littered with charred corpses. After waiting for the fire to gradually die down, Lin Chen took out his binoculars to carefully examine the area. Once he confirmed that there were very few mutated people in the sinkhole, he began to descend again. To avoid being entangled by the mutants after landing, Lin Chen tied himself with 2 ropes and prepared to parachute to the surface of the sinkhole to explore alone. The few remaining mutants spotted Lin Chen and immediately pounced on him, but Lin Chen easily killed them with his spear. It's almost clean now. Lin Chen put away his bow and arrows, picked up his spear, and searched for clues about the Lord inside the sinkhole. Suddenly, the dangerous biological detector reacted. The Lord has arrived? Lin Chen took out the detector, and a huge red dot appeared within the detector's cone-shaped area. Lin Chen's gaze followed the direction of the detector, and in front of him was a pile of charred corpses. The corpses were all huddled together, like a small mountain. Wah! A mournful cry emanated from the pile of corpses. The charred flesh on the surface of the pile of corpses began to wriggle like insects. With the wristband's scanning function enabled, information about the monster ahead was immediately obtained. Meet Mountain Tai Sui, perfect quality, a dangerous creature lord. Formed from the fusion and accumulation of evolved beings' bodies, its remaining consciousness drives it to constantly devour other organisms, strengthen itself, and pursue new evolution. Lin Chen's eyes turned serious. He immediately sheathed his spear and drew the Hellfire twin spears from his waist. At the same time, the pile of corpses shed its charred surface like a skin peeling off, revealing an inner skin layer that resembled human skin. The skin surface was coated with a layer of smooth mucus that was constantly dripping down. The mountain of flesh before me resembled a shellless snail wriggling on the ground. Lin Chen was disgusted by what he saw and fired without hesitation. First shot, Kajiro. The bullet pierced into the massive body of the flesh Mountain Tai Sui, and the Hellfire steel beads scattered throughout its flesh. The next moment, countless steel balls exploded, and intense flames exploded all over the body, instantly turning the fleshy mountain of Tai Sui into a sieve. The health bar above the mountain of flesh was reduced to 0, but Lin Chen dared not relax in the slightest, because he did not receive a kill notification. His health bar is empty, and he's still not dead. Lin Chen frowned. He saw the flesh and blood of the fleshy Mountain Tai Sui, which had been riddled with holes, writhing inside, gradually filling the holes in its body. Meanwhile, the flesh Mountain Tai Sui did not launch a counterattack against Lin Chen, but instead wandered around in the sinkhole, absorbing the scattered mutated human corpses into its own body. Its health is rapidly recovering, and its total health is also increasing. Lin Chen raised his gun again. Bang! Yin Yan is even more effective against such ferocious beasts that can restore life. After the gunshot, the flesh Mountain Tai Sui's health bar, which had just recovered a little, was emptied again. The Yin flames clung to its bones, spreading across its surface and quickly enveloping the entire body of the fleshy Mountain Tai Sui. The Yin flame seeped into the body of the flesh Mountain Tai Sui through the holes left by the previous Yang flame explosion, burning both inside and out. The fleshy Tai Sui continuously sheds the charred black layer on its body's surface, which has been burned into carbon, in an attempt to escape the burning sensation of Yin Yan. But as soon as it falls off, the Yin inflammation will readhere to its new skin, one layer after another. The fleshy mountain of Tai Sui moved slower and slower, and its size gradually shrank. In the end, it turned into a pile of broken black charcoal. Congratulations on defeating the Lord-level dangerous creature, the Flesh Mountain. You have received 3 diamond chests. Chapter 105 Xiao Zhenliang's Diary. The Flesh Mountain Tai Sui left behind very little, only 3 diamond treasure chests. Where is the Lord's biological gene sample? Lin Chen searched through the charcoal fragments and scanned each fragment with his bracelet, but found no gene samples. Could it be burned to ashes? That can't be. Without the Lord's biological genetic sample, the island's treasure cannot be unlocked. Lin Chen searched back and forth twice and confirmed that there were no Lord biological gene samples. He was heartbroken. He picked up the impact drill and vented his frustrations on the piles of metal ore. Dora, Dora, Dora. Dora, Dora, Dora. From dozens of metal ore piles, thousands of standard metal ore pieces were eventually extracted and sent to Lu Dajiang. As the amount of raw materials increased and the number of smelting furnaces grew, Lu Dajiang's workload increased dramatically, forcing him to request 2 more employees from Lin Chen. Lin Chen approved it. The success of the 8 spider lances has given Lin Chen hope for a future army of survivors to fight against the ferocious beasts. Perhaps they can be mass-produced in the future. Therefore, Lin Chen expressed great support and encouragement for Zhang Qinwei and Lu Dajiang's work. After extracting all the metal ore from the sinkhole and handing it over to Lu Dajiang, Lin Chen carefully inspected the sinkhole and discovered a cave entrance on the edge of the sinkhole wall. This cave is likely the way out of the sinkhole and connects to the outside world, because wind is coming out of the cave. Lin Chen threw a burning wooden plank into the cave. After confirming that there was enough oxygen inside, he put on his night vision goggles and entered the cave. The cave was damp and stuffy inside. As he went deeper, you could see a few burning torches that provided some light. It seems that the endless stream of deformed people in the sinkhole comes from here. Through night vision goggles, Lin Chen saw traces of the deformed people's survival inside the cave. The walls inside the cave were covered with all sorts of strange symbols and markings, as well as paintings. The figures in the murals are all deformed people with incomplete bodies, and they seem to have an extreme worship of powerful creatures. Lin Chen saw strangely shaped dragons, tigers, and bears. Each large creature was accompanied by a group of people who were worshipping them. Besides these, Lin Chen also saw two intact people, a man and a woman, whose status seemed to be equal to that of the large ferocious beasts. Is this the history of that group of deformed people? Lin Chen walked further in, and the deeper he went, the stronger the stench of blood became. The ground was covered with fragments of flesh and bone. There are no other living things inside the sinkhole, so this flesh and bone fragments must have only one source. The pungent, fishy smell made Lin Chen feel extremely uncomfortable. He held his breath and strode deeper into the cave, trying to find another opening that would allow air to circulate inside. Soon, a glimmer of light caught Lin Chen's attention. He strode forward, stepping out of the darkness, the glaring sunlight outside making him dizzy. Lin Chen was surprised to find that the exit was located on a cliff. At the edge of the cliff is an altar built of bones. It seems this isn't the exit. Lin Chen recalled the information about mutant people. Before their consciousness was lost, these former humans locked themselves in the sinkhole, leaving themselves no way out. The later mutants kept digging through the caves, perhaps in search of a way out. However, after they carved out a passage, they discovered that it was just another dead end leading to death. Lin Chen did not step onto the altar built in midair. Instead, he stretched out his spear, picked up the only offering on the altar, and took it in his hand. This is a necklace, and the pendant is a chip-like object with flashing blue stripes, which is clearly not something that mutants could create. Memory chip, unknown. The structure of this chip matches the interface in the wooden house perfectly. Lin Chen scanned the entire altar with his bracelet to make sure nothing was missed, then immediately returned to the sinkhole, boarded the little fierce plane, returned to the mountaintop, and headed straight for the wooden house on the second hilltop. Insert the chip, and the metal desktop lights up. Reading memory chip. Data missing. Day 22, we finally defeated the Lord, but 33 teammates perished. I obtained the Lord's treasure, and I swear, I will never let my teammates sacrifice themselves again. Day 24, sandstorm. The air is thick with sand and insects. These insects are gnawing at our cars and supplies. These damned insects. Day 30, this damn sandstorm is finally almost over. My teammates and I haven't slept for almost 4 days. If we can just get through today, things will get easier. The next day is foggy. Hopefully, it won't be as bad. Day 34, monsters. The mist is teeming with mechanical monsters. The central barrier has vanished, and all the monsters inside have emerged. This mist is invading my consciousness. This mist is targeting the modified ones. Day 35, I lost control. The mist is the bane of cyborgs. Luckily, Kiki is an evolved being. She stopped me, otherwise I would have slaughtered the entire convoy. Day 36, second loss of control. I killed 2 teammates. They were right. I should be locked up before the fog ends. Day 40, the third loss of control. The Undertaker smashed my convoy, and I once again came into contact with the mist. Kiki took me away from the convoy. She lost an arm for me, and I will definitely find a new Lord's treasure to restore her arm. Day 41, a new disaster warning has been issued. But why floods? Has the disaster escalated? No longer limited to weather changes? Day 42, we worked together to kill the perfect Lord, and Kiki's arm grew back. This was my happiest day. Day 44, the flood came, but thankfully we had built a fleet of boats in advance. This is the gentlest disaster I've ever encountered. It seems the whole world has been brought together by the flood. The survivors' strength is unprecedented. Day 47, ancient tomb discovered. After sacrificing 17 modifiers and 83 evolvers, we defeated the tomb's lord. We obtained the epic equipment and epic title from the tomb. I envy him, but he deserved it. He was the strongest among us, and he was the one who slew the tomb lord. Day 49. Today is the last day of the flood disaster. I saw waves thousands of meters high. Ordinary people have no hope of survival. Only high-level evolved beings and modified individuals can survive. It's almost dawn, and I haven't received any warning of the next disaster. Is the disaster almost over? Day 50. The regulator appeared, informing us that the disaster was over. The central barrier had been rebuilt, and all the ferocious beasts would be imprisoned in the center of the world. Our bracelets disappeared. We were free. Day 51. Chi-Chi and I found an island, and we decided to settle down here. I'm going to propose to her. I'm so excited. Day 53. We got married. We hugged, kissed, and loved each other. This was the happiest day of my life. Day 63. Kiki is pregnant. We've made a promise that after the baby is born, we'll sail overseas for our honeymoon. I will invite all the surviving humans to witness the birth of our child. Day 168. Chi-Chi's temper was quite unstable during her pregnancy. She kept tearing the house down. Our mobile phone was smashed, completely cutting us off from the outside world. Without a workbench or a wristband, we didn't even have the ability to make a mobile phone. But it's okay, we still have maps. After the baby is born, I will take her to visit all these old friends. Day 377. The baby was born, but why was he deformed? Chi-Chi cried for a long time, but we finally decided to raise him. After all, he is our child. Day 393. The child is growing much faster than I imagined, about 4 or 5 times faster than a normal human. His deformity is also getting worse. His temper seems a bit unstable, but I'll raise him well. Kiki is pregnant again. The bodies of evolved beings are truly amazing. Luckily, I'm not bad either. Day 523. Our second child was born prematurely, a girl, but she was still deformed. Chi-Chi was quite devastated, and I comforted her for a long time. We decided that once our second child learns to walk, we'll take the children on a trip to relax. Day 541. Dawa is a monster. He actually ate Kiki's cat, which she had raised for 2 years, raw. Kiki hit him, and both mother and son cried. He deeply regrets his actions. He doesn't know why he did it. I am his father, and I will bring him back on the right track. Day 550. The second child is growing even faster than her brother. She learned to walk in just half a month, and now she can run. We decided to pick a day to go out to sea. I went to inspect the big ship, which hadn't been used for over a year. The old buddy is still very healthy. Day 580. I searched one by one according to the map coordinates left by my old friends, but only found one island. There was a small house on the island, but it was covered in dust. Day 610. We're back. My friends are all gone. 39 coordinates. Only 4 islands were found, and none of them were home. I searched the whole world, but couldn't find them. Where did they go? Day 699. They've gone mad. How dare they lay a hand on his mother? They wanted to eat Kiki. I wanted to kill them all, but Kiki stopped me. She's so kind. Day 700. I met him. He's gotten even stronger. His cybernetic enhancement rate has reached 96%, and he's strong enough to cross the center of the world. He told me the game isn't over yet, and we can only leave by killing the hunter, and he wants to kill the hunter. I believe him, but I refused his invitation because Kiki is pregnant again. Day 701. He's gone. Before he left, he gave me a chip. He said that if one day I wanted to die, I could insert this chip and understand the truth of the world. What a joke. I'm so happy. Why would I want to die? Day 719. Kiki died. Her internal organs were eaten by the child in her womb, and she died quietly beside me in the night. I buried her next to the cabin. I killed that evil fetus with my own hands. Day 730. I lost control again. I kept hammering the mountain peak, creating a huge crater at the summit. Luckily, my 2 older brothers were out at sea, and I'm so glad I didn't hurt them. My prosthetic body seems to have malfunctioned during the hammering. Day 731. The children are back. They've gathered a lot of herbs. Erwa was worried about my condition and stayed with me the whole time. I feel like my brain needs some time to cool down. Day 1. Chi-Chi and I got married. We hugged, kissed, and loved each other. This was the happiest day of my life. Day 16. Chi-Chi is pregnant. Day 160. Our baby was born, and she's simply the cutest baby in the world. But why isn't she crying? Is she mute? Luckily, I had a robotic arm and a scalpel. I carefully opened her throat to check and confirm that her vocal cords were fine. My baby is truly perfect. Day 163. Kiki is pregnant again. The bodies of evolved beings are truly amazing. Luckily, I'm not bad either. Day 210. The baby was born. He's as handsome as I was back then. Only his arm was slightly deformed, so I removed it, and now he's flawless. He cries loudly and is so energetic. Day 267. How strange. I think I saw 2 Chi-Chi on me. Day 999. This world has gone mad. They are not my children. They are all monsters. They desecrated Kiki's grave and ate her corpse. I found the chip they left behind. I will uncover the truth of this world. Xiao Zhenliang, a free man, attempted to tamper with the rules of the survival game and was sentenced to a primary imprisonment, demoting him to a prisoner. Should we release the data prisoners? Chapter 106. The Prisoner, Xiao Zhenliang. The memory chip was flashing blue light. Lin Chen stared at the contents of the diary on the metal tabletop, speechless, and fell into a long silence. Infinite evolution is risky, and mechanical ascension is not necessarily safe either. But if they don't rely on these, how can the survivors defeat the powerful, ferocious beasts? Lin Chen carefully analyzed the contents of the diary. This risk should be manageable. His prosthetic body modification rate reached 96% in his diary, but it didn't seem to be out of control. With his immense strength, is it possible that he has survived until now? Lin Chen's thoughts were a jumbled mess. He recorded these diary entries into his bracelet using the photo function, hoping that as his exploration of the world deepens in the future, he might find relevant clues from them. Should we release the data prisoners? The last message occupies the bottom of the metal desktop. Xiao Zhenliang. I wonder if the data prisoners who are released are still the same as you. Lin Chen clicked to release. The memory chip started flashing wildly. Lin Chen stared at the memory chip, curious about what would happen if the data prisoner were released into it. The next moment, the memory chip suddenly exploded. Lin Chen stared wide-eyed, completely bewildered. His gaze shifted to the metal tabletop, where he discovered that the display had completely disappeared. That's it. Lin Chen was a little confused. But the next moment, a sound came from outside the wooden house. A mechanical arm burst from the ground, and the enormous impact blasted outwards, creating a large crater in the surrounding soil. Inside the pit, a body pieced together and stitched together slowly sat up. Lin Chen rushed outside as soon as he heard the noise, and when he saw the monster, he felt a deep sense of unease once again. The results from the wristband scan are shown. Composite life form, Xiao Zhenliang. Perfect quality, prisoner. Composite life form, a new type of life form created by stitching together flesh and machinery. Xiao Zhenliang. Lin Chen called out tentatively. The head and arms of this composite life form are mechanical prosthetics, while the rest of its body is made of real flesh and blood. There are obvious needle and thread marks between the limbs, and the overall appearance is quite incongruous. Clearly, these body parts were not taken from the same person, but from many people and then pieced together to form Xiao Zhenliang's body. Lin Chen recalled the discarded prosthetic body left on the bed in the wooden house, which was missing a head and an arm. Xiao Zhenliang. Lin Chen called out again. The system indicated that this was not a dangerous creature, so Lin Chen did not take immediate action. But the next moment, the mechanical arm was aimed at Lin Chen's face. A chill ran through Lin Chen's entire body from top to bottom. He stomped his foot on the ground and quickly dodged to the side and backward. Almost as he retreated, a powerful laser beam shot out from Xiao Zhenliang's mechanical arm. Grasp! Lin Chen swore, which was uncommon for him. If it weren't for his sense of danger, he would already be a headless corpse. Lin Chen pulled out his revolver, aimed it at Xiao Zhenliang's head, and fired 3 shots. Because Lin Chen was moving at high speed to avoid the laser, not all 3 shots hit, and 1 shot missed. 1 shot hit his cheekbone, and another hit his shoulder. Beneath the cheekbone, a layer of metal was visible. The bullet left a scratch on the metal padding but did not cause any effective damage. The laser lasted for a full 7 or 8 seconds before stopping. Xiao Zhenliang seemed to be getting used to his new body. He tried gripping the mechanical arm, and then threw 2 punches in succession. Very strong arms. Xiao Zhenliang muttered to himself. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Chen's brows furrowed deeply. Could it be that the data prisoner he released wasn't Xiao Zhenliang? Lin Chen quickly organized the logic. The data prisoner is trapped in a metal desktop, while Xiao Zhenliang's memories are stored in a memory chip. I was misled by the last piece of information. Xiao Zhenliang was a prisoner, but he has passed away and was buried underground by his descendants. The data prisoner locked in the metal desktop is not Xiao Zhenliang. It's someone else. Who could it be? Lin Chen didn't have time to think further. He fired his revolver rapidly at Xiao Zhenliang, emptying a magazine of bullets. But Xiao Zhenliang's health bar only dropped a small portion. His health bar is that thick. Lin Chen found it hard to believe. A revolver magazine holds 6 bullets. Excluding the empty shot and the one blocked by the metal padding, a total of 4 hits will cause tens of thousands of damage. For obvious bloody holes appeared on Xiao Zhenliang's body, but he seemed to feel nothing and continued to familiarize himself with the body. The textures on the robotic arm glowed, as if it had been fully activated. Lin Chen sensed a distinct sense of crisis from this arm. He remembered that Xiao Zhenliang had mentioned in his diary that he had once carved out a huge pit. It's most likely a sinkhole in the front of the mountain. The strength of this robotic arm is evident. We absolutely cannot get hit by that arm. Perfect quality. It shouldn't have such strong vitality for such a small size. Lin Chen's eyes were serious as he searched for a way to defeat the enemy. The Xiao Zhenliang, in front of us, only had his head and arms as original parts. The rest of his body was sewn on with needle and thread. The weak point is where the neck and arm meet. Lin Chen changed the magazine, and this time, he aimed the gun at Xiao Zhenliang's neck. At that very moment, Xiao Zhenliang also began to take action. His right arm was mechanically activated, brimming with energy, and he charged towards Lin Chen. But at this point, the incompatibility between the robotic arm and the human body is fully exposed. Despite possessing the power to instantly kill Lin Chen with a single punch, his speed is still inferior to that of an ordinary, useless college student. This physical body severely hampered the mechanical arm's capabilities. Lin Chen held his breath and fired 6 shots in quick succession. 4 shots missed, but 2 hit Xiao Zhenliang's neck precisely. The neck, made of flesh and blood, was strangled by the powerful force of the revolver bullet, leaving only half of it in an instant. Even the head could not support it, hanging down like an iron ball on the back. Xiao Zhenliang lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Chen changed his ammunition. This time, he fired at a stationary target. The bullet severed the connection between the head and the body. But Xiao Zhenliang is not dead yet. Even with only his head remaining, he still lives on tenaciously. Which bastard did this to this body? What a waste. The head cursed angrily. But he quickly calmed down, looked at Lin Chen gently, and smiled. Lucky kid, you're a new survivor, aren't you? I can tell you the secrets of this world. No. Lin Chen returned the revolver to his waist, and the next moment, a brand new revolver appeared in his hand. Revolver, Dragon Python. After sending a message to Su Yun, she immediately returned the Dragon Python. Lin Chen aimed his pistol at Xiao Zhenliang's mechanical head. He fired without hesitation. Bang! After the gunshot rang out, the mechanical head instantly turned into a pile of scrap metal. With such a strong arm, its head must be no slouch either. To be on the safe side, Lin Chen chose to simply smash its head open with a legendary weapon. Killed prisoners, Xiao Zhenliang, Chao Jia. You attacked me the moment we met. I can't let you live. Upon receiving the kill notification, Lin Chen put away the Dragon Python and walked towards the fallen mechanical arm. Chapter 107 Vajra Arm Type 4. Vajra Arm Type 4, Legendary Quality. Ultimate Power, Ultimate Output, Ultimate Defense, while also featuring a multifunctional interface that allows for seamless connection with various weapons and tools. This prosthetic body is currently malfunctioning and installation is not recommended. The diary entry states that the Vajra arm was damaged. Xiao Zhenliang's mental breakdown occurred after the Vajra arm was damaged, so Lin Chen definitely wouldn't install this legendary quality arm. Judging from the quality of his arm, Xiao Zhenliang's strength was most likely at the legendary level before he died. Even if they aren't legendary, they're still far stronger than ordinary perfect quality ferocious beasts. After all, they're people who can live until the end of the disaster. They're the elite of the elite among humans. Lin Chen stored the Vajra Arm Type 4 into his dimensional ring. He activated the scanner on his wristband to examine the remnants of the mechanical head. Obtained, Legendary Data Sample. Legendary Data Sample. Upload it to receive a mechanical ascension reward. How do I upload it? Lin Chen held the small metal ball in his hand and looked around. Let's put it away for now. Then, Lin Chen scanned Xiao Zhenliang's physical body again. A heart was ripped from flesh and blood. Acquired, Legendary Gene Sample. Legendary Gene Sample. Upload it to receive unlimited evolution rewards. This heart must belong to that person named Kiki. Lin Chen also stored his heart in the dimensional ring. He lifted Xiao Zhenliang's body, put it back in the grave, and covered it with soil again. Since I've taken your things, I don't have anything good to give you, so I'll just leave you 3 sticks of incense. Lin Chen left 3 sticks of incense at the grave to calm his mind. Finally, he returned to the cabin, picked up the impact drill, and aimed it at the metal table that had completely stopped responding. Such a big metal table, it's sure to yield some great things. Lin Chen aimed at the junction between the bottom of the table and the ground and began drilling with a beep 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 sound. Soon, Lin Chen hoisted the entire metal table onto his shoulder. He wanted to give it to Zhang Qinwei and have the engineer handle it. However, the system showed that the item was not owned by Lin Chen and could not be given away. Go back and see if you can figure it out. If you can't, then melt it down. Lin Chen carried the metal table all the way back to the pirate ship. Lin Chen didn't hide anything about Xiao Zhenliang's diary and the data prisoner. Trying to unravel the mysteries of this world by oneself is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Lin Chen shared these messages with the people around him. He first sent the content to Li Jiangguo, Zhang Qinwei, and Su Yun. After discussing it, the three of them decided to delete some parts, add descriptions of the island's secret treasure in the center of the world, and reorganize it into written materials for public release to the entire region. Individual wisdom and the scope of exploration are ultimately limited. Only by leveraging the collective strength of everyone can we decipher the world more quickly and effectively. The weather was extremely bad today, with temperatures exceeding 50 degrees Celsius. Almost no one went out and stayed huddled on rafts or boats. After seeing Lin Chen's message, everyone had something to do and started discussing it. Evolvers and modifiers finally know what's inside the island's treasure trove. I can't wait. So we weren't the first people to arrive here. How long has this game world existed? The disaster will only last for 49 days, and we'll be safe on the 50th day. It seems like we have a good chance of surviving. What's the point of surviving? We're still trapped in this world. Xiao Zhenliang and Chi-Chi were both killed and went insane in the end. I reckon Xiao Zhenliang won't live much longer after that chip was inserted. Xiao Zhenliang and Chi-Chi's ending was so tragic. I hate bad endings. Wah. Is this the time to discuss the plot? Aren't you focusing on the wrong thing? Brother Lin shared Xiao Zhenliang's diary, clearly hoping that everyone would analyze the existing information to prepare for the disaster to come. The existing information is still too little, making it difficult to deduce any valuable information. Xiao Zhenliang survived on land, while we are at sea. We may not encounter the disasters he mentioned in his diary. Weather like sandstorms simply cannot happen at sea. But the fog is a possibility. To avoid being disturbed by the fog in the future, I've decided I'll choose the island treasure with infinite evolution. Infinite evolution also has risks. Kiki evolved infinitely and ended up being eaten up from the inside by her own child. Oh my god, just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. Hee, I'm a guy, I'm not afraid. Aren't you scared if your baby is born without an anus? Actually, there's no need to be too nervous. We still need to get the island's treasure. It's the only way we can become stronger given the current situation. Besides, there are examples in the diary of people who have been modified but still remain normal. In the diary, his modification rate was 96%, which is comparable to Adam's hammer. He's still doing just fine, isn't he? Don't get your hopes up too high. The island's treasure can only be obtained by killing the Lord. Do ordinary people like us have that ability? What's the panic? Xiao Zhenliang only got the island's treasure on his 22nd day, and we've only been here for 10 days. Didn't you see the Alliance's latest cybernetic technology announcement? They can already produce cybernetic bodies themselves. Once cybernetic bodies are widespread, killing a lord will be a piece of cake. With Brother Lin leading the way and the Tongminghui leaders, this is a sure thing. When is Officer Li Jiangguo going to start selling cybernetic bodies? I'm pre-ordering an 8 spider lances from the external Soulbone series. It's really got the 8th handsome. Li Jiangguo, I estimate we'll meet up again after the storm hits. Officer Li, please remember our brothers and sisters from the same district. Family, I have a guess, but it might not be accurate. Today is the 7th day of scorching sun, and I suspect it might be the most difficult day of this extreme weather. After today, the next 3 days will be more comfortable. Photo diary day 30-inch. Wow, the lady upstairs is so observant. She noticed that. After being reminded by the person upstairs, I've also noticed something else. The 2 days in Xiao Zhenliang's diary where he killed the Lord were both dates ending in a single digit of 2. If Xiao Zhenliang also has a 3-day newbie period, then that date ending in 2 would be the second to last day of the disaster. I guess the disastrous weather will return to normal on that day. Lin Chen was lurking in the chat channel, spying on the other end. It's always good to have many people. Even 3 mediocre people can outwit a Zhuge Liang. Once midnight passes, we can test whether this conjecture is true or false. After returning to the pirate ship, Lin Chen glanced at the time and realized it was only early afternoon. Lin Chen tossed the metal table into the lunar pool capsule, deciding to think about it later when he had time. He quickly prepared food for Xiaoying, Xiaohong, and Xiaolai, then started the steam engine and propeller and sailed at full speed northward. Chapter 108 Fiery Dragon Fist. The pirate ship sailed at high speed on the sea. Lin Chen received the finished metal products delivered by Lu Dajiang. Of the more than 400 metals, only 6 pieces of gold were extracted in the end. The yield of gold is really low. Without hesitation, Lin Chen crafted 2 Hellfire scatter bullets and loaded them into the Hellfire dual pistols. The remaining 2 pieces of gold, combined with silver, copper, and superior gunpowder, were used to create the perfect Dragon Python bullet, which was then given to Su Yun along with the revolver Dragon Python. Although both are legendary, the Dragon Python is significantly less effective than the Hellfire twin pistols. The revolver Dragon Python only has pure attack power and bullet impact force, and its effect is far inferior to the yin-yang dual flames of Hellfire. There are huge differences between legends. Some legendary items can even surpass epic items, while others are only slightly better than perfect items. But no matter what, it is a legend. It's still quite easy to bully perfect beasts with legendary weapons. In addition to the brand new medal, the second piece in Zhang Qinwei's external Soulbone series has also been completed. Zhang Qinwei named it Fiery Dragon Fist. As the name suggests, the Fiery Dragon Fist is a boxing glove. Compared to the complicated installation of the 8 spider spears, the Fiery Dragon Fist is very easy to install. Simply put your hand into the glove, grasp the pre-designated grip, and the neural connection will be established in 5 seconds. This glove has 3 characteristics. First, it's incredibly tough. The front of the boxing gloves is made of a 2 cm thick high-strength alloy, making it extremely hard. Zhang Qinwei conducted an experiment where he had Li Jiangguo, in his normal state, punch Zhou Xiao, who was wearing the gloves. Li Jiangguo's fist turned red, but the gloves remained completely undamaged, without even a dent. The boxing gloves had internal cushioning to absorb most of the external force. However, Li Jiangguo was simply too strong, sending Zhou Xiao flying. Zhou Xiao's arm was dislocated, but there was no fracture. Zhang Qinwei was quite satisfied with the test results. After all, this was only the first-generation product, and there was still room for improvement. The second characteristic of the Fiery Dragon Fist is its explosive flames. There is a small compartment on the side of the gauntlet that can store gunpowder and other combustible materials. When the Dragon Fist strikes a target, the user can consciously control whether to release the gunpowder. When the Dragon Fist strikes, it instantly ignites the gunpowder, causing explosive damage. Due to current space limitations, the flaming explosion can only be used 5 times, after which the gunpowder must be refilled. The third characteristic is called Dragon Scale. In its normal state, the Fiery Dragon Fist is shaped like a gauntlet. However, when entering combat mode, the high-strength alloy on the sides can be unfolded to cover the upper arm, forming a dense layer of dragon scales to protect the entire forearm. The forearms covered in dragon scales can easily withstand attacks from sharp weapons such as knives, forks, swords, and halberds. After reading the introduction of the Fiery Dragon Fist, Lin Chen replied, "It's a good product." Zhang Qinwei, "It's all thanks to the boss. We couldn't have made it without the materials he provided. Boss, are you satisfied with these boxing gloves?" Lin Chen, not bad. Keep up the good work. Left hand, Fiery Dragon Fist. Right hand, Impact Blade. Lin Chen's close combat abilities have been greatly improved. While Zhang Qinwei was reporting his work to Lin Chen, Li Jiangguo's report on the work of the Tong Mengui was also sent over. Li Jiangguo, report on the work of the Tong Mengui. High temperatures last night, and today, no outdoor activities. Li Jiangguo, recently, the Alliance collected a batch of metals. I would like to apply for the use of your high-strength alloy material patent formula. We can make the propulsion device ourselves, and will not need your manpower. Although in the eyes of outsiders, Zhang Qinwei and others are members of the Tong Mengui, and Zhang Qinwei would not refuse Li Jiangguo's requests, Li Jiangguo never bypassed Lin Chen and took the initiative to occupy Zhang Qinwei and others' time and research results. Li Jiangguo would always ask Lin Chen for permission before contacting Zhang Qinwei. Lin Chen, use it. This formula doesn't need to be kept secret. I hope more people can survive in the future. Lin Chen was telling the truth. According to Xiao Jinliang's diary, the disaster lasted until the 49th day, after which everything returned to calm. On the 50th day, the bracelet disappears, which means the survival game system disappears. At that time, survivors will not be able to use the crafting station and will have to produce items manually. The number of people represents productivity. Technicians like Zhang Qinwei will become highly sought after by everyone. The previous survivors didn't seem to realize the importance of human production and instead relied solely on the crafting station, which resulted in them having no more crafting capabilities after the game ended. We must learn from this experience. While the system is still functioning, we should gather as many resources as possible, manufacture industrial machines, and build as many industrial facilities as possible for human society. Zhang Qinwei and others became even more important to Lin Chen. At present, only the Tong Mengui and Li Jiangguo can protect Zhang Qinwei and other production workers. Looking at the last message Lin Chen sent, Li Jiangguo's weathered face broke into a relieved smile. Lin Chen is the uncrowned king of the entire region. He is willing to share his technology and lead everyone in the region to develop together. This is undoubtedly good news for everyone. Li Jiangguo was genuinely happy about this. Commander Li, what are you laughing at? Share your fun with us. Zhou Xiao stood to the side, his arms covered in herbs. Li Jiangguo's smile immediately vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Come on, time is precious. We can't just sit around doing nothing. All the metal is ready now. Take a few of you who have taken some excellent heatstroke remedies and come with me to the deck to hammer iron. Huh, seriously, Commander Li, you want to forge iron yourself? Do we even have the skills? If you don't know how, then learn. Haven't you seen pigs run? Even if you haven't eaten pork, old Lu is forging iron on the boat next door every day. Haven't you seen him? Without. Li Jiangguo sighed and rubbed his forehead. Go see if Lao Lu is resting today. If he is, ask him to come and give us some technical guidance. So, even you don't know this, Commander Li. Just go now that I've told you to. Don't dawdle here. Li Jiangguo raised his foot, making a kicking motion. Zhou Xiao immediately covered his buttocks with the 8 spider spears and ran out of the room. He went up to the deck, fell backward, and used the 8 spider spears to propel himself onto the 3 sailboats next to him. With his previous experience, Zhou Xiao is now able to master the power of the 8 spider lances. Mr. Lu, are you free? What's up? Lu Dajiang stopped wielding the sledgehammer and asked. Zhou Xiao glanced at the red-hot metal block in front of Lu Dajiang and said, Commander Li sent me here to learn your techniques. Oh, that's perfect. I just finished baking these. Could you call those 2 new guys over there too? I'll teach them together. Zhou Xiao rubbed his hands together, mimicking Lu Dajiang's actions, picked up a small hammer, and asked, after you finish here, could you go to the Alliance ship to provide some technical guidance? Why don't you just call your people over, and I'll teach them all together. It'll save you the trouble. Lu Dajiang continued swinging the sledgehammer, talking as he smashed. Become. Zhou Xiao used the 8 spider spears again to bounce himself back onto the Alliance ship. Watching Zhou Xiao's departing figure, Lu Dajiang muttered to himself, how did this kid's ability to control his prosthetic body improve so quickly? He's already mastered it so quickly. Indeed, this kid does have a talent for controlling prosthetic bodies. Just then, Zhang Qinwei stepped out from the second deck and saw Zhou Xiao in midair. Zhang Qinwei said, those people in the chat channel are too presumptuous. Not everyone can handle using a prosthetic body. Lu Dajiang nodded with deep feeling and asked, Engineer Zhang, if we had a secret treasure that allows for infinite evolution, would we be able to control our prosthetic bodies more flexibly? Li Jiangguo is about the same age as me, but he can control his prosthetic body very flexibly. Well, Zhang Qinwei paused for a moment and said, from my observation, the talent for controlling prosthetic bodies is mainly related to athletic talent. Old Lu, the reason we can't handle prosthetic bodies is probably because our limbs are uncoordinated, and it has nothing to do with age. Is there any hope for us? If possible, I don't want to be an evolved human. I want to use a prosthetic body that I created myself. That little girl named Chi-Chi's fate was just too tragic. Sigh, if we have the chance to choose a secret treasure, let's just focus on evolving. Modifiers can achieve a 96% modification rate and still be unharmed, so evolvers should have their own methods too. Sigh, I hope so. Chapter 109, the 8th day of the scorching sun. The center of the world, the edge. Su Yun rowed the boat with difficulty, her forehead covered in sweat. Call. Even an evolved physical body cannot withstand such exercise. From morning till night, Su Yun never stopped. Originally, the route was only a little over 100 kilometers from the southern shipping lane, but now it is blocked by the red zone in the center of the world and has to take a detour. We need to rest for a while. The ferocious beasts will appear at night. After we deal with them, we can get some sleep and should be able to reach the eastern shipping lanes by noon tomorrow. I wonder where Lin Chen is. Su Yun sent Lin Chen a private message and they exchanged navigation maps. Lin Chen, I will be able to reach the edge of the world's center tomorrow, and I can reach the eastern passage tomorrow night. We will meet up on the eastern passage. Su Yun. The thought of meeting in person tomorrow filled Su Yun with strength. Suddenly, Xiaobai jumped up and flew above Su Yun. This is a warning. Xiaobai has a certain ability to sense other ferocious beasts and can detect their approach. On the sea, a dark green patch slowly emerged from the water. They move very quietly, and you would hardly notice their presence unless you listen carefully. Killer crocodile. Common quality, dangerous creature. It moves silently, adept at lurking on the seabed and launching attacks under the cover of night. On a normal night, these crocodiles might not even attract people's attention if they swam onto the boat. But today is the 7th day of scorching sun. The days are long and there is no night. Even at 9 o'clock at night, the sun is still shining brightly. Moreover, the sea was calm, and even the faintest sound of the killer crocodile moving was still clearly audible in the silence. Su-yun immediately got up, took out her bow and arrow, and began to aim. Call out. The arrows were like the pen of the king of hell, calling names one by one. Defeat the killer crocodile to obtain the black iron treasure chest. Defeat the killer crocodiles to obtain the bronze treasure chest. Su-yun opened all the treasure chests. Sigh, just more useless stuff. She collapsed weakly inside the fishing boat. The effects of the jade Kirin watermelon's sobering effect were about to wear off, and Su-yun felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Noob. Su-yun called out softly. Little White flapped its wings and landed on the fishing boat. Su-yun fed Xiao Bai a whole excellent watermelon, then covered her belly with Xiao Bai's wings, rested her head on Xiao Bai's abdomen, and slowly fell asleep. Lin Chen sailed north, watching as the sun, which had been hanging overhead, finally began to set in the west, signaling the approach of night. The sun has already set to this position. It seems that the 8th day of the scorching sun will not be a long day. The time has reached midnight. Sunny day, 8 weather forecast. Sunny, temperature 40 to 50 degrees Celsius, gentle breeze at level 4. Day and night are roughly equal. It's getting colder. The guess was correct. The weather will return to normal starting on the 8th day. By the 9th day, it is most likely the best day for survivors to be active outside. Lin Chen was at the helm when he suddenly sensed something was wrong. The wind direction is wrong. The winds that used to blow on the southern route have now turned north. This wind is blowing people toward the center of the world. Lin Chen immediately checked Su-yun's latest coordinates. Her current location does not belong to any of the 4 cardinal directions, but is in the middle of the first quadrant of the coordinate axis. Based on information gathered from numerous survivors, in the quadrant area, the wind will blow the raft towards the nearest shipping lane. If Su-yun is blown directly towards the eastern shipping lane, which is closer to her, she will cross the central area of the world. Lin Chen immediately called Su-yun. Beep beep. Beep beep. The phone rang for the 7th time before Su-yun's muffled voice finally came through. Hello? His voice was deep, carrying a hint of sleepiness. Su-yun's eyes were half open and half closed. Lin Chen shouted urgently. Look at the map. The wind has changed. You'll be blown into the center of the world. Oh, the center of the world. The next moment, Su-yun suddenly opened her eyes. The center of the world. She rubbed her eyes. Night had fallen outside, and the world was pitch black, but the starry sky above was blurry. Su-yun picked up the navigation map and found that she had returned to the central barrier area. She immediately grabbed the oars and rowed desperately toward the center of the world. A level 4 sea breeze rippled the surface of the sea, creating waves that propelled the ships toward the center of the world. We were almost blown into the center of the world. That was close. Su-yun paddled very fast, faster than the water flow, enough to break free of the central barrier area. She turned and looked towards the center of the world, where it was pitch black. The original towering pillar of fire has disappeared. What will be at the center of the world now? Su-yun had a guess in her mind. If the scorching sun is like fire, then wouldn't a stormy day be like a tempest? If I'm not mistaken, the center of the world during stormy day will be shrouded in an extremely powerful storm. Su-yun struggled to delineate the central barrier area. In the normal world, the wind is no longer as strong as it was in the central barrier. Thank you. I survived. Su-yun breathed a sigh of relief, having survived the ordeal. Lin Chen's worries were relieved. He posted the news on the public chat. Having learned about the center of the world from Lin Chen's previous explanation, people immediately speculated that the center of the world was the source of change affecting the entire world. Some say that the center of the world today might be a devastating tornado. If the center of the world were a towering pillar of fire, perhaps some people would dare to peek into the central area and take a look. But if it's a storm, no one dares to enter the center of the world. Because once you enter, you will be swept away by the storm and left forever in the center of the world. Many people who were preparing to rest suddenly jumped up and started rowing frantically toward a position away from the center of the world. Others risked anchoring their boats or rafts near the islands, tying them to the rocks to prevent them from being blown away by the wind. The Tongminghui's 3-section sailboats have anchors, so there's no need to worry about a mere force 4 wind. Lin Chen unfurled the pirate ship's sails and sped forward. The direction he was heading was the direction of the center of the world. With the wind now providing an advantage, Lin Chen estimated that he would be able to reach the central barrier in just one night. Chapter 110, Encountering Interception. Night fell, and the stars twinkled. Lin Chen stood at the bow of the ship, the sea breeze blowing wildly, scattering the strands of hair on his forehead. Sailing through the night, the pirate ship sped across the water, propelled by the wind, heading north. As dawn broke on the distant horizon, Lin Chen looked at the navigation map and realized that they were less than 100 kilometers from the central barrier. He was preparing to turn the rudder, steer to the right at a certain angle, and head straight for the eastern channel. A small black suddenly appeared on the distant sea. Despite having sailed all night, Lin Chen remained perfectly lucid thanks to the effects of the jade Kirin watermelon. He spotted the dark spot in the distance at a glance and picked up his binoculars to observe it. The pirate ship sped northward, and the dark in the distance was also heading towards Lin Chen. When the distance was less than 20 kilometers, Lin Chen finally got a general idea of what the other person looked like. He was wrapped in a large robe and wore a hood, so his face could not be seen. Judging from its clothing, it is likely a humanoid creature. Although it's cooled down today, it's still over 40 degrees Celsius. Aren't you hot wearing so many clothes? Lin Chen muttered a complaint to himself, but his hand was already on his waist, gripping the Hellfire shotgun. The other person's feet were on a primitive wooden raft, but it was coming from the direction of the center of the world. Today's wind is from the north. The other side is not rowing, but it is able to travel against the wind and is just as fast as the pirate ship that is sailing with the wind and has propellers to accelerate. All signs indicate that what lies ahead is extremely dangerous. Lin Chen took out a dangerous biological detector. As the two sides approached, the dangerous biological detector showed no reaction whatsoever. Not a dangerous creature. This is half good news. In this world, dangerous creatures are not the only dangerous ones. On a medium-sized island, the data prisoner Xiao Jia took control of Xiao Zhenliang's body and immediately launched an attack on Lin Chen. Having learned from past mistakes, Lin Chen dared not let his guard down. He put away his binoculars and gripped his two pistols in his hands. The rafts and figures in the distance were already within sight. The sea breeze ruffled his robes, revealing the outline of a human figure beneath. Suddenly, a silver ripple appeared on the sea. A huge wave suddenly rose around the mysterious man's raft. Powerful waves crashed against the pirate ship's hull, forcibly halting the high-speed movement of the vessel on the sea surface. The mysterious man removed his hood, revealing a face covered in metallic textures. The face has a deep blue-black sheen, as if it can absorb the surrounding light and shadow. Two bright red spots of light were projected from the area around the mysterious man's eyes. They flickered with the mysterious man's gaze and emitted a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. A cyborg. Lin Chen was startled. Even his head has been modified. This mysterious person's strength may not be weaker than Xiao Zhenliang's. Xiao Zhenliang was a powerful figure with a legendary arm that could carve out sinkholes. Lin Chen felt he couldn't compare to Xiao Zhenliang in his full form, so he immediately became nervous upon seeing the mysterious man's metallic face. The mysterious man's robes transformed into a circle of leaping blue light spots and slowly disappeared from his body. A pale blue light pattern appeared on the body and limbs. It was only then that Lin Chen was shocked to discover that the mysterious man's entire body had been replaced by metal prosthetics. A deep, ethereal blue light emanates from the metallic surface, much like the light emanating from a secret treasure trove on an island. The mysterious man raised his right hand, and a mysterious substance suddenly peeled off the surface of his arm. Countless irregular fragments formed a long sword in the mysterious man's hand. The sword was entirely blackish-purple, with no obvious sharp edges on its surface, but just one glance at it made one feel extremely dangerous. With his arm bent in front of his chest, he slashed diagonally across the sea in front of him from above his left shoulder. An invisible shockwave ripped from the tip of the sword, cleaving through thousands of meters of seawater and creating towering waves thousands of meters high on one side. Suddenly, a vast abyss appeared in front of the raft. This sword actually severed the ocean. The surrounding seawater surged wildly into the abyss, and Lin Chen's pirate ship drifted uncontrollably toward the abyss as well. He hurriedly ran towards the Hawk, preparing to abandon ship. Once a ship is trapped in this 1,000-meter deep abyss, there is absolutely no chance of it escaping. The immense water pressure and the constantly collapsing seawater above were enough to destroy any ship. With a single sword stroke, he could cleave the sea. This mysterious cyborg's power had reached a level beyond imagination. The only thing Lin Chen can do now is to save himself. Xiao Lai was also startled by the scene before him and flapped his wings, preparing to fly into the sky to escape. But the next moment, a silvery white light suddenly rushed from the other side of the abyss. A silver particle plane suddenly emerged from the raft beneath the mysterious man's feet, soared over the abyss being filled by seawater, and flew toward Lin Chen's pirate ship, forming a particle plane around the pirate ship. The pirate ship was anchored in this flat area, unaffected by the water flow, thus preventing it from plunging into the abyss. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, and the next moment, he saw a figure flash on the raft. A mysterious cyborg arrives on the pirate ship. Lin Chen watched as he walked over, and watched as he reached out and grabbed the inside of Lin Chen's shirt, taking out a medal. Epic metals. The next moment, the mysterious cyborg's metal hand exerted force, squeezing hard, and the epic metal was crushed into a lump of metal scrap. The area ahead is the center of the world and is under the direct control of regulators. Passage is prohibited. The metals are the eyes and ears of the regulators. Don't touch them again. A cold, mechanical voice came from the mysterious cyborg. He discarded the abandoned epic metal, and his figure flashed once more. By the time the mysterious man returned to the raft, Lin Chen had just made his self-protective maneuver, only to find his hand grasping at empty air. Lin Chen stared in shock at the figure on the raft. This mysterious cyborg seemed to be on a different timeline than him. His time was much faster. Throughout the entire process, Lin Chen didn't even have time to catch a glimpse of the other person. The mysterious cyborg donned his hood once more. Blue light spots danced around his body again, forming a robe that enveloped him. Looking at the epic metal that had been crumpled into scrap metal, Lin Chen showed a puzzled expression. He wanted to ask more questions, but the mysterious cyborg on the other side of the abyss had already turned around, steered the raft away quickly, and headed towards the center of the world, his figure slowly disappearing. Lin Chen was a little confused, not understanding the other party's intentions. Could he be the same person described in Xiao Zhenliang's diary? It seems there was no malicious intent. Recalling the special effects of the epic metal, Lin Chen looked up at the sky. According to him, the effect of the epic metal is not to enhance luck or fulfill wishes, but rather that the overseer is observing my behavior and making the world operate in a way that conforms to my wishes. Li Jiangwo's violent genes are like that, and so is the recovery of his arm. The island treasure space may be directly connected to the hunter and under the hunter's direct management. Survivors make an initial choice between mechanical ascension and infinite evolution, while the hunter can control the specific contents of the island treasure distributed to the survivors. Doesn't that mean that all the evolution or modification of survivors is selective, and that the hunters are orchestrating it behind the scenes? In Xiao Zhenliang's diary, he wanted to kill the overseer and escape this world. But all the cybernetic modifications and biological evolution were issued by the overseer. If I were the overseer, I would never allow these powers to be beyond my control. Lin Chen felt an itch in his head. If the epic metal is the hunter's spy, then wouldn't the hunter have also seen my second system, the lucky draw? He suddenly felt as if his family's wealth had been exposed. Lin Chen threw the epic metal on the deck into the furnace. On the sea surface, the abyss that had been cleaved out by a single sword strike has been refilled by the surrounding seawater. The silvery white particles supporting the pirate ship did not disappear with the departure of the mysterious modifier. After the abyss subsided, these silvery white particles climbed up the hull of the pirate ship, eventually forming a new layer of protection on its outer shell. Hint: the ship is being modified by an unknown force. Pirate ship. Durability: 9,999,999 to 9,999,999. Chapter 111: Xiao Zhenliang's Resurgence. This is even stronger than the Y-type plant. Lin Chen turned the rudder and sailed eastward. Since you won't let me go to the center of the world, I'll head east and meet up with Su Yun on the eastern route. The wind was against them as they left the southern shipping lane, and the pirate ships were moving much slower. Lin Chen informed Su Yun to sail directly along the eastern route in a direction away from the center of the world. The Tongminghui is also on the eastern route, so I can bring Zhang Qinwei and the others to my fleet. The pirate ship gradually sailed away from the southern shipping lane, propelled by its thrusters. Below the hull, Xiao Ying, who had been hiding in the seawater, clung tightly to the iron railings outside the moon pool cabin to prevent herself from being swept away by the massive amount of seawater. As the silvery white particles covered the water's surface, she hid outside the moon pool cabin and saw a wisp of silvery white particles clinging to the cabin door. Inside the moon pool pod, the mechanical head, destroyed by the dragon python bullet, emitted a blue flash. About 10 seconds later, the blue flash went out, and the silvery white particles clinging to the hatch all left, crossing the ocean abyss and returning to the raft on the opposite shore. As the sea level receded, the silvery white particles on the surface of the sea departed and adhered to the hull of the ship. The little nymph emerged from the water. Oh no, something's wrong with the glass house. She chased after the pirate ship, whimpering loudly. Lin Chen poked his head out from the deck and asked in confusion, how did it fall into the sea? Normally, when the pirate ship is sailing, Xiaoying will lie on the tin raft and sail along with the big ship. Could it be that he was frightened by that sword strike just now? The boat had just started moving and was going very slowly, so Xiaoying could easily climb back onto the tin raft. However, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a little puzzled as she kept moving along with the boat. Eek! Hungry? Didn't you just have breakfast? Seeing that Xiaoying was acting strangely, Lin Chen temporarily stopped the pirate ship, jumped onto the raft below, and asked, "What's wrong?" Xiaoying pointed to the ing below. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't understand, she grabbed Lin Chen's arm, dragged him into the water, and swam with him towards the moon pool cabin. Clinging to the outer wall of the moon pool, Xiaoying wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's chest and carried him to the bottom glass panel where the decommissioned mechanical head was placed. Eek! Xiaoying tapped on the glass and said. Lin Chen immediately understood what Xiaoying meant. He broke free from the soft embrace and examined the mechanical head through a layer of high-strength glass. The inside of his skull was pierced by a bullet from the python, leaving a hole about the size of 3 fingers. Just as Lin Chen was observing the interior through the hole, a blue light suddenly lit up and flashed rapidly. Lin Chen quickly retreated several meters away, being cautious. But then the mechanical head opened its mouth with difficulty. Lin Chen couldn't hear its voice through the glass of the moon pond chamber. Or perhaps he didn't make a sound at all, because there were no intact parts left of his head. But soon, Lin Chen saw a notification on his bracelet. Didi, Xiao Zhenliang, thank you. It's come back to life. Lin Chen was stunned when he saw the name Xiao Zhenliang suddenly appear in the private message box. A modified human who had been dead for an unknown period of time, whose body had been reassembled by a group of deformed humans, had actually come back to life. And it will appear directly in your friends list. Xiao Zhenliang, don't be surprised I modified the system. Lin Chen seemed to understand something. According to Xiao Zhenliang, he became a prisoner because he attempted to tamper with the rules of the survival game. That explanation makes sense. Lin Chen, are you considered alive now? Xiao Zhenliang, from the perspective of the reformer, I am still alive. My data is preserved, so I am not dead. Lin Chen, digital life? Xiao Zhenliang, that's one way to understand it. He fooled the system and took my data before I died. Lin Chen, what's his name? Xiao Zhenliang, unable to retrieve. He has blocked the part of the data about him and only refers to him as a pseudonym. I retrieved the prison. The carrier is damaged and cannot hold my data. The data is leaking. Please lock me in the data cage. Place the carrier on the cage, and then leave the moon pool pod immediately. Lin Chen looked at the metal table inside the moon pool pod and the mechanical head that was flashing with light. After hesitating for a moment, he finally chose to enter the moon pool pod, used his spear to lift the head, and placed it on the metal tabletop. Should we apprehend the data subject? Xiao Zhenliang, to avoid any further impact, please leave the lunar pool cabin. Hope to see you again in the future. The light stopped flashing, but soon the light spots inside the mechanical head started flashing rapidly again. Lin Chen immediately left the moon pool cabin and tightly closed the door. The next moment, a beam of light exploded from the metal platform. Lin Chen watched from outside the moon pool cabin as the metal tabletop unfolded, and a blinding light instantly engulfed the mechanical head. After the light faded, the moon pool cabin was peaceful, as if nothing had happened. The mechanical head still lay on the metal table, but the light inside had stopped flashing. Lin Chen returned to the metal table. Data cage, basic. Should the data body be released? Primary data requires a carrier. Sigh, what a strange world, and what strange people. Lin Chen left the moon pool cabin. Xiao Zhenliang and him became a minor episode in his journey north. With no other means of communication available, Xiao Zhenliang was temporarily confined to the cage and unable to continue providing clues to Lin Chen. If I also choose to be a modifier and make it to the end, will I still be myself? He can modify the system rules of the survival game world, and he also modified Xiao Zhenliang's data. Is the Xiao Zhenliang of today the same Xiao Zhenliang of the past? This problem troubled Lin Chen. Both infinite evolution and mechanical ascension have significant hidden dangers. Which one should I choose next? Chapter 112 Internal Conflicts within Xianxian Mutual Aid Association. Eastern Shipping Route. The 2 fishing boats of the Xianxian Mutual Aid Association sailed side by side, with a group of women taking turns rowing against the wind. Damn weather. The temperature finally dropped a bit, and now this awful wind is blowing. Since learning of the danger at the center of the world, the members of Xianxian Mutual Aid Association have been rowing all night. There are islands here. Once we row to an island, we can rest for a while. At this point, people no longer cared about the threat posed by the island's ferocious beasts. Compared to the center of the world, the ferocious beasts on small islands are as cute as kittens. Do you think Lin Chen's message might be false? There's no such thing as a world center. All this rowing around looking for an island is completely unnecessary. That's what a plump woman who was rowing said. Her face was covered in sweat, and she was panting heavily, constantly wiping the sweat from her forehead. The Xianxian Mutual Aid Association has a total of 12 members. 6 people were assigned to each of the 2 fishing boats, and each boat was towing a batch of supplies and a raft as it headed towards the nearest island. Although it was supposed to be a 50-50 split, under Su Xuanxuan's arrangement, Li Lulu's fishing boat was assigned 3 women who usually liked to slack off. These 3 people were physically weak and liked to slack off, which caused Li Lulu's fishing boat to fall far behind Su Xuanxuan's in a short time. Li Lulu didn't care about this. Being behind was fine. In fact, she hoped that she and Su Xianxian would be as far apart as possible so that Su Xianxian could take the supplies and join the Tongminghui on her own. The rowing order is determined by drawing lots, and the woman rowing in front of you is the third in each rotation. In the first 2 rounds, she was just going through the motions, paddling very slowly. But now, seeing Su Xuanxuan's fishing boat getting further and further away, the fat woman had no choice but to use all her strength to row. But her stamina was too poor. She was exhausted after paddling for less than 10 minutes. Li Lulu, who was resting nearby, heard the woman's unrealistic complaints and looked at her with disdain, asking, "If you don't believe Lin Chen, then who do you believe?" I think that as women of the new era, we should have the ability to think independently and not blindly believe what men say. Aren't there still central barriers outside the center of the world? We can wait until we drift to the central barrier before paddling outwards. We don't need to exhaust ourselves like this. The fat woman started talking without hesitation, and her rowing motions gradually slowed down. Li Lulu said, "Go and tell Su Xianxian this. She's the president of the Xianxian Mutual Aid Association, so if she agrees, that's fine." The fat woman opened her mouth, but then fell silent, focusing on rowing. At the same time, on the other side, on Su Xuanxuan's boat, it was Su Xuanxuan's turn to row, and 3 of her fans surrounded her. "Sister Xianxian, keep going. We've already paddled for 60 or 70 kilometers, and we should be able to reach the island by dusk. Sister Xianxian, please row slowly. Let's wait for Li Lulu and the others." "Yeah, Li Lulu and the others are probably a kilometer behind. Let's wait for them." Surrounded by fans, Su Xianxian nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go slowly then." She slowly pushed the oars, round and round, almost stopping in place. Seeing this, the girl sitting alone to the side muttered, "There's no need to go this slow. It's like they're not even paddling." Sister Xianxian is waiting for someone. Didn't you see? Even at this slow pace, it's difficult for Li Lulu and the others' fishing boat to catch up. Do you have any team spirit? Girls help girls. We should wait for Li Lulu and the others. Didn't you see how hard Sister Xianxian is working? The woman frowned and said, "If you thought Li Lulu and the others were too slow, you shouldn't have grouped those 3 fat guys together." "What do you mean? Are you discriminating against them? They have great natural features, and they're cute even if they're a little chubby. What right do you have to discriminate against them? Your figure isn't that great either. You don't have an A4 waist, so why do you say they're fat? So what if I'm a little chubby? Is being skinny always better? I like a curvy figure." The woman found it absurd and retorted, "What else can you call someone who weighs almost 300 pounds but obese? Is fat a derogatory term? Isn't this just a normal adjective? If I can't say fat, then what should I say? Praise them for their good figure. Praise them for their plump and radiant appearance." The more she talked, the more absurd she felt about the people in front of her. Coupled with the already sweltering weather, it drove her to the brink of madness. She grabbed her hair, forcing herself to calm down, and said, "I didn't discriminate against them. I was just stating a fact." She noticed the unfriendly looks in the 3 women's eyes and swallowed the words that were about to come out. Su Xianxian, who was rowing, wiped her sweat and smiled at the group of women, saying, "Sister Meifang just spoke offhand. Don't blame her. Sister Meifang is a very nice person." "Yes, I misspoke. I'm sorry." The woman bowed her head and admitted her mistake. "Sister Xianxian is so kind. She's beautiful inside and out. Since Sister Xianxian has spoken, then we won't pursue this matter further." "Yes, I'll listen to Sister Xianxian too." The fans chanted in unison, but the middle-aged woman named Li Meifang lowered her head, closed her eyes, ignored them, and prepared to rest. About half an hour later, the boat behind finally caught up. The fat woman threw down the oar and collapsed onto the boat, saying, "I can't take it anymore. I'm exhausted. I can't breathe." "You still have almost 20 minutes left to finish gliding. Li Lulu reminded him in a low voice. I really can't row anymore. I need to switch. How about this? I'll start, and we'll switch every 40 minutes. I've already caught up with Su Xuanxuan's boat, so don't fall behind. After saying that, she dropped the oars, ignored Li Lulu's opinion, went straight to the raft at the back, gulped down a big mouthful of water, and then sat down to rest in the shade. Behind her in line was another overweight woman, who looked reluctant when the person in front of her finished early. The two argued on the raft behind them. Li Lulu watched as the fishing boat was slowly moved backward by the wind again, and sneered. She turned over and found a comfortable position to continue lying down. A short while later, the woman who was fourth in line came to take over. When she saw that the fishing boat was far behind Su Xuanxuan's again, she was immediately annoyed. She yelled at Li Lulu, who was standing to the side. Why aren't you watching the boat? Oh, is it my turn? Aren't you the next one to row? Then at least keep an eye on things. You finally caught up, and now you're way behind again. What does this have to do with me? Don't bother me while I'm trying to sleep. You. The woman who was fourth in line walked angrily toward Li Lulu. Feeling the ship vibrate, Li Lulu turned around with an annoyed expression, revealing the long spear she had been holding. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Mimi, since you know you're falling behind, then hurry up and catch up. Do you want me to teach you how to row a boat? No need. No need. I'll row right now. As the fishing boat continued its journey, Li Lulu closed her eyes, preparing to rest. Suddenly, a shout was heard coming from Su Xuanxuan's boat ahead. Sister Xinxian, there's someone ahead. Chapter 113 Jidong's Pirates. On the distant sea, 3 fishing boats were drifting towards Xinxian Mutual Aid Association's fleet. Su Xinxian handed the oar to a fan next to her, then picked up a monocular telescope to observe. As she observed, she said to the people around her, 3 fishing boats, all filled with men, 8 people in total. One fan exclaimed, What? It's all men. Isn't that dangerous? For the Xinxian Mutual Aid Association, a fleet of ships consisting entirely of men meant that women would be persecuted there. Only in this situation would a fleet consist entirely of men. Sister Xinxian, what do we do? Su Xinxian pursed her lips and thought for a moment. In terms of combat strength, we may not be their match, so we cannot fight them head-on. We'll take the initiative to be friendly and lure them over, then launch a surprise attack. We outnumber them. Each of us can take on a knife, and we'll try to wipe them all out in one go. Even if we don't kill them all, we can at least take out most of them. Then we can finish off the rest together. The women all nodded in agreement. Go and inform Li Lulu and the others. Clear. The 2 fishing boats slowly came together, and each woman carried a dagger, specifically prepared for the men. On the 3 fishing boats in the distance, Song Jun and his group also spotted the Xinxian Mutual Aid Association. Boss, we won. There are women all over there. A man who was sleeping in bed suddenly sat up and looked around. Woman, where's the woman? You bastard, I told you to row a boat earlier and you pretended not to hear me. But now you're all excited about women, aren't you? Song Jun laughed and cursed. The discovery of women was a joyous occasion for the pirates. Brothers, get up and stretch. There's a woman here. The pirates became excited and rushed to look in the direction of Xinxian Mutual Aid Association with their monoculars. 3 big tanks. Shall Lu see those 3? They're yours. Press F to enter the tank. No. Why should I? I want the one next to them. We haven't even got it yet. What's the rush? Boss Song, what's our plan for later? Song Jun gazed at the distant fishing boats, a smile hard to suppress on his lips. There are at least 10 of them. If they have bows and arrows, they might not be easy to deal with. We'll use the same old method later. First, gain their trust, and once they're on their ship, take them all down immediately. Remember to be gentle and don't kill anyone. Great. Boss is awesome. Don't worry, boss. I don't want to hurt my little darlings either. Quickly wipe your drool off. Don't scare them. The pirates were extremely excited. The 2 fleets gradually drew closer. The Song Army's pirate organization was much faster than the Xinxian Mutual Aid Association's fleet, and soon the 2 sides were only about 1 kilometer apart. Song Jun stood at the bow of the ship and shouted loudly towards the Xinxian Mutual Aid Association's fleet. Unity. The sound traveled across the sea and reached the ears of everyone in the Xinxian Mutual Aid Association. When Li Lulu heard this word, her eyes widened suddenly. She immediately sent a message to Zhou Xiao. On the other side, on Su Xuanxuan's boat, several women looked at each other in bewilderment. Sister Xinxian is a member of the Tongminghui. The Tongminghui members shouldn't hurt us, right? Sister Xinxian, should we still make a move? What if we kill someone from the Tongminghui and face retaliation from them? Su Xinxian was also undecided for a moment. A kilometer is not a long distance, and the group of men are rapidly approaching. Su Xianxian picked up the monocular telescope and carefully examined Song Jun and the others. She immediately felt an extremely dangerous sixth sense. She gritted her teeth and said, "Proceed according to the original plan. These men look like scoundrels. They're definitely not good people. This just proves that my previous decision was correct. The Tongminghui is essentially a bunch of thugs. Sisters, we must learn to protect ourselves. We can't trust men. I'll do whatever Sister Xianxian says." The women concealed daggers behind their backs, tucked into their trousers, ready to attack at any moment. The two ships are rapidly approaching each other. Suddenly, an arrow shot out from Li Lulu's boat and landed in front of Song Jun, startling him so much that he almost fell off the fishing boat. "Li Lulu, what are you doing? You've ruined Sister Xuanxuan's plan." An angry shout came from Su Xuanxuan's boat. Li Lulu glanced coldly at the angry girl and said with an icy look, "They are not members of the Tongminghui. How did you know? Stop asking the hell. If you don't want to die, shoot your arrows. Don't let them get close." The two fleets were less than 200 meters apart. Li Lulu shot another arrow, but her archery skills were practically non-existent, and all the arrows she shot fell into the sea. She shouted at the Song army fleet, "Stop advancing. If you go any further, my arrows will be aimed at people." Inside the Song army fleet, 8 men gathered together, discussing in hushed tones. "Damn it, that stinking woman. She dared to shoot me," Song Jun said angrily. "Boss, don't get excited. Please don't kill them. The brothers still want to get some of the heat." "Hold on, boss. Just bear with it for a little while. You'll be able to enjoy it soon." This woman actually dared to lay a hand on the boss. "I'll kill her later. You've got a real knack for picking. That woman shooting arrows on that fishing boat is the prettiest. She has the best figure. The boss hasn't even given his opinion yet, and you're already speaking up." Yes, the eldest goes first." Song Jun calmed himself down and said, "Proceed according to the original plan. First, find a way to get close and board their ship." While Song Jun and others were communicating internally, Xianxian Mutual Aid Association was also communicating internally. "Li Lulu, why did you shoot an arrow just now? Do you know what you're doing?" "Shut up." Li Lulu slapped the fat woman who was speaking to the ground, brandishing her spear with the tip almost touching the fat woman's nose. Level 3 proficiency in marksmanship is currently the highest known level. Li Lulu said with a gloomy face, "I asked the Tongminghui, and these people are not from the Tongminghui. They approached while shouting the Tongminghui slogans, and they have ulterior motives. So what? Once they get close, we'll find an opportunity to ambush them and take them out. Do you think they're like the idiots we encountered before? If they attacked us the moment they boarded, we wouldn't have had a chance to ambush them. In close combat, do you think you can beat these men?" Li Lulu knew best that this group of men was very likely the danger Zhou Xiao had warned her about. Seeing that the women were still somewhat unconvinced, Li Lulu turned to Su Xianxian and shouted, "Su Xianxian, you couldn't possibly not have guessed where these people came from. Do you think I didn't see the slipknot you sent before?" With Li Lulu pointing a spear at her, Su Xuanxuan's expression was unpredictable. Considering the previous warnings from the Tongminghui, Su Xianxian had indeed made such a guess. However, she rarely participates in combat and lacks confidence in direct confrontation. She prefers raids to direct confrontation. But now that Li Lulu has even revealed the slipknot she left behind, Su Xianxian is undoubtedly in a passive position. Her expression changed, and she stood up abruptly, scolding, "With a formidable enemy at hand, and you're still causing internal strife. Now that Li Lulu has angered them, these men are definitely on guard, and our sneak attack plan is completely useless. Sisters, grab your bows and arrows. Prepare to meet the enemy." "Yes, I'll listen to Sister Xianxian." Several fans responded immediately. In this critical moment, the most important thing was to resist the attackers, and no one questioned Li Lulu about the slipknot she mentioned. Regardless of their skill level, all the women picked up their bows and arrows, ready to fight. Chapter 114, Li Lulu's Escape. When the Song soldiers emerged from behind their bunkers, they looked up and saw 10 arrows flying from the sky. "Grasp!" He cursed angrily and quickly retreated behind cover. "These crazy women." I shouted for unity, and they just started shooting arrows. Aren't they afraid of retaliation from the Alliance? Grab your weapons. Kill these bastards. Song Jun picked up his bow and arrow, but was stopped by his henchman. "Boss Song, no way. These women just need to be disciplined. We need to be patient with them." "Patience," Song Jun retorted, his eyes wide. 10 arrows fly at you the moment you show your face. How can you expect me to have patience? Boss, we don't need to shed blood. As long as we destroy their ships, the effect will be the same, right? Song Jun looked in the direction his younger brother was pointing and immediately understood what he meant. Bomb the ship with a flintlock cannon. With the power of the flint cannon, blowing up 2 fishing boats would be a piece of cake. The cannonballs fired by the flint cannon were solid projectiles, which were basically iron balls, and were designed to attack ships. Using flint cannons to bomb ships can easily sink enemy fishing boats while minimizing harm to human bodies. Let's go. Get ready to aim and test the power of the flint cannon. Song Jun, holding his shield, led his men and ran towards the raft behind them. The members of Xianxian Mutual Aid Association, who were 100 meters away, were curious when they saw this. What are those people doing running off to the back? Why don't they fight back? Haha. These men are a bunch of cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. When they saw us shooting arrows, they were so scared that they abandoned their boat. Sister Xianxian, what should we do? Should we continue shooting arrows? Su Xianxian couldn't guess the other party's intentions, but that didn't stop them from continuing their attack. Keep shooting arrows, sink their fishing boats. When a ship's durability reaches 0, it will automatically lose buoyancy and sink to the bottom of the sea. At this point, tensions were high, longbows were drawn, and neither side had any room for maneuver. Su Xianxian drew her bow again, but soon, a dark object emerged from behind the fishing boat. The pirates paddled the planks, moving the raft towed the flint cannon to a wider field of vision, and began adjusting the angle in front of the Xianxian Mutual Aid Association members. They have cannons. Fire quickly. Fire quickly. Su Xianxian urged anxiously. However, due to the limited range of the bow and the fact that these women's archery skills were not particularly good, they could not even hit the fishing boats in front of them. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and chase them. The range of your bows and arrows is definitely no match for their cannons. Do you want to get one-sidedly beaten by them? Behind them, Li Lulu steered the fishing boat toward the pirates. Seeing this, Su Xianxian was about to go together when she suddenly realized that Li Lulu was actually driving her own fishing boat. What is this woman trying to do? Suddenly, Li Lulu called out from the side, Sister Xianxian, hurry up and steer that boat to catch up. Don't let them use you as a target. The fishing boat has the same structure at the front and back, and the direction of navigation can be determined by the direction of the oars, without the need to turn around. Li Lulu steered her fishing boat and began to approach the pirate organization. The pirate group's fishing boats could not avoid them because they were carrying too much cargo, followed by a dense cluster of rafts, making it impossible to change direction directly. Hurry, hurry. Song Jun urged the 2 underlings who were operating the flint cannons to hurry up. Boss, ready? Which one to attack first? Of course, it's definitely the one with more people. Understood. Fire. Fire. When the flintlock gun is ignited, the high temperature and high pressure gas generated by the burning black powder propels the cannonball out of the barrel, launching the solid projectile with a bang. The bullet slammed heavily into Su Xianxian and her group's fishing boat, instantly depleting the boat's durability and creating a leaky hull. Repair the boat quickly. It's beyond repair. The ship is totaled. Quickly jump onto the raft behind. The women were terrified. Li Lulu, come pick us up. Su Xianxian shouted anxiously, but Li Lulu's boat suddenly changed direction, turning south and heading away from the group. A bunch of you who want to play house with Su Xianxian, then go play by yourselves. I'm not playing along. Li Lulu opened Su Xuanxuan's box and took out a large number of buoys. While rowing with one hand, she took out a piece of grease and a packet of powder and sprinkled them on the buoys, spreading them along the back of the fishing boat. Soon, the sea behind the fishing boat was covered with a cluster of buoys stuck together, forming a barrier to prevent other boats from pursuing them. Upon seeing this, the pirates all turned to look at the Song army. Boss, what do we do? This woman is already out of firing range. Should we chase her? Song Jun looked at the slender figure of the woman on the fishing boat and felt a strong urge to seduce her. This woman takes very good care of herself. Even after being under the scorching sun for so long, her skin is still fair, which is obviously the result of taking ice skin pills for a long time. Her fair skin was incredibly alluring under the sunlight. Damn it, this woman dared to shoot me. I have to catch her. I'm going to shoot her to pieces. The Song soldiers cut the connection between one of the fishing boats and the raft, and then jumped onto the fishing boat. One more person, he shouted. Boss, don't be impulsive. There are 11 women here, and the 6 of us might not be able to handle them. Let's take down these women first, then we can go after the one who ran away. Let's all 8 of us act together, it'll be safer. What the hell are you spouting? 6 grown men can't handle a bunch of women. No, boss. With those 3 big tanks around, the brothers might not be able to handle it. They're so big they could sit on me and kill me. Boss, once we catch these guys, I'll personally go after the one who's trying to escape. I absolutely won't let her get away. Song Jun glanced at the group of women gathered on the raft 200 meters away, especially the three. Okay. As Song Jun spoke, he stared through gritted teeth at Li Lulu, who was getting further and further away on the sea. Boss, should we keep firing and blow up their rafts too? Burn my ass. Are shells free? That bastard Wang Tai sells me shells for 10 yuan apiece. Just scare them a little. That's more effective than actually firing them, understand? Song Jun stood at the bow of the ship again and shouted to the women in the distance. Listen up, you people in front. We mean no harm. You were the ones who fired arrows at us first. If you surrender, we will cease fire. The members of the Xianxian Mutual Aid Association, huddled on the raft, felt extremely nervous as they watched the dark muzzle of the cannon aimed at them. Sister Xianxian, they don't seem like bad people. It's all Li Lulu's fault. If she hadn't shot the arrow without permission, the other side wouldn't have even made a move. Now the ship is gone, and Li Lulu took the supplies with her. How about we surrender? We outnumber them. They shouldn't dare to attack us rashly. Or we can offer supplies in exchange for our survival and beg them to let us leave. As the calls for surrender grew louder, Su Xianxian stood up and shouted to the Song army. I am Su Xianxian. The person next to me is a member of the Xianxian Mutual Aid Association. I apologize for my previous offense, but as you saw, the person who attacked you is a traitor to our Xianxian Mutual Aid Association. If you can help me catch her, I am willing to give you all the supplies on that fishing boat. We actually caught a big star. Song Jun was overjoyed when he heard the other party reveal his identity. The pirate brothers behind him also became restless. Chapter 115 Su Xuanxuan's Overtures. Song Jun coughed twice to quell the commotion among the crowd behind him, then called out to Su Xianxian. All right, then we've reached an agreement. We are a branch of the Alliance, and I sincerely invite you all to join us. We will provide you with protection and material support. May I have your name? Song Jun was prepared for this question, and he shouted, My name is Commander Wang. Then send me a private message to prove it. Song Jun's expression changed. Those who have been blacklisted are most afraid of the other party checking their identity, because they simply cannot withstand rigorous investigation. Song Jun raised his arm and shouted, All right, wait a moment. As the two sides communicated, the distance between the two organizations grew ever closer. With the wind blowing down on the Xianxian Mutual Aid Association, the pirates' raft was being propelled towards Song Jun and his men. Meanwhile, Song's men hid behind the sunshade and secretly rowed the boat forward. Su Xianxian waited for 5 seconds, her face turning extremely gloomy. Sisters, grab your weapons. These people are pirates. Information about pirate organizations is not a secret. This group openly formed a gang and pirate organization in the chat public screen, which had already been discovered. Upon hearing that they were pirates, the members of Xianxian Mutual Aid Association immediately took out their most proficient weapons. Pirates are notorious, and many organizations have been massacred by them. Especially on the western and northern shipping routes, pirates were extremely rampant, and it is said that they have killed at least 100 people. The members of Xianxian Mutual Aid Association knew that if they encountered pirates, they would either die in battle or be humiliated to death. At this moment, the distance between the two sides was only 30 meters. Quick, everyone, shoot arrows. It's too late. They're too close. Their shields are already up. We can easily force our way in. Grab your shields and weapons. We absolutely cannot let them fall into the hands of these pirates. As the fishing boat drew ever closer, everyone wore expressions of tragic sorrow. As the Mutual Aid Society's raft collided with the pirate fishing boat, a cold arrow shot from a blind spot grazed the Song soldier's body and struck the fat woman on the raft. The pirate organization launched a preemptive strike. Battle is imminent. In the face of life and death, Su Xianxian disregarded her own safety and picked up her gun to fight. Protected by 3 fans, she headed straight for Song Jun. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Song Jun stood in front of the fishing boat, a scimitar in one hand and a shield in the other. Seeing Su Xianxian rushing towards him, he raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a disdainful smile. The spear was aimed at the Song army's vital points and thrust straight in. With a flick of his curved sword, Song Jun instantly knocked Su Xuanxuan's spear away. With this level of skill, you dare to try and kill me? If the highest level of proficiency is level 3, then the Song army's swordsmanship is level 4. Having practiced swordsmanship since childhood, Song Jun was able to thrive in this world. He also successfully became the leader of the pirates on the Eastern Front, thanks to his martial prowess. Su Xianxian dropped her spear, staggered forward, and was grabbed by a Song soldier in front of her. Song Jun hooked his right foot and kicked Su Xianxian in the back of the knee. Su Xianxian instantly knelt down, and Song Jun kicked her in the back again, pinning her to the ground on the raft, unable to move. Sister Xianxian. A piercing scream came from the side, and the three fans were also captured by the pirates. Su Xianxian watched in despair as members of the Mutual Aid Society were either killed or captured, her heart filled with sorrow. The last middle-aged woman was cornered on the raft. Seeing the pirates surrounding her with lewd grins, Li Meifang raised her knife and pointed it at her neck. It's better to be dead, then I won't have to suffer in this world anymore. Li Meifang smiled bitterly. The blade flashed, leaving a deep, bloody gash on her neck. Blood continued to gush out of the wound. His body sank into the ocean. The pirates who had been surrounding the target looked annoyed. Damn it. Another good find is gone. He's courting death. There's no stopping him. I think there's still a chance to salvage it, if we can get it out of the water. Are you crazy? The sea here is over 200 meters deep. If you have the ability, then go down and save them. I won't stop you. Where are those 3 fat pigs? It was thrown into the sea. How many were captured alive? Reporting to the boss, there are 6 survivors in total. Besides Su Xianxian, there are 2 pretty girls. Song Jun had one arm around Su Xianxian, his gaze scrutinizing the other captured women. Besides Su Xianxian, 3 of the remaining 6 people are unattractive, and 2 are just passable. Boss, what do we do? There aren't enough to go around. What's there to divide? The boss said we're brothers. We're all in this together. We'll share the good times and the bad. Right, boss? Boss, if you ask me, the one who ran away earlier was the most sassy. What are we waiting for? Let's go after them. Song Jun urged. Although Su Xianxian is pretty, her figure is still lacking. The girl who ran away had a big, firm chest, a large bottom, and fair skin, much better than Su Xuanxuan's flat-chested figure. Song Jun harbored a great deal of resentment towards that woman and wanted to ravage her 108 times. Tie them up. The pirates swarmed forward and tied all the women's hands into tight knots with rope. Su Xianxian saw a group of lewd men approaching her, and remembering what the pirates had said earlier, she felt a chill run down her spine. Rather than being tormented by so many people, it's better to find yourself a powerful backer. By this point, feminist consciousness and independent thinking had all been forgotten. Su Xianxian immediately hugged Song Jun's waist and pressed her body against his. Brother, I give up. I only want to be your darling. Su Xuanxuan's charming voice, combined with her outstanding acting skills, brought out the ultimate allure. Her thighs rubbed together intentionally or unintentionally, and she looked up at Song Jun with pitiful eyes, which aroused Song Jun's desire. Having been tormented by this sweltering weather for so long, Song Jun's suppressed emotions began to stir again. Keep chasing. After saying that, he picked up Su Xianxian and, amidst the woman's gasps, walked towards the raft behind them. Damn it, let us go after him. He's off enjoying himself ahead of time. On the fishing boat ahead, the young man rowing was feeling dissatisfied. Stop talking. Who told him to be the boss? If you had his skills, you could be the boss too. That Su Xianxian is really shameless, actively seducing me. I remember she was called something like Jade Maiden on Earth, Shao. A Jade Maiden? Huh, you actually believe in that kind of thing. Brothers, this might not be a bad thing. Oh, Boss Song and Su Xianxian went to the back. By the time we catch that escaped woman, do you think he'll still have the strength? Haha, that makes sense. Hurry up and row. I can't wait any longer. The girls, tied up in the corner, could hear both the pirates' unrestrained filth and the cheerful filth from the raft behind them. Despair and fear intertwined within their hearts. Sister Xianxian must have been forced. She's not that kind of person. Su Xuanxuan's fans desperately wanted to cover their ears, unwilling to hear these sounds. One of the fans, with tears in his eyes and a look of grief and indignation, gazed at the raft behind him. That look in his eyes was as if he harbored the hatred of someone who had stolen his wife. I almost bit my lip until it bled. Chapter 116 Arson. 3 pirate fishing boats, dragging supplies, chased after Li Lulu in the direction she had fled. Li Lulu steered her fishing boat around the pirate group and changed course to sail with the wind. This woman actually ran away with the wind. Is she trying to lead us to the center of the world? Impossible. She's definitely just using this opportunity to evade us and make us give up the chase. Keep pursuing her. It's at least 200 kilometers from here to the central stronghold. She could row herself to death and still not reach it. Besides, how could a woman row faster than us? Leave it to me. I'll catch up in 10 minutes at most. The pirates were all straining, staring at the fishing boat ahead like hungry wolves. However, the buoys ahead caused them great trouble. These buoys are covered with grease and special powder, making them very sticky, like glue, and once you touch them, you can't remove them. The nearby sea was covered with a layer of grease, which reflected colorful light under the sun. The pirates' fishing boats were quickly entangled with buoys, which slowed their progress and reduced their speed. Get these buoys away right now. What do I do? Tell me what I do. My stick is stuck to this and I can't get it off. Use weapons to destroy these buoys. Then recycle them. You guys poke, I'll row. This little wench, once I catch up with you, I'll fuck you to death. The pirates divided the work and began to remove the buoys stuck around the ship. Soon, they saw the voluptuous, fair-skinned woman on the fishing boat ahead as she approached the stern. Li Lulu only had one simple set of underwear, the first set of underwear she had obtained from Lin Chen. The pirates were both excited and aroused by her exposed figure. Quick, this woman has given up resisting. Go, go, you fucking bastard. Don't you dare take your pants off next to me. The pirates were ecstatic, howling like wolves. But soon, Li Lulu took out an arrow, with a ring of oil-soaked paper wrapped around the tip. The grease was ignited, and the arrows streaked through the air, landing on the side of the pirate's fishing boat. Ha! This woman can't shoot an arrow. I thought this woman was quite something, but it turns out she can't shoot arrows. She even dared to scare us before. Go, go, go. I'm going to execute her right here and now. The pirates laughed and mocked, their eyes fixed on the women on the fishing boat ahead. But an unpleasant smell quickly filled their nasal cavities. It's on fire. That woman is really slutty. I meant it's on fire. The rocket ignited the buoys, and the grease immediately burst into flames, burning along with the plastic buoy balls and producing thick black smoke. The fishing boat was surrounded by buoys covered in grease, which clung tightly to the hull and could not be shaken off. The flames spread along the buoy towards the ship. Put out the fire. Sprinkle water. Why can't we put out this fire? This is oil. Break the rope. Don't let the fire spread to the rafts and supplies behind. Protect the cannon. The ship's durability began to drop, and the pirates were in chaos, having no time to continue chasing Li Lulu. Li Lulu looked at the burning fishing boat behind her and smiled disdainfully. A bunch of brainless idiots. She changed direction and, taking advantage of the chaos caused by the pirates behind her, quickly left. The eastern shipping lane is about 150 kilometers wide, and within this 150-kilometer wide sea area, the wind direction is due west. Li Lulu adjusted the sail angle and sailed diagonally northwest. To the northwest, there is a small island. Li Lulu's former number 3 dog died there. At the same time, it is also an island directly east or west of the Tongminghui fleet. Li Lulu decided to go to that island to rest for a while. The fishing boat she sailed away contained almost 80% of the supplies from the Xianxian Mutual Aid Association, which was more than enough for her needs. The fire grew larger and larger, throwing the pirate group into chaos. While Song Jun was enjoying the tenderness of his lover in the rear, he suddenly saw a group of his men running over from the ship in front. Upon hearing the sound, Su Xianxian was so frightened that she hid behind Song Jun. When his underlings rushed over, Song Jun hadn't even put his pants on yet. You fucking... Just as Song Jun was about to start cursing, his underlings interrupted him. Boss, something terrible has happened. The ship is on fire. Burned. Song Jun was stunned. Are you out of your mind? Telling me the ship is on fire at sea. Can't you put out the fire? It can't be put out. The sea is covered in oil. The entire area is on fire. Oil this. The Song army truly did not know how to extinguish the fire. At this moment, Su Xianxian, who had been hiding behind him, quietly peeked out, her face flushed, and whispered, Use sand. Yes, sand. Hurry up and go. What are you waiting for? The pirates standing around felt a flutter in their hearts as they looked at Su Xuanxuan's flushed face, but under the Song army's angry curses, they all bowed and scraped and ran away. Wow, she's a real celebrity, so beautiful. Stop being envious. Hurry up and put out the fire. Where's the sand? Where's our sand inventory? It's drifted away. We just untied the rope, and 2 planks of the raft drifted over there. You bunch of bastards. You can't even keep an eye on supplies. Hurry up and chase after them. Go to the market and buy sand, or ask other pirates for some. We pirates on the Eastern Front will definitely reward you handsomely afterwards. The flames burned fiercely. About 500 meters away from the pirates, where the Xianxian Mutual Aid Association was fighting the pirates, a figure slowly emerged from the water. Li Meifong looked at the 3 burning fishing boats in the distance with some surprise. Did Li Lulu do this? Although this woman is bad, she is indeed smarter than Su Xianxian and the others. Li Meifong had a bandage wrapped around her neck, with a layer of high-quality hemostatic herbs applied inside. With the combined effect, the bleeding from the neck finally stopped. Looking at the fire in the distance, Li Meifong started swimming, following the direction of the current. After swimming about a kilometer away, she used the knife she had on her to trade for a raft at the market. Clinging to the raft, Li Meifong, having survived the ordeal, was grateful to have escaped unscathed. The current propelled the raft, which drifted on the sea. The pirates, busy putting out the fire, clearly didn't notice the newly appeared raft in the distance. Even if they did see it, they had no time to pay attention to it now. At the same time, on the distant western shipping route, Wang Tai and his pirate crew stood on a galley, gazing at the distant islands. Before him was a fleet of 5 fishing boats and countless rafts, with at least 5 pirates on each boat. Wang Tai stood at the bow of the oar-powered sailboat, arms outstretched. Everyone, we've all been through a low point in our lives. Because of Lin Chen, we became the target of everyone's criticism. There's only one way to break out of this situation. As everyone knows, defeating a lord can yield island treasures, allowing one to become a modifier or evolver. Only Lin Chen and Li Jiangguo have achieved this feat so far. Everyone believes that only Lin Chen's strength can kill the lord. Kill the lord. Seize the secret treasure. Today, we will break through Lin Chen's blockade. We will defeat the lord with our own strength. And we will let more of our compatriots who have suffered the same injustice as us see that we can become the strongest force even without Lin Chen. Kill the lord. Seize the secret treasure. Kill the lord. Seize the secret treasure. Kill the lord. Seize the secret treasure. Chapter 117 Captain Wang Tai. Captain, all is ready. Ignition. Ignition. As his men relayed the message, the pirates standing on the beach set fire to the grease. A line of fire followed the path of grease and penetrated into the dense forest. After lighting the fire, the 3 pirates immediately boarded a fishing boat, which, pulled by a giant octopus, quickly returned to the fleet 10 kilometers away. Captain, the fire has spread. Wang Tai gazed calmly at the raging fire burning on the distant island. Beside him, 5 flint cannons were lined up, their muzzles pointing towards the island. Beside each flint cannon, there were at least 10 cannonballs. These shells included both solid projectiles and explosive projectiles filled with gunpowder. 5 fishing boats were lined up in a row, and the people on the boats held longbows, looking towards the island with tense expressions. Set fire to the island to force the lord out, then surround and kill him. This is Wang Tai's plan. When the alliance hunted down the lord, Li Jiangguo was equipped with such advanced equipment, yet he was still almost killed by the lord. Therefore, compared to entering high-risk areas to hunt down lords, luring them out and surrounding them for an ambush is undoubtedly a better strategy. That's how Lin Chen killed the lord back then. Lin Chen's weapons back then were definitely not as advanced as they are now. If he could do it all by himself, what reason do we have not to do it too? Wang Tai was full of confidence. The fishing boats that had rushed back from the beach removed the ropes binding the octopus and quickly rejoined the group. Like the people on the other fishing boats, they held longbows and waited anxiously for their lord to appear. Soon, a huge, fiery figure emerged from the beach. Captain, this looks like a land creature. A deputy reported with delight. Wang Tai shook his head and said, "We must not take any chances." The enormous burning figure on the island seemed to have spotted the fleet in the distance. It leaped into the sea and quickly extinguished the flames on its body. The next moment, its figure suddenly flew into the air. It can fly. This lord can fly. Such a huge size, yet it can still fly. Some people have speculated before that the lord's combat skills may vary, but their attack range will definitely cover the 3 realms of land, sea and air, without any obvious blind spots. This lord isn't flying very fast. The flint cannon can be aimed at it. Wang Tai held a telescope and observed the lord's figure in the sky. From a distance, it appeared to be a huge brown bear. However, there is a large membrane at the connection between its arms and legs, which allows it to glide through the sky. After gliding for a while, it will fall into the water, then burst out of the water again and continue gliding. The lord was not fast, and it took Wang Tai and the others about 10 minutes before they could see its figure with the naked eye. Release the arrows. At Wang Tai's command, dozens of arrows shot into the sky. 2 arrows struck, and a health bar instantly appeared above the lord's head, leaving him with less than half his health. This lord has such low health. Thin my ass. That was burned before. The lord has been spotted. Get out of here. On a fishing boat, the pirate who had shot the lord's beast saw the lord retract his arm and fall violently toward the fishing boat, and immediately jumped into the sea in fright. Prepare. Wang Tai raised his arm, and the gunner beside him immediately turned the flintlock cannon and aimed it at the fishing boat. The loader next to him picked up a shell and prepared to load it. Fire. As the Lord retracted his arm and swooped down onto one of the fishing boats, 5 explosive projectiles whistled through the air. Boom, 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 boom. 5 loud explosions followed in quick succession, and the fishing boat was blown to pieces by the explosive projectiles. At the same time, the Lord's health bar was dropping rapidly, and in an instant, only a sliver of health remained. Wang Tai held a fine longbow, with an excellent iron arrow knocked on it, and had already aimed at the area above the smoke. He predicted that this Lord would emerge from the seabed again, just like before. The instant the Lord burst out of the smoke, an arrow shot out and intercepted it precisely in midair, piercing the thin membrane beneath its arm. Roar! The bear-like Lord roared, piercing the membrane and severely impairing its gliding ability. Wang Tai drew his arrow again, and this time, the arrow struck the Lord precisely in the eye. The Lord's health was instantly reduced to 0. Congratulations on defeating the Lord-level dangerous creature, Winged Bear. You have obtained a silver treasure chest. We won. We won. We killed the Lord, and suffered 0 casualties. Ha ha ha. What kind of bullshit Lord is he? He's so weak. It's all thanks to the captain's excellent planning. Without the captain's command, how could we have killed the Lord so easily? Long live the captain. Captain, hurry up and retrieve the corpses to open the treasure chest. The brothers can't wait to see what good stuff they can get. Amidst the cheers of his men, Wang Tai, beaming, stepped off the oar sailboat, retrieved the corpse of the silk-winged bear, and incidentally retrieved the treasure chest from the sea. Is this a silver treasure chest? So this bear is an excellent lord, not an outstanding lord. So what if I'm an outstanding lord? Isn't an outstanding lord still a lord? As long as you're a lord, you can get the island's treasure. If we can kill an excellent lord without any casualties, why can't we kill an outstanding lord? We were just unlucky this time. Next time, we'll just kill an outstanding lord. Yeah. Boss, when are we going to get the island's secret treasure? Wang Tai glanced at the burning island in the distance and said, we'll have to wait until the flames on the island are extinguished and the temperature drops. At least until tomorrow. Tomorrow? Does that mean we'll have to wait here all day? The captain isn't worried. Why are you? It's just one day. After one day, our captain will be Superman. Captain, let's see what's in the silver treasure chest. Surrounded by his men, Wang Tai made no attempt to hide it and opened the silver treasure chest in front of everyone. Open the silver treasure chest to obtain 1 excellent katana crafting blueprint, 1 excellent Gikuro tree seed. Chapter 118 Windless Zone. Excellent crafting requirements for a katana: 10 iron, 5 carbon, 3 excellent wood. Considering its excellent quality, this katana was not expensive to make. Only 10 iron are needed. However, the effect is too weak to be worth making. Wang Tai passed the blueprint to his subordinate, then picked up another item. Haworthia seeds, excellent quality. Produces Haworthia dew, which has a slightly sweet taste and is favored by most wild creatures. Feeding the plant Haworthia dew can accelerate taming. Wang Tai's eyes lit up with joy. We found a treasure. He immediately ordered his men to plant the seeds and fertilize them. Soon, a slender, green tree trunk emerged from the soil and stopped growing when it reached about half a person's height. Is this tree so small? Wang Tai observed the tree. Apart from a slender main trunk, there were only 3 branches extending outwards, each with a small, open green bud at the end. At the center of the green sprout, a drop of crystal-clear liquid is gathering. Wang Tai quickly waved to his men, signaling, quickly bring something to catch this. With 3 wooden teacups placed beneath the 3 green buds, Wang Tai waited for about 5 more minutes before the first drops of dew finally fell. However, there is too little of this jade dew to form a jade dew that meets the system's standards. Wang Tai didn't wait any longer and ordered his men, keep an eye on this place. Understood, Captain. The Haworthia Cooperi was planted in a small nursery on a raft. To protect the Haworthia Cooperi, Wang Tai ordered his men to lay 2 rings of high-grade rafts around it to prevent the rafts under the Haworthia Cooperi from being attacked. Back on the oarsman, Wang Tai had just lain down when the octopus beside him emerged from the sea. This is Wang Tai's pet, a ferocious beast of good quality, the hammering octopus. This octopus is known for its immense strength, easily pulling 3 fishing boats together at high speed. One of its 8 tentacles is exceptionally thick and can instantly solidify into an incredibly hard solid, once sinking one of Wang Tai's fishing boats with a single blow, demonstrating its astonishing power. Seeing the hammer-force octopus approach, Wang Tai tossed it a large, good-quality fish that was about half the height of a person. The hammer-force octopus caught the large fish with one of its tentacles, tore it into several pieces, wrapped them with its tentacles, and left Wang Tai's sailboat. As Wang Tai watched the departing Hammer Force octopus, he began to envision the future development path. These ferocious beast pets are much more useful than humans. With the Jade tree, I can build an army of ferocious beasts in the future. No matter who they are, they will have to submit to me. Even Lin Chen couldn't possibly withstand the beast horde's attack by himself. In the fourth quadrant of the ocean, Lin Chen discovered a new world. Windless area. According to the information gathered by the survivors, and based on the navigation map, coordinates were established with the center of the world as the reference point. The winds within 100 kilometers to the left and right of the east-west and north-south lines were the true east-west and north-south winds. 100 kilometers away, there is a gust of wind that will blow the survivors' boats toward the shortest straight-line route. However, as Lin Chen sailed along, he discovered that the wind would gradually weaken when the distance exceeded 200 kilometers. This boundary is not clear and obvious, but rather changes gradually. The wind completely disappeared when we reached a distance of about 300 kilometers. A vast, windless zone was formed. The windless zone is the territory of neutral organisms. Lin Chen has already spotted no fewer than 20 neutral creatures in this area. Most of these neutral creatures paid no attention to the pirate ships that had appeared on the sea. Or perhaps, in their eyes, the pirate ship was just a small toy, insignificant. Didi. Su Yun. My new propulsion unit is installed. Engineer Zhang told me that this propulsion unit, when installed on a fishing boat, can reach the speed of a regular speedboat, which is about 60 kilometers per hour. Lin Chen. We'll meet at this location on the navigation map. Su Yun. How did you end up in that area? It's too far from the shipping lanes. Lin Chen didn't come here for no reason. He came here because Xiaoying gave him directions. Eek. After staring at the silvery white particles on Lin Chen's ship for a few minutes, Xiaoying seemed to suddenly think of something and kept talking to Lin Chen. After spending a long time together, Lin Chen was able to quickly understand what Xiaoying meant. He carried Xiaoying onto the deck, put her in the large fish tank, and then sailed under Xiaoying's direction. After penetrating about 50 kilometers into the windless zone, Xiaoying bit her finger, looking thoughtful. Then, she pointed to her lower body. Lin Chen lifted her out of the fish tank, stood her on the deck, and with a forceful throw, tossed her into the sea. Little Ling flicked her beautiful fishtail and quickly dived into the deep sea. Lin Chen glanced at the navigation map and saw that the sea had been getting deeper ever since they left the southern shipping lane. Since entering the calm zone, the entire area has been marked as deep sea. At such a depth, Lin Chen naturally couldn't dive down with Xiaoying. He could only wait quietly on the deck for Xiaoying to return. Lin Chen rested his chin on his hand and suddenly realized that he no longer seemed to be as constantly attracted to Xiaoying's charm as he had been at the beginning. At first, Lin Chengwang would unconsciously have all sorts of wild thoughts whenever he looked at Xiaoying. But now, even if Lin Chen holds Xiaoying in his arms, he won't have much of a reaction. He can now look Xiaoying in the eye directly. Has my willpower become stronger? Wrong. Lin Chen quickly dismissed the first thought that popped into his head. Old habits die hard. I could never become a Buddha-like figure in such a short time. If it's not me who's changed, then it's Xiaoying who's changed. Lin Chen recalled Xiaoying's appearance in his mind. Her breasts are definitely bigger than before, and her legs seem longer too. Before, when I held her in my arms, they only reached my waist, but now they reach my chest. Little Ling is growing up. Lin Chen suddenly noticed this. Perhaps because we spend every day together, we don't notice the subtle changes each day, but upon reflection, Xiaoying has indeed grown up quite a bit compared to how she looked when we first met. Not only in terms of appearance, Xiaoying's swimming speed is also constantly improving, and she is gradually demonstrating the ability to enter dreams with her singing and summon waves. Lin Chen no longer had any evil thoughts about Xiaoying, perhaps because Xiaoying could control her charm on her own. Once you think about it that way, it makes sense. It turns out that what I caught back then was a juvenile version of the Shi Mei mermaid. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel fortunate. Luckily, I survived and didn't catch a fully grown legendary fish. If a fully grown mermaid were caught, she could probably drag Lin Chen into the sea and drown him with just a flick of her finger. Judging from Xiaoying's abilities, the legendary fish's abilities are too bizarre, to the point that Lin Chen still doesn't dare to fish for it. Leaving aside legends, even the abilities of perfect creatures are bizarre. Recalling the mountain of flesh that he encountered on the medium-sized island, Lin Chen still feels his scalp tingling. If it weren't for the fact that the Yin flame couldn't be extinguished, ordinary weapons wouldn't be able to cause any real damage to the flesh mountain Tai Sui. There was also Xiao Zhenliang's corpse. His legendary quality Vajra arm type 4 could carve out a crater and fire terrifying lasers. If it weren't for his obvious physical defects, Lin Chen would certainly not have been a match for Qiao Jia. I've survived this whole ordeal entirely thanks to sheer luck. Just as Lin Chen was lost in thought, there was a sudden movement on the sea below. Chapter 119, The Staff of the Tidecaller. Beep, 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 beep. The sea surface looked like boiling water, or like spring water gushing up from underground, constantly rising. Amidst the surging water, a huge, azure conch shell slowly emerged. The conch shell emitted a faint glow, as if it contained energy. Below the conch shell is a walking stick engraved with patterns. The staff is engraved with various marine patterns, such as waves, schools of fish, and seashells, all of which are lifelike. Little Ing, holding a magic staff, emerged from the seabed. Eek! She waved her staff cheerfully, and the surface of the azure conch shell shone brightly. A column of water slowly rose from below the sea, lifting Xiao Ying to the same height as the pirate ship's deck. Little Ing flicked her tail and jumped forcefully towards the large fish tank on the deck. With a loud bang, Xiao Ying's head slammed heavily against the glass wall of the fish tank. It sounds like a good start. Eek! Xiao Ying sniffled and touched her little head. The staff in his hand also fell onto the deck. Lin Chen quickly stepped forward and picked up Xiao Ying, who had fallen onto the deck. After spending several days together, Lin Chen had long since realized that this minor injury was nothing to Xiao Ying. She would recover within 10 seconds, a perfectly mild injury that wouldn't hurt her brain. It only hurts a little at the moment of impact. Lin Chen picked up Xiao Ying, threw her into the fish tank, then picked up his staff, scanned it with his bracelet, and threw it into the fish tank as well. Tidecaller's staff, a custom item. A self-named item, did Xiao Ying name it. Seeing Xiao Ying's silly grin, Lin Chen decisively ruled out this guess. Since it is a self-named item, how can the bracelet read its name? The only explanation is that this thing existed a long time ago and was recorded in the game system, so the system remembered it. Lin Chen had tried it before. When he gave the self-made item sent by Zhang Qinwei to Su Yun, the system prompted him to name the item, indicating that the system did not remember the name Zhang Qinwei gave the item when he sent it. The fact that the Tidecaller's staff was remembered by the system clearly indicates that it has a significant history. Or perhaps the system's information about the staff of the Tidecaller has been artificially modified. Regardless of the origin of the Tidecaller's staff, Xiao Ying recognized it, and it seemed to have a significant effect in her hands. This is also helpful to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at Xiao Ying in the fish tank and asked, "Is there anything else you want to take? If not, let's go." Eek! Xiao Ying pointed outside and said. Looking in the direction Xiao Ying was pointing, a column of water was still standing on the sea. Above the water column, a piece of silvery white metal gleamed in the sunlight. Lin Chen removed the metal from the water column, and the water column slowly receded. Use a wristband to scan. Nanoparticles, legendary quality material. Requires a legendary or higher quality crafting table to use this material. Found in the Tomb of Alan. Lin Chen examined the particles carefully. The color gave him a very familiar feeling. The silvery white material he left behind. Those silvery white materials cannot be detected using wristband scanning, but these nanoparticles can. The two colors are almost identical. No wonder Xiao Ying brought me here. It turns out she's seen this before. Legendary quality materials require a crafting table of legendary quality or higher to use. Lin Chen is currently unable to create a legendary crafting table. The highest level crafting table blueprint discovered so far is of good quality. Unless Lin Chen triggers a double ultimate luck bonus of +3 and +1, the highest quality crafting table he can create is a perfect quality one. Lin Chen couldn't even imagine such extreme luck. The probability is ridiculously low. This thing is just like the Barrett destruction blueprints, useless. Lin Chen felt a little regretful, but he did not give up the idea of using the nanoparticle. There were 5 standardized sizes of the nanoparticles in total, and Lin Chen sent 2 of them to Zhang Qinwei. Lin Chen, handle it properly. Study it first, then put it into practice. There aren't that many nanoparticles. After all, there are only 5 portions. But it wasn't a small amount either. The bottom of Lin Chen's boat was full of these things. If one day it is really necessary to use this thing in large quantities, Lin Chen would not mind scraping off all the silvery white substance from the bottom of the ship, or even smashing the pirate ship to pieces and then recycling it. Zhang Qinwei, who was far away on the second deck of a 3-section sailboat, was preparing to develop a new type of exoskeleton when he suddenly received a message from his boss and immediately stopped writing. When he saw the props his boss sent, his eyes widened in astonishment. Legendary material. Zhang Qinwei quickly put on gloves and took the 2 pieces of material that had been divided by the system. His hands were trembling as he held them up. He carefully placed the 2 legendary materials on the glass tabletop. My boss told me to study it first, and then put it into practice after I've thoroughly studied it. How should I study this? Looking at the 2 nanoparticles that had landed on the glass plate, Zhang Qinwei fell into deep thought. Chapter 120 Little White. Putting the matter of nanoparticles aside for the time being, Lin Chen was filled with curiosity about the Allen tomb in the deep sea. If the depth exceeds 200 meters, the navigation map will automatically mark it as deep sea. This depth is beyond what Lin Chen's current technological capabilities can measure. But he can ask Xiaoying, how deep is the seabed where you got this thing? Xiaoying counted on her fingers one by one, as if she were counting. She first held up 5 fingers, then seemed to realize something was wrong, so she pulled back 2, and then had 5 fingers again. Finally, she made her decision and held up 4 fingers. 400 meters? Eek. Little Eek shook her head repeatedly. 4,000 meters? Xiaoying nodded. Although Xiaoying wasn't sure about the depth of that location, she was fairly certain it was below 3,000 meters. The water pressure at that depth is deadly. Although Lin Chen's body had been enhanced, he dared not take such a risk. He silently noted down the coordinates. This place is related to epics. I haven't even killed a legendary beast yet, so I'll refrain from provoking epics for now. Lin Chen has always believed in doing only what you are capable of. In Xiao Zhenliang's diary, even someone as strong as him only completed the ancient tomb challenge during the final disaster. Lin Chen believed he had a cheat code, and his growth rate would far exceed that of Xiao Zhenliang and his fellow survivors, and even surpass him, but Lin Chen dared not be arrogant. To conquer the ancient tomb, you should at least be able to reliably kill legendary beasts, and ideally bring an army of modders or evolvers. After leaving the area above the ancient tomb, Lin Chen continued his journey towards the eastern shipping route. The location he and Su Yun agreed upon was on the center line of the eastern shipping lane, about 200 kilometers from the center of the world. Although it's headwind, at Su Yun's current speed, she should be able to arrive in about 5 or 6 hours. It is now dusk, and the 2 sides should be able to meet up around dawn the next day. The pirate ship, shrouded in silver, continued its journey, cutting through the waves. On the eastern shipping lane, Su Yun steered her fishing boat against the wind. She lay in Little White's feathers, playing with Little White's wings, and muttered, Little White, when will you be able to take me to find my treasure like Little Ling did? Xiaobai didn't understand. However, seeing its owner lying on it, it adjusted its wings to let Su Yun lie down in a comfortable position. Su Yun's back was originally unsupported, but after sensing Xiao Bai's movement, her back was lifted by Xiao Bai's wings, and her body lay comfortably on Xiao Bai's feathers at a 120-degree angle. Little Day Bird Catcher Loyalty, 95 to 100. Su Yun smiled and said, All right, I won't make things difficult for you. Just be my flying mount, and I won't mistreat you. Su Yun gently stroked Xiao Bai's head. The fur on Xiao Bai's head is the softest, and it's Su Yun's favorite spot. As night fell, Xiao Bai jumped off the boat and looked warily into the distance. The beast's instincts told it that an enemy was approaching. Su Yun picked up the spear. After realizing that her archery skills could not be improved, Su Yun switched her main attack method to the spear. With each nightly kill of the invading dangerous creatures, her spear proficiency has reached level 2, and she's not far from level 3. Upon spotting the ferocious beast, Xiaobai immediately rushed out of the fishing boat and swooped down to search for it. Marine creatures, finding themselves exposed, simply surfaced. It was a ferocious beast of ordinary quality, about the size of a great white shark. Su Yun steered her boat closer, activated her living armor, and wielded her spear, killing him in less than 5 seconds. Since obtaining the Infinite Evolution Island treasure, almost none of these dangerous creatures that attack the ship every night have survived more than half a minute against Su Yun. Is there only one? Su Yun was quite disappointed. The improvement in proficiency is linked to the number of kills, and has little to do with the quality of kills. It seems that if I want to improve my proficiency in the future, I'll have to go to the islands. The island is teeming with ferocious beasts. Little White, let's go home. We're about to set off. Looking at Little White still soaring and hovering in the sky, Su Yun shouted loudly. Little White flapped its wings and slowly descended. The man and the bird resumed their previous posture. The night was quiet. Su Yun pressed her face against Xiao Bai's wing and rubbed her face against its feathers. Xiao Bai, I'll sleep on you from now on. You're more comfortable than an ergonomic bed. The Xiao Bai automatically adjusts the position and angle of its wings, making it a natural self-adaptive bedboard. It's definitely more comfortable than a fixed-position ergonomic bed. Little White didn't know what its owner was talking about. It only knew that Su Yun wanted to rub against its feathers. So, Xiaobai lowered its head and responded to Su Yun's request for feathers with the softest feathers on its head. It doesn't feel comfortable. Su Yun used her willpower to force herself to break free from the gentle embrace of the feathers. I can't sleep tonight. She patted her cheeks to clear her mind, then went to a box filled with water, opened the lid, and placed a burning torch next to the box. In the firelight, Su Yun tidied her hair while looking at the water in the box. Xiaobai, the firelight is too high up and it's backlit. Help me move the fire down a bit. Su Yun put one end of the torch into Xiaobai's mouth, making it lower its head so that the flame was almost touching the water's surface. Xiaobai obediently lowered its head and remained motionless until Su Yun finished tidying its hair. Xiaobai, is there anything else dirty on my face? Xiaobai, do I have a strange smell? Noob. Never mind, I'll just look at it myself. I tidied my face and clothes. After so many days in the survival world, the clothes Su Yun initially wore had long been buried at the bottom of her trunk. She checked her clothes and suddenly realized that all of them were given to her by Lin Chen, and they were all underwear. Will he imagine what I'd look like in these clothes? Su Yun blushed. She shook her head, trying to get rid of those wicked thoughts. In the entire survival world, except for the first 3 days, she has only ever worn one set of underwear. Not only Su Yun, but all survivors in the world dress like this. The hot weather is one major reason. Another reason is that Lin Chen is the only person in the world who sells clothes, and only underwear. Su Yun rummaged around and found the clothes she had worn when she first came to this world, preparing to put them back on. It was washed before being put in, so it shouldn't be dirty. Su Yun picked it up and smelled it, still feeling a little uneasy. So she took out the few bottles of water she had left, first carefully scrubbing the area with cationic water, and then washing it again with purified water and some aromatic herbs. Noob. She called out again. Take this garment in your mouth, fly it around in the sky, and shake it dry. Chapter 1:21 The 9th day. Time. Midnight. 9th day. Sunny day 9 weather forecast. Sunny. Temperature 30 to 40 degrees Celsius. Light breeze at level 5. Day and night are roughly equal. The temperature has returned to normal. The danger of the scorching sun is officially coming to an end. However, the gradually increasing wind force also foreshadows the terror of the next stage, stormy weather. If the wind force exceeds level 10, all small boats in the entire area, except for Lin Chen's and the Alliance's large ships, will be capsized. If it exceeds level 12, even a normal large ship cannot withstand it. However, Lin Chen's ship is protected by silvery white substances, and Li Jiangwo's ship has Y-type alien plants. These two modified large ships may be able to withstand the storm for a while by relying on special powers. During the most dangerous days of the storm, survivors will definitely flock to the island. Only islands can shelter survivors. Ordinary ships simply cannot withstand the storm. As Lin Chen pondered the threat of the storm, he made his way towards his destination. At this moment, we are less than 30 kilometers away from the target location, and we will arrive in at most half an hour. Lin Chen and Su Yun exchanged maps, and the two sides were now very close. The sea was pitch black at night, but Lin Chen had a light. Zhang Qinwei successfully fused and manufactured a high-brightness light bulb from the large amount of metal provided by Lin Chen. Lin Chen tied the light bulb to the mast, making it look like a lighthouse on the vast sea. The entire deck was illuminated by light bulbs. In the fish tank on the deck, Xiaoying was awakened by the light and rubbed her sleepy eyes. Eek, is dinner ready? Lin Chen brought a bowl of cooked fish soup to the side of the fish tank. Little Lai, who was standing nearby, was also awakened by the light, but he covered his eyes with his wings and buried his head to continue sleeping. Puff! A muffled sound of water gushing out came from behind. Little Red soared into the sky, spread its huge fins, and slowly glided towards the fish soup in front of Little Ing. But before it could even touch the edge of the pot, it was struck down from the sky by Xiao Ying with her staff. A column of water shot out from the sea, like a giant hand, covering Little Red's body, then enveloping it, and sending it back to the fish tank on the tin raft below. Xiao Ying's magic is getting more and more powerful. Lin Chen stood on the edge of the deck, watching this brief farce unfold. Huh? That's not right. How come there's magic? Lin Chen suddenly realized this problem. Although it is absurd that people from all over the world were suddenly brought into this world, so far, both infinite evolution and mechanical ascension have fallen under the category of technological advancement. Xiaoying summons waves and controls the seawater, which Lin Chen considers to fall under the category of magic. Some of this is unreasonable. Xiaoying generously handed the staff to Lin Chen to study, but Lin Chen didn't understand it. The staff had magic power in Xiao Ying's hands, but in Lin Chen's hands it was just a nicer-looking fire poker. After Xiao Ying rolled Xiao Hong back into the fish tank on the surface of the sea, she tossed the staff of the tide collar aside and continued drinking her fish soup. After drinking, she laid down in the fish tank, covered her eyes with a palm leaf, and went to sleep. At the same time, Su Yun's fishing boat was speeding against the wind. On the distant sea, a white dot of light can already be seen, steadily approaching. Su Yun was wearing the clothes she had worn when she first arrived in the survival world. Although they were still a little damp, Su Yun was already used to them. Living on this vast ocean, her clothes were wet most of the time. "Little White, am I pretty?" The thruster churned the seawater, making a whoosh sound. Su Yun kept adjusting her clothes, sometimes tucking the hem into her pants, sometimes taking it out, and sometimes pulling down her neckline. "Let's do it this way. It's our first meeting, so let's be a little formal." Su Yun tucked the front of her shirt into her pants, then carefully pulled out a portion of it, folding it in front of her to form a smooth arc. Use a hair clip to hold the back of the neckline in place, reducing the size of the neckline. Then let your hair down to cover the hair clip and the folds of the collar at the back of your neck. In this way, the advantages of the upper body can be cleverly displayed. Done. We should be able to meet in about 10 minutes. Su Yun is quite satisfied with her current look. Xiaobai didn't get a good night's sleep because Su Yun was on the fishing boat the whole time. Seeing that its beautiful owner had finally rested, Xiaobai could finally get some rest too. It crouched at the bow of the boat and slowly tucked its head into its wings. Suddenly, Xiaobai looked up sharply. Su Yun immediately noticed Xiaobai's unusual behavior and quickly asked, "Xiaobai, what's wrong?" Looking in the direction of Xiaobai's gaze, one could see a flame-like light flickering in the distance. "Are there other people in this area?" Little White flapped its wings and let out a sharp cry. Su Yun's expression suddenly changed. That cry means there's a ferocious beast ahead. And judging from Xiaobai's appearance, there are quite a few ferocious beasts. Could the flames ahead mean someone is surrounded by ferocious beasts? Su Yun immediately called Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, have you seen a light?" "I see them. There are ferocious beasts there, more than 20 in number." Lin Chen has a dangerous creature detector that can detect the distribution information of dangerous creatures. It is very rare for more than 20 ferocious beasts to appear at the same time. Su Yun asked, "Should we save them?" "Save." Whether out of humanitarianism or personal motives, Su Yun must be saved. "Let's meet by the fire." The two ships moved swiftly, heading straight for the firelight. Chapter 122 Encounter. Damn it! How can there be so many ferocious beasts? Holding an ordinary quality spear, Li Meifang repeatedly jabbed at the ferocious beasts trying to climb onto her raft. These ferocious beasts appeared out of nowhere, suddenly appearing in large numbers, just as Li Meifang was preparing to rest. Fortunately, these dangerous creatures were all terrestrial beings, and their fighting power was greatly reduced in the water. Otherwise, Li Meifang's small wooden raft would have been far from able to withstand the siege of so many ferocious beasts. Li Meifang was covered in sweat as she kept poking at the ferocious beasts clinging to the raft. However, her ordinary spear had very little durability left, and the raft beneath her feet was also in dire need of durability. If the bear-like beast that was just repelled were to return and slap the raft again, the raft would instantly shatter. Li Meifang was already weak. She had just escaped death that afternoon and managed to exchange her few remaining items for basic supplies to start over. However, late at night, she was attacked by a large number of ferocious beasts. This time, she truly felt like dying. Just as she was frantically trying to repel the horde of ferocious beasts attacking her, a white light on the distant sea caught her attention. A light. It's a light. It's the Tongminghui. Only the Tongminghui has lights. Help! Help! Li Meifang shouted anxiously, but the light was too far away for her to hear. In a moment of desperation, Li Meifang managed to break off a plank of wood while fighting off the beasts. She then jumped onto the new plank and set the old one on fire. A raging fire was burning. Although the old wooden planks are almost worn out, the crafting table and supplies are still on them. In doing so, she essentially placed all her hopes for survival on the distant Allied ships. Fortunately, the lights in the distance finally spotted the fire and moved closer. Just as Li Meifang was about to see a glimmer of hope, a hawk's cry reached her ears from another direction. Li Meifang looked up at the sky with alarm. In the firelight, a large white bird swooped down towards her from the sky. "It's over." Li Meifang had seen this bird before. It was a raptor, a dangerous creature of excellent quality. It will take at least several more minutes for the lights in the distance to arrive. Li Meifang panicked instantly. Surrounded by so many ferocious beasts and attacked by a powerful bird of prey, could she possibly withstand it? Diving is impossible. There are ferocious beasts lurking underwater, and if you jump into the water, you will be devoured immediately. It's just a little while longer. We have to hold on no matter what. Unwilling to accept defeat, Li Meifang plucked a medicinal herb to rouse herself and prepare to face the ferocious beast. But soon, the bird's behavior surprised Li Meifang greatly. Little White lowered its paws, swooped down precisely, and stabbed a wolf in the eye with one paw. It then lifted the wolf into the air and flung it away. They're here to help me? Despite her shock, Li Meifang did not forget to continue fighting off the other ferocious beasts. The wolf was one of the stronger beasts in the pack, but there were many others that were just as powerful, especially that bear. With a snap, the raft's durability reached 0. Li Meifang suddenly lost her footing, lost her balance, and fell backward. Below, the ferocious beasts had already opened their crimson maws. In the blink of an eye, a purple figure rushed from the sea into the horde of beasts. Die, you ferocious beast! A delicate shout rang out, and several purple flashes shot out from the purple figure, blasting towards the surrounding beasts. Li Meifang was caught, and her mind went blank for a moment. She was stunned when she saw the purple flash. Is someone coming to rescue me? Is he a cyborg? Li Meifang raised her head and looked at the person who was hugging her. But all she saw was a purple mask. However, the mask was quickly removed, revealing a delicate face underneath. Su Yun smiled confidently and said, "Don't be afraid. With me here, you're safe." What a beautiful little girl. This was Li Meifang's first reaction. Then, realizing what she meant, she said, "Thank you. You're welcome. It's my pleasure. I'm happy to help others." As the raft broke apart, Su Yun and Li Meifang's bodies continued to sink. Su Yun put on the mask of the living armor again, activated the undying heart, and opened all the functions of the living armor's weapons. She held Li Meifang in one arm and continuously fired purple energy blasts with the other. The energy blast hit the ferocious beast. Although its power was not high, it had a very strong knockback effect. At this moment, Su Yun felt incredibly cool. It's as if the god of war has possessed him, making him invincible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The energy projectiles flew out, and no ferocious beast could get close to her. Su Yun glanced at the lights not far away, then rushed out of the water and quickly knocked a raft out of the sea. Xiao Bai landed beside her, and the woman in danger was held in Su Yun's arms. Although Su Yun couldn't see her own reflection, she could only imagine how cool she must look right now. The timing of this besieged woman's appearance was perfect. My dashing entrance will absolutely make any boy swoon. My first impression will be perfect. Hey, why hasn't Lin Chen's ship arrived yet? I've almost killed all the ferocious beasts. Su Yun thought excitedly. The living armor was attached to her body, covering her entire body, including her clothes, and clinging tightly to her skin. Su Yun swept her long legs across the room, kicking a bear with gills flying. The dazzling white lights in the distance were still some distance away. Su Yun deliberately didn't kick the ferocious beast to death, but instead kicked it away, preparing to make her final performance when Lin Chen got closer. But the light seemed to stop in the distance and did not move forward. What happened? Su Yun was puzzled. Soon, the bear that he had knocked away swam back. With her back to the bear, Su Yun gazed at the distant lights, wondering, why isn't the ship moving? Could the propulsion system be malfunctioning? The energy blast nozzles on the back of the living armor were already open, ready to unleash a barrage of Icathian energy blasts at the beast's face at any moment. Suddenly, a splashing sound came from behind. Boom! A loud explosion. Su Yun retracted the energy blast she was about to launch. She turned around abruptly and saw a handsome man with flames burning on his left arm, stepping on the corpse of a ferocious beast, slowly walking towards her. The man was tall and handsome, with well-defined muscles. His left arm was covered with imposing dragon scales, on which remnants of flames still lingered and burned slowly. The man approached Su Yun with a doting smile on his face. Be careful of your back during a fight. From now on, you can rely on me for support. Su Yun. Damn it, I got tricked. But the atmosphere had already been built up to this point. Su Yun removed the hood from her live armor and looked directly into the man's eyes. Thanks. Li Meifang, who had just escaped a disaster, looked at the two people in front of her. As their eyes met, a feeling arose spontaneously. But you two seem to have forgotten there's someone else standing next to you. That? Li Meifang's voice interrupted their eye contact. She timidly raised her hand and asked, Thank you both for saving me. Are you members of the Tongmenghui? Chapter 123 First Encounter. Excuse me, are you two members of the Tongmenghui Revolutionary Alliance? Su Yun pursed her lips and shook her head. I'm not. Lin Chen shook his head in denial, then extended his hand and said, Hello, I'm Lin Chen. Lin Chen. The exclamations startled the tranquil sea. Li Meifong covered her mouth in disbelief. She glanced at Lin Chen, then looked at Su Yun. So you must be sister-in-law Su? Su Yun was a little unaccustomed to being addressed like that to her face for the first time. She glanced at Lin Chen beside her and saw that Lin Chen's lips were slightly raised, with a smile on his face. Su Yun nodded. My name is Su Yun, just call me by my name. Li Meifong trembled slightly with nervousness. I'm so excited, I never expected to meet you too. For the people of the entire district, the name Lin Chen was like a god. With Lin Chen by my side, I no longer have to worry about danger. My name is Li Meifong. Thank you both for saving my life. Li Meifong suddenly knelt down in front of the two of them, startling Lin Chen and Su Yun. Su Yun quickly helped Li Meifong up, saying urgently, get up, sister, please don't kneel. Lin Chen also extended a hand to help Li Meifong up. You just asked about the Tongminghui. If you want to go to the Tongminghui, we can give you a ride. After meeting up with Su Yun, they headed to the Tongminghui together, which was part of Lin Chen's plan. Li Meifong has now lost all her possessions and meets the Tongminghui's relief criteria. Thank you, Brother Lin. Thank you, sister-in-law Su. Lin Chen felt a little uncomfortable when a woman who was obviously much older than him called him Brother Lin. But that's what people in the district call it now. Lin Chen couldn't think of a better way to address him, so he simply let them call him that. You've lost all your supplies, so come aboard my ship tonight. I'll go and get my ship here. Thank you, Aunt Su. Li Meifong bowed repeatedly in gratitude. She glanced at the two of them and then said, I'll just stay on the raft. There's no danger at night. For Li Meifong, it was already incredibly lucky that Lin Chen and Su Yun had saved her life. How could she dare to sleep on their boat? Wouldn't that ruin someone else's good deed? Li Meifong had also been through her youth. These young people were full of energy, especially Lin Chen and Su Yun. They were clearly not ordinary people, and their energy was definitely even more abundant. Su Yun laughed and said, It's all right. You can sleep on my boat. No, I'm used to sleeping on this raft. I get seasick if I sleep on a big ship. As they were talking, Little White, with a rope in its beak, flapped its wings and pulled Su Yun's fishing boat over. I don't have a big boat. This fishing boat is my boat. Su Yun smiled. My great ship was destroyed by the ferocious beast in the center of the world, leaving only this fishing boat. Su Yun's former pirate ship with the Su character flag was photographed and posted on the public screen, so everyone knows that Su Yun owns a large ship. Lin Chen stood to the side, his smile becoming increasingly difficult to hide. Su Yun's boat has been sent out, so she'll have to stay on her own boat tonight. Before he even invited her, the girl voluntarily went to his boat. Hey. He coughed lightly and then said, It's settled then. I'll see you off. Lin Chen waved his hand and shouted towards the sea. Return to port. Suddenly, a surge of water rose from the sea beneath everyone's feet, propelling the rafts and fishing boats rapidly toward Lin Chen's pirate ship. Su Yun's eyes widened as she looked at Lin Chen, her expression filled with shock. You know magic? It's not that I can do it. Lin Chen shook his head mysteriously. Su Yun immediately understood. If it's not Lin Chen, then it's that legendary mermaid. Little Ling. Considering there were other people present, Su Yun temporarily chose to remain silent. Looking at the two silent people, Li Meifong dared not utter a sound. Fortunately, the pirate ship was very close by. Lin Chen moved the fishing boat to the side of the ship and connected it to the other iron rafts on the side. Propelled by a jet of water, Lin Chen and Su Yun arrived directly on the deck surface. Now there are only two people left. Su Yun suddenly felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Upon their first meeting, Su Yun's heart pounded wildly, almost activating her indomitable spirit. Lin Chen wasn't in much better shape. He glanced around, his gaze lingering on Su Yun's chest for 2 seconds before quickly looking away. He asked softly, Would you like a cup of tea? Okay. Su Yun nodded repeatedly. Lin Chen turned and went into the cabin. Su Yun was so nervous that she almost crumpled the hem of her clothes. She noticed that Lin Chen's gaze seemed to have lingered on her for a moment. Is there something wrong with my clothes? Su Yun looked down and her face instantly turned bright red. My white t-shirt got soaked with seawater when I rode the water column up. Once this type of white t-shirt gets wet, it becomes semi-transparent and clings tightly to the fabric. Su Yun looked down and saw her sky blue bra and her exposed breasts. Isn't this a wet and sexy temptation? Su Yun immediately hugged her chest with both hands. Little white. Su Yun ran to the edge of the deck and called out softly to the outside. But the next moment, she discovered that Xiao Bai, who was always obedient, had disappeared. Su Yun searched the sky for a while, and only when she looked down did she see Xiao Bai's figure on the tin raft on the sea. Little White and an eagle more than twice its size lined up for a battle, with a stranded red fish nearby. Before these three ferocious beasts stood a beautiful woman with long black hair and a delicate face. It's Xiaoying, that mermaid of legendary quality. Su Yun looked at Xiaoying curiously, and Xiaoying noticed Su Yun's gaze. Turning her head, she saw Su Yun and waved enthusiastically. She leaped out of the water and slapped the surface with her beautiful fishtail. Eek! Xiaoying is greeting you. Lin Chen, carrying a tea set, walked out of the inner cabin with a smile on his face. He handed Su Yun a cup of tea, then moved closer to the deck and immediately saw Xiaoying giving a lesson to the ferocious beasts. Xiaoying held a fine spear in her hand, while the three ferocious beasts stood in a row on the iron raft, not daring to move. Xiao Lai and Xiao Hong usually receive education, and they have always been very obedient to Xiaoying. Xiao Bai was new here. Seeing that the two high-level elder brothers were so obedient, he immediately joined their ranks and became one of Xiaoying's disciples. Xiaoying is so pretty. Yes, Xiaoying is a she-mei mermaid. Her racial talent should include the ability to charm. When applied to these ferocious beasts, it becomes the ability to tame them. Xiaoying was a good topic, which helped to ease the tension between Lin Chen and Su Yun during their first meeting. She's so beautiful. Not only is she pretty, she's also incredibly talented. When Su Yun first met Xiaoying in person, she was struck by a beauty that could not be conveyed through pictures. Only by seeing Xiaoying in person could one truly appreciate this captivating beauty. Su Yun took a sip of tea and suddenly looked at Lin Chen. Su Yun had also read the introduction to She Mei the Mermaid, but it didn't mention that Xiaoying had any bewitching abilities. So how did Lin Chen know that Xiaoying had the ability to charm? Has he already been bewitched by Xiaoying? Chapter 124 The Oranges situation is great. Su Yun's eyes looked somewhat strange. Lin Chen held his teacup and, under the guise of drinking water, secretly observed Su Yun. Then his eyes met Su Yun's. That, like a primary school student caught doing something naughty by the homeroom teacher, Lin Chen was a little flustered. How about I call Xiaoying up? That big fish tank over there is where Xiaoying lives. Okay. With a wave of the tide caller's staff, Little Ling rode a jet of water to the deck and then jumped into the fish tank. Having learned from her previous experience, Xiaoying didn't bump into the tank wall this time. It skipped it. Eek! Xiaoying bumped her head on the deck, clutching her head, sniffling, and looking pitiful. Su Yun's heart melted instantly, and she quickly stepped forward and pulled a roll of bandage from the construction hammer. Where are you hurt? Is there any bleeding? I'll help you reduce the swelling. She's all right, Lin Chen said from behind. Looking at Xiaoying's pitiful expression, Su Yun said anxiously, How can you be all right? You bumped into something so loudly just now. Before she could finish speaking, Su Yun froze. The pitiful little girl from a moment ago is now acting as if nothing happened, blinking her bright eyes and curiously sizing up the new older sister. Is Jinjin all right? Lin Chen walked closer and nodded, saying, You'll get used to it. Su Yun, is it possible to get used to this kind of thing? Lin Chen put down his teacup, supported the fish's tail with one hand and Xiaoying's back with the other, swung her around like a swing twice, and then suddenly let go, throwing her into the fish tank. Su Yun stared wide-eyed at the scene before her in astonishment. Just throw it in like that. Lin Chen was taken aback by the question and nodded blankly. He picked up the tide caller's staff from the deck, threw it into the fish tank, and it landed near the tail of the little croaker. Then he looked at Su Yun and said seriously, You'll get used to it. After picking up their teacups again, the atmosphere between them was no longer as awkward as it had been at the beginning. Xiaoying's appearance opened a new avenue for conversation. Su Yun's eyes were almost pressed against the outside of the fish tank, while Xiaoying was also lying on the inside of the fish tank. The two beautiful women sized each other up. As a scientific experiment has verified, looking at beautiful women can bring joy and prolong life. This conclusion applies not only to men, but also to women. To some extent, women prefer to look at beautiful women. She's so beautiful, her skin is so smooth, I really want to touch it. Xiaoying tilted her head. She can understand human languages. Eek! Xiaoying pointed upwards, then swam to the top of the fish tank, perched on top, and waved to Su Yun below. Eek! What is she saying? Unable to understand Xiaoying's language, Su Yun had no choice but to turn to Lin Chen and ask. She's probably telling you to touch her. So good. Su Yun jumped lightly, hooked one hand on the fish tank wall, pulled herself up, and sat on the top of the fish tank. Can I really touch you? Su Yun asked again. Xiaoying nodded. Su Yun picked up Xiaoying with both hands, her slender fingers sliding up and down Xiaoying's waist rather restlessly. The oranges are thriving. Lin Chen stared at the scene before him, his heart pounding wildly. Xiaoying doesn't wear clothes, and only has 2 seashells covering her chest. Su Yun, Her upper body, soaked with seawater that clung tightly to her skin, sat atop the fish tank, her beautiful face radiant. Lin Chen swallowed hard, then quickly took a big gulp of tea to calm himself down. Su Yun had a perverted look on her face, and her hands became more and more unrestrained until Xiaoying was tickled by her touch and trembled. Only then did Su Yun come back to her senses. She looked down and suddenly realized something. Lin Chen, you didn't do that to Xiaoying too, did you? No, absolutely not. Lin Chen said with a serious expression and a firm tone. Don't believe me? Ask Xiaoying. Xiaoying, have I ever done anything improper to you? Xiaoying tilted her head. She had a hard time understanding the word unreasonable. However, this did not stop her from nodding blankly after seeing Lin Chen's gaze. Seeing that Su Yun stopped asking questions and jumped off the fish tank, Lin Chen glanced at the time. It's getting late. Would you like to rest? Yes, Xiaobai and I will sleep in the second-floor cabin. An expected answer. However, as the owner of the pirate ship, Lin Chen said, you can sleep in the captain's cabin. The steam engine and generator are on the second floor, so it might be noisy at night. No, if I sleep in the captain's cabin, where will you sleep? The captain's cabin is big enough to fit 2 beds. Su Yun crossed her arms over her chest, looking wary. No way. Su Yun pouted, hugged the fish tank, and said, the second-floor cabin is noisy, so I'll sleep on the outer deck. The weather is so nice today, it's perfect to sleep outside, and I can keep Xiaoying company. I've decided. I'm going to sleep next to Xiaoying. Littling sank to the bottom of the fish tank, her eyes half closed. She rested her chin on her hands, watching the 2 people outside, yawning every now and then. She seemed to be thinking, why aren't these 2 humans asleep yet? Su Yun decided to sleep on the deck, so Lin Chen prepared to send her a bed. However, Su Yun didn't want an ergonomic bed, she only wanted a luxury bed. Just as Lin Chen was wondering, he saw Su Yun call Xiao Bai to the deck, then pick up Xiao Bai and put it on the bed. I'll just sleep in Little White's wings. This new way of sleeping was something Lin Chen had never seen before. But looking at Little White's pure white and soft feathers, it must be very comfortable to sleep in there. Lin Chen thought of his own Xiao Lai, but Xiao Lai's feathers were as stiff as iron. After all, it was a high-quality fighting eagle, and Xiao Lai obviously couldn't be used as a bed like Yi Bai. Su Yun pulled up one of Xiao Bai's wings to cover its body, leaving only its head exposed, and looked at Lin Chen, who was still standing on the deck. Aren't you going back to sleep? Oh, I'll be right there. I just had some tea. I'm not sleepy. Oh. Su Yun's voice was soft. I'm going to change my clothes. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. I suddenly feel sleepy again, so I'm going back to rest. He took the teacup and walked into the cabin. On the deck, Su Yun leaned out towards the cabin door, and after watching Lin Chen go inside, she began to take off her clothes. Then, she encountered another problem. Her dry clothes are all on the fishing boat. Su Yun was about to put her clothes back on after taking them off, and then go back to the fishing boat to get them. Suddenly, I received a message from Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I just made a new outfit. Why don't you try it on? Su Yun accepted the deal, and a brand new, clean set of underwear landed in her hands. What a thoughtful man. After changing her clothes, Su Yun tucked into Xiao Bai's wings. Inside the fish tank, Xiaoying, who had been resting her chin on her hand, watched Su Yun change her clothes. She held up the 2 seashells on her chest, recalling the bra Su Yun had changed. Humans are so strange. They have to change their clothes so often. It's such a hassle. Xiaoying used both hands to shake her chest, and then took off her seashell. Mermaid shells are similar to prosthetic implants. They require conscious participation to detach. The 2 seashells on Xiaoying's body were brought from her family's treasure vault when she went out. Yes, that human was big, but not as big as me. Grandma was right. She made the mermaid's talent is greater than that of a human woman. Xiaoying compared her seashell with Su Yun's bra, and after a while, she put it back on. She lay on the bottom of the water, closed her eyes, and fell asleep instantly. Chapter 125 Stinging Thunder. It was early morning of the 9th day of the scorching sun. For many survivors who chose to seek refuge on the island, it was an absolute nightmare. Countless ferocious beasts rushed out of the dense forest, taking advantage of the darkness to bite at the throats of the sleeping survivors. Among them are many ferocious beasts at the Lord level. In no time, the chat channel was filled with requests for help. Except for a few, no one could withstand the Lord's night raid. Within the Alliance, 7 requests for assistance have been received from online sub-organizations. Commanderly, all the weapons and healing medicines have been sent out as support, but the opponent is a Lord-level ferocious beast, so even if we send support, it will be useless. Li Jiangguo looked at the pistol in his hand with a serious expression, remaining silent. Commanderly, you're not thinking of lending out this gun, are you? No way. This is a strategic weapon. You don't need to tell me. Li Jiangguo pondered for a few seconds before finally standing up. Take the gun and lend it to the wolf hunting team on the Western Front. Huh, they really want to borrow guns. Commander Li, we don't even know anything about the character of these online organizations. If our alliance lends something out, would they dare not return it? Those pirates who have been marginalized are a prime example. The Wolf Hunting Squad is the largest online organization and quite famous on the Western Front. There is no possibility that they will be held hostage by pirates. Lend it to them, and you don't have to worry about them not returning it. Seeing Zhou Xiao still standing there in a daze, Li Jiangguo kicked him in the butt. Hurry up. They're fighting the Lord right now. Okay, great. Zhou Xiao took the pistol and also took ownership of it, then immediately handed it over to the captain of the Wolf Hunting Squad. Commander Li, what about the other organizations? Produce shields in large quantities to support them first, and then lend them to other organizations once the Wolf Hunter Squad runs out of pistols. Only guns are useful against the Lord Beasts. There are 7 organizations in total. By the time the first 5 are used up, the last 2 will probably be completely wiped out. But there's nothing we can do right now. That's all the Alliance can do. The wolf hunting team quickly ran out of pistols and returned them immediately, along with words of thanks. The pistol was handed over by Zhou Xiao and sent to the organization on the Northern Front. Meanwhile, all members of one organization had been grayed out. It's too slow. At this rate, we might only be able to save 3 organizations. Oh well, we'll save as many as we can. Just as the two were feeling helpless, Zhang Qinwei came to the edge of the deck with several toilet plungers-like objects and shouted at the 3 sailboats next to him. Old Li, little Zhou, we've got something good. Li Jiangguo and Zhou Xiao jumped onto the adjacent boat, looked at the strange object in Zhang Qinwei's hand, and asked, "What is this?" "Thunderbolt." Zhang Qinwei excitedly said, "See that round head over here? Poke it hard into the beast, and it'll explode. The power is no less than the explosive power of the fiery dragon fist." Li Jiangguo's eyes lit up immediately. "How many of these spiked mines are there in total?" "There are 5 right now. There are 10 more being loaded with gunpowder. Almost there. These 5 are for you." After receiving the spiked grenade, Zhou Xiao immediately distributed it to the remaining 4 organizations. "Engineer Zhang, your spiked grenade came just in time." Zhou Xiao excitedly hugged Zhang Qinwei's hand and said, "On behalf of the Tongmenghui Revolutionary Alliance, I express my gratitude to you." Li Jiangguo lowered his head slightly. No need. Why make it so formal? It feels strange. I originally prepared this for the Alliance. With the Alliance's current material reserves, it can be mass-produced. Very good. With the Thunder Spike, at least when facing Lord-level beasts, we won't be too passive. Once all the subsequent spiked grenades were loaded, Zhou Xiao immediately distributed them again. With the help of the spikes, the online organizations continued to report good news. However, one organization still suffered a loss. Of the 7 online organizations that sought help, 5 were saved. This result is already very good. The pistol returned to Li Jiangguo's hands, having used a total of 4 bullets. The wolf hunting squad used 1 shot, and the second squad used 3 shots. The subsequent squads used spiked grenades to finish off the Lord. Although they suffered heavy casualties, they ultimately won the war. All 5 teams have collected the Lord's biological gene samples. 1 is excellent, and the remaining 4 are outstanding. I'll go and tell them the details of the island's treasure. Zhou Xiao, you go and tally up the number of casualties, and then distribute the compensation supplies. Clear. Li Jiangguo posted the blue-green corresponding choices for the island's secret treasure and the news of the island's collapse on the public screen, and also sent it privately to all 5 team captains. Li Jiangguo gave special instructions to the captain of that outstanding lord. He was unsure whether a superior island treasure could sustain a person's journey outside the island's boundaries. 1:35 a.m. The chat channel returned to silence. Number of survivors remaining, 1987. The casualties were devastating. In addition to the 5 online groups of the Alliance, 2 other groups also managed to kill the Lord. Instead of landing on the island, they anchored their boat 1 kilometer off the beach. The night watchman spotted the approaching herd of animals in advance, immediately woke up the rest of the group, and shot the animals to death with a hail of arrows. After tonight, the survivors' strength will increase significantly. Sigh, the 9th day has only just begun. There's still a 10th day to go. Don't be discouraged, brother. We survived, and that's enough. Ha ha ha. My captain has already landed on the island to retrieve the island's secret treasure. Our team will also have evolved beings. We'll never have to fear ferocious beasts again. I envy teams with evolved beings. But why not choose cyborgs? Isn't mechanical ascension cool? Our captain said he was afraid of making a fool of himself, so he chose the evolved ones. Ha ha ha. Our two bosses are saying the exact same thing. My captain is also planning to choose an evolved human. Based on the information we have so far, at most the offspring of evolved humans will be deformed, but the modified humans themselves will go out of control. It's better to choose an evolved human. The wolf hunting squad thanks the Alliance for their weapons assistance. Without the Alliance's help, we would not have been able to kill the Lord. I am Yu Baolong, the leader of the Tyrannosaurus Rex gang. Thank you for the weapon assistance from the Alliance. The spike grenade is too powerful. One shot took away half of the excellent Lord's health. However, my little brother didn't control it well and accidentally blew up half of his own arm. The bleeding has stopped, and I sent him to retrieve the island's treasure. Giving the island's treasure to his underling, this captain is too kind. What is a thorn grenade? Has the Alliance developed any new products? I know. I've seen it in games. It's like a toilet plunger, used to blow up tanks during wartime. Wow, that's incredible. The Alliance has actually managed to come up with something like this. Don't be surprised. The Alliance even has cybernetic technology. Making a spiked mine is a piece of cake for them. By the way, when will the Alliance's cybernetic bodies go on sale? Officer Lee, is there any new progress on the mass production of cybernetic bodies? I'm from the Alliance, so I'll tell you directly. The standard prosthetic bodies are already being assembled internally, and mass production will be possible no later than before the end of the storm. Long live the Alliance. I'm a solo player. Can I join the Alliance? Individual members can only join offline, while online members are only accepted through organized groups. The coordinates of the Alliance are public. Just ask in the public chat, and many people will know them. I hate it. Why wasn't I born in the Eastern Passage? Chapter 126 Breakfast on the Straw Hat Ship. On the 9th day of the scorching sun, the proportion of survivors was less than 1/10 of what it was when the district was first merged. While many people in the chat channel cheered that they had survived the danger, one person was trembling and huddled in a corner, listening to the footsteps of the ferocious beast outside. Li Lulu hid inside a coffin box, and above her, countless ferocious beasts roamed the ground. This coffin box was left behind by one of Li Lulu's dogs. The dog, having lost a leg to a ferocious beast, despaired of the world. It dug a hole on the beach, put some planks inside to make a coffin, lay down in it, and ended its life. When Li Lulu arrived here, she saw the coffin, took the corpse out of it, threw it onto the beach, and then lay down in it herself. To allow for ventilation, Li Lulu poked 2 small holes in the coffin lid. At night, when the ferocious beast swarmed out, Li Lulu happened to be sleeping in the coffin. She heard footsteps outside and was so frightened that she didn't dare to breathe. Soon, the sound of tearing and biting came from outside. These ferocious beasts are devouring the dog's carcass. Li Lulu was terrified and curled up inside the coffin, gripping the coffin lid tightly, afraid that she would be discovered by the ferocious beasts outside. She opened the chat channel, and the screen was filled with messages asking for help. Everyone on the island, including those living near it, encountered a massive attack by ferocious beasts. And there's also a Lord-level ferocious beast, and the Lord's minions. Li Lulu listened to the sounds outside, a soft rustling sound, like the movement of some kind of crustacean, very dense. It must be a Lord. Most of the creatures on the island are not of the same kind, except for the Lord. The Lord has a group of followers who are his own kind. Li Lulu was trembling with nervousness. Her biggest fear is things like insects. What's more, the insect outside is a ferocious Lord-level beast. Fortunately, these ferocious beasts did not seem to notice Li Lulu hiding underground. After they finished eating the corpses on the ground, they began to walk out. As the sound faded into the distance, Li Lulu dared not peek out, fearing that if she did, she would make eye contact with the scorpion. As the surroundings returned to calm, Li Lulu gripped the coffin lid. After the extreme tension, her body's feedback mechanism made her feel exhausted, and she slowly fell asleep. The next day, the Straw Hat Pirates disembarked. A small fishing boat was pressed against the hull, and the people on board slowly opened their eyes. A huge eagle's beak appeared before her eyes. Yeah. Li Meifong, who had just woken up, was startled by the creature in front of her. Excellent quality. Ferocious beast. Li Meifong felt as if her breath had stopped. Inside the pirate ship's cabin, Lin Chen brought a freshly made fish soup to the table. Try it. The fish is of perfect quality, and the fish soup is seasoned with many herbs, making it extremely delicious. The soup has a light golden color, clear and bright, like a spring in a mountain stream. Su Yun sat opposite Lin Chen, sitting upright, still wearing the same white t-shirt she wore last night. The white t-shirt isn't as see-through as it was last night, but it's still a bit damp. Su-yun picked up a spoon, scooped up a spoonful of fish soup, poured it into a bowl, and gently shook the bowl to let the heat dissipate. As she gently shook the soup, ripples spread across the surface, releasing a rich and savory aroma. The fragrance seemed to carry the vastness and depth of the sea, while also blending the freshness and delicacy of the fish, making it intoxicating to smell. Su-yun took a small sip of the fish soup, and the flavor blossomed on her tongue with endless delight. The fish was tender and smooth, melting in her mouth, and blended perfectly with the broth, creating a unique taste. Delicious. Su-yun's taste buds were instantly awakened. She really wants to pick up the pot and stuff it into her mouth right now. However, she had to restrain herself in front of Lin Chen. She quickly scooped 3 more spoonfuls, filling the already small bowl to 3/4 full. After drinking 3 bowls in a row, Su-yun wanted to drink more. However, upon seeing Lin Chen sitting opposite her with a smile, Su-yun immediately put down the spoon she had just reached out. "I'm stuffed." Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. For a chef, seeing their food recognized is an honor. But how did Su-yun? Lin Chen remembered Li Jianguo telling him that his appetite had increased significantly since his evolution. Although Lin Chen was a modified being, he also showed a tendency to eat more. How come Su-yun was full after only 3 bowls of wine? However, Lin Chen quickly realized what was happening. He chuckled, "I have to coordinate with the Tongminghui this morning. Why don't you take the remaining fish soup and share it with Xiaobai and the others?" "Good." Su-yun jumped up, grabbed the fish soup, and ran outside. Little White and Little Red had been waiting on the deck for a long time. A bird and a fish had already smelled the aroma and flew onto the deck. However, none of them dared to go inside, because Xiaoying was also on the deck. Xiaoying was perched on the edge of the fish tank, holding a plate of honey-glazed grilled fish in her hands. It was sweet and delicious, a new flavor that Lin Chen had recently developed. As the group's darling, Lin Chen made breakfast for Xiaoying first in the morning before starting to cook fish soup for herself and Su-yun. Xiaobai and Xiaohan's mouths watered as they looked at the grilled fish in Xiaoying's hand. However, the 2 ferocious beasts behaved themselves, standing motionless under the fish tank, letting their saliva remain on the deck and wetting their bodies. When Su-yun came out carrying the fish soup, she was stunned by what she saw. "In the past, when I cooked for myself, Xiaobai would rush into the kitchen, flapping its wings and begging for food around me, as excited as a dog. Why are you being so well-behaved today?" However, when she saw the little nymph in the fish tank, Su-yun immediately understood. Truly a legend. Upon seeing Su-yun come out, Xiaobai immediately went up to her. This time, however, Su-yun didn't just hand it over as before. Instead, she took the pot and held it in her hands. "No, I'll give it to you after I've finished eating." Su-yun lifted the pot and slurped it down directly into her mouth. Xiaoying smelled the aroma and noticed that today's fish soup seemed different from before. It appeared to be a new, improved product. "Eek!" Xiaoying raised the honey-glazed grilled fish in her hand and called out to Su-yun. "Su-yun, you want to switch with me?" Xiaoying nodded. Su-yun immediately agreed. She had her eye on the honey-glazed grilled fish in Xiaoying's hand for a long time. Compared to the delicious fish soup, Su-yun was more interested in the sweet and tender honey-glazed grilled fish. She hugged the pot and sat on the side of the fish tank to share it with Xiaoying. The human and the mermaid shared breakfast together today. Little Red and Little White could only watch longingly from below. A moment later, screams came from the side of the boat, and Xiaolai slowly flew up from under the boat. Su-yun wiped her mouth and handed the remaining fish soup to Xiaobai. Xiaoying also tossed the remaining piece of fishtail to Xiaohong. However, Retsu doesn't seem interested in these things. It's the only pet that isn't a foodie. Su-yun asked Xiaoying, "What does Xiaolai usually eat?" Xiaolai likes raw meat, but he doesn't care much about the quality of the meat. Lin Chen stepped out of the cabin and tossed a good fish he had just bought from the market. Xiaolai caught it in midair and swallowed it whole. This is Xiaolai's breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Xiaolai flew to the top of the mast and stood there quietly like a stone sculpture, gazing into the distance. Chapter 127 Little Lie's Seat. The ferocious beasts on the island have all left and fled the island. This was quickly confirmed. Many boats anchored 5 or 6 kilometers away from the island were attacked by the beasts. People are speculating about why the ferocious beast left the island. The common speculation is that some great horror is about to happen on the island. The ferocious beasts in this world have a certain ability to predict danger. They will only leave the island if something has happened or is about to happen there. Some believe that the volcano hidden at the bottom of the island is about to erupt, and all the ferocious beasts have escaped. This conjecture has some basis. People believe that the volcanic eruption occurred at the very moment the 9th day ended. Because of this conjecture, some people who lived far from the islands and had already given up on them started paddling back to the islands they had passed by before, planning to take advantage of the last day when the ferocious beasts left the islands to hurry up and harvest resources. The few organizations that managed to kill the Lord were so excited that they set off that very night to the island to retrieve its secret treasure. Upon seeing the prediction that the island was about to collapse, the pirate organization far away on the western shipping route immediately mobilized all its members to cool it down with water. With the combined efforts of hundreds of pirates, the island's high temperature was almost completely resolved before noon. At least people can go inside now. Wang Tai consumed heat stroke prevention herbs, carried the Lord's biological gene sample, and ventured alone into the high-risk area to retrieve the island's secret treasure. 10 minutes later, he rushed out of the island's boundaries and, with the help of the hammer octopus, quickly left the island. Lava erupted from the island, causing the entire island to disintegrate and sink into the sea. On the eastern route, Li Lulu awoke from her coffin. After seeing the prediction of the island's collapse, she mustered her courage and pushed open the coffin lid. The outside world is sunny, with a gentle sea breeze and a pleasant temperature. If you forget that this is a survival world, you might mistake it for a beach vacation. Li Lulu climbed out of the coffin, looked at the tranquil beach, and next to the coffin, at a corpse that had been gnawed down to just bones and a few bits of flesh hanging from them, and felt a wave of nausea. The rafts and fishing boats anchored at sea were all damaged by the bite, and supplies were scattered all over the place. Fortunately, this is a shallow sea area, and most of the supplies were in boxes that sank to the beach, so they can be retrieved. Li Lulu reorganized the supplies and then headed into the dense forest. During this time, she needs to collect as many herbs as possible on the island to replenish supplies. Incidentally, she also wanted to see what the island's secret treasure space looked like. On the second to last day of the scorching sun, the weather returned to normal. But people didn't become idle. Instead, they became even busier. Lin Chen and Su Yun are exceptions. The two rode on a pirate ship, basking in the sun, drinking tea, and playing with their pets, enjoying a leisurely and carefree time. At daybreak, they discovered a small island about 4 kilometers away. However, the two were not very interested in the island, because the most important Lord Beast on the island was definitely no longer there. The ferocious beasts that attacked Li Meifang yesterday were all ordinary ferocious beasts. I wonder which person the Lord went off to harm. That person probably isn't alive now. People die every day in this world. Death has become a common occurrence for most people. You might be chatting enthusiastically on the system one day, but when you wake up the next day, you'll find that the other person has been turned into a gray name. People have become accustomed to death happening around them. Su Yun sat on the deck, next to Xiao Bai, with a pile of planks and ropes beside her. She is preparing to rebuild her flight seat. Lin Chen was at the helm, but his attention was always on Su Yun. Sunlight shone on Su Yun, her white t-shirt reflecting a bright light. Su Yun's skin glowed under the sunlight, as if the world had become brighter because of her. Everything was peaceful and beautiful. In fact, Lin Chen didn't need to stand here to steer at all. The sea was wide open, and they could sail straight ahead without worrying about ship collisions or anything like that. Even if it crashes, it's just a drop in the ocean compared to the pirate ship's million-dollar durability. This spot, however, offers a perfect vantage point to admire Su Yun's beauty. Soon, Su Yun waved to Lin Chen and said, "Come here quickly. I've made a new flight seat for Xiao Lai." Lin Chen approached Su Yun, and a faint fragrance wafted over. Su Yun picked up the flight seat in front of her and said, "Xiao Lai is different from Xiao Bai. It is bigger than Xiao Bai, has stronger combat power, and its flight ability is also stronger than Xiao Bai's." As Su Yun spoke, Xiao Bai jumped and barked beside her, so Su Yun had to hug Xiao Bai and soothe her before continuing. Xiao Bai's flight seat is a basket hanging under its claws, but Xiao Lai's claws are its main means of attack, so I want to free up its claws and make a new one for it. This seat was made by me after measuring Xiaoya's body size. Xiao Lai is big enough to support you sitting on its back. You can fly on Xiaoya's back from now on. Lin Chen called Xiao Lai over, and with Su Yun's help, they installed the chair on Xiao Lai's body. At first, Xiao Lai wasn't used to it, but after flapping his wings a couple of times and being sprayed with a jet of water by Xiao Ying, he got used to it. Shall we go up and give it a try? Good. Lin Chen rolled over and sat on Xiao Lai's back. He suddenly noticed that the flight seat on Xiao Lai's back was very spacious and seemed to be able to seat 2 people. Lin Chen took a step back, then looked at Su Yun and reached out his hand, asking, "Together?" "All right, since you've already invited me." Su Yun took the hand Lin Chen offered and sat down on the front half of the chair. Xiao Bai's flight seat has also been improved. When not in use, it can be folded into the abdomen so as not to affect Xiaobai's daily activities. Seeing its owner sit on Xiaolai's lap, Xiaobai started jumping and barking again, but then quieted down after being sprayed with a jet of water by Xiaoying. The fierce-beaked eagle spread its wings, carrying the two of them, and rose straight up, soaring into the sky. Chapter 128 Brief Flight. Xiaolai stood upright and shot towards the sky with explosive speed. Su Yun was used to Xiaobai's slow pace, but was suddenly startled by the explosive speed of the fiery beaked eagle. Coupled with the feeling of falling as her body suddenly fell backward, she screamed in fright. Due to gravity, her body instantly fell into Lin Chen's arms behind her. However, being an evolved being, Su Yun quickly got used to the speed after the initial burst of speed. Feeling the man's warmth against her back, Su Yun blushed and lowered her head. Lin Chen isn't wearing a shirt. In fact, most survivors don't wear shirts, and some don't even wear any clothes at all. After all, it's about survival. Lin Chen only had one shirt, but it was a pain-themed outfit. Wearing that would be embarrassing. Lin Chen didn't remember why she had this piece of clothing. Fortunately, the pants are normal. After experiencing physical improvements, Lin Chen disliked wearing clothes even more. Great figure. Of course you have to show it off. After meeting Su Yun, Lin Chen only wore his lower body. His upper body remained bare except for the impact blade and the dragon scale arm of the fiery dragon fist. With the beauty in his arms, Lin Chen's heart pounded rapidly. He suddenly remembered that erotic dream. Not good. Lin Chen inwardly felt a sense of foreboding. Su Yun felt the man's warm embrace, her face flushed and burning, but she did not run away. She pursed her lips, a dreamy smile playing on her lips. Su Yun gripped the seat tightly with her small hands. It wasn't that I was afraid of falling, but rather that I was nervous. The man's body grew increasingly hot on his back. Is he nervous too? Su Yun thought to herself. In fact, Lin Chen perceived that Su Yun's body was also warm. Lin Chen carefully put one arm around Su Yun's waist. Su Yun didn't react, so Lin Chen put his arm around her waist without worry. As for the other hand, you definitely need to hold onto the seat tightly with your other hand. The fierce-beaked eagle soared into the sky for hundreds of meters before stopping and flying horizontally. The flight speed slowed down, and it wasn't as exciting as it was at the beginning. Xiaolai, can it go any higher? Su Yun leaned down and put her head close to Xiaolai's head to ask. That posture looks weird. Her buttocks were sticking out, and the two of them were sitting almost touching. Su Yun seemed to notice her improper posture and quickly adjusted her sitting position, sitting up straight again. Lin Chen shifted his attention, pulled the rope, and controlled Xiaolai to rise. Xiaolai, take off. Having undergone previous training, Xiaolai can already understand these simple instructions. It flapped its wings again and flew into the sky. The hawk flew higher and higher, but Lin Chen didn't have any tools to measure its altitude, so he didn't know its exact height. But when Xiaolai stopped rising, the surrounding air had already become thin. The pirate ship on the sea was reduced to a tiny dot. It must be 3,000 meters high. Yeah, pretty much. High in the sky, Lin Chen saw a distant island where a volcano was erupting. Someone over there has obtained the secret treasure. After last night, the number of people who killed the Lord increased significantly. The strength of the survivors will increase greatly, and the survival rate will become higher and higher. Too many people have already died. We can't let any more die. Now there are less than 2,000 people left in the entire district, and Lin Chen's sales have plummeted. Sales will only recover after the next server merge. The two chatted idly, but their attention seemed to be elsewhere than on the conversation. Physical contact is more honest than words. Are you still planning to choose infinite evolution? If so, in which direction do you plan to evolve? Su Yun has used the plant essence of Y alien plant, so she can choose the direction of her next infinite evolution. Su Yun thought for a moment and replied, I don't like turning myself into a machine. I'll probably choose to evolve my living armor next. The living armor is a parasite attached to the body's surface and does not belong to Su Yun's original body. Chi-Chi's experiences in Xiao Zhenliang's diary made Su Yun somewhat afraid of the internal modifications. Currently, only one of her hearts has evolved, so it shouldn't involve the genetic level. Chi-Chi and Xiao Zhenliang should be at the same level of strength. If Xiao Zhenliang can reach the legendary level, Chi-Chi is likely to be just as good. Therefore, Kiki's level of evolution must be very high. Su Yun's current plan is to continuously evolve the living armor, strengthening herself through external forces and avoiding internal modifications as much as possible, especially in terms of genes. Li Jiangwo's evolution is genetic, but he doesn't care about it at all. He's almost 60 and has long since given up on having children. And you? Su Yun asked. Lin Chen shook his head. I also want to use external prosthetics as much as possible, but I don't have a way to choose for myself yet. If I still can't choose for myself when the next treasure is opened, I will choose infinite evolution. Based on current information, the drawback of infinite evolution lies in future generations, while the drawback of mechanical ascension lies in the present. Therefore, many people will prioritize evolution. However, due to the existence of the mysterious him in the diary, many people are willing to continue exploring the path of mechanical ascension. Lin Chen held Su Yun in his arms and flew around in the sky once. Ultimately, Xiaolai ran out of energy and had to drop down. Normally, Xiaolai can fly for 3 or 4 hours without any problem, but this time the flight only lasted about half an hour. The constant flight in the early stages caused Xiaolai to suffer severe exhaustion. We're almost at the Tongminghui. In the distance, 2 3-section sailing ships of the Tongminghui could already be seen approaching. Lin Chen flipped off the back of the fiery beaked eagle, then hugged Su Yun's waist and helped her down. Let's go see Engineer Zhang and Officer Li and the others. Chapter 129 Welcome Ceremony. Tongminghui, Revolutionary Alliance. 2 3-section sailboats sail side by side. Driven by the wind, the maximum speed of the 3-section sailboat far exceeds that of the pirate ship. Although it lacks thrusters for acceleration, it is faster than a pirate ship sailing against the wind. All members of the Tongminghui stood in 2 rows on the deck, waiting for Lin Chen's arrival. Looking at the crowd's posture, Li Jiangguo frowned slightly and asked Zhou Xiao, "Are you sure you want to make such a big fuss?" "Absolutely," Zhou Xiao said. "Commander Li, who is Brother Lin to us? He's an investor. Without Brother Lin's investment, how could our alliance have become the #1 force in the entire region? When receiving investors, especially someone like Brother Lin who is the sole investor, no amount of grandeur is excessive. And I believe everyone would love to welcome Brother Lin, right?" "Right," the crowd shouted. Seeing that everyone supported him, Li Jiangguo stopped interfering. These things can be left to the younger generation. When Li Jiangguo was at the police station, the station handed over the official accounts to a group of new young people to operate. The propaganda they produced left Li Jiangguo completely bewildered and unable to understand it. Maybe young people just like that style. Sigh, I've fallen behind after all. Li Jiangguo walked to the front of the group and, as Zhou Xiao had instructed, prepared to greet Lin Chen. On another 3-section sailboat, Zhang Qinwei and others lay on the edge of the deck, watching the scene next door. Lu Dajiang asked curiously, "What's going on?" "Welcome the boss for his guidance," Zhang Qinwei replied. He was familiar with this stuff. As a junior manager and frontline engineer in the company, he was basically in charge of entertaining the company's leaders. But why does Li Jiangguo look a bit like a gangster from a Hong Kong movie? Could it be that Zhou Xiao taught him again? If old Li keeps Zhou Xiao by his side, he'll be led astray by this kid sooner or later. "You mean that kid who installed the 8 spider lances? That young man is pretty good, quick-witted, and hardworking." "Yes, they do seem quite energetic." "The boss is here. The Tongminghui is so well prepared. Should we prepare something too?" Zhang Qinwei smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, I'm all prepared." As the 2 sides gradually approached, the pirate ship shut down its thrusters and began to slowly decelerate. The 3 sailboats also lowered their sails and began to slow down. As they drew closer, the members of the alliance saw the full view of Lin Chen's pirate ship. "Wow, this is Brother Lin's boat. I can finally see Brother Lin in person. Is this a pirate ship? It looks different from the pirate ship that Sister Su had before. That's Brother Lin's boat. Look at the hull of that boat. It's definitely something special. Is this silvery white thing some kind of special metal? Did Brother Lin remodel his ship? From underground, this pirate ship looks just like a modern ship. I bet this silvery white stuff is definitely of good quality or better. Do you think this ship might transform? Suddenly turn into a ship person? That's an exaggeration, bro. That's outrageous. I think anything is possible. He's Brother Lin, so it's not surprising that anything could happen to him." On another 3-section sailboat, Zhang Qinwei looked at Lin Chen's boat and immediately took out his binoculars. "Zhang, it's only a short distance. Is it really necessary to use binoculars? Or do you want to see Brother Lin's heroic figure?" Go away, go away. Stop causing trouble." Zhang Qinwei interrupted his employees and stared intently at the silvery white substance on the bottom of the pirate ship. Wow, the color is so similar, and the arrangement of the particles is amazing. Recalling the nanoparticles he had hidden in the box under his bed, Zhang Qinwei scratched his head. "Boss, this is such a waste. You've actually spread legendary materials all over the bottom of the ship. This feeling is like seeing someone hoeing the ground with a golden hoe. What a waste." "What? Engineer Zhang, you're saying this is a legendary material? I shouldn't be mistaken. Zhang Qinwei nodded. Lu Dajiang and the others around him were completely stunned. Using legendary materials as ship hull plates? This is absolutely outrageous. It's like the mother of all people has opened the door to absurdity. Both ships slowed down, and the three-section sailing ship of the Alliance slowly approached the pirate ship. The members of the Alliance, standing ramrod straight at the edge of the deck, all looked toward the pirate ship. Under Li Jiangwo's leadership, everyone shouted in unison, "Welcome Boss Lin to provide guidance." The people behind them worked together to lift a bridge made of hundreds of wooden planks and put it between the two boats. Upon seeing a man and a woman standing on Lin Chen's boat, Zhou Xiao immediately shouted, "Welcome, brother and sister-in-law." Then, everyone shouted again, "Welcome, elder brother and sister-in-law." Lin Chen and Su Yun looked at each other in bewilderment. "You arranged this?" "Without. That must have been arranged by Officer Li." "I don't think so either. Officer Li wouldn't address us like that." Lin Chen looked at the young man running around Li Jiangguo and said, "It's probably arranged by Officer Li's men." Lin Chen stepped onto the bridge made of wooden planks, then turned around and reached out to help Su Yun up. The two joined hands and headed towards the Tongminghui Revolutionary Alliance. Chapter 130 Gang-Based Management. "Officer Li, this is quite a large operation. After all, you are everyone's big spender." Lin Chen did not stay on the deck for long, and soon followed Li Jiangguo into the second-floor cabin. Li Jiangguo built 3 small houses on this floor. One room was his room, another was a warehouse for valuables, and the third was a meeting room that was specially set up because Lin Chen was coming. Upon entering the conference room, one finds only a single lamp, a long table joined together, and 2 rows of benches. Li Jiangguo sat on the inside and took out a stack of toilet paper. This is the list of the Tongminghui Revolutionary Alliance. Early this morning, the island's herd ventured out, and a total of 7 online groups were attacked. With our weapon support, 5 organizations successfully killed the Lord and obtained the Lord's treasure. The remaining 2 organizations unfortunately lost all their members. For the organization that successfully killed the Lord, we distributed 300 supplies per person as compensation, and at the same time gave them priority in the supply of prosthetic technology. Recently, the number of members of the Tongminghui offline has expanded to 163, of which 18 are on Zhang Qinwei's workboat. Every day after 6 p.m., the Tongminghui sends 30 apprentices to Zhang Qinwei's workboat for forging training. There are a total of 21 online organizations, with a total of 310 people. The leaders of these online organizations report to me every night on whether there are any new or fewer people. The entire district has less than 2,000 people, while the Tongminghui alone has nearly 500 members. Although there are many online organizations, they are still considered members of the Tongminghui. Everyone was proud to join the Tongminghui. Especially after the battle early this morning, the Alliance supported 5 organizations, helping them kill the Lord and obtain the island's treasure. This achievement is enough to excite the entire region. Starting this morning, Li Jiangguo and Zhou Xiao received numerous applications from organization leaders to join the Tongminghui. However, the Tongminghui had ended its initial rapid expansion, and its resources were limited, making it unable to support so many online organizations. Therefore, Li Jiangguo maintained a strict attitude of reviewing these newly applying organizations. At the same time, an observation period and a district-wide feedback mechanism were established to verify whether the organization conformed to the values and principles of the Tongminghui. All applicants for membership in the Alliance will have their names published. If anyone reports such an application, the membership process will be immediately suspended and an investigation will begin. Lin Chen glanced at the list briefly and asked, "With the expansion of the Alliance, the number of members has increased significantly. How do you plan to manage it?" Li Jiangguo stepped back and looked at Zhou Xiao beside him. Zhou Xiao stood tall and proud, shouting in a strong voice, "Establish branches. No, establish a hierarchical management structure. We plan to set up a secondary management department on each of the southern, northern, and western lines to coordinate the various line sub-organizations in the area. At the same time, a regulatory department will be established, and our headquarters will randomly select and replace it every 5 days." Zhou Xiao's plan was very long, and Lin Chen listened to it patiently. Lin Chen had a preliminary understanding of Zhou Xiao through Li Jiangguo. This guy used to be a gangster. He's hot-tempered, loves fighting, and always prefers to solve problems with violence. However, he has inherited the old-fashioned gang spirit well, and his character isn't bad. In a peaceful society, Zhou Xiao would definitely be arrested, but here, someone like him is exactly what's needed. Zhou Xiao brought the gang's operating methods to the Tongminghui, forming the Tongminggui's initial organizational structure. Gang-style management works well in this world without legal constraints. Lin Chen squinted and suddenly asked, "Are you using the 8 spider lances smoothly? Do you feel anything strange?" Zhou Xiao paused for a moment, then nodded. "Except for the inconvenience of sleeping, everything else is fine. But I've recently learned to sleep on my stomach, overcoming its only drawback. I'm completely used to it now." "Yeah, you'll get used to it." Lin Chen stood up and returned the list to Li Jianguo. To be honest, he wasn't interested in the operation of the Tongmingui, as long as the organization didn't cause any scandals that would damage his reputation. Trusting Li Jianguo's character, Lin Chen didn't need to worry about this for the time being. "I'll go check on Zhang Qinwei and the others." Li Jianguo got up with Lin Chen. On another 3-section sailboat, Zhang Qinwei, along with Lu Dajiang and a group of newly recruited workers, were preparing to welcome their boss. Everyone is eagerly anticipating the arrival of this legendary boss. The large ship they work on, the air conditioning it uses, and the appliances it employs all come from this mysterious boss. Lin Chen arrived on the deck and easily leaped onto the 3-section sailboat. Zhang Qinwei immediately bowed his head and greeted, "Hello, boss." "Hello, boss." Lin Chen glanced at the group of employees. The older man standing next to Zhang Qinwei, with a head of thick black hair, must be Lu Dajiang. Lin Chen patted Zhang Qinwei and Lu Dajiang on the shoulder. "You did a good job before. Keep up the good work. I will definitely live up to the boss's expectations." "Raft." Zhang Qinwei and Lu Dajiang replied. Zhang Qinwei pulled out a thumb-sized piece of silvery white metal from behind his back. "Boss, there's been progress on the task you assigned me." Seeing the familiar nanoparticles piqued Lin Chen's interest. His main purpose for this trip was to inspect Zhang Qinwei's work results. "How do I use it?" "Boss, please wear this ring." Zhang Qinwei took out a large ring and put it on Lin Chen's thumb. To be precise, such a large ring should be called a thumb ring. But since Zhang Qinwei calls it a ring, let's respect the creator's right to name it. After putting on the ring, Lin Chen connected it to the ring just like he had done with the fiery dragon fist before. A magical moment happened here. Chapter 131 for the future of humanity. A mysterious sensation emanated from the ring. Lin Chen's thoughts seemed to drift away with the ring to another place outside his body. With a thought, the silvery white particles in Zhang Qinwei's hand instantly turned into a pile of fragments. These particles sometimes condense into spindle shapes, and sometimes into cubes. Lin Chen was startled. These particles can actually change according to one's will. Telekinesis has become a reality. But soon, Lin Chen discovered that this control had flaws. Unable to fly. Even when controlled by thought, the silvery white particles are still subject to gravity and fall, unable to remain suspended in the air. However, falling to the ground did not prevent Lin Chen from continuing to control them. Very nice. Lin Chen took off the ring and praised it. Zhang Qinwei lowered his head slightly and said humbly, "There are still flaws. We are still studying how to further expand and achieve the hang time effect. Given the technological level of humans on Earth, it would be difficult to achieve such flight. However, this world has many strange and wonderful materials, so perhaps Zhang Qinwei will be able to create it in the future. At that time, a new profession will emerge in this world, the psychic, capable of controlling objects remotely and killing with their thoughts." Zhang Qinwei continued, "With the current level of technology, nanoparticles can be applied to some exoskeletons, the simplest being to aid in the removal and installation of prostheses, but that's too extravagant. I'm currently exploring other properties of nanoparticles, but too few." Lin Chen guessed what Zhang Qinwei was going to say next. Zhang Qinwei scratched his head, revealing a standard, awkward smile. "Take it." Lin Chen handed over all the remaining nanoparticles to Zhang Qinwei at once. "I hope you can achieve something before the storm ends." "No problem." Zhang Qinwei excitedly took the nanoparticles and immediately ran back to his room. "By the way, boss, Lu Dajiang has also achieved something new." "Oh." Under Lin Chen's gaze, Lu Dajiang immediately straightened his back. "Boss, my stuff isn't as amazing as Zhang's, but it's guaranteed to be powerful." "How fierce is it?" "They managed to destroy old Zhang's boat so badly." Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Zhang Qinwei's boat was infested with Y-type parasitic plants, yet Lu Dajiang was so confident. Lin Chen was immediately intrigued by Lu Dajiang's achievements. "Show me around." Led by Lu Dajiang, Lin Chen arrived at the smelting furnace area. There are 10 smelting furnaces here, and the temperature is much higher than in other places. If Lin Chen hadn't eaten watermelon, he probably would have started sweating immediately. Lu Dajiang came to a wooden box, opened it, and revealed the big treasure inside. "Artillery." "That's right. Boss, I'll show you." The cannon was mounted on a pair of wheels, so it could be pulled along. Lu Dajiang pulled out the cannon, pointing the muzzle out of the ship. Then he ran to the side of the boat and shouted down, "Launch the boat." A metal raft slowly floated out from under the boat, with a 1-meter-high wooden plank standing on it, drifting into the distance with the help of the wind. When the metal raft came within about 300 meters, Lu Dajiang began to adjust the cannon and take aim. Once the muzzle was located, he immediately placed a solid shot in and ignited the gunpowder. The cannonball flew out with a bang, hitting the wooden planks on the raft with astonishing speed and precision, instantly depleting the raft's durability and causing it to sink. So precise. At a distance of 300 meters, a single shot hit the target. This was due to both Lu Dajiang's accuracy and the precision of the artillery itself. Lu Dajiang proudly said, "I rifling inside the cannon barrel. Of course it's accurate." These words greatly surprised Lin Chen. "You know how to rifling?" "I worked in a military factory when I was young, and I learned it secretly, but I never had the chance to use it later." Very harsh. Lin Chen's approval of Lu Dajiang has increased even further. Can this type of artillery be mass-produced? Yes, but there are no machine tools in this world, so I have to carve the rifling by hand, which takes a lot of time. It's also not easy to teach. They won't be able to learn it in a short time. I'll figure out a solution for the machine tool issue. Zhang Qinwei, having finished loading his treasures into the second-floor cabin, jogged back and shouted, "The machine tool is also in my plans, Lao Lu, don't worry about it. It will definitely be finished before the storm ends." I believe what Engineer Zhang says. After spending these days together, Lu Dajiang also developed a great admiration for Zhang Qinwei. This engineer isn't the kind of bookish nerd from a design institute who can only draw diagrams. He's genuinely practical and knows how to operate. Lu Dajiang has great respect and admiration for this kind of smart and capable engineer. Looking at his harmonious and capable employees, Lin Chen nodded with great satisfaction and smiled. "The future development of humanity depends on you." "Hey boss, don't say that. The pressure is too much." "Ha. The boss has said so, Xiaozhong. How come you have no ambition at all?" "Don't worry, as long as I, Lao Lu, am alive, I can knock off anything you want." Compared to Zhang Qinwei, Lu Dajiang is more passionate about saving all of humanity. Lin Chen even saw a fleeting glint in his eyes. Considering Lu Dajiang's age and work experience, he was born in an era that was full of mission and pursued his ideals throughout his life. Lin Chen chatted briefly with Zhang Qinwei, Lu Dajiang, and others, leaving behind a pile of new supplies, before returning to his own ship. Li Meifang had already left the hull of the pirate ship and was met by members of the Tongminghui, successfully joining the Tongminghui and entering the probationary period. Back on the pirate ship, Su Yun asked curiously, "Aren't you planning to take Zhang Qinwei and Lu Dajiang with you? Aren't they your men? If you leave them here, they will do a better job." Lin Chen could tell that Zhang Qinwei, Lu Dajiang, and Li Jiangguo got along very well with each other. Forcing them to separate would only cause resentment. Besides, it doesn't matter where you work, as long as Zhang Qinwei and Lu Dajiang are still working hard for him, Lin Chen is content. Lin Chen walked to the other side of the pirate ship, leaned against the side, and looked down. Little Ling poked her head out from the seabed. She remained hidden underwater and did not show herself. Lin Chen taught her how to open the moon pool pod and granted her access. Now, Xiaoying often sneaks into the moon pool container by herself, where she also puts her personal suitcase and pot. In addition, she has decorated the moon pool container with many beautiful seashells and soft seaweed. They practically poured seawater in. Lin Chen agreed to let her fill the room with seawater, but Xiaoying herself was not willing. As an amphibian, the little eagle can breathe in both air and seawater, but it is mainly accustomed to living in water. She was unwilling to fill the lunar pool with seawater, mainly because she had also put the pots and food into the lunar pool. Currently, the lunar chamber cannot sustain the oxygen required for combustion, so Lin Chen put an air fryer inside, along with a lot of seasonings, allowing Xiaoying to mix and match the seasonings herself. If the ingredients don't match well, Lin Chen has ready-made seasonings available. The electricity in the moon pool still relies on the electric eels. With continuous reproduction, the number of electric eels has stabilized at the level of 2 large fish tanks, which is more than enough to support the power supply in the moon pool. Whenever the electric eel overpopulates, Xiaoying pulls it out, puts it in the air fryer, and bakes and eats it. This is a good snack for Xiaoying. It's best to keep Xiaoying's existence hidden as much as possible, Su Yun said. In her understanding, Xiaoying was the source of Lin Chen's extraordinary abilities. Besides, Xiaoying is so innocent. What if she gets tricked by someone? Lin Chen nodded. He turned around and looked at Su Yun. "I need your help with something." "Hmm? Speak." Help me compile a list of the needs of the alliance members. As an investor, now that I'm here, I should invest something. Let's have a low-price sale within the alliance. This time, anything goes. Okay. Su Yun, carrying Xiao Bai, somersaulted onto the Tongminghui ship. Lin Chen watched Su Yun leave, then went to his workbench. Call. Lin Chen let out a long sigh. Too many people have died these days. If this continues, all the ordinary people will die, and then who will be left to collect basic supplies? Although Lin Chen has a lot of stock, there will come a day when it runs out. To prevent this from happening, Lin Chen's goal became to save the lives of ordinary people as much as possible. When these supplies flow to the Tongminghui Revolutionary Alliance, some of them will inevitably end up in the public market. With fewer than 2,000 people remaining in the entire district, Lin Chen hoped to prevent any more deaths. Chapter 132, Losing Money Deal. What? You're saying Brother Lin's clearance sale has no restrictions on product categories? What a treat. A huge treat. Brother Lin hasn't had a clearance sale for days. Brother Lin hasn't had a clearance sale for so long. It must be because he doesn't have enough stock. That's right. There's no fixed way to obtain things like cloth in the whole region, so Brother Lin probably doesn't have much in stock. Sister-in-law, I wanted to ask, is this clearance sale limited? Su Yun shook her head and said, there's no limit. You can buy anything that has appeared before. Apart from the items Lin Chen has sold before, Lin Chen will sell anything that has appeared in the public chat. For example, you can buy a good building hammer, an excellent crafting table, or even a 3-section sailboat and a pirate ship. Brother Lin, a pirate ship. How much does a pirate ship cost? I want to get one too. Go away, go away. You actually built a pirate ship? The raw materials alone for such a huge ship must cost tens of thousands. Even if I sold it to you at cost price, you still couldn't afford it. After all, Brother Lin gave me hope, so I have to work towards that goal. I've decided my next objective is to build a pirate ship just like Brother Lin's. You must be dreaming. I just heard from the ship next door. Do you know what kind of quality those silvery white things at the bottom of Brother Lin's ship are? Huh? Isn't it good? Or is it excellent? Excellent? Can something excellent be worthy of my Brother Lin's status? It's legendary. Legendary material. The members of the Tongminghui felt that their worldview had been refreshed. In my opinion, Brother Lin's development of the 3-section sailboat and pirate ship wasn't for any one person. He was planning to sell them to the Tongminghui. Brother Lin has always invested unconditionally, giving the Tongminghui so much stuff. It's only right that we give something back. What are you thinking? You call this a reward? This is clearly a blessing for the brothers. Without Brother Lin, where would you find so many good things at such low prices? That's right. Look at the chat. Zhou Xiao has posted the price list. An internal clearance sale by the Alliance, limited to purchases only by Alliance members. Doesn't this make those outsiders incredibly envious? It feels so good to see their envious, jealous, and hateful faces. Someone asked me to buy something for them. What do you guys think? I think it's feasible. Didn't Brother Lin say there's no limit? But wouldn't that be a bad idea? Wouldn't it be disrespectful to Brother Lin to buy things internally and then resell them externally? Are you stupid? This must be Lin Ge's tacit approval. If it were only for internal sales, Zhou Xiao could just post a notice on the ship and then post it on the public screen after the sales event. The fact that he posted the price list directly on the public screen means he has tacitly approved the resale. Think about it carefully. We buy low and sell high. Isn't the money we make the Tongminghui's money? And isn't the Tongminghui's money Brother Lin's money? That makes sense. However, we can't go too far. Just write a little more when filling out the requirements. If it's too much, Brother Lin can't produce it all by himself. Understood, understood. Hey, where's Sister Sue? Wasn't she just here? I haven't finished writing the requirements yet. Your sister-in-law doesn't have time to wait for you alone. She went inside and is collecting requests one by one. Then I'll send it over right away. This low-price promotion is only for members of the Alliance who are offline. The online internal purchase event is still in the planning stage. Su Yun organized and summarized the collected lists and handed them over to Lin Chen. Lin Chen glanced at the top 2 items of the total requirements list. 3-section sailboat 2. Excellent building hammer 1. These 2 items alone bring the price up to 20,000. The person making the request is Li Jianguo. The Alliance had about 200 members offline, most of whom lived in the raft below. Zhang Qinwei's boat was full of equipment, and at night only Zhang Qinwei and Lu Dajiang remained on duty. Part of Li Jianguo's ship had been occupied by the Y-type aliens, reducing the usable space and making it impossible to accommodate so many people. He must have new ships to house the crew and prepare for future increases in the crew. A good construction hammer can build small to medium-sized sailboats, such as oar-drawn sailboats, which are highly maneuverable and a must-have for everyday outings. Down from the excellent construction hammer, most of the items were things that Lin Chen had sold before. Lin Chen first knocked on 2 3-section sailboats and handed them to Li Jianguo, then went into the second-floor cabin to begin mass production. Although each person doesn't need much, when there are about 200 people, the demand becomes quite large. Moreover, behind these 200 people are the hidden needs of nearly 2,000 people in the entire district. This production run lasted from noon until night before it was finally completed. Lin Chen is selling at almost the original price, which is very cheap. So much so that many people suspected that Lin Chen was losing money by making these things, and they were all extremely grateful to Lin Chen. I need 1 piece of wood and 1 piece of thread to make a regular bow, but Brother Lin sells me an excellent bow for only 10 pieces of wood and 10 pieces of thread. Brother Lin is making a pure loss. 1 piece of excellent wood is worth 100 pieces of regular wood. This armor of mine is of excellent quality. It's made entirely of iron plates. Guess how much it cost? 40 iron plates for it. Ha ha ha. Brother Lin, won't you lose money selling like this? I take back what I said earlier. Brother Lin isn't here to collect returns. He's here to increase his investment. Speaking of which, Brother Lin hasn't come out of the cabin all day, and his wife has been busy all day helping with deliveries. Of course, with so much stock to produce, how can we not be busy? I'm so envious of Brother Lin and his wife's pet. Look at that big eagle. It's so cool. That's a high-quality, fierce-beaked eagle, the kind that can pierce our skulls with 1 beak. My sister-in-law's sky-catching bird is even better. I just secretly petted it, and its feathers are incredibly soft. Plus, it has such a good temperament, unlike the aloof, fierce-beaked eagle. It must be because my sister-in-law trains it so well. Isn't anyone curious about the big fish tank on Brother Lin's boat? It's so big, there must be something in it. It's probably Brother Lin's trump card. Big shots don't easily reveal their trump cards. Oh, you mean that big fish tank? I know that. It houses an exceptional fish. What? Fish of exceptional quality. Yeah, it just flew over from Zhang Gong's boat. It gave me a fright. That fish can even fly in the sky. I specifically scanned it with my bracelet. It's called the Flowing Flame Flying Fish. It's of excellent quality. It can breathe fire. Holy crap, Brother Lin even has a pet of exceptional quality. That's incredible. As expected of my Brother Lin. With such a powerful backer, how can the Tongminghui not prosper? Chapter 133 Little Red's Transformation Plan. On Zhang Qinwei's boat, a red fish was splashing around on the deck. After the initial shock, the crew members on board have gotten used to the fish's presence. The fish flew over from the sky and immediately darted into Lu Dajiang's quenching pool, startling Lu Dajiang, who was hammering iron nearby. However, after learning that it was Lin Chen's pet, everyone was relieved and gathered around to take a look. So it's a creature that lives near an underwater volcano. No wonder it burrowed into the quenching pool. The shape of this fish is so strange. The creatures in this world are all quite strange. Xiaohong's sudden visit was not arranged by Lin Chen, but rather it was spontaneous. Bored at the bottom of the sea, with no one to play with, it flew out of the water to find 2 silly birds to fight. Upon discovering that both birds were helping their owner move things, Xiaohong immediately spread her fins, bypassed the 2 birds, and continued gliding forward. Upon seeing the smelting furnace and the pool next to it, it felt as if it had found a home. So he plunged inside. The people working on the ship were drawn to the commotion and began discussing Xiaohong. Zhang Qinwei was also attracted by the commotion and came over. The boss's pet, wait? It can breathe fire. What's your name? Show me how to breathe fire. Xiaohong naturally ignored these 2-legged creatures. These people aren't the owners, so they can't understand a bunch of nonsense they're spouting. It twisted its body, swam around in the pool, then jumped out, splashed on the deck, and looked at each of the furnaces one by one. Hey, this little thing is quite unique. Xiaohong thrashed about in front, while a group of employees followed behind, carefully studying her. After all, this is an exceptional ferocious beast, high enough to be a lord in terms of rank. Normally, there's no opportunity to see it up close like this. Zhang Qinwei informed Lin Chen of the discovery of the flowing flame flying fish. Lin Chen, who was busy, took a moment to reply to the message. Lin Chen, this is my underwater vehicle. You can make a new monohull submersible based on its shape. Zhang Qinwei, making a submersible is not a problem, but I can't control it. Lin Chen, if you point at it with this, it will behave. Lin Chen, application for targeted transaction. Long spear, good one, none. When Zhang Qinwei received the rifle, he was stunned. Can a good spear subdue this exceptional fish? He took his spear and tried to walk towards the flowing flame flying fish. The next moment, as if sensing something, The flowing flame flying fish quickly turned around and prepared to rush into the sky. Zhang Qinwei strode forward and thrust his spear upright in front of Lu Yanfiu. Xiaohong immediately became obedient and lay motionless on the deck. So effective? Has the boss really mastered the art of animal taming to such an extent? Once Xiaohong calmed down, Zhang Qinwei picked her up and carried her to the workbench, where he began measuring her body dimensions. The long gun was held by a subordinate employee who stood aside, serving a supervisory role. A good spear certainly won't have the special effect of suppressing ferocious beasts, unless the spear is small. Little Red's eyes kept glancing at the spear beside her. The spear was engraved with a circle of seashell patterns and still smelled of Little Ying's breath. She recognized it immediately. Okay, go have fun. I'll call you when I'm done. Zhang Qinwei patted the belly of the flying fish, then picked it up and put it back on the deck. However, the flaming flying fish couldn't understand, and it still looked at the spear with a guilty expression. Only when Zhang Qinwei ordered the spears to be removed did the flowing flame flying fish use its fins to prop itself up on the ground and quickly leave before jumping into the sea. Hey, this extraordinary beast is actually kind of cute. The employee who had been in charge of supervising gun use smiled as he watched Xiaohong leave. Another employee standing nearby said, "What's cute is Brother Lin's pet, not the extraordinary beast." Looking at the measured data, Zhang Qinwei began to quickly conceive ideas in his mind and draw up blueprints. In less than 10 minutes, a sketch was completed. Zhang Qinwei immediately handed the sketch to Lu Dajiang. "Old Lu, for this part and this part, use moonstone alloy, and for the other parts, use lightweight metal. This part just needs to be filled with some floating material to make it work. It can be done tonight. I'll assign the parts that don't require high precision to the newcomers. They'll be able to finish them quickly." Good. One design, one production, and then division of labor doubles the efficiency. Just as Lin Chen finished making all the props on the list, Zhang Qinwei sent a message. "The food is ready, but the flowing flame flying fish is nowhere to be found." Lin Chen walked out of the second-floor cabin, where Su Yun was cooking fish in the kitchen. Braised fish. This was something Lin Chen had never tried before. Looking at Su Yun's back with her apron tied around her waist, Lin Chen suddenly felt a strong urge to get closer to her. He quietly stepped forward and put his arm around Su Yun's waist from behind. The spatula in Su Yun's hand paused in midair for a moment. "I didn't agree to you hugging me," she muttered softly. "I already hugged her yesterday. That doesn't count." "I don't care. I've already hugged you. I can't let go." Lin Chen, being shameless, hugged the object even tighter. The man's chest was pressed tightly against my back, and I could almost feel his heartbeat. Su Yun bit her lip, her face flushed. "Rogue." Lin Chen's hands gradually became restless. "No, I don't want to." Su Yun trembled, and a layer of living armor immediately appeared on her body. Then, she slipped out of Lin Chen's arms like an eel. "I'm cooking. No unauthorized personnel allowed in the kitchen." Holding a spatula, she pushed Lin Chen out of the kitchen, then quickly closed the door, leaning against it, her heart pounding. Her rapid breathing gradually calmed down, and Su Yun pouted, muttering to herself, "Bad man." Lin Chen, standing outside the door, was stunned for a moment and scratched his hand. "It feels really good." He was referring to living armor. Living armor is a symbiote that resides on the skin's surface and forms armor on the body's surface after activation. This armor is more like a layer of leather, and it feels very smooth to the touch. Lin Chen didn't linger at the door. Instead, he turned around and went to look for Xiaohong. "We need to get down to business. If Little Red isn't on the deck, then she'll only be in the water." Lin Chen jumped into the sea and found the anxious Xiaohong next to the moon pool cabin. With the cabin door closed, Xiaohong paced anxiously, watching the little fish grilling inside the moon pool cabin. "I forgot to feed the fish." The two birds were very popular on the Tongminghui ship and ate a great deal of food. Since Xiaohong wasn't on the ship, she couldn't enjoy the Tongminghui's welcome banquet and had to come to Xiaoying for food. As a result, Xiaoying simply closed the door and refused to entertain any guests. Poor little guy. Lin Chen pulled on Little Red's fin, lifting it quickly up to the 3-section sailboat. "Boss." Zhang Qinwei walked over with a single-person submersible, and Lin Chen waved his hand. "Let's get it some food first. I forgot to feed the fish today, and the little guy is starving." No sooner had the words left his mouth than someone in the crowd excitedly exclaimed, "I'll do it." Soon, a pile of ready-made fish and meat, as well as all kinds of fruits and vegetables, were placed in front of Xiaohong. Xiaohong looked at all the employees and was deeply moved. "In all my years, I have never seen such a lavish banquet." It immediately opened its mouth wide and began to eat voraciously. Chapter 134 Embrace and Kiss. Lin Chen's previous speedboat was just a shuttle-shaped wooden plank, which was hung on Xiaohong's fin with a rope. Lin Chen lay on the plank and followed Xiaohong. Zhang Qinwei created something resembling a mount, which was installed below Xiaohong and was foldable. The seating posture remains prone, but some new features have been added. Boss, according to the information on the flame-flying fish, this fish has a serious drawback in terms of riding, which is that its body surface is too hot, making it impossible for it to enter combat mode while being ridden. Another minor drawback is that the fins are too large and protrude from the body surface, which will greatly affect the underwater speed. This submersible can make up for these two shortcomings. Between the crouching board and the belly of the flying fish, there is a hollow layer that allows seawater to circulate, carrying away heat and preventing it from being transferred to the rider below. Above, Little Red's fins have also been widened. Zhang Qinwei widened the artificial fins using very thin leather, allowing them to retract during diving to form a streamlined shape that reduces water resistance. Simultaneously, when gliding, the flying fish can unfold these widened artificial fins, transforming them into real wings, thus turning gliding into flight, etc. Lin Chen noticed something was wrong. You connected the neural link to Lu Yanfeiyu so that Lu Yanfeiyu could control the prosthetic body herself? Zhang Qinwei nodded. Yes. This is a very bold attempt. Little Red is a ferocious beast of exceptional quality. It seems very intelligent. If we can teach the pet to use its prosthetic body, our combat power will be greatly enhanced. As a ferocious beast of superior quality, the flowing flame-flying fish is indeed smarter than the sky-catching bird and the fierce-beaked eagle. But they're definitely not that smart. Lin Chen shook his head. Zhang Qinwei continued. This prosthetic body is very simple. It only has one function, flapping its wings. Understood, I'll give it a try. No matter how simple a prosthetic body is, the first step in its installation is to be able to sense it. This is something that ferocious beasts would find very difficult to do. They cannot understand human speech, making it difficult to guide them to accept prosthetics and make them a part of their own bodies. Lin Chen did not immediately install the neural connection, but instead picked up Xiaohong, who was full and satisfied. I'll take care of the teaching. He jumped back onto his pirate ship and happened to run into Su Yun, who was carrying a braised fish. Huh? Little Red's new equipment? It looks really high-end. Yes, an external prosthetic body. Ah, Su Yun was quite surprised. I never imagined that even ferocious beasts could be equipped with external prosthetic bodies. Lin Chen said, I'm going to take it to Xiaoying. The installation of the external prosthetic body requires Xiaohong to feel and accept it as part of her body. This step requires me to communicate with it, so I need to ask Xiaoying to help me translate. I'll go too. I'm looking for Xiaoying too. You? Lin Chen looked at the braised fish in Su Yun's hand. Wasn't it made for me? Made for Xiaoying. Su Yun tossed her hair, a smile playing on her lips, and quickly walked past Lin Chen, jumping onto the metal raft on the side of the boat. Lin Chen followed suit and jumped off the boat. Little whimper, little whimper. Su Yun lay on the side of the tin raft and shouted. Soon, Xiaoying quietly poked half her head out from the bottom of the water. Upon seeing that it was Lin Chen and Su Yun, she immediately splashed water and swam over quickly. Xiaoying, dinner is ready. Su Yun lifted Xiaoying out of the sea. Lin Chen, with his sharp eyes, immediately noticed Su Yun's restless little hands. Cough, cough. Lin Chen sat down next to Xiaoying while holding Xiaohong. Xiaoying, please relay my message to Xiaohong. Eek. Xiaoying is in a very good mood now that she has discovered new delicacies. With Xiaoying's help, Xiaohong quickly understood what it meant to feel a prosthetic body. Soon, a pair of wings spread out from both sides of Xiaohong's body. Little Red jumped onto the tin raft and tried flapping its wings. Its body actually flew up a little. This kind of flight is obviously not comparable to that of real flying creatures, but at least it can ensure that Xiaohong has the ability to stay airborne for a long time. Although Lin Chen doesn't really need Xiaohong to be able to fly, having an extra ability is always a good thing. The prosthetic wings retracted, and Little Red plunged into the sea. In the next instant, it shot out like a red lightning bolt. The speed is indeed much faster than before. Lin Chen was quite satisfied with Xiaohong's prosthetic body installation. Lin Chen. A soft call came from beside my ear. Lin Chen turned his head to the side, and several steaming dishes had appeared next to Su Yun without him noticing. Would you like to try that? Their eyes met, and Xiaoying rested her chin on her hands, blinking her bright eyes as she looked at the two of them, her eyes seemingly shining. The food my baby makes must be delicious. Lin Chen picked up 2 wooden chopsticks and reached for one of the vegetarian dishes. He's been in this world for so long, and he's never eaten vegetables before. But as soon as the chopsticks were extended, they were stopped. Su Yun's face was flushed, and she asked in a weak voice, "What did you just call me? Baby? Humph. How come I didn't know I was your darling?" "Huh? Us? You haven't officially confessed your feelings to me yet." Lin Chen immediately put down his chopsticks, and Su Yun's eyes were already right in front of him. He swallowed hard, looked solemnly into Su Yun's eyes, and said, "I like you." Su Yun blinked her beautiful eyes and stared at Lin Chen for a long time. That's it. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. The next moment, he hugged Su Yun's face and suddenly kissed her. Ugh! The soft touch felt like a gentle stream flowing into my heart, or like a subtle electric current, making me feel a ticklish sensation. Su Yun trembled as if she had been electrocuted. That subtle feeling instantly spread throughout her body, making her heart race and her cheeks burn even hotter. She struggled for a moment, then quickly gave up. His breathing became increasingly labored and heavy. Su Yun's breathing became rapid. Although her eyes were closed, she could clearly feel two bodies gradually approaching and embracing. This wasn't the first time their bodies had touched, but it was the first time they had truly embraced face to face. Su Yun's chest felt tight. Their lips met, and Lin Chen's lips and tongue gently explored the shape of Su Yun's lips. Feeling a slippery sensation, Su Yun's eyes widened immediately. Ugh! Ugh! This man actually stuck his tongue out while kissing. The next moment, Su Yun's lips were pried open. Her body seemed to have lost its strength, and she slowly hugged Lin Chen's body, mimicking his movements. Nearby, Xiaoying quietly slipped into the sea, only showing half her head, and secretly observed the two of them. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaoying's eyes seemed a little excited. A strange light flickered in her eyes. It seems that the body's instincts have been awakened. Chapter 135 Western Front Pirate Group. On the afternoon of the 9th day, the Western Waterway. A galley led a group of fishing boats, sailing smoothly with the wind. At the front of the fleet, a large octopus and a seal were dragging the lead oar-drawn sailboat. This demonstrates the strength of the pirates on the Western Front. As the leader of the pirates on the Western Front, Wang Tai stood at the bow of the ship, his hands behind his back, facing the sea breeze. "Captain, the ferocious beast we captured yesterday has awakened." "Which one?" "All three are awake. He Guangji and Zhang Zhaoji each took one. He Guangji took the fierce-toothed boar, and Zhang Zhaoji took the white wolf. The remaining terror bear is of good quality and is waiting for you, Captain, to take it." "No need. These high-quality ferocious beasts can't keep up with my combat pace, so they're useless to me. Let Xiao Dai go and take down the last dire bear." "Yes." After his subordinates left, Wang Tai continued to gaze into the distance. In just one day, his pirate crew had tamed 4 ferocious beasts, one of which was of good quality. The pirate crew was powerful enough to sweep across the entire western shipping lanes. Wang Tai raised his arm, its perfect lines and matte metallic sheen giving off a powerful feeling. This is his island treasure. The Ape God Type 1 robotic arm. Excellent quality. The immense power goes without saying, but after equipping this arm, Wang Tai also gained extremely strong mobility within the forest. Because this arm has extremely strong gripping ability and can also shoot out grappling hooks, just like Spider-Man's webs, it can move quickly through the jungle like an ape. With the Ape God's arm, ordinary ferocious beasts were no match for Wang Tai. His arms could easily grab good beasts and smash them to death with his fists. Wang Tai now possesses combat capabilities at the level of an excellent ferocious beast, so he no longer values high-quality ferocious beast pets. Only a pet of excellent quality deserves the title of Wang Tai. The wind on the sea was getting stronger and stronger. While others were trying to escape the center of the world by going against the wind, Wang Tai chose to sail with the wind. He needs to find more islands and acquire more island treasures. Sailing against the wind is too slow and far less efficient than sailing with the wind to search for islands. On the 9th day, the Lord fled, and nearly 10 more evolvers and modifiers appeared in the entire region overnight, which brought a considerable shock to Wang Tai. He must seize the time to continuously strengthen himself, while also cultivating more ferocious beast pets to expand the influence of the Western Pirate Organization. The island's treasures are not something everyone can obtain, so a person's combat ability is limited and difficult to improve. Only by continuously training pets can the organization's combat capabilities be improved. Currently, his pirate crew already possesses 5 ferocious beast pets, 3 land creatures, and 2 sea creatures. Such a lineup was enough to allow Wang Tai to run rampant on the western shipping lanes. Once my army of ferocious beasts is complete, I will definitely rob Lin Chen of everything. I'll castrate him, strip him naked, and hang him on the mast until the sun dries his corpse. I'll avenge this humiliation. Because Lin Chen revealed the blacklist, the pirates became the targets of exclusion, unable to buy supplies or receive support. So almost every pirate harbored hatred towards Lin Chen. Wang Tai was no exception. The thought of trampling Lin Chen underfoot and venting all his pent-up frustration made Wang Tai imagine himself hanging Lin Chen from the mast. He suppressed his excitement, picked up the wooden cup, and drank the cool tea inside in one gulp. Captain, Lin Chen has made a new move. He has already joined forces with the Alliance and is holding an internal sales event within the Alliance, selling all items at low prices. Upon hearing the news, Wang Tai's expression darkened, but he reassured his subordinates, saying, the Tongminghui Revolutionary Alliance is on the eastern route. Since Lin Chen has chosen the Tongminghui as his representative, it means that Lin Chen must also be on the eastern route. Their meeting is only a matter of time, so there's no need to make a fuss. On the contrary, the fact that they didn't reunite until the 9th day proves that Lin Chen's strength is not as great as we imagined. If he could really roam freely on this sea by himself, he would have joined the Alliance long ago. Wang Tai's subordinate looked somewhat embarrassed and said, but Captain, Lin Chen isn't from the eastern route. He came from the southern route. That's what the Tongminghui people said in the public chat. Wang Tai suddenly froze. You mean, Lin Chen has the ability to cross flight paths? Yes. Moreover, he's probably not the only one with this ability. Su Yun is traveling with Lin Chen. Su Yun is from the northern route. Those who attacked Su Yun and were killed were from the northern route. Wang Tai's face was extremely gloomy. He continued to ask, how many ships did they use when they went to the Tongminghui? There's only one ship in the photos posted on the public chat by the Alliance members. It said that when Su Yun first tried to cross the channel, she accidentally entered the center of the world and was attacked by a legendary creature, forcing her to abandon ship and escape. Lin Chen went to pick her up later. In other words, Lin Chen first went to the northern route, and then changed course from the northern route to the eastern route. Wang Tai's ape god type 1 arm trembled, and he crushed the wooden cup in his hand with a single palm strike. If Lin Chen's flight path is like this, then he crossed 3 shipping lanes in just 9 days. No, not 9 days. On the 8th day, Lin Chen released Xiao Xinliang's diary and also revealed information about the world center. Su Yun probably stumbled into the center of the world around that time. In other words, Lin Chen only took 1 day to go to the northern front and finally arrived at the Eastern Front Alliance's location this morning. How did he do that? Why is his sailing speed so fast? Wang Tai suddenly felt a sense of crisis. If Lin Chen can quickly cross various shipping lanes, will he one day come to the Western Front? If Lin Chen goes to the Western Front, can I resist his purge? Wang Tai turned around and looked at his fleet. 1 galley and 9 fishing boats, 6 flint cannons, and a quantity of ammunition. There were also 3 ordinary ferocious beasts, 2 good ferocious beasts, and hundreds of subordinates. Looking at the vast fleet, Wang Tai felt a little calmer. If Lin Chen comes with the Alliance, we might not be his match. But if Lin Chen or the Alliance dares to come alone, we pirates might not be afraid of him. Wang Tai glanced at the setting sun in the distance and ordered, halt. Set up fishing nets on the spot. Cast nets directly on the outer ring, and set fishing traps on the inner ring. Do not kill a single beast tonight. Capture them all. Do you understand? Clear. The men gathered the boats together and immediately began their operation. Wang Tai sat at the bow of the boat, preparing to face the nightly attacks of ferocious beasts. Once my army of ferocious beasts is fully formed, I'll see if you, Lin Chen, can withstand the siege of the beast tide. Chapter 136, Northern Pirate Gang. Captain, we have new intelligence on Lin Chen. Wang Tai Gang had just sat down, immersed in his fantasy of controlling the beast tide, when he was suddenly startled by his underling's voice. He angrily rebuked, if you have intelligence, just say it properly. What kind of nonsense is this, making such a fuss? Yes, Captain. The younger brother sent a picture to Wang Tai and said, Captain, this is what the Alliance posted in the public chat. Lin Chen has 3 pets on his ship, 2 birds and 1 fish. This is just a sky-catching bird, Su Yun's pet, of good quality. This eagle and this red fish belong to Lin Chen. Wang Tai asked, are there entries for eagle and fish? No, the Alliance didn't send them out, but they did mention the quality of the 2 pets. The eagle is of excellent quality, and the fish is of superior quality. What? Excellent. Wang Tai's expression completely lost control. No one knows how to compare the combat power of different grades of ferocious beasts. For example, there is no specific standard to say whether a good ferocious beast is equivalent to several ordinary ferocious beasts. However, in high-risk areas, a lord will have at least 20 or more underlings, even if that lord only has excellent qualities. Based on this standard, One excellent ferocious beast is equivalent to 20 good ferocious beasts, and an outstanding ferocious beast. Wang Tai dared not think any further. For a moment, he began to doubt his plan to control the beast tide. With so many good and ordinary ferocious beasts gathered up, can he really defeat Lin Chen? Lin Chen's one exceptional ferocious beast pet can take down at least 100 ordinary, good-quality ferocious beasts. I need a high-quality ferocious beast. I absolutely must capture a high-quality ferocious beast. Lord, I want to tame the Lord's beast. Wang Tai made a decision in his heart. He looked at his pirate crew. With the pirate crew's current strength, killing a lord is not difficult, but trapping a lord-level beast is an impossible task. There will inevitably be sacrifices in this process. But it doesn't matter. Any sacrifice is worthwhile in order to defeat Lin Chen. Wang Tai clenched his fist. At the same time, on the northern shipping lane, Ji Taimei looked at the latest news released by the Alliance and tapped her fingers lightly on the table in front of her. Spanning 3 sea routes and featuring exceptional pets, Lin Chen's strength far surpasses that of other survivors. He alone can contend with the entire area. But this person is also the spiritual leader of the entire district. What should we do? Ji Taimei is a businesswoman by profession, and she thinks about everything from a profit-driven perspective. He didn't want to have any conflict with Lin Chen. But now he has no choice but to stand on the opposite side of Lin Chen. Ji Taimei was unable to send messages to Lin Chen or the Alliance. He used the unity of those who had been blacklisted as a source of cohesion to gather a pirate group on the northern front, constantly plundering resources and killing survivors. There's no turning back for him. What should we do? The more Ji Taimei thought about it, the more anxious she became. The pirate organization's notoriety has spread far and wide, and Lin Chen could lead the Alliance to wipe out all the pirates in every sea lane at any time. For the pirates, this was a sword hanging over their heads, ready to fall at any moment and end their lives. President Ji, are you worried about the threat posed by Lin Chen? Beside Ji Taimei, a female secretary wearing light pink underwear leaned over to ask a question. Ji Taimei looked up, and the secretary's cleavage was right in front of him. What's your idea? The female secretary replied, Lin Chen and the Alliance are irresistible. If we continue down the path of piracy, we will surely invite Lin Chen's slaughter. Therefore, we might as well just surrender to Lin Chen. Do you think I don't know I should side with Lin Chen? The Alliance has blocked us all now. How are we supposed to contact them? Through human pigs? We'll rely on human pigs. We can control what the human pig says in the public chat, but how do we control their private messages? What if they ask the Alliance for help and expose our location? Yesterday, the Southern Pirates' location was exposed because the human pig went out of control. Fortunately, Lin Chen was sailing north at the time and didn't pay attention. If Lin Chen had noticed this, the Southern Pirates would probably have been wiped out long ago. The female secretary smiled mysteriously and said, President Ji, this batch of human pigs is no longer usable. We can replace them with a new one. Once the new ones arrive, we'll secretly communicate with them, posing as victims, portraying ourselves as puppet leaders pushed out by the other pirates, and then have them ask the Alliance for help. Are you sure this will work? Do you think Li Jiangguo and his team are fools? Do you think they can trust you? Of course they won't believe us easily. So we need witnesses. We need a new batch of human pigs to vouch for us, to make them grateful to us. That way, when we're arrested, they'll stand up and speak for us, and we'll be the Schindler who saves people. At the same time, we also need to demonstrate our sincerity to the Tongminghui. For example, we could give Wang Tai's coordinates to Li Jiangguo, and if necessary, we could also send our people before the Tongminghui arrives. As the female secretary spoke, she placed her hand across her neck and made a swiping motion. Ji Taimei's eyes instantly darkened. This method is risky, but it has a certain degree of feasibility. Rather than doing nothing and waiting for Lin Chen to come and wipe her out, Ji Taimei decided to take a gamble. He smiled and put his arm around his secretary's waist. I accept your suggestion. Tell me, what reward do you want? New clothes or some high-quality meat? The female secretary leaned halfway over Ji Taimei, her eyes alluring and her voice seductive, her fingers lightly tracing Ji Taimei's exposed upper body, moving downwards. I only learned a few things from President Ji. It's all what I should do. If I had to reward you, President Ji, let me buy you a bottle of water. The female secretary took out a bottle of green liquid from behind her back. The color looked very healthy. Ji Taimei's eyes narrowed immediately as she scanned the bracelet. You little slut, you came prepared all along. President Ji, they also have needs. Then I'll grant your wish. Ji Taimei opened the bottle and drank it all in one gulp. Dragon Tiger Loose Tea. Within an hour of drinking it, one's energy is as strong as a dragon or tiger. Ji Taimei dropped the bottle and instantly tackled the female secretary to the ground. Soon, harmonious sounds filled the room. Outside the room, the mid-level officers of the Northern Pirate Gang listened with shining eyes as they heard the undisguised moans coming from inside. That woman is really slutty, doing this in broad daylight. I saw her take a bottle of water in with her hand just now. It was green, so it definitely wasn't normal water. Oomph, of course it's not proper. That's water infused with dragon tiger powder. She just got it from me. You've been hiding this kind of treasure. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let that old green-haired turtle Ji Taimei hear you. Damn, I'm getting aroused just listening to this. I'm going to find a pig to vent my frustrations on. That woman is so ugly, just bear with it. You'll have your fun tonight. That old green-haired cuckold, Ji Taimei, can't satisfy her at all. That slut. Isn't it better to be a little sexy? If you weren't sexy, would you be able to play with such a beautiful woman here? Didn't you enjoy it when she came out of Ji Taimei's room last night? Shoo, don't let the servants hear. It's fine for the three of us in management to know about this. If the lower-ups find out, it'll be troublesome. Don't worry, I do this all the time on Earth. It seems we're all on the same page. Yes, we're kindred spirits. Chapter 137 Day 10, Rest Day. Time: midnight. Sunny Day 10 Weather Forecast. Sunny, temperature 20 to 30 degrees Celsius, strong wind at level 6. Day and night are roughly equal. Global announcement. Dear survivors, congratulations on successfully completing the first 9 days of the sunny days. Day 10 is a rest day. All island areas will be closed at sunrise and will be inaccessible. All smaller islands will refresh today. The island will reopen at midnight the following day. Wishing everyone a wonderful holiday. The announcement is now complete. Some were overjoyed, while others wept. The brutality of the scorching sun was visible to the naked eye. Of the more than 20,000 people in the entire district, less than 2,000 remain. Fortunately, most of the survivors managed to band together and gain the ability to resist the ferocious beasts. Subsequent severe weather events should not result in as many deaths. At night, the Tongminghui Revolutionary Alliance celebrated the last day of rest. However, Zhang Qinwei's 3 sailboats did not stop working even on rest days. Zhou Xiao, your group is so lively. It seems like none of you have gone to sleep yet. Then bring them over for testing. Okay, our people are fine. Zhang, don't you need to rest? Don't worry about us. Lao Lu and I have both eaten perfect fish meat. We're not exactly strong now, but we're at least healthier than the average young man. All right, I'll go call them over. 10 minutes later, the members of the Tongminghui lined up and boarded Zhang Qinwei's boat. Everyone, today we're going to conduct a prosthetic body compatibility test. Those who score highly will be eligible to use the first batch of external prosthetic bodies. Everyone must follow the instructions of Engineer Zhang and Engineer Lu, understand? Clear. Upon hearing that it was related to the number of prosthetic body slots, everyone was eager to participate. The testing process is very simple. The first item is a full-body exoskeleton, which tests whether the test subject can walk, jump, somersault, and punch normally after wearing it. The second test involved the control of nanoparticles. Test subjects wore rings and were instructed to control nanoparticles, shaping them into specific forms. These 2 tests can basically select people who are suitable to operate prosthetic bodies. As the selection process progressed, some people scored high and were qualified to use the first batch of external prosthetic bodies, while others were not selected and were even advised not to choose the path of external prosthetic bodies. The number of moonstones is limited, and it is impossible to supply external prosthetics to everyone, unless someone is specifically sent to the windless zone to hunt the moon whale. Lin Chen told Su Yun and Li Jianguo about the windless zone, but both of them said that they should not go to the windless zone unless necessary. Because the calm zone is a deep-sea area, no one knows if there are monsters emerging from ancient tombs on the seabed. While the Alliance was holding its selection process, a romantic drama was unfolding on a pirate ship just tens of meters away. Xiao Lai and Xiao Bai stood on the deck. Xiao Ying was submerged in the water, and Xiao Hong was held in Xiao Ying's hand to prevent it from running away. The eyes of the 2 birds and 2 fish were all focused on the 2 people embracing and kissing passionately on the tin raft. Xiao Ying poked her lips with her delicate, white index finger, completely puzzled by the 2 people's behavior. Eek! It's been over half an hour. Why are they still kissing? Is kissing really that pleasurable? Xiao Ying was very curious. She poked her lips, looking puzzled. Lin Chen's consciousness was gradually fading, and he could feel Su Yun's increasingly heavy breathing. The warm air hit his philtrum and his nostrils. The moist sensation spread outwards from between the lips. Lin Chen's hands, which were initially well-behaved, became increasingly unrestrained. His hand had somehow slipped inside the white t-shirt and was gradually moving upwards. Soo-yun's skin was very delicate, probably because the food and herbs in this world had a good skincare effect. Her skin was not affected at all by the scorching sun she had been working to survive these past few days. Lin Chen felt a very silky smooth touch on his fingertips. As he continued upwards, he was suddenly stopped by a rough texture. Soo-yun's body suddenly trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, Lin Chen knew he had arrived at his destination. His fingers wanted to continue exploring upwards, but Soo-yun suddenly pressed them down. Two moist lips slowly parted, and as their eyes met, a strong sense of ambiguous desire filled the air. Lin Chen recalled his dream. In my dream, the girl sat on my lap with a shy expression. Lin Chen looked closely at Soo-yun's face, trying to remember this moment. He vaguely saw that Soo-yun's eyes seemed to hold a small heart. However, he is unable to think about that much right now. The hand has already been extended there. There's no way to pull it back now. No. Lin Chen's fingers stiffened. Don't just stand there staring. Lin Chen's fingers can move again. He looked around and found that the four little ones were gathered here watching the show. Let's go back to our room. He picked up Soo-yun with one hand and jumped onto the deck. Little White and Little Lie on the deck were startled by Lin Chen's sudden leap and charge. They flapped their wings and quickly retreated several meters. Lin Chen arrived on the deck, suddenly changed from carrying Soo-yun in one arm to carrying her in a princess carry, and walked towards her captain's cabin. Once the captain's cabin door was closed, the world was left with only him and Soo-yun. Looking at the beautiful girl on the bed, Lin Chen could no longer restrain himself and immediately pounced on her. He reached his hand inside his clothes again, leaned down, and their noses touched. Their eyes were less than 5 centimeters apart. Lin Chen saw it clearly. The pattern in Soo-yun's eyes didn't seem to be a heart, but a fish tail. A pink fish tail. With a soft hum, Lin Chen's finger had already reached a place it shouldn't have. Soo-yun closed her eyes tightly. I love you. Yes, I love you too. Yes. Outside the captain's cabin, Xiao Ying, who had come up from the seabed on a water column, quietly moved to the doorway and pressed her ear against it to eavesdrop. A strange light shone in his large, excited eyes. Wow, that's amazing. The light in Xiao Ying's eyes gradually faded. She licked her lips, then slowly crawled back to the seabed and crawled into her lunar pool capsule. It was bedtime, and they no longer needed her. It's time to rest. Xiao Ying closed her eyes, and even in her sleep, a smile remained on her lips. Chapter 138 Volcanic Eruption. The physical abilities of evolved beings and modified beings far surpass those of ordinary people, especially after the two activated Berserk Type 3 and Undying Heart respectively. Lin Chen felt as if the ergonomic bed beneath him was about to collapse from the shock. The night was as dark as ink. As the first hint of dawn appeared in the distant east, a series of tremendous roars resounded throughout the world. Lin Chen was exhausted after a long night and managed to sleep until 6 or 7 o'clock, but was awakened by a loud noise outside. Soo-yun, who was lying next to him, also opened her eyes and sat up nervously. What's wrong? The volcano has erupted. All the small islands have collapsed. It should be respawning soon. There's no danger. Lin Chen looked at the messages in the public chat and replied. His gaze swept over the fair body of the beautiful woman beside him, taking in everything. Soo-yun quickly grabbed the blankets, covered her chest, and slipped back under the covers, half of her face hidden beneath them. Don't look. A shy voice came from behind the blanket. But while a blanket can block the view, it can't hide the big pig's trotters underneath. Soo-yun's body trembled, and she quickly rolled up the quilt, wrapping it around herself to protect herself completely. Lin Chen's body was awkwardly exposed to the air. At least leave me some. You go get dressed. Don't be like that. We've seen everything we need to see. Oh no, it's already dawn. Soo-yun dodged and squatted down on the ground, covering herself completely from head to toe. Under the covers, Soo-yun stretched out a small hand and grabbed clothes from the bed, making soft rustling sounds under the covers. After getting dressed, Soo-yun hesitated to come out for a long time. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Last night, she was like she was possessed, frantically wanting to possess Lin Chen's body. However, the deed was done, and Soo-yun had to accept the fact. She took a deep breath, stood up abruptly, and yanked the blanket off her head. The next moment, the man's naked body stood in front of her. Oh, why aren't you dressed yet? Lin Chen pointed to the pair of pants Soo-yun had thrown in the corner behind her and said, You threw these here last night. I should pick them up first. Soo-yun's face instantly turned bright red. What was wrong with me last night? How could I have been so crazy? Last night, she was the first to activate the Undying Heart, and then Lin Chen activated Berserk. In the end, The excellent quality of the undying heart couldn't defeat the outstanding Berserker Type 3. How embarrassing. With a flushed face, Su-yun slipped out in her slippers. On the deck, Xiaoying had already returned to the moon pool cabin at the bottom and was happily preparing breakfast for herself. Xiao Hong is Xiao Ying's loyal follower and foodie number 2, and she is frantically circling around the moon pool cabin. On the deck, only the 2 flying beasts, Xiaobai and Xiaolai, remained. Upon seeing its owner come out, Xiaobai hopped over and nuzzled its owner's arm with its soft fur. Xiaolai still stood on the mast, like a cool and aloof lookout, gazing at the distant sea. On the neighboring Tongminghui ship, a group of people were awakened by the loud noise of the volcanic eruption. They rushed to the deck in a panic, but seeing that nothing had happened, they returned to their cabins and continued to sleep. They were tested last night, and it lasted until 3 or 4 in the morning. Now they are all extremely tired. However, there was one person who wasn't sleepy at all. Li Jiangguo was on the deck early in the morning, practicing what seemed to be either Tai Chi or some other kind of health exercise. The splashing of the little white cat caught Li Jiangguo's attention. He looked at the pirate ship and saw Su-yun, who had just come out, and smiled as he stretched out his arm to greet her. Seemingly so as not to wake those who had gone back to sleep, Li Jiangguo simply waved his hand without saying a word, and then continued practicing his health exercises. The world is peaceful and beautiful, but it seems to be limited to this one place. The Song army and their men, who were also on the eastern route and anchored not far from the island, were completely stunned by what they saw. The volcano erupted, and towering lava covered the entire island. The scorching magma, like an angry fire dragon, burst forth and shot straight into the sky. The firelight illuminated half the sky, turning the once tranquil island into a scene of apocalypse. Volcanic ash and debris, carried by powerful air currents, poured down like a torrential rain, covering the entire island. The rocks on the beach were baked red by the high temperature, and the seawater evaporated a large amount of white water vapor under the attack of the high temperature, which mixed with volcanic ash to form an apocalyptic picture. As the volcano continued to erupt, the island's surface began to shake violently, and cracks spread out like a spider web. Some rocks and trees swayed precariously during the tremors, eventually collapsing with a crash and kicking up clouds of dust. The island was torn apart, with some fragments being swept into the sky along with lava before crashing down. If it weren't for the spatial barrier, Li Lulu's current location would have been riddled with holes by the scattered lava. Fortunately, there's a lockdown, so it won't affect me. Li Lulu felt incredibly fortunate. She lay on the fishing boat, watching the volcanic ash filling the sky above the island, preparing to continue sleeping and resting after the noisy eruption subsided. But soon, she saw the message shared by Li Jiangguo in the public chat. Li Jiangguo. Underwater volcanic eruptions may bring creatures from the vicinity of underwater magma to the surface. These dangerous creatures are powerful. Our alliance has been attacked by a perfect quality dangerous creature before, the spirit-melting fish. Please stay away from the volcanic eruption area as soon as possible to avoid being attacked by dangerous creatures. Upon hearing the news, Li Lulu sat up instantly. A dangerous creature of perfect quality. Who but Lin Chen could defeat this thing? Meeting something like that means certain death. Despite her exhaustion, Li Lulu rowed the fishing boat quickly, moving away from the island area. The same scene is playing out in various parts of the world. However, some people are not too worried about this. The system notification said that the lockdown will last until midnight tomorrow morning. What are you afraid of? You have a whole day to escape. I'm going to take a nap. I've only slept for less than 6 hours, and I'm so tired. You bunch of guys are really fearless. If an exceptional ferocious beast can detect enemies from 10 kilometers away, guess how far a perfect ferocious beast can detect them. Anyway, I'm getting out of here first. The sooner I can run, the better. I don't want to run into the perfect beast. The Alliance has even killed a perfect ferocious beast? Are they that strong? There were rumors that there was a dangerous plant of perfect quality on the Alliance ship, which grew alongside their ship. It seems that the rumors were true. It's definitely true. Pictures have already leaked. That huge vine is wrapped around the stern of the 3-section sailboat. It's terrifying. It's said that the spirit-melting fish that the Alliance encountered was eaten by this vine flower. Wait, I suddenly remembered someone encountering a ship with big flowers before. Could it be a ship belonging to the Tongminghui? That ship is on the southern route, while the Alliance is on the eastern route. And although both plants are large vines with big flowers, their appearances are completely different. The southern route, isn't that Lin Chen's starting position? Is that ship Lin Chen's ship? Now that you mention it, there's some truth to it. That guy missed a chance to pledge allegiance to Lin Chen. Not necessarily. Lin Chen's ship looks more high-tech, and there are no vines or large flowers on it. That's Lin Chen, a big shot. The big shot just wants to change the style of the ship. Maybe he'll plant another flower tomorrow. That's right, anything is possible with Brother Lin. Chapter 139, Taming Beasts. About 2 or 3 hours later, the Tongminghui ship gradually became lively. Zhou Xiao and his men set up a row of smelting furnaces on the newly purchased 3-section sailboat and began mass-producing steel. However, due to a lack of metal raw materials and to avoid waste, Zhou Xiao did not forge directly from metal blocks, but instead used the metal weapons that they had discarded as raw materials. These people had all studied with Lu Dajiang for 2 days and had some knowledge, but lacked practical skills. Li Jiangguo didn't expect these people to become skilled blacksmiths in a short time. He only hoped they could make some simple or crude tools. Using these crude props and the special materials of this world, unique effects are created. For example, things like thrusters and stun guns. A stick with exposed wires wrapped around it, and a battery inside. That's it. This thing is the magical artifact that Li Jiangguo plans to use to tame ferocious beasts in the future. Commander Li, it's done. It's done. What's done? Those ferocious beasts we captured before. They've already recognized me as their master. Whom did you recognize? Lu Yusin, who was previously assigned to guard these ferocious beasts, said that she fed them a piece of meat this morning, which indicated that she had successfully tamed them. So, there's no precise way to identify a master? Yes. Brother Lin and his wife went there just now. His wife speculated that whoever is the first to feed the beast meat after waking up will become its master. If it doesn't recognize its master, then knock it out again and feed it meat again when it wakes up next time. There are still 2 beasts in the cage that haven't been fed yet. Commander Li, why don't you give it a try? I won't try. My personal combat strength is already sufficient, and I don't really need the assistance of these ferocious beasts. You can take care of the remaining 2. Okay, Zhou Xiao happily replied. I only need 1, and I'll choose the other one from other members of the alliance. That works too. Li Jiangguo followed Zhou Xiao to the animal cage area. There are 10 animal cages in total, 2 of which are in use, and 1 of which is hanging in the sea. The person in charge of managing this area was a woman named Xiao Lu, who wore large wooden armor and was dragging a large basket of meat in her hands. Good morning, Officer Li. Xiao Lu, where's your pet? It's underwater. Lu Yusin picked up a piece of meat, put it in the water, then lay down, lowered her face close to the water's surface, and called out, "Bow bow." Soon, a fat seal emerged from the sea, wriggled its plump body, and came to Lu Yusin's side, lying down at her feet. Lu Yusin turned to Officer Li and said, I fed it a piece of meat this morning, and it became loyal to me. Now its loyalty is only 40, and it often doesn't listen to me. But as long as I have a piece of meat in my hand, it will swim back quickly. What is its name? Bao Bao, the bao in full belly. It can eat a lot, and it won't stop until its belly is bulging. A nice name. Li Jiangguo wanted to reach out and touch Bao Bao's head, but was deterred by Bao Bao's fierce and menacing appearance. Lu Yusin quickly hugged Bao Bao's head and closed its mouth to stop it from baring its teeth. Officer Li, you can touch it now. Haha, no need. It's your pet, so you'll have to take responsibility for feeding it from now on. Yes, I will definitely take good care of it. Lu Yusin let go, and Bao Bao regained its freedom. It wriggled its plump body, smacked its lips, and came to the raft. It jumped back into the sea and secretly snatched a fish from Lu Yusin's side. Officer Li and Zhou Xiao arrived at the other 2 ferocious beasts that were still trapped in their cages. These 2 ferocious beasts are on the verge of death, but no one has been feeding them. Zhou Xiao, why don't you try feeding it? Let's step back a bit and not disturb them. Everyone stepped back, and Zhou Xiao picked up a piece of meat, hung it on the 8 spider spears, and put it to the beast's mouth. The ferocious beast struggled to move its body, ate the meat, and regained some of its life. Zhou Xiao's face showed a joyful expression. It's a success. Then it seems my guess was correct. Su Yun stood to the side, arm in arm with Lin Chen, and smiled. This basically confirms the process of taming a ferocious beast. Just catch it, knock it unconscious, feed it, and keep repeating this process. Let's promote this method. With Lin Chen and Su Yun's consent, Zhou Xiao immediately posted the method publicly on the chat. Lin Chen tossed out a bunch of various types of animal traps from his dimensional ring. These are for the Alliance. I hope that everyone in the Alliance can have their own pet in the future. Officer Li laughed and said, Then we'll have to stop fishing every day. These ferocious beasts have quite an appetite. Zhou Xiao released his pet from the cage. Although the 2 were not very familiar with each other, it did not affect the pet's obedience to Zhou Xiao, who was holding meat in his hand. Zhou Xiao was clearly very satisfied with his pet. He turned to Li Jianguo and said, "Commander Li, let's set up a logistics department from now on. Let those who are not responsible for combat take on the logistics work, and let the logistics department handle everything, such as animal training, fishing, and farming." Indeed, with more people, there needs to be a clear division of responsibilities. Li Jianguo pondered for a moment, then patted Zhou Xiao on the shoulder. "Then this task is assigned to you. Give me a clear departmental division this afternoon." "Huh? It's me again. The organization values you. Keep up the good work." Li Jianguo patted Zhou Xiao on the shoulder and turned to look at Lin Chen and Su Yun. "This kid is quick-witted. He needs to use his brain more. Officer Li can handle matters within the Tongminghui. What are Mr. Lin's next plans?" "Look around. The world is vast, and there are still many areas that have not been explored." Li Jianguo was not surprised by this answer. With Lin Chen's strength, he doesn't need to team up at all. He can survive in this world on his own. And they might even be able to survive better. Li Jianguo smiled and said, "The leadership position of the Tongminghui has always been vacant. If you get bored one day, you can come back and take over the Tongminghui." Currently, Li Jianguo is the commander of the Tongminghui, but everyone still calls him Officer Li or Old Li. Nominally, the Tongminghui currently has no leader. Lin Chen smiled politely and replied, "Maybe. The future of the alliance has been revealed. The future alliance will have at least one large army of externally attached cybernetic bodies, as well as a legion of ferocious beasts. This might be helpful for navigating ancient tombs. However, to reach the strength needed to conquer the ancient tomb, the alliance needs to develop for a period of time first. After all, when Xiao Xinliang conquered the ancient tomb, hundreds of modders and evolvers died. The current alliance is like a helpless infant, needing Lin Chen's support. When do you plan to leave? This afternoon, or maybe tomorrow? Let's just stay until tomorrow. The alliance is having a military operation this afternoon, which will be our first military operation. You can come and take a look." "Oh, what operation?" "Suppress the pirates on the Eastern Front." Chapter 140, Setting Off to Suppress Bandits. Lin Chen had also heard about pirates. These people were all blacklisted by Lin Chen and harbored resentment, so they banded together to do evil. Pirate organizations were present on all 4 sea routes: east, west, north, and south. They made a living by plundering, with the pirates on the western route being particularly rampant. It is said that they had mastered the blueprints for making cannons and used them to run rampant. Lin Chen had never paid attention to these pirate organizations before, but now the pirates are growing in size. Some people who weren't blacklisted even secretly joined the pirate organization and became members of the pirates. The pirates on the 4 sea routes numbered approximately 200, accounting for 1/10 of all survivors. One of the pirate families on the Western Front alone had more than 100 members. In fact, eliminating pirates was also part of Lin Chen's plan. He planned to first observe the wind conditions during the storm, and if conditions permitted, he would go to the western shipping lane to personally wipe out the pirate gang. The total population has dropped to less than 2,000, and the pirate organization continues to plunder and kill others, which Lin Chen cannot tolerate. Suppressing pirates is imperative. Li Jianguo said, "We have roughly grasped the location of the pirates on the Eastern Front from Li Meifang, and 3 squads are currently surrounding that area. The pirates' ships are ordinary fishing boats, so they can't escape too far." What was the strength of the pirates on the Eastern Front? "They're not strong, only 8 men, but they have a cannon that fires solid shot. It was probably sold to them by the pirates on the Western Front." "The pirates have cannons. Aren't you and Zhou Xiao going together?" All 3 fishing boats are equipped with propellers. Their mission is reconnaissance. They only need to locate the target from a few kilometers away, as the pirates' cannons cannot reach that far. As Li Jianguo was speaking, he suddenly raised his bracelet, and a smile appeared on his lips. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." He called out to Zhou Xiao, who was training his pet. "Pirates' location spotted. Time to set off." "Yes, Commander Li." "Boss Lin, it's 150 kilometers, 300 yuan round trip. Want to come along?" Although 300 kilometers is a long distance, it won't take long for a small fishing boat equipped with a propeller. Lin Chen glanced at Su Yun, then turned to Li Jianguo and nodded slightly. "Let's go. Will you be sailing the boat yourselves, or will you be riding with us?" "You can sit here." "All right. Zhou Xiao, give your boat to Boss Lin. You can ride on mine." Li Jianguo handed Lin Chen a walkie-talkie, then returned to the Tongminghui to deploy the ships. Since the newly built 3-section sailboat has not yet been equipped with propellers and cannot move freely for the time being, the Tongminghui can only send out small boats. The propulsion mechanism on the small boat originally required manual power generation, But yesterday the Alliance acquired a large number of batteries from Lin Chen, which is more than enough to support the needs of short-distance voyages. It's a 300-kilometer round trip, and part of it is even with the wind at my back, so I can make it back for dinner in the evening. Lin Chen led Su Yun onto the fishing boat, ready to set off. As Li Jiangguo and Zhou Xiao's fishing boat passed by, Zhou Xiao asked curiously, "Brother Lin, don't you bring your excellent fish with you?" "No need. It likes to play near the pirate ship, so give it a day off today." "Can pets be left alone? Won't they run away?" "I don't know, but probably not." Lin Chen smiled slightly. He left Little Red on the pirate ship to keep Little in company. Xiaoying used to be able to play by herself for a long time, but now she often comes to play with Lin Chen whenever she has free time. It's probably because I've grown up and need a playmate. Xiao Lai is usually very quiet and likes to stand alone on the mast to contemplate the life of a bird, so there's no point in keeping it. It's better to let it stay with us and take Lin Chen and Su Yun flying around. The two birds and two people stood on the fishing boat, started the propulsion, and set off towards the pirate territory on the eastern front. At this moment, the pirate group on the eastern front was filled with a deathly atmosphere. A fire broke out in the sea, and the spilled grease ignited an area of more than 10 square meters on the sea surface. The pirates, who had just discovered the fire, did not know how to put it out. They only knew to sprinkle mud and sand on the ship, but did not steer it out of the burning sea area. By the time they realized what was happening, both fishing boats had been burned to ashes, along with the rafts carrying supplies, which had also been reduced to charcoal. Only some scattered basic supplies remained floating on the sea surface. All the valuables were stored in boxes and sank to the bottom of the sea. The sea is 100 meters deep, so there is absolutely no hope of recovering it. The Song army was furious, but there was nothing they could do. He wanted to catch the arsonist and teach her a lesson, but she had already disappeared while they were putting out the fire. This operation yielded nothing except for capturing a few women. In fact, it resulted in a significant loss of supplies. Fortunately, the flint cannon was not lost. As long as we still have artillery, there is still hope for a comeback. The Song army was fierce and intimidating. "Boss, there's a fishing boat over there, with only 2 people on board." Upon hearing this, Song Jun's face immediately lit up with joy. He looked at the fishing boat on the sea and shouted urgently, "Hurry, hurry and catch up with it. That fishing boat with only 2 people looks like a fat sheep." In order to catch up with the ship quickly, the Song army directly severed the connection between the fishing boat and the supply rafts behind it. You, and both of you, come with me to chase after that fishing boat." The 3 young pirates received their orders and set off immediately. Seeing this, Su Xianxian glanced at the remaining pirates in alarm and quickly stepped forward to grab Song Jun's arm. "Brother soldier, I just want to do my part too. I'm out fighting. What are you messing around with? What skill level are you even at level 3? No. Then you better stay home." The younger men standing nearby chimed in. "Yeah, sister-in-law, the boss goes out to do men's business, so you just stay home and take care of the household supplies." Song Jun shoved Su Xianxian aside, boarded the fishing boat, and set off. Su Xianxian was left alone, staring blankly at the departing fishing boat. "Damn it, ruthless. I should have known better than to bite him this morning. That wretched man." Su Xianxian quietly retreated to a corner of the raft and began to pack up the supplies in a very professional manner. "Sister-in-law, don't be afraid. We're definitely not bad people." "Yes, sister-in-law, we all listen to our eldest brother." Su Xianxian forced a smile and said, "I'm just a little reluctant to part ways. Don't overthink it. I'll go organize the supplies now." After saying that, she immediately moved the box in front of her, opened it, and blocked the man's view. She wasn't the only one kidnapped by the pirate organization. Su Xianxian clearly heard how the others were tortured. Compared to those women, Su Xianxian was incredibly glad that she made her choice early. She glanced furtively at the departing fishing boat and suddenly felt something was amiss. How could that fishing boat with only 2 people be moving so fast? It's faster than 4 Song soldiers rowing together. Su Xianxian had a bad feeling. Chapter 141. The Song army is dead. 1 cyborg, 2 evolved beings, and 1 armed warrior equipped with an external prosthetic body, all for the purpose of wiping out an 8-person pirate crew. That's like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. 2 galleys departed simultaneously from the Tongminghui headquarters, heading towards the waters where the pirates were located on the eastern front. At this moment, the Song army was still in pursuit. He was excited to see a fishing boat with only 2 people ahead of him. A fishing boat is worth the equivalent of hundreds of supplies, and the price is even higher if traded within a pirate organization. Moreover, these 2 people must have had other supplies on the ship. However, the Song army soon discovered the problem. "Why is that fishing boat in front of me stopping and starting?" and it's going at the same speed as me. What's going on? Are you guys even trying to draw properly? Boss, we really went all out. That ship in front of us is going too fast. Boss, something's not right. The ship ahead seems to be deliberately waiting for us. I noticed that too. They kept stopping and starting. It didn't look like they were trying to escape at all. Song Jun frowned, and suddenly his face turned deathly pale. Damn it. These guys are from the Tongminghui. When they attacked Xianxian Mutual Aid Association, the woman with the best figure ran away. Su Xianxian had told him that this woman had been in contact with the Tongminghui. Moreover, the headquarters of the Tongminghui was located within a 200-kilometer radius. It must have been that woman who contacted the Alliance and exposed the coordinates of the pirates on the Eastern Front. Damn it. Yeah, right. The Song army was furious. He was so infatuated with Su Xianxian that he was so focused on enjoying himself that he forgot about this. Boss, what do we do now? Song Jun stared intently at the fishing boats not far ahead, feeling extremely tense, but his mind was racing. We definitely can't beat the Tongminghui. This fishing boat has definitely been modified by them. Their technology is far superior to ours, and we can't outrun them either. Boss, you're not thinking of surrendering, are you? We can't surrender, boss. We've killed so many people. Will the Alliance let us off the hook? Who the hell said I was going to surrender? Song Jun pulled out an ordinary construction hammer and said, split up. They only have one fishing boat. They can't possibly keep an eye on our two boats. Should we go back and retrieve the supplies first? What the hell? There's no time left. We've only been chasing for a dozen minutes, which is more than enough time for the Alliance to catch up with us. If we don't hurry, we're all going to die. That sister-in-law she. You're really blinded by lust, aren't you? She's just a woman, so what if she's gone? You can always find another one. On the issue of women, Song Jun has entered a state of sainthood, maintaining a very clear-headed attitude. I'll have Su Xianxian send me the flintlock cannon. I'll use it to trade for a fishing boat, 2 people per boat. Good luck to everyone. He sold the flint cannon to other pirates and quickly traded it for a fishing boat. The 2 Tongminghui members who were flying kites ahead were momentarily stunned upon seeing this. The next moment, a fishing boat equipped with a propeller appeared next to the Tongminghui fishing boat. The 2 men each took a boat and went their separate ways. Song Jun was stunned. Damn, bring another one. I refuse to believe that 2 people can operate 3 boats. The pirates who were left behind to guard the rear received the order and were somewhat puzzled. Bringing a flintlock cannon while chasing the enemy is understandable, but why is a new fishing boat needed? And they need it urgently. They sorted out the supplies and used the meager amount to exchange for a fishing boat. Having acquired new fishing boats, the Song army and the accompanying pirates parted ways once again. The pirate following Song's army said, his arm trembling, Boss, if we manage to escape, we'll contact each other again via private message. If we can't escape, let's be brothers again in the next life. Okay, boss. See you later. The 2 fishing boats separated again. Song Jun rowed his boat with all his might, staring blankly at the Tongminghui ships behind him. After hesitating for a moment, he chose to chase after another ship, and Song Jun's face lit up with joy. But soon, he heard his younger brother's shouts coming from afar. Don't chase me. I'm just a nobody. The people on that ship are Song's soldiers, the leaders of the pirates on the Eastern Front. Song Jun's face immediately darkened. He quickly shouted, he's lying to you. He's the real Song soldier. The younger brother shouted back to Song Jun from afar. His equipment is better than mine. He has an excellent bow and a fine spear. Only the boss would carry such good equipment. Just take a look through your binoculars and you'll see. The Tongminghui ships quickly changed course and pursued the Song army. Song Jun angrily pounded on the deck of the ship. Damn it, you bastards. Once this guy shouts, the main combat personnel of the Tongminghui will definitely prioritize chasing after the Song army. With a formidable enemy pursuing them from behind, the Song army had no choice but to flee for their lives. He took out a packet of white powder from his pocket, swallowed it, and then jumped into the water. Breath-holding powder. There's no way to escape by boat. The only option is to dive and fight back. Song Jun was a decisive man. He decided to take advantage of the underwater visibility to sneak to the bottom of the Tongminghui's fishing boat, rush onto the boat, and kill his opponent with a single spear thrust. However, after the other party noticed that the boat had stopped, they did not approach it at all. Instead, they backed up and stopped at a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers, observing from a distance. Song Jun was ultimately just an ordinary person. He had neither evolved nor been modified. Although the breath-holding powder is a high-quality medicine, even if you take it, you still can't swim 2 kilometers in one go. And it happened at sea. He had to surface for air, and was then targeted by the Tong Minghui members on the fishing boat. A longbow was drawn taut and shot, almost grazing the hair of the Song soldiers. If the Song soldiers hadn't ducked so quickly, he would have been killed by that arrow. As they dived back into the sea, a sense of despair enveloped the Song army. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the water churning violently. Ahead, the propeller of the fishing boat started spinning again, but instead of heading towards the Song army, it gradually retreated. It looks like they're chasing after another fishing boat. Did he think I was shot? The Song army was overjoyed. I never expected that the guy chasing me was such an arrogant and conceited fool. Tong Minghui, today's humiliation will be avenged by our Song army. As the propellers receded into the distance, the Song army slowly emerged from the water. Suddenly, a powerful grip pressed down on his shoulder. Song Jun looked up and saw a huge eagle landing above him. A pair of sharp claws pierced his shoulder in an instant, digging deep into his skin. The eagle's claws grabbed Song Jun and carried him into the sky. Fiery beaked eagle, a ferocious beast of exceptional quality. Upon seeing the name of this ferocious beast, Song Jun immediately realized what it meant. Lin Chen has arrived. No wonder the fishing boat left immediately. It turns out there was nothing more for him to do here. Song Jun was filled with despair. Carried into the sky by the fierce-beaked eagle, the Song army saw a large fishing boat slowly approaching in the distance. It was Lin Chen and Su Yun's boat. As the two sides drew closer, the fierce-beaked eagle did not immediately kill the Song soldier, but instead brought him to Lin Chen's side. Looking at the handsome man and beautiful woman in front of him, Song Jun ignored the pain in his shoulder and knelt down on the deck with a thud. Boss Lin, I was wrong. I was forced into it. It was those pirates who forced me to do this. I'm a good person. I protected many innocent people among the pirates. Among them was Su Xianxian from the Xianxian Mutual Aid Association. If you don't believe me, I'll contact her for you right now. Song Jun placed his last bet on Su Xianxian. This woman is a former celebrity, so she'll definitely care about her reputation. She and I had a sexual relationship. If she doesn't want to be ruined, she has to speak up for me. Lin Chen raised his bracelet, took a picture, and then turned and left. Watching Lin Chen and Su Yun's departing figures, Song Jun dared not make any rash moves. One is a cyborg, the other an evolver. Both are superhuman beings who surpass ordinary humans. Even if they completely exposed their backs to the Song army would not dare to attack. However, judging from their appearance, they didn't seem to have any intention of killing anyone. Song Jun was secretly pleased, but the next moment, the sharp claws of the fiery beaked eagle landed on him again. This time, it landed on his head. The sharp claws pierced through the skull in an instant, penetrating the Song soldier's cerebral cortex. Xiaolai grabbed his head and threw the body onto the distant sea. Lin Chen, Officer Li, Song Jun is dead. Li Jiangguo, thank you, Boss Lin. I'm currently chasing after the others. There's still a group of people at the pirates' base. Do you have a moment, Boss Lin? Lin Chen, Xiaolai is already gone. Chapter 142 Annihilation. Lin Chen pointed out a direction to Xiaolai, and Xiaolai flew in that direction on its own. As a flying beast of excellent quality, its flight speed is much faster than that of a sailing oar. These pirates are wicked. We're already struggling to survive, and now we have to be on guard against these pirate attacks. Su Yun said angrily. Lin Chen stared in the direction Xiaolai had gone, and remained silent for a moment. The law of the jungle prevails. Without a powerful organization like the Alliance to suppress it, there would be many more plundering groups like pirates in the entire region. Due to Lin Chen's overwhelming strength and the Alliance's aggressive expansion, the area where Lin Chen was located had remained relatively peaceful. However, if other regions do not have figures like Lin Chen or the Alliance, the situation may not be optimistic. After tonight, there will most likely be another server merge. I wonder how many players there will be after this merge. Based on the size of this world on the navigation map, it wouldn't exceed 50,000. Based on the current known size of navigational maps, this ocean world is approximately a square world of 5,000 kilometers. The four major waterways occupy only a relatively small area. If the total number of people exceeds 50,000, then on each shipping route, you can encounter more than one fleet every few dozen kilometers. When humanity gathers together and builds a large fleet, they will have little to worry about from the threat of ferocious beasts. Even the most ferocious beasts could not pose a threat to a large fleet of more than 1,000 people. Having more people is actually a good thing. We can stick together, increase our chances of survival, and not be afraid of the threat of ferocious beasts. Lin Chen's goods also attract more sellers, allowing him to gain more resources. Lin Chen has always monopolized the high-end props. The two boarded a rowboat and slowly sailed towards the headquarters of the Tongminghui. Ahead, a galley is already waiting. Lin Chen stepped off the oarsman and onto the pirate's raft. Aside from some bloodstains, there was no sign of the pirates on the raft. Where are the pirates? He died and was thrown into the sea. Oh. Lin Chen glanced at the pirates' supplies and shook his head. The amount of their supplies is quite different from the intelligence you initially gathered. Li Meifeng mentioned this before. A person named Li Lulu used grease to set fire to a section of the sea, which burned down the pirates' ships as well. It was probably because of that fire that the pirates' supplies were greatly reduced. Li Jiangguo activated his bracelet and said, "The message has been sent. The Alliance will next carry out a crackdown on the pirate organizations. The pirates on the Eastern Front have now been completely eliminated. The Alliance is calling on organizations on the Western, Southern, and Northern fronts to launch a campaign to eliminate the pirate gangs. The Alliance can provide weapons support to the organizations participating in the anti-piracy operation. There is a reward for killing pirates, but you need to provide a specific kill list and you can't kill indiscriminately. The pirates' good days are over." Lin Chen nodded slightly. "By the way, didn't the report say they had a flint cannon? Where is it? Did it also disappear in that fire?" The scouts saw the flint cannons, but it seems the Song army used them to trade for fishing boats. They tried to escape in different directions, but it was too late. But it doesn't matter, we can also produce cannons, and they are more accurate and have a longer range. If there's nothing else, let's head back. Lin Chen took Su Yun for a drive, as if he were out for a stroll. With the strength of the Alliance, eliminating the pirates on the Eastern Front would be far too easy. Su Yun sat on the returning galley, looking back at the pirates' rafts on the Eastern Front, feeling a little curious. Li Meifeng used to be a member of the Xianxian Mutual Aid Association. Those pirates probably wouldn't kill the members of the Xianxian Mutual Aid Association immediately after capturing them, right? Hostages are quite useful to pirates. By the way, why haven't I seen any corpses of the members of the Mutual Aid Association? Lin Chen remained silent for a moment, looking at the blood on Xiao Lai's beak, claws, and feathers, and said, "If Li Jiangguo said they're dead, then they're all dead. We didn't find any hostage bodies when we arrived. Perhaps the Mutual Aid Society members were already killed by the pirates before we came." Lin Chen's order to Xiao Lai was to kill the enemy. Little Retsu can distinguish between acquaintances and enemies, but not between hostages and pirates. Once it receives an order, it will carry it out meticulously. Given Xiao Lai's speed, it should have arrived before Li Jiangguo. Those pirates had no chance of stopping the attack of Xiao Lai, a ferocious beast of excellent quality. There was blood on the raft, but no body. It's highly likely that after Li Jiangguo saw the horrific scene Xiao Lai had caused, he simply cleaned up the area and threw all the bodies into the sea. Lin Chen speculated. Li Jiangguo probably wouldn't have thought of these details. It was probably done by that gangster named Zhou Xiao who was by his side. Given his gang background, Zhou Xiao might have even worked as a cleaner. Lin Chen called Xiao Lai down and rinsed its body with seawater. A thorough cleaning will be left to Xiaoying later. Xiaoying will hold Xiao Lai down in the sea and give him a good wash. On the pirates' raft on the Eastern Front, Li Jiangguo looked at the blood-stained supplies and couldn't help but sigh. A ferocious beast is still a ferocious beast. Once given the order to kill, its brutal nature will be unleashed. Zhou Xiao nodded and said, "The methods of the fierce-beaked eagle are indeed cruel, ripping open people's intestines and even cracking open their skulls. But that's how the animal kingdom is. Ferocious beasts don't care about humanity." Those members of the Xianxian Mutual Aid Association died in vain. Commanderly, it's not like they all died in vain. At least Su Xuanxuan's death was definitely not in vain. Everyone else was tied up, but Su Xianxian had a bunch of equipment and weapons on her. She didn't look like a prisoner at all. She looked like she had joined the pirates. Perhaps it was out of necessity. Commanderly, you don't understand. I know a lot about the private lives of these celebrities. Our gang has helped many big bosses with business dealings involving celebrities back in the day. Stop. Li Jiangguo raised his hand to stop Zhou Xiao from sharing his story. I don't want to hear your gang stories. If you say another word, I'll kick you. Okay, Commanderly, I promise I'll shut up. Zhou Xiao covered his mouth with his left hand. Chapter 143, Second Stage, Stormy Weather. The demise of the pirates on the Eastern Front sounded the clarion call for the eradication of pirates. Pirates are a scourge in the survival world, and they are an organization that everyone hates. From now on, with the Alliance and Lin Chen leading the way, the pirates' lives will become increasingly difficult. Even the most powerful pirates on the Western Front had to restrain their arrogance and keep a low profile. After all, the Alliance had two online organizations on the Western Front that had obtained the island treasures, and their strength had achieved a qualitative leap. After returning to the Tongminghui, Lin Chen inspected the work of Zhang Qinwei and the others before returning to his pirate ship. Su Yun, wearing an apron, moved gracefully through the kitchen. Compared to Lin Chen, Su Yun's cooking skills are undoubtedly better. Lin Chen only knows how to use a bunch of seasonings to create what he thinks tastes good, and the types of dishes he makes are limited to boiled fish and grilled meat. But Su Yun can do everything. Since Su Yun checked into the pirate ship, Lin Chen and Xiao Ying's menu has been greatly improved. Lin Chen no longer needed to cook for himself, because Xiao Ying thought Su Yun's cooking was better than Lin Chen's. Lin Chen sat on a chair in the kitchen, watching Su Yun's busy figure, a smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. Didi, Li Jiangguo, there's good news. The pirates on the southern front have been wiped out. The strongest wolf-hunting squad in the online organization discovered traces of the pirates on the southern front. Captain Chi Pailang, a modified human, directly took action and eliminated them. Lin Chen, there's no need to worry about the pirates for now. Their demise is only a matter of time. Once their location is exposed, they're doomed. She was instantly exposed. This is the current predicament of pirates. Even the Wangtai pirate group on the Western Front was no exception. After the two evolved beings on the Western Front revealed their location coordinates, they attracted countless people to join them. Today is a day off, the weather is good, and there is no threat from the sea, making it a good opportunity for individual people and small groups to join larger organizations. The Tongminghui headquarters has taken in more than 40 people in just one day. Two organizations with evolved individuals located on the Western Front attracted nearly 200 people a day, bringing the total number of people to over 300. This situation is also occurring in the other two shipping lanes. Lin Chen originally planned to personally eliminate the pirates, but now it seems there's no need for that at all. There's no need for me to lift a finger. The pirates will be wiped out by the Alliance's online organization. Clatter. Su Yun turned off the stove valve. A steamed fish, 3 fried pork chops, and 3 vegetarian dishes were placed in front of Lin Chen. This is quite a lot of work. Su Yun packed the vegetables into a box. Let's go call Xiao Ying for dinner. Xiao Ying is still living in the moon pool pod. The outer walls of the moon pool cabin were painted with a black lacquer-like substance, blocking outside sight. The interior was equipped with electric lights, and it had become Xiao Ying's boudoir. Carrying the suitcase, the two jumped into the water, entered the moon pool cabin, and had dinner with Xiao Ying. On the boat next door, several members of the Tongminghui were lying on the side of the boat, teasing Little Red with fish meat. Seeing Lin Chen and Su Yun jump into the sea with a suitcase, I couldn't help but wonder, why are Brother Lin and sister-in-law swimming with a suitcase? Brother Lin's boat has a large black glass house at the bottom, a moon pool cabin of excellent quality. Brother Lin and his wife always eat in the moon pool cabin at mealtimes. Why eat there? Is the atmosphere better there? Isn't it inconvenient to carry a big suitcase every time? Don't worry about Lin's affairs. Let him do whatever he wants. Maybe he's even prepared a special candlelight dinner in his lunar pool cabin. During their time with the Tongminghui, Lin Chen and Su Yun's every move was the focus of attention. Just like people chasing stars on Earth, people in the survival world admire Lin Chen no less than they admire top celebrities and the richest people. This is also one of the reasons why Lin Chen decided to leave the Tongminghui. What are your plans for the future? During the meal, Su Yun asked. Lin Chen swallowed a large piece of pork chop and said, I want to see the end of the world. On the navigation map, this ocean survival world is not very large, and its end can be fully explored. Su Yun nodded. She was also quite curious about the end of this world. The center of the world is the hub of weather control and a gathering place for legendary creatures. So what will the ends of the world look like? Perhaps the world is spherical, and if you sail from the eastern route to its end, you will enter the western route. However, these are all just speculations. The winds will definitely be very strong on a stormy day, so you must sail as far away from the center of the world as possible to avoid being blown into the center of the world by the strong winds. Lin Chen's idea of driving to the ends of the earth also aligns with this point. Then let's set off tomorrow morning. To the ends of the earth. Su Yun is full of energy. She has never been one for comfort. Otherwise, she wouldn't call herself the goddess of war. Xiao Ying sat cross-legged on her fishtail. Under Su Yun's guidance, she learned to use chopsticks in just 2 minutes and used them very skillfully. At the 3-person dining table, Xiao Ying's chopsticks flew across the table, and in no time all the fried pork chops on the table were gone. The last piece was snatched from under Lin Chen's chopsticks. Unlike usual, no dangerous creatures attacked on the night of the rest day. The patrolmen waited anxiously until midnight, when they received the weather forecast for the new day. The scorching sun has ended, and the stormy season has begun. The storm will last for 10 days. Stormy Day 1 weather forecast. Cloudy, temperature 15 to 25 degrees Celsius, gale force 8, day and night are roughly equal. Global announcement. Ocean survival game enters Phase 2. New content added in Phase 2. 1. New celestial body added, the Moon. 2. Some islands have been refreshed, with an increase in the number of medium-sized islands and a decrease in the number of small islands. 3. The chances of ferocious beasts appearing increase during the day. 4. Increased probability of neutral organism activity. 5. New items available in the ocean shop. The next phase will be announced in 7 days. Chapter 144, The Alliance Warning. Can someone knowledgeable analyze the features of the new content? The main thing is the moon. The moon's appearance will bring tides. The rise and fall of tides may have some impact on ocean currents. There is also a probability of ferocious beasts appearing during the day. Previously, it was almost impossible to see ferocious beasts during the day, but now it is possible for a large number of ferocious beasts to appear during the day. When the tide comes in, everyone should be careful to avoid running aground. Would the appearance of the moon cause giant ocean waves like Mad Dog waves? Even without the moon, there will still be giant waves if there is a hurricane. I estimate that there will definitely be Mad Dog waves during the days when the storm is at its strongest. Everyone will have to find an island to take shelter for a while. If we really encounter Mad Dog waves, even Brother Lin's pirate ship probably won't be able to withstand them. You underestimate Brother Lin. By the time Mad Dog wave appears, Brother Lin might already be sailing a warship. Even warships might not be able to withstand the raging waves. If the first day already has a level 8 gale, then the 8th day will be a level 16 hurricane. Enough said, brothers, let's just dig a hole on the island, bury all the supplies in it, and bury myself in it too. Why haven't the servers been merged, yet is it possible they won't merge them at all? The server merge will probably happen around 3 or 4 a.m. The last server merge also happened around 3 or 4 a.m. After midnight, Lin Chen held Su Yun in his arms and scrolled through the chat channels. People are generally worried about stormy weather. We can endure the scorching heat of a sunny day, but what about a hurricane on a stormy day? What if a tornado or something similar comes along? We'd be doomed. Hurricane. If a Category 15 hurricane were to occur, Lin Chen would find it difficult to withstand. Maybe all we'll have to do then is dig a hole on the island and bury ourselves to survive the hurricane. Are you worried about the dangers of a storm? Su Yun turned around, and their faces were very close. Their warm breaths collided on each other's faces. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Let's take it one step at a time. With the pace of development so fast these days, we'll always find a way to cope. Su Yun stretched her neck forward and touched Lin Chen's lips with her soft lips. It's late. Su Yun was suddenly hugged by Lin Chen. The next morning, when I woke up, the weather outside was a little gloomy. Lin Chen got out of bed and stretched his body. Having too much energy isn't necessarily a good thing. Lin Chen pulled the blanket up for Su Yun, who was still fast asleep, covering her beautiful body. The weather is getting a bit chilly. The wind outside gradually became violent, and the howling wind could be heard inside the cabin. Lin Chen stepped out of the cabin, where the strong wind on the deck made the ropes swing violently. A level 7 gale is strong enough to break tree branches and create huge waves on the sea. It was a disaster for those small fishing boats and rafts. Small fishing boats and rafts are completely unable to resist the wind in this kind of weather and can only move with the wind. Those with good luck might encounter an island along the way and dock there. Those with bad luck will be blown straight into the center of the world, becoming food for legendary ferocious beasts. Lin Chen glanced at the number of people in the current area. 35,784. As expected, the servers have been merged. Open the chat channel, and you'll see that people in the new district have already started recruiting and expanding their influence. The Holy Domain, the leading force in the old district, is recruiting offline organizations led by evolved individuals who will be equipped with firearms. To hell with your number 1 power. My Ling Xiao Hall is number 1, leader of the modifiers, with over 200 members. 200? You dare call yourselves that? We, the heroes of the storm, have 300 brothers. Located on the Eastern Passage, welcome newcomers. The Survivors Alliance, with influence spanning all 4 major routes and countless affiliated teams, is now opening its membership channel in the new server. Those interested are welcome to contact our leaders from all 4 regions. The Alliance warns, no organization may infringe upon or coerce others by any other means. Violators will be executed. What the hell do you think you are, daring to warn me? Other organizations are recruiting, and you come up here and give everyone a warning? Who do you think you are? I've seen arrogant people before, but I've never seen anyone as arrogant as you guys. Nonsense. You can say whatever you want without thinking. You're from the Alliance, huh? Dare to reveal your coordinates? My Sky Wolf gang will wipe you out in a heartbeat. This kind of thing is obviously used to being arrogant and domineering in its old district. Now that the new district has been merged, it still thinks it's invincible. What a piece of trash. They think they're qualified to unify the entire region with that kind of intelligence? Are most of their old regions dead, and this is the only organization left? The Western branch of the Alliance issues a warning. All organizations operating along the Western route must immediately report to headquarters, including all information such as total numbers, number of evolved or modified individuals, and coordinates. The report must be submitted by 2400 hours tonight. Keywords: Thunder Python Arm, Serpent Gene, Artillery, External Cybernetic Warrior. Warning regarding the northern distribution of the Tongminghui. Southern front of the Tongminghui. Eastern front warning from the Alliance headquarters. Anyone who disobeys will be executed. Entry: Revolver, Dragon Python Legend. Entry: Hellfire Shotgun Legend. Image: External Cybernetic Warrior. As soon as the message from the Alliance was sent out, the entire channel suddenly went silent. 2 legendary weapons, 6 modifiers, evolvers. And then there are those external cybernetic warriors who look incredibly impressive. What the hell is this organization? Lin Chen. I am Lin Chen, a sponsor of the Alliance. I hope you all will behave and obey. I don't like bloodshed. Lin Chen. This name is widely known. Is that Lin Chen who received the epic title in the global announcement? Nonsense. Besides my brother Lin, who else could get so many legendary weapons? If you don't want to get beaten up, you'd better behave, or my 8 spider lances won't be so polite. May I ask, how many people are there in the Tongminghui at present? Since I got my external prosthetic body, I haven't fought a real cyborg yet. Are there any cyborgs willing to volunteer? My location is shown in the navigation map. Welcome to the battle. If the Alliance's display of military equipment was enough to shock everyone, then Lin Chen's appearance was undoubtedly a heavy blow to all organizations. Epic. This is the first, and possibly the only, person in the world to have started an epic journey. The Alliance has already displayed 2 legendary weapons. How many more legendary weapons does Lin Chen have? Nobody knows. He might even possess an epic weapon, a level higher than legendary. Moreover, Lin Chen himself must be an extremely powerful modifier or evolver. Judging by their strength on paper alone, Lin Chen alone could probably wipe out an organization of several hundred people. In the public chat, the speaker began to pay attention to their tone of voice. Excuse me, how many people are there in the Tongminghui now? Li Jiangguo. There are 1,416 people, of which 387 are at headquarters, located on the eastern route. The rest are distributed across the other 3 routes. Those interested should contact the branch manager of their respective route. We are not recruiting online. We only accept offline members. Here is a map showing the headquarters coordinates. Navigation map. Coordinates of the Western Navigation Channel. Southern route. Northern route. They dare to reveal their coordinates directly and are not afraid of any sneak attacks. The Tongminghui had the confidence to do so. In the entire region, only the Alliance has this confidence. Chapter 145 Swamp Island. The Alliance's strength is so overwhelming. One organization has more survivors than our entire district. In the end, only a little over 700 of us survived. Only 500 people survived to the end in our district, and there was only 1 reformer in the entire district. Our district has 1 evolved human and 1 modified human. However, compared to the Alliance, the gap in strength is still too great. I've always been curious, what are these modifiers you're talking about? And what are evolvers? Your district can't be completely without anyone who got the island's treasure, right? How many of you survived in total? 163 people survived. Lin Chen glanced at the chat channel for a while before closing it, then retrieved the revolver dragon python and hellfire shotgun that he had placed in front of Li Jiangguo. Officer Li, the Tongminghui is about to undergo another expansion. We can't slack off on management. Don't worry, I will definitely keep a close eye on them. Now that we have more metals, we don't lack copper, but we lack gunpowder and saltpeter. We can send our men to keep an eye out for saltpeter. Clear. Li Jiangguo nodded in agreement. The 3 legendary weapons were given to him by Lin Chen to save face. They weren't actually given to the Alliance. However, Lin Chen also left some good things for Li Jiangguo. He left all the high-quality firearms to Li Jiangguo, including the Uzi submachine gun, which was extremely wasteful of ammunition. Lin Chen glanced at the Alliance's ammunition inventory. It was enough for 2 magazines of Uzi submachine guns. Lin Chen's own ammunition stockpile is no longer as scarce as before. Through mining on medium-sized mountainous islands, His gold reserves reached as high as 13. 13 legendary bullets were crafted in one go, including one legendary shotgun bullet, one legendary dragon python bullet, and the rest were of perfect quality. The revolver dragon python currently holds 6 bullets, exactly 1 magazine. The Hellfire shotgun has 4 rounds for the Sunfire and 3 rounds for the Shadowfire. The power of the Shadow Flame burning does not change based on the bullet quality, but the burst damage of the Sun Flame does change based on the bullet quality, so 1 more Sun Flame was fired. In the morning, after inspecting Zhang Qinwei's work, Lin Chen patted him on the shoulder and handed him a pistol. If you encounter danger, you can't rely on Li Jianguo entirely. He can't stay by your side forever. This gun has 8 bullets in it, which is enough for you to deal with most ferocious beasts and enemies. Zhang Qinwei took the pistol and hid it on his waist. Boss, thank you. Zhang Qinwei has always been grateful to Lin Chen. In his heart, Lin Chen was a good person just like Li Jianguo. They both harbored a kind heart that wanted to save the world. Lin Chen did not object to this. He truly didn't want anyone to die. After saying goodbye to Zhang Qinwei, Lin Chen returned to his pirate ship and continued his journey. The alliance has fully matured and no longer needs Lin Chen's support. With its current strength, the alliance is enough to sweep across the entire region. Mr. Lin, may everything go smoothly. Farewell. Goodbye. The pirate ship sailed away, bidding farewell to the alliance's headquarters. Propelled by a large thruster array, it travels against gale force winds towards the ends of the earth. After sailing for more than 10 kilometers, Lin Chen moved Xiaoying from the second-floor cabin to the deck. Xiaoying loves sunbathing, and even on scorching hot days, she often lies on the sea to sunbathe. Today is the first day of the storm, and the weather is mostly cloudy. Although it was windy, there wasn't much movement in the sky, and there was still some good sunshine. Xiaoying emerged from the water, gripping the aquarium walls with both hands. The howling sea breeze tossed her hair, sending it fluttering in the air. As a mermaid, Xiaoying's hair doesn't get wet and clump together from the seawater, which is something Su Yun greatly envies. Lunch is ready. The young cook, Su Yun, emerged from the cabin carrying a suitcase. However, after seeing the strong winds on the deck, she retreated. Why don't we eat in the kitchen? It's too windy outside. A gale of force 8 is strong enough to break tree branches. Lin Chen didn't want to eat in this kind of environment either. He took Xiaoying out of the fish tank, held her in his arms, and walked towards the kitchen. Littling nestled obediently in Lin Chen's arms, her dark, bright eyes fixed on Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen put her in the kitchen, in the chair that Su Yun had specially made for Xiaoying. Looking at Xiaoying sitting in the chair, Su Yun suddenly asked curiously, Xiaoying, will you have the ability to transform in the future? Xiaoying tilted her head. It's the ability to become human. As Su Yun spoke, she stretched out her long, fair legs. Is it possible to turn a fish tail into human legs? Littling pouted, looking thoughtful. After a long while, she nodded. Very good. Su Yun excitedly hugged Xiaoying. Then Xiaoying can live with us on the boat from now on. But Xiaoying shook her head. Ing. Lin Chen looked at the excited Su Yun and said, Xiaoying is a mermaid after all. Even if she can grow legs, she would probably prefer to live in the sea. It's okay. At least we can bring Xiaoying along when we go on island adventures in the future. Su Yun was not disappointed by this. The three were having lunch when they soon heard Xiao Lai's eagle cry from outside. Could there be some new discovery on the sea? Lin Chen put down his chopsticks and walked out of the cabin. But what they saw ahead was a vast expanse of sea, with a few trees standing on it. Xiao Lai wouldn't be chirping so loudly for no reason. Could there be something wrong with those trees? Lin Chen took out the navigation map and immediately understood the reason. There's a large shallow beach ahead. Or rather, it's an island that's been submerged by the sea. If they continue forward, the ship may run aground. Lin Chen immediately turned the rudder around and called to Su Yun to go to the second deck and shut down the propellers. This saved the pirate ship from running aground. The anchor was lowered, and the pirate ship anchored at sea. Lin Chen and Su Yun looked at the underwater terrain, which was less than half a meter deep, shown on the navigation map. Su Yun asked curiously, Is this an island? Why is it so shallow? It's probably a medium-sized island, like a swamp. It's just that it's submerged now. Chapter 146 Rubber Tree. How do you explore this kind of island? The entire island was submerged by seawater. Looking down from the sea, all you could see was a patch of black land, with half a meter of water enough to submerge your calves. In swampy terrain, poisonous insects are bound to appear. Walking on it is extremely dangerous. Lin Chen called Xiao Lai over and decided to pilot Xiao Lai to explore the area from the air. Su Yun also rode in the white car, but at a slightly higher altitude, to provide security for Lin Chen from the air. Once a ferocious beast is spotted, shoot it with arrows immediately. Lin Chen held the extraordinary spear in his hand and flew at low altitude. Xiao Lai, let's go. Controlling Xiao Lai, Lin Chen flew towards the tree on the island. These are the only few trees on the entire swampy island, so they must not be ordinary trees. As soon as they approached the island, a stream of venom suddenly shot out from the bottom of the water. Fortunately, Xiao Lai reacted quickly and dodged to the side. After all, it is a ferocious beast of excellent qualities, and its ability to move is far superior to that of a beast of good qualities. In the air, Su Yun's arrow was shot down almost as soon as the venom appeared. But the arrow, of exceptional quality, failed to kill the poisonous insect. The resistance in the water greatly reduced the power of the arrow. Arrows are too weak in water. Let's switch to guns. Huh. Su Yun was taken aback. But wouldn't it be a waste to waste bullets here? No. With more survivors now, the production of saltpeter and metals will definitely increase. Copper and gunpowder will no longer be scarce resources. Besides, marksmanship requires practice. In the future, firearms will be the main weapons, so we'll need to practice our marksmanship too. Good. Su Yun switched to a pistol, held it with both hands, lowered her altitude slightly, and aimed at the water. The poisonous insect, struck by the arrow, seemed to realize that its opponent could not effectively harm it, and became even more rampant. It emerged from the swamp and swam towards Lin Chen in the seawater. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out. The first shot missed, but the second hit. The poisonous insect's health was instantly depleted. Even underwater, where the bullet's power is reduced, it is still a weapon of perfect quality, far beyond what this tiny poisonous insect can withstand. Congratulations on defeating the dangerous creature, Ancient Millipede. You have obtained a bronze chest. Su Yun shared the entry for the Ancient Millipede with Lin Chen. This is a high-quality poisonous insect. Lin Chen had absolutely no interest in taming this disgusting-looking poisonous insect. Since Su Yun was the one who killed the enemy, the ownership of this bronze treasure chest belongs to Su Yun, and only Su Yun can open it within 3 hours. However, neither of them valued the bronze treasure chest very much, and they planned to open it on their way back after exploring the entire island. Just then, a clear, melodious singing voice came from behind. Xiaoying summoned a wave that propelled the box to the side of the ship, where she stored it in the moon pool cabin. As for the corpse of the ancient millipede, it remained in place. The swamp island was covered by seawater. The reason why Xiaoying did not go to the island with Lin Chen and the other person was because she did not like those insects. With the special treasure chest collection assistant, Lin Chen and his companion no longer needed to worry about the treasure chests and could continue exploring the island. Lin Chen sat on Xiao Lai's back and continued flying towards the trees. Rubber tree, good quality. Rubber latex can be obtained from this plant. It can be collected by tapping. Cut slits in the trunk of the rubber tree to allow the sap to flow out. After the sap solidifies, the solidified rubber material can be cut off with a knife. Alternatively, the rubber tree can be decomposed using an alchemy table to obtain a large quantity of rubber. Harvesting rubber was too inefficient. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen cleared away the ferocious beasts around him, then tied a rope to the rubber tree, preparing to uproot it and transplant it onto the ship. Finally, with the combined efforts of Xiao Lai and Xiao Bai, the rubber tree was successfully pulled out of the soil and brought back to the ship. Since there was no immediate need for rubber as a raw material, Lin Chen did not break it down, but instead transplanted it to the large nursery on the bottom of the raft. After transplanting 3 rubber trees, Lin Chen suddenly noticed a bubbling area on the sea surface covering the swampy island. Driven by a spirit of exploration, Lin Chen immediately sent Xiao Lai off. The area ahead is a high-risk area. Could that bubble be the Lord? Looking at the map, this location is roughly in the center of the island. This is a high-risk area. Make Xiao Bai fly higher. At the same time, Lin Chen picked up the phone. To facilitate communication, Lin Chen and Su Yun used walkie-talkies, while the mobile phone was left with Xiaoying, who was by the side of the boat. Lin Chen said to Xiaoying, who was standing far away on the side of the boat, "Can you see me?" "Eek. Can you control the seawater here?" "Eek." A single ying can mean yes, correct, agree, or okay. Could you clear away the seawater in front of me to expose the ground underneath for 5 minutes? Eek. Those 3 minutes. Eek. 1 minute. Eek. Soon, the seawater in front of Lin Chen parted to the sides, revealing the ground below. Lin Chen saw the source of the bubbles. It was a small vent protruding from the ground, constantly spewing air towards the surface. Lin Chen dared not approach rashly. After all, a perfect lord could appear on a medium-sized island, and if he were ambushed by a perfect lord, the consequences would be unimaginable. He controlled Xiao Lai to retreat and rise, then ordered Su Yun to aim at the air vent and fire. The bullet missed its mark and landed on the edge of the air vent, but it ignited the continuously emerging airflow. A pillar of fire shot up from the ground and instantly appeared in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. Could this be biogas? But methane shouldn't be emitted like this, right? Lin Chen didn't know much about this, so he took a picture and sent it to Zhang Qinwei for advice. Although we don't know what kind of gas it is, judging from the column of fire, it is clearly flammable. Just as Lin Chen was waiting for Zhang Qinwei's reply, the ground around the jet hole suddenly began to surge. A ferocious beast is approaching. Xiao Lai quickly rose higher, and almost at the same time, a giant worm burst out of the swamp. Swamp worm. Perfect quality, Lord-level dangerous creature. A large worm that lives in swamps. It can move quickly through soft mud. Its huge feeding mouth is like a meat grinder, easily swallowing and dismembering the body of survivors. Looking down into the gaping abyss below, Lin Chen felt a wave of nausea. He drew his Hellfire Sunfire and shot it into the mouth of the swamp worm. Countless crackling sounds rang out as the swamp worm's body was blasted open from the inside, spraying blood everywhere. Its health points were instantly reduced by a large portion. In the air, Su Yun immediately fired a follow-up shot. Although my marksmanship isn't great, the swamp worm is so big that it's hard to miss. Su Yun fired 3 shots and successfully killed the giant worm. Congratulations on defeating the Lord-level dangerous creature, the swamp worm. You have received a diamond chest. Chapter 147 Complex Gases and Fossils. Under overwhelming firepower, even a perfectly crafted Lord-level beast was instantly killed the moment it showed its face. Eek! Xiao Ying's voice was somewhat hurried, probably because she could no longer maintain the separation of the seawater in this area. Lin Chen immediately dropped the hook, hooked the corpse of the swamp worm, and prepared to drag the corpse back to the ship. Having defeated the perfect lord, we have completed more than half of the island exploration mission. Seawater converged at the vent that spewed fire. The blazing flames were quickly extinguished, and the flames returned to their bubbling, gurgling state. After clearing out the Lord's underlings in the vicinity and confirming that it was safe, Lin Chen and Su Yun began to approach the bubble. The bracelet scans to open and reveals a brand new entry. Complex gases, superior quality. After collection, they can be broken down using an alchemy station to obtain various gases. Gaseous substance. Lin Chen shared the news with Su Yun. How can I collect this gaseous substance? Take the plastic bottle, just like filling it with water. Lin Chen did have some plastic in his construction hammer. He took out several plastic bottles, tied them to the long gun, and placed them above the sea. But this method won't collect the gas. The gas dissipates by the time the bubbles burst. The bottle opening must be plugged over the vent. Lin Chen gripped the bottle with his fiery dragon fist arm, pressed his thumb against the bottle mouth, dipped it into the water to block the air hole, and then immediately released his thumb. Soon, the bottle filled with a yellowish-brown gas. Lin Chen collected a total of 10 bottles and then returned to the pirate ship. The first thing to do upon returning to the ship was, naturally, to dismember the body. This time we should be able to obtain the Lord's biological gene sample. While Su Yun was dismantling the treasure chests, Lin Chen gathered them together. Most of these treasure chests belonged to Su Yun, but because Lin Chen was lucky, Su Yun gave them all to Lin Chen to open. Got it! Su Yun shouted joyfully, holding up a sharp tooth in her hand, a tooth of a swamp worm. Lord's biological gene sample, perfect quality. We've obtained the gene samples, but where is the island's treasure trove? The entire island has been submerged by seawater. Where can we find the island's secret treasure space? Let's check again tonight. Maybe the tide will go out. If it continues to be submerged, then fly around the sea again, especially to check the high-risk areas and see if there are any missed openings. Lin Chen had never discovered a secret treasure space on Xiao Zhenliang's island before, so he had good reason to suspect that medium-sized islands did not have island secret treasure spaces. Lin Chen placed the bottle containing the complex gas on the alchemy table, turned the bottle upside down, and wedged the mouth of the bottle into a small hole on the alchemy table. Gas analysis. Estimated time, 2000 hours. 1 bottle every 20 minutes. That's very inefficient. Lin Chen put the remaining 9 bottles aside, preparing to go for a walk and come back later. The Ocean Shop has also launched new products. Lin Chen has seen the Ocean Shop's new products, which are basically upgraded versions of the original products. It wasn't of much help to Lin Chen. There was only one thing that caught his eye. Ocean Survival and Animal Fighting Experience Post. It's no longer a survival manual, but an experience guide, more like an item left behind by a predecessor, collected and replicated by the system, and then sold to survivors. This guide contains experiences of fighting many high-quality creatures, including their weaknesses and even habits. There are also some animal training experience sharing. One of the rules is that not all ferocious beasts can be tamed. However, the experience post did not directly specify which creatures it was. Of course, since this is an experience post, it may contain errors. Don't take it all at face value. Lin Chen only took it as a reference. You'll need to explore the specifics of the survival game yourself. Lin Chen and Su Yin packed their gear and set off again to explore the island. This time, a new discovery was made. Fossil. Fossil, excellent quality. This fossil can be analyzed using an alchemy table to obtain materials. Fossils, superior quality. These fossils are buried in the swamp, with only a small portion exposed in the seawater, making them very difficult to find. Fortunately, Lin Chen scanned almost every inch of the ground, which is how he discovered the fossils. To facilitate the excavation of fossils, and to explore whether there were hidden entrances to the island's treasure space within the swamp, Lin Chen devised a brilliant method. Rake the ground. He asked Su Yun to make a large rake, which Xiao Lai and Xiao Bai carried in their mouths and dragged across the ground while flying. After about an entire afternoon, they finally raked the entire island and found more than 200 fossils, ranging from good to perfect quality, with 2 of them being perfect quality. There are plenty of good things on the swampy islands too. After an afternoon of decomposition, a total of 6 gases were identified from the complex gas: oxygen, nitrogen, ammonia, helium, methane, and butane. Lin Chen didn't know how to use them, so he gave them all to Zhang Qinwei. Although Zhang Qinwei was an engineer, he didn't know much about this area. However, now that there were more people in the district, the Tongminghui quickly found someone who knew about this and sent people from the western route to meet him. Soon, Zhang Qinwei made contact with this person and began to introduce the gas into production, which reportedly had a very significant effect. Unfortunately, the quantity of these gases is limited, making large-scale production impossible. As for fossils, the effect is equally astonishing. These fossils, after being broken down on the alchemy table, mostly turned into animal bones of equal quality. However, there were also some pleasant surprises. One of the 2 perfect quality fossils provided Lin Chen with a perfect quality ruby. Lin Chen now possesses 2 rubies and has collected a portion of the materials for the Barret destruction. However, Lin Chen was not too excited about this. This is only a quarter of the way through Barret destruction. Lin Chen could roughly deduce the origin of the black dragon scales among them. At the center of the world, Su Yun encountered a black dragon. That was a legendary, ferocious beast. Creating the Barret destruction is still a long and arduous task. Lin Chen carefully put the ruby away. Besides rubies, the fossil also contained other useful items, such as various rare metals and high-energy fuel. A fist-sized piece of high-energy fuel could burn for a day. Finally, there's the box. 1 diamond chest, and hundreds of bronze and silver chests. Aside from some useless decorations and junk items, Lin Chen obtained a total of 19 pieces of equipment and 3 useful blueprints, including 1 legendary piece of equipment. Nightmare Apostle, legendary quality, armor. Possesses extremely high defensive capabilities. Its terrifying appearance can scare away any low-level creatures attempting to approach. Durability, 50,000 to 50,000. A simple description: he has only 1 special ability, and its effect is similar to that of the Butcher. But its durability is higher than that of a 3-section sailboat. The durability alone demonstrates how resilient this armor is. However, since it was a full suit of armor, wearing it on a daily basis would affect his movement, so Lin Chen stored the armor in his dimensional ring and carried it with him, so he could take it out and put it on immediately when needed. As for other equipment, Lin Chen first changed himself and Su Yun into a set of light travel gear, and sold the excess to the Alliance. The 3 blueprints are: 1 for a fishing rod of superior quality, 1 for a spear of perfect quality, and 1 for a construction hammer of excellent quality. Lin Chen picked up the high-quality architectural blueprints, feeling incredibly excited. Chapter 148: Dragon Gallant Silver Spear. Excellent crafting requirements for a construction hammer: 50 superior wood, 5,000 fiber, 10,000 plastic, 900 iron, 200 copper, 50 silver, 20 gold. It's only 1 level higher than good quality, but the cost is hundreds of times higher. But this is a construction hammer, a crucial item in the survival game, and an essential tool for survivors. As the game progresses, some players have started to acquire regular building hammers, which allow them to construct rafts, wooden walls, and other buildings at any time, creating a small house for themselves. Within the alliance, high-quality construction hammers circulated widely, which could be used to build fishing boats directly. Some wealthy individuals purchased excellent quality construction hammers, which could be used to build medium-sized sailing ships such as oar-powered sailboats. The exceptional construction hammer is only owned by Lin Chen and has never been sold to others. During the production of construction hammers, Lin Chen has accumulated a large number of excellent construction hammers. Once sold, he will be able to instantly gain more resources than his current material reserves. Now that you have a high-quality building hammer blueprint, if you trigger the lucky draw, you might get a perfect building hammer. Lin Chen was already looking forward to building a finished ship of exceptional quality directly. We're still short of gold right now. In another day or two, everyone should be able to collect the metal or piles, and then we'll have enough gold to make excellent construction hammers. Lin Chen put the blueprints into his dimensional ring and decided to make a spear first. The perfect crafting requirements for a spear are 10 perfect wood, 1,000 iron, 100 silver, and 5 sharp feldspar. Sharp-edged feldspar is a material of superior quality, and Lin Chen can directly use moonstone as a substitute. After getting 5 moonstones back from Zhang Qinwei, Lin Chen immediately began making them. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +2. Obtained. Epic Dragon's Gallant Silver Spear. Looking at the silver-white spear on the workbench, Lin Chen's face showed an expression of disbelief. Jinshan's silver spear. They actually made it. The gun barrel is slender and straight, gleaming with a cold light. The tip is sharp and pointed, flashing with a chilling light, exuding boundless killing intent. The shaft is engraved with exquisite dragon patterns, as refined as a work of art, yet displaying unparalleled power. Dragon's Gallant Silver Spear, Epic. Length 2.22 meters, blade length 43 centimeters. Attack power 8,000 to 15,000. It grows stronger against stronger opponents. Wielding the Dragon's Gallant Silver Spear unleashes its exclusive special martial skill, Overlord Silver Dragon Flash. Overlord Silver Dragon Flash deals multiple instances of area damage to enemies within a 2-meter radius in front of the user. The more enemies within the radius, the higher the base attack power of the Dragon Gallant Silver Spear. A divine artifact for breaking formations. Lin Chen grabbed the Dragon Gallant Silver Spear, and a strange feeling connected him. He rushed onto the deck, brandishing his spear, like a silver dragon coiling in the night. The spear felt like an extension of my arm, and I could wield it without any sense of stagnation. This is level 4 proficiency. Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised. His spear skills had already reached level 3 and he had been unable to improve further, but after equipping the Dragon Gallant Silver Spear, his spear skills instantly rose to level 4. He jumped off the deck and, on a raft, unleashed the Overlord Silver Dragon Flash. The spear was swung, leaving behind illusory spear shadows in the night sky, as if a silver dragon was roaring. With a single thrust of the gun, the sea ahead seemed to explode as if by a bomb, creating a wave 2 meters high. What powerful martial arts skills! Lin Chen felt that this Dragon's Gallant Silver Spear had the same magical effects as Xiao Ying's Tidecollar Staff. This is a true epic weapon, a legend among legends. The previous bullet was forcibly upgraded through a lucky draw, and it didn't show any of the majesty of an epic-level weapon. The Dragon's Gallant Silver Spear is the true epic. Su Yun lay on the edge of the deck, watching the astonishing scene below as Lin Chen brandished his gun, creating waves, and covered her mouth in surprise. Lin Chen noticed Su Yun's gaze, jumped back onto the deck, and handed the Dragon Gallant Silver Spear to Su Yun. Try it. My spear skills immediately improved to level for the moment I held it. Lin Chen replaced his Dragon Gallant Silver Spear with his usual excellent long spear, still at a level 4 proficiency in spear techniques. However, after Su Yun took over the Dragon Gallant Silver Spear, her proficiency level remained at level 3. It seems that the skill level increase only applies to the first user. Su Yun returned the Dragon Gallant Silver Spear to Lin Chen. From now on, the task of charging into battle will be entrusted to you. Level 4 Marksmanship Master. She suddenly chuckled and patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. She doesn't require high marksmanship. A level 3 proficiency is more than enough to deal with ferocious beasts. Please protect me. Su Yun smiled, pinched Lin Chen's cheek, and said ambiguously. Xiaoying returned to the moon pool cabin at the bottom of the ship, while Xiao Lai and Xiao Bai, exhausted from a day's work, were resting on the second deck. Little Red was also kept in the fish tank on the second deck. Now only Su Yun and Lin Chen remain on the ship. How about we celebrate? Lin Chen suddenly suggested. Okay, go call Xiaoying. Let's have an extra meal tonight. Let me think about what to cook. Su-yun turned around and walked back, thinking as she went. But the next moment, Lin Chen picked her up from behind. I just got a useless blueprint, but now it seems to have some use. Su-yun was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Lin Chen meant. However, being held in Lin Chen's arms like a princess, Su-yun's cheek was pressed against his bare chest, and she could even hear his beating heartbeat. Su-yun blushed and lowered her head. Judging from the direction Lin Chen was walking, she roughly knew what the celebration he was talking about was. I haven't had dinner yet. Su-yun muttered to herself. Eat after you're done. Xiaoying didn't eat either. Xiaoying can do it herself. Lin Chen carried Su-yun to the bed and took out some valuable items from his dimensional ring. Su-yun's face instantly turned red to the roots of her ears. The evening breeze howled, and the night was enchanting. Little Ling lay in the moon pool capsule, happily arranging her little room with seashells. Suddenly, her keen ears picked up a strange sound coming from above. Xiaoying's ears twitched almost imperceptibly, and then a happy expression appeared on her face. Eek! She hummed a cheerful tune as she took the seasonings Lin Chen had left behind from the box and began preparing dinner for herself. The song traveled through the moon pool cabin, across the seawater and the salty wind on the sea surface, and into the ship's cabin. Chapter 149 Legendary Evolution. Legendary Cybernetic Body. It's impossible to make it to dinner time. Although the two had sped up their pace to finish, it was already past midnight when Lin Chen stepped out of the cabin. The ferocious beasts outside had already been dealt with by Little Red, who flew out and then returned to the second-floor cabin, where she continued to rest obediently in the fish tank. The tide is out. Ahead of the pirate ship, a large swamp revealed its true form. Lin Chen called Xiao Lai, who had rested for a few hours, put on night vision goggles, and set off again to explore the island. But the result was still fruitless. In the afternoon, Xiao Lai and Xiao Bai had already scoured the entire island. If there were any hidden caves, they would have been discovered long ago. Is it possible that medium-sized islands really don't have any hidden treasure spaces? If I get the Lord's biological gene sample, won't I need to find another small island? Lin Chen felt that this was somewhat unreasonable. Back on the pirate ship, Su-yun had almost finished preparing dinner. Xiaoying was also called up. Her mouth was stained with yellow oil, indicating that she had already eaten dinner. This meal was Xiaoying's late-night snack. Lin Chen told Su-yun the results of his exploration, and Su-yun also fell into deep thought. Could it be that the hidden treasure space of a medium-sized island is not on the island's surface? But there is no cave entrance here either. No, could it be underwater? Su-yun's words immediately reminded Lin Chen. He has never explored the seabed. Night vision devices cannot be used underwater, so we have to give up for now and try again tomorrow when it's light. However, the island is quite large, and the area directly beneath it may not receive sunlight. Eek! Xiaoying suddenly raised her hand. You go? Eek! Xiaoying shook her head. At this moment, Su-yun suddenly asked, Did you see a treasure at the bottom of the sea? No. Did you see something strange? Eek! Xiaoying nodded vigorously. Lin Chen immediately asked, Are there blue light patterns? Eek! It really is underwater. Having learned about the hidden treasure space on the medium-sized island, Lin Chen decided to head there immediately. Although the seabed was pitch black at night, with Xiaoying protecting him and Xiaohong providing light, Lin Chen had no worries about being attacked. The two put on diving suits and went underwater. Xiaoying held Su-yun in her arms, while Xiaohong carried Lin Chen. The flowing flame flying fish mustered all its strength, and light emanated from its body, but it could only barely illuminate a small area around it. However, Xiaoying is unaffected by the darkness, and with her leading the way, there's no need to worry about getting lost. After swimming underwater for about 2 minutes, Lin Chen finally saw a blue light appear above his head. That's the glow of the island's secret treasure space. Led by Xiaoying, the two rose rapidly and soon surfaced. A space filled with blue light patterns appeared before the two of them. Secret treasure space. Arriving at the familiar pillar, Lin Chen did not place the Lord's biological gene sample, but instead took out another item. Legendary gene sample. If you have a legendary item, you should definitely use legendary quality items first. Try this and see if it works. You can choose your own path of evolution, so come on. Lin Chen said to Su-yun. Su-yun has consumed the plant essence of the Y-alien plant, allowing her to choose her own evolutionary path. Su-yun came to the front of the stage and placed the legendary gene sample into the center of the stage. A legendary gene sample has been discovered and is being read. This gene sample belongs to Luo Qi. Please choose from the following evolutions. Only one can be selected. Dragon and Snake Gene Legend. Blade's Tail Legend. Wind Howling Wings. Excellent Skin Adaptability. This is different from the Lord's biological gene sample. So that's what legendary samples mean. Luo Qi should be the same Qi from Xiao Zhenliang's diary. As an evolved being who reached the legendary level in life, one can leave behind a genetic sample after death for future generations to choose from. Which one are you planning to choose? Blade's tail thrust. Su Yun did not hesitate. These evolutions are not described in detail, they are only given a name. But there are only two legends among them, one of which is in the field of genetics, which Su Yun skipped over. Then there was only one choice left. She clicked the blade's tail thrust, and a surge of power instantly flowed into her body. Soon, a tail about 1 meter long extended from Su Yun's coccyx. At the end of its tail is a thorn, like a gleaming dagger, sharp and deadly. Su Yun tried to swing her tail spike, and in just a moment, the tail spike grew to 4 or 5 meters long. How powerful is it? Base damage 99.99, but it has a very strong special effect. What effect? Penetrating. This tail stinger can pierce through almost anything in an instant. Su Yun said excitedly. She sent the information about the blade's tail stab to Lin Chen. This legendary quality evolution has only one characteristic, penetration. Ordinary weapons can also cause a penetrating effect, but it certainly cannot compare to the penetrating effect of a blade's tail thrust. Since the penetration effect is mentioned in the description, it must be something special. Su Yun swung her tail spike, wanting to test her skills with this secret treasure space, but Lin Chen quickly stopped her. No, at least wait until I've collected it before trying. Oh hee. Su Yun smiled awkwardly. In her excitement, she almost forgot that Lin Chen also had a legendary data sample. She closed her eyes, and then the tail spike slowly retracted from her coccyx. When Su Yun opened her eyes again and saw Lin Chen's curious gaze, she explained, "This tail spike is actually part of my evolved spine. It can be retracted when not in use. Very convenient. If it can be taken back, it won't affect our sleep or our intimacy." Lin Chen highly approves of this secondary evolution. He took out the legendary data sample, put it into it, and new information appeared on the table. A legendary data sample has been discovered and is currently being read. This data sample belongs to Xiao Zhenliang. Please select one of the following modifications. Legend of the Eye of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. The legendary Vajra Arm Type 4 is missing and cannot be selected. Soul Pool Chip Legend, missing status, unselectable. 3 legendary items. It turns out that Xiao Zhenliang was incredibly strong to survive. 3 legendary items, 2 missing. It seems the system must reclaim them before distributing the deceased's belongings. Lin Chen immediately chose the legendary quality Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Eye. The next moment, he suddenly lost feeling in his left eye. With his left side field of vision lost, Lin Chen suddenly saw a third of the world empty. But soon, new neural connections appeared. A new purple eyeball appeared inside Lin Chen's left eye socket. The Eye of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow has been installed. Eye of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, legendary quality. Possesses functions such as long-range vision, night vision, observation, disturbance, tampering, correction, and electromagnetic explosion. Chapter 150 Modification Rules. Legendary prosthetic body. Lin Chen gently stroked the surface of his left eye with his palm. The world in my field of vision was the same as before, with no apparent difference. But as Lin Chen looked at Su Yun, a data notification suddenly popped up next to Su Yun. Survivor, Su Yun. Evolved beings, evolved parts, skin, heart, spine. Warning, high risk within the spine. Should we conduct a vulnerability analysis? It can identify the opponent's evolved parts at a glance and issue a warning at the same time. This legendary prosthetic eye works quite well. However, this should be the observation function. Lin Chen was very curious about the other functions. For example, disturbance, alteration, modification, electromagnetic explosion. These sound a bit more sophisticated. So, how is this legendary eyeball? Is it any good? Su Yun leaned closer and asked curiously. Lin Chen used the senses he had when controlling his external prosthetic body to control the Eye of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. The next moment, a brand new world unfolded before him. The island's treasure space, which was originally illuminated by blue light, suddenly transformed into countless semi-transparent green data streams. Data is flowing everywhere in the air. Data flow is more noticeable in areas closer to the physical object. The data flow around Su Yun has almost reached a tangible level. Lin Chen looked around and focused his attention on a spot in the air within the island's secret treasure space. The next moment, an arc of electricity suddenly exploded in the air. Su Yun, who was standing nearby, was startled by the sudden appearance of the arc of electricity and clung tightly to Lin Chen's arm. What kind of ability is this? Is it summoning lightning? Lin Chen shook his head. This is the electromagnetic blasting function. It tampers with the selected data stream, briefly generates a substance, and then detonates it instantly. It doesn't require a medium, or rather, this game world is full of mediums, and I can arbitrarily tamper with parts of the data. Although the previous electromagnetic explosion was quite loud, its power was weak because Lin Chen detonated it directly in the air, lacking sufficient medium. He remembered the reason why Xiao Zhenliang had been imprisoned. Tampering with the rules of the game. Do you remember why Xiao Zhenliang became a prisoner? The ultimate power of the wind spirit moon shadow. I might be able to change the rules of the game. But to achieve this, it would definitely require the support of other cybernetic bodies, and my current power is far from sufficient. Lin Chen thought of the missing legendary chip, Soul Pool. When Xiao Zhenliang attempted to modify the rules back then, he may have relied on the combined power of the Soul Pool and the Eye of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's eyes lit up. So strong. Looks like we've struck gold. Her queen's tail sting is pure violence. In terms of functionality, it is far inferior to Lin Chen's Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Eye. However, Lin Chen did not receive a significant boost in combat power this time. Lin Chen closed his eyes, and after a moment he opened them again. The world had returned to normal. Put the Lord's biological gene sample in. Su Yun inserted the Lord's biological gene sample, waited for the test, and immediately selected infinite evolution. This time, the green light did not immediately enter Su Yun's body, but lingered on Su Yun's fingertips for about 10 seconds before attaching to Su Yun's skin and spreading towards Su Yun's back. Su Yun's living armor activated, and a layer of purple substance enveloped her entire body. Lin Chen's left eye instantly flashed a notification. Void armor, perfect quality. A second skin symbiotic with the body, possessing functions such as defense, flight, attack, protection, and void penetration. Void armor requires a large amount of life energy to maintain its active state. When life energy is insufficient, void armor will automatically retract. Su Yun opened her eyes, and the next moment, a pair of purple wings unfolded from her back. Under the blue light of the secret treasure space, it possessed a strange and eerie beauty. Let's leave here first, and talk about it once we get outside. Having learned from the experience of dealing with small islands, Lin Chen immediately took Su Yun and left. Su Yun picked up Lin Chen, flapped her wings, and rushed towards the entrance of the secret treasure space at an astonishing speed. Soon, news came that the building was about to collapse. The island's secret treasure space is about to collapse. Please leave within 5 minutes. Su Yun hugged Lin Chen and plunged into the water. Little Red seemed to sense the danger and was anxiously waiting at the cave entrance. Little Ing, however, was in no hurry, idly playing with the Tidecaller's staff. Seeing a purple figure rush out of the cave, Xiaohong immediately went to greet it. Xiaoying also swam up, ready to carry Su Yun away. However, Su Yun's voice soon came from under the purple mask. Xiaoying, you don't need to help me. I want to test my diving skills. Su Yun tossed Lin Chen to Xiaoying, then folded her wings. The purple void armor on her body writhed, forming a shuttle shape, and she swiftly traversed the seabed. Xiaoying hugged Lin Chen and followed closely behind, holding Xiaohong's hand. Lin Chen was quite surprised by Su Yun's speed. Her underwater speed was almost as fast as when Little Red was carrying people. 5 minutes passed quickly, and Lin Chen looked back at the island's secret treasure space, which was completely calm. No abnormalities? Could the system prompt be wrong? Lin Chen activated the Eye of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow and was immediately shocked by the scene before him. The island's treasure space appears calm, but it is actually surrounded by countless data streams. These data streams formed a blockade around the island's treasure space and are gradually encircling it from the outside. Upon touching the entrance to the island's secret treasure space, these data streams suddenly accelerated and instantly converged. At the same time, the island's treasure space seemed to be grasped by a giant hand, instantly turning into a pile of waste. Under the influence of the data flow, it gradually disintegrated, turning into streams of data that flowed away and returned to the world. Seeing this incredibly dense stream of data, Lin Chen had an idea. Why don't we test the power of electromagnetic blasting on the data stream from the ruins of the treasure space? Just as he began to activate his tampering permissions, Lin Chen suddenly felt a stinging pain in his eyes, and a blue light slowly emerged from the island's treasure space. It seemed to be a vertical blue eye, looking at Lin Chen from the island's treasure. The pain was unbearable, so Lin Chen immediately closed his eyes. When I opened my eyes again, the world had returned to normal. The island's treasure space crumpled into a ball, turned into quicksand, and slowly disappeared. The stinging sensation gradually disappeared. Eek! Xiaoying hugged Lin Chen and asked with concern. Hearing Xiao Ying's whimper, Su Yun stopped in confusion and swam back to Lin Chen's side. Under Xiao Hong's light, Su Yun suddenly exclaimed, Lin Chen, your eyes. Lin Chen was puzzled. The stinging sensation has disappeared, but there's no guarantee there won't be any lingering effects. There's a row of red things in your eyes. They look like words, but they're too small to see clearly. Su Yun's words made Lin Chen nervous. We can't have the prosthetic body, we just got malfunctioning. There's no such thing as after-sales service in this world. Lin Chen pointed upwards, indicating that they should return to the ship first. He didn't have a mask like Su Yun, so he couldn't speak underwater. Chapter 151 Regulator's Warning. It surfaced. Su Yun immediately took off the mask of the Voidworm armor and brought it close to Lin Chen's face. She hugged Lin Chen's face and leaned closer to examine him closely. With the activation of the Eye of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, Lin Chen himself saw the notification. Regulators warn, tampering with prohibited data is forbidden. Su Yun looked at it carefully for a long time, but couldn't figure out what the red text meant. Soon, the red text disappeared. The red text is gone. I turned it off. Lin Chen grasped Su Yun's nervous little hand. It's nothing, just a warning. I was trying to tamper with the data in the secret treasure space, but the regulator stopped me. Ah. Su Yun was startled. Then you won't end up as a prisoner like Xiao Jinliang, will you? Not at all. This should just be a warning. Lin Chen did not actually tamper with the data in the treasure space, so the regulators only issued a warning and did not take any further punitive measures. The power of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow has reached a point where it can violate taboos. It seems we need to be careful when using it in the future. This thing is too dangerous. Su Yun nodded vigorously. If we were to categorize legendary items into different tiers, the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow would undoubtedly be the highest tier, surpassing even the Hellfire Shotgun. Lin Chen looked up at the sky, where stars twinkled and a crescent moon hung in the night sky. He sighed. With regulators watching over us, even with power, we can't fully utilize it. The hunter is the big boss of this game world, so he must be very difficult to deal with. Even the modified robot in Xiao Jinliang's diary, who was so strong, couldn't defeat the hunter. When him was mentioned, the image of him standing on the raft came to Lin Chen's mind. A large robe covered his entire body. Lin Chen guessed that as an absolute powerhouse capable of traversing the center of the world, he always wore that robe covering his entire body, perhaps to avoid being monitored by the overseers. Forget it, that's too far off. My current strength hasn't reached the level Xiao Jinliang was at before he died, but there's still plenty of time. The second stage has only just begun. It's getting late, let's go back and rest. Lin Chen smiled slightly at Su Yun and flew onto the deck in Su Yun's arms. The wind and waves outside grew stronger and stronger. Little Red jumped out of the water, glided into the deck, and was then carried back to the large fish tank in the second-floor cabin by Lin Chen. Xiaoying returned to the moon pool cabin, which was her private room. Stormy day 2 weather forecast. Cloudy, temperature 12 to 20 degrees Celsius, gale force 9, short days and long nights. The weather is getting worse. Western Waterway. Wang Tai's pirate organization was forced to find an island to stay on. It's only the second day of the storm, and we're already going to have to stay on the island. Are we going to have to stay on the island until the 9th day? What else can we do? At least this way we can save our ship and preserve our supplies. If we continue sailing, we might not even encounter another island and end up being blown into the center of the world. I'd rather stay on the island than face those legendary beasts. On a sunny day, the center of the world is a towering pillar of fire. Guess what the center of the world will be on a stormy day? I'm afraid that if we enter the center of the world, we won't even see the shadow of a legendary creature before we're swept up into the sky by a tornado. Staying on the island isn't a solution. Those bastards from the Alliance have issued arrest warrants. Everyone on the entire Western shipping lane is looking for us. After the merger, there are at least 7,000 or 8,000 people on the Western shipping lane. Do you think we can hide? The Alliance's ships are all equipped with propulsion systems, so they can continue sailing even in gale force winds. Damn, I really envy those bastards. Look at the public chat. The Alliance on the Western route discovered another small island yesterday afternoon. They plan to land on the island at dawn to collect supplies and hunt down the Lord in the afternoon. Captain, what do we do? The Tongminghui are sailing west now, and they'll definitely find us eventually. We can't just sit here and wait to die. Wang Tai's face was gloomy. He wanted to resist, but given the vast difference in strength, he had no chance to fight back. The Western branch of the Alliance has 2 evolvers, one of whom is an outstanding evolver. Captain, I have an idea. Explain. Let's go and wipe out the western front branch of the Tongminghui. Everyone was stunned by these words. The pirates looked at the speaker as if he were a fool. Kill the Tongminghui? How could you say that? Don't you even know their strength? We are not without a chance of winning. The pirate who had offered his opinion suddenly stood up. Captain, the western branch of the Tongminghui is downwind of us. Set sail at full speed, and we'll arrive in one night. They only have 2 evolved beings. If they land on the island tomorrow to hunt the Lord, at least one of them will inevitably accompany them. It's even possible that both evolved beings will land. That will be our opportunity to attack the Alliance. We can pretend to be newcomers after the server merge, use the wind to quickly approach, board the ship, and assassinate them. Wang Tai frowned deeply and asked, and then? As long as we defeat the Western Branch's fleet, then seize their ships, move them to the sea, and set the island on fire. With the help of the wind, the fire will burn the entire small island in less than 5 minutes. The evolved beings on the island will surely die. What if we fail to take it down? Or what if the evolved human returns ahead of schedule? Captain, it all depends on whether you dare to take the gamble. If you win, this battle will wipe out all of the Alliance's forces on the Western Front and severely damage the Alliance's prestige. Those new forces are all local overlords, and they certainly won't submit willingly. The Alliance's actions are too domineering, and some people are bound to be dissatisfied with them, but they dare not resist because of the Alliance's apparent strength. If we win, we can show those new forces that the Alliance is not invincible. This will set off a wave of resistance against the Alliance, and we can be reborn. However, if you lose the bet, the young pirate took a deep breath, his eyes hardening. Even if we lose, we'll just die a few days sooner. Given the current search efforts of the Alliance, how many more days can we hide? A Force 9 gale might trap us on the island, but it won't stop their ships. They're heading west, and they'll pass by here sooner or later. Besides, there are so many other organizations along the western shipping lanes. Listening to his subordinate's advice, Wang Tai's breathing gradually became rapid. He's right. Rather than sit and wait for death, it's better to take a gamble. If this battle is won, we will no longer fear the threat of the Alliance. If it doesn't work out, then I'll never come back. It's just a matter of dying sooner or later. Wang Tai suppressed his excitement, and his trembling fists gradually calmed down. He stood up and ordered, "Rest for 2 hours. We'll set off in 2 hours to launch a surprise attack on the Tongminghui." Chapter 152 Schindler's Plan. In the early hours of the morning, while everyone was asleep and gale force winds howled across the sea, a fleet of ships was sailing against the wind. The locations of the Tongminghui were all public, and the Western Front Branch was no exception. Wang Tai is holding a navigation map with a red mark on it. That was the location of the Tongminghui's Western Branch. At our current pace, if we go full speed ahead, we should be able to arrive by tomorrow morning. Thinking of the great battle that would be upon him during the day, Wang Tai clenched his fists. His opponents are the strongest organization in the entire region and 2 evolved beings. Send people to keep an eye on the public chat screen in shifts. Notify me immediately if the Western Branch of the Tongminghui takes any action. Clear. Every pirate in the fleet understood the importance of this battle. If you win, you'll live. We can also plunder the resources of the Alliance and turn the tables and become the masters. But if you lose, everything returns to dust. Therefore, we must win this battle. The fleet sailed swiftly, braving the wind and waves. On the other side, it was early morning. The Western Branch of the Tongminghui began to assemble, preparing to land on the island. Their fleet anchored 5 kilometers from the island, and all the explorers quickly landed on the island in fishing boats equipped with improved propulsion systems. Announcement: the Western Branch of the Alliance is about to land on the island. Please include our photos in the picture as well. 2 evolved beings, a branch manager and a branch deputy manager, each with a fishing boat, stood at the bow, with the remaining 3 fishing boats behind them. Soon, messages from the Alliance appeared in the public chat. The Tongminghui's Western Front is about to land on the island. Image. After the message was sent out, one of the explorers suddenly asked, "Minister, with us exploring the island so openly, won't someone try to ambush our fleet?" "Yes, with you and the Vice Minister both on the island, the fleet is left vulnerable. What if someone launches a surprise attack?" The commander of the Western Branch smirked. "Don't worry, they wouldn't dare. Minister, according to previous reports, Wang Tai's pirate gang was last seen upwind of us. Did he see you landing on the island? Could it be? If he dares to come, he must die. What if he also opened the island's secret treasure? They must die too," the Western Front minister said with great confidence. "All right, let's continue our journey to the island. Don't worry about this little thing." Led by the 2 ministers, the group activated their thrusters and began their journey toward the island. Inside the Western pirate group, Wang Tai was so excited, he almost jumped for joy. Great! This is a miracle. They've all made it to the island. These people are really stupid. They didn't leave a single evolved human in the fleet. With the captain here, we can definitely defeat them. The Alliance has gained too much prestige recently, and its members have become too arrogant, truly believing themselves to be invincible. Today, we will fire the first shot in our rebellion against the Alliance. Rush. Don't rush. Everyone, take a rest now. We've already adjusted our position to be on the same route as the western branch of the Tongminghui. As long as we sail with the wind, we'll be there in less than 2 hours. 2 hours. By then these guys will probably be in the center of the island. We have at least 15 minutes to take care of them all. With the captain here, there's no need for 15 minutes. I'll give you a number, 10 minutes. Anyone want to bet with me? I bet 5 minutes. Charge. 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 Kill the Tongminghui. The members of the pirate organization were all incredibly excited. The Alliance's underestimation of their enemy created an excellent opportunity for the pirates on the Western Front. While the pirates on the Western Front were excitedly exhibiting signs of atavism, another group of pirates displayed a completely different style. Ji-Time slowly got up from the woman and rubbed her head, which was feeling a little dizzy. I've been playing too much lately. I need to take a break. He pinched the buttocks of the woman who was still fast asleep beside him, then got up and put on his clothes. Yesterday was the first day of the storm. Less than 24 hours after the Alliance issued its arrest warrant, another pirate crew was wiped out. Only Wang Tai and Ji-Tai may remain as pirates. Ji-Tai checked her private messages. She had sent Wang Tai a message last night, but Wang Tai hadn't replied yet. What is this guy doing? He hasn't replied to messages for so long. Could he have been arrested? Ji-Tai suddenly felt nervous. In this world, it's impossible for anyone to go more than 8 hours without replying to private messages. If Wang Tai could access the bracelet, he would have already seen the private messages. So either he doesn't want to reply, or his hands are tied and he can't reply. As one of the last 2 remaining members of the pirate crew, Ji-Tai couldn't think of any reason why Wang Tai wouldn't reply to her messages. Therefore, only one possibility remains. Wang Tai has been arrested. Ji-Tai immediately woke up the woman who was still fast asleep. Drive it. Something's happened. What's wrong? The woman opened her sleepy eyes, stretched, and revealed her stunning figure. Wang Tai has no chance. What? The woman sat up abruptly. She quickly scrolled through the public chat history. Wait a minute. Wang Tai is still alive. If he were captured, the organization that captured him would definitely announce it on the public chat and then claim the reward from the Tongminghui. But Wang Tai hasn't replied to my messages all night. I can't think of any other possibility besides him being arrested. The woman fell silent. She got up and soaked her face in a basin of water beside the bed to clear her mind. She sat back down on the edge of the bed, wet droplets dripping from her hair. Wrong. She suddenly realized something and then began searching for news about the Tongminghui's Western Front. Wang Tai wasn't arrested. He's planning a big heist. Big. Ji-Tai was taken aback. Aside from robbing the Tongminghui Revolutionary Alliance, he couldn't think of any other big business. But what right did he have to rob the Tongminghui? With just those few flintlock cannons whose range is less than half that of the Allied forces. But soon, the woman forwarded the news of the Tongminghui's western branch to Ji-Tai. Both evolved beings have landed on the island. Are the Alliance idiots? Upon seeing this message, Ji-Tai understood where Wang Tai's confidence came from. This move by the Tongminghui was tantamount to throwing lambs to the slaughter. They must not know that Wang Tai is also an evolved being, so they let their guard down. The woman asked, Boss, should we continue with our Schindler project? Ji-Tai pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. Continue. Regardless of whether Wang Tai's move succeeds or not, the Schindler project must continue. This is our chance to clear our name. Having a good reputation will make everything much easier in the future. Understood. Boss, I'll continue to appease those newly captured human pigs. The woman put on her underwear, got up, and walked outside. Chapter 153 New version of 8 Spider Lances. On the Western Waterway, a group of fishing boats and oar-drawn sailboats gathered together. This is the western branch of the Tongminghui Revolutionary Alliance. The boats were moored together and connected by ropes, with some equipped with heavy anchors to prevent them from drifting. Most of the people on the ship had their eyes on the distant island, where their 2 ministers were at the moment. The members on guard duty at the edge of the fleet suddenly noticed a group of black dots on the distant sea. He picked up his binoculars and observed that it was a large fleet of ships. There were about 10 ships, which suggests that it was a fairly large organization. The members in charge of guard duty immediately summoned the other members of the remaining fleet, who then took out their weapons and stood ready for battle. Have you sent a message to the minister? It's been sent, but the minister told us to handle it first. They plan to kill the Lord Beast along with it this morning and then come back, so there's no time right now. The minister is really strong. I watched him tear apart a ferocious beast all by himself last night. He was amazing. Stop lamenting. Without the minister, we might not be able to handle this fleet. What's so difficult about this? These people are definitely coming to seek refuge with us. We've already received 3 groups of people yesterday. I'm familiar with the process. We must not be careless. These people may not be here to join us. A fleet of this size probably belongs to a dominant force in some old region, and there may even be evolved or modified individuals among them. These people are arrogant and proud. With the minister not here, we may not be able to control them. They could also be pirates from the Western Front. Everyone looked back and saw a middle-aged man carrying 8 spider spears slowly walking over. Brother Lei, he's actually equipped with the 8 spider lances. Hello, Brother Lei. Brother Lei is so handsome. I knew the minister must have something to arrange when he suddenly called Brother Lei out last night. I never expected it to be the 8 spider lances. As the first external prosthetic body created by Zhang Qinwei, the 8 spider spears, equipped by Zhou Xiao and jumping around every day, had already become famous. Lin Chen, the middle-aged man addressed as Brother Lei, smiled and walked to the front of the group. Everyone, stay vigilant. Whether they are seeking refuge or harbor ill intentions, we must treat them with caution. Understood. Brother Lei, is this the old version of the 8 spider lances, or the latest version released by headquarters? Of course it's the new version. The old version has been taken back by the engineers and reworked. Does this new version of the 8 spider lances have any special effects? Like the fiery dragon fist the engineer gave Lin Chen, can it breathe fire or something? The fiery dragon fist is absolutely amazing. Just seeing the sample images released by headquarters back then was enough to make it look incredibly powerful. Lin Chen nodded and said, of course there are new features. If there are any battles in the future that require my participation, I will naturally demonstrate them. Seeing that Lin Chen was unwilling to speak, the group had no choice but to give up for the time being. Anyway, we're all in the same fleet, so we'll see Lin Chen in battle sooner or later. The gale force winds were extremely violent, and as the ships in the distance approached, the people on the Western Front all took up their weapons. One of them picked up a megaphone and shouted at the distant fleet, lower the sails, reduce speed, submit for inspection. The fleet in the distance also produced a large loudspeaker, and its voice drifted over on the wind. The wind is too strong. I can't hear you. Say it again. Fold the sails. Lower the sails. Before the announcer could finish speaking, Lin Chen suddenly ordered, pick up your weapons. Prepare to engage the enemy. Shield bearers, advance. As everyone froze, Lin Chen impatiently shouted again, shield bearers, step forward. Prepare to engage the enemy. After shouting twice, someone finally started to take action. Lin Chen looked at his group of inefficient subordinates and felt extremely troubled. Fortunately, there was enough time. As the 2 fleets drew closer, the Allied forces had erected 2 rows of shield walls in front of their lines, along with a row of stone walls with windows and a stone ceiling. The results proved that Lin Chen's command was correct. A hail of arrows came from ahead. Driven by the wind, the pirates began firing arrows from a distance of 500 meters. With the sails lowered, the fishing boat's speed began to decrease slightly, but it was still rapidly approaching the Tongminghui Revolutionary Alliance, under the force of the wind. The dense rain of arrows forced everyone to hide behind stone fortifications and wait for the enemy to approach for close combat. Quickly, notify the minister. There's an enemy attack. Looking at the chaotic scene, Lin Chen's dissatisfaction grew even stronger. Looking out through the window in the stone wall, bursts of arrows rained down on the walls and ceiling, reducing their durability to almost nothing in an instant. Another salvo will immediately reduce the durability of the walls and ceiling to 0. You dare attack the Tongminghui? I'd like to see where you get the audacity. Taking advantage of a lull in the rain of arrows, Lei Xinzi stepped out of his cover. A row of cannons was seen pointing directly at the Tongminghui. Lei Xinzi's eyes suddenly sharpened. Pirate! The 8 spider spears suddenly stood upright, their sharp tips pointing towards the numerous fishing boats ahead. In an instant, a strange scene unfolded. Suddenly, the tip of the 8 spider spears detached from the main body, and a flame shot out from the tail, spiraling rapidly toward the pirate fleet. To avoid being spotted from a distance, the pirates would hide their cannons in the rear. Only after the arrow rain had a suppressive effect were the cannons brought out. Before I could even aim, I saw 8 sharp, flaming bullets flying towards me. The bullets were fired in succession, landing on the pirate group's fishing boats and rafts. As the warhead collided with the deck, the warhead exploded instantly. Due to their size limitations, these warheads have limited explosive power, but they can still release scorching flames and high temperatures. In an instant, flames engulfed the entire fleet. Put out the fire. Put out the fire. The pirates frantically scooped up seawater to try and put out the fire. Looking at his own chaotic camp, Wang Tai was so angry that his eyes were seeing stars. Fight back. Fire the cannons. Fire the cannons now. Forget about these wrecked ships. Go and seize the Alliance's ships. Wang Tai's shouts alerted the pirates, but it was too late. Driven by the wind, the two sides were already very close. Several fishing boats on the outer perimeter of the Tongminghui's western branch had severed their ropes from the fleet and were charging toward the pirates. The distance was too close. The flint cannon had already lost its effectiveness, and there wasn't even time to aim. Damn it! A bunch of useless trash. Wang Tai angrily walked forward from the stern of the ship, and the ape god type 1 arm was fully activated at this moment. Holding a gun in one hand, the other prosthetic arm was fully activated, emitting a faint white light. When it really comes down to it, I have to step in myself. Wang Tai's appearance caused a stir among the Tongminghui members. A cyborg. There's a cyborg among these pirates. What do we do? Quickly call the minister back. Only the minister can deal with the cyborgs. Need not. With a loud bang, a strong figure landed on Wang Tai's fishing boat. Lei Zhentian looked at Wang Tai's mechanical arm with an excited expression. Cyclokaiser, don't let me down. Chapter 154 Ask Brother Lin. External prosthetics? You think just because you have a set of claws on your body, you can compare to a cyborg? Seeing Lei Zhentian's appearance, Wang Tai showed a disdainful expression. He had also learned about external prosthetics. These things were all external and did not enhance the user in any way. The burly middle-aged man in front of them had an ordinary physical body. His strength lay only in the prosthetic body attached to his back. In addition to his mechanical arm, Wang Tai's body has also undergone mechanical transformation, putting him beyond the level of an ordinary person. Lei Zhentian did not respond to Wang Tai's mockery, but simply opened his 8 spider spears and clenched his fists. The tips of the 8 spider spears re-emerged from the joints, and the new tips appeared to be even sharper than the previous ones. Wang Tai was the first to attack, thrusting a long spear towards Lei Zhentian's exposed groin. He was very fast, but the spear did not pierce Lei Zhentian's body as he had expected. 2 sharp spears were placed at the tip of the spear, blocking Wang Tai's attack. The new version of the 8 spider lances has been extended from the original version, allowing it to block attacks from any direction without any blind spots. Wang Tai missed his attack and quickly withdrew his spear. The next moment, 2 sharp spears suddenly slashed down from above, striking the shaft of the spear. The spear's durability instantly dropped to 0, and the shaft snapped instantly. Wang Tai was startled by the attack and took 2 steps back. The attack power of these 8 spider spears is terrifying. Having witnessed the destructive power of the 8 spider lances, Wang Tai had to become cautious. He discarded the now useless spear and began to stretch his ape god type 1 arm. The 8 spider spears can break long spears, but they are no match for his own prosthetic arm. This is a mechanical ascension artifact obtained from the island's treasure. With the ape god arm activated, Wang Tai's agility was greatly enhanced. Although this wasn't a jungle, Wang Tai leaped back and forth rapidly on several nearby fishing boats, making it impossible for Lei Zhentian to catch up. Suddenly, Wang Tai flipped over and appeared behind Lei Zhentian, his ape god type 1 arm extending abruptly. He swung his arm and launched a sneak attack on Lei Zhentian's exposed back. Ping pong. A metallic clang echoed across the sea. The 8 spider spears immediately retracted to the back, blocking Wang Tai's attack. Lei Zhentian turned around, his expression somewhat unfriendly. The impact of that punch was so strong that Lei Zhentian staggered forward 2 steps. This guy is too fast. He almost managed to sneak up on me. Wang Tai was on the verge of a mental breakdown. His time is very limited. With the strength of the 2 ministers on the western front of the alliance, it would only take them 15 minutes to return from the island. 5 minutes to leave the island, 10 minutes to row back to base. Lei Zhentian alone has already wasted a lot of Wang Tai's time. We can't waste any more time on this person. The 8 spider lances had such good defensive capabilities that Wang Tai couldn't kill this middle-aged man in a short time. If I can't kill you, I'll kill the others first. Wang Tai nimbly flipped backward, and with a quick glance, he saw a young girl not far from him. I'll start with you. He rushed toward the young girl. The next moment, the girl suddenly turned her body to the side, and a silvery white light flashed in her hand. Desert Eagle. The moment he saw the pistol, Wang Tai suddenly froze. With a loud bang, the girl fired almost the instant she turned around. The bullet shot out of the gun and instantly pierced Wang Tai's chest. His forward dash was intercepted by a bullet, causing him to lose his balance for a moment. The girl fired 2 more shots in quick succession. 1 shot to the chest, 1 shot to the head. Accurate hit. It wasn't until he fell that Wang Tai finally understood why the girl was standing alone in the front of the battle zone. But it was all too late. Survivor Wang Tai is dead. Mechanical assent is being recovered. As he watched the system's final message, Wang Tai's consciousness slowly faded away. The girl saw Wang Tai fall and was about to run over when Lin Chen stopped her. Be careful not to fake your death. The message indicates that the kill was unsuccessful. Lin Chen cautiously approached and used his 8 spider lances to riddle Wang Tai's body with holes before waving to the girl with relief, saying, "It's over." With Wang Tai dead, the other pirates could no longer pose a threat and had no choice but to surrender. But for these pirates, there was only one fate: death. Since there are no laws in this world, almost all organizations use the most primitive methods to deal with problems. For example, the principle of a life for a life applies. After sinking all the bodies of the surrendered pirates into the sea, Lin Chen and the girl came to Wang Tai's body. The girl looked at Wang Tai's arm excitedly and said, "I want this. We'll have to wait for the minister to return so he can make the arrangements, or we might have to wait for Officer Lee from headquarters to make the arrangements. I don't care, I'll put it on right now. You can't just take this arm off me after I put it on. Uncle, do me a favor, cut off my arm. I'm too scared to do it myself. And then reattach this new arm for me. Xiao Yuan, isn't this inappropriate? Uncle, don't change your mind. I've made up my mind. Forget it, I'll do it myself." Seeing the agitated girl, Lin Chen decided to arrest her first, just in case she had any more dangerous ideas. He took a deep breath, then suddenly reached out and grabbed her hands, preventing her from moving. "Uncle, don't stop me. Let's retrieve this prosthetic body first. What if we don't have to cut off the hand? Wouldn't that be a loss for you? We'll ask Boss Lin Chen about it later. Once the minister comes back, I won't get this prosthetic body anymore. Ouch. Uncle, if you don't let go, I'm going to bite you." No matter how much the girl struggled, Lin Chen did not let go. He temporarily tied the girl up with a rope, then activated his bracelet to scan and prepare to retrieve the prosthetic body. But a force snapped Lin Chen's outstretched arm back. Recycling in progress, unable to be recycled. Lin Chen was taken aback, and the other Tongminghui members and the girl beside him were also puzzled. Recycling? Who's recycling this prosthetic body? There's no one else around here besides Lin Chen. Soon, the space around the ape god type 1 arm seemed to be compressed and distorted, resulting in deformation. As if a flash of light had passed, the ape god type 1 arm, which had been lying on the ground emitting a white light, suddenly disappeared, leaving only a corpse missing an arm. What's going on? Brother Lei, have you retrieved it? No. Then where did this prosthetic body go? I don't know. Lin Chen was also confused. The system just showed that it was being recycled. Who is recycling this prosthetic body? And isn't recycling supposed to separate the object from the body? How could it suddenly disappear? Something's not right. Lin Chen was very confused, and then he saw the girl's resentful eyes beside him. No, it just disappeared on its own. I don't know what happened. It just suddenly vanished. Gone. A member of the Tongminghui, standing nearby, said, "It's all right, Brother Lei, no one's blaming you. Don't worry, everyone's watching. Maybe the cyborg's body is just unrecoverable. We'll ask Brother Lin later. He's very knowledgeable. He'll definitely know the reason." "Yeah, ask Brother Lin. He'll definitely know." Chapter 155 Mass Production of External Cybernetic Bodies. Thunderstorm Fist Type 1. Eastern Route. Headquarters of the Tongminghui. With the news of the complete annihilation of the pirates on the Western Front, the only opposing force of the Alliance disappeared from this world. Li Jiangguo forwarded the message to Lin Chen, then got up and walked towards the forging ship. In order to further expand the forging business, the Tongminghui headquarters set aside a separate 3-section sailboat next to Zhang Qinwei's 3-section sailboat and named it the forging ship. The ship was equipped with 5 smelting furnaces and corresponding supporting facilities. How is the production site of the first batch of external prosthetic bodies doing? The original plan was to equip our headquarters staff tonight. Just now, Engineer Zhang said that his people can help us, and we can produce about 20 sets tonight. 20 sets should be enough. Let's produce this many for now. Okay, there's also new progress on Engineer Zhang's end. His machine tool is starting production, using a special material as a guide, and it's expected to be completed tomorrow. With the machine tool, mass production can begin. So fast. Although Li Jianguo didn't understand these things, he knew that machine tools had complex structures, and Zhang Qinwei was able to build one in just one day. This efficiency is simply too high. Engineer Zhang has incorporated those particles that can be shaped by thought into the manufacturing of parts. You can directly control the particles with your mind, and then the particles control the tools to shape the metal into the desired form. The efficiency is astonishing. It's simply amazing. In this world, there are many things that are completely different from those on Earth. It seems Zhang Qinwei has already done some in-depth research in this area. Young people really do have quick minds. Li Jianguo sighed. In terms of technical skills, he was inferior to engineers like Zhang Qinwei. In terms of management, he was even inferior to Zhou Xiao, who came from a gang. I'm old and useless. Li Jianguo returned to his ship. Commander Li. Zhou Xiao jumped from the boat next to him. The 8 Spider Spears Type 2 is significantly larger than the original version and uses the latest high-strength metal materials, making it much more powerful than the original version. It also has a retractable function, allowing it to be retracted like a fishing rod to minimize its size. Zhou Xiao landed in front of Li Jianguo and retrieved the 8 Spider Spears. Commander Li, the 8 Spider Spears Type 2 has been distributed to each division. The Western Division discovered saltpeter on a small island and has already turned over 300 pieces. We can continue producing gunpowder now. And this is the work assignment list for the new members who recently joined headquarters and passed their one-day probationary period. There are 69 people in total, 12 of whom are women. Only one woman, named Li Meifong, applied to join the exploration team. After listening to the report, Li Jianguo nodded and replied, "Give Lin Chen 200 pieces of saltpeter." That Li Meifong. She came with Lin Chen and the others, right? She managed to escape from the pirates, which means she has some skills. Give her a set of basic combat equipment later. Yes, Commander Li. Zhou Xiao turned around to head to the supply warehouse to get saltpeter, but then suddenly turned back. Commander Li, there's one more thing. Should we continue distributing the Thunderstorm Fist Type 1? Prioritize internal supply of 10 units, and distribute the excess equally among the 3 divisions. Okay. Zhou Xiao finished speaking, but did not leave immediately. He rubbed his hands together and looked at Li Jianguo with a chuckle. Li Jianguo felt a little uneasy under his gaze and asked, "What else do you want to say? Spit it out." After Commander Li launches the Thunderstorm Fist, am I eligible? Don't you already have the 8 Spider Lances? The 8 Spider Lances Type 2 is much stronger than the Thunderstorm Fist. On the Western Front, Lei Zhentian used the 8 Spider Lances to withstand the cyborgs head-on, and Wang Tai couldn't do anything to him. You've already given me such a powerful prosthetic body, aren't you satisfied? But Thunderstorm Fist is awesome. Zhou Xiao made a punching motion at the air around him. Just imagine, I throw a punch and lightning flashes. How cool would that be? If you want it, you can trade it for the 8 Spider Lances. Never mind that. I'll try again when I have another chance. Zhou Xiao scratched his head, chuckled sheepishly, and left. Thunderstorm Fist Type 1 is a new type of external prosthetic body that the Alliance will soon promote and use. Thunderstorm Fist, as the name suggests, is a fist that carries electricity. The explosion of the fiery dragon fist has been changed to an electric discharge, making the paralysis effect even stronger. However, due to material issues, this Thunderstorm Fist currently lacks the protection of dragon scales and can only be used as a gauntlet. Even so, this prosthetic body is still powerful. Equipped with electricity, this gauntlet can instantly strike forward at extremely high speeds, significantly increasing its attack power compared to the fiery dragon fist. Without activating his berserk state, Li Jianguo clashed with Zhou Xiao, a prosthetic tester equipped with the Thunderstorm Fist. Li Jianguo's arm was instantly blasted black, and he suffered minor bruising. Zhou Xiao staggered back 4 steps, but aside from the shock causing his blood to churn, he was otherwise unharmed and was back to his energetic self after resting for 2 hours. For a mass-produced product, achieving this level of performance is already quite satisfactory. That very night, Thunderstorm Fist Type 1 began to be popularized at the Alliance headquarters. The top 10 survivors in the external prosthetic body compatibility test will be eligible to equip the Thunder Fist Type 1. That night, not a single ferocious beast on the sea was not charred black. However, Thunderstorm Fist has one drawback. It needs to be charged. Due to battery capacity limitations, the thunderstorm effect can only last for 3 punches. After 3 punches, you must return to the cabin to recharge. So soon, 10 more boxing gloves were found charging inside the Alliance's cabin. Each branch organization was also assigned 2 Thunderstorm Fists. Inside the Western shipping lane, Lei Zhentian looked at the Thunderstorm Fist Type 1 in his hand and walked to the girl's side. "Xiaoyuan, this is for you." Consider it compensation for tying you up during the day. Uncle, I need that flexible robotic arm, not these stiff boxing gloves. How am I supposed to fire a gun with these gloves on? The girl toyed with a desert eagle in her hand, the pistol spinning in her palm before neatly and cleanly tucking it into the homemade gun holster at her waist. These boxing gloves were given to you by the minister. You should keep them for yourself. They suit you quite well. Oh, by the way, use it sparingly. Our power supply is very tight, unlike headquarters, which is so extravagant, with lights on in the cabins even during the day. Lin Chen put away his boxing gloves. All right. Xiao Yuan returned to her raft and closed the door. Lin Chen sighed deeply. Teenagers are really hard to manage. It's not that teenagers are hard to manage. It's just that Xiao Yuan's personality is indeed a bit strange. Lin Chen turned around and immediately withdrew his thunder fist behind his back. Minister, what's there to hide? Thunderstorm fist is yours now. Who you want to use it for is your freedom. What we give you here is ownership, unlike headquarters, which only gives usage rights. Thank you, Minister. You're welcome. The minister patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, gesturing for him to sit down as well. Two old men sat together, gazing at the starry sky and chatting under the moon. It's so rare to run into someone you know in this world. I wonder if my wife and kids are still around. I really regret not enrolling my son in that Sanda, Chinese kickboxing, class back then. Minister, don't give up. Maybe we'll run into each other again next time the districts merge. I never expected to meet my comrade's daughter here. Sai, let's not talk about it. Lao Lei, tell me about you and your comrade in arms, Xiao Yuan's father. There are many. My brother and I met in the peacekeeping force. We've been through thick and thin together. Chapter 156 Departure. Temperatures range from 12 to 20 degrees Celsius, coupled with gale force winds at sea. At this temperature, you need to wear 2 layers of clothing to stay warm. As the number of survivors increased, people discovered the production path from palm leaves to fabric. However, since there were no finished clothing patterns, a new profession was born. Tailor. Tailors not only make ordinary clothes, but also armor, such as leather armor. There were many tailors within the Tongminghui Revolutionary Alliance. Lin Chen and Su Yun were both enhanced individuals, so this temperature only brought them a slight chill and wouldn't have a significant impact. However, the sea was damp and the wind was strong, so being constantly blown around was quite uncomfortable. Lin Chen obtained a lot of clothes from within the Tongminghui and stocked up on several pieces for himself and Su Yun. These fabrics are naturally far inferior in quality to the clothes brought from Earth, and their aesthetic appeal is also far inferior to Earth's products. But something is better than nothing. Today we continue our voyage to the ends of the Earth. Su Yun woke up early in the morning, full of energy. She hugged Lin Chen, gave him a good morning kiss, and then quickly jumped out of bed and ran to the kitchen next door. Lin Chen sat up in bed, stretched, and began to think about a question. What should I do today? Life on the ship is monotonous and boring. With the ship moving, Lin Chen no longer needs to control the rudder. If there is an obstacle in front, Xiaoing will use the water flow to turn the boat at a certain angle so that the boat can pass smoothly. Lin Chen had absolutely nothing to do with it. Let's focus on selling goods. The new players after the server merge haven't been exploited yet, so they must have a lot of resources left over. Lin Chen went to the second floor cabin, opened the various boxes containing supplies, and began to organize a new list of goods prices. After finishing breakfast, Lin Chen started shouting in the public chat. Those who need it, just say Zhou Xiao or he in the public chat. Pay first, then deliver. Deadline is 11 a.m. today. After the Alliance compiles the list, send it to me every half hour. With tens of thousands of people in the entire district, Lin Chen is already too busy with production, let alone the statistical needs. Therefore, he directly handed over the statistical work to the Tongminghui. After the news was released, the people who reacted the fastest were undoubtedly those from the same old district as Lin Chen. Lin Chen rarely speaks, and when he does, it's either to sell products or to announce new information about the game, which is always very important. Therefore, many people in the old district set Lin Chen as a special contact and immediately opened the chat channel as soon as they received a message from Lin Chen. Brother Lin is finally selling his goods. I missed out last time because I didn't have enough supplies. This time I'm determined to get my beloved Zhuiyue fishing rod. Wait, what era are we living in? Why are people still fishing? Don't they need to make a living? The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. According to anglers, the quality of fish caught these days is getting higher and higher. I heard someone caught an exceptional fish. Wow, you can catch an excellent fish. That's amazing. I'll get a fishing rod too. Lin Chen even sells underwear and sanitary napkins. How does he have such a complete selection? No way, you can buy a 3-section sailboat. Really? Pay first, then deliver the goods. Is that a scam? Humph. There's no such thing as paying first and then receiving goods in this game. The Alliance is clearly just trying to make money. They don't even have a branch in the three-segment sailboat. How could they possibly sell it to outsiders? A bunch of idiots. They actually believe this nonsense. Very good. The Alliance's blacklist has been updated by 1. Same as above, add 1 to the blacklist. I'd like to inform all the new friends about the blacklist in the image. This is the blacklist from before the Alliance, and there are no active members on it now. You newbies, buy it or don't. It's not a frequent opportunity for Brother Lin to sell all categories of products, so buy while you can. Excellent longbow. Excellent broadsword. I'm so envious. It's a pity I can't afford them. We can't afford the truly exceptional ones, so let's buy something of good quality. Good quality isn't bad either. Zhou Xiao, I want a superior katana. A good construction hammer. These out-of-towners are so stingy, they're not generous at all when buying things. Zhou Xiao, brother, give me a piece of excellent armor, a U-boat, and a superb repeating crossbow. Zhou Xiao had just received Li Jiangwo's notification a second ago, and the next moment countless private messages flooded into his private message box. Besides those who came to order goods, there were also many who tried to bargain. Many organizations are very interested in high-quality finished ships, but Lin Chen's prices are too high for them to afford, so they try to negotiate the price. Zhou Xiao simply glanced at these messages and didn't reply at all. Brother Lin is already doing you a favor by selling your goods, and you still want to haggle? Dream on. After the first half hour, the Tong Minghui handed the list to Lin Chen. About 15 minutes later, the goods were handed over to Li Jiangguo, who then distributed them to another group of Tong Minghui members. As the first batch of goods were sold, these newcomers gradually began to trust the Tong Minghui's trading methods. The list arrived again an hour and a half later. This time, the demand for each product has almost doubled. Lin Chen worked for a long time before finally shipping the goods just before the 3.5 hour arrived. Then came the list for the 3.5 hours. This time, there were slightly fewer people than last time, so Lin Chen felt a little more relaxed. But as the second batch of goods was shipped, the demand on the list exploded in the 4.5 hour. Almost every item has a 4-digit price tag attached to it. Lin Chen's vision went black. The demand from tens of thousands of people is outrageous. He glanced at the time. There were still almost 3 hours until 11 o'clock. Oh no, with so much stock, I probably won't be able to finish it all today. Lin Chen's second-floor cabin was already filled with boxes of exceptional quality, at least 200 boxes. Even so, it still couldn't hold the mountain of supplies. He had to hand over the excess supplies to the Tong Minghui for temporary management, which eased the pressure on the storage of supplies. For this, Lin Chen specially gifted the Alliance a month's worth of pool cabin and a 3-section sailboat. As a vessel with 2 completely flat and empty decks, a 3-section sailboat is best suited for storing supplies. Inside the Tong Minghui, Li Jiangguo had already emptied the cabins of his 3 sailboats and filled them with boxes to store supplies. He even moved his own little house to the deck and built a new house that was 2 meters high on the deck. The second-floor cabin of the new ship that Lin Chen gifted was also filled with supplies. A big conglomerate, huh? Li Jiangguo has never been this rich in his life. Didi. Li Jiangguo, who was directing everyone to move supplies, received a private message from Lin Chen. Lin Chen, send ships. Send ships to every branch. Add a few more pieces of equipment to headquarters. Lin Chen, application for targeted transaction. 3-section sailboat 6, pirate ship 4, smelting furnace 5, heavy armor excellent 10, none. Li Jiangguo was immediately ashamed. The amount of resources in a single transaction even exceeded the total wealth of the entire alliance. This is Lin Chen, the undisputed richest man in the entire district. Chapter 157 Legendary Building Hammer. All day long, Lin Chen spent his time making props, except for eating. The order volume is too large, and we simply can't keep up. These props can only be made by Lin Chen himself. He can't ask someone else to do them, which is quite troublesome. Sometimes Su Yun would sit quietly in the second-floor cabin, watching Lin Chen, and sometimes she would bring him a cup of tea to relieve the fatigue from repetitive work. She didn't ask many questions about the occasional instances where Lin Chen would suddenly create something of exceptional quality. As night fell, Su Yun went out and cleared out the ferocious beasts that had attacked. Since the game entered the second phase, all the invading beasts have become of good and excellent quality, but for Su Yun, dealing with these guys is still quite easy. The only slight pity is that Xiao Bai's contribution to the battle has been greatly reduced. However, Su Yun did not neglect it. When Lin Chen wasn't around, she would lie down under Xiao Bai's wings. Little White, you're so weak. What if you're attacked by a dangerous beast in the future, and I can't protect you in time? Su Yun stroked Xiaobai's head, and Xiaobai rubbed its head against Su Yun's palm in return. Time passed. After midnight. Stormy weather forecast for day 3. Cloudy, temperature 10 to 18 degrees Celsius, gale force 9, short days and long nights. The wind force remained unchanged from the second to the third day, but the weather changed from cloudy to overcast. It's estimated that it will rain again later. During stormy weather, heavy rain is unavoidable. Su Yun went into the second-floor cabin and saw that Lin Chen was still busy. She turned around, picked up Xiaobai, and carried it to Lin Chen's side, then lay down on Xiaobai's wings and covered her belly with Xiaobai's feathers. 1:24 a.m. After Lin Chen delivered the last batch of props, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Phew, it's finally over. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a large order volume. He was kept very busy. My powerful, modified body also broke out in a good sweat today. Lin Chen was about to take a shower. He turned around and saw Su Yun sleeping in the little white wings. Lin Chen slowed his pace. He tiptoed onto the deck and then jumped onto the metal raft outside. A level 9 sea breeze whipped up waves as Lin Chen took out the pure water stored in his dimensional ring and poured it over himself from head to toe. After a quick wash, he quietly returned to the deck. Lin Chen opened the system notification and glanced at the weather forecast. Cloudy day? It's estimated that it will rain after that. The deck of the pirate ship lacks drainage design, making drainage a difficult task during heavy rain or when large waves crash onto the deck. If all else fails, we can cover the deck surface with another sloping ceiling to enclose the entire deck. Based on the current situation, the worst weather expected during the storm is at least a Category 13 hurricane, torrential rain, and giant waves. I wonder if this pirate ship can withstand the worst of the storms. Lin Chen returned to his cabin and slowly fell asleep, exhausted. Didi. The next morning, Lin Chen was awakened by a beeping sound. I glanced at the time. It was already past 7. It was still dark outside. Lin Chen walked out of the cabin with sleepy eyes. A dark cloud covered the sky above, blocking out the sun. The sky was overcast, and the air felt very oppressive. Lin Chen checked his private messages and found that it was a targeted transaction request from Zhang Qinwei. Gold 24, silver 48, copper 151, none. Note, boss, this is a recently acquired metal mine. It's good to have a large population. We don't even lack metal ores anymore. Of course, in addition to the increase in the number of players, the increase in the number of medium-sized islands and the improvement in the strength of the survivors are also very important factors. Lin Chen took the precious metal he had acquired to the crafting table on the second floor of the ship and immediately began crafting it. Crafting complete. Congratulations on triggering a lucky critical hit. Quality +1. Lucky guarantee effect activated. Quality +2. Double the luck again. Lin Chen has maintained a high frequency of using the crafting table. Yesterday alone, he made over 100,000 items and triggered many lucky critical hits, but almost none of them occurred together with the lucky pity system. A great start. Looks like today is going to be a good day. Lin Chen picked up the hammer from the workbench. Obtained, legendary building hammer. Legendary construction hammer. Use this item to unlock the building system. Scan resources with the construction hammer to store them in its internal space. There are 70 slots, with a maximum of 100,000 items per slot. Resources in the hammer are automatically consumed when building or repairing. Materials are automatically recovered when dismantling buildings. No durability limit. Note, the space inside the hammer can only hold standardized items. God among gods. The legendary building hammer is simply an amazing storage artifact. Although the limit on the number of varieties has not been greatly increased, the number of individual items that can be stacked has been greatly increased, reaching 100,000. Invincible. Lin Chen can load all the basic supplies on the ship into this legendary building hammer. Even so, this legendary building hammer is still not fully loaded. Lin Chen retrieved some of the stored supplies from the Alliance, which filled 28 of the slots. 20 slots were occupied but not full, leaving 22 slots empty in the future to be filled with other building materials or temporarily stored as miscellaneous items. Besides its storage function, the main function of the legendary building hammer was undoubtedly more important to Lin Chen. Legendary architecture. Heel cement building technology building super biomimetic camouflage coating for interior walls. The legendary quality of the building system dazzled Lin Chen. However, he couldn't afford to build most of them. For example, dragon bone cement requires basic cement and dragon-like biological bones. Tektronics requires high-strength alloys and a central chip. and the inner wall of the superpowered biosystem even requires the flesh and blood of legendary creatures. Let's look at buildings of perfect quality instead. Most high-quality buildings are further improvements based on basic materials. They are not as exaggerated as legendary buildings, but the material requirements are very high. However, Lin Chen has no shortage of basic materials. His current total reserves are enough to fill 3 3-section sailboats filled with excellent chests. It's more than enough. It's simply impossible to use it all up. Lin Chen was most interested in the finished boat series. The legendary construction hammer can forge perfectly crafted ships. Lin Chen opened the list of finished products. Destroyer battleship. Its technological level leaped into the modern era. In addition to ships, there are submarine series, car series, and even flight series. Biplane fighter jet airship. Anti-ship submarine, large submarine, haixia. Simply pick up a construction hammer and tap it gently. They can build airplanes, battleships, and submarines. Wait, there's something strange in this submarine sequence. What is this sea shrimp thing? Chapter 158 Sea Shrimp. Lin Chen stared wide-eyed as he carefully examined the design of the shrimp. 2 legs, 2 mechanical claws, and a passenger cabin in the middle. This isn't a submarine, it's clearly a robot. Lin Chen glanced at the production requirements for the sea shrimp. 2,000 plastic, 5,000 iron, 50 aluminum, 50 zinc, 50 copper, 10 lithium, 20 perfect glass, and 1 large battery. It's very expensive, but Lin Chen can afford to build it. He picked up the construction hammer and excitedly went up to the deck. Su Yun was busy making breakfast in the kitchen when she saw Lin Chen rush out of the cabin with an excited look on his face. Have we found something good again? Su Yun immediately turned off the stove and followed Lin Chen out of the cabin. Is there anything good? Yes, a robot. Su Yun was extremely surprised. The leap in technological advancement was so dramatic that it left her momentarily stunned. Lin Chen picked up a construction hammer and tapped it lightly, and a mechanical armor about 4 meters tall appeared in front of the two of them. The shrimp, a high-quality deep-sea exploration mechanic. Maximum diving depth, 1,300 meters. Equipped with powerful hydraulic limbs, it not only allows the pilot to maneuver objects, but also powerfully navigates the complex and ever-changing seabed environment. Rear-mounted thrusters provide excellent maneuverability in low-gravity environments, enabling it to flexibly handle various deep-sea challenges. Its unique and technologically advanced design features a streamlined shape. Lin Chen opened the glass cover at the front and entered the shrimp. Grasped the 2 control levers with both hands and begin to control the movement of the shrimp boat. The shrimp has no ability to snorkel in water, but it has extremely strong jumping ability and can jump about 100 meters high in the water. In addition, the shrimp also has a grappling hook that can be launched to hook onto various structures and drag the shrimp's body. Lin Chen pressed a button on one of the control levers, and a shuttle shot out at high speed, hitting the mast of the pirate ship accurately and almost breaking it. Then press the button again. Shrimp tool notification. This is not an underwater environment. You cannot drag the device. Please enter an ocean environment to use this function. It seems this thing needs the buoyancy of seawater to move. Lin Chen released the grappling hook from the mast and retrieved the shuttle. The other arm of the shrimp is a mechanical claw that can grasp objects. Both arms can be fitted with different modules, allowing them to transform into other forms, such as a drill form, a double hook form, or a double claw form. Lin Chen inspected the shrimp's storage compartment, which contained 3 spare modules. The internal space wasn't large, about the size of a regular box, but it was connected to the cockpit. Lin Chen could reach inside and directly transfer items into his dimensional ring, so storage wasn't an issue. He opened the hood, jumped out, and looked at Su Yun, who was standing to the side expectantly. Shall we go up and give it a try? Su Yun sat in the cockpit, and after quickly familiarizing herself with the controls, asked, Can I drive it into the water? The waters here are quite deep, and the shrimp can't snorkel. If it falls in, it might be difficult to get back up. Let's ask Xiao Ying first if she can pull it up. Okay. After receiving Xiao Ying's affirmative answer, Su Yun excitedly piloted the shrimp and leaped into the sea. The sea was swept by howling winds and surging waves. But when Su Yun entered the ocean, the world suddenly became much quieter. Bubbles rose from the surrounding water as the shrimp continued to sink. This area is shown as deep sea on the navigation map, but the shrimp can dive to a maximum depth of 1,300 meters. With Xiao Ying and Xiao Hong escorting it, there is no need to worry about safety. In case of any accident, Xiao Ying will immediately send the shrimp back to the surface. Safety is guaranteed. The shrimp quickly landed, and the impact of its landing sent sand and stones flying. Su Yun piloted the robot, walking on the seabed and gradually moving towards deeper waters. The lights came on, illuminating the dark seabed. This was Su Yun's first time seeing the world of the deep sea. The screen inside the shrimp shows the current depth, 896 meters. Didi, Lin Chen, did it go smoothly? At this depth, mobile phone signals cannot penetrate, but a wristband can compensate for this. Su Yun, this sea shrimp has successfully reached a depth of 896 meters. It is now carrying out the next exploration mission. Xiaoying and Xiaohong followed the shrimp ship. The little owl is a legendary creature, while the little red inhabits a deeper underwater volcano. This depth is nothing to them. Su Yun, the photos show deep-sea metal deposits. There are so many. Su Yun, entries, spirit salt, basalt, nickel ore, lithium Oregon. So many high-level resources. But my battery is almost depleted. This shrimp ship drains its battery too fast. It loses 2 units per minute. Su Yun, look at the picture. What did I find? Oil. But how do you collect this stuff? The sea shrimp doesn't seem to have the function of collecting oil. Su Yun, I just turned on the electric drill, and it uses electricity even faster, dropping 5 units per minute. Su Yun, I've decided to turn off the lights. Even though it's all dark around, it feels scary, but thankfully I have Xiaohong here. Su Yun, Xiaoying is dragging me up. There's something going on underwater. Xiaohong seems to be fighting something. Upon seeing the latest news, Lin Chen immediately felt tense. But he couldn't be of any help in the battle that took place 900 meters underwater. This depth can only be achieved by relying on the combined efforts of Xiaohong and Xiaoying. Little Red is an exceptional ferocious beast, and Little Ing is an even more legendary creature. With the Tidecaller's staff, a magical staff, they should be safe from danger. Soon, the shrimp appeared on the surface, and Xiaoying and Xiaohong also appeared one after another. Lin Chen quickly jumped off the deck, went to the metal raft, and dragged the shrimp ashore. What's happening at the bottom of the sea? What's attacking you? Su Yun climbed out of the shrimp, shook her head and said, "It was too dark. I didn't realize when Xiaoying dragged me away. We ran very fast, and by the time we turned on the lights, we were already more than 500 meters above sea level. I didn't have time to see clearly. But the monster below didn't keep chasing us. It left after I turned on the lights. It might also be related to the depth." Eek, eek. Xiaoying gestured with her hands, indicating that it looked like a very large fish. Is it as big as a moon whale? Xiaoying put her index finger to her lips, thought for a moment, shook her head, and then gestured again. Ing. Half the size of a white moon whale. Eek. Is it a dangerous creature? Eek. Lin Chen took a deep breath. A dangerous creature half the size of a neutral being, even if it only possesses superior qualities, is still terrifying. At the very least, the shrimp would definitely not be able to withstand the bites of this creature. A creature of that size could probably swallow the shrimp whole in one gulp. The deep sea is an area that survivors have never explored. It is full of unknowns and dangers, but also rich in resources. Let's put the danger aside for now. Su Yun opened the storage cabinet on the shrimp ship. Let me see what I've collected from the seabed. Chapter 159 Battleships. The shrimp ship's lockers weren't large, but they were already packed full. Besides various ores, the main material collected by the shrimp ship is spirit salt. Because Su Yun's vision deteriorated after the lights were turned off, Xiaoying took over the command afterwards, and Lin Chen seriously suspected that Xiaoying had ulterior motives. The ship's spiritual salt had long been used up, so no salt had been added to the dishes recently. Xiaoying had asked Lin Chen for salt several times, but this stuff was hard to come by. It was only possible to get some from neutral creatures when they appeared. Now, there is a stable way to obtain spiritual salt. Xiaoying jumped onto the boat, grabbed a piece of spiritual salt, and handed it to Lin Chen. Okay, I'll go grind it for you right now. The spirit salt can be processed at the alchemy table into granules. Lin Chen returned to the deck and began grinding. Didi. A private message notification sounded. Li Jiangguo, I saw you were too busy yesterday, so I didn't ask you something. Wang Tai was killed on the western route, but when we were retrieving his robotic arm, we received a system notification. Do you know why? Lin Chen. After death, the game system will recycle it. To obtain this item again, you need to use Wang Tai's data sample and put it into the island's secret treasure space. Then you can choose one of the modifications Wang Tai had during his lifetime. Modifiers leave behind data samples, while evolvers leave behind gene samples. Have the people on the Western Front found Wang Tai's data sample? Li Jiangguo. No. After the robotic arm disappeared, they scanned Wang Tai's body many times and found nothing unusual. Lin Chen. It seems that Wang Tai's strength is insufficient, or he lacks the necessary conditions to leave behind data samples. Li Jiangguo. Okay, I understand. I'll go tell the Western Branch the reason. Ordinary evolved beings or modifiers can't leave behind secret treasures. Spreading this news will avoid a lot of disputes. Lin Chen. How is the commercial exoskeleton project progressing? Li Jiangguo. The Mantis Knife Type 1 has a simple design and structure, and it is quick to manufacture. We already have more than 30 pieces in stock, but it has not been put on sale yet. We are waiting for the right time. Lin Chen. When? Li Jiangguo. Recently, we received news that several new organizations want to take action against the Tongminghui. However, they are not a united front. Some oppose taking action against the Tongminghui. Information has been leaked to me from within various organizations. They originally planned to attack the Tongminghui headquarters last night. However, the financial power you displayed at your sales event yesterday stunned them, so they didn't act. But the die is cast. According to the latest intelligence, they will attack again tonight. I'm afraid if we sell the Mantis Knife across the entire region, they won't dare come back. With the new region merging, we need to see some blood to make these newcomers obey. Wang Tai is from our old region. Killing him won't be enough of a deterrent. Tonight, at least 3 evolved or modified individuals might appear together to attack the Alliance. My plan is to wipe them all out in one fell swoop, using the lives of these enhanced individuals to establish the prestige of the Alliance. Lin Chen was not worried about the safety of the Tongminghui. With the strength of the Alliance, even without its 3 branches, it could easily take on all the major forces in the region with just its headquarters. When the bullets from the Uzi submachine gun fly over, whether you're an evolved being or a modified being, without perfect level defense, you're doomed. Moreover, there are also powerful weapons such as cannons and prosthetic bodies. Lin Chen. After tonight, compile a list of all organizations that participated in and supported the attack. There must be organizations providing online support in other shipping lanes. Have the branch behead their leaders and bring back the members. Take some into the island exploration team and give them only basic equipment. Take the other part into the supply collection team and send them to the deep sea to collect supplies. Li Jiangguo. Deep sea? You already have a way to enable us to operate in the deep sea. Lin Chen. Okay, but the deep sea is dangerous. Let the prisoners scout ahead. The prisoners were sent to pilot the shrimp to collect supplies in waters 200 meters below sea level. The shrimp has a limited battery capacity and only supports large batteries. Lin Chen monopolized the large batteries. Even within the Alliance, only the headquarters possessed 2 large batteries. Therefore, it was impossible for the prisoner to take the shrimp away. Even if he had the idea of escaping, the shrimp could not float, which meant he could not take the shrimp out of the sea. Lin Chen built a new shrimp ship and handed it over to Li Jiangguo. Lin Chen. For now, do not explore areas below 500 meters in depth. When you go into the sea, remember to keep the lights on the whole time. Don't turn them off to save electricity, as there are giant ferocious beasts active in the seabed. Li Jiangguo. Understood. I will formulate a system for this. Li Jiangguo looked at the robot that had landed in front of him, his slightly cloudy eyes trembling slightly. Lin Chen's capabilities have taken another step forward with his robot of perfect quality. On the pirate ship sailing eastward, Lin Chen began to think about what kind of ship to build next, or perhaps a large submarine. The large submarine can easily accommodate Lin Chen and Su Yun. With the increasing danger of stormy weather in the future, living underwater is a good option. However, submarines have poor visibility, require electricity, and cannot accommodate steam engines. In other words, Lin Chen can only be powered by batteries and can only stay inside the large submarine for a short period of time, not for an extended period. Let's build a battleship first. If it really can't withstand the wind and waves in the future, we can switch to a submarine and take it underwater for a while. Lin Chen arrived at the sea, braving the fierce wind, and steered his fishing boat to a position about 20 meters away from the pirate ship, where he swung his construction hammer. A battleship suddenly crashed down, pushing the seawater outwards and creating a wave. Su Yun stayed by Lin Chen's side the whole time. She spread her wings, hugged Lin Chen, and flew onto the deck the moment the battleship landed. Battleship, perfect quality. 49 meters long, 400 tons displacement. For decks, steam-powered as its primary propulsion. The hull is covered with armor plating, providing formidable defense. An armored turret is located in the center, requiring the ship to load its own guns. Wow, it's huge. A ship this big can definitely withstand storms. Almost no typhoon could capsize such a large battleship. Except for giant waves. Lin Chen is now fearless of storms, but must be careful of extreme marine phenomena, such as tsunamis or storm surges. The battleship was brought to a stop and placed at anchor. Lin Chen returned to the pirate ship and transferred the supplies. Battleships have ample space, but their facilities are not as good as those on pirate ships. After everything had finished turning, Lin Chen encountered a new problem. What to do about the pirate ship? The system shows that the ownership of the pirate ship is still in your hands, but what should you do with the layer of nanoparticles covering the outside? It would be such a waste to let so many legendary materials fall into the sea and go to waste. Lin Chen decided to lay a layer of iron rafts on the bottom of the ship. The iron rafts would form in the seawater and float up due to buoyancy. When they encountered the bottom of the pirate ship, they would get stuck in the water and be unable to float up any further. Lin Chen returned to the pirate ship and destroyed it with a single hammer blow. The entire pirate ship vanished instantly, and Lin Chen landed on the metal raft. The nanoparticles that were originally wrapped around the bottom of the pirate ship also began to fall, all landing on the iron raft, like ownerless objects, gradually scattering and turning into a pile of loose sand. Some float on the sea surface, drifting rapidly away with the waves. Lin Chen collected a portion of the items and piled them all into a box, then stored the box in his dimensional ring. Xiao Ying's lunar capsule also underwent a relocation. Lin Chen generously commissioned an upgraded version of the heavenly pool cabin and moon pool cabin for Xiao Ying, which continued to hang at the bottom of the ship and sail with it. Chapter 160 Arms Display. At night, after the usual ferocious beast attacks, only the howling of the wind remained on the sea. The Tongminggui's fleet was anchored in the center of the ocean, with large ships in the middle and smaller boats around them for quick travel. Everything was the same as usual, except that Zhou Xiao, who was not usually on patrol, was standing on the edge of the boat. "Brother Zhou, what brings you here? It's windy outside. I have a special mission tonight. How can I not come?" "Special mission? What mission? I don't know anything about it." Zhou Xiao smiled mysteriously. "It's all right. You'll find out soon enough." Zhou Xiao continued walking along the edge of the fishing boat formation. The two three-section sailboats on the edge of the central circle served as dormitories for members of the Tongmingui Revolutionary Alliance on weekdays. The second deck had bunk beds, where everyone rested. On weekdays, after killing the ferocious beasts that attacked at night, everyone would rest in the second-floor cabin. But today, everyone is active on the deck. "You're here to see the arms display too?" "Of course. Otherwise, who would be wandering around outside at this hour?" "Those equipped with external prosthetics have all been moved to the ships inside, and we still haven't seen what those external prosthetics actually look like." "Why aren't the headlights on today? Are you trying to save electricity?" "Maybe. It's said that the Thunderstorm Fist needs to be charged after a while, probably to power the Thunderstorm Fist. I heard there's a huge thing at tonight's arms show." Zhou revealed it. He said it's super powerful, even stronger than Officer Li's infinite evolution. "No way. Could it be that engineers' technology has already reached the point where they can create prosthetic bodies that surpass those of exceptional evolved beings? Then wouldn't that mean everyone could become a superhero?" "It wasn't made by engineers. It's a prop that exists in this survival world itself." Brother Zhou revealed that it's of perfect quality. "So intense. I can't wait." "Huh? Why are we pushing the cannons onto the deck?" "Perhaps artillery is also part of the arms display." "That's true. Engineers have reportedly developed a new type of material." While people were discussing it privately, the 10 cannons on the deck had already been deployed. There was a projectile next to each cannon. Li Jiangguo stood on the three-section sailboat observation platform in the center, and with a wave of his arm, the surrounding lights instantly turned on. Below the observation deck was a simple loudspeaker. The blinding light caused people who had been in darkness for a long time to squint or raise their hands to shield their vision. Li Jiangguo picked up the megaphone and pointed southwest. "Fire!" This command came as no one expected. Suddenly, the large spotlight on the mast turned and aimed at the direction Li Jiangguo was pointing. A fleet of fishing boats appeared before the Tongmingui members. The cannons, which had already aimed in this direction, immediately fired, and the cannonballs, propelled by the powerful force of the gunpowder, flew out and struck the fishing boat fleet. Before the crew of the fishing boats, whose eyes had even adjusted to the intense light, could finish shining through the beams of light, cannonballs were already raining down on them. Among the fishing boats in the convoy, the leading boats were instantly hit by cannonballs and sank into the sea. 3 figures suddenly jumped out of the fishing boat and leaped towards the fishing boat behind them that had not been attacked. "How were we discovered? There isn't even a single starlight today. How could the Alliance see us? What kind of cannon is this? It can fire 500 meters against the wind. Didn't the intelligence released by the Alliance say it only had a range of 200 meters? Damn it, we've been tricked by these guys. Brothers, set sail." Full speed ahead. There's only one evolved human at the Alliance headquarters. Let's wipe them out together. The fishing fleet's ambush turned into a surprise attack, plunging the entire fleet into chaos. Wearing night vision goggles and magnifying the lens, Li Jianguo observed the distant movements, then raised the megaphone and continued. This is the first item in this arms display, the windbreaker cannon. Its unique design and special explosive materials allow the windbreaker cannonball to fly stably even in headwinds. The fishing fleet was in complete chaos, while the 10 cannons on the 3-section sailing ship of the Tongminghui, which had only fired 1 shot each, were immediately put back into service. Wait, what happened? Why did you put it away? Why aren't you continuing to bombard the brothers? Those guys sneaked in the middle of the night. They're probably here to launch a surprise attack. Let's blast them to pieces. Is it because we don't have enough shells? No, we have plenty of shells in reserve. One of the combatants pushing the cannon replied with a smile. Today is an arms display. Officer Li said we should only fire 1 shot to give room for the other projects to be displayed later. He was worried that the people on the other side wouldn't be able to handle it. Brother, do you know how strong these guys are? Where did they get the guts to attack our Alliance headquarters? It's said to be a large organization from 3 old districts, with 3 evolved or modified individuals. I've also heard they've received weapon support from some organizations on other shipping lanes. These guys are trying to rebel. 3 enhanced individuals. No wonder they dared to ambush us. Our headquarters only has 1 evolved individual, Officer Li. But don't they know about our external cybernetic body legion? Our external cybernetic bodies have already proven in the previous pirate war on the Western Front that they can fight against modified individuals. Some people just don't believe in superstitions and insist on breaking the rules. Haha. Officer Li's use of 3 enhanced individuals and 3 major organizations as material for an arms display is brilliant. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take pictures. Remember to post them in the chat after you're done. Since this is an arms display, we need to show these arrogant guys the strength of our alliance. Li Jianguo continued to stand on the observation platform, broadcasting through a megaphone. Next up is the second item in this arms demonstration, the underwater propulsion system. It can reach speeds of up to 11 meters per second underwater. It has reached depths of up to 150 meters. It can carry 2 to 3 people. As Li Jianguo's voice carried far on the wind, 7 spindle-shaped shadows suddenly emerged from the originally churning sea. It leaped through the air in an arc, then landed on the sea, braving the wind and waves, approaching the distant fishing fleet at an astonishing speed, and then swiftly skimming past its flank. Before the enemy could react, they had already reached the rear of the fleet. The next moment, the person on the back of the underwater propulsion unit jumped into the fishing fleet. As the fishing fleet drew closer under the influence of the wind, the people on the 3 sailboats could now observe the movements of the fishing boats with the naked eye. Li Jianguo's voice rang out again. Now, the third project to be introduced, the Mad Blade Commando. Chapter 161, Thunderfire Legion. Among the fishing boats, people looked at the Tongminghui members boarding the boats with fear in their eyes. Those who dared to split up and venture into the fishing boat position alone must be members of the Tongminghui's affiliated cyber army. With the help of the lights shown from the Tongminghui Revolutionary Alliance, people could see that these people were wearing black arm guards. The moment they boarded the fishing boat, Li Jianguo's voice came through the distant loudspeaker. The Mad Blade Commandos swung their arms, and sharp blades sprang from their arms. Under the bright white headlights, the blade reflected a green light. Mantis Knife, Type 1. After the Mad Blade assault team made their appearance, they depleted the fishing boat's durability with a single strike. Li Jianguo continued. The Mantis Knife Type 1 is made using the latest researched biometallic material and is installed on the forearm. The blade material is infused with special biological elements, containing highly toxic substances that have a strong corrosive effect on living organisms. The blade is lightweight and the edge is sharp. Upon inspection, the attack power of the Mantis Knife Type 1 is equivalent to that of a heavy-duty, high-quality weapon, and its power is astonishing. The fishing fleet is in complete chaos. They had been shelled earlier, and it was only with great difficulty that they managed to restore order. As a result, they were suddenly attacked from behind by the Mad Blade assault team. Most of the personnel in the rear were not professional combat personnel and rarely went to the battlefield, let alone suddenly face this group of humans equipped with highly poisonous mantis knives. The crowd behind surged forward frantically, begging for the protection of the 3 enhanced leaders. The newly reorganized troops at the front were instantly scattered. Seeing the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled crowding into the battle line, the 3 enhanced individuals' faces darkened. The other side clearly only had 7 people, and they were all ordinary people. Although they were equipped with mantis knives, they were still ordinary people at heart. They could kill him with a bow and arrow. I'll go take care of them. Yes, Brother Lin, be careful not to get hit by their blades. The blade, reflecting an oily green luster, sent chills down one's spine. Don't worry, they're just a bunch of ordinary people. I can make sure they can't even touch me. The man surnamed Lin rushed backward, and during the sprint, his body began to shrink, becoming the size of an 11 or 12-year-old child, which looked very strange. The fishing boats behind were already empty. Everyone had fled to the front. However, the 7 members of the Mad Blade assault team did not pursue them, but remained where they were. When they saw the shrunken evolved beings charging towards them, a member of the Berserker Commando drew a pistol from his waist. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and the evolved human surnamed Lin abruptly stopped in his tracks. Fortunately, he was an evolved being with heightened agility. The moment he saw the pistol appear, he reacted immediately, jumping to the side. The bullet almost grazed his ear. Damn it, aren't they the Mad Blade assault team? Why are they carrying guns? The man surnamed Lin was furious, but the other party had a gun, so he had no choice but to hide behind the thick wooden wall of a fishing boat and dare not show himself. No matter how fast he is, he can't outrun a bullet. Fire the arrows. Fire them now. Upon seeing this, the 2 leaders at the front of the fishing fleet immediately directed their crews to launch a counterattack. The next moment, the members of the Mad Blade Commando fell backward and plunged directly into the sea. What do these people mean? This scene left everyone in the fishing fleet dumbfounded. This Mad Blade Commando made their appearance, sinking 7 fishing boats single-handedly with their blades, demonstrating the astonishing power of the mantis blade. And then, nothing happened. They just ran away. What's going on here? But they didn't have time to think too much, because Li Jiangguo on the observation platform started his presentation again. Next up is the 4th event, and one that everyone's been eagerly anticipating, the Thunderfire Legion. Before he finished speaking, more than a dozen balls of fire flew from the direction of the Tongmenghui towards the group of fishing boats. The attack was immediately recognized by those on the 3 sailboats. 8 Spider Spears Type 2. With thunder in its name, does that mean Thunderstorm Fist is about to make its debut? Let me see how cool the Thunderstorm Fist is. Propelled by their thrusters, the 3 fishing boats set off from the edge of the alliance and headed toward the group of fishing boats. It's Brother Zhou. Brother Zhou has made a move too. 3 8 Spider Lances Type 2, and more than a dozen Thunderstorm Fists. I feel like the Thunderfire Legion could wipe out all of them. If you remove the senses, it's definitely possible. Back then, Lei Zhentian on the Western Front could fight against evolved humans all by himself. Now, with the assistance of Thunderstorm Fist, killing enhanced humans is a piece of cake. The 3 sailboats were bustling with activity, but the 3 leaders of the fishing boat group were so angry that they lost their minds. They figured it out. The Tongmenghui are using them as a weapons display. The artillery fires 1 round and then stops. The propulsion system and mantis blades make a brief appearance and then retreat. The current 8 Spider Lances and Thunderstorm Fist are probably just for show before they retreat. Keep them, at least one of them. Being constantly made a fool of is something no one can tolerate. 3 enhanced individuals piloted a fishing boat and charged towards the fleet, heading straight for the Thunderfire Legion. Prioritize attacking the one in the middle. He should be Zhou Xiao from the Tongmenghui. The 3 enhanced individuals were poised to strike, ready to use their superhuman physical abilities to charge at the fishing boat in the middle and kill Zhou Xiao with a single blow. Suddenly, electric arcs flashed on the 3 fishing boats of the Tongmenghui. The arc of electricity emanated from Thunderstorm Fist, revealing a dangerous aura. The 3 leaders immediately wore solemn expressions. This Thunderstorm Fist seems to be different from what was described in the intelligence. Zhou Xiao stood proudly on the middle fishing boat. He waved his hand, pointed to the enhanced individuals on the middle fishing boat ahead, and suddenly shouted, "Attack!" A dozen figures burst out of the fishing boat amidst flashes of lightning, instantly traversing several meters of sea at astonishing speed, heading towards the fishing boat where the modified individual was located in the center. An electric arc flashed in the air, leaving a lightning-like afterimage. The person attacked was a cyborg. Although he was on guard against the attack, the sudden thunderstorm was too fast for him to dodge. He could only raise his modified arm to try to block it. As the Thunderstorm Fist charged, more than a dozen arcs of electricity converged at that moment, rushing towards the modified user. Boom! Like a thunderous explosion. In the blink of an eye, the modified human's body was blasted away. His body streaked through the air, completely blackened by the lightning storm, with arcs of electricity still flashing on his prosthetic arm, suggesting it had been damaged. A thunderstorm struck suddenly, with lightning and thunder, its power immense and the scene astonishing. The crowd watching the performance from the 3 sailboats was completely captivated by what they were seeing. One word, awesome. 2 words, domineering. Once all personnel are equipped with this prosthetic body, the entire battlefield will be filled with electric arcs and turned into a minefield. As the afterimages left by the flying electric arcs gradually disappeared, Zhou Xiao felt extremely envious. Although his 8 spider lances were powerful, in terms of visual appeal, they were far less impressive than Thunderstorm Fist. He just set off a fire during the performance and then did nothing else. Compared to Thunderstorm Fist, it's incredibly low class. The Thunderstorm Fist sent the modified humans flying with a single punch, instilling fear in the evolved humans on the 2 fishing boats nearby. The punch, which brought together more than a dozen lightning bolts, was not only incredibly powerful but also incredibly fast. Even as evolved beings, they didn't have the confidence to take the punch head-on. Just as the 2 evolved beings were on high alert, ready to dodge at any moment. The group of Thunder Fists returned to their respective fishing boats amidst the flashes of electric arcs. Just like the previous attacks, they retreated after 1 round. Li Jiangwo's voice drifted over from afar. The Thunderfire Legion has delivered an outstanding performance. Upon hearing Li Jiangwo's voice, the expressions of everyone on the fishing fleet changed. For a moment, the 2 evolutionary leaders unconsciously trembled slightly. The Thunderfire Legion is already so strong, yet they're still not the final project. Just how many trump cards does the Tongminghui still have? Chapter 162, This is Magic. The appearance of Thunderstorm Fist has completely shattered the confidence of the 3 organizational united team. They were once all-powerful in their respective old districts, but here, they can only become performance material for the Tongminghui. They couldn't even force the alliance to reveal its true strength. Simply sending out a few performative teams to launch an attack would be enough to completely destroy their beliefs. Before they arrived, everyone was full of confidence. With 3 enhanced individuals leading the charge, and with high-end weaponry provided by other organizations, attacking an alliance headquarters guarded by only 1 evolved individual would be a piece of cake. But reality dealt them a heavy blow. As the Thunderstorm Fist and the 8 spider spears turned and left in front of them, some people in the fishing boat group began to raise their hands and surrender. However, the arms display was not over yet. Standing on the observation platform, Li Jiangguo expressed his deep disappointment with this large organization formed by the merger of 3 forces. The Thunderfire Legion only showed up briefly, and the 8 spider lances made a sound, without demonstrating their formidable melee capabilities and high agility. How come you've already started to surrender? The arms display isn't over yet. No surrender allowed. Li Jiangguo continued. Next up is our core team from the Tongminghui. The 2 evolved beings who were retreating back into the fleet, along with the modified being who had just been pulled from the sea, all looked at the 3 sailboats in the distance. The Thunderfire Legion from before wasn't even the core force. If Thunderstorm Fist is already this powerful, then how strong must this team be? Then Li Jiangguo shouted loudly. Let's witness the arrival of the engineering team. What? Not only were the people on the fishing boats shocked, but even members of the Tongminghui Revolutionary Alliance found it outrageous. The engineering team is indeed the core of the alliance, that's for sure. But isn't this supposed to be a weapons demonstration? What are the engineering team doing on the battlefield instead of staying behind the scenes? An insult. A tremendous insult. It was one thing to withdraw after the previous waves of attacks, but now they've even sent engineers to the battlefield. I cannot accept this insult. In the fishing fleet, the modified man who had been pulled ashore angrily waved his fist. The 2 evolved beings next to him secretly rolled their eyes at him. Idiot. Even if the other side is an engineer, do you really dare to make a move? If you make a move, and the alliance repeats its previous arms displays, can you handle it? We can't win by fighting. Running away is even more impossible. The Tongminghui ships had propellers, so small fishing boats couldn't possibly outrun them. For now, all they can do is watch the Tongminghui's arms display until it ends, then tie their hands and feet and become prisoners, perhaps even managing to save their lives. The 2 evolved beings exchanged a glance. Surrender is the only way out at this moment. We've all taken the island's treasure. The alliance won't let us die so easily. If we get caught later, we should behave ourselves for a while, and then we'll naturally have the opportunity to become full members, or even get promoted. Well, with our strength, even if we can't become leaders, we can still get official positions. Li Jiangguo doesn't have any enhanced individuals around him. Once we join, he will definitely recruit us. We are enhanced individuals, and in terms of strength, We are definitely stronger than that guy named Zhou Xiao. What are you saying? The Tong Minghui has insulted us like this, and you actually dare to? Shut up. Do you think I can't see it? Your mechanical arm is damaged. How much strength do you have left? Your attempt to provoke me is clumsy. Once you join the alliance, perform well, and you might get a chance to repair the robotic arm. I'm fine. The modder slowly lowered his head. His robotic arm had indeed reported a malfunction. Such high-tech gadgets were beyond his ability to figure out. Unless he encountered the island treasure again, or sought help from the Alliance's engineers, it would be difficult for him to regain his full strength. A raft slowly set off from the Tongminghui fleet. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhang Qinwei, dressed in a thick robe, walked to the front of the line. The long robe billowed in the howling sea breeze, making a rustling sound. Zhang Qinwei held a scepter and stood at the front of the raft. What does this mean? Is the engineer about to cast a spell? Don't be so ridiculous, brother. This world has evolution and mechanical ascension, but it has no magic. Just in case, maybe there really is magic in this world. Even if there is magic, it must have its scientific principles. As it stands, this world has not completely escaped the realm of science. Under the questioning gazes of everyone, Zhang Qinwei raised the staff in his hand. The sphere at the top of the staff emitted a faint light. At the same time, the group of engineers behind them also took out staffs the size of tree branches and waved them in the air, emitting a faint glow. A miraculous scene then unfolded. In front of the raft where the engineers were, a fireball began to condense in the air. The flames burned fiercely, and under Zhang Qinwei's control of his staff, they flew towards the distant fishing fleet. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The three enhanced individuals immediately dodged to the left and right, but behind them, many people were crowded together, leaving them with no way to avoid the crowd. They had no choice but to jump into the sea. As the fireball landed, flames instantly engulfed the entire fishing boat, and the two nearby fishing boats were also attacked by the flames. Zhang Qinwei gazed at his masterpiece and smiled with great satisfaction. Goal achieved, work done. He reached out his hand, which had been hidden under his robe and was covered by heat-resistant gloves, and caught the silver-white prop that had returned under the cover of night. The raft carrying the engineers slowly returned. In terms of power, this fireball is less damaging than the mantis blade, let alone the thunderstorm fist. In terms of speed, it cannot compare to the cannon or the 8 spider lances. But it's cool. As Li Jiangguo said at the beginning, this was an arms display. The primary purpose of arms displays is not to strike the enemy, but to showcase and deter them. A group of mages dressed in long robes, holding scepters and staffs, summoned a large fireball that burned the enemy's fishing boat to ashes. This scene, captured in a photograph, is absolutely incredibly cool. It's easy to imagine the huge reaction these photos will cause when posted on the public chat. Zhang Qinwei felt secretly pleased. I never thought that even in middle age, I could still fulfill a dream I had when I was young. Upon returning to the fleet, the members responsible for the outer patrol immediately and respectfully greeted the group of amazing, magical engineers. Mr. Zhang, how did you do that? Can you teach us? A group of people, their eyes filled with eagerness to learn, surrounded Zhang Qinwei, who was holding a scepter. They had never felt so eager to learn in their entire lives. Zhang Qinwei simply smiled mysteriously at this. This is magic. Chapter 163 The Shrimp Ship makes its debut. Li Jiangguo was very satisfied with Zhang Qinwei's performance. This kind of power, which is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, is most likely to break people's hearts. When the news spread that the Alliance has mastered the secrets of magic, it was bound to have a significant impact. The arms display was essentially a performance. The engineer's magical performance was just as effective as the thunderstorm fist. Watching Zhang Qinwei return safely, Li Jiangguo jumped off the observation platform, landed on the raft at the bottom of the ship, and then dived into the sea. The engineer's magical performance has brought to a climax to tonight's arms display. People eagerly anticipate the unveiling of the next project. But after waiting for a long time, they still couldn't hear Li Jiangguo's voice. People looked towards the observation deck on the 3 sailboats, but they didn't see Officer Li. Is it already over? Is the engineering team the last thing? That shouldn't be the case. If it were the last item, Officer Li would definitely have mentioned it. Where did Officer Li go? Even if it's over, he should at least say something. Why did he just disappear without a word? Look, Zhou Xiao is back. Let's go ask him. Why did Zhou Xiao jump onto the observation platform? I understand. Officer Li will be personally involved in the last event. Officer Li is going to make a personal appearance. What could be cooler than a giant fireball? The passion that had been extinguished was reignited. The fear and panic that had just gripped the fishing fleet as it sank returned to his mind once more. It's not over yet. The Tongminghui Revolutionary Alliance is trying to destroy us. I heard that Li Jiangguo will be personally participating. Before, it was just ordinary people showcasing their skills, but this time it will be an evolved being. I'm looking forward to it. What are you expecting? Their arms display is aimed at us. Why are you panicking? Haven't you noticed? They don't want to kill anyone. So far, only one modified human has been injured. Do you see anyone else injured? Oh, those who jumped into the sea and got scratched by the ship's planks don't count. I'm kind of looking forward to the grand finale. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Zhou Xiao, standing on the observation deck, raised the megaphone. Next up is the last exhibit of the evening. I can reveal to you that this item comes from Lin Chen. Lin Chen, a synonym for wealth and power. In the world of ocean survival, he is the uncrowned king. The phrase from Lin Chen was enough to instantly raise everyone's expectations. At this moment, not only those present were paying attention, but people throughout the district were also looking forward to the alliance's final presentation. Zhou Xiao continued unhurriedly. To be precise, this item doesn't count as weaponry. His slow, deliberate tone made those below feel anxious. However, no one dared to urge them on at this moment. As we all know, we live in an ocean world. Almost 99% of this world is covered by ocean. But so far, our exploration has been limited to the ocean surface. Our exploration of this world is just the tip of the iceberg. In order to explore the limits of this world, the great boss Lin Chen has provided the Alliance with a powerful tool for exploring the deep sea. As the last sentence faded, a figure slowly emerged from the water. All the searchlights converged on that figure at that moment. Mech! Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed. The shrimp rose to the surface with the buoyancy of 4 superb iron rafts, revealing its full form to the public for the first time. Zhou Zhao's voice suddenly rose, and he shouted passionately, the perfect quality deep-sea exploration mechanical device, the shrimp. It can reach a depth of 1,300 meters. From now on, the underwater world will no longer be a forbidden zone for survivors, and mankind will officially enter the deep-sea era. The shrimp extended its drill arm, turned on its lights to illuminate the sea ahead, and its 2 lightweight mechanical legs supported its body. The upper part was a large glass dome, where Li Jiangguo sat and operated the mecha. The 2 arms of the shrimp are mechanical claws. One of the mechanical claws was holding a submachine gun. The idle mechanical claws launched grappling hooks at the fishing fleet, dragging the shrimp along with the metal raft beneath its feet toward the fleet. The 3 enhanced individuals stood side by side at the front, ready to surrender to the de facto leader of the Alliance. We'll accept whatever he says later. You don't need to tell me, I don't want to die yet. He came with a gun in his hand. My evolution is no match for his gun. As the shrimp approached, the 3 enhanced individuals took the lead in raising their hands. Upon seeing that their leaders had all surrendered, the members of the 3 major organizations behind them immediately laid down their weapons and raised their hands or covered their heads with their hands. They surrendered just like that? The voice came from the shrimp, and the 3 enhanced individuals had bitter expressions on their faces. Having come this far, how could they not lower their prices? We were momentarily blinded by greed. Please forgive us, Officer Li. Good. Before they could finish speaking, Li Jiangguo interrupted. Then I'll give you a chance. Now, the 3 of you attack me together. If you can defeat me, I'll give you 3 a way out. The joy that had just appeared on the faces of the 3 enhanced individuals suddenly vanished. The 2 sides were very close, and their wristbands had already scanned the information of the shrimp. A mech of perfect quality. How do we fight this? Of the 3, 1 is crippled, one of the remaining 2 can only hide, and the only one who can fight is the other. But it is merely an evolution of superior quality. The opponent is a perfect quality mech, and also has a perfect quality submachine gun. Officer Li, we have deeply realized our mistakes and are willing to accept punishment. However, let's forget about the fight. We are no match for you. How will we know if we don't try? The safety on the Uzi submachine gun in the shrimp's hand was off. Li Jiangguo said, I have already given you a chance. When the dark gun barrels were pointed at them, the 3 enhanced individuals finally realized that Li Jiangguo had no intention of letting them go. But it was too late. Da-da-da-da. A barrage of gunfire rang out, the muzzle flashes illuminating the fishing boat. The 3 enhanced individuals didn't even have a chance to dodge before they fell in front of the shrimp. 1 magazine of bullets was used up. Li Jiangguo looked at the other people in the fleet and put down his submachine gun. Prepare to take them in. There are quite a few prisoners this time. The walkie-talkie relayed Li Jiangguo's voice back to the Tongminghui. and fishing boats rapidly approached. Li Jiangguo piloted the sea shrimp and, with the help of fishing boats, returned to headquarters. Zhou Xiao came to greet them, and together they towed the shrimp back onto the ship. This group of people should be handled with caution. Understood. I will separate them and investigate them individually. Those who are unruly and those who are instigating this will not be spared. The combined number of members in these three organizations exceeds the number of members at the Tongminghui headquarters. If they were to join, it would put enormous pressure on the management of the Tongminghui headquarters. Therefore, it must be handled with caution. Those three enhanced individuals considered themselves to be highly capable in combat, but they were the most difficult troublemakers to control and the leaders who spearheaded the rebellion. Allowing them into the Tongminghui would not only fail to provide assistance, but would also pose a significant security risk. Therefore, he must be executed immediately. The alliance is not lacking in the combat power of three enhanced individuals. Investigate the forces supporting these three organizations as well. Give them 12 hours to surrender, and issue arrest warrants if they fail to do so. Chapter 164, the fourth day of stormy weather. The Battle of the Tongminghui was witnessed by the entire region through numerous live photos and text updates from the scene. The lightning arcs of Thunderstorm Fist, the engineer's fireball spell, and finally, the perfect mech shrimp. Each of these items, taken individually, is enough to shock the entire region. There are three types of such things in the Alliance. This is only the strength of the Alliance. Behind the Alliance is an epic god, Lin Chen. The shrimp was a gift from Lin Chen. As the owner of an epic title, no one knows how many other perfect quality mechs like the shrimp, or even stronger items, Lin Chen possesses. Lin Chen's strength remains a mystery to this day. But without a doubt, his strength is definitely no less than that of the Alliance. Crossing the waterway is a feat accomplished only by Lin Chen and his lover Su Yun so far. The existence of the Tongminghui was like a mountain, pressing down on every organization and making them unable to resist. After tonight, the authority of the Tongminghui will be beyond question. Time has passed midnight. Stormy weather forecast for day 4. Cloudy, temperature 10 to 15 degrees Celsius, gale force winds, short days, and long nights. Lin Chen glanced at the weather forecast, then pulled the covers over himself, hugged Su Yun, and slowly fell asleep. The wind and waves outside were getting bigger and bigger, but the room was quiet. The ship is of impeccable quality, and the comfort of the interior cabins is greatly enhanced. A force 10 gale, with waves crashing against the battleship, barely caused any damage to the hull. At the same time, other organizations in the region were already suffering greatly from the sudden increase in the intensity of the storm. Eastern Line, Western Line, Southern Line, Northern Line. Almost all fleets were forced to dock at the islands. At the three branches of the Tongminghui, people were hurriedly moving supplies. Luckily, Brother Lin sent us a big ship, otherwise we really wouldn't have been able to withstand this wind and waves. Sigh, I should have known better than to slack off during the day. Everyone, let's hurry up and move things, then we can rest. Headquarters said the thrusters will be finished tomorrow, then we'll be able to sail through storms. Did you see the arms display just now? We also have that thunderstorm gauntlet on the Western Front, in Old Lei's hands. I've never seen them demonstrated before. I thought those gauntlets were just ordinary. By the way, does that skill that involves dashing forward with arcs of electricity have a name? It seems not, but someone at headquarters gave this move a name, Thunderflash. Has anyone uncovered the engineer's magic? According to Engineer Zhang at headquarters, this is magic, so there's no need to reveal the secret. Huh? Magic really exists in this world. I don't know, why don't you ask? Forget it. If even the people at headquarters don't know, then there's even less chance I could know. I wonder when we'll be able to reunite with headquarters. Then we'll be able to use their advanced equipment and tools. Aren't you curious about what's in the deep sea? Being curious is useless. We can't go down to a depth of 1,300 meters. Let's wait for news from headquarters. Headquarters usually announces anything new they discover. Yes, indeed, every time there is new intelligence, it is released by the Alliance and Brother Lin. They really help us ordinary people avoid a lot of danger. If it weren't for the news from the center of the world, many people would probably be drifting along with the wind and eventually being swept into the center of the world. Brother Lin is a really good person. He saved a lot of people. Look at the other districts that merged in. There were less than 1,000 people, but more than 1,000 people from our district survived. It's all thanks to Brother Lin. On a cloudy day, the sunlight could hardly penetrate the thick clouds, and the world was shrouded in gloom. After waking up, Lin Chen took the opportunity to wash up and check the messages on the public chat as usual. Last night's arms display was very impactful, especially the deaths of the three enhanced individuals, which kept many online supporters and their leaders up all night. Many organization leaders publicly apologized on the public screen. Whether the Tongminghui accepts their apology is another matter entirely. After washing up, Lin Chen took out a navigation map and glanced at his location. We will reach the end of the world today. Su Yun carried breakfast from the kitchen. The kitchen here is so well equipped, and there are even special compartments for storing ingredients. I've rearranged the kitchen. After getting the new ship, the interior space was much larger than the original pirate ship. Lin Chen arranged a luxury bed for both Xiao Lai and Xiao Bai, and both birds loved the soft touch. Xiao Hong moved her large fish tank to the deck and built a windproof, matchbox-shaped house around it with excellent iron plate walls and a windowed ceiling. There was also a campfire inside the house, and Xiao Hong liked the environment very much. Xiaoying still lives at the bottom of the ship. Her new sky pool cabin has been completely renovated, and the powerful air circulation system even allows her to cook over a fire inside. However, she doesn't know how to cook for herself. Su Yun once took Xiaoying to the kitchen to try to teach her, but Xiaoying, who was usually very smart, showed a level 10 level of stupidity in this regard. Xiaoying's cooking skills are still limited to mixing seasonings and then air-frying fish. It seems I'll have to rely on Su Yun from now on. Su Yun called out to the bottom of the water from the deck, and Xiaoying quickly jumped out of the water and landed on the deck under the impact of the water column. Su Yun then carried her to the restaurant and put her in her special seat. Breakfast time. Su Yun suggested, the interior space of a battleship is very large. If the lower decks are divided into sections by walls, it could probably accommodate quite a few people. While drinking his breakfast, Lin Chen nodded and said, yes. I plan to check the Alliance's metal collection progress over the next few days. If the metal quantity is sufficient, we can upgrade the Alliance's ships. With battleships, we won't have to worry about the impact of the extreme weather on the 7th day of Stormy Day. Su Yun rested her chin on her hands, her thoughts drifting. We should be able to reach the end of the world today. I wonder what it will be like there. Perhaps it's an invisible wall. If it's an invisible wall, I'll puncture it with my tail. All my time and effort wasted. Then I'll lend you a hand. I'll be responsible for tampering with the data in the invisible wall. Make a deal. Smack. Clap your hands together above the dining table. Xiaoying held a spoon, looking at the two of them with a puzzled expression. But with delicious food right in front of her, Xiaoying didn't care about anything else. She put down the spoon, picked up the bowl, and brought it to her lips. Gurgle gurgle. Beneath the exclusive seat, a beautiful fish tail sways gently. Chapter 165 Mantis Knife goes on sale. Last night's magic show was the one that Lin Chen was most interested in, because the core component of the props used in this performance is nanoparticles. Thanks to Zhang Qinwei's research and the continuous emergence and progress of new alloys, nanoalloys have successfully acquired the ability to fly. However, this ability requires a pair of small, special material wings to assist it. It is not the anti-gravity flight seen in science fiction movies. Last night's magical fireball was essentially a flying cluster of nanoparticles, carrying fuel that Lin Chen had obtained from analyzing fossils, along with some other combustible materials. Under the cover of night, people couldn't see the flying nanoparticles. They only noticed them after the flames ignited and exclaimed in surprise, magic. Essentially, it is the science of survival in the world. So far, the only two things Lin Chen has witnessed in this world that can be called magic are Xiaoying and the Eye of Wind Spirit Moonshadow. The little babbler can enter dreams, her singing can influence the minds of people and other animals, and she can even summon ocean waves. The Eye of the Wind Spirit Moonshadow can tamper with data. In the world of Wind Spirit Moonshadow Eye, the entire survival world is composed of data. Lin Chen can tamper with its contents, for example, by making the air instantly turn into a wall or by triggering an electromagnetic explosion in the air. Compared to Xiaoying, this ability can be more accurately described as magic. But its essence remains science, the science of survival. Today is the 4th day of the storm. The clouds are even thicker, and there is almost no light between heaven and earth. Fortunately, battleships have their own built-in lighting systems. This battleship uses steam power and an automatic propulsion system, so the original propulsion system can be discarded. The steam engine and generator are still retained. Since there is no electrical system on board, Lin Chen needs to solve the power supply problem himself. Didi. Li Jiangguo. We already have more than 50 Mantis Knife Type 1 pieces in stock, ready to be put on the market for sale. Regarding pricing, Engineer Zhang suggested a price of 75 metal or 5 gold, or 15 silver, or 35 copper. It's very expensive. None of the 3 purchasing methods are affordable for ordinary organizations. Unless they discover a medium-sized island, and have already begun exploring it. If an organization discovers a medium-sized mountainous island, they could become rich overnight. The metal reserves on mountains and islands are astonishingly high. Of course, this is on the premise that the organization has a sufficiently high collection efficiency. Lin Chen, let me add 2 more ways to purchase. 110 fossils, or 130 herbs of excellent quality or higher. Li Jiangguo, okay, I'll go arrange for it to be put on the shelves. Fossils have a chance of yielding very valuable materials, and as for herbs, they have many wonderful uses in this world. After communicating with Lin Chen, Li Jiangguo immediately distributed all the mantis knives Type 1 to the members of the Alliance for distribution. Because these are homemade items, each one is an independent item in the system's eyes and cannot be stacked. Therefore, the 50-odd mantis knives had to be distributed among everyone and put on the shelves together. You set the price at 75 metal ores, you set the price at 5 gold, you set the price. After the tasks were assigned, Li Jiangguo only needed to wait quietly. Last night's arms display has made the Alliance's external cybernetic bodies famous. I had only heard it from members of the Tongmenghui Revolutionary Alliance before, without any verification. Now that 3 organizations have been sacrificed, no one dares to question the power of external prosthetics anymore. Although the Mantis Blade Type 1 wasn't the best performing external prosthetic device last night, its power to sink a fishing boat with a single strike should not be underestimated. While possessing the power of a heavy-duty, high-quality weapon, it is also extremely lightweight, and when mounted on the arm, it hardly affects movement. Moreover, the blade is highly poisonous, increasing its lethality. The blade and the slot on the arm are both made of the Alliance's powerful alloy and can be used for defense. It can be used for both offense and defense. Such a powerful weapon, who wouldn't be envious? In today's world, high-quality weapons remain high-end weapons, and the emergence of the Mantis knife has undoubtedly completely seized the market share of high-end weapons. The moment the product was put on the shelves, it caused a frenzy among countless people. However, the exorbitant price deterred many people from purchasing it. They want 75 metal ores. Are they robbing us? Judging from the price, fossils shouldn't be too difficult to obtain. But what are fossils? And where do you get them? Does the Alliance not have enough wealth? I heard that when Lin Chen launched his sales across the entire region, the Alliance specially built a new 3-section sailboat to store the supplies. Leaders Li Jiangguo and Zhou Xiao, please have mercy. Our small organization really needs this. I think the Alliance's pricing is fine. Xing Shintang has already secured 3 mantis blades. Xing Shintang unconditionally supports the Alliance's business. By the way, when will the Thunderstorm Fist be available for sale? 3. Really? Can someone from Xingtang take a picture to prove it? Do you think pictures can fool you? Our boss is already selecting people to equip the mantis blade. Where did you get so many supplies? Aren't you just a small organization of 80 or 90 people? How dare you look down on Xingtang Paradise? Believe me or not, I'll beat you up. Oh, that guy upstairs is from the northern branch of the Tongmenghui. Why don't you give him a try? Brother, I'm sorry, I'm mentally ill, I just had a fit. Xing Shintang has discovered a medium-sized island, which is said to be a mountainous island with many metal or deposits on the mountain. I see. I really envy you lucky guys. You've already encountered a medium-sized island. The Tianba Dongba Group announces the purchase of 2 mantis knives Type 1, in gratitude to the Alliance for its contributions to human progress. I know this group. They're incredibly lucky. They're from the same old server as me. They followed a neutral mechanical creature for 3 days under the scorching sun, eating its exhaust fumes every day, and probably collected several hundred pieces of metal. The King of Glory team announced the purchase of a mantis blade. The medium-sized island we discovered is a swamp island. The fossils are all hidden in the swamp, but the number doesn't seem to be very large. We have only found a little over 100 fossils after advancing to the high-altitude area and turning over the entire ground. The western branch of the Tongmenghui has procured 5 Type 1 mantis knives. No, why are you all getting involved? There are only 50-odd items in total. Why would your internal staff buy so many at once? Procurement by the eastern branch of the Tongmenghui. Wah, can you guys buy them secretly? Don't tell anyone. I'm so envious. Tears are streaming down my face. Good stuff. Who wouldn't be tempted? After witnessing the strength of the headquarters, all 3 branches of the Tongmenghui developed a strong desire for power. Since external prosthetic bodies are publicly available for sale, they can buy them. Each of the 3 branches is a dominant force in its respective territory, and their financial resources are in no way inferior to those of other large organizations. They typically take on more than 3 entities at a time. The mantis knife sold out in less than 5 minutes after it was put on the market. It seems I underestimated the purchasing power of these organizations. Next time you can sell it for a higher price. Chapter 166 Island Landing and Gathering. Inside the Alliance headquarters, with the influx of large quantities of metal ores and precious metals, the engineers had more and more room to maneuver. Zhou Xiao rushed in from outside, his face beaming with joy. Commander Li, the Thunderstorm Fist Type 2 is complete. Oh, so fast. We just showcased the Thunderstorm Fist Type 1 last night, and the Type 2 was built today. What improvements have been made? Like the Fiery Dragon Fist, it has an arm guard, but instead of being able to expand freely, it's a metal cylinder. That's understandable. The dragon scale arm guards were painstakingly crafted piece by piece by Lu Dajiang. The workmanship is meticulous, and no one else could achieve that level. Besides the arm guards, what other improvements have been made? Power capacity has been increased, and a new thunderstorm mode has been added. It is said that engineer Zhang used the flesh of some extraordinary creatures and some new materials to create an amplification device that can amplify electrical energy output up to 5 times. Previously, it took more than a dozen thunderstorm fists combined to damage the cyborg's arm and knock him away, but now only 2 or 3 people need to work together to defeat him. This thunderstorm mode is very useful. Can it be mass-produced? Yes. Production of the Type 1 has been discontinued, and that production line has been completely converted to produce the Type 2. Yes, once the Type 2 is upgraded, we'll send the obsolete Type 1 units to the branch. Okay. Zhou Xiao finished his report, but did not leave immediately. Li Jiangguo glanced at him. What? You want the Thunderstorm Fist? I'll save one for you when the Type 1 is replaced. No, even number 2 has been released. Type 2 should be prioritized for replacing Type 1. I can trade it for the 8 Spider Lances. You brat, you've finally decided to bring out the 8 Spider Lances. I'm not giving you a refund. Hey, Commander Li, how about I add some more money? 1,000 ocean coins, okay? Have the production line build more. Once the Type 1 replacement is complete, the first one produced will be yours. You should keep the 8 Spider Lances. You'll need to move between different ships regularly, and the flexibility of the 8 Spider Lances is still very important. Keep them. All right. Thank you, Commander Li. Zhou Xiao bowed deeply. Commander Li, I'm getting busy now. Remember to save me a Type 2. Zhou Xiao turned around to leave, but Li Jiangguo suddenly grabbed his shoulder. Is there anything else? How's your rice wine coming along? Let's wait 2 more days. I found a jar yesterday, opened it a crack, and smelled it. I can already feel it. It should be ready in 2 more days. A few days ago, I expanded my brewery again and built a brewing house with excellent timber and stone walls and ceilings. It's absolutely perfect. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. Li Jiangguo patted Zhou Xiao on the shoulder and saw him out of the room. Finally, I see a glimmer of hope. It's really hard to go without some alcohol. As an old man nearing retirement, Li Jiangguo's greatest craving is a glass of fine wine. Previously, due to work restrictions, I had few opportunities to drink alcohol and could only take a few sips at night to satisfy my craving. I thought I could drink it every day after retirement, but I never expected to be born. TSK tisk. Li Jiangguo smacked his lips twice, as if recalling the taste of fine wine. Commander Li. Zhou Xiao, who had just left, returned. What's up? Medium-sized island spotted ahead. Mountainous. Telescope detects large deposits of metal ore. Let's go? Let's land on the island. Li Jiangguo returned to his room, put on his combat gear, held a long rifle, and had firearms hanging at his waist. Zhou Xiao immediately went to the exploration team's base, called on the combat members, and assembled to prepare for landing on the island. The island is a mountainous island, and the main ferocious beasts are birds, with occasional snakes, insects, and scorpions appearing. Soon, an unprecedentedly powerful expedition team assembled on the island's beach. 13 Thunder Fists, 10 Mantis Blades, 3 8 Spider Lances, 20 frontline soldiers with excellent shields and excellent armor, 30 excellent crossbowmen, a digging team fully equipped with excellent armor, and a transport convoy. Li Jiangguo stood at the very front of the group, leading the way. The mountain environment is characterized by its open view, unlike dense forests and swamps where one must always be on guard against ferocious beasts that may ambush from blind spots. Although there are occasional sneak attacks from insects and scorpions that are good at hiding, these ferocious beasts cannot even bite through the armor of the frontline shield bearers and cannot cause any real damage. Be careful when you attack. Don't kill the birds of high quality. Use Thunderstorm Fist and 8 Spider Spears together to trap these ferocious birds. Birds attacked from the air, but they had no chance to fight back against this powerful expedition team. The moment they met, the crossbowmen fired 2 arrows at them, followed by the lightning arcs of the Thunderstorm Fist. The 8 spider lances instantly leaped into the air, intercepted the flying bird, and cast a net to control it. Finally, Thunderstorm Fist used a normal attack to stun the ferocious bird. After the entire process, Li Jiangwo's team quickly gained more than a dozen drowsy birds of prey. With so many birds, we can build a raptor army in the future. Zhou Xiao looked at the excellent ferocious bird entangled in the fishing net in the transport truck and showed an expectant expression. What, you want this too? Hee hee. No, these things have nothing to do with me. I only like prosthetics. With so many ferocious beasts being transported back, we need to add 2 more keepers. We need to find 2 reliable ones. This position is very important. Okay, the team continued up the mountain, and the higher they went, the narrower the mountain path became. The transport convoy had to stop halfway up the mountain. Li Jiangguo ordered a group of shield bearers, crossbowmen, and an 8 spider spears to escort the fully loaded carts back to the ship. The remaining transport vehicles were parked on the mountainside to wait, with 5 shield bearers, 5 crossbowmen, and 5 thunderbolt fists left to protect them. The rest of the people continued up the mountain. Commanderly, metal or piles? At least 30 or more. We're rich. After the combat personnel inspected and cleared the entire metal or pile area, the excavation team began to enter the site. Each person had an iron pickaxe, and they worked on piles of metal ore, making the mining very efficient. Commanderly, shall we wait here? The next area is probably high risk. We'll continue exploring upwards after the excavation team retreats. It won't take long. Okay. The exploration team temporarily stopped there and began to help transport the metal ore. Each person was assigned to a pile of metal ore, and it took them less than 5 minutes to collect all the ore. Li Jiangguo sent another team to escort the transport convoy away, while he continued climbing upwards. Soon, an open area appeared ahead, with cliffs jutting out from the edges of the open terrain. In the open terrain, there are also dozens of metal or piles. This is already the top of the mountain. This island has a different structure from the mountainous islands that Lin Chen explored before. It only has one high mountain, and the top of the mountain is a wide open plain. Li Jiangguo gestured for everyone to stop, then stepped forward alone. It is about to enter a high-level area. Upon receiving the system notification, Li Jiangguo immediately stopped. The open plain ahead looked peaceful, but this was the habitat of Lord creatures, and it was impossible for it to be without danger. Perhaps the lord of this place lives beneath those protruding rock cliffs. All non-combat personnel shall evacuate. Combat personnel shall move forward and prepare for battle. Our opponent is very likely the perfect lord. Be very careful. Chapter 167 Bloodwing Rock. When facing an unknown opponent, it's never too much to make preparations. Previously, Li Jiangguo, carrying a pistol, confidently challenged the outstanding lord, but almost suffered a disastrous defeat. Therefore, he was very vigilant this time. After the combat troops escorted the non-combat personnel back to the fleet, Li Jiangguo began to deploy the combat plan. The perfect lord atop the cliff is most likely an avian. Li Jiangguo distributed all the firearms possessed by the Tongminghui, a total of 7 firearms, to 3 people with 8 spider spears and 3 with mantis knives. Li Jiangguo kept the Uzi submachine gun for himself. The shield bearers are positioned at the front. The Thunder Fist fighters stand in the gaps between the shield bearers, and the crossbowmen are positioned behind the shield bearers. The mantis knife and the 8 spider spears belong to the rapid mobility unit. Li Jiangguo is a free agent, adaptable to changing circumstances. Commanderly, shouldn't we get more artillery? That thing is too clumsy and not suitable for use in such a confined space. Besides, most avian beasts are very fast, so cannons would only be a burden. Just leave 3 cannons to make some noise and lure the lord out. Instead of immediately entering the high-risk area, Li Jiangguo took out a construction hammer and built a tin bunker on the upwind side of the high-risk area for the crossbowmen to hide and the wounded to take cover. Fire. The cannon was fired, and the shell was aimed at a protruding rocky cliff, but due to the wind, the shell's trajectory was slightly deviated, and it landed on a flat area. However, this shell was an explosive shell filled with gunpowder. The moment it hit the ground, it exploded into countless fragments, creating a huge sound. Soon, a loud voice came from the high mountain. One by one, excellent and fierce birds emerged from below the cliff and circled above the heads of the crowd. Fallen eagle, excellent qualities. A social animal that lives on mountaintops, it can generate amazing power when it moves in groups. 53 birds of exceptional quality. In the gloomy sky, the entire mountaintop was covered with the wings of the falling wind eagles. They immediately spotted the intruders and rushed toward the tin house. The crossbowmen immediately fired their bolts, and arrows shot into the sky, colliding head-on with the descending wind hawks. But then a bizarre scene unfolded. These arrows, which were usually invincible, suddenly stopped just before they were about to hit the falling wind eagle, and were directly blown away by the swooping eagle, scattering all over the ground. It seems that conventional crossbow bolts are ineffective against them. How about we use artillery? No. Li Jianguo immediately stopped the loading of the artillery. He pulled out his submachine gun and opened fire on the oncoming flock of birds. The bullet, its tail ablaze with fire, pierced through the strange isolation layer of the falling wind eagles, striking the leader and instantly killing him. After all, it is a perfect weapon, and its lethality is far beyond what even the best ferocious beasts can withstand. The bullet tore a hole in the flock of falling hawks, and the crossbowman's second volley finally hit the flock, shooting down nearly 10 more falling hawks. The remaining flock of falling eagles crashed into the high-quality iron wall, unable to penetrate it. Seemingly realizing the strength of their opponent, the flock of falling eagles in the sky changed direction and returned to the sky. These falling hawks form a protective layer of airflow when they move in groups. The arrows we just shot were caught in that airflow. If we were to fire cannonballs, they might not be able to hit them effectively. Instead, the cannonballs would be blown away and could accidentally injure us. Li Jianguo explained after the falling eagle had temporarily retreated. Don't go out yet. The Lord hasn't shown up. Falling eagle is just a subordinate. The big boss hasn't shown up yet. As the lord of a medium-sized island, he is very likely to be of perfect quality. Before the official start of the war, Li Jianguo had asked Lin Chen about the approximate strength of the perfect lord. The one Lin Chen encountered was rather strange, with ridiculously strong vitality. However, with the Yin flame as its nemesis, its strong vitality was useless. Lin Chen's reply was to be careful of the perfect lord's special abilities. This made Li Jianguo very concerned. He became even more cautious after witnessing the airflow layer capabilities of the falling wind eagle's cluster. The falling eagle circled in the sky, ceasing its attack. Meanwhile, all the members of the Tongminghui hid in tin-roofed houses, afraid to show their faces. Zhou Xiao put on thermal imaging night vision goggles, attempting to locate the lord. However, it was not found. However, not long after, a huge figure slowly rose from the bottom of the cliff. Lord, I saw it all. Take off that useless thermal imaging device. Zhou Xiao removed the thermal imaging camera, and the scene before him made his eyes widen in surprise. This leader was enormous, with a pair of huge, blood-red wings that blotted out the sky, with a wingspan of tens of meters. Its entire body was covered in dark red feathers, as if it had been soaked in blood. Each feather shimmered with a metallic luster, appearing exceptionally hard and sharp. Its head is sharp and ferocious, and its eyes gleam with a blood-red light. So big, Zhou Xiao's eyes lit up with excitement. Commanderly, do you think the Lord can be tamed? Li Jianguo really wanted to kick him in the butt. Upon seeing such a large and ferocious beast, his first thought was actually to tame it. Let's defeat it first. The size of the Lord bird exceeded everyone's expectations. Its enormous figure landed on the flat ground at the top of the mountain, almost causing the entire mountain to tremble. Release the arrows. Faced with such a huge target, the crossbowman did not need to aim and fired the arrows directly. But 30 high-quality crossbow bolts shot at this lord-like beast only managed to scrape off a thin layer of skin. As the lord appeared, the surrounding wind hawks began to descend. The flock of falling wind eagles regrouped, seemingly preparing to launch another attack in swarm formation. Li Jianguo changed his magazine and shouted, "Kill the small monsters first, then focus fire on the boss last." Having learned from Li Jianguo's previous experience of breaking through the falling eagle's cluster, Zhou Xiao immediately fired in retaliation, attempting to disrupt the falling eagle's cluster's unique airflow layer. But after he shot and killed 2 fallen eagles, the lord behind the fallen eagles acted again. It flapped its huge wings, and a gust of wind instantly swept outwards. This storm was even more ferocious than a force 10 gale. Some shield bearers standing outside the houses were blown back several centimeters by the wind. Keep in mind that they were wearing heavy armor, which weighed over 100 kilograms, and they also carried shields weighing over 100 kilograms each. If it were an ordinary person, wouldn't they have been thrown straight away? Some of the people inside the tin shack lost their footing and were knocked over by the gusts of air rushing in through the windows. In such wind conditions, crossbows and cannons would be rendered useless. Even getting close to them was a problem for everyone. Li Jianguo immediately pulled everyone into the tin shack. In the current situation, only gunfire can make a difference. 7 guns were simultaneously aimed at the horde of ferocious beasts, and the loud gunshots echoed across the mountaintop. Chapter 168 Tornado. The bullets pierced through the storm and penetrated the bodies of these ferocious beasts. It seems that the whirlwind is this lord's special ability. From now on, no one should go out. This lord can only be dealt with by guns. Zhou Xiao gripped a revolver, holding it with both hands to prevent the pistol from being blown away by the storm. Fortunately, the Alliance had recently acquired a lot of metal, which enabled them to produce so many bullets. Otherwise, with the Alliance's ammunition reserves, 7 guns would only be enough to fire 1 magazine. Li Jiangguo stared intently at the Bloodwing Lord's blood-red eyes, a strong sense of crisis gripping his heart. He was half hidden behind the corrugated iron wall loading ammunition when he suddenly heard a loud bang. Li Jiangguo immediately poked his head out and saw a huge whirlwind gradually forming around the Bloodwing Lord. Meanwhile, the fallen eagles were flying around the vortex, and the gravel and dust on the ground were being swept into the vortex. It could be seen that the airflow layer of these fallen eagles was helping the vortex to form. Tornado! Everyone squat down against the wall. Li Jiangguo shouted anxiously. He took out a construction hammer and quickly modified the tin house, sealing off some of the windows and leaving only small ones to prevent the people inside from being blown out. At the same time, Zhou Xiao took out a bunch of medicines and sprayed them on the foundation, the ground, and the connections between the individual building units to reinforce the building structure. The tornado came very quickly, turning into a giant tornado as tall as the sky in less than 10 seconds, and flew towards the tin house. The violent wind rushed into the house through the small window, and the high-speed sand and gravel were as deadly as arrows, crashing against the iron walls. The group clung tightly to the heavily armored shield-bearer, crouching against the wall to minimize the impact of the wind. The entire tin-roofed house was enveloped by the tornado, completely obscuring the view and plunging the interior into darkness. In such violent winds, only Li Jiangguo could barely move. He held a construction hammer and kept repairing the wall that had been hit by stones, trying his best to ensure that the corrugated iron wall could withstand the storm. The whole world was plunged into darkness, and even sound could not travel. All I could hear was the howling of the violent wind. The expedition team, which had arrived full of confidence, was now filled with fear. This is the power of a perfect lord, which is simply beyond human capability. Fortunately, the tornado came and went quickly. The violent whirlwind lasted for less than 20 seconds before flying off into the distant horizon. People scrambled to their feet from the wall, still shaken. Counterattack. Now's the time, counterattack. Zhou Xiao yelled as he returned to the window, gripping the revolver tightly with both hands and aiming at the target. After the tornado passed, the storm at the mountaintop returned to normal. The gale-force winds were still howling across the mountaintop, but compared to the previous violent tornadoes, this wind seemed incredibly gentle to the members of the Alliance. The Lord is out of strength. Counterattack now. Li Jiangguo replaced some of the walls with windows again, and 7 dark gun barrels protruded from the windows, and the firelight flared up again. The Bloodwing Lord landed on the ground in the distance, its huge blood-red wings drooping helplessly. At the same time, the crossbowmen also aimed at the flock of falling wind eagles again and fired their crossbows in unison. The bullets instantly killed some of the fallen eagles, breaking through the airflow layer of the fallen eagle swarm. The crossbow bolts followed, killing the fallen eagles as easily as mowing grass. Meanwhile, the Bloodwing Lord's health was rapidly decreasing under the bombardment of bullets. It seemed unable to lift its wings to fly, but it could run quickly on the ground, rushing toward the Tongmengui's tin hut. The 3 spider spears simultaneously fired flaming spears, which exploded on the Lord's body. But it did not ignite the feathers on the Lord's body. The Lord held his crimson wings in front of him, the feathers as hard as metal shielding him from most of the damage. The bullets deflected off the Lord, but the damage was significantly reduced due to the shielding effect of the crimson wings. Even more strangely, when artillery fire landed on its feathers, it also failed to cause effective damage. The Bloodwing feathers seemed to have attracted the cannonballs, which were then deflected, nearly blasting the tin house. Li Jiangguo frowned. The bullets are being used up too quickly, failing to inflict effective damage. Our ammunition reserves can't keep up with this rate of consumption. At this rate, we won't be able to kill it even if we run out of bullets. I've already had the base manufacture bullets. Engineer Zhang also has copper. It's estimated that we can make over 100 bullets. As the Bloodwing Lord was about to charge into the tin house, the shield bearers immediately took the place of the gunners and stood behind the tin walls. The gunmen retreated quickly. With the arrival of the Bloodwing Lord, The enormous blood wings suddenly spread out and crashed heavily into the iron wall, instantly destroying the wall and sending it flying along with the scrap metal. The shields held by the shield bearers behind the wall also lost a significant amount of durability. With just one blow, the Alliance suffered a severe blow. However, the Bloodwing Lord's opening of the Bloodwing also exposed his weakness. The gunmen seized the opportunity and immediately opened fire in retaliation. Bloodwing Lord's health dropped by about 1/5 immediately. However, it quickly wrapped its body with blood wings again. Shield Bearer, retreat. Previously, the shield bearers were able to barely withstand the impact thanks to the wall, but this time, without the wall to cushion the impact, they will undoubtedly be sent flying immediately. Li Jianguo quickly knocked down a new row of corrugated iron walls behind him. Bloodwing Rock. Perfect quality, Lord-level dangerous creature. Living in cliff faces, its enormous wings grant it powerful survival and attack capabilities, but also prevent it from truly flying. During the collision, Li Jianguo also detected information about the Bloodwing Rock. Judging from the performance of the Bloodwing Rock, a terrifying tornado like the one just now is unlikely to occur a second time. This reassured Li Jianguo somewhat. He put the thunderstorm fist on his hand and then walked out of the tin shack. Commander Li, don't fight it hand to hand. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. The thunderstorm fist made a cracking sound. Li Jianguo's one hand was wrapped in electric arcs, while his other hand rapidly swelled and grew larger. He charged toward the Bloodwing Rock, leaping into the air. In a flash of lightning, he instantly teleported onto the Bloodwing Rock, his swollen arms slamming heavily into the rock's back. The immense power instantly caused the Bloodwing Rock to let out a long, painful roar. With its swollen arms, it slammed down punch after punch, instantly knocking the Bloodwing Rock, who was about to launch another attack, to the ground. Under close-quarters bombardment, the defensive effect of the rock feathers is greatly reduced. The Bloodwing Rock quickly launched a counterattack, with metallic feathers standing up on its blood-red wings. Watch out for the feathers. Zhou Zhao's message came through the walkie-talkie. Li Jianguo looked up and saw metallic feathers standing upright on the blood-red giant wings. The next moment, the feather detached from the wing and shot towards Li Jianguo's position. Chapter 169 Perfect Evolution. Li Jianguo raised his arm, using his thick arm as a shield to block the feather attack. Feathers, like daggers, were embedded in his arm. The pain felt like countless ants were gnawing at me, dense and stinging. The Berserk gene was activated instantly at that moment. Li Jianguo crawled forward, using one hand to withstand the attack of the feathers, while his other fist, equipped with the Thunderstorm Fist, slammed wildly towards the head of the Bloodwing Rock. The electric current exploded on the head of the Bloodwing Rock, charring the feathers on its head. Seeing this, the other members of the Alliance rushed out of the tin house and unleashed their full firepower at the Bloodwing Rock. The fallen eagles have been completely annihilated, leaving only the Lord Bloodwing Rock. Bullets, crossbow bolts, 8 spider spears, and thunderbolt fists all swarmed in, unleashing a furious barrage of attacks on the gaps exposed by the Bloodwing Rock. Under Li Jianguo's strategy of trading injuries for injuries, the Bloodwing Rock was completely thrown into disarray. It tried to get up, but was quickly smashed down again by Li Jianguo's fist. Under the combined attack of the Alliance members, Bloodwing Rock's health points dropped rapidly. The feathers on its wings drooped, and the Bloodwing Rock suddenly flapped its wings again when its health was less than 1/10. The enormous wings stirred up a gale, supporting the massive body of the Bloodwing Rock. Li Jianguo's arm gradually atrophied. His strength had reached its limit. Commander Li, check the deal. Take the gun. Zhou Zhao's urgent shouts came through the walkie-talkie. Li Jianguo accepted the deal, and a fully loaded submachine gun was once again in his hands. Looking at the head beneath him, which he had smashed into a bloody mess, he could almost see the bone inside. Li Jianguo immediately pointed the gun at the wound. Da-da-da-da. The dense gunfire echoed over the mountaintop. The bullet shattered the skull of the Bloodwing Rock, sending up fragments of bone. The Bloodwing Rock, which had just taken flight, fell to the ground again. Congratulations on defeating the dangerous creature, Bloodwing Rock. You have obtained a diamond chest. As the kill notification appeared, Li Jianguo's body went limp and he collapsed off Dapeng. Commander Li. A figure rushed out from Dapeng's side and caught Li Jianguo as he was about to fall. Zhou Zhao looked at Li Jianguo's arm, unable to bear the sight. He hurriedly took out a bandage and wrapped it around Li Jianguo's arm. But for this level of injury, bandages are no longer effective. It's okay, this isn't the first time I've ruined my hand. It's fine as long as the one with the bracelet still works. A faint smile appeared on Li Jianguo's pale lips. Go and retrieve the body. Li Jiangguo drank a bottle of anionized water and then took a bunch of finished medicines. He looked at his arm. It was no longer human-shaped, and he couldn't feel anything at all. Commander Li, just bear with it. Your arm will recover after we get the island's treasure. Zhou Xiao activated the scanning function on Li Jiangguo's wristband to dissect the Bloodwing Rock's corpse. Soon, a Lord-level biological gene sample fell to the ground. Here, a gene sample. After handing the gene sample to Li Jiangguo, Zhou Xiao suddenly realized a problem. Where is the island's hidden treasure space? Commander Li, wait a moment. I'll go find the treasure space for you. That big bird just flew up from below. The treasure space must be down there. I'll go look for it. After Zhou Xiao finished speaking, he inserted the 8 spider spears into the cliff face and began searching for the secret treasure space. However, he returned empty-handed after 20 minutes. Zhou Xiao looked guilty. I found the Bloodwing Rock's nest down there, but there's no path leading to the treasure space. Xiao Wang and Xiao Qin couldn't find it either. Go ask Lin Chen. That's right. Brother Lin definitely knows. Zhou Xiao clapped his hands and immediately sent a message to Lin Chen. Brother Lin said to go check the seabed. It's most likely on the other side of the island. Zhou Xiao picked up Li Jiangguo and quickly walked down the mountain. I'll go back and use the thrusters to take you. Put me down. I can walk. You've already fallen down. You can't even sit up straight, and you're still thinking about walking. I have regained my energy. Don't argue. I know you retired old men like me best. You're all stubborn as a mule. I haven't retired yet. You'll be soon too. You already have the potential to be stubborn like my grandpa. Li Jiangguo opened his mouth, but after thinking about it, he closed it again. He was indeed tired. The Berserk gene requires a lot of energy to maintain its activation state, and with his arm crippled, he really doesn't have much strength left. Even anionized water can only keep him conscious. Back at the base, Zhou Xiao immediately found an underwater propulsion device, strapped Li Jiangguo to his waist, and then carried Li Jiangguo into the seabed, heading towards the island below. The sky was already overcast, and the light was poor, so the visibility conditions on the seabed were even worse. After searching in the dark for about 10 minutes, Zhou Xiao finally saw a blue light. He propelled the underwater thruster to quickly approach, surfaced, and a space shimmering with blue light appeared before them. Commander Li, hurry up and get out of here. I don't want to get blown up by the volcano. If you don't get out in time, I won't wait for you. Li Jiangguo really wanted to kick him, but he really didn't have the strength right now. He leaned on a wooden stick and entered the treasure space. Having learned from experience, Li Jiangguo went to the central pillar and placed the Lord's biological gene sample inside, just like the internal structure of the treasure space on the small island. The pillar scan revealed 2 orbs of light, 1 blue and 1 green. Li Jiangguo still chose green. Infinite evolution. The mechanical ascension could go out of control and harm teammates, which is something Li Jiangguo absolutely cannot accept. As the green light surged into his body, Li Jiangguo felt an itch on the top of his head, as if something was growing there. However, he resisted the urge to scratch, fearing it would affect his evolution. Congratulations on obtaining the island treasure, Infinite Evolution. Infinite Evolution, Child of the Forest, Titan's Power. Child of the Forest, exceptional qualities. Like a tree, the body absorbs sunlight and water, converting them into its own energy. When absorbing water, it automatically releases harmful impurities, thus generating an immune-boosting effect. When the body's energy is abundant, it possesses an exceptionally strong ability to heal wounds and recover from physical ailments. Titan's Aura, perfect quality. A body rich in vital energy, which, when activated, can unleash incredible power. The island's secret treasure space is about to collapse. Please leave within 5 minutes. Li Jiangguo didn't dare to linger and quickly ran outside. Zhou Xiao's location was also within the treasure space, and he also received a notification. When he saw that there were only 5 minutes left, he couldn't help but feel worried for Li Jiangguo. Less than 10 seconds later, he saw Li Jiangguo walk out of the cave. Upon seeing Li Jiangguo, Zhou Xiao suddenly burst out laughing. Li Jiangguo looked puzzled, but he couldn't stay any longer in the current situation, and he had to wait until he got back to the ship to discuss his doubts. He boarded the thruster. Zhou Xiao had already prepared the ring toss, so he put it directly on Li Jiangguo and pulled him tightly to his back. Hold on tight, Commander Li, let's go home. Chapter 170 Surprise Attack. 1,000 meters deep in the sea. Back on the ship, Li Jiangguo was full of energy. After just one trip to the seabed, he absorbed a large amount of seawater and felt his body was now full of energy. Apart from needing to poop a little, there's nothing wrong with me. Li Jiangguo clutched his stomach, preparing to go to the toilet. But he suddenly realized that everyone was looking at him with strange eyes. What's wrong? Commanderly. Zhou Xiao docked the underwater thruster, looking up at Li Jiangwo's head with a surprised expression. He reached out and flicked it lightly. Li Jiangwo suddenly felt something touch the top of his head. Is it hair? Li Jiangwo touched the top of his head. It's a very young thing. It feels pretty good. Commanderly, you can see for yourself. Zhou Xiao took a picture and sent it to Li Jiangwo via private message. In the photo, a tiny sprout stands out conspicuously atop a sparse canopy. Li Jiangwo's hair was already thinning, and it was even showing signs of turning into a receding hairline. Now, with this little sprout, it only made him look even balder. Commanderly, what kind of treasure did you get your hands on? Why is there grass growing on your head? Can we call you village chief from now on? Ha ha. Zhou Xiao burst into laughter when he saw that Li Jiangwo had fully recovered. Li Jiangwo's face was unusually flushed. He touched the tender sprout on his head and muttered, "How come there's a plant-related aspect to evolution? This sprout is a bit tender. I hope it won't have any consequences if I pluck it." Zhou Xiao pretended to be thinking seriously. "In my experience, it won't have any impact, and it will grow back after you pull it out." Your experience? What experience do you have? There was once a legendary creature that also had these characteristics. Who? Slow Sheep. Commanderly, have you heard of him? Li Jiangwo's expression froze instantly. Nonsense. I'm not so old that I'm out of touch with society. Li Jiangwo carefully protected the tinder bud on his head and ran towards the bathroom. Commanderly, you still haven't told me what treasure you found. Get lost. I need to use the toilet. Zhou Xiao, who had just caught up, was kicked away by Li Jiangwo. Lin Chen sat aboard the battleship sailing towards the ends of the earth and received the latest progress report from the Alliance. Tornado. The perfect lord is more than 100 times stronger than the excellent lord. Lin Chen had never actually fought a perfect lord before. When he encountered the flesh mountain Tai Sui, he directly used Yin Flame to defeat his opponent. They meet Mountain Tai Sui, a mythical creature, is too busy trying to save its own life to even think about fighting back. I wonder if I can use the Eye of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow to alter the tornado. As a legendary prosthetic body, the upper limit of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Eye's abilities is a mystery. The effects of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Eye will vary depending on the scenario, conditions, and data density. This led Lin Chen to want to try out the tampering function wherever he went. This perfect lord is so powerful, he can even create tornadoes. Su Yun, who was standing nearby, let out a gasp. The Alliance shared the Bloodwing Rocks illustration on the public chat, letting everyone in the server witness the perfect lord's power and reminding others not to challenge the perfect lord rashly. This also demonstrates the strength of the Tongminghui. Li Jiangwo has achieved a perfect evolution, and his strength will far surpass that of other enhanced individuals. Lin Chen turned off the bracelet projection, looked at Su Yun, and smiled. You have the legendary quality Queen's Tail Sting, which can instantly kill any perfect ferocious beast you encounter. Su Yun chuckled, but her gaze fell on Xiaoying. The perfect ferocious beast can summon tornadoes. Little Ling can summon ocean waves, and the flowing flame flying fish clan behind Little Red can stir up lava when they move. These should all fall under the category of magic, right? Then if I summon an electromagnetic explosion from the void and turn the air into a solid, wouldn't that also be considered magic? That's a modification of the Eye of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. As Su Yun was talking, she suddenly realized something. Could it be that the abilities of Bloodwing Rock and Little Ing are both data manipulation? On the surface, this world is just like the ordinary world, but in reality, countless data exist in every corner of the world every moment. If my ability to tamper with data is powerful enough, I can turn the sky into the earth and the earth into the sky. But Xiaoying, Xiaohong, and the Bloodwing Rock are all living beings. Living organisms can also possess the ability to tamper with data, although the method is different from that of the Eye of Wind and Moon Shadow. This world is full of wonders. That's true. Su Yun used her hand supporting her chin to squeeze her face into a round, chubby shape. Lin Chen couldn't resist and gently pinched it. Eek! Little Ing, who had been quietly playing by herself, suddenly cried out and picked up the staff of the Tide Caller. An enemy attack. Eek! If it's not a dangerous creature, then it's either an island or a neutral creature. Lin Chen stood up, activated the Eye of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, and the world once again became a data stream. Stepping onto the deck, Lin Chen activated the observation function, and information from afar entered his eyes. The Wanderer, perfect quality, neutral creature. A messenger traversing the underwater world. No one knows the destination of this behemoth, nor what it seeks. Mechanical life form. Su Yun followed closely to the deck, but the sea in front of her was calm. There are no islands, and no signs of life. At the bottom of the sea. Before Su Yun could ask, Lin Chen gave her the answer and shared the entry for Treader with her. The Eye of Wind and Moon analyzed the seawater into a data stream and captured the walker walking on the seabed within the data stream. How deep is it in the ocean? 1,013 meters. What a pity. It's too deep. We couldn't kill it. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze from the seabed and turned to Su Yun. You want to do something to it? Yes. Of course. This is a neutral creature of perfect quality. Destroying it will definitely yield a lot of equipment, and maybe even an item like the plant origin, which allows you to freely choose the direction of your next mechanical ascension modification. This is a perfect quality creature, and a neutral one at that. It may be much stronger than dangerous creatures of the same level. We are legends. Suddenly, Su Yun's clothes billowed at the back, and a long, thin, sharp tail emerged from her back. A flicker of longing flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. The power of perfect quality. Who wouldn't be envious? Moreover, this was the first mechanical creature Lin Chen had encountered in this world, and he didn't want to let it go easily. Lin Chen's ammunition reserves have increased rapidly in the past few days, enough to fill the magazines of the Hellfire dual pistols. Coupled with the added power of the legendary force, his strength has reached a new peak. A perfectly quality neutral creature would be very strong, but Lin Chen and Su Yun are not weak either. After such a massive expansion of power, there is bound to be a place to validate it. Deep-sea warfare is not our home turf, but I can get the Terrans to come to us. How do we get it up here? It's 1,000 meters deep in the ocean. There's no other way to hit it except with the shrimp. But going down in the shrimp would be too risky. Only 1 kilometer. Countless data and light images flowed rapidly within Lin Chen's eyes. He can detect the presence of the treaders and then launch an attack against them. For example, electromagnetic blasting. An arc of electricity flashed within the Eye of Wind Spirit Moonshadow. At the same instant, a kilometer-long health bar appeared at Lin Chen's feet. Chapter 171 The Walker. The dense data stream traversing a kilometer-deep ocean instantly detonated the electromagnetic explosion command on the walker's body. A powerful data disturbance is raging in the deep sea. Abnormal fluctuations appeared on the sea surface, and a strange vortex formed from the deep sea, its power constantly sweeping towards the surface, seemingly about to create a giant whirlpool. Lin Chen's left eye gleamed. Correction. The deep-sea whirlpool that had just begun to show signs of life gradually calmed down. Xiaoying picked up the staff of the tide caller, a serious expression on her face. Eek! She waved to Lin Chen and Su Yun. After spending these days together, Su Yun immediately understood what Xiaoying meant. She picked up Xiaoying, quickly walked to the edge of the deck, and then threw Xiaoying into the sea. With a wave of the tide caller's staff, Xiaoying's song drifted over, sounding exceptionally clear on the storm-swept sea. Su Yun looked at the glint in Lin Chen's eyes and couldn't help but feel nervous. Is this a battle of wits with the deep-sea walkers? This magical power is way too overpowered. Su Yun waved her tail in front of her, and she suddenly felt that although her Empress tail spike was also legendary, its function was too limited. They're coming up. Watch out. Lin Chen's prompting immediately put Su Yun into a state of tension. Purple void armor clung to her body, wings spread behind her, and the queen's tail spikes were ready to launch an attack at any moment. A flash of fire seemed to pass through Little Red's body. Its huge fins contracted, and its body swam in a spindle shape, moving swiftly through the water. Xiao Lai and Xiao Bai, who were in the lower cabin, also hopped up, but Su Yun immediately sent them back. The opponent is a perfectly high-quality neutral creature, so what use are these two birds? Eek! Xiaoying swung the tide caller's staff in her hand, and a stream of water swirled up around her. Subsequently, more and more spiraling streams of water rose up around Xiaoying, eventually converging to form a small water spout. Xiaoying's strength has increased again. Xiaoying seems to still be growing. Her abilities seem to improve every now and then. This is good news for Lin Chen and Su Yun. Lin Chen maximized the power of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Eye, instantly freezing the seawater around the battleship to prevent it from capsizing in the battle. 500 meters deep in the sea. 400 meters deep in the ocean. 300 meters, 200 meters. The traverser is accelerating. I'll distract it. We can't let it capsize the boat. Its size can be seen from the health bar of the walker. The kilometer-long health bar basically confirms that the walker's size exceeds a kilometer, definitely larger than a battleship. Lin Chen leaped into the sea, his body running rapidly across the frozen surface. Each time his foot landed on the water, the surrounding sea would freeze instantly, then return to normal the next second. The walker seemed to have figured out who was attacking it, and a scarlet laser shot out from the seabed, heading straight for Lin Chen's feet. Having anticipated this, Lin Chen took precautions the moment he saw the data turbulence, placing a high-quality alloy plate under his feet to barely block the attack. 100 meters. They're coming out. The walker's body finally surfaced. Its entire body is black metal, and countless metal lines can be seen on its surface. Its body resembles a giant ship deck, with 4 massive mechanical legs, each tens of meters long, supporting the entire body. A pair of huge, scarlet eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. Lin Chen was very curious about how this thing floated to the surface of the water. However, he soon noticed the jet valves on the 4 mechanical legs of the walker. Weakness analysis. Lin Chen held the Hellfire shotguns in his hands and began scanning the walker with the eye of the wind spirit moon shadow. Su-yun. Its weak point is on its abdomen, that blue light source. With a flap of her wings, Su-yun's body shot into the sky like a purple lightning bolt. She gripped the revolver dragon python in one hand and aimed it at the walker's abdomen. Bang! 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 2 of the 3 shots hit the blue orb, while the remaining shot struck the exposed mechanical surface of the walker, causing very minor damage. Lin Chen stared intently at the walker's health, and the wind spirit moon shadow I immediately analyzed and obtained detailed attack effects. The 2 shots from the dragon python bullet only took away 1/500th of his life, and that was even when they hit his weak point. This traverser's life force is incredibly resilient, at least 1,000 times stronger than that of the exceptionally high-quality white moon whale. Although Su-yun couldn't see the exact damage of the 3 shots, she immediately noticed something was wrong when she saw the walker's almost unchanged health bar. The legendary pistol was unable to inflict any effective damage on this perfect creature. She immediately put away her pistol, flapped her wings to quickly approach, and prepared to pierce the blue light directly with her queen's tail stinger. Lin Chen also took action at that moment. Although he lacked the ability to fly, after becoming familiar with the abilities of the wind spirit moon shadow eye, he developed the ability to walk on air. Timely alteration. The air is frozen in time and turned into a pedal that can be stepped on. This operation is extremely difficult to perform. Lin Chen's best record was only 3 successful attempts, which was 3 pedal strokes. But 3 times is enough. Lin Chen only needs to use the pedal once to get close to the weak point and shoot the flame bullet into the weak point of the stepper. He immediately launched an attack. The body shoots out like a cannonball, and just as it is about to fall through the air, it lands on the air and performs a double jump. Lin Chen successfully reached the foot of the walker with the blue ball of light above his head. Lin Chen briefly paused in midair as he reassembled the air pedal. He aimed at the blue orb of light, and with a series of flickering fire, fired 3 hellfire flame bullets in a short period of time. Sizzle. Suddenly, the sound of electricity exploding came from the walker's body. The hellfire scatter bullets hit its abdomen, especially the area around the blue orb, which was the hardest hit by the hellfire scatter bullets. Lin Chen checked the walker's health points again. This attack still only caused minor damage. What surprised Lin Chen even more was that the flame, which used to be able to kill gods and demons, had lost its effect this time. It cannot burn. The walker's mechanical body was completely unaffected by the scorching flame. The flame could not cause any harm, nor could it spread within the walker's body. On the contrary, it will affect Su-yun, who is flying towards the abdomen of the walker. Lin Chen had no choice but to withdraw Yin and take out the remaining bullets for Yang Yin to use. Su-yun arrived beneath the walker, the queen's tail spikes poised to strike. But at that moment, strange data turbulence suddenly appeared on the surface of the giant body of the walker in Lin Chen's vision. Careful! Lin Chen instantly froze Su-yun's wings, preventing her from continuing to fly and causing her to fall from the sky. At the same time, a violent, thick arc of electricity erupted from the massive surface of the trooper's body. The arc of electricity was so thick that it would take thousands of thunderbolt punches to condense into one. The electric light illuminated the entire dark world, like a torrent of lightning, coiling around the bodies of those who walked on it. Chapter 172 Water Dragon Drill. Su-yun's wings were frozen in place, and her body fell. She wondered why Lin Chen had stopped her. Then she saw lightning suddenly erupt above. The violent, thick arcs of electricity were terrifying to behold. Su-yun couldn't help but feel relieved that Lin Chen had stopped her. What do we do? There's no way to get close to its body now. Su-yun asked anxiously. The walker's body surface is crackling with electric arcs, enough to instantly destroy any creature that gets close. As Lin Chen was pondering a solution, his expression suddenly changed. He grabbed Su-yun with one hand and used the other to pick up a construction hammer and hammer a perfect board into the ground. The next moment, The two of them were blasted into the sky by a tremendous force. Su Yun reacted quickly, grabbing Lin Chen and flying away from the board to avoid this astonishing blow. The two turned around and saw one of the walker's mechanical legs slowly retract and fall back into the ocean. Break one of its legs first. With electric arcs crackling around his torso, Lin Chen had no choice but to resort to attacking the four mechanical legs. The walker's body is suspended on the sea surface by mechanical legs. Breaking its legs will cause it to lose its balance. Shoot its hind leg. There's a pivot point where the leg connects to the body. Take me up there. I'll fire a shot to mark it. Su Yun held Lin Chen in one arm and quickly rose into the air. As he approached, Lin Chen raised the yang flame, aimed it at the pivot, and fired a shot. The connection between the legs is not as seamless as the mechanical surface of the abdomen, and there are many small gaps. Shotgun pellets ricocheted through the gaps and entered the walker's body, causing a second explosion within the gaps. A crackling sound came from the joints. Su Yun also learned the weak point of the leg. After firing 2 shots with the revolver dragon python and seeing no obvious effect, she said to Lin Chen in her arms, "I'll put you down. Just let go." Lin Chen's body free-falled, making precise calculations in the air to form another stepping stone, propelling him towards the battleship before finally landing smoothly on the frozen sea surface. Su Yun extended her queen tail spikes to their longest length, and her body rapidly approached, propelled by her wings. The treader's hind legs suddenly rotated 180 degrees backward, and one leg suddenly pointed to the sky. Then, the rotating axis turned again, seemingly trying to knock Su Yun, who was attacking, away. Lin Chen's left eye was practically spitting fire, and he forcibly froze it in midair for a second just as the mechanical leg was about to fall. In the blink of an eye, Su Yun's queen-tail spike had reached the pivot of the mechanical leg. The sharp stinger pierced the pivot as easily as stabbing tofu. But this is not the end. The queen's tail spike entered the machine's interior, wreaking havoc and poking at everything it could reach. With the rotation axis damaged, one of the treadle's mechanical legs became ineffective, unable to accelerate downward rotation and impact, and could only fall freely, eventually sinking helplessly into the seawater. Losing a leg is a huge injury to the massive body of a walker. However, its health points did not change much. Even after losing one mechanical leg, its health remains at 90%. Never mind everything else. First disable its mobility, and then concentrate firepower to bombard its weak points. Lin Chen's Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Eye is not a suitable prosthetic body for combat. It can only play a supporting role. The real battle will rely on Su Yun's Empress Tail Spike. After crippling one of the tramp's legs, Su Yun quickly flew towards the other hind leg. But this time, the walkers clearly dared not continue to underestimate this tiny human. It opened the deck on its back, and small mecha insects flashing with yellow-green light flew out and approached Su Yun. Lin Chen immediately relayed the message to Su Yun. At the same time, activate Wind Spirit Moon Shadow and Electromagnetic Blast again. The small mecha insects were instantly detonated, and the residual force of the explosion, along with the surrounding mecha insects, perished in the flames. And there are many more. Mech insects continued to fly out from the back of the walker in large numbers, and for a time, the dark sky was almost completely covered by these yellowish-green insects. Lin Chen wanted to detonate it again, but the command was corrected by another command as soon as it was issued. The consciousness of the walker is fighting against Lin Chen's Wind Spirit Moon Shadow modifier. As a mechanical being of perfect quality, the walker's ability to make corrections was not surprising to Lin Chen. However, the suppression between different ranks cannot be completely avoided. Lin Chen continued to launch attacks and eventually successfully detonated the 3 mecha flies. After discovering that the flying insects had been detonated, the walkers immediately moved the other flying insects away to avoid being affected by the aftershocks of the explosion. Mecha-like flying insects began to appear in front of Su Yun. She swung her queen's stinger, each swing instantly killing a large swarm of insects in front of her. However, there were too many insects, so Su Yun had to fight and retreat, putting her at a defensive disadvantage. Just as Lin Chen was pondering how to break the deadlock, he heard Xiao Ying's voice. "Eek!" The water tornado summoned by Xiao Ying has taken shape and has reached the lower abdomen of the walker, which is its weak point. Upon closer inspection, this wasn't a waterspout at all, it was clearly a water jet. A sharp spike formed at the top of the waterspout, which rose rapidly under Xiao Ying's control and was not affected by the electric arc when it passed through the electric arc layer. The water dragon drill's spikes pressed against the surface of the blue light orb, continuously drilling and thrusting at the weak points of the walker. This attack successfully attracted the attention of the walker, which then sent out a group of small mecha flies to attack Little Ing. Upon seeing this, Xiaoying immediately dived into the water. At the same time, Xiaohong's figure appeared behind Xiaoying. Call. Driven by the wind, the fireball hurtled toward the swarm of insects at an astonishing speed. These insects were numerous, but of poor quality. They couldn't even last 2 seconds in the fireball before being roasted into black smoke and falling into the water. However, Little Red can't sustain this flame for long, as it requires sacrificing its own life points. After eliminating 3 waves of flying insects, Xiaohong began to flee for her life with Xiaoying. Xiaoying turned around and tossed 2 pieces of excellent fish meat to Xiaohong to hold in her mouth, letting Xiaohong eat as she swam, thus restoring her life. After swimming for a kilometer or 2, Little Red was fully revived and burst out of the water again, facing the swarm of insects with an invincible posture. With Xiaoying confirmed to be alright, Su Yun's pressure was greatly reduced. Lin Chen focused his attention on the water jet. Although the drill had some force, it was clearly insufficient to break through the pedestrian's abdominal protection. Lin Chen decided to help it. Invoking the Eye of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, the data stream in the walker's abdomen became so dense that it could almost solidify into a physical form. This was the first time Lin Chen had altered this high-density substance. He activated his tampering privileges and suddenly felt all the energy in his body being drawn into the Eye of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. Lin Chen felt a burning heat emanating from his eyes and immediately activated the Berserk and Pain Editor. Puff. A very slight sound, but Lin Chen's face lit up with ecstasy. It's done. The Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, I was forcibly stopped, and the swarm of insects chasing Su Yun and Xiaoying in the sky and ocean also suddenly came to a standstill. A stream of blue liquid slowly flowed from the walker's abdomen. Lin Chen forcibly altered the protective layer outside the blue light cluster into a thin layer of leather. Although it only lasted for less than half a second, the water dragon drill instantly broke through this protective layer and rushed into the blue substance. The water flow carried the strong electric current from the walker's body surface and rushed into the walker's body. Although Lin Chen's Eye of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow had entered a high-temperature state and stopped operating, the walker's health was dropping rapidly at a visible rate, decreasing by 50% in less than a minute. Chapter 173 Mechanical Source Code. The lives of those who tread this path continue to fall. Without the Eye of Wind and Moon Shadow, Lin Chen couldn't see the specific values, but at this rate of fall, the walker wouldn't survive more than 2 minutes. However, the walkers quickly began to save themselves. The mecha bugs that had been chasing Su Yun and Xiaoying flew back to the blue light source and began repairing themselves. The densely packed mecha-like flying insects gathered together, and a visible energy shield appeared outside the swarm. Inside the swarm, the loss of the blue liquid has been brought under control. Upon seeing this, Su Yun immediately flapped her wings and flew forward at high speed. We can't let the wound that was so hard to get heal so easily. The queen's tail spike charged forward, heading towards the energy shield of the mech swarm. Suddenly, 2 intense red lights caught Su Yun's attention. A sense of danger suddenly rose in her heart. She stopped and flipped to the side. Almost at the same time, 2 red laser beams flew past Su Yun's void wriggle armor. The walker's head was lowered, and it had somehow moved from the top to the bottom. For a moment, its scarlet eyes were fixed on Su Yun. The light gathered again, the laser was charged, and it shot out again, giving Su Yun almost no chance to breathe. The interference from the laser greatly affected Su Yun's movements. Seeing the swarm of insects growing denser, Su Yun decided to take a gamble. She flew toward the blue ball of light, with the queen's tail spike pointing in front of her. The red laser shot out again. Su Yun swung the queen's tail spike, intercepting one of the laser beams in midair and instantly shattering it. But when another laser beam struck, she tried to fold her wings and dodge it instantly, but she was too slow. The wing was instantly pierced by the laser, leaving a hole the size of a human head. With the wings letting in the wind, Su Yun's body lost its support. With all her might, she swung the queen's tail spike once more, driving it into the walker's abdomen, and using the force of the spike to fling her body toward the blue orb of light. She emptied the revolver dragon python's bullets in one go, instantly shattering the energy shield of the mech flying insects and killing them along with the mech flying insects behind it. However, the blue substance had already spread among the mecha flies. These substances repaired the wrecked mechs and prevented them from exploding. The shield that had just been breached reformed. We still need the power of the queen's tail spike. Su Yun continued to approach the blue light cluster, but the group of yellow-green insects suddenly coalesced into an eye-like laser effect, and a yellow-green laser beam shot towards Su Yun. Although the laser beam condensed slowly, it still caused Su Yun considerable trouble. She was temporarily trapped in place and unable to move forward. Lin Chen below has lost the effect of the wind spirit moon shadow eye and can no longer cast magic. He raised the Hellfire Sunfire in his hand, came down beneath the walker, and aimed at the swarm of insects. The bullets were fired, and the Hellfire scatter bullets instantly shattered the energy shield, with exploding sunfire particles rushing into the swarm of insects. Hundreds of particles detonated inside. This time, even the blue liquid substance could not save the lives of all the flying insects. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yun quickly rushed forward. On the walker's head, 2 large fireballs blocked a pair of scarlet eyes. The blazing flames were high-density energy bodies and high-density data streams, obscuring the vision of these eyes that could fire lasers. Su Yun's queen's tail spike successfully broke through the defense and once again pierced the blue light cluster beneath the walker. The walker's health, which had previously stopped decreasing, began to drop rapidly again. Lin Chen didn't let up. He quickly rushed towards the walker's head, loading all the Hellfire shotgun bullets into the Sunfire, aiming them at the walker's head, and pouring all the Sunfire bullets onto those huge scarlet eyes. As countless explosions rang out, the crimson light gradually dimmed amidst the bursting flames. Su Yun used the queen's tail spike to break through the stepper's defenses, and the tail spike penetrated deep into the blue light cluster, recklessly destroying its internal structure. Soon, a message notification appeared in front of Su Yun. Congratulations on defeating the neutral mob, Walker. You have received a diamond chest of 5. It's over. Su Yun retracted the queen's tail spike that was hooked into the treader's body, and her body fell to the sea surface, where Lin Chen caught her. The walker's body also slowly sank at this moment. Don't catch me. Hurry and catch the stepper. Don't let the spoils fall. Xiaoying will catch it. Lin Chen held Su Yun in his arms, examining the wounds on her wings. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Su Yun twisted her body and said with a grin, It's not my body. These wings are actually an extension of the void worm armor, a symbiotic organism of mine. As long as there is enough energy, they can automatically repair themselves. Su Yun retracted her wings and snuggled into Lin Chen's arms. Eek! Xiaoying summoned the water, but the giant body of the treader was too much of a strain for her. Even with their combined efforts, she and Little Red Fish couldn't drag it. Lin Chen then called over Xiao Lai and Xiao Bai, and together they used a construction hammer to create a large, perfectly buoyant floating platform, which stabilized the corpse of the walker on the sea surface. Su Yun stayed in Lin Chen's arms for a while, then quickly jumped down, turned on her bracelet, and began scanning. Obtained, Mechanical Source Code 1. Obtained, High Energy Alloy 50. Obtained, Super Battery 5. Obtained, 30 Walker Energy. Obtained, 7,000 Rare Metal Fusion. Acquired, Shipborne Laser Cannon 1. Acquired, Mechanical Swarm Factory 1. Obtained, Giant Turbine Wind Unit 4. Acquired, Bioenergy Power Stack 7. Obtained, Stepper Chip 1. As the bodies of the walkers were gradually dismembered, a large amount of supplies fell onto the floating platform. Xiao Ying, Xiao Hong, Xiao Lai, and Xiao Bai successively delivered the supplies to the battleship's warehouse. Mechanical Source Code, Perfect Quality. After use, it will enhance the body's mechanical advancement and allow the user to choose the direction of their next mechanical advancement. Look, a prop just like the original plant material. Su Yun happily handed the mechanical source code to Lin Chen. This is a small mechanical ball. It was closed in Su Yun's hands, but it became open in Lin Chen's hands, with streams of light flowing inside. Should we use mechanical source code? Use. There's no need to hesitate about this. As the light from the mechanical source code flowed out and entered Lin Chen's body, the Eye of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow began to resume operation. Lin Chen's left eye vision has returned to normal. However, even after the pain editor was closed, the burning sensation near my left eye persisted. Those are physical injuries, not within the scope of mechanical ascension repair. This battle was incredibly fruitful. Su Yun happily hugged Lin Chen. I was almost scared to death when that laser shot over there. She nestled in his arms and whispered something to him. During combat, the human brain becomes irrational and adrenaline takes over the body. However, Su Yun was filled with lingering fear afterward. Lin Chen gently patted Su Yun's back, softly comforting her. Seeing this, Xiao Ying, who was moving things nearby, put her hands on her hips and pouted angrily. Eek! Little Ying protested, waving the tide caller's staff. Eek! A gentle splash of water landed on Lin Chen and Su Yun. Chapter 174, Organizing the Loot. The spoils obtained from the adventurers will be sorted and compiled. Rare Metal Complex. Rare metals can be obtained by remelting. The metals obtained from the fusion are all precious metals. There are a total of 7,000 rare metal fusions, which can almost guarantee that Lin Chen will not lack bullets in the future. Super battery perfect. These batteries can power large industrial facilities. Each battery is the size of 4 or 5 adult men who could hug it, and its energy storage capacity is astonishing. Walker energy perfect. It is the blue substance that flows from the weak points of the walker. It has extremely strong energy and can be used as a kind of energy source. These Treader energy materials were packaged in 30 small bottles, and Lin Chen decided to hand them over to Zhang Qinwei for research. Shipborne laser cannon perfect. Taken from the scarlet eye of the walker. It can emit powerful lasers and can be installed directly on any part of a battleship. Since this cannon is a standardized system tool, Lin Chen can directly operate the battleship projection through the wristband and directly control the aiming and firing of the laser cannon through the battleship projection. Mechanical swarm factory perfect. The platform on the back of the walker. The device that continuously releases small mechanical flying insects. Mechanical flying insects are very cheap to make. You can make one with just 5 iron. However, a single mechanical flying insect has almost no combat capability. Such creatures only become combat effective when they appear in swarms. 20 mechanical flying insects can condense an energy shield, roughly at the level of ordinary quality. 80 mechanical flying insects can condense into a high-quality energy shield. 200 mechanical flying insects can condense a shield of excellent quality and can repair mechanical ascension devices of excellent quality. 560 mechanical flying insects can condense a shield of superior quality and can repair mechanical ascension devices of superior quality. 1,500 mechanical flying insects can condense a perfect quality shield and repair a perfect quality mechanical ascension device. They can also release a laser beam attack, which is slightly less effective than the shipborne laser cannon. The mechanical swarm factory was enormous, taking up almost half the size of a battleship's deck. Lin Chen placed it on the second deck. The second floor has portholes that allow mechanical flying insects to fly out. In order to make room for the mechanical insect swarm factory, Xiao Lai and Xiao Bai had to move to the lowest warehouse level, which was poorly ventilated and dark. However, Lin Chen installed air conditioning on the bottom floor and connected the pipes to the outside to provide air circulation to the bottom floor. He also installed lights on the bottom floor to ensure lighting. Bioenergy power generation stack. When living organisms are introduced into it, they can be converted into electrical energy to generate electricity. The appearance of this item has replaced the current steam power generation technology within the alliance. Lin Chen didn't keep it for himself, but instead gave it to Zhang Qinwei, asking him to study it and find a way to make a second one like it. Giant turbine wind assembly excellence. A powerful device that supports the walker to float on the sea surface. Lin Chen also passed the ball to Zhang Qinwei. As for the final perfect stepper chip, Lin Chen fell into deep thought. Treader chip, perfect quality. A chip that stores Treader's memories and drives Treader's movements. It can be read or implanted and automatically reads Treader's memories after implantation. Should it be implanted? Could this chip also be a prosthetic body that allows for mechanical ascension? Lin Chen remembered the soul pool chip he had seen in Xiao Zhenliang's database. He decisively chose no. Not to mention that the chip contains the memories of the walkers. Even if it didn't contain the memories of the walkers, Lin Chen wouldn't have implanted it. If this thing were implanted, it would most likely replace one's own brain. As described in the entry and encyclopedia of the walker, this behemoth is of unknown destination, simply wandering through the deep sea. If Lin Chen were to have this chip implanted, he would most likely become an idiot like the stepper. Lin Chen brought the chip to the metal table and inserted it. Reading the Treader chip. Command, forward. Touching the edge barrier changes the command. Instruction, turn left. Command, forward. Touching the central barrier changes the command. The chip contents of the walker look like a machine that keeps bumping into walls. When it hits a wall, it turns around and keeps bumping into it in a different direction. Lin Chen kept scrolling down and refreshing the page. Suddenly, a particular message caught Lin Chen's attention. Command, take cover. Proceed to the land of chaos. Under attack. Command, counterattack. These are the 2 instructions following the Treader. What is the land of chaos? The deep seabed? Or beyond the ends of the earth? Lin Chen remembered that when he first discovered the walker, it was walking in the same direction his ship was sailing. If the land of chaos is beyond the ends of the earth, then what danger is this walker seeking refuge from? Lin Chen couldn't think of a reasonable explanation for this. Individually, this information seems completely unrelated and can only be clarified through further exploration. Lin Chen never kept this information to himself. He immediately sent the information from the Walker chip to Li Jiangguo, asking him to spread it further and guide everyone to decrypt it together. Intermediate carrier detected. Should the data body be released? The data entity is Xiao Zhenliang, who is locked inside the metal table. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen decided to release Xiao Zhenliang. Thanks. Xiao Zhenliang's reply appeared on the metal table. Can you tell me what a land of disorder is? Lin Chen asked. Sorry, I don't know. Lin Chen didn't believe it. As a super-modified individual who survived to the end and possessed a legendary cybernetic body, Xiao Zhenliang surprisingly had things he didn't know. I've lost a lot of my memories, and I'm very sorry. However, based on my vague recollections, I suspect that the disorderly lands might be the world outside the edge barrier, and that survivors couldn't explore the world outside the edge barrier while the bracelet was active. Why? While the bracelet is active, survivors are controlled by the hunter and cannot leave the game world. The hunter will issue a warning if a survivor goes outside the game area. A warning? Then it's alright. If it was just a warning, Lin Chen had already seen it. Having more deaths is not a burden. Having already been warned, there's no need to fear further warnings. Lin Chen glanced at the navigation map. He was now very close to the edge of the world. In another 2 hours or an hour and a half, we will reach the edge of the world. Lin Chen estimated the time and returned to the ship to prepare. Chapter 175 Heading to the Windless Zone. On the eastern route, Li Jiangguo was still familiarizing himself with his newfound evolution. What's the point of having that blade of grass on your head? So weak, any ordinary person could easily snatch it away. Li Jiangguo would occasionally flick the grass on his head, causing the tender shoots to sway. It's actually quite fun. Li Jiangguo flicked it again lightly. Outside the door, Zhou Zhao's hurried footsteps could be heard. Commander Li, something's happened. Li Jiangguo suddenly stood up. What's wrong? We can't make external prosthetic bodies anymore. Engineer Zhang said we're missing a crucial material, and we estimate that after making another 30 or so Thunderstorm Fist Type 2 sets, we'll be completely out of stock. Oh, is that all? Li Jiangguo slowly sat down again. Zhou Zhao's eyes widened as he looked at Li Jiangguo. Isn't this a big deal? Without external prosthetic bodies, how are we supposed to build an army? Li Jiangguo smiled gently, picked up his teacup, and took a small sip. Since acquiring the body of a tree god, he has developed a particular fondness for drinking tea. He asked, how's the scout team we sent out doing? Have they reached their destination? We have arrived in the windless zone. Currently, the windless zone is not affected by the storm, and apart from the tides, everything else is the same as Lin Gu described. That's good. Pass on my orders. Advance towards the calm zone. Headquarters and the northern front should assemble in the northeastern calm zone, while the western and southern fronts should assemble in the southwestern calm zone. Yes, Commander Li. Zhou Xiao turned to leave, but suddenly turned back. Commander Li, about the necessary materials for the external prosthetic body. Our main purpose in going to the windless zone this time is not to avoid the storm, but to hunt neutral creatures. The essential materials for external prosthetics are taken from neutral creatures. Okay, got it. Zhou Xiao immediately released the news. In addition to sending the message privately to the ministers and deputy ministers of each branch, he also posted it in the public chat. A windless zone? There are such wonderful places. Where's the windless zone? Can our Tianba Dongba group go there? Could the leaders of the alliance please show us the way? We also want to go to the windless zone. We're willing to pay for the travel expenses. The alliance calls this a hunting operation. They're so arrogant. Don't say anything. I'm from the Tongmenghui. I just received this notice and I'm a bit confused. We're going to hunt neutral creatures. Guys, I'm a little nervous. Forget Versailles, brother. We're already green with envy. You can take refuge in the calm zone, while we have to endure the storm here. The sea is no longer safe. I estimate that the storm could reach level 15 or 16 at its worst, and the fishing boats will be blown over. Who in the family understands this? We finally managed to kill a bird of excellent quality, only to have its carcass blown away by the storm. Don't you feel the waves getting bigger and bigger? My fishing boat has been battered by the waves all day, and I've been scooping up seawater all day. They dare to sail out in this weather? What organization is this, so reckless? Fortune favors the bold, and our organization continues its voyage. The current waves are not yet strong enough to capsize the ship, so we plan to find the next island today before stopping. If we stay on those small islands indefinitely, without improving our condition throughout the entire storm, it will only become increasingly difficult to cope with worse weather later on. So we might as well take a gamble. Sigh, you're right, but we don't have that courage. I'm so envious. The Alliance has all taken refuge in the calm zone, while we're still teetering on the brink of collapse in the storm. Didn't the Tongminghui claim to help those in distress? Why did they abandon us and run away? Upstairs, is that right? Saving people is predicated on self-preservation. Even the Storm Alliance itself might not be able to withstand this, let alone save you. Dream on. Agreed. Those who try to save people when they are incompetent are called saints. Such creatures would have all died out long ago. We're already in the second phase. Why are there still these brainless idiots playing moral blackmail? Maybe he managed to survive by attaching himself to a powerful force. The comm zone is outside the shipping lanes. Forget about it. Apart from the Alliance, no one else can get through it. We need propulsion. Does Chairman Li Jiangguo sell propulsion systems? How come you've been here for so many days and still don't know the rules? Look at everyone else. You should call him Officer Li. Officer Li Jiangguo, do you sell propulsion devices? The technology of propeller propulsion is not difficult, but the difficulty lies in electric drive. Apart from the Tongminghui, no other organization or individual owns the power system. However, this situation may end as Zhang Qinwei conducts further research on the materials used in survival world. The Tongminghui fleet began its journey, heading north. At the same time, other Tongminghui branches on other routes also began to take action. Meanwhile, headquarters and various branches also received new orders. Hunting the white moon whale. Of the known neutral creatures, only the white moon whale possesses a link between biological and mechanical aspects. As the fleet sailed, Zhou Xiao was specially assigned to steer Zhang Qinwei's ship. Engineer Zhang, I'm here again. Zhou Xiao landed on Zhang Qinwei's boat with a grin on his face and reported to Zhang Qinwei. Zhang Qinwei was studying the walker energy that Lin Chen had just delivered when he saw Zhou Xiao arrive. He waved and said, I already know. Go and take the helm. After saying that, he continued to examine the blue liquid in the bottle. Zhou Xiao's curiosity got the better of him, so he secretly scanned it. Hiss. Perfect quality neutral bioenergy. We barely managed to defeat even dangerous creatures, and Brother Lin has already started hunting neutral ones. He remained silent and quietly slipped out. Brother Lin is amazing. Zhou Xiao looked on with an expression of admiration. Just then, Lu Dajiang, who was rushing over with a piece of metal in his hand, saw Zhou Xiao standing at the door and greeted him warmly. Hey, Xiao Zhou, you're here again. Master Lu, what's that in your hand? This high-energy alloy is incredibly robust, stronger than any alloy I've ever made. I was just about to discuss with Engineer Zhang how to handle it. With this, will the strength of future external prosthetic bodies be able to reach an even higher level? Ha ha ha. Lu Dajiang, with his cheerful personality, patted Zhou Xiao on the shoulder and laughed. Of course it will be stronger, but you won't get to use this good stuff. Huh? No. Why am I being put at the back again? I'll go have a good talk with Commander Li. That's not what I meant. Lu Dajiang pulled Zhou Xiao back. This thing only costs 5 yuan. The boss gave it to me. This quality of material is definitely meant for the boss. Oh, so it's specially supplied by Brother Lin. Then it's all right. Zhou Xiao chuckled and then happily went back to helm the ship. Lu Dajiang opened the door, took out the high-energy alloy, and began discussing with Zhang Qinwei. Chapter 176, The Land of Chaos. Eastern Route, Battleships. As Lin Chen passed through the stormy land, he suddenly felt the surrounding wind and waves gradually subsiding. On the map, the marker representing oneself has reached the very edge. Lin Chen and Su Yun stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the world behind them. The world has become blurred, just like the central barrier. As the only survivor to cross the central barrier, Su Yun immediately pointed out the changes in the environment. Lin Chen also noticed that the waves had decreased. As the battleship continued forward, the waves gradually subsided. Lin Chen immediately shut off the battleship's power and simultaneously steered it to a sideways position. It seems this is the end of the world. At the edge of a blurry world, a phantom gray-yellow light and shadow appeared. Lin Chen jumped off the battleship and slowly approached the figure of light on a raft. With the activation of the Eye of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, a new term has appeared. The World Veil, the boundary separating the protected land from the chaotic land. This utterly terrible survival world is actually a protected area? Lin Chen snorted coldly. Then how terrible must this chaotic land outside be? Su Yun jumped onto the raft, preparing to cross the world curtain with Lin Chen, but Lin Chen stopped her. My Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, I should be able to play a role here, and I've experienced warnings from the hunter before, it's no big deal. Lin Chen left Su Yun behind and headed to the world curtain alone. Upon arriving before this grayish-yellow curtain of light and shadow, Lin Chen's Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, I was unable to see through it. He drew his dragon gallant silver spear and thrust it towards the curtain of the world. The spear passed through the curtain without any resistance. Is it just a layer of light curtain? Lin Chen sheathed his spear. The dragon gallant silver spear remained completely undamaged. Lin Chen decided to try extending one finger. As my fingers passed through the curtain of the world, a strong, burning sensation came from my fingertips. High temperatures exist in this chaotic area, but so far, the high temperatures seem to be within a tolerable range. When I pulled my finger back, the skin on the surface of my finger had turned red. It looks like a burn similar to that caused by strong sunlight. Lin Chen put on a perfect leather armor that provided all-around protection. He took a deep breath and peered out from behind the curtain of the world. Intense heat is coming, but it is still within a tolerable range. The blinding light forced Lin Chen to squint, but his wind spirit moon shadow, I remained unaffected. It has entered a state of disorder. Warning: return to the survival world within 10 seconds. Otherwise, the bracelet will explode in 10 seconds. 10. 9. With 10 seconds, Lin Chen used the wind spirit moon shadow eye to record the scene of the disordered land at top speed. With 3 seconds left on the countdown, Lin Chen quickly returned to his original world. Call. The eye of the wind spirit moon shadow had seen the hunter's figure again, but after Lin Chen retreated back to the survivor world, the hunter's figure slowly faded and disappeared. Lin Chen closed his eyes and began to review the contents recorded by the eye of wind spirit moon shadow. The world was filled with gray and yellow hues, and a dazzling sun hung high in the sky. Beyond the veil of the world lies a chaotic land, a continent with undulating mountains, composed entirely of gray-white rocks and reddish-yellow soil, devoid of any vegetation. As his gaze shifted, Lin Chen finally spotted a creature. At the same time, the eye of wind spirit moon shadow immediately displayed the creature's information to Lin Chen. Tyrannosaurus rex, superior quality, dangerous creature. Tyrannosaurus rex has appeared? Lin Chen was greatly shocked. The Tektronix's image is a fusion of futuristic technology and primal power. Its entire body is covered in indestructible mechanical armor that gleams with a cold metallic luster, and its eyes flash red, revealing a ferocious aura. Just superior quality is enough to survive in the chaotic lands. It seems that surviving in the chaotic lands isn't so difficult after all. If there were no overseers, I might be able to go out and wander around. Currently, the biggest threat appears to be the intense sun and high temperatures in the sky. The temperature in this chaotic place exceeded 60 degrees Celsius, and the sunlight was even more scorching than on a typical sunny day. However, these are nothing to mechanical creatures. Judging from the walker's body, temperatures below 200 to 300 degrees Celsius could not truly harm this mechanical creature. Lin Chen continued to review the recording of the wind spirit moon shadow eye, and the next moment, he immediately put away his contempt. The exile. This is a hybrid of machine and life, with one half of its body having purple skin and the other half being mechanical. Mechs and flesh intertwined to form the entirety of this creature. These must be the native creatures of this chaotic land. In the image, this combination of machinery and flesh is tearing something apart. However, the creature was obscured by a small hill and could not be seen clearly, but judging from the severed limbs in its mouth, it should be a mechanical creature. The Tyrannosaurus rex that Lin Chen saw earlier was probably trying to escape. I wonder how powerful this thing is in combat. It can scare away dangerous creatures of exceptional quality, so it must at least possess the strength of perfect quality, but how much stronger it is than perfect is unknown. Lin Chen carefully reviewed the recording, then looked again at the gray and yellow light and shadow curtain. Should we go out and take another look? Lin Chen quickly poked his head out. A chilling sensation suddenly spread throughout my body. 2. Grass. Lin Chen immediately pulled his head back. It's based on cumulative timing. Lin Chen backed down this time. However, this expedition was not without its rewards. The creature that had been carrying the mechanical corpse on the ground in its mouth was detected by Lin Chen. Star-wheeled pterosaur, legendary quality, dangerous creature. Legend has it that it came from the depths of the starry sky, but no one knows the truth of its origin, only that it once summoned a meteor to fall. Lin Chen already had some understanding of the strength of the perfect ferocious beast, so the strength of the legendary ferocious beast was self-evident. And this ferocious beast actually died at the hands of this exile. What chilled Lin Chen the most was that the eye of the wind spirit moon shadow met the gaze of the exiled one. The exiles of the chaotic lands discovered him. The chilling sensation was an effect of the danger sensor. Lin Chen initially thought it was caused by the hunter's countdown, but now it seems to be caused by the exile's gaze. Is this the power of the exiles? A land of chaos, terrifying beyond measure. However, this place is clearly not where I should go for the first 49 days of the ocean survival game, and the bracelet will restrict my movement. In terms of level, the chaotic land is a level higher than the ancient tomb. Lin Chen returned to Su Yun's side and removed the armor from his body. What is the outside world like? Su Yun asked curiously. The scene in the Eye of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow can only be seen by Lin Chen and cannot be directly transmitted to Su Yun. He verbally described the scene outside, and then sent the entries for the 3 ferocious beasts to Su Yun. If I can probe outside for 10 seconds, then wouldn't I also be able to? No. Lin Chen immediately objected. I've been discovered. That exile has his eye on me. It's too risky for you to go in now. Oh, okay. Su Yun was somewhat disappointed. Then let's go in from another place and take another look. That won't work either. Lin Chen shook his head. The icy sensation continued to stimulate his consciousness. He gazed intently at the curtain of the world, his expression solemn. It's still staring at me. Chapter 177, The 5th Day of Stormy Weather. The danger warning lingered for a long time. Lin Chen led Su Yun back to the battleship and sailed with the wind. The danger warning only disappeared once they broke through the edge barrier. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, his expression gradually relaxing. Is the danger over? Su Yun asked with some concern. The danger is over. We've now left the edge barrier. Are you still planning to go to the Chaos Lands? Let's go to the Windless Zone instead of the Chaotic Lands. Although curious, judging from Lin Chen's performance, the risks of the Chaotic Land exceeded Su Yun's previous expectations. The battleship changed course and headed towards the calm zone. Time midnight. Stormy weather forecast for day 5. Moderate rain. Temperature 8 to 13 degrees Celsius. Gale force winds. Level 11. Short days and long nights. The weather is getting worse. Dense raindrops fell on the deck of the battleship, instantly flooding the surface. Lin Chen and Su Yun returned to the cabin, where the howling wind was shut out from the outside world. The previous diamond chests haven't been opened yet. Su Yun suddenly remembered the treasure chests stored at the bottom of the ship's cabin. Due to the kill limit, Lin Chen was unable to open the chests immediately, so Su Yun put them all into the warehouse. But a large hand pushed her down from her chest. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Inside, warm lights illuminated the entire room. Lin Chen and Su Yun fell asleep in each other's arms. A level 11 gale, a rare occurrence on land. A storm of this magnitude is strong enough to blow away some roof tiles or corrugated steel sheets. Even small trees on the island can be uprooted by such storms. Fishing boats sailing on the sea were tossed about in the storm. Without a large load, fishing boats are at risk of capsizing at any time. Many small islands have become refugees for survivors. On the island, most teams choose to dig downwards, driving foundation-type buildings into deep pits and using at least ordinary quality walls as partitions to prevent mud and sand from flowing in from both sides. Many organizations worked overtime overnight to begin building shelters. The Tongminghui's large sailing ships have not been fatally affected so far. Although they are rocking on the sea, they are not about to capsize. Once outside the range of the 4 shipping lanes, east, west, south, and north, ships will encounter extremely strong winds that will push them back into the lanes. The thrusters were somewhat ineffective against the impact of the Category 11 hurricane, but they were still usable. In the fleet at the headquarters of the Tongminghui, Zhang Qinwei was leading 3 users of the 8 spider spears to help protect the smelting furnace and forging equipment on the deck surface. Zhang Qinwei had already designed a rainproof structure and ensured the necessary airflow and ventilation locations for the internal smelting furnace. Phew, finally done. Zhou Xiao was soaked from head to toe by the rain and wiped the water droplets from his forehead. Let's go back and rest. Li Jianguo greeted everyone, but he was suddenly stopped by Zhang Qinwei. Xiaozhong, can't we talk about this tomorrow morning? It's already past 1 o'clock. I need your help. Zhang Qinwei took out a bottle containing the energy material of the treader from his pocket. Li Jianguo scanned the bottle. Perfect quality energy. How do I make this? I tested it repeatedly, but couldn't figure out how to use it. However, the boss gave me another item among the supplies, called a bioenergy power plant, so I think this thing might be some kind of bioenergy. But it might need a biological carrier for transfer. So, I want to do biological experiments. Although this isn't my research area, just figuring out how to use this tool shouldn't be too difficult for me. Li Jianguo's expression changed. You want to ask me for people? Zhang Qinwei waved his hands repeatedly. No. It's not human experimentation. It's biological experimentation. All I need is a few ferocious beast pets. Oh, no problem. Pets, right? I'll go find you a few. The current alliance has no shortage of pets. Li Jiangguo agreed to Zhang Qinwei's request without hesitation. By the way, are there any requirements regarding the type of ferocious beast? Zhang Qinwei added. If possible, I hope the loyalty is as high as possible and the strength is as weak as possible. This makes it easier to control and also makes it easier for the ferocious beasts to cooperate with me, so I can know exactly what the effects will be. Okay, I understand. Do I need it now? Let's do it tomorrow. Everyone's tired today. Okay, I'll go find one first thing tomorrow morning. Li Jiangguo waved goodbye and returned to the pirate ship. Early in the morning, Li Jiangguo arrived at the beast cage area. Xiao Lu, have any new ferocious beasts awakened today? Lu Yusin, who was playing and laughing with a chubby seal, saw Li Jiangguo and quickly stood up, patted the water droplets off her leather apron, and said, 3 birds of excellent quality were taken away today. They are from the list of flying corps that Brother Zhou gave me. How loyal are those new pets? New pets are generally not very loyal. It takes time for the owner and pet to get along. The longer they spend together, and if they don't have any conflicts, the higher their loyalty will be. Li Jiangguo glanced at the seal next to Lu Yusin, his gaze lingering on it for a moment. He pondered for a moment, then told Lu Yusin what Zhang Qinwei had told him. Lu Yusin instantly pictured images of scientists dissecting animals in science fiction movies. She instinctively took 2 steps back, standing in front of Bao Bao, and looked at Li Jiangguo in alarm. The engineer wants to use Bao Bao for experiments? At present, Bao Bao is probably the most suitable candidate for the experiment. But you don't need to worry. Engineer Zhang is a kind person and will not do any horrific experiments. His experiments will probably be relatively mild. Li Jiangguo seemed to blush a little when he spoke, because he didn't know what experiments Zhang Qinwei would do with the ferocious beast. If a criminal were standing in front of him, Li Jiangguo would have no qualms about lying. But now, standing in front of him is a little girl with red eyes. It's a bit embarrassing for an old man nearing retirement to try and seduce a young girl. If his former colleagues knew, they'd laugh themselves to death. Lu Yusin lowered her head, not daring to directly refuse Li Jiangguo's request. After all, even this pet was captured by Li Jiangguo and his men. As its caretaker, she shouldn't have her own ferocious pet. But looking at the chubby seal behind her, tilting its head and looking at her with a puzzled expression, Lu Yusin felt a little reluctant to leave. In the Tongminghui, men were the majority, and most women disdained to talk to her, this frail little girl. Only Bao Bao could keep her company. In their eyes, Lu Yusin was the kind of lucky little good-for-nothing who joined the Tongminghui at the beginning and has survived to this day under the protection of the Tongminghui. Officer Li, could you give me a little time? Not too long, just a little while. Okay, I'll wait for your message. Li Jiangguo's departure gave Lu Yusin ample space. After Li Jiangguo left, the other beast keepers immediately gathered around and kept trying to persuade Lu Yusin. Little Lu, although Officer Li is not officially a leader of the Tongminghui, everyone actually takes his orders. If you dare disobey Officer Li, aren't you courting death? Take my advice and hurry up and take Bao Bao there. Don't keep Officer Li waiting. This ferocious beast doesn't belong to you. It's the property of the Alliance. Officer Li was just asking symbolically. His words were a notification, not a request for your opinion. You don't expect to take the beast for yourself. You've only spent a few days with this beast. How much affection could you possibly have? I think you just can't bear to part with your ferocious pet. You're just a beast keeper. What right do you have to own your own pet? I advise you to send Bao Bao over there as soon as possible. Lu Yusin, as a non-combatant, owns a ferocious beast pet, which has already aroused dissatisfaction and jealousy from many people, especially the other people who were also guardians of the ferocious beasts. I understand. You guys stop talking. Lu Yusin suddenly stood up and, to everyone's surprise, forcefully pushed aside the crowd. Hey, what's wrong with you, little girl? We're just trying to be helpful. You have to listen to us. Your uncle and aunt mean well. Seeing the usually gentle little girl suddenly rebel, everyone was surprised and annoyed. However, everyone immediately shut up after seeing the bearing seal Bao Bao behind Lu Yusin. Think about it carefully yourself. The crowd dispersed, leaving only Lu Yusin and Bao Bao behind. The chubby seal stretched out its fleshy paw and gently wiped away the tears from Lu Yusin's reddened eyes. Eek! Bao Bao, I'm sorry. Lu Yusin hugged the seal and burst into tears. Chapter 178, Thunder Eel Plus. Xiao Zhang, about that biology experiment you told me about last night. Li Jiangguo arrived at Zhang Qinwei's boat. As soon as he boarded, he saw Zhang Qinwei wearing mechanical gloves and holding a glowing electric eel in his hand. This is, you could call it Thunder Eel Plus. What? Afraid of dying from the spiciness? It's an enhanced version of the Thunder Electric Eel. It has even more electricity. Come on, Let me show you. Zhang Qinwei led Li Jianguo to the small tank of the thunder electric eel, threw the enhanced version in his hand into it, and the other electric eels in the tank were instantly electrocuted. Use the electric eel's electricity to shock another electric eel, and the electric eel will be electrocuted. Li Jianguo found it somewhat mysterious. However, judging from the results, it seems to be working well. Is this the purpose of that thing you showed me yesterday? That's right. I took a drop and tried it on the thunder eel, and it seems to have worked. However, the thunder eel is a peaceful creature with weak abilities and low intelligence. So far, apart from the change in name and the increase in electricity, I can't see any other changes. If we need to conduct further research, we still need to bring over a ferocious beast to test it. The name has changed? Li Jianguo turned on the wristband to scan. Mutants, superior qualities. The result of modifying organisms through unconventional means. The introduction was brief and contained very little information. But the existence of this introduction suggests that non-infinite evolution exists in this world. This direction seems feasible. Wearing gloves, Zhang Qinwei took the electric eel out of the fish tank and said with some regret, "This fish has become a mutant. I don't know if it's still edible." Li Jianguo glanced at the electric eel. To be on the safe side, we humans should probably avoid eating this thing. Yeah, I think so too. Let's try feeding it to the beast later. By the way, Laoli, where's the beast pet? Li Jianguo paused for a moment and said, "The ones we captured recently were all brought back from medium-sized islands. They are all high-quality ferocious birds, strong but not loyal enough, so they don't quite meet your requirements. Only the 3 we captured before are suitable. I've already asked Zhou Xiao to bring his pets over." Upon receiving Li Jianguo's message, Zhou Xiao immediately said no problem and couldn't wait to bring his pet over for Zhang Qinwei to experiment on. "Xiao Zhou's. I remember his pet is of good quality. Okay, his will do. How's his pet's loyalty?" 30. They've been together for 4 or 5 days, and he's only 30? A beast with only 30 loyalty points doesn't seem very obedient. Let's just forget about it and let him and his pet get used to each other. Li Jianguo didn't know how Zhou Xiao had tamed the beast. Its loyalty had decreased instead of increased. On the contrary, Xiao Lu is very affectionate with his pet. Li Jianguo asked, "Are there any steps that require the beast's cooperation? I can make it cooperate by force." As he spoke, he began to roll up his sleeves, revealing the strong arms of an evolved human. Zhang Qinwei shook his head and said, "I have a guess, although it's just a guess at the moment, but it's probably not wrong. After the ferocious beasts are modified, their entries will change, and at the same time, they will most likely lose their previous identities." "You mean, the modified beasts are no longer human pets?" "Yes, but from my observation, the modified beasts do not lose their memories, so they continue to stay with those they consider close. This is why I require the highest possible level of loyalty." Li Jianguo looked troubled. Therefore, it seems necessary to use Lu Yusin's baby as an experiment. Zhang Qinwei immediately saw Li Jianguo's predicament and said, "Is there any pet that meets the criteria, but the owner is reluctant to entrust the pet to me?" Li Jianguo nodded slightly. Zhang Qinwei laughed and said, "Old Li, no wonder you always said you weren't suited to be a leader. You're very self-aware. In this world, the leader of the most powerful force must be ruthless not only to outsiders, but also to those within the country in order to ensure that the leader's orders are carried out effectively." Li Jianguo was well aware of his own weaknesses, which is why he kept Zhou Xiao, who came from a gang, by his side to compensate for this. Normally, he would be the good cop, issuing orders. Zhou Xiao would be the bad cop, ensuring that orders were executed efficiently. A combination of kindness and strictness is necessary for an organization to operate efficiently. Zhang Qinwei patted Li Jianguo on the shoulder and laughed. "It's all right, Laoli, that's your charm. If you were the kind of iron-fisted leader, I definitely wouldn't have chosen to follow you. I would have gone straight to the boss. Ha ha, don't worry about my experiments. I'm not an expert in this field, and my boss isn't in a rush to research it. Maybe we can recruit a top biology expert to specialize in this area later. I'll continue focusing on my mechanical research. I haven't even finished developing the Fiery Dragon Fist Type 2 yet." At that moment, a voice came from the walkie-talkie at his waist. Zhou Xiao said, "Commander Li, Xiao Lu said that her ferocious beast also needs to be modified. Is that true?" Li Jianguo paused for a moment, then picked up the walkie-talkie. "Yes. Is she ready?" "Ready, Officer Li. But I have a small request. Could I stay with it during the modification process?" Li Jianguo looked at Zhang Qinwei, who immediately nodded. "No problem. Don't worry, little girl. This experiment has been tried on other creatures before. It won't harm your precious pet." "Really? Thank you, engineer teacher." "Oh, My name is Zhang Qinwei. You can just call me Engineer Zhang. Okay, thank you, Zhang. The last thing heard on the walkie-talkie was Lu Yusin's scream. Zhang Qinwei was stunned for a moment, then asked somewhat flusteredly, "What's wrong? Did something happen outside?" Li Jiangguo remained calm. It's probably because Zhou Xiao didn't tell Xiao Lu before he jumped. Xiao Lu is timid, and Zhou Xiao is a reckless guy. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Zhou Xiao's voice came. "Engineer Zhang, I brought both ferocious beasts, and Xiao Lu is here too. Come down, I'm in Engineer Zhang's room." Li Jiangguo opened his portable teacup and took a sip of tea with a smile. "Am I right?" Zhang Qinwei gave a thumbs up. "In some ways, you do have leadership potential. You understand your subordinates very well. It's all from experience. In the past, when I was on a mission, I could tell at a glance who in a crowd was suspicious." While the two were talking, the door was pushed open, and Zhou Xiao was holding Lu Yusin in his hand. A rope was hanging from the 8 spider spears, and in the fishing net attached to the rope was a ferocious beast fish of good quality. Li Jiangguo finally understood why Zhou Xiao's pet's loyalty was getting lower and lower. The other ferocious beast, Bao Bao, followed Lu Yusin to the second-floor cabin, and Zhou Xiao actually tied up his pet. Upon seeing Zhang Qinwei, Zhou Xiao immediately approached him. "Engineer Zhang, quickly modify my sea wolf. It's too disobedient." I probably can't make it obey." Zhang Qinwei was slightly embarrassed. Li Jiangguo decisively stood up, took Zhou Xiao and Hailing away, and threw them out the door. "Hey, Commander Li, you can send me away, but don't send the sea wolf away. It hasn't been modified yet. You're out. Go back and learn from Xiao Lu how to get along with pets." Chapter 179 Excellent Bao Bao. Inside the room, Lu Yusin, Li Jiangguo, Zhang Qinwei, and Bao Bao fell into a strange silence. Zhang Qinwei took out a bottle of treader energy and started fiddling with it. Li Jiangguo was responsible for standing by and keeping watch to prevent Bao Bao from getting out of control. Bao Bao glanced at Li Jiangguo and Zhang Qinwei, then turned to look at its owner, who was nervously clutching the hem of his clothes. It then wriggled its chubby body and moved closer to its owner. "Eek!" Bao Bao's loud voice broke the silence in the room. Lu Yusin blushed awkwardly and said, "Bao Bao seems hungry. Eat this." Zhang Qinwei put on gloves and threw the enhanced version of the thunder eel over. An electric arc exploded on the substrate, startling Bao Bao, who quickly hid behind Lu Yusin. This guy is as timid as his owner. Lu Yusin was also startled by the electric eel, but she quickly regained her senses, pulled out a stick from her waist, looked at the electric eel thrashing on the ground, and prepared to go forward. At that moment, a hand grabbed the electric eel's body, pinched its head, and with a slight exertion of the fingers, the electric eel became still. "Eat." Li Jiangguo threw the thunder eel's corpse next to Bao Bao. Bao Bao poked its head out, sniffed the fish, and after confirming that it was safe, it snatched it into its mouth. Clatter, clatter. It chewed the fish meat vigorously. Zhang Qinwei held a bottle of prepared treader energy and observed Bao Bao's movements. After swallowing the entire electric eel, the seal sat down comfortably on the ground, rubbed its 2 paws on its belly, then rubbed against Lu Yusin's calves a couple of times before lying down at her feet and closing its eyes. Bao Bao looks like it's going to sleep. Seeing that Li Jiangguo and Zhang Qinwei were both looking at Bao Bao, Lu Yusin quickly nudged Bao Bao gently. "Don't sleep, don't sleep." Bao Bao shook its head, placed its 2 paws on the ground, raised its body, and looked at its owner with a puzzled expression. Zhang Qinwei asked, "Old Li, can you tell the difference between saturation and fullness?" Li Jiangguo shook his head. "What about you, Xiaolu?" When asked the question, Lu Yusin suddenly tensed up. She replied, "Bao Bao didn't wake up until 7 o'clock today. It usually takes a nap around 11 o'clock. This should be its most active time. Have you fed it high-quality meat before?" "No." Lu Yusin shook her head. "The meat at the Beast Guard station is all ordinary meat. Occasionally there will be good meat, but there will never be any meat of excellent quality or above. It has nothing to do with the quality of the meat," Li Jiangguo said. While Zhang Qinwei was conducting experiments, Li Jiangguo and Lin Chen maintained contact. He reported the entire situation here to Lin Chen in detail. When Suyin first fed Xiaobai high-grade meat, Xiaobai was exceptionally energetic, so Xiaobai's drowsiness after being full had nothing to do with the quality of the meat. Let's wait and see if anything changes. After waiting for about 3 or 4 minutes, Bao Bao's body did indeed change. Its fur was growing longer, and soon it turned into a big white ball of fur. 2 minutes later, Bao Bao woke up. A pair of large, bright, dark eyes opened from the white fur ball. Eek! As soon as she woke up, she started rubbing against Lu Yusin's trouser leg and acting cute. Zhang Qinwei opened the bracelet to scan, and the results still showed that it was a clouded seal, with no change. It has some effect, but the dosage seems insufficient. Zhang Qinwei picked up a bottle of Treader energy and walked towards Bao Bao. Your name is Xiao Lu, right? We might need your help to control Bao Bao next. Lu Yusin's arms trembled with nervousness as she cautiously asked, will it hurt? A little, but it will recover quickly. All you need to do is make a small incision on it. Lu Yusin became even more nervous. Li Jianguo walked over, holding a small dagger in his hand. Don't worry, Zhang Gong's words are very reliable. It will only last a little while. I'll keep it under control. The last sentence was said to Zhang Qinwei. With Li Jianguo present to restrain the ferocious beast, Zhang Qinwei didn't need to worry about his safety. Lu Yusin hugged Bao Bao's head and covered its eyes. Zhang Qinwei gently stroked Bao Bao's body, then found a spot and gave Li Jianguo a look. Li Jianguo's dagger swiftly sliced across Bao Bao's skin. A stream of blood gushed out. This is the location of the full vein. Bao Bao immediately became restless, but its head was held by Lu Yusin, so it didn't make much noise. Only its body was flapping. But Li Jianguo immediately stopped him. Zhang Qinwei took the Walker energy bottle, opened the stopper, and prepared to approach, but Bao Bao's subtle body movements made it difficult for him to find the right spot. Bao Bao, don't move, just for a little while. With Lu Yusin's comforting words, Bao Bao gradually calmed down. The straw draws in the energy substance, locates the vein, and delivers the energy to the walker. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. My full body gradually grew cold. If it weren't for the visible health bar above its head, Lu Yusin would almost have thought it was about to die. Mr. Zhang, isn't it dripping a bit too much? Watching Zhang Qinwei dripping the bottle drop by drop, seemingly determined to finish it all, Li Jianguo felt a pang of heartache. This is perfect matter. If the experiment succeeds, Li Jianguo actually prefers to use these substances on birds with excellent qualities. If it doesn't work out, wouldn't all that money have been wasted on Bao Bao? Zhang Qinwei didn't stop, saying, it's okay, the boss said to go for it. You have to be bold when it comes to research. The creature's breath grew weaker, but Zhang Qinwei saw that the blue energy substances had successfully entered its body's circulation. The full heart area clearly shows a strong, pulsating heartbeat. It jumps approximately every 3 to 4 seconds, and the large amplitude of the jumps can be seen from the outside. As the entire bottle of Walker energy was dripped in, Li Jianguo applied herbs to the wound, and it healed rapidly. Looking at the unconscious Bao Bao, Li Jianguo asked, how long will it take? I'm not sure either. The thunder eel took 2 minutes and 41 seconds to wake up. I'll wait here until it wakes up. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 10 minutes. Bao Bao's body grew rapidly in her sleep, almost the size of 7 or 8 adult men, and with a beer belly. Zhang Qinwei had already retreated to a position more than 10 meters away. She's about to wake up. Li Jianguo awoke with a shout and assumed a fighting stance. At this moment, Bao Bao's entry has changed. Mutants, superior qualities. The result of modifying organisms through unconventional means. The moment Bao Bao opened his eyes, a powerful hand slapped towards Li Jianguo. Li Jianguo, who was prepared, did not retaliate. Instead, he put his fists together in front of him and tried to block, but his body was sent flying by Bao Bao's blow and crashed into the wall. Just as Bao Bao was about to give chase, Lu Yusin suddenly hugged him from behind. Lu Yusin's small body nestled in the white fluff. Bao Bao, stop. The enormous baby immediately stopped. It turned its head and, as before, stretched its head over and rubbed against Lu Yusin. Previously, it would only rub against Lu Yusin's calves, but this time it was so big that its large head rubbed against Lu Yusin's body, and its white fur almost completely covered her. Li Jianguo walked over from a distance, and Bao Bao immediately turned around, baring his teeth and revealing a fierce expression. Hey, I'm here to apologize. I accidentally hurt you before, and I want to apologize to you. Li Jianguo tossed a thunder eel over. Bao Bao looked at the electric eel on the ground, quickly picked it up, put it in its mouth, and swallowed it in 2 or 3 bites. When she looked at Li Jianguo again, even her eyes had become clear. Li Jianguo cautiously approached, but when he tried to reach out and touch Bao Bao, Bao Bao bared its teeth again. However, Lu Yusin quickly stopped her. Thank you, Officer Li. Lu Yusin bowed to Li Jianguo to express her gratitude. Li Jianguo is someone who has obtained the perfect treasure. Bao Bao is definitely no match for Li Jianguo. If Officer Li had fought back just now, Bao Bao would probably be in critical condition even if he didn't die. It's nothing, haha. With the body of a tree god, Bao Bao's attack was nothing to Li Jianguo. Zhang Qinwei walked over from a distance, smiling, and said, "Looks like it's working well. Xiao Lu, check the system. Is Bao Bao still your pet?" Lu Yusin opened the bracelet, shook her head, and looked somewhat disappointed. "No, it's not. But it still listens to you. So it's still your pet. It's still called Bao Bao, just with a different identity." Lu Yusin's eyes lit up again. "Then I can still be with it in the future?" "Certainly." Li Jiangwo's tone was very certain. "Lu Yusin, I have a new job for you. Would you like to become a full-time animal trainer?" Chapter 180 Reserve Operations Team. "I do." Lu Yusin did not hesitate at all. A professional animal trainer is clearly a higher-level position than a beast keeper. This job would allow Lu Yusin to keep both herself and her baby, and also avoid having to deal with people, which was undoubtedly great news for her. Seeing the little girl's excited expression, Li Jiangguo put on a serious face and said, "You'd better think this through. This position belongs to the combat sequence and requires going to the battlefield." Upon hearing that she was to go to the battlefield, a flicker of fear crossed Lu Yusin's eyes, but it didn't last long. She stood at attention and replied to Li Jiangguo, "I'm not afraid." "Then you should do an internship for a while first." Li Jiangguo nodded slightly and gently patted Lu Yusin's shoulder with his rough hand. "Next, you will be in charge of leading a portion of the ferocious beasts captured each time. You need to cultivate good relationships with these beasts and try to raise the intimacy level of each pet to over 90 within 3 days. Don't worry, each mission won't involve too many beasts, 2 or 3 at most. As the number of beasts increases, I'll add a few more tamers. Good luck. I've sent you a friend request. Feel free to contact me anytime if you have any questions." Receive. Excitement shone in Lu Yusin's eyes. This is Officer Li's contact information. In this world, gaining Li Jiangwo's friend status is equivalent to having the president's phone number on Earth. How could this not be exciting? Looking at the new friends in her private message list, Lu Yusin felt her heart rate increase significantly. Eek. Even after being enhanced, Bao Bao still likes to rub against Lu Yusin. The surrounding environment was too cramped for Bao Bao, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Lu Yusin said goodbye to Li Jiangguo, and then quickly left the room with Bao Bao. Outside the room, a young man was standing on the deck waiting. Upon seeing Lu Yusin, Zhou Xiao quickly approached, dragging a fishing net containing sea bream. "Xiao Lu, how did you tame your Bao Bao? Can you teach me? My sea wolf wants to evolve too." "Brother Zhou, this." Lu Yusin thought about it carefully and realized that she really didn't have any systematic way to increase intimacy. So she could only share her experience with Zhou Xiao. "Take your pet with you when you eat, and take it for a walk in the nearby sea when you have free time." "That shouldn't be the case." Zhou Xiao rested his chin on his hand, his brows furrowed. "That's what I do too. I always take my sea wolf with me when I eat. It eats whatever I eat, and I give it half of every fish I eat. As for going out for fun, yesterday I rode it for more than 10 kilometers, and it got upset with me and almost threw me into the sea." "Well?" Lu Yusin looked troubled. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "Why don't you give the sea wolf to me, Brother Zhou? I'll take care of it for you for a while." "You?" Zhou Xiao glanced at Lu Yusin's petite frame. "Forget it. My dog is too stubborn. I can't even command it. I'm afraid if it doesn't listen, it might throw you into the sea, and you don't have any ability to protect yourself." "It's okay, Brother Zhou. I have Bao Bao to protect me." As Lu Yusin spoke, she touched the huge seal beside her. Zhou Xiao opened the scanner, looked at the abundant entries, and tears of envy streamed down his face. "All right, then I'll leave my sea wolf to you." Zhou Xiao handed the fishing net to Lu Yusin. "Brother Zhou, then just wait for my good news. Give me 2 or 3 days. I'll return the sea wolf to you in 2 days. I need to go back to take care of the ferocious beast. Bye-bye." "Don't wait 2 days. Do you think I don't know the temperament of sea wolves? They definitely can't be tamed in a short time. From now on, my sea wolves are yours to tame. Tame them however you like. Just make them obedient." Okay then." Lu Yusin hung the fishing net rope on Bao Bao's arm, and then left with Bao Bao and the sea wolf. Zhou Xiao stared at the large, plump body, feeling an envious itch in his heart. When will I finally get an exceptional pet? This is on par with Brother Lin's pet, an excellent grade 1. How powerful is that? Ouch. Zhou Xiao's head was lightly tapped by Knuckles. "Commander Li, what? Are you envious of Xiao Lu's outstanding pet?" "Hee, that's for sure. An exceptional pet is one that can rival a lord. Who wouldn't envy that? It's your fault for being so useless. If you had treated Sea Wolf better, this opportunity would have been yours." "I'm innocent, Officer Li. This is absolutely not my fault. My family has been dog trainers for 3 generations, and by my generation, our dog training skills have reached a level of perfection. I've mastered all those dog training tricks, the heart-pounding kick, the dragon fruit, the war trampling. They're all second nature. But this sea wolf just won't listen. What can I do? I've never trained such a difficult dog in my entire life. Zhou Xiao looked wronged, and Li Jiangguo didn't understand what he meant by war trampling, but it didn't sound like a good thing. He sighed silently and jumped back onto his boat. Zhou Xiao fell backward, activating the 8 spider spears in quick succession. Commander Li, I need to talk to you. I almost forgot because of an interruption earlier. What's up? A batch of new members were recently promoted, and their positions will be assigned tonight. The combat units are not short of manpower at the moment, so I was thinking of not assigning them to combat units, but sending them all to transport or collection teams. No, create a reserve combat team. Each batch of new recruits must have a fixed number of members joining the combat sequence or the reserve combat team. The reserve combat team needs to train daily and will serve as an escort team for the transport team when landing on the island, protecting the collectors and transport personnel. The reserve force receives slightly better pay than the logistics force. Those who perform exceptionally well can join the regular combat units, while those who perform poorly are demoted to logistics. With the current strength of the combat force, they can easily deal with ordinary medium-sized ferocious beasts outside the island. As for lords, they cannot be dealt with simply by having more people. To deal with a perfect lord, you must use your elite forces. However, the combat team must maintain a constant supply of fresh blood. The Tongminggui's combat forces have maintained a 99% survival rate to date, but that doesn't mean they can maintain it indefinitely. The Bloodwing Rock taught everyone a lesson, letting people witness the terror of ferocious beasts once again. At the same time, having a reserve team also serves as a warning to members of the regular combat team. This time, facing the Bloodwing Rock, Li Jiangguo discovered that there were several timid and hesitant people in the formal combat team. They enjoy the high-level treatment of combat troops, but when danger comes, they hide behind others. These people are a hidden danger if they remain in the regular combat troops and need to be replaced. Understood, Commander Li. Besides the new recruit, there is another person who has submitted an application to join the combat team. Who? Li Meifang. That's the woman who came here on Brother Lin's boat before. Li Jiangguo recalled that woman. He knew about Li Meifang's experience of escaping from the pirate raids. This woman was considered intelligent and decisive, but she was not physically strong, even among women, let alone the men in the combat team. I'll assign her to the reserve combat team and have her train with the others. I'll check on her training from time to time. Good. By the way, Lu Yusin will also be a member of the official combat team from now on, so give her the treatment of an official combat team member. Yes, Commander Li. All right, is there anything else? It's gone. Let's go then. Li Jiangguo hurriedly ran back to his room. He closed the door and took out a vial of blue liquid from his pocket. Chapter 181: The Proposal for Human Modification. Zhang Qinwei's last words echoed in Li Jiangguo's mind. If ferocious beasts can be modified, then humans should be able to be modified as well. The boss showed me the original version of Xiao Zhenliang's diary, which stated that only powerful evolved beings or modifiers could survive the final catastrophe. There's a limit to the strength of external prosthetics. The Thunderstorm Fist's lunge ability is already the maximum that an ordinary person equipped with an external prosthetic can achieve. If the force were any stronger, the human body wouldn't be able to withstand it. This world doesn't have enough island treasures for everyone to use. To ensure more people survive, human modification is necessary. Increasing human strength and equipping them with more powerful prosthetics is the only way to help everyone survive the final danger. Li Jiangguo sat in the chair, staring intently at the blue liquid in his hand. Human experimentation. Unable to provide an answer in a short time, Li Jiangguo had no choice but to let Zhang Qinwei continue experimenting on the ferocious beast. However, Li Jiangguo knew in his heart that if there was no better solution in the future, then human modification would be the only way forward for the Tongmingui. Human experimentation is essential before widespread adoption of human modification techniques. This could take a considerable amount of time. Therefore, Li Jiangguo cannot wait until the disaster actually strikes before making a decision. We must plan ahead. However, such experiments are far too inhumane and are absolutely forbidden on Earth. Moreover, even Zhang Qinwei himself cannot guarantee what will happen to humans after injecting this substance. There is no controllable risk range. How about we try taking prisoners first? But what if the out-of-control prisoners escape to the outside world? Li Jiangguo took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Sigh. I'm definitely not cut out to be a leader. If it were Zhou Xiao, he would definitely support Zhang Qinwei's decision at this point. If it's Lin Chen, Lin Chen would definitely agree. Zhang Qinwei must have asked Lin Chen's opinion before asking him. After all, this blue liquid came from Lin Chen. Li Jianguo stared blankly at the ceiling. He took a cigarette from the drawer and lit it. Smoke rose slowly. He seemed to understand why some people like to smoke. Eastern shipping lane, windy area. The battleship was slowly moving toward the comm zone. The wind howled and the rain poured down. Lin Chen looked at the daily work report of the Tongminghui sent by Li Jianguo and showed an expression of just as I expected. In his daily report, in addition to some routine work reports, Li Jianguo also proposed the establishment of a reserve combat team and to implement this measure in the other 3 divisions to strengthen their combat training. The daily report was very detailed, but it made no mention of human experimentation. A righteous person is not suited for a chaotic world. Confucius said, "Do not enter a dangerous state. Do not reside in a chaotic state." In peacetime, Li Jianguo would definitely be a lay phone-like figure, but unfortunately, this is a world of survival. With the world facing constant crises, if it weren't for Lin Chen's strong support, the Tongminghui led by Li Jianguo would probably have been destroyed long ago. Lin Chen picked up a piece of the excellent fish and put it in his mouth before closing the message box. Give him a few more days to think it over. Lin Chen himself didn't care. Saving lives is the mission of the Tongminghui, not Lin Chen's mission. It would be best to save as many people as possible, but if not, it has nothing to do with Lin Chen. All he wanted was for himself and Su Yun to survive. Littling. Su Yun's gentle voice called from outside the door. Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was lunchtime again. Xiaoying rode on a jet of water to the deck, where Su Yun carried her to the restaurant. Although she can walk on her own, it's too much trouble. She prefers to be carried. Tonight's main course for dinner is fried shrimp. Su Yun grabbed a large shrimp and tossed it to Xiaobai behind her. Seeing this, Xiaohong immediately stepped forward and looked at Lin Chen expectantly. However, it was quickly pulled to its side by Xiaoying, who stuffed a large piece of high-quality braised fish into its mouth. I'll bring one for Xiaolai later. I don't know if Xiaolai likes to eat shrimp. Xiaolai used to like standing on the mast, but now he prefers to stand on the top of the ship. No matter how fierce the storm outside, it always stands in that position, acting as a guard. Although it is not as fast as Xiaoying's perception most of the time, that does not prevent it from being a good early warning device. Su Yun brought 2 large prawns and a piece of exceptional quality raw meat to the outside world. Xiaolai. Through the storm, Xiaolai's sharp eagle eyes looked down. Upon seeing that it was Su Yun, it flapped its wings and quickly landed. Its body was completely soaked by the torrential rain, and it seemed to have some difficulty landing, almost falling directly to the ground. However, after finishing its dinner, it stubbornly continued to fly to the top to complete its final guard duty for the night. Su Yun was somewhat worried about Xiaolai's safety, but Xiaoying shook her tide caller's staff. It's okay, it's okay. With Xiaoying protecting him, there's really no need to worry about Xiaoya's safety. Even if he falls into the water, he can be brought up. Little White's belly was full, and he was leaning against the wall digesting his food. Xiaoying's belly was also a little bulging. Looking at Xiaoying's exposed belly, Su Yun suddenly asked, Xiaoying, are you cold? The outside temperature continued to drop, and Lin Chen and Su Yun were already wearing full clothes. However, Xiaoying always had her skin exposed, with only 2 seashells covering her chest. Eek. 2. Ying. Sounds indicate a negation. Xiaoying isn't cold at all. Xiaoying shook her head, and the seashell on her chest swayed. After all, it's a legendary creature. It should be able to withstand this temperature. While eating, Lin Chen suddenly remembered his previous spoils. The treasure chests you killed earlier have been piling up in the warehouse. Go open them later. The diamond chests obtained by Su Yun from the kill cannot be opened by others, so they were all stored in the warehouse and will be opened by Lin Chen after the exclusive time ends. The 2 arrived at the warehouse. With my current resources, I should be able to craft some legendary items. Lin Chen began to open all the diamond treasure chests. Chapter 182, The Heavenly Silk. Unboxing, 9 to 10. The lucky draw effect has activated. Quality +2. Obtained, Hun Tianling. Epic equipment. Lin Chen picked up the red silk on the workbench and showed a surprised expression. The universe ring, epic. Light as a feather, yet incredibly strong, it can freely extend at the user's will, binding all things. In battle, it can transform into a binding chain, immobilizing enemies, or in times of crisis, it can become a protective barrier to withstand attacks from powerful foes. This piece of red silk looked just like ordinary silk, but when Lin Chen held it in his hand, the information about the silk instantly entered Lin Chen's wind spirit moonshadow eye. The silk that had been hanging down suddenly began to float. How amazing! Su Yun, who was standing to the side, gasped in surprise at the scene before her. Lin Chen controlled the silk to make it fly around in the air once. The Han Tianling wrapped Xiaoying inside, and then floated up from the deck with Xiaoying in it. Wrapped in the soft, luxurious fabric, Xiaoying seemed to really enjoy the smooth texture, making cheerful ing sounds. Give it a try. After Lin Chen tried operating it once, he handed the Han Tianling to Su Yun. However, as soon as the Han Tianling fell into Su Yun's hands, the flowing silk instantly lost its vitality and became just like ordinary silk, hanging down to the ground. How do I use it? Su Yun tugged and pulled, but she couldn't wake up the Han Tianling at all. Is a medium absolutely necessary? As Su Yun handed over the Han Tianling, Lin Chen regained control of it. The Eye of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow reconnected, and the Han Tianling's spirituality seemed to be activated again. Well, it seems this thing is not meant for me. Su Yun was somewhat disappointed. Mechanical flight is amazing. I want to get mechanical eyes next time. She clenched her fists and muttered to herself. Lin Chen was now seated on the Han Tianling, the red silk ribbons forming a cocoon-like structure around him. This red cocoon can isolate external attacks and block outside vision, but Lin Chen, inside the cocoon, can still observe the outside world. It's really amazing. He took Su Yun with him into the world enveloped by the Han Tianling, a magical ribbon. The outside world seemed to be veiled in a thin red gauze. The two were pressed tightly together inside the cocoon. Due to the size limitation of the Han Tianling, the internal space was very small. Lin Chen could feel Su Yun's warm breath hitting his ear. Eek! Xiaoying stretched out a slender, white finger and poked the Han Tianling. Littling, don't poke me like that. Lin Chen's panicked voice came from inside the Han Tianling. The next moment, the Han Tianling transformed from soft silk into a solid steel plate. Xiaoying withdrew her finger, and then heard Lin Chen's voice again. Xiaoying, try poking it with something hard. Xiaoying. Although she didn't understand, Xiaoying still did as she was told. She picked up the tide caller's staff and gently pressed the heavenly silk against the tip of the conch shell. The Han Tianling remained unchanged. Then, Xiaoying increased the intensity. The result remained unchanged. Let Little Red breathe fire and see. Xiaoying quickly grabbed Xiao Hong, who was about to sneak back into the kitchen to steal leftovers, and carried her to the Han Tianling, a magical ribbon. Eek! Xiao Hong suddenly glowed brightly, and a ball of blazing flame rushed towards the Han Tianling. Flames struck the surface of the Han Tianling, but Lin Chen and Su Yun inside did not feel any change in temperature. This equipment is amazing. Lin Chen released the Han Tianling from its binding state and put Su Yun, whose face was slightly flushed, down. Suddenly, Xiaoying raised the staff of the tide caller, and Xiao Lai's loud cry echoed from the deck. Perfect! I'll use these ferocious beasts to practice my skills. Lin Chen stood up, with the Han Tianling, a magical ribbon, beneath his feet, supporting him as he flew through the air. Su Yun picked up Xiaoying, who was clinging to Xiao Hong's fin, and together they rushed out of the cabin. The Han Tianling seemed to emit a faint glow in the night sky, making it very conspicuous on the sea. Lin Chen stood on the Han Tianling, a ribbon wrapped around his feet to prevent him from falling. Holding the dragon gallant silver spear, Lin Chen aimed at the sea in front of him and slammed it down. A 2-meter-high wave was smashed into the sea surface and roared towards the horde of ferocious beasts. Amidst the waves, there seemed to be several sharp flashes of light, which sent chills down one's spine. In just 1 second, 7 or 8 empty health bars appeared on the sea surface. Lin Chen had clearly held back in this attack, as 2 ferocious beasts were just outside his attack range and had survived for a few more seconds. Suddenly, a small section of the Han Tianling, a magical ribbon, extended, wrapping around the 2 ferocious beasts one after the other and delivering them to Lin Chen. The attacking beasts were starfish-like creatures, their bodies covered in sharp spikes, but they couldn't cause the slightest damage to the Han Tianling. Despite their desperate struggles, the Han Tianling, a magical ribbon, kept them firmly bound. After experiencing the binding power of the Han Tianling, Lin Chen quickly sent the 2 ferocious beasts on their way. Xiao Ying's singing voice drifted from behind as she collected the spoils onto the battleship's deck and finally delivered them into the cabin. Xiao Lai also jumped down from the top. Its wings are barely able to support flight and can only slightly reduce speed during landing. Lin Chen wrapped the soaking wet Xiao Lai in the Han Tianling and took him back to the cabin, where he let him dry slowly in the boiler room. He then returned to the cabin where the treasure chest was stored. There are still 2 diamond chests I haven't opened yet. Lin Chen opened all the bronze and silver treasure chests tonight, but didn't get any useful blueprints or items. Then, he turned his gaze back to the diamond chest. Unboxing, 9 to 10. The lucky draw effect has activated. Quality increased by 1. Obtained, wind turbine blueprint. Wind turbine, perfect quality. It converts wind power into electricity to power electrical devices. Its power output adapts to the connected appliances, and the total power generated per unit time is positively correlated with wind power. Lin Chen glanced at the production requirements and thought, I can make it, and it can make a lot. He put the blueprints aside for the time being, then gathered the minimum required amount and opened the last diamond treasure chest. Unboxing, 9 to 10. The lucky draw effect has activated. Quality increased by 1. Obtained, solar super energy panel manufacturing blueprint. Solar super energy panel, legendary quality. It absorbs sunlight and converts it into readily available conventional energy with extremely high efficiency, but requires connection to a device to operate. Legendary blueprints. Lin Chen immediately checked the production requirements, and his excitement quickly subsided. In addition to common requirements such as high-energy alloys and precious metals, solar super panels also require a legendary quality item. Spirit Wing. It's something I've never even heard of before. Legendary quality items are indeed not so easy to make. At least one legendary quality material is required. Lin Chen currently has a lot of perfect quality materials on hand, but almost none of the legendary quality materials. Keep it for now, and look at it later. Lin Chen put the solar super energy panel into his dimensional ring, then took the wind turbine blueprints and went to the manufacturing table. Chapter 183, the 6th day of stormy weather. Production, 9 to 10. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality increased by 1. Acquired, wind power station. Wind power station, legendary quality. Converts wind power into any conventional energy source. Requires connection to equipment for operation. Durability, 5,000 to 5,000 hours. Conventional energy. Thermal energy, light energy, electrical energy, kinetic energy, biological energy, and chemical energy. Given Lin Chen's current equipment, he can only convert it into photoelectric and thermal energy. Other possibilities will probably need to be left to Zhang Qinwei to research. Lin Chen produced it again. Production complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +1. Obtained, wind power station. Production complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +1. Obtained, wind power station. Crafting complete. Lucky draw effect activated. Quality +2. Obtained, store my energy supply center. The shipment has been completed. Lin Chen picked up a small round ball from the workbench. Store my energy supply center. Epic. One-time use item. When unfolded and placed in an area with wind speeds of level 10 or higher, it absorbs storm power. Storm power can be released directly without energy loss. It can also be converted into other conventional energy sources, with energy loss depending on the converted energy. Current energy storage, 0. Durability, 100 to 100. As Lin Chen held the Storm I Energy Supply Center in his hand, a notification popped up. Should we proceed? As the prompt appeared, an area also appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. It is approximately 5.520 meters in size. This is the size of the Storm I Energy Supply Center after it is deployed. It can only be unfolded in a location that meets this space size requirement, and once unfolded, it cannot be retracted. Lin Chen brought it to the deck and released it. After the small sphere was placed on the ground, it expanded rapidly like an explosion, instantly creating a 20-meter-tall behemoth on the deck. The wind began to drive the energy supply center to rotate, and the energy storage display bars began to gradually increase. 0.1. 0.2. It increases by about 0.1 per minute, which is very slow. However, 1 day is enough for it to fully expand. Lin Chen was eager to see the power of the energy released after the prop was fully charged. At the current speed of the battleship, it should be able to sail out of the leeward zone and into the calm zone during the day. I want to accumulate energy here before going out. Su Yun unconditionally supported Lin Chen's idea. She also wanted to see what this epic item would look like when fully charged. Lin Chen gave all the extra wind power stations to Zhang Qinwei, hoping that he could use them to research more applications. Shortly after Zhang Qinwei received the wind power station, Li Jiangguo came to him. Li Jiangguo. Entry. Can wind power stations be mass-produced? If there is electricity, then everyone can use electric equipment in the future. Lin Chen could naturally guess what Li Jiangguo was thinking. He wanted everyone to be on ships with propulsion systems, and for everyone to have lights at night. The thruster is not particularly difficult to manufacture, and the metal formula for the filament is also easy to make after it is published. However, the power supply equipment is the only problem. If wind power stations can be widely adopted, everyone can have access to electricity. This is what Li Jianguo hoped for. Lin Chen, okay. You set a price for both wind turbines and wind power stations. Pre-sales will start tonight, and official sales will begin tomorrow during the day. Only exchanges using precious metals or materials of superior quality or higher will be accepted. Li Jianguo, great. Our alliance is almost at the windless zone, and we can start hunting neutral creatures during the day. Lin Chen, make sure you have enough ammunition. Neutral creatures have terrifying health. Also, don't let the Y-type plant devour neutral creatures. If the Y-type plant catches a neutral creature, then prepare to kill it. Li Jianguo, understood. After all, the Y-type is a dangerous creature of perfect quality. After witnessing the terrifying strength of the Bloodwing rock, Li Jianguo naturally dared not underestimate this vine-like giant flower that had always been quiet. He closed the chat window, called over Zhou Xiao and other administrators, and spread the news of the pre-sale of the power generation equipment. Soon, people throughout the region who had just killed the ferocious beast expressed their excitement and eagerness to buy it immediately. Some organizations have already begun working overnight to prepare to build the thrusters. After Li Jianguo finished doing all this, he returned to the room, where the tube of blue energy material emitted a faint glow in the dark room. With electricity, human civilization can finally begin to shine and generate heat. The widespread availability of electricity will be a qualitative leap for survivors. The time has reached midnight. Stormy weather forecast for day 6. Heavy rain, temperature 7 to 10 degrees Celsius, category 12 hurricane, short days and long nights. If things go as expected, the worst day, the 7th, will be a category 13 typhoon. For a large ship like a 3-section sailboat, it might barely survive, but for a small boat, it would be a devastating blow. In this weather, navigation is impossible. Li Jianguo glanced at the number of survivors. 29,841. There were a lot of survivors this time. The Tongminghui Revolutionary Alliance played a part in this, but the vast majority of the credit went to Lin Chen. If the Alliance and Lin Chen hadn't spread the news from the center of the world, the storm alone would have been enough to kill 90% of the survivors in the world. I wonder how people in other districts are doing. If people in other districts hadn't known about the horrors at the center of the world beforehand, I'm afraid. Sigh, I'd better keep an eye on the Tongminghui members. The storm howled outside, and Li Jianguo drifted off to sleep listening to the pattering rain. It's only a level 12 gale. This severe weather is far less powerful than the scorching sun. There are many survivors. Lei Zhentian looked at the latest headcount information and said. The girl next to him rolled her eyes at him. You only looked at the survival situation in our district. You don't know about the other districts. Lei Zhentian gave an embarrassed, sheepish laugh. That's right, other districts don't have a big shot like Brother Lin leading the team. After saying that, he rubbed his hands together and looked out at the storm. We'll start hunting neutral creatures during the day? Brother Lin said that neutral creatures have over 100 times more health than regular ferocious beasts of the same quality. Looks like it's going to be a fierce battle. What's the use of having high health? It just means wasting a few more bullets. The girl pulled a pistol from her waist and gently wiped it with the corner of her coarse cloth dress. All right, no new intelligence to share tonight. I'm heading back. Little circle. Is there anything else? I applied to the minister today for a ferocious bird for you. The white bird you've been looking at this morning. Remember to feed it tomorrow morning. You've acted on your own again. This isn't just my idea. The minister originally planned to assign one to you as well. You're a sharpshooter, and the sea environment would limit your performance. I don't want it. This kind of pet is useless against powerful, ferocious beasts. It would die the moment it's touched. Don't rush to refuse. I heard that headquarters has already started animal modification experiments and has successfully created a pet of superior quality. Although that white bird is only of ordinary quality now, it can evolve to superior quality after modification. With your uncle's abilities, getting an evolution slot will be a piece of cake. A complex expression flashed across Xiao Yuan's face. Then, she turned her head, tucked the pistol into her waistband, and strode away. Whatever. Lei Zhentian watched Xiao Yuan leave. This girl is just so stubborn. After Xiao Yuan left, a figure slowly appeared at Lei Zhentian's door. Minister. Lei Zhentian immediately stood up. The minister asked in confusion, why is Xiao Yuan unhappy about being assigned a pet? Perhaps it's because I've experienced too much pain from separation. Lei Zhentian lowered his head, recalling Xiao Yuan's experiences, and smiled bitterly. Minister, is there something you need to do so late? We've received word from headquarters that a portion of our personnel are needed to remain within the shipping lanes to carry out a special mission. Chapter 184 Submarine Force. Submarine. Lin Chen was extremely shocked. Yes, headquarters wants to conduct underwater exploration simultaneously, so they've requested that each branch leave a portion of its personnel to explore the seabed. Headquarters will provide high-quality submarines and top-level prosthetics. Energy is not a concern either. Headquarters will provide readily available full-charge battery replacements, and the food will be of the highest quality, etc. Lin Chen quickly stopped the minister from speaking. Minister, I have no objection to sending me to the seabed, but I want to take Xiao Yuan with me. That's why I came to find you. Xiao Yuan is a very accurate shot, and we need her, so she can't stay with you. Then I won't stay either. You can find someone else. The minister looked troubled. Old Lei, this position is absolutely yours. Look around. Besides you, who else in the team is capable of taking on this role? Where is the deputy minister? He's going with you. Headquarters requires 2 enhanced individuals to go together. The evolution you got yesterday is perfect for underwater combat, so you'll be leading this operation. Why not wait until you enter a calm zone before diving? The windless zone is all deep sea, and the danger level in the deep sea is too high. We need to wait for the shrimp to make progress in its exploration before we can continue to explore the deep sea. That. Lin Chen's expression was conflicted. The minister placed his hands on Lin Chen's shoulders and said solemnly, Hey, Lao Lei, don't worry. Xiao Yuan is our branch's treasure. It's not like you're the only one who wants to protect her. Don't worry, when you're not around, I will do everything in my power to protect her and absolutely not let her get hurt. I'll report to the Tongminghui headquarters, and I swear to Lin Chen, okay? I'll talk to Xiao Yuan about it tomorrow morning. It was 7 o'clock. In the survival world, almost everyone has gradually awakened. This cruel world doesn't allow people to sleep in. The storm raged, and huge waves crashed against the beach. The people hiding on the island had to move closer to the center of the island. Today is the 6th day, but some people have already encountered the ferocious beasts that came from the center of the island to hunt on the outskirts. Being outside of high-risk areas does not mean absolute safety. Camps without enhanced individuals became anxious and began requesting assistance from the Alliance. However, given their limited resources, it would be difficult for them to afford expensive, high-quality weapons. The Alliance also set conditions for their aid. All materials on the Lords, except for the genetic samples, had to be handed over to the Alliance. This is an absolutely fair trade. After all, the Tongminghui Revolutionary Alliance was providing them with the opportunity to survive. Meanwhile, some organizations with enhanced individuals have already begun their attacks on the Lords. Among these are organizations that are based on medium-sized islands. Brothers, according to the previous rules, even if we don't hunt the Lord, he will still come out to hunt us. Therefore, we must seize the initiative. We must take the initiative. I know that the perfect Lord is very powerful, but that is not a reason for us to fear it. On this island, it's either the Lord who dies, or we all perish. Even if they don't take the initiative to attack on the 9th day, the Lord Beast will still rush out from the center of the island and kill all the survivors on the island and in the surrounding area. Rather than waiting to die, it's better to take the initiative and try to seize a chance at survival. They even rose to the ranks of the strongest organizations under the Tongminghui. This organization, known as Punishment Paradise, was once the largest and most powerful organization in the region. Even after the merger, their strength still ranks among the top organizations under the Alliance. Master, the Alliance has approved our weapons aid request. They sent 20 sets of Thunderstorm Fist, 10 excellent shields, a pistol, and 30 rounds of ammunition. However, these items are considered loans, and we need to return them after we've used them. Enough. But what? However, the Alliance also set a condition. They want all the perfect quality Lord materials except for the gene samples. What about other materials? What about superior and excellent materials? The Tongminghui didn't say. Oh, so this is all the Tongminghui wants. Huh? Master, isn't this going too far? Perfect quality materials are the most important spoils of war besides gene samples. We risk our lives to kill the Lord. What right does the Alliance have? Are you fucking brain dead? No way. You're done with the work of liaising with the Alliance. Replace you. Now. Immediately. Right now. Jiao Zhiyan, the leader of Xingtong Hall, angrily drove his subordinates away. How could I have such an idiot as a subordinate? Luckily, I discovered it in time, and no accident happened. Master, calm down. On the central sailboat of the Punishment Paradise, another subordinate immediately said, This person only cares about petty gains and can't see the great future of Xingtong. He doesn't have the same magnanimity as you, master. Please calm down and let me pour you a cup of tea. All right, now is not the time to rest. We're about to hunt down the perfect ferocious beast. Everyone, get ready so you don't lose your lives. Diao Zhiyin stood up, went to the warship, and armed himself completely. Before setting off, he had already read the illustrations of the Bloodwing Rock, and those terrifying tornadoes were simply beyond human capability. However, the Tongminghui generously published their combat experience in detail, giving Diao Zhishintang a reference. For this operation, Diazatian specifically instructed everyone to bring construction hammers. This construction marvel, which can instantly create a wall with just enough materials, is also a marvel in combat if used properly. With ample preparation, Diao Zhiyin led his men to the high-risk area in the center of the island. This is a densely forested island, and the closer you get to the center, the denser the trees become. Diao Zhiyin, holding an exceptional heavy shield, walked at the very front of the group. We are about to enter a high-risk area. Diao Zhiyin stopped, turned his back to the crowd, and raised his arm. The combat force of up to 100 men immediately halted. People took out their sledgehammers and began building fortifications. Soon, a two-story stone fortress formed around a section of the high-risk area. 5 flint cannons were pushed to the top of the fortress. Fire! At Diao Zhiyin's command, cannons roared in unison. The gunpowder-filled projectiles exploded in the center of the high-risk area, the loud noise quickly drowned out by the raging wind and rain. But the once silent heart of the forest was also completely awakened at this moment. In the center of the high-risk area, countless health bars lit up instantly. The densely packed health bars almost filled the entire forest. Master, something seems off. The dense forest in front of them was now covered by countless health bars, which overlapped one another, making it almost impossible to see anything but the black borders of the health bars. Diao Zhiyin's eyes widened, and the next moment, his face turned ashen. Damn, it's an insect monster. Chapter 185 Power Generation in the entire region. Inside the Tongminghui, Li Jiangguo and Zhou Xiao kept a close eye on Xing Tangshan's movements. As the nickname of Diao Zhiyin, the leader of Xingtang Hall, turned gray, Li Jiangguo closed the chat interface. These guys were too weak to even reveal the information about the ferocious beast before they died. Zhou Xiao stood beside Li Jiangguo and complained. To support Xing Xianshan in hunting down the perfect lord, the alliance contributed nearly half of its combat forces equipment and even provided a gun. I thought that even if this group was no match for the enemy, some of them would be able to escape, but I never expected that they would all be killed. Moreover, not even information about the ferocious beast has been released. That shouldn't be the case. Li Jiangguo rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. While the perfect quality lords of medium-sized islands are powerful and may possess some special abilities, the leader of Xingtang Paradise, Diazatian, is no pushover either. He underwent 2 enhancements, 1 infinite evolution and 1 mechanical ascension, so his abilities couldn't be weak. But from the first victim to Diazation's death, it took less than 30 seconds in total. They may have been ambushed, just like the phantom scale serpents we encountered before. That's true. If you encounter a perfect lord who can turn invisible, it's impossible to defeat him. Zhou Xiao nodded in agreement. Although the Bloodwing Rock was incredibly powerful, what left the biggest psychological scar on Zhou Xiao was actually that exceptionally high-quality lord. The dense forest environment is complex. If we encounter a dense forest island later, we must be careful. We need to take comprehensive precautions. How is Lu Dajiang's armor project coming along? We already have a complete set, but it's still being optimized. The rigidity of this display stand is on par with the ordinary excellent shield, but it can't absorb shock. The best solution right now is to wear wrought tan armor inside, and then put a hard metal battle armor made by engineer Lu on the outside. All right. Li Jiangguo nodded slightly. Zhang Qinwei has been busy researching nanoparticles and biological evolution recently. In terms of prosthetic body design, we need more opinions from others. Any ideas, good or bad, are welcome. Those in the combat sequence whose ideas are adopted will have priority access to the latest quality external cybernetic implants. Those outside the combat sequence will receive material rewards. Understood. By the way, Commander Li, the personnel for the submarine forces in the 3 divisions have been submitted, and we're just waiting for the submarines. When will Brother Lin send us the submarines? Li Jiangguo glanced at the time and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. A moment later, he smiled and said, "We've arrived." He got up and led Zhou Xiao outside. In the midst of a raging storm, the two jumped off the deck and stood on the fishing boat, surrounded by fishing nets used for interception. With a light tap of Li Jiangguo's finger, a row of 10 round, spherical submarines appeared on the sea surface. Seamoth, superior quality, single-person submarine. Maximum diving depth, 900 meters. Relatively fast, but lacks combat equipment and is not combat ready. It has 1 cubic meter of internal storage space and 8 storage slots, each capable of stacking 10 standard items. So small. Small talents are flexible. The Seamoth may not even look as big as a fishing boat, but as a submarine of exceptional quality, its capabilities are certainly more than what they appear to be. The ability to dive to 900 meters alone is something that Li Jiangwo's turtle submarines could never match. The Seamoth can serve as an escort submarine, but the main living quarters for submarine forces at sea are still U-boats. Since each division of the U-boat can build its own, Lin Chen doesn't need to spend any more money. Li Jiangwo distributed the Seamoth to various branches, but the headquarters did not retain any, because headquarters didn't have any extra enhanced individuals. To explore the ocean depths, one must be an enhanced being. Ordinary people have virtually no chance of survival if they encounter danger at the bottom of the sea. Zhou Xiao, your wine should be ready by now. After Li Jiangwo finished distributing the Seamoths, he suddenly changed the subject and looked at Zhou Xiao, asking a question. Zhou Xiao looked embarrassed. Well, I went to check it out today, and it seems there's a tiny problem. What's the problem? It probably smells a bit because the amount of herbs wasn't right. Li Jiangwo expressed doubt about Zhou Xiao's brewing skills, given that the brewing could produce a foul odor. I think it might be because I opened the lid too frequently, or maybe the herbal ingredient I added on a whim a couple of days ago wasn't quite right. So you have to start brewing again? Yes, that's right. But Commander Li, don't worry. Besides me, many other people are also trying out brewing methods. Brewing is an art, especially when the effects of most of the raw materials are unknown. Rest assured, at the latest, before the next bout of bad weather ends, you'll definitely be able to enjoy a good sip of wine. Well, Li Jiangwo waved his hand. Then I'll wait a little longer. As the survivor community has grown to the point where almost no one worries about food, large quantities of food are piling up in the trading market, unable to be sold at all. People had no shortage of food, and since sailing at sea was mostly boring, more and more people began to try brewing wine from food or making simple items. Besides the headquarters, people in other branches are also trying their hand at brewing. After all, the process of making wine is not too complicated. Li Jiangwo was talking to Zhou Xiao when another private message appeared. Lin Chen, we can start selling power generation equipment now and open orders for smelting furnaces as well, with delivery this afternoon. We'll organize a few people who know about electricity to give everyone a basic education on electricity use and the unique rules of electric current in this world. Li Jiangwo, okay. As the news spread, Lin Chen's name was once again widely circulated. Although the storm was so fierce that it forced most organizations to take refuge on islands, the strong winds also boosted electricity. The alliance immediately followed up with the delivery of several other equipment, including electric lights, electric batons, and propellers, after the generators were shipped. All of these props were forged by hand. When selling them, Li Jiangwo deliberately kept the price low, selling them at almost the cost price. Even so, amidst the frenzied purchasing by nearly 30,000 people across the region, the alliance accumulated tens of thousands of metal blocks in just half a day. This is squeezing the last of these organizations' savings. Li Jiangwo looked at the steady stream of metals arriving in his account and felt a sense of emotion. Zhou Xiao tidied the scattered metal pieces into a box and instructed the staff in charge of management. Take 1/3 of these supplies and send them to Engineer Zhang's ship. Huh? These were basically all made by our own people, using our own materials. Aren't we losing money doing this? What do you mean you and us? Isn't Engineer Zhang a member of our Tongmenghui? Besides, it's only a little over 1/3 of the way through. Engineer Zhang and Engineer Liu didn't charge you tuition back then, so don't you know how to show some respect to your mentors? After being scolded by Zhou Xiao with a dark face, the men immediately slunk away and delivered the supplies to Zhang Qinwei. These people are brainless. Watching the crowd leave, Zhou Xiao grumbled and cursed. Li Jiangwo glanced at Zhou Xiao, then at the departing crowd, silently turned around, and returned to his own boat. Chapter 186 Hunting the White Moon Whale. Day 6 of the storm, night. Lin Chen's battleship rushed toward the boundary between the channel and the calm zone. As the wind continued to weaken, the hurricane that had been raging for the past 10 minutes was instantly reduced to a weak evening breeze by the rapid sailing of the battleship, and finally disappeared completely. The rain didn't stop, but without the help of the wind, it only added a touch of misty rain to the world. Su Yun leaned against the porthole, looking at the world outside, then suddenly turned to Lin Chen and asked, "Do you think the windless zone is a bug?" Lin Chen thought about it carefully and decided that it did, but it didn't quite. If it weren't for his own cheating, no one could leave the course and avoid the storm at this stage. Stormy weather forecast for Day 7. Heavy rain, temperature 5 to 7 degrees Celsius, typhoon level 14, short days and long nights. Next phase, extreme cold weather. It's alright that the storm is followed by extreme cold. The extreme cold shouldn't be too unbearable. In terms of the severity of the weather, the most troublesome days are sunny days. When it's cold, you can add clothes. When it's windy, you can take shelter on the island. But there's nothing you can do on scorching sunny days. You can only tough it out. Go to sleep. Lin Chen covered Su Yun's delicate body with the blanket, and then crawled into the blanket himself. I originally thought it was just a level 13 wind, but I didn't expect it to suddenly increase by 2 levels on the 7th day. The sudden surge in wind force was enough to blow some small survivors directly into the air. Many organizations that sought refuge on islands had to reinforce their shelter measures. Although some rafts and fishing boats were moored on the beach, the huge storm and waves kept pulling at them and even capsizing them. In the midst of this storm, the durability of many rafts began to drop rapidly. People had to wear heavy armor and brave storms and waves to retrieve the scattered supplies. While Lin Chen and the members of the alliance were resting, the outside world was in chaos. In the morning, the sky was overcast and gray. The raindrops fell like beans, pattering against the deck. Lin Chen opened an umbrella and went to the deck, watching the rain fall on the sea and splash up fine water droplets. By this time, the Alliance should have already engaged with the neutral creatures. The Alliance arrived a day earlier than Lin Chen's ship, and by the 6th day of the stormy season, they had already reached the calm zone and begun searching for the white moon whale. Neutral creatures are not scarce in windless areas, and the white moon whale, as one of the more common species, can be seen everywhere. For safety reasons, Lin Chen instructed the Alliance not to attack other unfamiliar neutral creatures, but only to kill the white moon whale. However, the headquarters team, led by Li Jianguo, can directly hunt down any other neutral creature of excellent quality. The headquarters fleet has over 50 cannons, with enough firepower to blast a normal, excellent quality neutral creature to death in a short time. Li Jianguo has sent the coordinates. Let's go. Lin Chen turned the battleship around and began heading towards the Alliance. Lin Chen will also participate in the hunt for neutral creatures. However, his goal is a neutral creature of perfect quality. Without Lin Chen, the Alliance alone would probably be unable to deal with a neutral creature of perfect quality. The battleship navigated through the rain and fog, slowly heading west. Meanwhile, Li Jianguo had also spotted by Yue Jing in the headquarters of the Tongmingui. Commander Li, the white moon whale. It's about 2,000 meters away. It hasn't rejoined the branch team yet. Should we engage it now? Damn it. No, advance. Destroy the white moon whale. Li Jianguo ordered them to advance, and the vast fleet began to approach the direction of the white moon whale. The branch in the same windless zone as the headquarters team is the northern branch. This branch has 3 enhanced individuals who are quite strong in combat, but they do not need the branch's help to kill the white moon whale. As the fleet approached, Li Jianguo picked up his pistol and aimed it at the white moon whale. Bang! After the gunshot rang out, an astonishing health bar appeared above the white moon whale's head. Holy crap! This health bar is so thick. Even the Bloodwing rock doesn't have a thick health bar. A high health bar isn't enough. Don't be scared. This is just an excellent quality monster. Quality is the key to combat power. Li Jianguo shouted a reminder to the combat team, and this conclusion was publicly announced by Lin Chen on the chat. Neutral creatures are indeed much stronger than dangerous creatures of the same level, but only in terms of health points. In terms of combat power, a neutral creature of superior quality is no match for a dangerous creature of perfect quality. Li Jianguo and his combat team boarded a fishing boat and dispersed to surround the white moon whale. There were a total of 51 fishing boats. Groups of 2 to 3 people boarded the same fishing boat. Each boat was equipped with a cannon, and there were a total of 40 fishing boats. 10 fishing boats were waiting in the rear. These 10 boats were not equipped with any weapons, but the people on board were wearing diving suits. They were specifically for rescue and were ready to support the frontline battlefield at any time. The white moon whale, attacked, turned and swam towards the Alliance's fleet. Its primary target was Li Jianguo, who was firing a gun. As Li Jianguo left the fleet by boat, the white moon whale continued to track him. Surround them. Fire only after everyone is ready. Li Jianguo issued instructions over the walkie-talkie. He single-handedly piloted the fishing boat to lure the monsters, while the others equipped with cannons formed an encirclement around the white moon whale. One person was responsible for controlling the direction of the fishing boat and making timely adjustments, while the other person was responsible for adjusting the cannons. Faced with fishing boats equipped with improved propulsion systems, the white moon whale, despite being a superior creature, couldn't gain any advantage in speed whatsoever. The distance between him and Li Jiangguo was constantly increasing, and Li Jiangguo would occasionally fire a few shots at him. This behavior undoubtedly angered the moon whale. It angrily emitted a loud sonic boom, creating a large wave that was about 2 or 3 meters high. Seeing this, Li Jiangguo remained completely calm. He calmly took a spindle-shaped board from the fishing boat, then jumped off the boat while holding the board. Before the battle, he had already read the encyclopedia of the white moon whale and knew its fighting style, so he was well prepared. As the shuttle-shaped board landed on the sea, Li Jiangguo stood up, used his waist strength, and easily controlled the shuttle-shaped board to float on the sea. I haven't surfed in 20 or 30 years. I don't know if I still have the skills I had when I was young. As the waves approached, Li Jiangguo felt a little excited. He had never braved such a large wave before. As the waves approached, Li Jiangguo stood on the shuttle-shaped board, his eyes fixed on the giant wave that was gradually drawing near in the distance. The raindrops made his hair stick to his eyes, but they couldn't affect Li Jiangguo's vision. The 3-meter-high wave, like a moving wall of water, rushed swiftly toward Li Jiangguo's location with overwhelming force. At this critical moment, he took a deep breath, bent his knees slightly, and leaned his body weight backward, becoming one with the surfboard, as if he had transformed into a petrel about to take flight. Just as the crest of the giant wave was about to engulf everything, he suddenly pushed off with his surfboard, using the force to soar into the air. He was like an arrow launched from the water, piercing through the crest of the wave and soaring into the sky. While in midair, Li Jiangguo had already put his pistol back into the construction hammer and instead took out an excellent long gun. The spear, sharp and pointed, descended from the sky. Chapter 187 Devil Anglerfish. The spear tip fell from the sky, pointing directly at the back of the white moon whale. A jet of water suddenly shot out from the back of the white moon whale, stopping Li Jiangguo in the sky and slowing down the attack of this spear technique that fell from the sky. However, Li Jiangguo had already achieved his goal. In just those 10 seconds or so of delay, all the fishing boats around were already in position. The black muzzles of cannons were aimed at the massive body of the white moon whale. The artillery crew pulled back the tarpaulin, loaded the shells, and ignited them. 40 explosive projectiles were fired in an instant, raining down on the white moon whale's body. The massive body of the white moon whale was quickly covered by gunpowder smoke from the explosion. Along with the explosive projectiles, the members also fired their crossbow bolts and bullets. Arrows and bullets rained down on the white moon whale as if they were free. In less than a few seconds, the white moon whale lost 1/3 of its health points. Keep firing. Zhou Zhao's voice came through the walkie-talkie. The explosive projectiles were fired again in a salvo. The enormous body of the white moon whale offered almost no room to hide, and it was once again hit by 40 cannon shots. It let out a painful cry, and a circle of waves surged outwards from beneath it. Waves of this size are enough to capsize fishing boats. Some fishing boats that were further away seized the opportunity and fired another round of artillery fire. Fishing boats that are closer to the shore must retreat immediately. Upon seeing the giant wave approaching, the Tongminghui members on board immediately retrieved the cannons and temporarily stored them on shelves. After the cannon was put away, another person took out a construction hammer, retrieved the materials from the fishing boat, and then everyone on the boat fell into the sea. After rescuing everyone, the fishing boat took out crossbows and guns again and retreated while firing. After 2.5 rounds of salvo, the white moon whale's health was less than 1/3. The goal has been achieved. Next up is Li Jiangguo's personal showcase. As the fishing boat was recovered by the construction hammer, the rescue fishing boats behind quickly moved forward and pulled the people out of the water. The moon whale is in critical condition and begins to flee. Li Jiangguo's figure sped across the sea at lightning speed. The Titan's energy was activated, and an unparalleled and powerful force instantly filled Li Jiangguo's body. He simultaneously activated his Qilin arm, which slammed down like a massive iron hammer weighing 100,000 jin onto the head of the white moon whale. With one punch, a noticeable dent appeared on the top of the white moon whale's head. The health bar also decreased rapidly under this attack. The white moon whale dives into the seabed, attempting to use its underwater advantage to force the survivors on its back to leave. But Li Jiangguo's left-hand fingers were already gripping the flesh of the white moon whale, and no matter how the white moon whale struggled, it could not shake Li Jiangguo off. The giant hammer arm kept pounding on the white moon whale, quickly reducing its lifespan to less than 1/10. But as the white moon whale continued to dive, Li Jiangguo could clearly feel the changes in the surrounding water pressure. Today's weather was already torrential rain. Once you dived dozens of meters underwater, all light disappeared, and visibility was completely dark. Li Jiangguo was unsure of his exact depth, but it was definitely over 100 meters. We must act swiftly and decisively. Despite having the special constitution of a child of the forest, they can survive underwater for extended periods. However, if taken into the deep sea by the white moon whale, they are very likely to encounter the deep-sea dangers that Lin Chen mentioned before. Driven by anxiety, Li Jiangguo's berserk genes were activated, and the speed of his hammer blows suddenly doubled. Congratulations on defeating the neutral creature, white moon whale. You have obtained 5 golden chests. It's finally over. But now is not the time for Li Jiangguo to relax. He was surrounded by darkness, and he didn't know how deep he was in the ocean or whether there were any dangers lurking around him. He must immediately take the carcass of the moon whale back to the surface. Li Jiangguo didn't have time to dissect the white moon whale's carcass underwater. He grabbed the massive body of the white moon whale with one hand and quickly rose to the surface with the help of Titan's force. In the deep sea, a light suddenly shone. The moment he saw the light, Li Jiangguo felt a chill run down his spine. He used all his strength to move towards the sea, but the light was also approaching at a rapid speed. The light quickly arrived directly below Li Jiangguo. Li Jiangguo suddenly felt an extremely strong dragging sensation coming from below. This thing is biting the carcass of a white moon whale. Could it be another neutral creature? A hint of displeasure flashed in Li Jiangguo's eyes. If a neutral creature were to try and take the white moon whale carcass from him, Li Jiangguo would have no chance of winning. This is the seabed, the enemy's home turf, and given the enormous size of the neutral creature, Li Jiangguo simply couldn't move it. Li Jiangguo was somewhat unwilling. He had chased the white moon whale all the way to the deep sea before finally killing it. Was he going to have to stay here? But he had no choice. He had to make a decision. Fighting another unidentified creature in the deep sea is a very unwise choice. Sigh, it seems we have no choice but to give up. Next time we must think of a way to intercept the white moon whale in shallow waters. Just as Li Jiangguo was about to abandon the corpse, the light below began to rise gradually. This time, Li Jiangguo got a clear look at the other person's face. It was a huge mouth full of sharp teeth. The mouth was extremely wide, and the inside was lined with long, needle-like teeth. It looked terrifying, like a demon. Its body is relatively large, with a fleshy protrusion above its head, on which hangs a luminous substance. Devil anglerfish, exceptional qualities, dangerous creature. It inhabits the dim environment of the deep sea, and apart from the small lantern on its head, the rest of its body may be difficult to observe directly. Li Jiangguo's heart skipped a beat. Dangerous creature. Run. Dangerous creatures will actively attack survivors. The reason for dragging the white moon whale earlier might simply be because the white moon whale's carcass was too large and blocked the devil anglerfish. Or perhaps the fish was trying to stop the survivor. Li Jiangguo immediately released the white moon whale carcass and quickly swam towards the ocean surface. But at that moment, the surrounding environment suddenly gave him a feeling of despair. Suddenly, lights shone around Li Jiangguo, enveloping him. We're surrounded. These devil anglerfish are actually social creatures. The sight of a pack of exceptionally ferocious beasts reminded Li Jiangguo of the illustrations for the flowing flame flying fish. When that race moves as a group, it can stir up magma on the seabed. The devil anglerfish and the flame flying fish are of the same rank, and their combat power is self-evident. Soon, the devil anglerfish below launched an attack on Li Jiangguo. It opened its huge mouth, full of sharp teeth, and bit at Li Jiangguo's calf. Li Jiangguo fully activated his Titan energy, kicking the devil anglerfish away. But in the water, the attack comes from a 720-degree angle. Li Jiangguo can handle attacks from one side, but he can't take care of the other side. Soon, a devil anglerfish bit him in the back. A tingling sensation instantly spread throughout Li Jiangguo's body. It's electric current. These devil anglerfish have the ability to generate electricity. Li Jiangguo reached out and pulled the devil anglerfish off his back, then killed it with a single blow using his enhanced arm. But more and more ferocious beasts had already surrounded them. Clear arcs of electricity spread among these devil anglerfish. They are inducing a herd effect. These currents were not conducted through seawater, but the red arc light, gave people a very dangerous feeling. Li Jiangguo threw a punch in an attempt to destroy the red electric network formed by these ferocious beasts, but was blown apart by the electric current, and his arm turned completely black. We can't get out. The arc network is shrinking, and a sense of danger is closing in. Li Jiangguo's body trembled slightly. The skin surface turned completely bluish-green, the muscles all over the body swelled, and the blood vessels were visible on the surface of the flesh. The whole plant was turning green, except for the soft, tender bud on top, which gradually turned red. Berserk Gene, fully activated. Chapter 188 Azure Dragon. The light was dim, and the devil anglerfish formed layers of encirclement around us, with electric arcs constantly crackling. The red arcs of electricity resembled a relentless web of death, gradually closing in on Li Jiangguo's body. A glint of green light appeared in Li Jiangguo's eyes. His face contorted first, his pained expression becoming even more grotesque under the pressure of the seawater. Then, red arcs of electricity seeped from beneath his skin, reflecting off the surrounding water and creating a strange interplay of light and shadow. The moment the electric arc touched his body, Li Jiangguo's bones cracked and stretched, thickening continuously. His previously loose clothing was instantly torn apart, the tattered fabric floating in the seawater. His body grew rapidly, each expansion stirring up the surrounding water and creating turbulent whirlpools. The immense power seemed to freeze the seawater around him, and pressure seemed to have no effect on him. Once the transformation was complete, a colossal figure stood tall in the sea. His green eyes blazed like two bright lamps, radiating anger and savagery. His roar echoed through the sea, whipping up towering waves that shook the entire underwater world. The red electric arc net completely enveloped Li Jiangguo's body. Li Jiangguo stretched out his arm and slapped it haphazardly at the herd of beasts. The red arc of electricity exploded instantly, and a current shot through Li Jiangguo's arm and into his body. The powerful electric current caused Li Jiangguo's body to stiffen rapidly. As more and more red electric arcs came into contact with Li Jiangguo's body, his mobility became increasingly restricted. But the red bud above his head swayed in the seawater, and a powerful energy vortex formed above Li Jiangguo's head. The electric arc stimulated Li Jiangguo's body, but the power of the child of the forest was constantly drawing energy from the seawater to resist this external energy. Li Jiangguo's body gradually recovered from the initial state of paralysis. First his fingers, then his forearm, then his entire arm. Finally, Li Jiangguo fully regained his mobility. The electric arc wrapped around his body, but it could not cause any effective physical harm to Li Jiangguo. The devil anglerfish seemed to have noticed this as well. A surge of red electric arcs erupted, and at the same time, a group of devil anglerfish launched a surprise attack from the shadows, their devilish teeth biting into Li Jiangguo's body and limbs. Although Li Jiangguo's body had swelled considerably and his skin had been strengthened, it still couldn't withstand the bites of so many devil anglerfish. The devil anglerfish bit hard, and although it couldn't tear off Li Jiangguo's flesh, it still left deep wounds on his body. Blood is constantly being lost. Li Jiangguo's forest child physique was struggling to resist the energy of the electric arcs while also repairing his wounds, leaving him with little time to spare. However, Li Jiangguo was not a target either. He grabbed a devil anglerfish with one hand and angrily crushed it with his bare hands. At the same time, the inflated arm swung in the seawater, and a punch plunged into the red electric arc net, sending 4 or 5 devil anglerfish flying. The electric arc network was interfered with, and its power was significantly reduced. Li Jiangguo's movements were no longer restricted. He swung his fists and punched all the devil anglerfish that were close by, sending them flying. Strangely, most of the devil anglerfish that were knocked away did not return, and Li Jiangguo did not receive any notifications about their kills. However, Li Jiangguo is not thinking about these things at the moment. There was no glimmer of reason in those green eyes. Li Jiangguo, like a raging bull, rampaged through the school of devil anglerfish, quickly decimating the group of exceptional fish. After Li Jiangguo crushed the last devil anglerfish in his sight with his bare hand, he stood there stunned for a moment, having lost his target. The next moment, he opened his mouth, grabbed a devil anglerfish, and put it in his mouth. The green eyes revealed an expression of enjoyment while eating. 1, 2, 3. Just as Li Jiangguo was enjoying his meal, a melodious voice came from afar. Buzz. The loud noise caught Li Jiangguo's attention. Driven by his berserk genes, his hunting instincts compelled him to approach the source of the sound. A green body travels through the seabed. The seabed was pitch black, and almost nothing could be seen with the naked eye. As Li Jiangguo swam toward the source of the sound, he suddenly sensed a huge obstacle in front of him. He swung his arm and punched again. A health bar that stretched as far as the eye could see suddenly appeared in front of Li Jiangguo. The smell of blood emanated from the marks left by the punches, stimulating Li Jiangguo's nerves. A mad look flashed in his green eyes. Roar! An excited roar rang out. At the same time, there was that melodious, humming sound from before. The powerful jet of water instantly propelled Li Jiangguo dozens of meters away, but by tracking the scent of blood in the seawater, Li Jiangguo immediately pinpointed the source of the bloody smell that excited him. He charged at the enormous creature once more. Bang! A huge splash of water exploded in the deep sea, and the immense pressure squeezed into Li Jiangguo's body, rendering him unable to move. The green body that had previously swept through the school of devil anglerfish suddenly became powerless. Li Jiangguo's eyes widened, and the power of Titan's chi was fully activated at this moment, causing the meridians on the surface of his body to bulge. The limbs moved in the seawater, stirring up the water that enveloped them, giving their bodies room to shift. But in the distance, in the endless darkness, sharp water blades had already solidified and were hurtling towards Li Jiangguo's position. Like autumn leaves, the water jets are silent before they arrive, but once they touch the body, they instantly unleash unparalleled power. Countless water blades swept past Li Jiangguo's body. Even in his berserk state, one could feel the intense aura of death emanating from him. The water jet kept cutting Li Jiangguo's body, and his recovery speed was far slower than the speed of the water jet cutting. Energy sources are limited in the deep sea, and the forest children's energy acquisition cannot keep up with the energy consumption of full berserk and full Titan force. The power of the berserk gene can no longer be sustained. The green in Li Jiangguo's eyes gradually faded. His senses returned, and looking at the endless health bar in front of him, he stretched out his arm with the bracelet on it. Scanning. Azure Dragon. Perfect quality, neutral creature. A deep-sea stalker, adept at using water currents to bring prey to its mouth, possessing extremely strong bite force. What have I just done? Li Jiangguo's face turned deathly pale. His energy is rapidly recovering, but before that, he needs to address the current problem. How to escape from an attack by a perfectly high-quality neutral creature. Chapter 189 Instant Kill. The Perfect Behemoth. Suddenly, the surrounding water flow became rapid. Li Jiangguo's intuition clearly sensed a powerful and evil aura spreading outwards. Before he could react, a powerful current surged, and the enormous beast Sangjiao suddenly leaped out of the darkness, opening its blood-red maw, attempting to swallow Li Jiangguo whole. Li Jiangguo reacted immediately, but in the water, it was Sangjiao's home ground, and Li Jiangguo could not avoid this fast and fierce attack no matter what. We can't be swallowed up. Having just regained some strength, Li Jiangguo activated his Titan energy again, hammering out a layer of superior metal beneath him. At the same time, he stomped his feet hard, trying his best to send his body out of the deep sea. However, the Azure Dragon's power was too great. The high-quality metal plate was instantly bitten to pieces in its mouth and then spat out. But this also bought Li Jiangguo valuable time. He swam desperately towards the surface of the sea, knowing that only by reaching the surface and receiving fire support from the Alliance could he possibly defeat this perfectly crafted neutral behemoth. A rapid surge of water could be heard from below again. Li Jiangguo used the same trick again and quickly forged another metal plate. But this time, he was slapped away hard, board and all. This time, the Azure Dragon didn't bite head-on. Instead, it swung its tail. Li Jiangguo's arms and sternum showed obvious deformities. He can recover from muscle injuries and regain his physical strength, but his deformed body needs correction to fully recover. As an evolved being of perfect quality, Li Jiangguo can use his powerful muscles to forcibly straighten his body. But this will take time. Li Jiangguo clearly doesn't have enough time to recover his health right now. Despair loomed over Li Jiangguo. Am I going to die? Li Jiangguo was struck by the Sangjiao's tail, causing his blood and qi to churn and spit out a mouthful of blood. His condition was extremely poor. In this state, even swimming to the surface was extremely difficult, let alone avoiding the Sangjiao's attacks. Li Jiangguo opened the bracelet in despair. Perhaps with my abilities, I wouldn't have been able to do this at this point anyway. Li Jiangguo decided to send all his supplies back to the Tongmenghui before he died. With Zhou Xiao and the Tongmenghui, there shouldn't be any trouble. What am I thinking? I'm not that important. It doesn't matter if I die, as long as Lin Chen is still alive, the Tongmenghui won't fall into chaos. Li Jiangguo chuckled self-deprecatingly. He sensed the massive dark shadow below beginning to move again. Alas, I died without ever having a sip of wine. What a pity. Just when Li Jianguo felt despair and thought he was about to lose his life, a beam of light shot down from above Li Jianguo's head at an astonishing speed. Li Jianguo's bracelet was open, and he instantly recognized the other party's identity. Lin Chen. He actually made it here. At the same time, the azure dragon below once again opened its enormous, blood-red maw, filled with sharp, white teeth. Careful. The bite force of the azure dragon is so strong that it should be written into an entry. If something were to enter the azure dragon's mouth, the consequences would be unimaginable. But Lin Chen didn't seem to hear Li Jianguo's prompt. Or perhaps he simply ignored the prompt. Under Li Jianguo's shocked gaze, Lin Chen continued to rush towards the deep sea, seemingly intending to collide head-on with the azure dragon below. The dragon's charge was abruptly interrupted midway, as if it had suddenly crashed into a solid wall. Its originally fierce momentum was forcibly broken by this invisible wall of seawater, leaving it somewhat dizzy and disoriented. But Lin Chen's actions took Li Jianguo by surprise. Lin Chen accelerated his charge, his radiant body instantly disappearing into the darkness. Eaten by the azure dragon. When he saw the light disappear, Li Jianguo's eyes widened in disbelief. He can die, but Lin Chen absolutely cannot die. For a moment, the berserk gene seemed to show signs of reactivation. But just as Li Jianguo was getting anxious, a huge roar suddenly resounded throughout the entire seabed. With a deafening roar, Sangjiao's almost full health bar was instantly emptied. Blood and bits of flesh floated on the seabed, and Lin Chen's body reappeared in Li Jianguo's sight. The surrounding water began to surge wildly, and the seawater beneath them seemed to have been cleaved open by a powerful force that did not belong to this world, creating a huge crack. This force spread from the dragon's mouth to its abdomen, splitting and disintegrating its body. But that's not all the power. The remaining force continued to surge towards the seabed, carrying immense impact as it pierced through hundreds of meters of water, crashing heavily onto the deep seabed. The entire ocean floor was awestruck by this powerful force. The seabed trembled, causing the surrounding seawater to surge with powerful currents. This ocean current spread outwards from the deep sea, affecting even the ocean surface nearly a kilometer away, creating a giant wave several meters high. Lin Chen slowly floated to Li Jianguo's side. Officer Li, the Tongminghui has not yet met my expectations. You can't let my investment go to waste. Li Jianguo looked at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with gratitude and boundless shock. Su Yun appeared beside Lin Chen and Li Jianguo, her voice coming through her mask. Give me a hand. This Sangjiao is too big. The three of them, along with Xiao Hong and Xiao Ying who were secretly helping, swam the huge body of the azure dragon towards the surface of the sea. Lin Chen discovered that the Tongminghui were hunting white moon whales when he was in the Tongminghui. The Eye of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow granted Lin Chen the ability to see tens of kilometers away, surpassing the sponge, rain, and fog. When Lin Chen discovered that Li Jianguo had chased the white moon whale to the deep sea, he had a bad feeling. While Li Jianguo was fighting the devil anglerfish, Lin Chen had already noticed that Song Jiao was stealing the devil anglerfish that Li Jianguo had knocked away. But to his surprise, after killing the devil anglerfish, Li Jianguo actually went and attacked the azure dragon. Lin Chen's Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, I scanned Li Jianguo's physical condition. Upon discovering that the berserk gene had taken over Li Jianguo's body, Lin Chen exclaimed that something was wrong and immediately swam towards Song Jiao and Li Jianguo. Fortunately, we made it in time. Neutral creatures of perfect quality are extremely difficult to deal with. Even Lin Chen dared not easily fight them in the deep sea. But Lin Chen possesses a divine artifact. Store My Energy Supply Center, 100 charges. An epic quality, one-time use item. Lin Chen set the output energy as kinetic energy and released it in a vector manner. The immense force instantly tore apart the azure dragon's body, ripping open its hundreds of meters long body. The violent power was enough to turn that Sangjiao's internal organs and flesh into dust and fragments. No perfect creature could retain any life points after such a devastating blow. When Lin Chen surfaced with the corpse of Sangjiao, a row of fishing boats had already surrounded the sea. The members of the Tongminghui looked at Lin Chen, who was standing on the raft, with reverence, as if they were worshipping a god. No one knows what happened at the bottom of the sea, but everyone saw the moment the health bar was emptied. The seemingly endless health bar was instantly emptied upon Lin Chen's arrival. Instant kill. As the corpse of the azure dragon surfaced and the crowd scanned its information, their admiration for Lin Chen reached its peak once again. Chapter 190, Taking a Day Off. Brother Lin. The shouts echoed through the torrential rain. Lin Chen wasn't used to it at first, but after being called that so many times, he gradually got used to it. Zhou Xiao stood on the fishing boat, watching Lin Chen's figure with an excited expression. This is what a man should do. He looked at him with admiration and longing. As Li Jianguo returned to the fleet, the carcass of the giant Sangjiao was brought back to the fleet. Lin Chen began scanning and retrieving the Sangjiao's corpse. Here, take this. Lin Chen picked up a sharp tooth and threw it to Su Yun. Biological origin. Similar to the plant origin effects produced by Y-type plants, it allows users to choose the direction of their next evolution. As a neutral creature of perfect quality, the Azure Dragon possesses many valuable items, including its biological essence and numerous other items of perfect quality. However, compared to the gains of the adventurers, most of what was recovered from the Azure Dragon were materials, with very few usable items. Lin Chen handed all these materials to Zhang Qinwei. Zhang Qinwei's workload has increased dramatically. Although his lab now has 3 new assistants, relieving some of the pressure on Zhang Qinwei, research requires brains. Most people don't. It seems we need to find a few more knowledgeable people. Lin Chen pondered. Zhang Qinwei mentioned, there are no restrictions on the professional field, but you must understand experimentation and research. Many things in this world are new to us. So much of the knowledge on Earth is useless. Only by constantly trying and reasoning through experiments can we find suitable solutions. Leave the recruitment to me. The Tongminghui still has some influence. Li Jianguo took the initiative to take on this job. Of course, this is what he should do. After scanning and retrieving Sangjiao's corpse, Lin Chen returned to the battleship and sailed it to the headquarters of the Alliance. All the members of the Tongminghui came to the deck to gaze at the huge steel warship in the distance. Iron battleship. Brother Lin's ship has been upgraded again. This ship is smoking. I guess it's a steam-powered ship. What qualities do you think this steel warship will be? Excellent. Or perfect? That's a battleship. A battleship. Brother Lin's life is my dream. We're still crammed into a large dormitory on the 2nd floor with dozens of other people, while Brother Lin and his wife have already boarded a battleship. The difference between us is just too great. In this world, everyone starts from the same point. If we're not doing well, we can't blame anyone else. I heard that Brother Lin took down a white shark with his bare hands on his first night. We can't compare to that. Brother, you didn't choose your words carefully. If we're considered to be doing poorly, then what about the people in other organizations? Yeah, we should be content, buddy. If there's anyone in this world who's living a better life than us, it's Brother Lin and his wife. Which other organization doesn't envy our Tongminghui's big ship? By the way, there's news that large ships will be available for long-term sale to the public in the future, and there will be no restrictions on the purchase. What? Does that mean our ship will need an upgrade in the future? I guess so. Look at Brother Lin's ship. It's all turned into a steel warship. Whenever Brother Lin has something good, he always shares it with the Tongminghui first. Being able to join the Tongminghui is truly the greatest blessing of my 8 lifetimes. I'm not going to say anything more. I'm already looking forward to our fleet upgrade. On the pirate ship, Lin Chen and Li Jianguo were standing on the deck, looking at the shrimp submersible, which was about 2 or 3 people tall. When do you plan to begin exploring the ocean depths? Wait until we meet up with the branch on the northern front. Okay. With the addition of battleships to the fleet, the Alliance headquarters fleet continued its journey. Chapter 191: The Flying Insect. The northern branch was the smallest and weakest of the 3 major branches of the Tongminghui. This is also why headquarters decided to head to the windless northeast region to meet up with the northern branch. The northern branch has a total of 3 enhancers, 2 evolvers, and 1 modifier. However, 2 of them are enhanced versions of excellent qualities, but their strength is relatively weak. As the northern branch reunited with the headquarters fleet, the 2 enhanced individuals were moved to tears. Great. We've finally rejoined the main force. In the early days of the merger, some organizations constantly provoked and tested the strength of the Alliance, which made the leaders of the northern branch nervous for several days, fearing that they would be besieged by major organizations. However, the headquarters arms display shocked the entire region, giving the previously weak northern branch the right to continue its dominance. However, compared to the absolute invincibility of the headquarters, the Western Front, and the Southern Front, the northern branch was slightly more restrained. Hello, Brother Lin. Hello, Brother Lin. Hello, Brother Lin. The 3 of them bowed to Lin Chen the moment they saw him. Their movements were synchronized, as if they had rehearsed countless times. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Let's go report on our work first. Although everyone knows that the Tongminghui is Lin Chen's organization, Lin Chen does not nominally participate in the internal affairs of the Tongminghui. The leader of the northern branch, having joined forces with the main army at headquarters, naturally had to report to Li Jiangguo. After being driven away by Lin Chen, the three immediately went to Li Jiangguo's pirate ship to report on their work. Lin Chen then took Su Yun back to the battleship. 5 minutes later, 2 sea moths appeared on the battleship's deck. When the shrimp goes out to sea to explore later, I'll have Li Jiangguo and the head of the northern branch come along. I'll control the swarm of insects to go into the sea with them. I'm going to. Su Yun raised her hand and said, I have voidworm armor, so the water pressure from 1,000 meters deep has no effect on me. After a moment's thought, Lin Chen agreed to Su Yun's request for action. With Xiao Ying and Xiao Hong accompanying her, there's no need to worry about Su Yun's safety. Lin Chen's physical limitations restrict his movement in the deep sea, so he will not go into the sea himself. But he can control swarms of insects on the sea surface. The swarm currently has a total reserve of 2,000 insects, which is enough to resist the attack of the perfect beast. Soon, Li Jiangguo led 3 enhanced individuals and 3 prisoners to Lin Chen's battleship. Without Lin Chen's permission, they could not board the ship rashly, but simply waited quietly below the ship. However, Lin Chen quickly threw the 2 enormous figures down. Li Jiangguo reached out and caught one of the sea moths, while the remaining one was caught by 3 enhanced individuals from the northern branch. The shrimp will be on deep-sea exploration, while the moth will provide escort and lighting. Su Yun and Officer Li will protect you. The 3 prisoners already knew their fate. Pilot a mech into the deep sea and explore the dark, sunless ocean floor thousands of meters below. This is suicide. The Alliance wanted to risk their lives to explore the deep sea. However, after hearing Lin Chen's words, the 3 prisoners felt a little more at ease. You go and pilot the shrimp. All 3 prisoners were trained and knew how to operate the shrimp. Li Jiangguo called out one of the people, and the 2 next to him immediately volunteered. Officer Li, I'll drive the shrimp. I'm the most skilled. Officer Li, I'm the one who knows the shrimp ship the most. All 3 knew that Li Jiangguo and Su Yun were not protecting them, but rather the expensive shrimp ship. If danger is encountered, the 2 will immediately bring the shrimp to the bottom of the sea, while the moth, which serves as a searchlight, will inevitably be abandoned without hesitation. Zhou Xiao, standing to the side, sternly kicked each of the 3 prisoners, saying, Didn't you hear Commander Li's orders? Under Zhou Xiao's threatening gaze, the 3 prisoners had no choice but to go to their respective diving machines. The sky was overcast, and the shrimp, with ropes tied to its body, began to descend. The sea moth, following the sinking speed of the sea shrimp, descended together towards the seabed. When we reached a depth of 20 meters, it was pitch black all around. The sea moth was like 2 large light bulbs, illuminating the seawater and lighting up the entire area around the sea shrimp. Li Jiangguo had a tender green bud on his head, and Su Yun was covered in void wriggling armor as they slowly descended with the sea moth. On the battleship, Lin Chen placed one hand on the mechanical insect swarm factory and slowly closed the eye of Wind Spirit Moonshadow. Mechanical flying insects flew out of the factory, and Lin Chen's vision suddenly showed countless split screens. Just like being in a huge monitoring room, Lin Chen could see the perspective of every mechanical flying insect. The perspectives of the 2,000 mechanical flying insects were all shared in the eye of Wind Spirit Moonshadow, and Lin Chen was unable to process such a massive amount of information for a while. He modified the data, dividing the 2,000 mechanical flying insects into 10 squads, selecting 2 from each squad as relay stations for commands, ultimately retaining only 20 fields of vision. Too much information is not a good thing either, as the human brain has difficulty processing such a massive flow of information. Lin Chen remembered the soul pool chip that was indeed in Xiao Zhenliang's data. Perhaps that was the central hub for Xiao Zhenliang's data processing. As 2,000 mechanical flying insects emerged from the battleship, the dense swarm hovered over the sea, seemingly blotting out the sky. Unaware of the danger, the members of the Alliance thought it was a ferocious beast attack. When they saw the sky full of mechanical flying insects, many of them trembled with fear. Fortunately, these mechanical flying insects did not attack the ships, but instead burrowed into the sea one after another, heading towards the deep sea. Those flying insects don't seem to be looking for us. Which bastard shouted enemy attack just now? It scared the hell out of me. Oh no, are these flying insects going to cause trouble for Officer Li? We need to notify Officer Li and the others right away. Notify me, you son of a bitch. These flying insects all came from Brother Lin's battleship. Would Brother Lin really harm us? Those guys on the northern front are unsophisticated. They make a fuss whenever they see something new. Quickly put away all the cannons. Don't disturb Brother Lin's operation. Damn, Did you guys scan for any information about those bugs? I found them. I found them. These bugs are called walker flying bugs type 2. They are excellent quality items, but apart from their quality, there is no other useful information. There must be over 1,000 of them. With so many high-quality insects, how powerful must they be? You'll have to ask Brother Lin about that. No rush, I bet we'll know soon. You're not cursing Officer Li and his crew to get into trouble in the deep sea, are you? Can't you speak properly? How could you interpret it like that? The deep sea is fraught with danger, but with Brother Lin's traveler flying insects around, we'll definitely be able to turn danger into safety. Chapter 192 Leviathan, the Grim Reaper. The sea moth sank along with the sea shrimp. 200 meters. 500 meters. 895 meters. We have reached the maximum depth of the sea moth. Fortunately, the seabed here is not particularly deep, and we can already see items on the seabed within the range of the sea moth's lights. Sea moth, cease your dive. Sea shrimp, continue your dive. The operators of the shrimp were not too nervous, but the two sea moth pilots, hovering at 895 meters, were sweating bullets. From here on, Su Yun and Li Jiangguo will be leaving them. As the two continued their descent with the shrimp, the pilot of the sea moth began to pray for himself. Never encounter dangerous creatures. Never encounter dangerous creatures. At a depth of 923 meters, the shrimp reached the seabed. Start walking. The abundance and quality of resources on the seabed are far superior to those on the sea surface and on ordinary islands. The group quickly found a plain with a large area of various minerals. The shrimp set off towards the nearest metal or pile. Don't collect anything. Our task now is to explore. Li Jiangguo reminded him. The mission of the shrimp is to explore the seabed, not to collect supplies. Currently, there is no shortage of metal resources within the alliance. The shrimp retracted its claws and continued deeper into the water. The depth of the sea is 980 meters. The light from the sea moth had begun to dim here, and little red started to glow and generate heat to fill the gaps in the light. Lin Chen controlled the traveler flying insect and received feedback from it. The water pressure began to interfere with the movement of the fly. The underwater currents propelled the shape of the fly walkers, causing some of them to become somewhat out of control. Lin Chen sent the message to Su Yun, who immediately notified Li Jiangguo and the Haixia sea shrimp to temporarily suspend their deep-sea dive. How much battery does the shrimp have left? 54%. All right, we have a general idea of the power consumption for normal walking. You, don't go any deeper, don't go more than a kilometer, explore in other directions. The shrimp ship changed direction and headed in a roughly horizontal direction. As the shrimp traveled, it stirred up sand and pebbles from the seabed, and Lin Chen kept an eye on the objects that reflected bright light. A blue light entered Lin Chen's field of vision. He controlled the walker flying insect to quickly grab the blue reflective object and bring it to Su Yun. Su Yun looked at the flying insect that had stopped in front of her while holding the blue stone, immediately understood, and opened her bracelet to start scanning. Sapphire, perfect quality. A special material containing enduring energy. She carefully put the gemstone away and then sent the entry to Lin Chen. Su Yun, I didn't even notice it. It's so small that I almost overlooked it. Lin Chen, the flying insects have a very clear field of vision and can magnify their observations. The brightness of what I see is slightly different from what you see with your naked eyes, so they won't miss these things. Su Yun watched as the shrimp ship passed by, leaving behind a trail of sand and gravel that obscured her view, making it difficult to spot anything inside. Su Yun, it's up to you, my eyes. Su Yun and Li Jiangguo continued to serve as bodyguards for the shrimp. The shrimp continued its exploration and soon discovered another mineral deposit. Obsidian, metallic ore, diamond piles, lapis lazuli, sea crystal. This mineral deposit is of extremely high quality. Officer Li, the shrimp has 24% battery left. Should we collect the charge? Don't mine the metal or mine other high-quality ores first. Li Jiangguo immediately gave the order. The Alliance's warehouse has a large amount of metal ore, so there is no need to replenish it. However, diamonds, sapphires, and other ores are not something the Alliance had before, so they are worth mining. The drill bit of the shrimp started up, pressed against the ore pile, and made a beep 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 sound. Su Yun and Xiao Hong wandered around the area, continuing to discover new mineral deposits. Li Jiangguo stayed with the shrimp, wary of the dangers in the deep sea. Lin Chen piloted the walker flying insect, cruising at a depth of approximately 950 meters. Officer Li, the shrimp is running out of power. I'll change it for you. A large, fully charged battery was installed on the shrimp's interface, and power began to be supplied. The shrimp continued collecting data. When Li Jiangguo took out the third battery to replace the second one after it ran out, he suddenly felt his movements being forcibly stopped for a moment. To your upper right. Su Yun's voice came from not far away. Li Jiangguo looked up and saw a dark shadow approaching silently near the sea moth above him. He quickly changed the shrimp's battery and then rushed upwards. Meanwhile, the pilots of the sea moth were completely unaware of the impending crisis. He had been diving into the deep sea for over an hour and had adapted to the environment, and his initial nervousness had gradually subsided. But this is the deep sea, and it can't stay calm forever. The other pilot of the sea moth had already spotted the dark shadow above his companion and looked terrified. Run, run, he shouted loudly to remind his teammates while sending private messages. The pilot of the sea moth, who was enveloped in danger, did not hear the sound, but saw the private message. When he looked up, a huge, hideous face appeared before him. The light from the sea moth illuminated the entire face of this ferocious beast, which was pressed against the glass shell of the sea moth. For thick, sharp claws gripped the glass dome of the sea moth tightly, and the sea moth soon displayed a damage warning. The sea moth is under attack. The durability dropped at an alarming rate, and the driver's face turned deathly pale. He discovered that he had completely lost control of the Seamoth's movements. The Seamoth's drive power was already at its maximum, but it still couldn't escape from the beast's claws. The entire ship was gripped by the ferocious beast, and it sank into deeper waters. Li Jiangguo and Su Yun simply couldn't keep up with the speed of Leviathan. The sea moth suffered damage after exceeding its maximum diving depth. The durability was dropping rapidly, and the driver, looking at the two rows of gleaming white teeth outside the glass canopy, seemed to foresee his own impending death. He turned on the wristband and scanned. Leviathan, the Grim Reaper, perfect quality, dangerous creature. It uses echolocation, enjoys attacking anything that moves, and is extremely persistent in pursuing its goals. It's over. The driver takes both hands off the control stick. With Lin Chen absent, no one dared to fight the perfect ferocious beast underwater. Even Li Jiangguo wouldn't do. But perhaps Su Yun can. He is Lin Chen's lover. Lin Chen will definitely give Su Yun the best things first, and then it will be Li Jiangguo's turn. Su Yun is definitely better than Li Jiangguo. A spiraling double purple beam of light struck from above, hitting the Grim Reaper Leviathan and leaving a noticeable wound on its body. The health bar of the Grim Reaper Leviathan was displayed. The attack just now had taken away about 1/20th of its health. A glimmer of hope suddenly appeared on the face of the pilot of the shrimp. My sister-in-law is so strong. With Su Yun and Li Jiangguo joining forces, they can easily defeat this tiny, perfect beast. The pilot of the sea moth looked up expectantly, but instead of Su Yun and Li Jiangguo, a huge figure rushed towards him. Die, you ferocious beast. It's the shrimp. The shrimp's grappling hook burrowed into the body of Leviathan, dragging the mech rapidly closer. At the same time, the mechanical claw on its other arm clenched into a fist and smashed towards Leviathan's head. Chapter 193. You won't die. Don't be afraid. TZ, I'm here to save you. Just as the shrimp's metal fist was about to approach Leviathan's body, it suddenly shot out as if it were spring-loaded. The fist, formed by 3 mechanical fingers, was drill-shaped and pierced through Leviathan's hard surface. A large piece of the deep red scales on the body of the Grim Reaper Leviathan was torn off by the metal claws of the shrimp, and a gushing stream of foul-smelling blood spurted out. The pilot inside the sea moth stared in shock at the scene before him. Wow, the shrimp is awesome. Under the heavy blow, the middle section of the Grim Reaper Leviathan was knocked off course by a tremendous force, forcing it to loosen its grip on the sea moth. Hey buddy, run. The pilot of the sea moth snapped out of his daze and hurriedly steered the small submersible upwards. The robotic arm of the shrimp gripped the horizontal bar beneath the sea moth and rose up with it. The temporarily repelled Leviathan circled around, then turned back, its fierce eyes fixed on the fleeing sea moth. Bro, that big guy is coming again. Let's go and beat it up. What are you talking about? If I let go, it'll fall again. If it falls, are you going to pick it up? Run. I've already maxed out the power. Your shrimp is too heavy. Damn it. How can you be so useless? Why did you bring me along when you were cursing the sea moth? What does this have to do with me? As the two exchanged words, Leviathan, the Grim Reaper, which had circled back in the distance, drew near once more. Run quickly. Bring Officer Li to rescue me. The driver of the shrimp shouted. As the figure of Leviathan, the Grim Reaper, reappeared, the shrimp released its grip on the moth, and the grappling hook on its other arm shot out again. You beast, take this punch from your dad. The metal claws clenched into a diamond-shaped fist once more. As a perfect, ferocious beast, Leviathan, the god of death, possesses a certain degree of intelligence. Having suffered from this punch before, he naturally wouldn't try to withstand the attack with his body again this time. Its body suddenly flipped rapidly to the side, causing the grappling hooks gripping it to rotate as well. The shrimp-shaped object in the distance, connected to the grappling hooks, was forced to rotate along with it. A violent spinning motion inside the cockpit made the pilot feel dizzy and disoriented. He simply closed his eyes, gripped the control lever on the metal claw, pressed the button, and pushed forward forcefully. A drill-shaped fist shot out, but this time, the fist did not hit the middle of the massive body of Leviathan, but collided with its tail midway. This tail is long and powerful, with sharp spikes or blade-like structures at the end. The moment the tail collided with the metal claw, information indicating damage to the machine was immediately transmitted from inside the shrimp. The pilot opened his eyes and saw that one of the shrimp's arms was deformed. Except for the metal claw at the end of the arm, the other parts were twisted to varying degrees. Fortunately, it's still operable. The Reaper Leviathan's health was not significantly affected by the attack, and there were no obvious wounds on its tail. A sharp tail slowly disappeared from view in the deep sea under the driver's watchful eye. The shrimp gradually sank into the dark sea. The pilot turned on the shrimp's lights, but after looking around, he could not see the figure of Leviathan. Even Leviathan's health bar has disappeared. Have they left? Is this Leviathan so afraid of death? It ran away after only losing a little health. This is what you call a perfect, ferocious beast. Just as the pilot of the shrimp was wondering what was going on, a faint sound came again, and the cockpit of the shrimp seemed to vibrate slightly. The pilot looked around for the source of the sound, and when he looked up, he saw a huge, deep red figure burst out of the dark seawater, with four powerful limbs tightly embracing the glass dome of the sea moth. The health bar reappeared. It was the Leviathan that had just escaped. This ferocious beast can actually hide. The pilot of the sea moth, who thought he had escaped, had no time to breathe a sigh of relief before being embraced by Leviathan, the Grim Reaper, once again. The huge, ferocious face was pressed against the outside of the glass enclosure, almost 30 centimeters away from the driver. The surface of the glass cover already has countless cracks and could break at any time. The Seamoth's durability has reached a critical point. Why the hell are you chasing after me like that? The pilots of the sea moth were on the verge of a mental breakdown. He kept pushing the control stick with all his might, but the sea moth's power was completely useless against the Grim Reaper Leviathan. Its scarlet mouth and densely packed white teeth were already pressed against the outer wall of the glass enclosure, eager to devour the humans inside. But at that moment, the purple laser appeared once again. In the deep sea, a purple figure spread its wings, and two separate feathers floated up from its shoulders. As the feathers unfurled, countless purple streaks of light shot out from them, raining down on Leviathan, the god of death. These raindrops seemed to have an auto-aiming system, landing precisely on the chest, abdomen, and head of Leviathan, the Grim Reaper. Suyin stretched out her arms and crossed them in front of her. Two pillar-like objects condensed in front of her palms and, like missiles, spiraled towards the massive body of Leviathan. The missile flew straight and instantly adhered to the abdomen of the Leviathan. The next moment, a large portion of the abdomen of the Grim Reaper Leviathan was occupied by purple void worms, which then quickly detached. The health bar above his head also dropped by 1/5 under these two fierce attacks. The Grim Reaper Leviathan released the sea moth once again, disappearing into the dark depths of the sea as before, its health bar vanishing along with it. On the other side, Li Jiangguo arrived at the damaged sea moth, took out a construction hammer, and began to repair it. Another ship, the sea moth, braved the pressure of the deep sea and dived down to retrieve the shrimp, which had sunk to the bottom of the sea, before returning to the surface as quickly as possible. Suyun was responsible for protecting the shrimp and the intact moth as they left. The damaged sea moth also tried to rise, but Li Jiangguo reached out and pressed it down. "Officer Li, aren't we leaving?" The damaged sea moth pilot looked at Li Jiangguo, who was outside hitting something with a hammer, with a mournful expression, and asked, "If you don't leave, Leviathan, the Grim Reaper, has his eye on you." "Ah, but you won't die." Li Jiangguo remained calm. The pilot of the sea moth's eyes darted around. "Can I trust you?" "You have no choice." Li Jiangguo held onto the sea moth with one hand, preventing it from escaping. Soon, the familiar health bar appeared in the sea moth's field of vision once again. "It's here. It's here again. Don't panic, you won't die." Li Jiangguo glanced at it and continued calmly hammering away. Chapter 194 Mantis Shrimp Fist Type 1. The sharp yet tough tail reappeared. This time, Leviathan lost patience and decided to use its most powerful attack to quickly break through the sea moth's defenses. However, its usually invincible tail whip attack failed against the sea moth. As the tail reached the front of the sea moth, an energy shield appeared between the sea moth and the Reaper Leviathan. The pilot of the sea moth, who had just come to his senses after the initial panic, was stunned. He stared wide-eyed at the energy shield that separated him from the ferocious beast with an incredulous look. The sea moth has this function? That's amazing. It has nothing to do with the sea moth. Don't overthink it. Look behind you. Li Jiangwo's voice drifted softly from outside the glass enclosure. The pilot turned around and looked behind the sea moth, only then realizing the source of the shield. Behind the sea moth, a dense swarm of mechanical flying insects were arranged together. The energy shield was their creation. Walker Flying Insect Type 2. This is... Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. The hatred of Leviathan is on you, so you're in charge of pulling the mobs from now on. Li Jiangwo finished repairing the sea moth with the final hammer blow, then patted the glass dome and turned to leave. The driver immediately became anxious. Officer Li, don't leave me alone. I'm scared. Lin Chen is watching you. Huh? Brother Lin. Looking at the dense swarms of flying insects behind him, the driver took a deep breath and suddenly felt a surge of confidence. Fish, I'll fuck you to death. The driver became excited in an instant. The flying insects around them rearranged and regrouped, and a surge of energy began to converge. Countless points of light drifted out from the swarm of flying insects and converged on a single point. The converging points of light pulsated restlessly, and upon reaching the critical point, the laser beam suddenly shot out, pointing straight at a corner of the dark, deep sea. The Leviathan of Death, hidden in the dark depths of the sea, is practically invisible to ordinary people, but in Lin Chen's eyes, it's a sitting duck. The laser beam hit Leviathan, causing damage exceeding 1/10 of its total health. Lin Chen pressed his advantage, gathering energy once again. The Reaper Leviathan attacked again, but it was still blocked by the Walker Fly's energy shield and could not cause any damage to the sea moth. It fled again, but the laser beam brought it back to light, leaving a new wound on its body. As a dangerous creature of perfect quality, Leviathan, the Grim Reaper, possessed wisdom surpassing that of ordinary ferocious beasts. Having realized it was no match for these tiny insects, it made the wisest decision. Escape. It abandoned its target and, without bothering to hide itself, immediately fled in the direction away from the sea moth. Upon seeing this, the pilot of the sea moth immediately gave chase. Don't run, you little brat. Let's fight your grandpa for 300 rounds. The sea moth's headlights shone on the tail of Leviathan, the Grim Reaper, following closely behind, with countless flying insects of the walkers swiftly following in equal fashion. Just as Leviathan was about to return to the deep sea 900 meters below, an obstacle suddenly appeared in its way. Without warning, the massive body of Leviathan, the Grim Reaper, crashed heavily into a wall of water. The water in front of my head suddenly turned into a solid, or more accurately, a state of spatial confinement. It couldn't be moved even if you tried to bump into it. We had no choice but to take a detour. But just as Leviathan was about to take a detour, it once again crashed head-on into a wall. The two setbacks caused Leviathan's mind to go blank. Behind them, the laser beams of the Walker Flying Insects arrived once again. The purple figure returned, and countless streaks of light once again mercilessly fell upon Leviathan, the god of death. Li Jiangwo, who had retreated earlier, also charged forward wielding a perfect spear. With the immense power of Titan's energy, the spear pierced through the hardest part of Leviathan's body, its tail. However, the spear also paid a price. As a perfect weapon, its durability of tens of thousands was instantly reduced to less than half, which made Li Jiangwo feel very distressed. He then silently put away the spear and began to swing it with his fists. After launching a series of attacks, Su Yun retreated once again. Unlike Li Jiangwo, she relied on the power of the Voidworm armor to travel in the deep sea, while Li Jiangwo constantly absorbed energy from the environment, allowing him to survive in the deep sea for extended periods. The power of the Voidworm armor comes from Su Yun herself, so deep sea diving is a very energy-consuming activity for Su Yun. With Su Yun's current energy reserves, she can only unleash one attack in the deep sea before she needs to retreat and return to the surface for a short rest. However, after she finished this attack, Leviathan's health was almost depleted. Li Jiangwo's arm was like a heavy hammer, each strike causing the massive body of the Grim Reaper Leviathan to tremble. Coupled with the laser beam attack from the swarm of walker insects behind him and Lin Chen's interception from all sides, The Grim Reaper Leviathan was already a lamb to the slaughter. Under the combined attack of three forces, this Leviathan of death lasted less than a minute before perishing in the deep sea. Li Jiangguo and the sea moth dragged its carcass back to the surface of the sea. When they surfaced with their spoils, Lin Chen and Su Yun were already waiting on the sea. Well done. Lin Chen smiled and nodded to Li Jiangguo. It still largely depends on you. Li Jiangguo replied very honestly. Go and collect the corpses. You can keep the biological essence for yourself. Lin Chen gave a few brief instructions. He was very confident in Li Jiangguo's organizational work and believed that Li Jiangguo would properly arrange the spoils left behind by this perfect, ferocious beast. Among the welcoming party on the sea, the damaged shrimp was moored on another fishing boat. Zhang Qinwei was carefully disassembling the metal claws on the shrimp's hand. This metal claw did not belong to any of the modules or equipment that came with the shrimp, but was made by Zhang Qinwei himself. The hands of the shrimp were detachable, so Zhang Qinwei replaced the original hand device with metal claws he had developed. He named the device Mantis Shrimp Fist Type 1. It is said that the inspiration came from a certain type of shrimp creature on Earth. These crushing shrimp creatures have very powerful claws that they can use to smash, crush, or beat their prey to death. Since the appearance of the shrimp, Zhang Qinwei has begun to study mechs. Human physical strength is limited and cannot control overly powerful external prosthetics, but the power of mechs is not limited by the human body. Survivors can sit inside the mech and fight by controlling it, or resist natural disasters. The application of external prosthetics in combat has reached its limit, so after the biological experiment plan was shelved, Zhang Qinwei shifted his research focus entirely to mecha. He has now figured out how to integrate his self-made equipment into the control system of the shrimp, and the Mantis Shrimp Fist Type 1 is a preliminary attempt. After testing, the Mantis Shrimp Fist Type 1 proved to be quite powerful, and its modified material was even harder than the original material of the shrimp, making it capable of going head-to-head with a perfect creature. This was a near-perfect experiment. Zhang Qinwei's next plan is to completely transform the Haixia, sea shrimp, into a combat robot that can both explore and fight in the deep sea. Chapter 195 Beast Tamer Lu Yusen. Approximately how long will it take to complete the Mantis Shrimp combat mech? At the latest, 3 days. It will definitely be completed before the storm ends. Zhang Qinwei was full of confidence. I figured out how the shrimp ship operates. The rest is forging the parts, which requires Lao Lu to hammer them by hand. It takes time for that. Can't we use machine tools? Zhang Qinwei shook his head. The dangers in the deep sea are all perfect-level ferocious beasts. If you use ordinary materials to build a combat mech, it will be destroyed by the beast in 2 or 3 moves, just like this arm. He picked up the almost intact metal claw and continued. I want to use the highest strength alloy material currently available to build a combat mech. With the strength of this material, even if we encounter a perfect ferocious beast, we don't have to worry about damage, and we can even fight back. As he spoke, Zhang Qinwei's eyes flashed with excitement. Developing more powerful mechs is a very rewarding thing for him. Outside the fishing boat, Li Jiangguo walked over carrying a box of high-grade materials he had just taken from the Grim Reaper Leviathan. The Tianba Dongba group just contacted us. They have a few blacksmiths there. I'll have them teach within the organization to expand our blacksmithing team. We can incorporate them into the alliance later. Yes, some outdated technologies can be delegated, and surplus materials can be sold to various organizations at a fair price, giving other organizations more opportunities to survive. What Lin Chen considered outdated technology being transferred to other organizations was like a shower of gold. Li Jiangguo gladly passed on Lin Chen's instructions. Recently, some people inside and outside the organization have put forward some interesting ideas. Engineer Zhang selected some of them and handed them over to other engineers for research. The craftsmen are now trying them out. Would you like to go and take a look? Lin Chen nodded slightly. The group boarded a small boat and returned to the fleet's base. After Li Jiangguo delivered Zhang Qinwei and a pile of newly acquired high-grade materials to his ship, he took Lin Chen to the Alliance's forging ship. Despite the cold weather, a stone slab house had been built on the 3-section sailboat, and the interior was warm and cozy. This project, called Project Tigger, aims to create convenient and flexible external prosthetics that will allow ordinary people to move quickly between ships. It's very inexpensive and can be rolled out to all crew members, 1 for each person. This is the Foot Health Project. It's a pair of shoes, similar in effect to the shipwreck boots, allowing people to walk steadily on the deck. However, the initial idea behind creating this product was to improve walking ability in mountainous and swampy terrain. This is a flintlock gun, similar to an air gun. It uses small stones as bullets. After testing, its power is not much weaker than a regular flintlock gun. The key is that it doesn't need bullets, and it's very easy to load. It's already on sale throughout the region and is one of our best-selling products. This is a torpedo tracking project, used in conjunction with this pheromone marker gun. It has already been put into initial use, but the results have not yet met expectations, and engineers are still making improvements. After walking the entire route, Lin Chen was somewhat surprised by the progress the Tongminghui had made during this period. Sure enough, with more people, the speed of development increases exponentially. Especially when a group of science and engineering people get together, they may automatically generate a brilliant idea at any time. After inspecting the work of the Tongminghui, just like last time, Lin Chen finally arrived at a cage area. This place is where a large number of captured ferocious beasts are imprisoned. The Tongminghui had a large number of members, and every night hundreds, or even thousands, of ferocious beasts would attack the fleet. Li Jianguo would always order half of them to be killed and the other half to be kept and imprisoned in the beast cages and sent here. There are 30 or 40 beast keepers here, most of whom are ordinary people without combat capabilities. However, this area is located near the center of the Alliance fleet, and the ships of the combat troops are right next door. Even if a riot were to occur, it could be suppressed immediately. However, so far, no riots have occurred here. The beast cages are very sturdy, and no beast has been able to break free. Led by Li Jianguo, Lin Chen soon spotted a large, fat seal. Variant, superior quality. This must be Bao Bao. Yes. Li Jianguo had written about Bao Bao's situation in the daily newspaper and reported it to Lin Chen. So Lin Chen recognized the identity of this extraordinary creature at a glance. The Eye of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow was activated, performing a comprehensive scan and analysis of Bao Bao's body. This creature was different from the deformed humans he encountered in the sinkhole. Bao Bao clearly still possessed its own consciousness and could control its primal bestial instincts, clearly belonging to a type that had successfully evolved. Not bad. When the Eye of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow scans a ferocious beast of superior quality, it can reveal its specific combat capabilities in detail. Bao Bao's combat ability is considered average among the outstanding ferocious beasts Lin Chen has seen. However, it is, after all, an artificial first-generation mutant, so having such high combat power is already quite good. How about we give it a try? This guy is pretty strong, thick-skinned, and can take a beating, and he has a gentle personality. If you hurt him, just give him some food. Li Jianguo said in a joking tone. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. Where's its owner? She's training in the reserve combat unit. Her name is Lu Yusin. She's a little girl, and she's also our chief animal trainer. She volunteered to join the combat unit, so I arranged for her to train at the reserve camp for 2 hours every day and spend the rest of her time building relationships with her pets. Besides this exceptional mutant, she has 4 pets, or rather 3.5, and taking care of these pets is quite a lot of work. 3.5. One of them belongs to Zhou Xiao, but now it follows Lu Yusin around every day. Once a ferocious beast is tamed, it will become friendly towards humans, and anyone can get close to it if they handle it properly. However, this process must be carried out with extreme caution. A ferocious beast is still a ferocious beast. Even as a pet, it retains its ferocity. Aside from its owner, it can attack anyone else. Oh, are any of Lu Yusin's pets temperamental? Can she control them? Yes, but it's almost tamed now. If it encounters one that's very resistant, this big seal can help Lu Yusin take care of it. After all, it's a creature of exceptional quality, so it can easily teach those good and excellent ferocious beasts a lesson. Lin Chen nodded slightly, acknowledging the Tongminghui's work in this regard. Just then, a little girl skipped off the 3 sailboats next door, and a sea wolf that was active nearby quickly swam over and carried the little girl from the sea to the cage area. Officerly, Lu Yusin jumped off the sea wolf and jogged over to Li Jianguo. She had thick hemp ropes tied to her hands and legs, with many iron blocks tied inside the ropes, perhaps to increase her weight. The rain was heavy, and Lu Yusin was unfamiliar with Lin Chen's figure. It wasn't until he came up in front of her that she realized that the person standing next to Li Jianguo was actually Lin Chen. She immediately bent down and said, "Hello, Brother Lin." "Hello." Lin Chen helped Lu Yusin up by the shoulder, then looked at Li Jianguo. Zhou Xiao's moves have spread quite widely. Li Jianguo also felt somewhat helpless when Zhou Xiao was mentioned. Zhou Xiao transformed the entire Tongminghui's art style into a gang style. However, this kid has a good character. He inherited the advantages and some forms of gangs, but did not bring the chaos and bad habits of gangs into the Tongminghui. He only distorted the style of the Tongminghui, but he did not corrupt the general trend. If this set of movements is not suitable, it can be changed. No need to change it. Focus on the major formalities and let go of the minor ones. These trivial matters shouldn't be forced. Let everyone do it however they like. You're right. Li Jiangguo also thought so. Formalism must be eliminated. Go do your thing. Lin Chen patted Lu Yusin on the shoulder, his eyes glancing at the sea wolf beside him. Lu Yusin said goodbye to Lin Chen, and Li Jiangguo returned to her small house, changed her clothes, and then took her 3 pets outside. These 3 pets were clearly not as obedient as the saturated sea wolf, but they did not resist Lu Yusin's commands. 5 ferocious beasts surrounded Lu Yusin. Bao Bao held up a large parasol to shield Lu Yusin from the rain, while the other 4 beasts stood in a row, receiving Lu Yusin's commands one by one and familiarizing themselves with the contents of the commands. Occasionally, one of the beasts would slack off and rub against Lu Yusin's arm as if it were being affectionate, and then it would get a short rest. Officer Li is very good at discovering talent. Just lucky. Li Jiangguo smiled and waved as he looked at the heartwarming scene of harmony between humans and animals. Chapter 196, the 8th day of stormy weather. After inspecting the work of the Alliance, Lin Chen returned to his battleship. Night had fallen, and the members of the Tongminghui began preparing to face the dangers of the night. Most of the ferocious beasts that invade at night are of good quality, with very few being of excellent quality. With the strength of the Alliance, Lin Chen has no need to worry about the threat posed by these beasts. When they returned to the battleship's mess hall, Su Yun was holding Xiaobai, quietly waiting for Lin Chen to return so they could have dinner together. It's still hot. Xiao Ying and Xiao Hong ate their fill earlier and have already gone downstairs to rest. After spending some time inspecting the Tongminghui Revolutionary Alliance premises, Lin Chen sat down at the dining table. The dishes on the table were neatly arranged and showed no signs of having been touched. Su Ying got off Xiaobai and sat down at the dining table. How's Zhang's research on biological evolution going? Any results? We've only tested it on Bao Bao so far, and we expect to start modifying Lu Yusin's other pets tomorrow. Zhang Qinwei has improved the way the walker energy is injected, and we'll know the results tomorrow. Oh. Su Yun stroked Xiaobai's soft feathers absent-mindedly. As the game progressed, Xiaobai's combat power became clearly insufficient to continue participating in battles. On the ship, Little White completely transformed into a mascot. Every time they went into battle, Xiaobai would flap its wings, wanting to go with Su Yun, but Su Yun would always stop it. If Xiaobai could be strengthened like Bao Bao, then he could continue to fight alongside Su Yun. Similarly, there's Xiaolai. Compared to Shiro, Retsu has a higher pursuit of power. It eagerly hoped to participate in its master Lin Chen's battles, but its strength had already fallen behind. In the battles Lin Chen participated in, the quality of his opponents was generally above excellent. Xiaolai can only perform guard duties now. Although it is not as sensitive as Xiaoying most of the time, Lin Chen did not point this out, which can be regarded as leaving it with some dignity as a fierce-beaked eagle. Let's go visit Zhang Qinwei's experiment together tomorrow. If it's successful, we'll let Xiaobai and Xiaolai evolve once. Su Yun happily rubbed Xiaobai's neck, then picked up her rice bowl and ate the vegetables heartily. Time midnight. Stormy weather forecast for day 8. Heavy rain, temperature 3 to 5 degrees Celsius, gale force winds, level 11. Short days and long nights. The wind is slowing down, but for the various organizations stuck on the islands within the flight path, crisis is also approaching. After midnight tonight, the Lord will lead his people to flee the island. This process will kill all survivors on and near the island. Some organizations on smaller islands have already organized teams to proactively attack the Lords. However, organizations on medium-sized islands face difficulties. To fight or to flee. If we start running now, 24 hours is more than enough time to escape the Lord's pursuit. Moreover, with the electrical equipment and propellers sold by the Alliance, their ships could also sail against the wind. But what if you escape this island only to be caught by the beast lord of another island? No one knows where those ferocious beasts that escaped from the island will go, how long they will stay on the sea, or how far they will swim. Even if they manage to escape by sheer luck, they've gained nothing during the entire 10-day stormy season. How will they cope with the next period of extreme cold? By relying on charity? None of the people who have survived to this day dare to ask for charity from others. In this world, you can never rely on others. The safest way is to make yourself stronger. Some brave groups have begun organizing ambushes against the lords of medium-sized islands. For the first 8 days, if you want to hunt down a lord, you need to actively enter a high-risk area and fight on the lord's home turf. But on the 9th day, the home team's decision was up to them. This means that players can set up numerous traps or fortifications to ambush the Lord. This greatly increases the survivor's chances of winning. On this day, the Tongminghui received a large number of applications from various organizations. The requests invariably concerned weapon reinforcements or equipment support. Even the Alliance couldn't provide so much equipment and supplies to support all the organizations in the region at once. Li Jiangguo had no choice but to select some of the relatively stronger organizations that had the best chance of killing the Lord for investment. However, when Li Jiangguo reported this matter to Lin Chen immediately gave a different reply. Provide firepower support to all organizations that apply for weapons assistance. Decentralize all existing artillery, and dismantle and distribute all external prosthetic bodies, thermal weapons, and superior equipment of the Allied forces to the various organizations that have been verified to request assistance. Zhou Xiao, standing beside Li Jiangguo, immediately said anxiously, "How can our army fight like this? Don't we still have a mission to hunt neutral creatures today?" Several combat troops also showed anxious expressions. These cybernetic bodies and firearms are their confidence in facing ferocious beasts. Without them, how could they dare to confront ferocious beasts head-on, especially neutral creatures of at least superior quality? But then, Lin Chen's words silenced the entire room instantly. "I will take action." Li Jiangguo broke the silence with a light cough. "Even if we distribute all the equipment of the combat troops, it won't be enough to meet the needs of so many organizations. The Perfect Lord is very powerful. I think we should concentrate our forces and let the stronger organizations conquer the Lord. I will provide the other organizations with large thrusters to help them escape the island. If my reasoning is correct, the resources at each stage are limited. If we don't take all the resources this time, we'll miss them completely once the island refreshes. So, if we're going to take them, we have to take them all. Fighting the Perfect Lord mainly requires firearms. Each organization should be equipped with at least 30 firearms. Give me the total number later, and come find me after lunch to collect your guns. This would probably require 500 or 600 guns, and even if some organizations had guns, they might not be a match for the Perfect Lord. The Xingtong team we supported earlier was wiped out. It's alright. It's worth it for the resources the Lord possesses. Perfect quality resources are far superior to guns." Lin Chen's words left everyone puzzled. Aren't firearms all of perfect quality? Investing 30 guns in each organization, along with numerous other high-quality items, would be a huge loss if we failed to kill the Perfect Lord. But for Lin Chen, a flintlock pistol only requires 10 iron and 5 saltpeter, plus some wood. Very cheap. As long as it doesn't involve precious metals, Lin Chen doesn't even need to blink when spending money. I don't feel bad at all. Okay, I'll send out the message. I should get feedback by tomorrow morning. Hopefully, these guys can pull through and kill a few more Perfect Lords. Li Jiangguo ordered Zhou Xiao and his subordinates to notify the various organizations. Old Zhang's experiment is about to begin. Xiao Lu has already taken the pet over. Let's go take a look. Chapter 197: The Exile. A group of people surrounded Zhang Qinwei's boat. This was the first large-scale public biological experiment, and basically everyone who wasn't on a mission came to watch. Lu Yusin stood in the center of the crowd, with the 4 ferocious beasts in front of her being the targets of this experiment. Zhou Xiao told me that this sea wolf only has a loyalty level of 40. Are you sure you want to evolve it too? Lu Yusin nodded firmly. Zhou Xiao rubbed his hands together expectantly. Mr. Zhang, I think it's feasible. Zhang Qinwei glanced helplessly at Zhou Xiao, then looked at Li Jiangguo. Then let's include the sea wolves too. All right. Zhang Qinwei shrugged. Anyway, he still had plenty of walker energy in his inventory, so having another test subject was a good thing for him. As for the sea wolf riot, Lin Chen, Su Yun, and Li Jiangguo were all present. What gave them the right to riot? Zhang Qinwei donned the wrought tan armor, then put on an external prosthetic protective armor, and used nanoparticles to control the blue energy liquid as he approached the 4 ferocious beasts. Based on his previous experiment, he no longer recklessly used direct injection. Instead, he used subtle manipulations to gradually infuse the walker's energy into the beast's body, slowing down the injection process and making it easier for him to observe the entire evolution of the beast. The first test subject was a green, square jellyfish. As the energy of the walker began to seep into its body, the jellyfish's tentacles straightened up as if it had been electrocuted, but returned to normal after about 5 or 6 minutes. A faint fluorescence began to appear on its body surface. Mutant, excellent quality. It has advanced. Lin Chen's Wind Spirit Moon Shadow I was far more efficient than the other's bracelet scans, and he detected the changes in the jellyfish immediately. The tube of energy from the walker in front of the jellyfish has not been completely consumed. Is this still the upper limit of its evolution? As energy continues to penetrate, the jellyfish's luster changes from green to blue, and its quality is ultimately set at an exceptional level. Throughout the entire process, apart from the initial stiffness, he behaved normally for the rest of the time. The experiment was a success. Xiao Lu, go and talk to it quickly. See if there's anything unusual. With Li Jiangwo's close protection, Lu Yusen arrived in front of the mutated jellyfish. She tentatively extended her palm and whispered, "Yu, Yu." The mutated jellyfish raised one of its tentacles and gently placed it on Lu Yusen's hand. Just like before, she retains her original personality and memories. It seems that the energy of the walker can be injected directly. This discovery is a major boon for the entire alliance. Lin Chen gave Zhang Qinwei 30 portions of the walker energy, which, if divided into tubes, could amount to 60 tubes. If each tube can produce a ferocious beast of exceptional quality, that would be 60. 60 exceptional ferocious beasts moving together are enough to sweep across any island. Next one. Zhang Qinwei prepared a total of 5 plans, but in essence, they all involved injecting the walker's energy into the ferocious beast's body. The mildest of the 5 options is selected, and then it can be widely adopted. Seeing the jellyfish's successful evolution, Su Yun's eyes shone with excitement. Xiaobai and Xiaolai can also evolve. Su Yun was looking forward to seeing what Xiaobai would look like after evolving. It's best not to evolve Little White's fluffy feathers away, otherwise there won't be a place for it to rest in the future. Next one. Zhang Qinwei began experimenting on the second ferocious beast. Then the third one. When it was Heilang's turn, Li Jiangguo moved closer to Zhang Qinwei. Being prepared is always better than being caught off guard. Seemingly noticing Zhang Qinwei's gaze, Li Jiangguo spoke. Zhou Xiao was the most excited one in the crowd because the sea wolf was his pet. Go for it, sea wolf. You must become stronger than the other ferocious beasts. He roared with excitement. Surrounded by the crowd and 4 mutants, the sea wolf began its evolution. How about trying a higher dose? Try a full serving of treader energy. Oh. Zhang Qinwei looked at Lin Chen, who had suddenly made the suggestion, with some confusion. Before Lin Chen could speak again, Zhou Xiao shouted from not far away, I support it. Increase the dosage. Lin Chen looked at Lu Yusen. Xiao Lu, do you support it? Lu Yusen paused briefly, glanced at the mutated pets beside her, and nodded. Boss, are you trying to create a perfect quality mutant? You could try using a higher grade ferocious beast. The sea wolf is only of good quality after all. Lin Chen shook his head. The system's standard item quantification indicators have rules. After injecting a standard walker energy, there may be different effects. Okay then. Zhang Qinwei didn't ask any more questions and added the portion to make up a complete serving. As more walker energy was injected, Sea Wolf's expression showed obvious discomfort. Its face contorted in agony, as if it were enduring immense pain. Back off. Li Jiangguo immediately ordered the onlookers to retreat, and Su Yun instantly covered herself with the purple void worm armor. Lin Chen stared intently at the sea wolf, a knowing expression on his face. Just as I expected. What do you mean, as expected? Zhang Qinwei was shielded behind Li Jiangguo, looking puzzled. Just watch. This will be a new direction for your research. Lin Chen kept everyone in suspense, but Zhang Qinwei quickly understood what Lin Chen meant. As the energy of the walker was injected, blood began to seep from the sea wolf's body. Energy material replaced a part of the sea wolf's body, something that had never happened before. The previous ferocious beasts used energy substances to stimulate the body, causing physical changes and absorbing the energy from the walker. However, in the case of Heilang, it was Heilang's body that was being replaced by energy. One by one, the wolf hairs fell off, and in their place came new, silvery white wolf fur that shimmered with a metallic sheen. Lin Chen's eyes were fixed on the sea wolf. When the sea wolf's information was updated, Lin Chen suddenly paused. The Exile. Overseer's mission. Kill or banish the exiles to the Chaos Lands to earn an infinite evolution or mechanical ascension opportunity. Not a mutant, but an exile. Not only Lin Chen, but everyone else was stunned. Many people had a burning desire in their eyes. Killing the exile is equivalent to obtaining an island treasure. Su Yun stood in front of Lu Yusen when she suddenly felt her arm being grabbed by a pair of soft hands. Looking back, Lu Yusen was looking at him with pleading eyes. Su Yun gently pulled Lu Yusen into her arms and covered her eyes. Having once wandered the edge of the world, Su Yun knew about the land of chaos and the existence of the exiles. This is a type of existence so powerful that it does not exceed the scope of system information. The emergence of the regulator mission further illustrates this point. But the sea wolf before him was clearly not the kind of powerful being Lin Chen had ever seen, capable of devouring legendary creatures. This exile can be killed. Moreover, the rewards for defeating the enemy are very generous, enough to tempt almost everyone present. Suyin looked at Lin Chen. What will you do? Chapter 198 Efforts to break through system limitations. The onlookers were itching to do something, but no one actually did it. Several big shots were present. Even if someone wanted to kill someone, it wouldn't be the turn of these lowly soldiers. All eyes were on Lin Chen and Li Jiangguo. The sea wolf rose from the ground, its silvery white fur shimmering with a deep gray sheen under the gloomy sky. Its skin was still flesh and blood, but Lin Chen's wind spirit moon shadow, I could clearly see that earth-shattering changes had taken place inside its body. The sea wolf skeleton incorporates the energy of the walker, raising its hardness index by several standards. Sharp wolf fangs protrude from its mouth, and its eyes reveal a chilling ferocity. The moment it stood up, almost everyone in the surrounding crowd instinctively took a few steps back. Zhou Xiao mustered his courage and, just like Lu Yusin had done before, extended a hand, slowly approaching and softly calling out, "Sea wolf, my good brother." The next moment, the sea wolf suddenly pounced. The silvery white body crashed heavily into Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xiao's prosthetic body had already been removed to support other organizations. Faced with the sudden attack of the sea wolf, he had no way to resist and could only let the huge body knock him away. Li Jiangguo made his move almost at the same time that Heiling attacked. He originally intended to attack Heiling, but after seeing Zhou Xiao being knocked away, he immediately turned around to save Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xiao's body was intercepted by Lin Chen in midair and then transported back to the ship. He's fine, just some internal injuries. Some herbal medicine will do the trick. Lin Chen's tone was as calm as usual. Li Jiangguo stared in astonishment at Zhou Xiao, who was lying on the deck with a somewhat dazed look in his eyes, and asked Lin Chen again, "Are you really all right?" "He's really fine. No concussion. The sea wolf didn't hit his head." Then perhaps he has started to doubt himself. As Li Jiangguo approached, he heard Zhou Xiao mutter to himself in a very low voice, "Something's not right, why?" "Okay, it's really nothing." Li Jiangguo waved his hand, and the frightened crowd gradually returned. The sea wolf that had previously rioted was now sitting in front of Lu Yusin, wagging its tail like a large, silvery white dog. "You scare me to death, boo-hoo." Lu Yusin stroked the fur on the sea wolf's neck and muttered to herself. Li Jiangguo returned to the experimental site and said with a smile, "It seems that no matter what the pets become, it won't affect their original personality and memories." That statement is not accurate. Mutants are also a product of evolution. Zhang Qinwei corrected himself. "Boss, how did you discover that a complete, standardized version of the Walker energy formula can produce different effects?" Lin Chen pointed to his eyes, which were flashing with a strange light, and said, "Most of the time, my eyes are better than the bracelet scanning. When the opportunity arises, I'll arrange a prosthetic eye for you too. It will be helpful for your research." "I see." Sea Wolf still retains its memories and personality, and judging from the current situation, Lin Chen is clearly going to save Sea Wolf's life. Most people present would definitely want to kill the Sea Wolf and complete the hunter's mission. Only a few would be willing to leave the Sea Wolf alive. Zhang Qinwei was one of them. A living, controlled organism is clearly more valuable than a corpse. "Would you like to tell us about the exiles and the land of disorder?" Suyin leaned closer to Lin Chen and asked. Lin Chen nodded. He raised his hand to signal the crowd around him to be quiet, and then told the members of the Alliance about his experience at the edge of the world. This story has not been edited, nor does it need to be. The chaotic land is not a place for the group to go at the moment. The 10-second countdown is enough to kill any thought of exploration. The exiles are actually beings from outside the world. No wonder the scan results are. It seems the system isn't omniscient after all. What the engineers have been doing all along is trying to break through the system's limitations. Things like external prosthetics and propellers, the system doesn't provide these things. We made them ourselves. It seems like the regulators aren't that strong after all. Isn't this strong? Don't you even think about who gave everyone their evolution and cybernetic bodies. But then again, this is the first time we've ever seen something like a mission in all our time in this world. Maybe this is a good start, and maybe there will be more and more missions in the future. Getting a mission is easy. Just inject any ferocious beast with Zhang Gong's blue liquid, and you'll get a mission. From now on, we can mass-produce secret treasures. Then this one. Even the big shots haven't made a move, so what you want to? No, I wouldn't dare. Judging from Xiao Lu's relationship with this exile, This big wolf will be our ally from now on, so we definitely can't kill it. But we can try it with some of the ferocious beasts we just captured later. Blind students, I've suddenly discovered a key point. Spit it out. Have you noticed that this exile has no quality? Just like us survivors, its scan information only contains a very simple identity introduction. Oh yeah, I didn't even notice until you pointed it out. Oh no, what if I encounter an exile in the future? I don't even know what their strength is. What if they're the kind of beings that Brother Lin mentioned, capable of devouring legendary ferocious beasts? What are you panicking for? By the time you see the exiles, it will already be after the disaster is over. The bracelets will be retrieved before you can explore the chaotic lands. By then, you won't even be able to tell the quality of ordinary beasts you encounter. But then again, will we really live that long? Of course we can. It's in Xiao Zhenliang's diary, isn't it? He only got the Lord's treasure on the 22nd day, and he lost 33 teammates. His strength is far inferior to Officer Li's. With Officer Li leading us, we will definitely survive. Let me ask you this. Have we suffered any large-scale casualties so far? Most are minor injuries. Very few are seriously wounded. Since the founding of the Tongmenghui, the number of those who have sacrificed their lives can be counted on one hand. With this record, can Xiao Zhenliang compare? That's right. Even a nobody like Xiao Zhenliang can survive until the disaster ends. So why can't we? Look at our alliance's big ships. The stormy weather didn't affect us at all. Brothers, I just looked through the diary of Xiao Zhenliang that Brother Lin posted, and I found another key point. Tell me quickly. There's also a very special person in Xiao Zhenliang's world, whose name is censored. That person is incredibly high class in Xiao Zhenliang's diary, and in the end, he can even cross the center of the world, which is full of legendary ferocious beasts. TCH, that guy dares to compare himself to Brother Lin. He only managed to defeat the ancient tomb and get the epic title on the 47th day after a group of enhanced warriors sacrificed themselves. Brother Lin is way ahead of them. Brother Lin got the epic title on the very first disaster weather event. And back then, Brother Lin hadn't even met his sister-in-law yet. He definitely soloed the ancient tomb. No, haven't you guys noticed a pattern? In Xiao Zhenliang's world, there's a strongest person leading everyone, and we also have Brother Lin leading us. That's no rule at all. When the final disaster comes, people all over the world will come together, and they'll definitely need to compete for a leader. Isn't that normal? That's right. Besides, Brother Lin is a million times better than that guy. You're really underestimating Brother Lin by using him to ride on his coattails. Brother Lin, don't get involved. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 199: The Influence of the Regulator. Inside the cabin of the engineer's 3-section sailboat, Lin Chen and the others surrounded the sea wolf in the center. The sea wolf seemed to sense the powerful aura emanating from the humans around it, and it tucked its tail in and curled up next to Liu Yusen. A pair of light gray eyes rolled around, occasionally glancing at the crowd as if by accident. Preliminary speculation suggests that organisms that incorporate mechanization during evolution become exiles. There are 2 key points in this process. First, mechanization, like the fur and subcutaneous skeleton of a sea wolf. Second, it must be evolved, not innate. There are many life forms in this world where living things and machines coexist, but those life forms are not marked as exiles. Based on current information, becoming an exile requires meeting 2 conditions simultaneously. Perhaps the sea wolf becoming an exile was just an accident. Should we try a few more? Try it on the untamed ferocious beasts in the cage. Even if they get out of control, we can kill them on the spot and get a secret treasure. You can give it a try. Zhang Qinwei and Li Jiangguo reached a preliminary agreement, and the 2 turned to look at Lin Chen, who had remained silent. Boss, do you have any concerns? We currently have 27 units of treader energy left. We can try using 2. Lin Chen also hoped to find out the conditions for the emergence of the exiles as soon as possible, but he had other worries in his heart. Regulators. The appearance of exiled individuals will attract the attention of regulators. Lin Chen's intuition told him that this might not be a good thing. The reason he prevented Lin Chen from entering the World Center was, the World Center ahead is a directly controlled area by the regulators, and passage is prohibited. Within the Global Center, regulators will have a far greater influence than those outside. At the time, Lin Chen was wearing the epic medal and carrying the regulators' surveillance equipment. If he rashly entered the center of the world, unexpected things might happen. Lin Chen deduced that, based on the situation at the time, he did not have any ill intentions towards him. The regulator who installed a monitor on himself clearly had ulterior motives. The appearance of the exile and the subsequent tasks for the overseer indicate that the overseer can sense the sea wolf, but is unable to attack it. The power of the regulators cannot affect the Alliance fleet located far beyond the center of the world. What Lin Chen was worried about was the legendary ferocious beast from the center of the world. According to Xiao Zhenliang's diary, during the penultimate disaster starting on the 34th day, the central barrier will disappear, at which point the legendary creature will fly out from the center of the world and come to the outside world. Legendary creatures that have always lived under the watchful eyes of the regulators are bound to be subject to their control. Will they also be subject to similar regulatory tasks? If Sea Wolf stayed in the Alliance fleet, wouldn't he be like a time bomb, ready to explode the moment the penultimate disaster struck? As for creating exiles and immediately killing them to obtain the treasure, this plan still seems feasible. However, Lin Chen himself did not want to appear at the scene. He's been showing his face to regulators far too often, which isn't a good thing. The appearance of the exiles will attract the attention of the regulators, who will inevitably also discover Lin Chen, who is near the exiles. Try these after I leave, Lin Chen said. Zhang Qinwei was a little puzzled, but he didn't ask any further questions. Should we strengthen Xiaobai and Xiaolai? Yes, just half a tube for Xiaobai, Su Yin replied. The exile's identity is a potential problem, so Xiaobai only needs to evolve normally. Xiaobai is a flying, ferocious beast, and its superior strength is enough to give it room to maneuver even when facing ordinary perfect ferocious beasts. Xiaolai also uses half a tube. Half a tube and a full tube have the same effect. They can only evolve them to superior quality. However, the sea wolf that used a whole tube seemed to have some special abilities. Although it wasn't shown, Lin Chen could see through it. The original sea wolf was only good at surviving in water, but now, its mechanized body not only provides it with extremely strong resistance to attacks, but also allows it to become a fully amphibious combat creature, with combat power in water no less than on land. Its gray-white eyes are somewhat similar to Lin Chen's Wind Spirit Moonshadow Eye, and it has two functions: weakness analysis and strength assessment. This is one of the reasons why it is now tucking its tail in and trembling. Xiaobai and Xiaolai were taken to the ship to undergo enhancement. Both birds were very enthusiastic. Especially Xiaolai, who is usually aloof and never competes, actually squeezed in front of Xiaobai this time and demanded to evolve first. As the energy of the walker seeped in, Xiaolai's body, like other creatures, entered a brief period of paralysis, but quickly returned to normal. Variant, superior quality. It seems like nothing has changed, Su Yin muttered to herself. Through evolution, Xiaolia's physical appearance has hardly changed. Perhaps it's because it inherently possesses excellent qualities. However, Lin Chen's analysis of combat strength revealed Xiaolai's changes. Its physical abilities have changed in many ways, but the biggest change is in its feathers. Unlike other ferocious beasts, which became harder and sharper, exuding ferocity, Xiaolai's feathers became softer. Lin Chen stroked Xiaolai's fur, but before he could stroke it twice, Xiaolai jumped out. It needs to make way for Little White. Xiaolai's feathers are very strong now. How strong? Increase the flight speed, and it can also be launched, which is better than your scatter missile. That's really strong. Su Yin reached out and ruffled Xiaolai's fur with some surprise. It was soft, although it couldn't compare to Xiaobai's, but it was much softer than before. This doesn't seem like I've gotten stronger. Although I still have some doubts, that's not the point right now. Because Xiaobai couldn't wait to stand on it. It spread its white wings, as if gesturing to Zhang Qinwei. Plunge in this spot. Zhang Qinwei operated in the same way as before. Xiaobai's changes are quite obvious. Its feathers grew longer, and a pair of long tail feathers appeared on its tail. It even has a kind of sacred feeling. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised by Xiaobai's changes. However, after glancing at Xiaobai's combat data, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. This guy's evolutionary path is weird. Even the softness and comfort of his feathers are rated. Despite both possessing exceptional qualities, Xiaobai and Xiaolia's combat abilities are worlds apart. Because Xiaobai has focused all his abilities on flying and other strange things. Feather comfort? Hearing Lin Chen's mutterings, Su Yin turned her head curiously and asked. This is Xiaobai's greatest achievement in this evolution. According to the system's rating, the comfort level of its feathers can reach level 9, with a maximum of level 10. What about their combat strength? It can be considered of excellent quality, but it's probably just an excellent quality floor. That's all right. After Su Yin finished speaking, she ran over and hugged Xiaobai. While listening to their conversation, Zhang Qinwei silently took out his notebook. The energy penetration just now was evenly distributed, but Zhang Qinwei did not operate according to Xiaobai's wishes. He wrote in his notebook, when external forces stimulate evolution, the ferocious beast seems to be able to choose the direction of evolution on its own. Chapter 200 Xiaobai, Impure Purpose. After bringing Xiaobai and Xiaolai back to the battleship, Lin Chen immediately threw himself into the intense work of weapons production. He needs to complete the production of a large number of weapons before lunchtime. On the other hand, the Alliance also continued its voyages, and deep-sea exploration work was carried out simultaneously. Since all weapons and equipment have been loaned out, the hunting of neutral creatures will not be carried out for the time being. Lin Chen will wait until he has free time in the afternoon to hunt them. The fleet wandered aimlessly through the fog-shrouded areas on the navigation map in the windless waters. The deep-sea exploration was limited to a depth of 500 meters and was carried out by the sea moth, while the shrimp was left on board for modifications. Visibility was poor on rainy days, but the Alliance fleet did not travel fast in order to accommodate the sea moth sailing in sync, and was able to avoid large neutral creatures in time. After lunchtime, Lin Chen promptly handed over all the weapons to the Alliance, which then distributed them to various organizations. The various organizations, now armed with firearms, were brimming with confidence and eager to fight the perfect beast. Although materials from perfect ferocious beasts must be handed over to the Alliance, and equipment and weapons must be returned after use, perfect quality treasures do not need to be handed over, nor can they be handed over. By obtaining a treasure of perfect quality, one can achieve a qualitative leap in power. At the same time, in the eyes of many people, the secret of perfect quality is a passport that can help one survive all disasters. Because Xiao Xinliang killed the perfect lord on the 42nd day, and they are about to do it on the 22nd day. The storm is still raging, but today, people's enthusiasm has outweighed the storm. Various organizations mobilized everyone to dig trenches, build traps, and construct sturdy walls. All for the big battle after midnight tonight. If we succeed in this battle, everything will go smoothly from here on out. If it doesn't work, armed with dozens of high-quality firearms, advanced equipment, and a prosthetic body, if he can't kill the perfect ferocious beast, then he's simply pathetic. It should be noted that when the Tongminghui challenged the Bloodwing Rock, they only had about 100 or so people and 7 or 8 guns. If they can win, why can't we? Is our basic strength really weaker than that of the Alliance? The Alliance's advantage lies in its weapons and cybernetic bodies. Now that we have all of those, if we still can't defeat the Lord, then it's our own problem. At this very moment, all the sea moths that had submerged were recalled within the Alliance. The fleet began to accelerate. Hunting giants. Having learned from their previous experience, this time the Alliance assembled a massive trap net, made of perfectly high-quality fishing nets, which was towed by 8 3-section sailing ships. However, after taking one look, Lin Chen waved his hand and canceled the plan. This fishing net can trap neutral creatures of excellent quality, but for a perfect behemoth, 8 3-section sailing ships are simply not enough. The enormous size of neutral creatures also brings with it a power capable of overwhelming mountains and seas. The perfect beast could flip over and drag 8 3-section sailboats into the sea together. This plan applies to the Alliance hunting ferocious beasts themselves, but with Lin Chen here, this net is useless. Lin Chen stood on the deck of the battleship, moving forward with the Alliance fleet. Soon after, a white moon whale spewed water as it passed in front of the fleet. As before, Lin Chen controlled the flying insects to approach, form an array, and fire lasers. Before the white moon whale could even hide in the deep sea, it was killed by Su Yun and Li Jiangguo, who jumped onto its back. Even the most powerful beast couldn't last 5 minutes. Inside the fleet, people lay on the edge, gazing at the battlefield in the distance. Neutral creatures have very long health bars, which can be seen even from 2 or 3 kilometers away. The white moon whale's hundreds of meters long health bar was emptied in a short time, which greatly shocked the onlookers. Is this the true strength of our Alliance? It's too awesome. We still have our biggest trump card up our sleeve. Didn't you see that Brother Lin hasn't even shown his face? Brother Lin wouldn't bother with someone of such exceptional quality. I really didn't expect that even my sister-in-law is so strong. I feel like she's even stronger than Officer Li. Absolutely. Those meteor missiles and the rainstorm night shielding missiles were incredibly cool. My sister-in-law is like a war goddess. What do you mean like my sister-in-law is a war goddess? Even the war goddess isn't as strong as my sister-in-law. Didn't you see how much health the white moon whale lost after the spear flashed a full 1/10? 1/10 of a giant beast's health. Do you understand what that means? It means my sister-in-law could take down more than half of the Bloodwing Rock with one spear. Su Yun has very sharp ears. Even with the mask on, she could clearly hear sounds from thousands of meters away. When she heard someone praise her as a war goddess, the corners of her mouth curled up. However, Li Jiangguo did not notice the change in Su Yun's expression behind the mask. Li Jiangguo used a perfect hook to snag the carcass of the white moon whale. Fishing boats equipped with high-powered propellers from the Alliance had already set off for the battlefield to haul the spoils back to their ships. Thanks. Of course, Su Yun answered proudly. Little White had already flown over. Su Yun raised her hand, grabbed Little White's paw, and returned to the battleship. Little White's size has changed. It's time to install a new flight seat on it. Engineers like Zhang Qinwei are very busy right now, with too many projects to spare. So Su Yun decided to do it herself. She could solve these simple problems herself. Little White jumped to her side and, as usual, nuzzled Su Yun's arm with its soft feathers. After evolving, its feathers became completely hydrophobic, and after flying in the rain, it only needed to shake its body to dry completely. The soft touch alone is enough to bring a great sense of inner comfort. Su Yun was halfway through sitting down when she became engrossed in Xiaobai's experience. Lin Chen walked out from the bottom cabin, and a group of flying insects returned to the manufacturing plant. Looking at Su Yun, who was being affectionate with Xiaobai, Lin Chen seriously suspected that this guy's purpose for evolving was impure. Other ferocious beasts evolve towards greater strength. So why does Little White seem to evolve towards greater comfort? Does this mean I'll really become a couch potato from now on? As soon as Xiao Lai returned to the battleship, he continued to stand guard in his position. No matter how heavy or fine the rain, it cannot wet its feathers. It stood quietly at the highest point of the battleship, braving the wind and rain, gazing into the distance. It has never changed from beginning to end,